I clearly awakened an SSS level time ability. Yet in this spirit-deprived high martial world, I was forced to cultivate immortality all because a gold-digging white moonlight stabbed me in the back and stole the origin of my ability. But unexpectedly, I gained enlightenment in the secret arts of immortality. Grandmasters can only manipulate energy to hover, but I can directly fly on a sword. You have an SS-level lightning ability? Sorry, I know the Thunder Palm. American Quick Draw is fast and accurate, but have you ever heard of the Golden Bell Shield? In a society where everything depends on innate abilities, I returned to simplicity and used immortal cultivation to dominate the high martial world. Just moments ago, someone stabbed me in the back. And the one who betrayed me was none other than my childhood sweetheart, the white moonlight of my heart, Liu Ruyan. Jiang Chun. You love me so much, can't you just think about me for once? Is it really that hard to just give your ability's origin to Brother E? This question left me utterly baffled. Since childhood, everything I did revolved around her. And now, because of a man, she wants to take my kidney and steal my ability's origin, then blames me for not considering her enough. At this moment, my heart turned cold, and I wanted to curse her, but blood kept bubbling in my mouth, making it impossible to speak. Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the basement creaked open, and a man in a tailored suit walked in. Liu Ruyan quickly changed her expression, clinging to him like a delicate bird. The man asked, "Well, has he agreed to hand over the origin?" Liu Ruyan slightly shook her head and was about to explain, when her so-called brother interrupted. "Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish." As he spoke, he strode toward me and punched straight through my back. Meanwhile, the mechanical device on my wrist lit up and began forcibly extracting the essence of my supernatural ability. Normally, if I resisted, the device's success rate would plummet. But seeing my refusal to yield, they had no choice but to resort to brute force. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through my body, and at the same time, my blood soaked the pendant hanging around my neck. It was a family heirloom whose purpose I had never understood. Now, as my blood dripped onto it, a mysterious yellow energy suddenly emerged and swiftly seeped into my mind. Before I could even think, I felt something unfamiliar emerge in my mind. My body charged up like a power bank, surging with immense energy that spread throughout my limbs, easing the pain that had racked me. As I regained my senses, I heard Xiao shouting excitedly, "It worked!" In his hand was a glowing orb, my time origin. "From this day forward, I shall wield both time and space. I will become the god of this world," Xiao boasted, while Liu Ruyan smirked coldly at his side. Soon, her dream would come true. She would rise above her station and become the young mistress of the Xiao family. Feeling the energy within me continue to surge, I resolved to stake everything on one final gamble. Go to hell! Suddenly, I roared in fury. The shameless couple, lost in their own joy, never expected me to lash out so abruptly. Hearing my curse, Xiao instinctively turned his head only to catch my heavy kick square in the face. As he went flying, I lunged forward and snatched back the time origin. But once extracted, an ability's essence can never merge with the same person again. So I grabbed Liu Ruyan with one hand. "You bitch! I gave you my heart, and you stabbed me in the back. Come here, let me show you just how much your beloved brother loves you," I sneered, forcing the time origin into her body as I spoke. Despite her agonized pleas, I ignored her completely. Once the fusion with the time origin was complete, I flung her aside without a second glance and bolted out of the basement. Xiao, who had risen to his feet, erupted with intense killing intent in his eyes. However, upon glancing back at Liu Ruyan lying on the ground, he abandoned his pursuit of me and instead slowly walked toward her. "Ruyan, you love me so much. Be good, don't be afraid. I'll just stab once, it won't hurt." The next moment, a merciless hand pierced through Liu Ruyan's chest. Meanwhile, after rushing out of the basement, I endured the discomfort and plunged into the nearby forest. The further I ran, the heavier my eyelids grew, until I finally collapsed into a river. When I woke again, I found myself in a simple room. "You're finally awake," a gentle female voice sounded beside me. I bolted upright in an instant, only to find a tall, fair-skinned beauty sitting before me. "My name is Li Yue," the woman said with a gentle smile. I nodded and quickly expressed my gratitude for her saving my life. "Now that you're awake, you can eat this yourself," Li Yue said as she handed me the bowl of century egg and lean pork congee she was holding. The aroma drilled into his nostrils, instantly arousing Jiang Chen's appetite. Miss Li, how long have I been unconscious? Jiang Chun took the bowl and began to eat it delicately. Ah, that smells good. Li Yue thought about it. About half a month. Ahem. Are you okay? Jiang Chun suddenly choked, and Li Yue asked with concern in a hurry. No, it's fine, ahem. Just choked on my food too fast. He's been in a coma for half a month, so who helped him eat, drink, and for that half a month? Jiang Chun glanced at Li Yue, who was as holy as a white lotus flower. No way, no way, no way, it can't be her. By what means did she feed herself? Ouch. Damn, why did her little heart feel a little itchy? LOL. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open from outside with a creak, and a bearded old man walked in with a smile. The old man was in his 60s, with gray hair and a somewhat unkempt beard. He was wearing a white t-shirt that was tucked into the front of his pants and a pair of black suit pants that were obviously a few sizes too big on the bottom half. The gold-colored belt button was exposed in a particularly eye-catching way, and there was an exaggerated image of a crocodile's head on top of the button. Snapping! Snapping! With every step he took, the slippers on his feet made a snapping and scraping sound on the ground. Li Wei haha laughed. Kid, you woke up? The old man I also said to come over to pour. Feed you, he said and raised the large red plastic funnel in his hand. Okay, I was overthinking it. The saintly female bodhisattva turned into a crude gouger. At this moment, the beautiful picture in Jiang Chen's mind instantly collapsed. However, Moncler outlet, not to say that you feed the food, but your funnel mouth is a little too big, obviously used to fill the pig food. He was carrying a white plastic jug in his other hand. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Plastic pot plus funnel. Grandpa, what are you doing with a jug? Li Yue took the plastic jug from Li Wei's hand and shook it empty of anything. She also lifted it up high to hush up her eyes to look into the jug through its mouth. Take the piss. Pest. Skinny egg kanji spewed out in a flash, straight out of a double dragon hole. Li Yue was petrified on the spot. The sudden quietness of the air is what I fear most. On the other hand, Jiangling's first general hospital. Liu Ruyan was lying on the bed with a pale face, her hands gripping the bed sheet tightly, her heart grieving while her hatred for Jiang Chun deepened. It's all him. It's all himself that's been left behind. That's what it's come to. At that moment, a nurse pushed her way in. Patient number 36. Your medical bills have been in arrears for a long time. When will they be paid? Rian Lu opened her mouth and didn't say a word in half a day. Does she have money? No, it used to be Jiang Chun who gave her money. I thought I would become a phoenix when I climbed up the ladder, but it turned out that the phoenix didn't turn out to be a downtrodden pheasant. It was all Jiang Chen's fault. One is clearly about to succeed. Why did Jiang Chen just not think about her? He loves her so much. At the most, you'll be given 3 days grace, and if you don't pay the bill, we'll stop the medication and call the police, by the way. With a thud, the nurse walked away, leaving behind a long list of charges. Rian Lu's eyes reddened as she looked at the string of expenses. Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. It's you, you deserve to die, deserve to die. The hysterical screams of Rian Lu came from the hospital room. Chapter 3. Have you ever regretted Liu Ruyan? Ah! With a scream of shame, Li Yue instantly threw the plastic jug out and ran out of the room without looking back. Jiang Chen's toes gripped the ground in a deadly grip, itching to gouge out a 3-room apartment. It's ing social. Elder Li didn't seem to realize that he had socialized Jiang Chun to death as he laughed. Kid, what's your name? Jiang Chun hurriedly rubbed his nose and wiped off the rice before saying, My name is Jiang Chun. Thank you, old man, for saving my life. Li Wei waved his hand oblivious. Hey, small meaning. By the way, to pick up, save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda well. I believe in Buddhism the most. My name is Li Wei, later call me Old Li on the line. Jiang Chun hurriedly waved his hand. That can't be allowed. Isn't this discounting the younger generation? All right then, you can yell all you like. Li Wei didn't care. It was obvious that he was a very casual person. By the way, how did you pass out in the river and get hurt really bad? Jiang Chun remembered what Rian Lu had done to him, and his face instantly grimaced as he blurted out. I was sneakily framed by a woman. A woman? Sneak attack? Framing? Li Wei's eyes suddenly snapped open, and a gossipy piggy look appeared on his face. Girlfriend. Jiang Chun was silent. Girlfriend? He treated Rian Lu as his girlfriend, but Rian Lu didn't treat him as an ATM. Gee whiz. I guessed it. Tell me what's going on. Old man, aren't you a bit overage to be so nosy at your age? Li Wei was instantly dissatisfied. Tai, kid, you're ageist. Seeing that Jiang Chun still wasn't willing to open his mouth, Old Man Li was tickled to death. Just tell me about it. When Jiang Chun heard Old Man Li's slightly petulant tone, he immediately winced as a layer of goosebumps arose all over his body. Later, no matter how softly Old Man Li tried to persuade him, Jiang Chun turned a deaf ear and just didn't say anything. It was mainly because he wouldn't be able to get straightened out by Old Man Li's appearance. What 60-something-year-old man still acts like a teenage girl being cute and pouty? And he even used his head to arch Jiang Chun's chest. It's just a little too much to take. It's squirmy. It caused Jiang Chun to think that this old man didn't have any special fetishes. Jiang kid, how about this? If you tell me, I'll give you my granddaughter's contact information. Jiang Chun looked at Old Man Li incredulously. Old man, you're not really sick. I'm afraid. In the old days, there was the sale of a body to bury a father, but today there is the sale of a granddaughter for gossip. It's a wonder of the ages. Jiang Chun expressed deep contempt for this. Jiang kid, just wait. I have ways to make you talk. Seeing that Jiang Chun remained unmoved, Old Man Li was ready to change his tactics, looking as if he wouldn't stop until Jiang Chun's gossips were out. After sending Old Man Li away with great difficulty, Jiang Chun began to check his body. He took off his shirt to reveal angular musculature. His chest was broad and solid, and his bronze skin gave him an even more aesthetically pleasing look. Striding over to the mirror, he twisted around to look at his back. A bowl-sized scab of blood was hideous. This was the trauma caused when Xiao forcibly deprived him of his supernatural abilities. There was a vague hint of pain as he moved his back muscles. This made him surprised and puzzled at the same time that an injury that serious could be almost healed in just half a month. In the end, he blamed it all on the mysterious force in his body. Another couple days at this rate and I'll be completely recovered. The stab wound in his left lower back had healed completely, leaving a raised scar. Jiang Chun touched the scar, his face slightly grim, but the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold and cruel smile. He had struck the time origin into Liu Ruyan's body. Xiao would surely strip the origin from Liu Ruyan's body again, and that kind of pain was only known to those who had experienced it, and it was worse than death. Liu Ruyan, ah Liu Ruyan. I wonder if you ever regretted when Xiaoyi's hand was inserted into your body? Jiang Chun felt better in his heart, and he should grind the evil. Grandpa, what are you doing? Li Yue came out of the room with a trace of blush of shame and anger still lingering on her face. She had just gone out the door when she saw Li Wei's entire body almost pressed against the door of Jiang Chen's room. Both ears perked up like antennae. Ahem. No, nothing. I'm just measuring the door to see if it's gotten any taller. Li Wei hemmed and hawed, a glint in his eyes. Hey, kid. It's easy to hide from an open gun. It's hard to prevent eavesdropping. Finally, I know the name of the heroine. Bang. Just then, the large iron gate of the courtyard was violently slammed open, and it hit the wall of the courtyard heavily with a loud clang. Li Yue, come out for me. An arrogant and domineering voice came from outside. Li Yue instantly frowned. Li Yue, come with me. Huang Tianba, don't play drunk with me. If you don't leave, I'll call the police right away. Huang Tianba hiccuped and laughed. Go, you go. I'm telling you, the bureau is full of my men, and today I just have my eye on you. Why? Li Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, then greeted him with smiling strides. Aya, it's little brother Huang. What hurricane brought you here today? 300 pounds of Huang Tianba is 1 meter and a half tall, body wide, body round, face fat, meat flying. He will be a handly old man to peel off. Off dead old man. Watch out for the old man to, break your legs. The two punks beside Huang Tianba immediately stepped forward to put Old Man Li under control. Grandpa, Li Yue shouted anxiously. Huang Tianba, let go of my grandfather. Haha. Okay, as long as you go with me, I'll let him go immediately. Huang Tianba smiled triumphantly, the fat on his face squeezed into a pile, his features all gone. You dream. I'm just dreaming about you. Hee. What was a romantic sentence went completely sour coming out of his mouth. Disgusting. Huang Tianba giggled, and then pounced towards Li Yue. His whole body was full of messy, trembling fat. Little baby, I'm coming. That fat piggy look is as lewd as it gets. Bang. Ouch, my waist. Hey. Who the hell sneak attacked me? I'm going to get you killed. Just as he was rubbing his hands together and pouncing, a large foot kicked him impartially in the waist of his bucket. Huang Tianba's 300-pound body lurched and rolled to the ground with a grunt. Jiang Chun stood naked in front of Li Yue. I was just in the middle of a body check and hadn't had a chance to get dressed yet. Kid, you're ing looking for death. Huang Tianba climbed up with difficulty, holding onto the courtyard wall, his face fierce as he looked at Jiang Chun. Dead fat pig, you're so fat you can kill the side mouth. Jiang Chun said indifferently. What are you waiting for, him up? Huang Tianba was furious, then shouted angrily. The two punks immediately let go of old man Li and rushed over with clubs in hand. Kid, give me a hard mouth. The hair is not long enough to learn others to save the beauty of the hero, but also do not weigh their own a few pounds and two. With me Huang Tianba against, you are looking for death. Li Yue, I'll give you a chance. If you come over on your own initiative, I'll let this kid go, otherwise. Chapter 4, Your girlfriend is too hard on you. A fierce look appeared on Huang Tianba's fat-filled face. Otherwise, I have to get him killed today. Don't you think for a second. I've already called the police. The police will be here soon. Li Yue said in a loud voice. Humph. Don't blame me for being merciless when I do this, brothers. Get him killed for me, and I'll take the blame if anything happens. In the face of the two little caramels rushing over, Jiang Chun twisted his neck and moved his knuckles, actually taking the initiative to meet them. The two gangsters are obviously veterans, the hand that is more than a vicious and insidious, one after the other to pick the weaknesses and loopholes to fight. Ever since that day, Jiang Chen's body had changed. He felt much stronger now than before, with inexhaustible strength. There was even a delusion that he could knock over a cow with one punch. He is now a man with no former weaknesses or holes. The two punks waved their sticks, and Jiang Chen dodged left and right, constantly avoiding their attacks. He found the right moment to sink his body downward, and then he threw a punch into the belly of one of the punks. Vomit, that was hit by the punk eyeballs violently convex, mouth is spit out a bubble of yellow water, and finally thumped heavily on the ground, covering the stomach kept wailing, apparently has lost the ability to fight. The other man's heart shook at the sight, and the force of the stick in his hand became a bit more vicious. Jiang Chun dodged sideways, followed by a sweeping leg. The punk's body immediately tipped over, and immediately Jiang Chen's elbow joint struck his chest heavily. Click, the distinct sound of a broken bone, a couple of broken ribs. In the blink of an eye, the two fighters were incapacitated, and Huang Tianba's mouth, which was still clamoring, immediately closed. Jiang Chun wore a cold smile on his face as he arrived in front of Huang Tianba step by step and slapped his fat face. Aren't you going to get me killed? Huang Tianba at this time of the wine all disappeared. Cold sweat wet the water tank as big as the fat, full of fat face to squeeze out 100 times harder than crying smile. Big brother. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Jiang Chun smiled indifferently, and with a snap, he directly slapped Huang Tianba's obese face. Huang Tianba's 300-pound body suddenly flew sideways and landed outside the courtyard with a thud. Get lost, and don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you. The last three words Jiang Chun aggravated his tone and said grimly through clenched teeth. Huang Tianba touched his beaten face, full of fear, and did not care about the two punks, rolling and crawling in all directions. You wait for me. If I don't get you killed, I won't be surnamed Huang. After running out a long way, Huang Tianba turned back towards Jiang Chun and growled. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and he was about to go out to let him have a good long memory, but he heard the sound of alarms coming from far away, so he didn't chase him out. Only then did Li Yue react from her panic and patted her well-developed pecs. Are you okay? Jiang Chun shook his head to indicate that he was fine. More than fine, he's in surprisingly good shape right now. Old man Li put on his slippers and also walked over quickly, looking at Jiang Chun with some surprise. Jiang kid, I didn't expect you to be a deep-seated expert. Jiang Chun smiled awkwardly. Fart master, just brute force. If he still had his powers, there might be a chance to become a master. But now, without his powers, he could only be considered an ordinary person with more strength. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun suddenly woke up. According to reason, once forcibly deprived of psychic abilities, the deprived person would die very quickly. But he himself was still alive and well. Could it be that mysterious power again? He thought darkly. He had just woken up and hadn't had a chance to figure out what that was yet, so it looked like he would have to do some research. 2 minutes later, the police arrived. Through the field notes and the surveillance in the courtyard, they issued a warning to Jiang Chun, and then left with the two punks. Tisk, Jiang kid, your girlfriend's hand is a bit too tie hard. Although he had long since seen the injuries on Jiang Chen's back, it still looked shocking now. The bowl-sized blood scabs were proof of that. Li Yue's eyes instantly lit up. What girlfriend? Did your girlfriend really do that to your back? How? Why did she do that to you? Jiang Chun was speechless and covered his face. Heavens, these two people are pro-grandparents and grandchildren undoubtedly. Both very gossipy. In the face of the two men's frenzied bombardment, Jiang Chun directly closed the door and shut himself down. Brother Jiang, just tell me. Outside the door, Li Yue knocked on the door, and that pouty, cute tone was so much like her grandfather's. Oh no, it's much better than old man Li's. In the room, Jiang Chun sat on the bed with his eyes closed and began to feel those extra things in his mind. It was a single throbbing golden text. Tao, can Tao also, not constant Tao also name, can name also, not constant name also. No name, the beginning of all things also name, the mother of all things also. The mystery of the mystery, the door of all the wonders. Cultivators act against the heavens, seizing the creation of heaven and earth to become their own way. Cultivation, condensing the spirit of heaven and earth also, with the spirit and move, can move mountains and overturn the sea, can soar beyond the 9 heavens also. Jiang Chun was deeply shocked. This was actually an ancient cultivation method, a completely different path from the current awakening abilities. His heart beat hard a few times, he no longer had his powers, and this ancient method of cultivation was just right for him. Unfortunately, the cultivation method here is incomplete, only half of it. But he wasn't in a hurry, so he tried to see if he could cultivate it first. Slowly, he could feel faint energy drilling into his body from all around him. It's aura. Jiang Chun was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and gradually he immersed himself in cultivation. But he also quickly discovered a serious problem. The surrounding aura is very thin. The whole daytime in the body only condensed a soybean-size aura bead. He frowned slightly. According to this progress, if he wanted to take revenge, he didn't know how long he would have to wait until the monkey's age. The next day, after breakfast, he spoke to Old Man Li and hurried into the mountains. Sure enough, just as he thought, the aura in the mountains was a bit more abundant, but it was only a tiny bit richer. It wasn't much better than being indoors at the end of the day. Jiang Chun fell into deep thought. The aura between heaven and earth was thin. It was no longer suitable for this cultivation system. Maybe that's why the road was cut off. The hope that had just been ignited was splashed with cold water by reality, and Jiang Chun was immediately depressed. He remained disinterested until he returned home in the evening. Li Wei and Li Yue both looked at each other, thinking that Jiang Chun had remembered his girlfriend again. Jiang kid, there are some things, holding it in the heart is going to suffocate people. Say it out to feel better. Grandpa is right, Jiang. Release all the grievances in your heart, so that you can truly come out of the haze, so that you can truly face life, so that you can truly become strong. Li Yue nodded her head repeatedly to persuade her. The two grandparents and grandchildren sat across from Jiang Chun, their two pairs of eyes staring straight at him in a gossipy, piggish manner. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and spoke. Want to hear it? Chapter 5, Swordsmanship. Want to hear it? The two nodded in unison, looking like they had been waiting hungrily for a long time. Me and her, we grew up together as childhood friends. What's her name? Li Yue brought a notebook over from somewhere, the pen in her hand clattering. Hey, overdo it, Li Yue righteously explained. Actually, I'm writing a novel, and I happen to be gathering a little bit of material. Jiang Chun was also speechless. Sure enough, novels come from life. Her name is Ruyan Lu. Ah, Ruyan Lu? You know her? Jiang Chun looked at Li Yue with some doubt. Ruyan Lu has had almost 3,030 husbands, 1,539 white moonlight, 7,596 childhood friends, 2,671 marriages, 5,136 breakups, 7,897 divorces. Li Yue snapped her fingers one by one. Jiang Chen directly got up and walked away. What's with that? Jiang, don't go. I promise I'll never interrupt again. Li Yue held her mouth and stood up 3 fingers with a promise. Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped, but in the end, he sat back down again. An old man Li hurriedly poured Jiang Chun a cup of tea. We were in the same elementary school, the same middle school until after the college entrance exams. She went to Jiangling University, and I chose to stay in the southern city when she said when she graduated from the university, she would marry me. I can be really stupid. In order to provide him with education, I tore up the acceptance letter of the Qingbei University, just because he said I want to take a plane, I work tirelessly to earn money, and then, she said that the money is not enough to buy a first-class ticket. I went to the black market to sell blood to buy a ticket for her. I work 8 jobs a day to earn money to provide her with education for fear that she will starve and freeze. Aren't you just a dog licker? Realizing that it seemed like she shouldn't have spoken, Li Yue immediately covered her mouth with a sardonic expression. Dog licking? Jiang Chun smiled to himself. Now that he thought about it, what he had done was exactly dog-licking behavior, and it was the kind of ultimate dog licking that licked everything. The authorities are the ones on the sidelines. Once upon a time, he came to not realize that there was anything wrong with his actions, and even tried to find ways to give more to Ruyan Lu. Looking back now, I really was a big licking dog. It also fulfills the saying, lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog until you end up with nothing. One day, I suddenly awakened my time powers. What, you awakened the time ability? It was Old Man Li's turn to sit up and stand up, and it was obvious that he was very excited. The time ability is an SSS class ability. Once it grows up, it's a superpower, someone who stands at the top of the pyramid. Who said it wasn't? Jiang Chun also had the chance to become such a person. Unfortunately, there's no chance now. My alien energy essence has been forcibly stripped away. Jiang Chen's faint words shocked Old Man Li's 2 grandparents beyond measure. What's going on? Old Man Li asked. I told her the news the first time after I awakened. I wanted her to be the first to know and be happy for me, however. She tricked me into Xiao Yi's house and stabbed me while I was not prepared. However, in the end, I struck the alien energy origin into Ruyan Lu, so I don't think she'll have a good outcome. As he said this, Jiang Chun smiled indifferently, a hint of pleasure flashing through his eyes. Old Man Li frowned. That is to say, right now, Xiao Yi may possess both time and space supernormal abilities. Jiang Chun nodded. I did hear him say that he combines time and space and threatened to become the god of the world. Indeed, time and space powers, either one of them was a rare and powerful SSS grade power. If one mastered both of them at the same time, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that they were invincible. I'll press on first. Old Man Li was fanning a worn and yellowed book in his hand. He had been shocked. Li Yue, on the other hand, continued to clatter and write on her notebook, and finally dropped a big headline on it again. Gold-worshipping white moonlight stabbed in the back, and the male lead's SSS-level psychic ability was tragically taken away. He. Thanks, Jiang. I suddenly had some inspiration, so I'll go to my room first. Li Yue hugged her notebook and went back to her room prettily. Old Man Li was also locking his brows, and shortly afterward he also hurried back to his room, not knowing what he was doing. Jiang Chun was speechless. You 2 heartless guys. You don't even comfort my wounded heart. Hey, it's a waste of breath. He picked up his teacup and slammed it down. The heart is cold and despondent. What's this book? While clearing the table, he found the book that Old Man Li had used to fan himself. Jiang Chun picked it up and flipped it open to look at it, instantly shook. It was actually an ancient cultivation method, the Sword Royal Art, and it elaborated on the cultivation system and realm as a whole. Cultivation is divided into Qi practice, foundation building, Jindan, Yuanin, transforming into a god, cave emptiness, supreme, heavenly, and saint. The Qi practicing stage was divided into 1 to 12 layers, and the subsequent realms were divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and complete. From this book, Jiang Chun is also considered to know the realm of cultivation. His current stage is not even the door has not yet entered, has not yet broken through the first layer of Qi practice, a long way to go. And the sword art in the book was exactly what he needed. When he returned to his room, he started practicing. The ancient book was placed in front of him. Gradually, he felt that something was wrong. The book seemed to hide some other things. After he examined it, sure enough, cracking and rearranging some of the words, he surprisingly came up with a detailed address and a catchphrase. Jiang Chen's heart jumped violently. Is there a treasure hidden? The next day, Jiang Chen asked Old Man Li about the origin of the book, and Old Man Li said that the book was there when they lived here. Borrow an old cell phone from Li Yue. Jiang Chun inquired about the address. The map only showed an approximation, and he made a note of it. He then told Li Yue that he was leaving for 2 days and went out the door. According to the approximate location shown on the map, it's not very far away, about 80 kilometers. Jiang Chun traveled light, bringing only some food and water with him, and passed through one big mountain after another, finally arriving at his destination in the evening. Running the gong method to start sensing, if there was a treasure, the aura should be thicker. Sure enough, he soon sensed that the aura in the north was a bit thicker than the other directions. He sensed it as he headed north. It wasn't until nightfall that the reason for the richness of the aura was finally discovered. It was a spirit herb that grew in a hidden cave in the mountains. Its leaves were emerald green, with a faint layer of light on them, and each leaf was as crystalline as a carefully carved emerald. Jiang Chun was slightly excited in his heart. This spiritual grass contained very abundant spiritual energy. It would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Perhaps he could use it to break through to the first level of qi cultivation in one fell swoop. Hisses! Just as he was about to go over and pick it, a hissing sound came to his ears, and the foot that had stepped out suddenly retracted without a sound. The hissing sound was getting closer. Finally, he saw the source of the sound. Realm Correspondence Table. Each etc. of human alien is divided into 12 stars. Cultivation levels are Qi practicing level 112, foundation building early, middle, late, and perfection. Jindan, Yuaning, transformation of spirit, cave void, supreme, celestial, and saints are all the same, and magical beasts levels are from the first order to calamity destruction. Ectoplasmic levels, immortal levels, magical beast levels. Bronze Qi practicing level 1-4 first order. Silver Qi practice level 5-8 second order. Gold Great Perfection of Qi practicing levels 9-12 third order. Platinum Early Foundation 4th order. Diamond Middle Foundation 5th order. Grandmaster Late Foundation Building 6th order. King Foundation Building Great Perfection 7th order. Marquis Early Jindan 8th order. Transcendent Middle Jindan 9th order. Natural Disasters Late Jindan Natural Disasters. Calamity Jindan Great Perfection Calamity Extinction. Chapter 6. Chicken, you're too beautiful? It was a black and white python, as thick as a bucket and 11 or 12 meters long. Jiang Chen's heart went MMP. This thing just swallowed him alive without even getting stuck in his throat. The python hissed as it spat from its mouth. Only the giant python slowly climbed into the cave and coiled around the spirit grass. The sky had already darkened, and his vision had become unclear. So Jiang Chun planned to leave for the time being and wait for tomorrow's dawn before making any plans. Click. He had just turned around and was about to leave when his foot snapped off a dead branch with a crunching sound. Nima! Jiang Chun immediately exploded all over, and his originally small voice seemed incomparably abrupt and loud at this time. Hiss! The python let out a hissing sound, and Jiang Chen's scalp went numb as he ran without looking back. Behind that, the python was moving so fast that nothing seemed to be able to block its path forward. The giant python behind him arrived in an instant, getting closer and closer to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun ran at a rapid pace and suddenly made a sharp turn to the left with a tail flick. Although the python was large, its body was exceptionally flexible, and its long tail swept toward Jiang Chun. Rumble! The tree meters swept by the python's tail directly snapped, the destructive power incomparably amazing. Jiang Chun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If he were to be smoked by this thing, I'm afraid that he would be able to go straight to his old ancestors. With a clench of his teeth, he ran directly towards the area where the trees were even thicker. Suddenly, the python opened its bloody mouth and lunged. Jiang Chun was so scared that he braked sharply and instantly reversed his direction before he managed to avoid the foul-smelling bloody mouth. It is too late to think. Left and right turn all the way to run wildly. The trees in front of them are getting denser and thicker. Jiang Chun quickly weaved through the dense woods. The giant python behind him was in hot pursuit, its huge head biting towards Jiang Chun from time to time, and every time, he dodged it without any danger. It seemed that the python had not been able to eat its prey, and the python had become agitated. In an extremely dense forest, Jiang Chen's body kept swaying and changing its orientation, and the python followed closely behind him like a shadow. Roar! With a hiss, the python suddenly opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged fiercely towards Jiang Chun, determined to win. Jiang Chun smiled coldly as his body moved slightly, and the python's bloody mouth stopped less than half a meter away from him, only to see that the 11 or 12-meter body of the giant python had wrapped itself around the dense tree in a dead knot. At this point, it couldn't advance the slightest bit at all. Hiss! Just when Jiang Chun was complacent, the python's letter suddenly stretched out and licked at Jiang Chen's face, and the latter was confused for a moment and burst back on the spot. Ba ba ba. I'll go. Long tongue is great. Mine isn't short either. Jiang Chun then moved large stones, each weighing 100 pounds. Smashing doesn't kill you. Boulder after boulder smashed into the python's head, and the python dodged a few times, but it was still hit in the end. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the python's head had been smashed and deformed. It struggled violently to break free, and those trees kept shaking and even made cracking clicks. Jiang Chun was immediately shocked. This guy was really strong. He didn't dare to stop, and then a few more 100-pound boulders slammed through. The python's head cracked open completely, and its violently struggling body slowly softened. Be mean. Be meaner. Jiang Chun was being reasonable. Oh no, it should be being reasonable and not sparing the snake. Another furious bombardment until the python's head was smashed to pieces before he slapped the dirt from his hands. After making sure the python was dead, he returned to the cave in the night. Without hesitation, he picked off the spirit grass, and without knowing how to refine it, he directly started to nibble on it. After the spirit grass entered his body, Jiang Chun only felt a powerful spiritual energy rushing through his body, as if it was going to burst his body. So he hurriedly sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Throughout the night until the sky turned fish belly white, he felt a crisp ringing sound from within his body, as if some sort of barrier had been broken. Boom! Powerful aura erupted from him. Practicing the first level of Qi. Open your eyes and be refreshed, your body filled with explosive power. Jiang Chun was confident that if he encountered that python from last night again, it should be the one that ran. There seems to be something else down here. He vaguely felt that there was spiritual energy overflowing from underneath, and that this spiritual grass might have been formed because it was nourished by the spiritual energy overflowing from the ground. Jiang Chun dug 3 feet into the ground, 3 feet into the ground. Finally, he found a chest buried deep in the earth. There really is a treasure. Attempts were made to open the box but were unsuccessful. The box would not budge. At this time, he remembered the catchphrase. Hurry up and open the door, Sesame. The box shuddered with a crunching thud, and then the lid opened automatically. 3 items were placed inside: a pair of shoes, an armor, and a bottle of elixir. Upon coming into contact with the 3 items, Jiang Chen's mind automatically came up with information about each of them. This is a means of information transfer, which can be achieved through weak psychic energy. Apparently, messages were artificially left on these 3 items. Gale boots, wearing a body as light as the wind, can greatly increase the speed of movement. Dragon scale armor, when worn, it can significantly increase defensive capabilities and possess a portion of the power of lightning. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. This was a good thing. It had defense and offense. However, this dragon scale armor was not made from real dragon scales. It was only a replica, but its effect could not be underestimated. The concentration pill, which contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, was able to raise the cultivation level. Jiang Chun was overjoyed, not expecting to get 3 treasures at once. Putting away the dragon scale armor and blast boots, it directly swallowed the condensed Yuan Dan. The thing to do now was to rapidly increase its strength. Soon after, Jiang Chun snapped his eyes open. His cultivation level had risen to the 2nd level of Qi practicing. It was mainly because the medicinal properties of the condensed Yuan pill had been lost too severely, 1 out of 10, and it was only able to help him raise a small realm. Jiang Chun wasn't too disappointed about this. After all, this trip was a big earner. He tried to use the royal sword technique. The branch he was manipulating swished up. Jiang Chun was overjoyed, then slowly maneuvered, getting more and more comfortable. Just as he was rejoicing, his cell phone rang. Chicken, you're too beautiful. All I want is chicken, you're too beautiful. Jiang Chen's face was odd. The phone ringtone that Li Yue used to use was quite chic. Upon answering the phone, a smug and familiar voice came from the other end of the line. It's Huang Tianba. Kid, I'll give you 2 hours to get your ass back here right now, or... There was a pause on the side of the phone. Then Huang Tianba's sorrowful voice came again. Otherwise, I'll do Li Yue on the spot. Huang Tianba, your face doesn't hurt anymore? Jiang Chun grimaced. He didn't expect that Huang Tianba would come to cause trouble again. As soon as these words fell, Huang Tianba's growling voice immediately came from the phone. You have the balls to come back. If I don't get you killed today, I don't have the surname Huang. With that, the other party hung up, no longer giving Jiang Chun a chance to speak. Jiang Chun frowned. This Huang Tianba was really difficult to deal with. At this point, there was no longer any thought of continuing to cultivate. He had to hurry back as soon as possible. Huang Tianba only gave him 2 hours, and time was quite tight. He took out his blast boots and put them on his feet and infused them with spiritual energy. Feel it. Ah! Chapter 7. The first battle against a shifter, it's nothing more than that. It doesn't feel like anything special when you put it on. Jiang Chun was just about to say that it felt average, but as a result, the next moment a residual shadow was left in place, followed by a miserable scream that came back from 100 meters away. At the moment he was hugging a tree as the leaves clattered down. Never thought that the blast boots would be so fast, got careless, and now I feel a little pain in my face from the impact. He buckled himself off the trunk and rested for half a quarter of an hour before recovering. Having suffered a loss once, I was much more careful next. The speed of pouring in just a little bit of spiritual energy smoothed out. He stepped on his blast boots and moved quickly between the jungles, leaving a trail of residual shadows. It took almost a day to get here, but it didn't take more than an hour to get back. Such was the speed of the blast boots. After walking into the courtyard, Jiang Chun saw Huang Tianba, who had a face full of crossed flesh, as well as the two people, Old Man Li and Li Yue, who were tied up. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This Huang Tianba was playing bondage play here? Bundling Li Yue up front and back is very ornamental. You who? How dare you come back? Huang Tianba sneered, revealing a mouth full of large yellow teeth. Release them, Jiang Chun said in a deep voice. Huang Tianba burst into arrogant laughter. You're ing sick, aren't you? You let me release people when you tell me to. It's my home turf now. Crawl over here and kowtow to me and apologize. Huang Tianba, are you forgetting the pain after getting better? This time it's not just as simple as a punch in the face, Jiang Chen said indifferently, and at the same time he also pinched his fingers, his knuckles clicking. Huang Tianba's face changed slightly. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Hee, I admit that you are very powerful, but don't think that you are invincible. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel over and kowtow 100 times. Then drill through Laozi's crotch, and Laozi will let you go. Huang Tianba's nostrils turned toward the sky, with an arrogant and domineering look of victory. I'll also give you a chance to get the hell out of here and never let me see you again, and I'll consider letting you go. Huang Tianba was furious and said fiercely, being more arrogant than me at the end of death. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out of the house. Jiang Chen looked over. The man had a long country face, wore a black suit, and his shiny leather shoes clattered as he walked. Huang Tianba's expression then changed. The corners of his mouth rose as he looked at Jiang Chen contemptuously. His nostrils turned upward in triumph. I'm not afraid to tell you. Give me a good listen. This is Brother Wu Yong, a Class B strength system awakened. Jiang Chen carefully sized up the man, sensing a not-so-weak aura from him. Was this the awakened? Ever since 50 years ago, people have been awakening all over the world, and all sorts of psychic abilities have begun to appear, and these types of people are known as awakened or psychics. There are mutant A-class adepts who transform into beasts, B-class adepts of the strength department who have infinite strength, and C-class adepts of the strange department who are capable of enlarging and thickening any part of the body, and so on and so forth. The middle-aged man in front of him was a B-rank strength system psychic. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything for a while, Huang Tianba became even more pleased. Scared. Now come over here and kowtow to me and apologize, or you're dead today. Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully at this, and even cheaply mocked, ouch, ouch, I'm so scared. Effed. Li Yue couldn't strain a smile right away. Although she was now a prisoner and really shouldn't be laughing at this time, Jiang Chen's tone was really, and she really didn't hold it in. Young man, speak properly or you'll flash your tongue. Wu Yong took one step and a powerful aura instantly erupted from him. Young people need to learn to be humble and know their mistakes. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't blow big words, old man. Don't think that just because you know how to let off some steam that you're amazing, and you're not afraid of deflating yourself. Wu Yong frowned, and his serious country face suddenly sank into a hoarse face. Sharp-tongued. Today I'll let you know what it means to honor the old. Yong. Get him up. Huang Tianba revealed a cruel smile, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. Jiang Chen fanned his hand in front of his nose with a disgusted look and said, eating mouth, it stinks. Huang Tianba froze, and was instantly annoyed. You brew. You're the one who ate. Your whole family ate. Huang Tianba hated to be said that his mouth stinks, mainly because he originally had serious bad breath. This is a direct pickup of his paragraph, angry. Brother Yong, I'll give you another 100,000 to break his mouth for me. Wu Yong smiled morosely. Then thank you first, Mr. Huang. I'll take this 100,000. 100,000. Is that enough for medical expenses? Jiang Chen sneered. Slaughter you, that's enough. Wu Yong's legs stomped, and instantly his entire body erupted with a huge amount of energy, charging towards Jiang Chen like a cannonball. Li Yue exclaimed, quickly dodge. However, Jiang Chen was unmoved and did not dodge or avoid. Wu Yong smiled cruelly. Kid, scared silly? I'm a B-class strength awakened person. Although only bronze 2 stars. But it's more than enough to kill this scum like you. The wind of the fist was like electricity, and it arrived in an instant. The extremely fast punch slammed directly towards Jiang Chen's face. Wu Yong was confident that this punch could blow Jiang Chen's head off. Li Yue was already scared out of her wits and closed her eyes tightly. D. Wu Yong shouted cruelly. Old man, you're old, go down. A cold and ghostly voice fell into Wu Yong's ears, and instantly his whole body tensed up and his sweaty hairs stood on end. Kid, still pretending to be a god at the end of your life, go to hell. His fist slammed hard. However, in the next moment, he only felt that there was no blockage in his fist. His pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Where was Jiang Chen's silhouette in front of him? Suddenly, his back received a huge impact, and his entire body instantly slammed onto the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. Wow! His mouth came into close contact with the ground and he ate a mouthful of dirt, not to mention that all his incisors were broken. That wasn't all. Jiang Chen stomped heavily on Wu Yong's head again, stomping all of his face into the dirt. As long as he exerted himself, Wu Yong's head would be exploded by a watermelon. Kid, how dare you hit me? Do you know who's behind me? How could Wu Yong not expect that he would be easily suppressed by his opponent? Obviously, the other party was stronger than himself, and the only way now was to bring out the forces behind him to deter him and scare him. Jiang Chen indifferently looked down at Wu Yong. You've amused me, only allowing you to hit me, not allowing me to hit you. What kind of royal law is this? With that, he exerted a slight force on his feet and said morosely, following Wu Yong's tone just now. Regardless of who's behind you, today you don't want to walk out standing. Feeling the pressure coming from his head, Wu Yong yelled in terror. I am a member of the Xiao family. If you dare to hurt me, the Xiao family will definitely not let you go. Jiang Chen's feet gave a slight lurch. Which Xiao family? Chapter 8. The feeling of wanting to shout but not being able to do so is too unbearable to hold in. Which Xiao family? Sensing Jiang Chen's movements, Wu Yong's heart instantly bottomed out, expecting that he wouldn't dare to injure himself, and then he proudly said, naturally, it's the Xiao family that controls the Shanjiang group. The Xiao family that controlled the Shanjiang group wasn't that Xiao Yi's family. He had queried a lot of information about Xiao Yi in the past few days. Xiao Yi, son of Xiao Tian, chairman of the Shanjiang group, the youngest son of the Xiao family, deputy director of the Shanjiang group. Oh yeah. Jiang Chen's voice was tinged with indifference, causing Wu Yong to feel terrified in his heart. The Xiao family is powerful. If you dare to injure me, there is absolutely no place for you in the entire Jiangling. Although Wu Yong was a little scared in his heart, but backing the big tree of the Xiao family was his biggest dependence, and there was no one in Jiangling who did not give face to the Xiao family. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. You're nothing but a dog raised by the Xiao family. Even Xiao Yi I've beaten, let alone an insignificant little character like you. Wu Yong's heart was shocked. Even the eldest young master was beaten by this guy. This is something he never expected. I told you, there's no way you're walking out of here today standing up. Jiang Chen's foot released his head. However, the next moment, a sharp pain came from Wu Yong's leg. With 2 clicks, his leg was violently stomped on and shattered the bones, and the conical pain caused Wu Yong to yell out. Shut up! Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. The 2 simple words were like a sledgehammer falling heavily on Wu Yong's heart. The latter instantly covered his mouth, clenching his teeth in death and not daring to say anything. Wu Yong intestines are remorseful. $100,000 did not earn not to say, but also to subsidize tens of thousands of dollars in medical costs. It's a huge loss on this deal. Seeing Jiang Chen break both of Wu Yong's legs so cleanly, that originally arrogant and unbeatable Huang Tianba suddenly turned pale. How arrogant he was just now is how much he regrets it now. What kind of monster was this kid, that he was actually holding the strength-awakened person down and rubbing him on the ground? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Huang Tianba swallowed hard and quietly backed away, preparing to slip away unnoticed. However, he had made a mistake. Jiang Chen had actually been keeping an eye on him. Huang Tianba, get over here. Huang Tianba, who had just taken 2 steps back, had his footsteps stuttered, and his face revealed an expression that was worse than eating a dead rat. Big brother, I was wrong. Let me go. I promise I'll never dare again. Huang Tianba, this soft-footed shrimp, immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy with a snotty nose and tears. Jiang Chen loosened the ropes on Li Yue and Old Man Li, then kicked Huang Tianba over. Apologize and promise never to harass Miss Li again. Huang Tianba immediately kowtowed. Miss Li, Li Dexian, I'm sorry. I swear I'll never harass you again. Please let go. Please let go. Li Yue frowned and crossed her arms. Humph. I hope you're true to your word. Otherwise, you're dead. Yes. I'll never show my face again. I swear. Huang Tianba was really scared and swore venomously. Li Yue nodded slightly, indicating that she was still satisfied, so she waved her hand. All right. Huang Tianba was like an amnesty, rolling and crawling to run away. Wait, let you go. Jiang Chen's light words fell on his ears as if they were a bomb exploding with a boom. Big brother, what else do you want? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Didn't you open your mouth to get killed? Huang Tianba's face instantly turned red, and he had a heart attack. No, you misheard me. You must have misheard me. Huang Tianba's head shook fast, and the horizontal meat on his face was a clicking mess. Jiang Chen patted his obese face. Next time be careful and don't come messing with me or I'll break all 3 of your legs. Got it? Got it. Huang Tianba's head was like a chicken pecking at rice snapping. However, Jiang Chen didn't believe a single word of Huang Tianba's words. This kind of person could only cure evil with evil. Just when Huang Tianba thought he was safe, Jiang Chen kicked him in the left leg. Ah! Huang Tianba let out a miserable pig's squeal. His face full of fat meat trembled incessantly, and his left leg bone shattered. Shut up! Jiang Chen let out a cold cry. Huang Tianba immediately clenched his teeth and covered his mouth, not daring to let out a little shout even if it hurt anymore. This feeling of not being able to shout out was too damn hard to bear. Huang Tianba only felt that his heart was about to be suffocated. Take this dog and get out. Huang Tianba crawled to Wu Yong's side and grabbed him, then crawled out of the courtyard one after the other. Are you that good? Li Yue blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It was just a fluke. Old man Li also walked over, carefully sizing up Jiang Chen, his brows furrowing every now and then, seemingly filled with doubt. Jiang kid, I didn't feel the fluctuation of supernatural energy from you. How did you become so powerful? Jiang Chen frowned and couldn't help but ask in return. Uncle Li, you can feel the fluctuation of alien energy? Old man Li nodded. Yeah. So you're a shifter too? Yeah. Jiang Chen was speechless, feeling that this old man turned out to be a psychic as well, and he had been kept in the dark. When Huang Tianba was looking for trouble, why didn't you just get him? Old man Li couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill him, and besides, we want to have some fun. It's quite fun. You won. I can't believe I'm speechless. Jiang Chen turned around and walked away, completely unable to communicate, feeling like he's being played by these 2 grandparents and grandchildren. Hey, Jiang kid, don't go. Old man Li hurriedly called out to Jiang Chen. Uncle Li, you guys can stop playing with me. I just want to be alone. Old man Li smiled awkwardly, knowing that he was a bit short-changed. He thought for a moment and said to Jiang Chen, Kid Jiang, I can't understand your state, old man, but I can let you enter Jiangling Academy. Not interested. Jiang Chen waved his hand and left straight away. What's so great about going to school? Is he still going to school at his age? Are you kidding? Now the most important thing is to find ways to raise the cultivation to enhance the strength, and then press Xiao Yi on the ground to MO sparks. Jiangling Academy, the Alien Energy Academy, can enter the secret realm. The steps he took were lurched and then retracted. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly and said, What secret realm? Tell me specifically. Old man Li hemmed and hawed. I knew your kid would be interested. From old man Li, Jiang Chen learned about something that he normally wouldn't even come into contact with. This world is not only a world where humans can awaken to become adepts, but also a wide variety of creatures that come in all shapes and sizes and possess a wide variety of abilities. As for the secret realm, to put it simply, it is a mysterious space. Mysterious spaces would appear from time to time all over the world, and the spiritual energy in the mysterious spaces was much denser than the outside world, and the mutated beasts were numerous. As soon as these secret realms appear, the state will send heavy troops to guard them. On the one hand, it's to prevent casualties from break-ins. On the other hand, these secret realms are also important resources for the country, and these resources can quickly enhance the strength of the alien. Some of the mysterious spaces that have been developed will become specialized training bases for alterns. I'll go. Chapter 9. As a power-awakened person, it makes sense to be able to fly, right? Jiang Chun agreed without hesitation. The mere fact that the aura was thicker than the outside world was no reason to refuse. A few days later, he bid farewell to Old Man Li Li and Li Yue and set off for Jiangxing Academy. Because the college newcomer check-in is about to begin. He made his own bamboo sword, and after a few days of practicing, he had now fully mastered the sword royalty technique. Arriving at an uninhabited area, Jiang Chun began to try flying with his sword. The bamboo sword was suspended a foot off the ground, and he carefully stood on it, his body, along with the bamboo sword underneath his feet, suddenly swaying from side to side. With great difficulty, he stabilized his figure and began to try to maneuver the bamboo sword to fly. Swish! The bamboo sword flew out, quickly, and was gone in a puff of smoke. In place, Jiang Chun lay on his back. Bamboo sword is gone, damn it, without him. Numbnuts, I don't believe it. He then recruited back his bamboo sword and stepped on it again. This time, he carefully controlled the bamboo sword to move slowly, his body following along. It was hard to keep his body balanced as he moved, and he snapped and fell. Again! Jiang Chun was completely at loggerheads with the bamboo sword. Finally, after being dropped 99 times and 72 times, he also learned it thoroughly. Haha! Stepping on the sword and walking to the end of the world, laughing proudly between heaven and earth. I, Jiang Chun, am here. Jiangxing College, the annual new student registration is in full swing. Freshmen at regular colleges are all about the same age, basically 18 or 19, and are uniform throughout the country. However, the Alien Academy is different. Their age requirement for new students is not very strict. As long as you have awakened your powers and are within 30 years of age, you can come and enroll. Name: Kibalda. What powers? Every part of the body can grow and thicken. The receptionist senior instantly raised his eyes and said with a touch of envy on his face, "Brother, you're able to hang this aberration." Ji Boda heatedly laughed. Generally average, ranked in the top 3. The two men smiled at each other, and the point was self-evident. Name: Mao Feng. What powers? It makes long, thick armpit hair. The receptionist senior hemmed and hawed and said, "Brother, leave a contact number, and the senior will ask you for a favor later." Mao Feng: "Okay. I don't know what favor senior wants me to do." The senior had a strange grin on his face. "Some hurt my brother, so let's give her a good time with your armpit hair growth technique later." Mao Feng looked at the somewhat immodest senior with an odd face. "Senior, you are a bit ruthless in your means of revenge. But I like it." There were a lot of people on the scene with all sorts of psychic abilities coming out of the woodwork. Elderly called to say that there's a young man named Jiang Chun who wants us to take special care of him. Is he here yet? Zhang Hongsheng, the director of the Alien Energy Academy, asked. Not yet. I just went out and asked. Lorraine, who is in charge of enrollment, said. I don't know what's so special about this kid called Jiang Chun that he made Elder Li personally call. Luo Lin was also a bit curious about Jiang Chun in Elder Li's mouth, knowing that this Elder Li's vision had always been very high, and ordinary people could not enter his eyes. Elder Li said that he's a power lineage awakened, and didn't reveal too much. Dean Zhang frowned slightly. A B-ranked power lineage awakened person, although very strong, was only B-ranked at the end of the day, and his achievements were ultimately limited. At that time when he received Li Wei's call, he said that he wanted to recommend a student to come. Zhang Hongsheng was still fiercely shocked, thinking that it would be at least an S-class awakened person, but it turned out that he was sent a B-class commoner. The difference was a bit big. However, this also aroused his curiosity as to what was so special about this Jiang Chun that he was able to catch Elder Li's attention. Soon, all the new students who had checked in were done. Dean Zhang and Lin also came out of the office. After all, the dean still had to say a few words. Luo Lin stepped onto the podium, and each of the rows of freshmen below who were standing in line according to the alien ability system immediately stood up straight. Welcome to the Jiangling Alien Academy. I'm Mr. Luo Lin. Teacher Luo gripped the microphone and continued. From today onwards, you're all part of Jiangling Academy, so you should love each other, grow up well, and strive to enter the Alien Division as soon as possible. The Department of Alien Energy, the country's Alien Energy Management Unit, manages the nation's aliens. They are also the ones who are responsible for dealing with any offenses committed by any alien. Entering the Department of Alien Energy is equivalent to putting on an iron rice bowl, eating national rations, and having a promising future. I'd like to invite President Zhang of the college to give a speech. The stage erupted in applause. Dean Zhang strides up to the podium and clears his throat. Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Hongsheng. I'm the Dean of Jiangxing Academy. He looked around at everyone with a lull in his words and then continued. I only emphasize one point: private fights are forbidden in the academy. Once discovered, they will be dealt with seriously, and those with serious cases will be expelled directly, no matter what level of awakened you are. Then his words took a turn. Of course, the academy encourages everyone to spar with each other, and has prepared a ring for everyone. No matter if you have a personal grudge or an old grudge, you can settle it in the ring. There's only one thing you need to pay attention to: don't get anyone killed. That's the bottom line. Also, has Mr. Jiang Chen arrived yet? Zhang Hongxing once again scanned below, looking for Jiang Chen's figure. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Who was this Jiang Chen that made Dean Zhang personally name him? Everyone began to speculate. Is Jiang Chen, AB ranked Strength Awakener, on the scene? Zhang Hongxing's volume raised a few points, and everyone looked at me and you, just not a single person stepped forward. Zhang Hongsheng was slightly dissatisfied, although it was recommended by Elder Li, but it was only a B-level strength department, and now it was late inevitably made him a little diaphragmatic. I am. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice came from the back, and everyone couldn't help but look back. Nima. The crowd was dumbfounded. Dean Zhang, you said this is a power awakening? He's flying. Is that something a strength-based ability can do? A figure flew quickly through the air, coming from far away. Jiang Chen was wearing a set of white clothes and pants, as clear as morning dew, as pure as white clouds, and his clothes had a sense of floating out of the dust. The bamboo sword under his feet trembled gently, emitting a faint emerald-colored spiritual light. Just see his toes gently, a little floating leap crowd landed in the forefront, and then hand a move that bamboo sword automatically fell into his hands. Hello, teacher. I'm Jiang Chen. He didn't know that Zhang Hongsheng was the dean yet, so he called it teacher. Jiang Chen's face was clear and clean. His features were handsome and extraordinary. His eyebrows were long and powerful, and there was a heroic spirit between his brows, which overall gave people a very comfortable feeling. Zhang Hongxing opened his mouth and blurted out, "Aren't you from the strength department? How can you fly?" Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled, but on second thought, it should be Old Man Li who had given himself a whole alien ability to report on, by the way. Exactly. Jiang Chen nodded without denying it. After all, it was arranged by Old Man Li, so he couldn't say anything. However, as a strength awakened, it should make sense to be able to fly, right? Reasonable? The corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Reasonable, too damn reasonable, reasonable beyond reason. How old are you? Are you still a master? At the same time, someone had already posted the photo of Jiang Chen stepping on the sword on the forum with the caption, "Strange talk about supernatural powers. The strength awakened person is flying." Far away in a mansion in Kyoto, a woman was bored and swiping her cell phone, and she happened to brush up on this post. After clicking on the picture, you see an image of a handsome white man in the air. The woman looked at him for a long time, and suddenly she revealed a wry smile, a pair of eyes like jewels turning ghostly. You can tell by looking at it that you're not holding your farts. Chapter 10. The Academy Goddess comes to the door of her own accord. Dean's office. Zhang Hongxing sighed slightly. Jiang Chen, you were recommended here by Elder Li. I won't ask any more questions. Since you're here, study well, don't let him down. Jiang Chen nodded. I know, Dean Zhang. It was dark when he came out of the dean's office. Jiang Chen found his dormitory and opened the door and walked in. The conditions that the school gives to the alien is very good. Each person is a single-room dormitory, also has its own bathroom. The environment is quite good. Jiang Chen washed up and went out with the intention of going out to eat something. Today, the new students reported to the college, even though it is already not early, but the college is still crowded, very lively. Some of the freshmen were already hitting it off in groups, especially some of the boys, to the point of hooking up. Brother, I'm counting on you for the lifelong affairs of my brothers from now on. 4 boys in their 20s were walking with Ji Boda, and there was uncontrollable envy in their eyes. Ji Boda heatedly smiled. No problem, it's all on me. Those 4 were instantly delighted, and then someone proposed. Today we'll be the hosts and treat Brother Ji to a good rub. A few people walked out of the school with a smile on their faces and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Did you hear about it? There's a guy named Ji Boda, and I heard that every part of his body can change size. I've heard and heard. There's a lot of people inquiring about it, asking for contact information, but I heard he's pretty average looking. A few women whispered about some intimate topic. Jiang Chen, who was not far away, felt speechless for a while. Are girls so open now? However, this kid's psychic ability is really good, and the innate advantage is something no one else can learn from. As the crowd walked out of the school gates, Jiang Chun looked around, ready to find a place to settle dinner. Finally, he chose a booth with the least amount of people. Mainly because the other places were too crowded and lazy to wait, and with all that time it would have been better to go back and practice more. Boss? An onion and shredded pork over rice. After entering the store, Jiang Chun grinned broadly and found a seat. Holler. Just wait a minute, it'll be over in a minute. With nothing to do, he began to close his eyes. Today, he had a lot of insights all the way from the imperial sword, and his mastery of spiritual power had become more skillful. Jiang Chun. A slightly surprised female voice sounded beside his ears, and Jiang Chun opened his eyes and looked up. The woman was about 20 years old, with delicate features and fair and delicate skin. A pair of eyes as if they were stars looked especially good under the light. A high nose, thin lips, and a tall body hidden under a light blue dress. This woman is extremely beautiful, and her temperament is also good, throwing off Liu Ruyan 18 streets. Jiang Chun was puzzled as to who this person was. He didn't recognize him at all. You know me? The woman seemed to be very self-acquainted, and with the hem of her skirt in hand, she graciously sat down opposite Jiang Chun. Of course, it's not just me. I don't think there are many people who don't recognize you, flying as a reasonably powerful awakened person. Jiang Chun didn't expect to be remembered by someone else just because he made a casual remark. My name is Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan stretched out her delicate palm, and Jiang Chun naturally shook her hand without any pretense. I thought you were the young master of a certain family, but it doesn't seem like it now. Shen Xinyan said bluntly. Jiang Chun let out a mute laugh. I'd like to, but reincarnation is a skilled job. Shen Xinyan smiled faintly and said, we're considered friends now. Aren't you going to tell me a little bit about how you can fly as a strength faculty? It's not like you're a Zhongshe powerhouse coming to the school to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, is it? Jiang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile. Do I look like that to you? He still had some knowledge of the ranks of the powers. There are several levels of Awakened One. Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Grandmaster, King, Marquis, Transcendent, Apocalypse, and Calamity, each of which is subdivided into 12 stars. According to the official news, there was only one person in the entire Dragon Kingdom who had reached Transcendence. Generally speaking, regardless of which system the awakened person was in, they generally had a certain amount of aerial ability once they reached Zhongshe. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the Wind Awakened. Even if they hadn't reached Zhongshe, they could still manipulate the wind and thus achieve flight. Jiang Chun had actually thought of a good speech in the dean's office, just that Zhang Hongxing hadn't pursued him at that time. Would you believe me when I say that I've awakened 2 supernormal abilities? Jiang Chun said indifferently. Shen Xinyan's mouth opened wide, clearly stunned by Jiang Chun's words. 2 powers, you're quite the freak. After a short period of shock, Shen Xinyan didn't suspect too much. After all, it wasn't impossible to awaken 2 psychic abilities. The first genius of today's young generation in the Dragon Kingdom was said to have awakened 2 supernormal abilities. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chun was ready to get up and leave. Shen Xinyan, however, called out to him, Wait, what for? Shoo! Don't talk, do me a favor. Jiang Chun felt a fragrant breeze coming, and in the next moment, his arm had fallen into Shen Xinyan's arms. Hey, Shen Xinyan, you're sick. What are you doing? Jiang Chun tried to pull his arm out, but Shen Xinyan hugged him tighter, a hint of pleading on her face. Help! Feeling that soft, boneless, and faint body temperature, Jiang Chun indisputably blushed. Just then Jiang Chun suddenly felt a sharp gaze behind him staring at him dead in the face. He turned his head to look as a man huffed and puffed his way over. Kid, who are you? Let her go. Xiao Zisong stared angrily at Jiang Chun with eyes that could kill. Jiang Chun felt that this kid's eyes are sick. Obviously Shen Xinyan hugged him. How he put a get. Looking at this brat's gaze that wanted to kill, Jiang Chun also crossed his eyes and smoothly put his arm around Shen Xinyan's willow waist, winking provocatively at Xiao Zisong. Shen Xinyan's petite body shook. She didn't expect Jiang Chun to be so bold. However, she couldn't resist now. She could only suffer silently. You. Xiao Zisong was so angry that he couldn't stand it, and after holding his breath for half a day, he couldn't hold back a single word. Jiang Chun slanted a glance at him. You when we rode? Get out of the way. Shen Xinyan. I'm infatuated with you. Why are you treating me like this? Xiao Zisong roared in an almost snarling manner. This voice of his was like a shocking thunderstorm, and immediately drew the gazes of the people around him. Shin Xinyan had a feeling that something big was not good and hurriedly whispered to Zhang Chun, "Let's go." Zhang Chun frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered Liu Ruyan. He himself was also infatuated with Liu Ruyan na. He looked at Shin Xinyan suspiciously, hoping that Shin Xinyan would give him an explanation. He didn't want to carry a reputation of taking someone's girlfriend. Although Shin Xinyan was really pretty, but a gentleman does not take a man's wife, this he still understands. Seeing that there were more and more people around, Shin Xinyan also started to get a little anxious. He's Xiao Zisong, the youngest master of the Xiao family, and he's been stalking me all the time, and I've refused from the beginning, but he's been bugging me every day like a dog's skin. After receiving Shin Xinyan's explanation, Zhang Chun was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, it was different from what he thought. When he couldn't get an answer from Shin Xinyan, Xiao Zisong obviously became even angrier. Shin Xinyan, tell me, I'm devoted to you. Why don't you accept me and instead look at this rustic country bumpkin? Zhang Chun suddenly raised his eyebrows, counting 3 generations up who is not a country bumpkin. I'm also infatuated with your mother, so go back and ask your mother why she won't accept me. When these words came out, the entire room was silent. Is that what people say? You. Xiao Zisong's face reddened, his hands shaking as he pointed at Zhang Chun, obviously furious by Zhang Chen's words. Humph. Get out of the way if you're fine. Good dogs don't get in the way. Zhang Chen's shoulder slammed through Xiao Zisong and left in style with Shin Xinyan in his arms. You asshole. I'm going to challenge you. Xiao Zisong roared. Zhang Chun waved his hand without looking back. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't disturb my sleep. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Chapter 11, he faked it again. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Zhang Chun sucked in a mouthful of cool air as the fine flesh on his waist was twisted 360 degrees by Shin Xinyan. What are you doing? I helped you and you're pinching me. I thank you, haha. What do you mean by that last sentence? Shin Xinyan stared at him with an unpleasant face. What does what mean? It means literally. Shin Xinyan blushed and laughed. You're a mouthful of random nonsense. Don't I want to be innocent? Huh? When Zhang Chun thought about it carefully, it seemed like something was wrong. That what? Or I'll go back and order a retraction. Pull back your head. Even if you pull back, how many people will believe it? It will only get darker and darker. Shin Xinyan had the urge to strangle Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun smiled sarcastically. But then that kid should be dead to you. I hope so. Shin Xinyan hummed faintly, then walked towards the academy on her own. Zhang Chun also returned to the dormitory resentfully. He didn't sleep, but sat down to cultivate. What he didn't know was that this incident had become a hot topic in the academy forums tonight. Hashtag Rising Cadet Zhang Chun captured the heart of schoolgirl Shin. Hashtag Zhang Chen's domineering rage against Zhao Xiao makes Shin's heart grow fonder. Hashtag Surprise. The love-hate relationship between Zhang Chun and Zhao's mother. Hashtag Dao Xiao Zhao challenges Zhang Chun. Who will win? Hashtag. Topics such as these directly dominate the hot forum posts. Shin Xinyan in the dormitory looked at these posts and clenched her silver teeth. Today had gone beyond her expectations. It had gotten out of hand. She regretted a bit that she shouldn't have impulsively asked that guy for help at that time. The next day, Zhang Chun opened his eyes and got out of bed to move his muscles and bones. His spirit was full of vigor. Although the progress was slow, but there was progress in the end. A mosquito is meat even if it is small. No small stream can become a river. He would not let go of any opportunity to be able to improve his strength. After a quick wash, he changed his clothes and headed out of the dormitory to get ready to do some breakfast. Just as soon as he got to the dormitory floor, he was dumbfounded. So many people, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At the same time, he saw an angry black face. It was Xiao Zisong. Xiao Zisong gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to challenge you. His psychic ability was of the B-rank power lineage just like Zhang Chen's. However, he had already reached bronze 4 stars, and already possessed a strong fighting ability. And Zhang Chen's ability level was also dug up by people who had the heart to do so. From the information on the school's archives, Zhang Chun was a bronze 1-star little Kalemi. He was 3 minor ranks higher than Zhang Chun. The battle was lopsided. Zhang Chun didn't know about this. After all, his information was all gotten by Old Man Li. Hell, he wrote a rank off the top of his head. Oh, wait for me to have breakfast. Zhang Chun lightly replied back without a care in the world, then walked through the crowd toward the outside of the school. Madness. It's crazy. This was everyone's impression of Zhang Chun. Last night he said to take a nap, and today he lightly said dry rice, completely not putting Xiao de Xiao in his eyes. How dare he, a bronze one-star scum. Zhao Zisong's teeth clenched. He couldn't wait to press Zhang Chun to the ground right now and rub him hard. But the academy has academy rules and regulations, and all grudges that need to be settled hands on must go to the ring. Watching Zhang Chun strut out of the academy, Zhao Zisong said fiercely in his heart, Zhang Chun, I'm going to let you know that you must pay a painful price for daring to touch my things. Zhang Chun didn't know what Zhao Zisong was thinking. At this moment, he had already arrived at the breakfast store. Boss, a bowl of soy milk and 2 donuts right here. Okay, Lou, wait a minute. You asked for soy milk and fries, slow down. The owner quickly brought up the food. Zhang Chun ate without haste. Soy milk with donuts is a perfect match. Huh, isn't that Zhang Chun? Some of the students who had also come out for a dry meal recognized Zhang Chun. When I came out, I saw a lot of people around him downstairs, waiting to see him and Zhao Zisong fight. But he was so good that he even ran out to dry rice as if nothing had happened. Bull. I just don't know which one of them will win. One of them shook his head with slight regret and said, although I'm very upset with Zhao Zisong, but this time the ring is expected to be won by him. What's going on? Someone has raked out Zhang Chen's information, and it shows that he's only a bronze 1-star, while Zhao Zisong is a bronze 4-star. After hearing this, a few people scared twice. The gap wasn't normal. It was very likely that Zhang Chun wouldn't even be able to catch a single move. Unfortunately, although they couldn't stand to see Zhao Zisong wishing for Zhang Chun to win, the reality made them feel helpless. Zhang Chun finished his breakfast and paid before slowly walking into the academy, and along the way everyone looked at him with somewhat strange gazes. Brother, whatever the outcome, you're a good, true man. A few boys came over and patted Zhang Chun's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Zhang Chun felt puzzled. Listening to their words, it seemed like he was bound to lose. Following the signposts, he found the location of the ring. By now, hundreds of people had gathered here, and there was a lot of noise and discussion about who would win. From their mere words, Zhang Chun had learned about Zhao Zisong's strength bronze 4-star. He actually didn't have much feeling for this bronze 4-star, but from the aura he saw from Zhao Zisong, it was only that much stronger than Wu Yong. So he's not false at all. Wu Yong he could easily suppress. Zhao Zisong, who wasn't much worse, was naturally not a problem, so he wasn't worried or anxious at all. Zhang Chun walked over idly, his expression relaxed and indifferent. Here we go. The scene suddenly quieted down, and they all looked over. Seeing Zhang Chen's breezy demeanor, all of them felt a bit dazed. Is this what is called the last stubbornness? Not shying away at all even when you know you're going to lose. I'm sure it's a real man. At this moment, Zhao Zisong had long been waiting in the ring, and he couldn't wait to rub against Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun smiled faintly. Then with a wave of his hand, the bamboo sword instantly appeared at his feet. Then the royal sword technique was performed to instantly move the sword. He even made a special effort to spin a difficult circle in the air, which drew gasps of surprise from the crowd, and some female students even had their eyes glistening. I'm envious again. Envy shot through the male student's eyes. If you have the skill to chase the girl, that is not easy. There are a few girls to resist the romantic temptation to go up to the sky to count stars and watch the sunrise. If so, then she's not a girl, she's a woman. Then, under the envious gazes of everyone, Zhang Chun drifted and landed on the ring. At the back of the crowd, Zhang Hongsheng and Luo Lin also came to the scene. They also wanted to see what Zhang Chen's strength was. In fact, the bronze 1-star on the information was not filled in by Old Man Li but written casually by Zhang Hongsheng, and none of them knew anything about Zhang Chen's real strength. Zhao Zisong hated Zhang Chen's teeth when he saw him playing it cool, and was again pretended by this kid. He said fiercely in his heart, "Kid, let you tug for a while, you won't be able to tug later." Without waiting for Zhao Zisong to speak, Zhang Chun took the lead and said, "Since you're the one who challenged me, I won't come without a little color." Zhao Zisong gritted his teeth and took out 10 spirit crystals from his storage ring. 10 first-order spirit crystals. Zhang Chen's eyes instantly lit up as he sensed a rich spiritual energy from that spirit crystal. He'd scared and shook his head. "That's a bit too little for you. What do you want?" Zhao Zisong gritted his teeth. "If I lose, I'll leave Xinyan and never have any contact with her again. How about that?" Zhang Chun secretly hilarious. He and Xinyan also just met yesterday, Not even a contact phone number. Contact a fart. Anyway, it doesn't pay to talk nonsense, so I'll cheat you to death, you son of a. Chapter 12. The arrogant Zhao Zisong was ridiculously slapped in the face. When Zhao Zisong heard this, his eyes lit up. Okay, I'll add 5 more second-order spirit crystals. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. When he took out 5 second-order magical beast spirit crystals, the stage envied them. This was the world of the rich, a large sum of money. Oh yes, let's begin then. Jiang Chan smiled faintly. Another 5 more second-order spirit crystals for a casual remark. This business was done. Zhao Zisong immediately shouted, his bronze 4-star aura all on display. At this moment, he was full of confidence, and he had absolute confidence in crushing Jiang Chan, a bronze 1-star scum. Shen Xinyan. Just watch how I'm going to crush the person you're looking at. Zhao Zisong had a mouthful of bottled-up bad anger in his heart that was eagerly waiting to be vented. Everyone on the stage was sighing. Although the bronze 4-star was not considered a strong person, it was indeed much stronger than Jiang Chun. In this battle, Jiang Chun was bound to lose. On the stage, only Zhao Zisong's right hand clenched his fist and fiercely blasted toward Jiang Chun. He had wanted to do it for a long time, and seeing Jiang Chen's face, which was even more handsome than his, made him angry. Zhao Zisong cruel cold smile. This fist condensed all his power. Jiang Chun a district bronze 1-star, and how can catch? Clearly is to let Jiang Chun public embarrassment. Then thank you for the spirit crystals from young Master Xiao. Jiang Chun spoke with a faint smile as his lips moved slightly, and then he threw a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiang Chen's clothes were fluttering, but I was as immovable as a mountain. On the contrary, Zhao Zisong's fist was already bloody and his entire arm was deformed. The stage was dead quiet. Everyone's mouths were wide open. No one expected the outcome to be like this. Bronze 1-star blew up bronze 4-star with one punch, and so cleanly. Everyone became skeptical. Was Jiang Chun really a bronze 1-star? In the ring, Zhao Zisong's face showed pain. He who only wanted to dry out Jiang Chun with one punch never expected that he would be dry out by the other party with one punch instead. You are not a bronze 1-star. Zhao Zisong hung his right arm, angry eyes full of blood. He stared resentfully at Jiang Chun. Obviously this pussy should have been installed by himself, but it turned out to be installed by the other party, and he became a stepping stone instead. I'm pissed off. At this moment, not only did he hate Jiang Chun, he also hated the person who revealed Jiang Chen's rank information. It's pure nonsense. If he's a bronze 1-star, then what is he? Negative 1-star? I didn't say I was a bronze 1-star. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth hooked up in a faint smile, which messed up the information. Zhao Zisong was furious, and the result was that Zhang Hongxing's face at the back of the crowd went black. Bring the spirit crystals. Jiang Chun didn't care about Zhao Zisong's angry roar. If he was just spirit crystals now, it was impossible for Zhao Zisong to go back on a promise made in front of hundreds of people. And immediately threw 10 quick first-order and 5 quick second-order magical beast spirit crystals on the ground. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This kid was asking himself to bend down and pick it up, embarrassing him in public. The expressions on the faces of the people on the stage became wonderful. Jiang Chun did win the match, but it was a living humiliation to have to bend over if he wanted to get the spirit crystal. I wouldn't have picked it up if I had. That's not necessarily true. I think he'll pick it up. In the crowd, Shen Xinyan's eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, clenched her fists, and secretly said in her heart, "Don't pick it up! Don't pick it up!" Zhao Zisong gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, only using a voice that only the two of them could hear, painfully and sorrowfully said, "Even if you win against me, so what? In front of me, you still have to bend over." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. More shameless than messing around, is not it? Sorry, I just don't have the cheek. If a tree has no bark, it dies. If a man has no face, he is invincible. In the beginning, in order to curry favor with Ruyan Lu, what was the face skin? It had long since ceased to exist. Oops. Fighting monsters and dropping equipment is exactly the same as in the game. Zhao Zisong froze. What? Fighting monsters? Dropping equipment? However, before he could react, a sandbag-sized fist had already enlarged rapidly in his pupils. Bang! All he could feel was a buzzing in his eyes and head. It wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the opening, Jiang Chun directly reached out and jerked the storage ring off Zhao Zisong's hand. On him. Tinkling or jingling sound. The storage ring landed on the ground and bounced a few times, making a tinkling crunch. Oops. Dropped equipment again. Jiang Chun revealed an expression of feigned surprise. Naya, I recognize. Zhao Zisong was furious and ready to admit defeat. Admit what? Admit me as godfather, I don't agree. Jiang Chun threw a slap at Zhao Zisong's face, and the latter's body fell to the side with a direct lurch. Ein yet. Zhao Zisong only felt a buzzing in his head once again, as if there were 10,000 mosquitoes flying around in his head. The stage went numb. Just now, Zhao Zisong clearly wanted to admit defeat, but he was alive and kicked back by Jiang Chen's slap. Other people robbing banks at least wear stockings to cover their faces, but you, in front of hundreds of people, directly show your face and rob. Is the audience as blind? Jiang Chen turned around and clamped down on Zhao Zisong's ankle as soon as he could, then rose up in the air with his foot on the bamboo sword. 30 meters in the air, Zhao Zisong was being lifted upside down by Jiang Chen with his head down, and the latter's scalp suddenly went numb. What are you doing? Put me down, put me down. Zhao Zisong's heart was beating wildly with fear. Meet you. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed, then his hand loosened and Zhao Zisong directly free fell. The sound of whistling winds came from beside his ears, and the nausea of weightlessness swept over him instantly. Ah, help, ow, help, ow. Zhao Zisong exclaimed in horror. If you fall from this height and this position, your head will surely be exploded by a watermelon. Ah! Everyone under the stage also let out a gasp of shock, and some of the timid ones had already blindfolded themselves, not daring to look at the bloody images. Zhao Zisong's face was so white that he no longer had the slightest bit of blood, and he was terrified as he saw the ground getting closer and closer. I'm dying. I'm going to die. Ah! Just as his face was 10 centimeters from the ground, a large hand clamped down on his ankle once more. Jiang Chun controlled the bamboo sword to slowly ascend into the air, saying as he raised the height, Young Xiao seems to enjoy such extreme sports. No, I don't like it. I'm afraid of heights. I don't like it at all. You let me go and I'll give you everything I have on me. Zhao Zisong's heart thumped and he quickly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. What, your stuff? Those are the equipment I got off the monsters, that's my stuff. Jiang Chen's main focus was a shamelessness. You're trying to screw me over, so what's the point of me being polite? The academy has a rule that no one can be killed in a ring fight. Seeing that his ground was getting farther and farther away, Zhao Zisong could only move the rules and regulations of the academy. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. I know. I don't intend to take your life either. I just want to make an idiot out of you. Zhao Zisong. As Jiang Chen's words fell, they had already arrived at a height of 50 meters. No, you lunatic, you can't do this to me. I'm the youngest member of the Chou family. Oh, Xiao family, is it as big as the Xiao family? The Xiao family, I have no fear, let alone you, a Xiao family. The rest of your life obediently as a little cute. The height of the two continued to increase, and the people on the ground had turned into little black dots. I have spirit crystals. I'm willing to offer them. Oh, how much? Chapter 13. Kill the dogs with a sword in your hand. Snatch the goddess and follow me. Sensing that Jiang Chun had come to be interested, Zhao Zisong hurriedly spoke. 21st Order Spirit Crystals. Only this much, not even for a dog. 50. No, 60. Zhao Zisong immediately changed his words, but Jiang Chun didn't stop and the height continued to increase. 102nd Order Spirit Crystals. He felt like he was about to pee, and had no choice but to grit his teeth and shout out the sky-high price. Heh, sign the paper then. I don't know when Jiang Chun had already written it and placed it directly in front of Zhao Zisong's eyes. Zhao Zisong hung upside down with tears in his eyes and signed with his left hand. Well, go on down. Jiang Chun threw his hand, and Zhao Zisong once again free fell. Ah, Jiang Chun, you don't count on words. Zhao Zisong broke out into a fit of rage, the intense weightlessness making him dizzy and nauseous. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Chun to kill anyone, and at most he would just scare him. Catching him half a meter from the ground, Zhao Zisong's face was already white with fear. Jiang Chun threw Zhao Zisong casually to the ground and said, Pick up my things on the ground for me. Zhao Zisong hated his teeth. He had lost a lot of face today, but he really didn't want to experience that feeling of weightlessness hovering on the edge of life and death anymore. Picking up the spirit crystals and storage rings on the ground, he sent them to Jiang Chun. Good friend, don't forget to send me the spirit crystals. Jiang Chun patted Zhao Zisong's shoulder and said with a smile. Zhao Zisong wanted to slap Jiang Chun across the face. However, Strength didn't allow it, so he could only squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying and be coy. Definitely. The people under the stage were once again confused. How did young Xiao suddenly become so humble? Jiang Chun didn't care about the gazes of the others, and flew away with his sword straight away, leaving behind only a dashing back. The fight quickly took over the school forum's hot list, and Jiang Chun once again became the man of the hour. Hashtag, I'd rather mess with the king of hell than Jiang Chun. Hashtag down with the robber Jiang Chun. Hashtag. Hashtag a man without a face is invincible. Hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Chun is so handsome. I want to have a monkey with him. Hashtag. Hashtag. I'll kill Tatsuya with my sword. Steal her and follow me. The top 10 hot lists were all occupied by Jiang Chen's topics, all discussing him. There were those who regarded him as an idol, those who verbally attacked him, and even those who wanted to give Jiang Chen a monkey, but Jiang Chun didn't even know about these. Originally, he wanted to go back to the dormitory to refine the spirit crystals after pretending, but he only remembered halfway there that he seemed to have classes today, so he turned around and went back. The classes of the Alien Energy Academy were different from those of ordinary academies. They rarely went to the classroom, and most of the time they were taught live in the martial arts arena. The academy divided the classes according to the level of the alien system and the level of the alien. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was in the bronze class of the B-grade strength department. When Jiang Chun arrived here, many people were practicing. All kinds of supernatural powers really opened his eyes, and he had to say that there was nothing strange in the world. A diminutive, fairly good-looking woman had no hair, and her shiny head stood out in the sunlight. Only to see her hit her head hard against the long-positioned slate, and with a thud the slate shattered into powder in an instant. She smiled afterwards and touched the top of the shiny, glowing head. Jiang Chun was slightly stunned. Was this the legendary bald is strong too? Then he saw another boy, standing in the sun with a bright, blinding light, like a giant light bulb that was so bright you could hardly open your eyes. But when he walks into the shade where there is no sunlight, his body returns to normal. He wondered hard what the use of such powers was. Was it just to stand in the sun and shine? Then, he also saw Jiboda, who was surrounded by a crowd, and it was true that a big instrument was popular everywhere. Soon, they found their class. At this time, the class had already arrived. Oh no, Xiao Zisong couldn't come. Jiang Chun then stood in the last row. The teacher in charge of their class was a middle-aged Mediterranean man with calluses on the inside of his index and middle fingers, and it was obvious at first glance that he was an old smoker. Fei Hong nodded slightly as he sized up Jiang Chun, and then he spoke, "Everyone, my name is Fei Hong, and I will be your teacher from today onwards. Although I have read your profiles, it is still important to test your specific strengths for the first class. Since they are power faculties, the easiest thing to do is to test the power level directly." Fei Hong came to the testing equipment and said, "All you need to do is to hit it with your full strength, and you will be able to get the exact value of your strength. Now, will the students whose names are read please come forward in turn for the test?" Li Quan. Mr. Fei called out a classmate's name. Li Quan stepped forward. He pulled up his sleeves and rubbed his fists. Then he used all his strength to fiercely blast the instrument. Strength value 2,000 pounds. Bronze 1 star. Next, Minnie Li. Strength value 4,000 pounds. Bronze 2 stars. With 36 students in the class, most have strength values between 2,000 and 4,000 pounds. However, Fei Hong seems to have long been accustomed to it. After all, they are all new students who have also only been awakened not long ago, and the requirements cannot be too high. He Long. The country-faced He Long was about 25 or 26 years old, and he strutted forward with his head held high. There was a loud bang, and the tester seemed to have shaken a bit, which showed its great power. Strength value 11,000 pounds. Bronze 5 stars. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Looking at the numbers on top of the tester, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone is a rookie who has only just awakened. Why are you so good? Fei Hong was also slightly startled, and then a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. You're very good. The strongest freshman I've seen in these 3 years. Work hard. With your foundation, you'll soon be promoted to the silver class. Yes, teacher. I'll try my best. We're all in this together, 2 students. The corners of Elong's mouth hooked up and he shouted with his head up, his eyes flashing a hint of disdain as he looked at the other students. How can you compare yourselves with me? You don't even have to take a piss to see how stupid you are. Many of the students saw Elong's disdainful eyes, and their hearts immediately became upset. You're noble, you're marvelous. Work on yourself. Yuck, what's the point of yanking? Aren't you just a bit more powerful than us? Is it necessary to look at people with your nose in the air? Do you know that you still have boogers in your nostrils? At this moment, many people became dissatisfied with Heilong. Heilong's gaze paused slightly on Jiang Chun. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Jiang Chun felt puzzled and cursed the stupidity. The next tests were all bronze 1 or 2 stars without exception, and none of them were able to reach or even surpass Heilong. The corners of Heilong's mouth lifted up, and he looked at everyone with a lofty look. Next, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun walked to the front of the tester. He was now at the 2nd level of chi cultivation, and was also curious to know which level of strength he was now at relative to that of an alien. So, he clenched his fist, and his spiritual energy flowed into his fist towards the tester, and he slammed down hard. Bang! After a loud bang, the tester screen showed his power value. Chapter 14. Liu Ruyan wants to go online to cause trouble? 13,100. Strength value of 13,100 pounds. Bronze 6 stars. Everyone's mouths were open. This was the bronze 1 star shown on the profile? Ghost 1 star, obviously 6. If Xiao Zisong knew Jiang Chen's true rank in advance, he probably wouldn't have appeared in school the next day and would have long been hiding. With regards to Jiang Chen's strength, although some people already had guesses in their hearts, when it was really and truly in front of their eyes, it was inevitable that they would be a little surprised. Good job. You're definitely the fastest person in our class to be promoted to silver. Teacher Fei Hong gratifyingly patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. There are quite a few surprises today, a 5-star and a 6-star. Jiang Chen nodded, then waved his fist and shouted, "Classmates, let's work together. Work together. Work together." All the students shouted loudly, except for Heilong, whose eyes were gloomy and his gaze toward Jiang Chun was filled with hostility. Obviously the same words, why would all these idiots shout after Jiang Chun and ignore him? Jiang Chun is a character that dominates the forum's hot search. Many people are in awe of him, at least others dare to violently beat Xiao Zisong, a rich and powerful rich second generation in other people's hands which one dares to do so. Soon enough, Jiang Chen's true rank was blown out, and Xiao Zisong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot when he learned about it. The ing1 filled him in. Hashtag surprise. Jiang Chen's true strength is so terrifying. Hashtag. Hashtag young Mr. Cho's defeat was actually predetermined. Hashtag. Hashtag it turns out Jiang Chun has been pretending to be a tiger all along. Hashtag with a knife in my hand, I'll chop up the pine dogs, rob the schoolgirls and send Tatsuko. Hashtag. The academy forums once again blew a gust of wind, and Jiang Chun once again managed to dominate the list. Xiao family villa. Xiao Yi stared at the content in the forum with an icy face. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun hadn't died and had entered Jiangling Academy, and his strength had even reached bronze 6 stars. The corners of his mouth hooked up, revealing a cold, morose smile. You've really surprised me, haven't you? When he was sneak attacked by Jiang Chun in the basement, it caused his head to bleed and he even almost lost his time alien energy origin. This revenge he had always remembered. It's just that all this time he was fusing the time alien energy origin didn't have time to pay attention to the outside world. And, in his cognizance, Jiang Chun, who had lost his exotic energy origin, should die for sure. But now it seemed that not only was he not dead but he was also alive and well. There must be secrets in Jiang Chun that no one should know. The first general hospital in Jiangling. Liu Ruyan was lying on the hospital bed with a slightly white face. When she had been beaten into the time origin by Jiang Chen, Xiao Yi had stripped it from her again without mercy. However, it was fortunate that the origin had not completely fused with her, so she had also managed to retrieve her life, but the pain was unforgettable for her entire life. Jiang Chun, I won't let you go. Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said fiercely word by word. Her hatred for Jiang Chun had reached its peak. Jiang Chun had not only caused her to suffer like a million arrows piercing through her heart, but had also ruined the rest of her life. Since being admitted to the hospital, Xiao Yi had never come to see her, and she had even paid for her own medical bills. She called Xiao Yi, but the other party had already blacked him out. She realized that she had been abandoned by Xiao Yi. Jiang Chun, it's you, who ruined my life. If you love me so much, can't you make me whole? Patient in bed 36. Please pay your medical bills. The ward was pushed open and a nurse was holding a stack of charges. Liu Ruyan's eyelids fluttered. It was time to pay the bill again, but she had no money left. Doctor, can you give me a few more days of grace? Ma'am, we've given you enough time. We're a hospital here, not a charity. The nurse's words caused Liu Ruyan's face to turn green and white. Having lost Xiao Yi, she had nothing now. If you don't make up the fee today, we will call the police to take legal action. When she was finished, the nurse dropped the charge sheet and walked out the door. Ah, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, it's all you, you deserve to die, deserve to die. Liu Ruyan in the ward was like a madman, constantly cursing Jiang Chen. The charge sheet had been thrown everywhere by her. At the same time, Xiao Zisong, who happened to pass by the hospital room, raised his eyebrows and then stopped in his tracks. After a moment, he pushed the door and walked in. Who are you? Liu Ruyan in Ward 36 looked at Xiao Zisong suspiciously. Xiao Zisong was in no hurry to find a place to sit down. You have a grudge against Jiang Chen? Xiao Zisong's words caused Liu Ruyan to frown slightly, but for a moment, he guessed exactly what he meant. Just as well, I have a grudge against him. What do you want? Liu Ruyan was quickly sizing up Xiao Zisong. Although her right hand was wrapped in a binding and her face was a little less than perfect, she could tell at a glance that this was a rich man. The airs of the rich never escaped her. Xiao Zisong casually picked up a charge sheet and slowly said, "Tell me about the relationship between you and him first before I consider whether or not to talk about it." Subsequently, Liu Ruyan of course added fuel to the fire by talking about the emotional entanglement between herself and Jiang Chen, the main point being a black and white reversal. Of course, she concealed everything about Xiao Yi, including the matter of the alien energy origin. Xiao Zisong laughed and said, "In other words, you and Jiang Chen are childhood sweethearts who grew up together, but he ended up abandoning you." Ruyan Lu nodded heavily, indicating that there wasn't a little bit of water. "You said that he used to like you so much that he would do anything for you?" "Yes, he used to do anything I said." Ruyan Lu didn't lie about that. It was true that in the past, Jiang Chen was obedient to her and would never go against any of her wishes. So he should still have feelings for you? Liu Ruyan didn't know exactly what Xiao Zisong had in mind, but the words had already been said and it was impossible to take them back. "Well, I know him very well. He's particularly affectionate, especially between us, and once he even said he'd marry me when I graduated." Xiao Zisong hemmed and hawed. "I'll pay your medical bills for you, but you have to do what I say." As soon as she heard that someone was helping to pay for the medical expenses, and it was also a rich second generation, where did Ruyan Lu have half a second to think about it, and immediately agreed with a smile. Xiao Zisong went away and helped Liu Ruyan pay off the medical bills and underwrote the subsequent expenses. Xiao Zisong gave her an account to go to the forums in Zhongling Academy to find out about Jiang Chen's recent situation. Ruyan Lu logged on to the Academy forum and instantly her eyes stared. At first, she was still wondering why she had to go to Zhongling Academy to get the latest updates on Jiang Chen, and at this moment she finally understood. The hot searches were almost all about Jiang Chen's topics, and the number of hits and replies were quite impressive. She clicked on a topic that contained the very thing that exposed Jiang Chen's rank. Ruyan Lu quickly checked it out, and the more she looked at it, the more shocked she became. Chapter 15 Jiang Chen, you're hiding really deep. Ruyan Lu's eyebrows twisted into a ball, and her eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Chen was actually a strength lineage awakened, and had already reached bronze 6 stars. It was incredibly shocking to her at the same time, and there was so much more than a hint of regret. Only a few people knew about Jiang Chen being robbed of his powers, and among them was her, the person in question. After losing her time ability, Jiang Chen had actually awakened her strength ability again, something she had never expected. She flipped through the blurbs about Jiang Chen one by one, and the anger in her heart grew heavier and heavier. I lay in pain in my hospital bed day and night, unable to sleep, while he was making a name for himself in the academy. And for what? She was even more furious when she saw the revelation that hashtag new cadet Jiang Chen had captured the heart of schoolgirl Shin hashtag and was trembling all over. Shin Xinyan sweetly hugged Jiang Chen's arm, while Jiang Chen put one arm around her waist, and the two of them looked like lovers in the heat of the moment. She completely couldn't help herself and gritted her teeth. Good you Jiang Chen, claiming to love only me, turning around and embracing other women, can you stand up to me? Zhongling Academy. Jiang Chen sat on the bed and began to refine and absorb the spirit crystals. A stream of rich and pure spiritual energy drilled into his body, making him feel unprecedentedly relieved. If anyone had seen this scene, they would have been shocked and cursed Jiang Chen for not wanting to die. Spirit crystals were obtained from the bodies of magical beasts and contained a large amount of magical beast breath. It would cause serious damage to the human body. If you want to absorb it, you must go through a specialized purification process to do so, and direct absorption will result in the explosion of your body. However, They hadn't realized that Jiang Chun and they were simply following different paths, and directly absorbing these spirit crystals didn't have the slightest side effect on Jiang Chun. Xiao Zisong was worthy of being a rich second generation, in addition to the 10 first-order magical beasts and 5 second-order spirit crystals. There were surprisingly 30 first-order spirit crystals and 8 second-order spirit crystals in his storage ring. After refining the last piece of second-order spirit crystal, Jiang Chen's cultivation level also managed to come to the 3rd level of qi cultivation. According to his projections, the battle power of the 3rd level of qi practicing was equivalent to a bronze 9-star. If you add in other means, a silver alien is nothing more than that. Having tasted the sweetness, he went directly to Xiao Zisong the next day with an IOU. Xiao Zisong's face turned green, 100 second-order spirit crystals. Even if he was the youngest master of the Xiao family, it was still a considerable expense for him. In the end, he had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to buy 100 unpurified second-order spirit crystals and hand them over to Jiang Chun. Why is it unpurified? The first is because it's cheap, and unrefined is a whole lot cheaper than refined. The second is that Xiao Zisong cannot swallow this breath intentionally disgusted Jiang Chun. Even if Jiang Chun got the spirit crystal want to absorb also want to spend a lot of money to purify anyway. In a word, is to toss you, is to make you do not go well. However, he didn't realize that purified and unpurified were both the same to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun beautifully hugged the spirit crystal and quickly went back to the dormitory to start refining and absorbing it. He didn't leave his room for the entire day, and it wasn't until late afternoon that he finished absorbing the last piece of spirit crystal, and his cultivation level was infinitely close to the 4th level of qi cultivation. Yes! Jiang Chun jumped down from the bed and stretched his torso, unprecedentedly refreshed, his body filled with surging power. With a wave of his hand, the bamboo sword levitated around him. Swish! The bamboo sword carried him straight out of the window. Cultivation enhancement of the body's spiritual power also increased dramatically, for the control of the royal sword art is also more comfortable. Jiang Chun flew through the academy with his feet on the bamboo sword, heading out of the academy to prepare a dry meal. With a huff, he flew over the heads of the crowd, eliciting a gasp of surprise. I'm envious again and again. We dry food by walking, he dry food by flying. People are more angry than people. Wow, so handsome. I want him to send me to heaven. Jiang Chun. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears. Shin Xinyan was waving to him from below. Jiang Chun controlled the bamboo sword in a spin, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and turned around to Shin Xinyan's side. What is it? Which? Shin Xinyan's desire to speak caused Jiang Chun to frown for a moment. Which what? If you have something to say, please do so, and if you have nothing to say, retire from the court. Shin Xinyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Can't you see where my eyes are looking at? A damn straight man. Will you take me with you? Could be. Really? Shin Xinyan was overjoyed. She really didn't expect Jiang Chun to agree without the slightest hesitation. And in her heart she couldn't help but start to think a little wildly. Could it be that he really had a good feeling about himself? 1 second-order spirit crystal. The next moment, all her illusions were shattered instantly. He's a straight man of steel. Why don't you go grab it? Shin Xinyan clenched her teeth fiercely. Jiang Chun shrugged and said, I'd like to, but it's against the law. With our friendship and charging me a fee, aren't you being a little too hateful? We're not close to each other. Let alone, we're not close to each other. Shin Xinyan was suddenly speechless. What he said seemed to be fine. He was not his anything. Why should he take himself to heaven? 1 first-order spirit crystal? Do you want to do it? Pay first and get on the bus. Jiang Chun spread his hands out, not feeling bad in the slightest. Just hand it over. In the end, Shin Xinyan gritted her teeth and placed the spirit crystal in Jiang Chen's hand. Hold on tight, we're taking off. Shin Xinyan tightly hugged Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chun wanted to tell her that it was wrong to clip people with a ball, but seeing the piece of spirit crystal, it was better to let it go. Swish! Jiang Chun rushed up into the sky with Shin Xinyan, spinning and twirling in the air, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Look! That's Sister Shin Xinyan. The old man is nothing but envious. Wow! That must be so romantic. When will Brother Tatsu be able to take me flying with him? Countless people below looked at the 2 people in the sky with envy and longing in their eyes. Without exception, Jiang Chun had once again managed to dominate the Academy Forum hot search. When Liu Ruyan in the hospital room saw the beautiful image of Jiang Chun, and Shinxinyan both riding in the air under the setting sun. She was furious. The one who was by Jiang Chen's side should be her. Where was Shun Xinyan's turn? Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun, you're hiding really deep nah. Why didn't I realize it before? Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth. On the second day, Jiang Chun moved a table to the martial arts arena, and then he pulled out a handwritten banner. The banner reads, "Want to experience the thrill of ascension? Today's special price is only one first-order spirit crystal." After setting everything up, he sat down on the stool with a big grin. Yesterday Shinxinyan gave him inspiration. Since so many people wanted to experience the feeling of flying, why not take this opportunity to make a fortune in spirit crystals? Saying yes, he got a table and benches early in the morning and started to set up a stall. Jiang Chun, can you really let a piece of first-order spirit crystal take us to the sky? As soon as the booth was set up, a large crowd gathered around, most of whom were girls. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Naturally. Fine, I'll give you a spirit crystal, you let me go up to the sky. Afterward, the female student cheerfully handed Jiang Chun a spirit crystal, and Jiang Chun flew up into midair with her. Look, that's Jiang Chun, There's a girl. Someone looked up and Jiang Chun was flying through the air with his arm around a long-haired girl. So envious, so envious, so envious. Jiang Chen's actions also attracted more attention, and in a moment, the story of him setting up a stall in the martial arts arena was quickly spread. The number of people in the martial arts arena was also increasing. Some came to see the fun, while others really wanted to come and experience it. When she landed, the female student looked as if she couldn't get enough of it. It would have been even better if it had lasted longer. My turn, my turn. For a while, many of the girls handed over their spirit crystals, wanting Jiang Chun to send them to the heavens. Jiang Chun was also happy to do so. The more people there were, the more he would earn. Lu Chang, I also want to go and experience it. You give me a piece of spirit crystal. A female classmate hugged her boyfriend and pouted. The corner of her boyfriend's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and in the end, he still pulled out a spirit crystal. Jiang Chen's business was on fire. One after another female classmates were sent up by him, and came down were all flushed and unfulfilled. Take me flying. A spirit crystal slammed heavily on the table. Chapter 16. It's better to mess with Yama than Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. The other guy was a male student who was looking at him with a provocative face at the moment, and behind him was a whole bunch of boys. These boys had long been looking at Jiang Chun with displeasure, and were jealous of the fact that they were flying with their arms around one female classmate after another just because they could fly. Suddenly someone messed up. Those girls in line were naturally reluctant. Yang Zheng, you're sick. Hurry up and go away. That's it. Just get out of the way. The girls in the queue shouted in a variety of words, all of them telling him to get out of the way, and Yang Zheng's face darkened. What, you don't want to because I'm a guy? Is it hard to believe that you're taking your female classmates flying for another reason, to take advantage of them and eat their tofu? The moment these words came out, the scene was quiet, and those talkative female classmates stopped talking. Everyone looked at Jiang Chun in unison, especially those girls who had already experienced it once. Their eyes were filled with chills. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, the corner of Yang Zheng's mouth hooked into a smirk of triumph. Today, in front of so many people, he was going to make Jiang Chun make a fool of himself, letting everyone know that Jiang Chun he was actually a moralistic, scummy guy who was bent on taking advantage of girls. Yang Zheng mockingly smiled and said, "What? The conspiracy was pierced by me in public. Now, withdraw all the spirit crystals and apologize to all the women who have participated." Yang Zheng propped his hands on the table and looked down on Jiang Chun from above. At this moment, he was pleased. This wave of Operation Down not only can make Jiang Chen's persona crumble, he can also out of the limelight to leave a deep impression on everyone. Two birds with one stone. Priority mate selection must be obtained today. Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. This kid was still looking for a fight. However, Yang Zheng's set of combinations struck down. Not to say that it did no harm to him, it could only be said that nothing happened to him. Jiang Chun stood up from the stool, a head taller than Yang Zheng, and the latter immediately felt a wave of pressure. You, what are you doing? Yang Zheng immediately took 2 steps back and said, You, private fights are forbidden in the academy. After all, the shadow of the tree's skin, these days Jiang Chen's popularity and strength is there. Really push the other side anxious may not have good fruit to eat. In case this guy gave him a challenge on the spot, whether he would take it or not, if he took it, he couldn't beat it, and if he didn't take it, he would lose face. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed and said, Don't be afraid. I won't you. I'm not interested in you when I'm oriented to normal. He then pointed to a line of small print at the bottom of the banner and said loudly, everyone, I've written it clearly here, the price for boys is doubled, which means that if any male students want to experience it, they need to offer 2 spirit crystals. Also, let me explain about him slandering me for taking advantage and eating tofu. That's for your safety, of course you can hold me tight. But then, do you have any extra hands to take pictures and record videos? I don't have any non-nasty thoughts about you all. Take a step back and say, who do you think of yourselves as being better than Xinyan? Behind the crowd, Xinyan gritted his teeth. Damn guy, said just say it, drag me into what was misunderstood by others, still think I have something to do with you. The crowd savored it, and it seemed to be true. Xinyan was so beautiful and well-built, and was recognized as the prettiest goddess in the academy. Jiang Chun had no reason at all to run out into the open and blatantly take advantage of other girls. If he wanted to take advantage of the situation and shut the door, would Xinyan still let him do whatever he wanted? Moreover, what Jiang Chun said made sense. One of them is to experience the feeling of flying in the sky, and the other one is to take a photo or video and send it out to show off. It turned out that they had misunderstood Jiang Chun, and a hint of apology appeared in the eyes of those female classmates who were still cold to Jiang Chun just now. Jiang Chun looks handsome, body strong, also can fly in the air. The key is that his strength is also very strong, so good people to find a girlfriend is just a hook finger thing, where there is no need to sneak around to take advantage of others. Yang Zheng, you're slandering. I don't know who shouted, and then Yang Zheng was verbally attacked and almost drowned in saliva. Just a moment ago, he was still complacent and full of energy. He suddenly became a street rat, everyone shouted. The boys following him saw the situation and slipped away early. Guys, stop. Jiang Chun pressed his hand, and the noise at the scene disappeared and became very quiet. Everyone, since this student wants to experience it, I won't make it difficult for him. As the first male student to come and experience it, I'll give him a 50% discount. Jiang Chun revealed a warm smile, reaching out to Yang Zheng. Classmate, let's go. I'll take you to heaven. Gollum. Yang Zheng gulped. He felt that Jiang Chun at this time was terrifying and subconsciously wanted to escape. However, the next moment, Jiang Chun directly pulled him over. Don't be afraid the first time. There is always some nervousness. A few more times we'll get used to it. I don't want to experience it. Just let me go. To be honest, Yang Zheng's heart was fuzzy at this time. How can that be? Coming out to do business, the most important thing is credibility. Since I received your spirit crystals, this deal is considered to be in effect. Then, not caring about Yang Zheng's yelling, he directly grabbed his arm and rushed up to the sky. Jiang Chun flew very fast, turning sharply in the air and turning around, then falling sharply and rising sharply, completely disregarding Yang Zheng as a human being. In the air came Yang Zheng's terrified screams. Left, right, up and down. The people on the ground looked shocked. Anyone could see that Jiang Chun was taking revenge. At this time, someone remembered a post in the forum hashtag rather mess with Yama. Don't mess with Jiang Chun hashtag. Sure enough, it made sense. Finally, half a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Chun made a dive and came to a direct braking stop with an emergency brake when he was still 5 centimeters from the ground. Looking again, Yang Zheng's hair had turned into a chicken nest. His face was no longer bloody. His eyes were empty, and he was scared out of his wits. Class, next time. Jiang Chun smiled and patted Yang Zheng's shoulder. Vomit, vomit. Yang Zheng instantly slumped to the side and vomited furiously. As expected, Jiang Chun once again dominated the list today, and the post hashtag rather mess with Yen Wang, don't mess with Jiang Chun hashtag was directly placed on top for a long time. After Yang Zheng's incident, there was no one else to come after Jiang Chun. During this time, Jiang Chun had a full pot, and his cultivation had also broken through the 4th level of Qi cultivation to start striking out at a higher level. Notice, all new students are requested to gather at the martial arts field immediately. All new students are requested to gather at the martial arts field immediately. It was just after dawn when the radio shouted. In a moment, all the freshmen of the academy started to rush towards the martial arts field with a wake-up call. The martial arts arena was crowded with people. Dean Zhang stood at the front and scanned the room. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he picked up the microphone and spoke. Folks, I don't want to take up any more of your time, so I'll keep it short. Chapter 17. Ruyan Lu came to the door crying for compatibility. Dean Zhang continued to speak. The Southern Mountain Mystic Realm is about to open, so all of you can enter. Boom! There was a lot of noise. They had already come to the academy for a month, and they already had an understanding of the secret realm, which was rich in spiritual plants that could rapidly enhance the strength of the alien. Be quiet. Principal Zhang's voice rang out again, and after half a minute, the martial arts arena became quiet once again. Gentlemen, please hear me out. Principal Zhang continued to speak. This time, the secret realm is opened for the first time. The situation inside is unknown. The danger factor is unknown, and one's life may be in danger after going in. His words were like a large rock hitting the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Life-threatening? Wouldn't that mean that people who go in there might die? I'd better not go then. It's nice to have food and drink and schoolmates at school. For a time, the entire martial arts arena once again boiled up. Just now, also full of excitement, students heard that there is a life threatening each and every one of them beat a retreat. Safety is the #1 priority over improving your strength. What's the point of playing when your life is gone? Be still, be still. Principal Zhang pressed his hand and shouted at the same time, and the martial arts arena slowly calmed down again. Fellow students, I won't say any more about the benefits of entering the secret realm. From now on, those who want to go to the secret realm start to enroll and sign the life and death contract. As soon as his words fell, the scene got noisy again. Signing a life and death contract, that means that even if you die in the secret realm, the academy will not be held responsible. At most, it will be humanitarian to make some compensation. Are you going? I'm not going. My scummy strength will be cannon fodder if I go. I might as well just mingle in the academy if I can mix up a schoolmate again. Sung, are you going? I haven't lived long enough to go, my ass. Most people started asking their buddies, asking them if they were going, and the answer they got was almost always the same: no. I sign up. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and stepped out, and the crowd went silent for a moment, looking over. Jiang Chun. Everyone watched as Jiang Chun raised his hand to the front. I'll sign up. Principal Zhang looked at Jiang Chun and nodded slightly. Good. Jiang Chun had also pondered for a while before deciding to go, and after his analysis, the danger factor of this secret realm shouldn't be too high. If it's too high, how can they let these freshman rookies in? Isn't that purely and simply giving away their heads? Many people are bluffed when they hear that going in could be life-threatening. In fact, this is nothing more than a small tactic in the academy to see if everyone has an adventurous spirit. Jiang Chun now had the cultivation of the 4th level of Qi cultivation, which was equivalent to bronze 12 stars if he hadn't estimated wrongly, and would be silver if he went further. And he also has the blizzard boots. If you can't fight, you can run. If you can't run, you still have the royal sword technique to fly in the air, and there is also the dragon scale armor for defense, so wanting to take his life is not that easy. It was worth the risk compared to the rich aura and the variety of spiritual herbs and treasures in the secret realm and so on. If he could think of it, someone else thought of it too, and then another hand was raised to sign up. Jiang Chun saw Long, who had also signed up. What surprised him was that Xin Xinyan had enrolled as well. Wasn't she a senior sister? How did she get mixed into the freshmen? But Jiang Chun didn't think much about it. After all, he wasn't nosy. Okay, that's 89 signed up. Anyone else? Dean Zhang looked at the list and asked again, but no one stood out again. In the end, only 89 people signed up to enter the secret realm, and all of them signed a life and death contract so that even if they died in the secret realm, it would not be the responsibility of the academy. Everyone disperse. Those who signed up stay. Soon after, there were only 89 of them in the entire martial arts arena. Guys, I'm so happy to see you signed up. Principal Zhang smiled and continued. In fact, through scientific means of testing, the danger factor of the South Mountain Mystery Realm opened this time is not high. That's why people were chosen from the freshmen. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly the same as he had guessed. But then Principal Zhang's words changed. However, all of you should not take this lightly. After all, no one has actually entered the secret realm, the dangers of which have yet to be truly determined. You still need to be careful and save your lives in case of danger. I still say that, if you want to become stronger, you have to keep taking risks. Those who rest on their laurels won't achieve much after all. You guys have to make good use of this opportunity. All right, you guys go get ready and meet in front of the academy in an hour. All replied in unison. Jiang Chun didn't have much to pack. It was all in his storage ring. So he didn't go back to the dormitory but walked directly outside the academy. Hey Jiang Chun, wait for me. Jiang Chun stopped and looked back. Who was it if not Xin Xinyan? Something? Xin Xinyan's beautiful eyebrow flicked out in a bad mood. What? Can't I call out to you if there's nothing wrong? That's not true. Jiang Chun shrugged. It's still early. Where are you going? Xin Xinyan asked. Breakfast. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. What else can he do early in the morning? Of course it's breakfast. It's hard not to go and wash his feet early in the morning. Just as well, I was planning to have breakfast, too, together. Jiang Chun unconsciously raised his eyebrows as he stared at Shin Xinyan. If you want to treat me to breakfast, just say it straight. Don't beat around the bush like that. What? Shin Xinyan thought she had heard wrong. Is there anyone so shameless as to ask someone to buy him breakfast? And a girl at that. The hell with buying you breakfast. Shin Xinyan blankly glanced at Jiang Chun without any good humor, and then walked towards the outside of the academy in large strides. Humph. I told you, weak-minded. Jiang Chun cheerfully followed. Shin Xinyan glared back at him and said, Are you poor and crazy, or are you delusional? Both. Shin Xinyan was directly speechless. She wanted to give Jiang Chun a smothered fist, but after thinking about it, she still held back. Hitting his own hand would also hurt, not cost-effective. So she simply ignored Jiang Chun and twisted her head to leave. Jiang Chun laughed, so he followed. It looked like today's breakfast was in order. Hey, it's not easy to earn money, can rub a meal to save a meal money, as beautiful today. Just as he walked out of the academy's gate, Jiang Chen's footsteps suddenly lurched, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a figure that was too familiar to be seen. What's stopping, go? Shin Xinyan turned around and urged. Liu Ruyan was wearing a light green halter dress, the hem of the dress gently swinging as if with a hint of cool sea breeze. Her tall and well-proportioned curves were hidden under the dress. The early morning breeze messed up a few strands of her hair around her ears, gently smoothing them behind her ears and revealing a sweet smile towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun couldn't forget this face even in death, that former white moonlight. Chapter 18. Thin-skinned Jiang Baikan, emotional Liu Ruyan. Jiang Chun, I finally waited for you. Ruyan Liu's voice was very nice, gentle with a hint of sweetness. But Jiang Chun could never forget that scene of screaming angrily in the basement. This is the breakfast I made for you myself. She sent the breakfast in her hand to Jiang Chun and looked at him with a hopeful face. That pure and moving appearance made Jiang Chun have a moment's need to reach out and pick it up. However, the current Jiang Chun was no longer the once clueless teenager who was all about the white moonlight. Ruyan Liu, you still dare to appear in front of me? Jiang Chun grimaced, and his icy words seemed to lower the temperature around him just a bit. Jiang Chun, I know. I'm the one who apologized to you. I know it's wrong. Liu Ruyan's eyes were lowered, and her voice was tinged with remorse and choking. Then I realized that it was still you that I really liked, the one who would do anything for me, the one who was full of me. Jiang Chun laughed coldly in his heart. It turned out that she knew everything. But, in the end, she still chose to betray. I know you still have me in your heart, and I've always had you in mine. Let's get back together and start over. Okay? Tears were welling up in Liu Ruyan's eyes, and as soon as she blinked, they would come out of her eyes. At this time, Liu Ruyan was so churlish and touching that one couldn't help but feel the urge to care for and love her. However, Jiang Chun knew very well that what was hidden underneath this beautiful appearance was a snake's heart. Well, you off. Jiang Chun directly waved his hand and knocked over the breakfast that Liu Ruyan had sent over, and even more so, he made his exit dirty. Liu Ruyan, tears instantly flowed down. Incomparably aggrieved, cried, Jiang Chun, I really know the wrong, we start again. Okay, just like before. Okay? She reached out and tried to wrap her arms around Jiang Chun. However, Jiang Chun opened her dirty hand with a flick of his sleeve. Don't make me do it in public. Jiang Chen's icy words caused the aggrieved Liu Ruyan's body to tremble. Jiang Chun, I really still like you. I really want to start over with you. Can't you give me a chance? Let's get back together. I'll give you everything. Jiang Chun instantly became angry when he heard this. He by other people play bad back still have the face to say such words. Really cheek than the city wall inverted abduction is even thicker. Get out. Liu Ruyan was startled and snapped back her hand. But the expression on her face was even more aggravated, and those who didn't know thought that Jiang Chun had started a fight. Get out of my sight right now, or I don't mind killing you right now. A killing intent rose in Jiang Chun's gaze. If it wasn't he in public, he really wanted to slap this person to death. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's killing intent, Ruyan Liu dropped a sentence. I'll make you come back to me, and ran away in aggravated tears. Jiang Chun slightly closed his eyes, hiding the anger and killing intent in his heart, and when he opened his eyes again they were clear. Was that your ex-girlfriend back there? It wasn't until Ruyan Liu ran away that Shin Xinyan took 3 or 2 steps to Jiang Chen's side and asked, You know too much. Come on, you promised to buy me dinner. Not caring that Shin Xinyan was stomping her feet behind her, Jiang Chun took the lead and walked towards the breakfast store. Humph. Just don't say it. Who wants to hear it? Shin Xinyan pouted and hummed or followed. What Jiang Chun didn't know was that the scene between him and Ruyan Lu had already been filmed. Immediately afterward, the Academy's forums were once again a hot topic for Jiang Chun, and Lu Ruyan's identity was quickly raked over the coals. Hashtag surprise. Jiang Chun started it all? Hashtag Jiang Chun, who doesn't know how to pity a girl, made her cry in public. Hashtag Jiang Baochen is a weakling, Lu Ruyan is a loyalist. Jiang Chun, who was burying his head in dry rice, had no idea when he had become a thin-skinned persona. In an alleyway outside Jiangling University, the bandaged Zhao Zisong raised his eyes to glance at Lu Ruyan and questioned with some dissatisfaction. What's going on? Didn't you say he still likes you? At this time, Lu Ruyan had long since lost her pathetic appearance just now, and instead had a coy look. Young Mr. Xiao, please give me a little more time. I'll make sure he comes around. Humph. Then I'll give you another month. After a month, if you still haven't taken Jiang Chun, you know the consequences. Lu Ruyan's body shook as she quickly nodded. Don't worry, young Master Xiao. I guarantee that he will obediently return to me in less than a month. At the breakfast store, Jiang Chun and Shen Xinyan both finished their breakfast slowly, and then waited at the entrance of the college for a while before it was time to gather, and the 5 buses were already in place. Lorraine. Everyone, please get on the bus in order as your name is read. As Roland called out each person's name, all 89 people got into the car in turn. And next to Jiang Chun was his classmate, He Long. Originally, Jiang Chun thought that he could just find a seat to sit. In that case, he would sit alone in the passenger side to figure out a quiet, or not to find Shin Xinyan also make up for it. But who would have thought that it would be sitting with He Long, this ugly man? Obscure. For the past month, He Long had been treating him with a cold eye, as if he owed him money. However, Jiang Chun didn't care. Paying attention to him was purely a waste of time. After all, this kind of little scum he could knock over 10 with one hand right now. Hee, fellow student Xiong. It's really nowhere to be seen. Long time no see. He Long was the first to break the silence. We met yesterday and today, what a long time. I have a normal orientation. Please don't lust after me. Spring. Jiang Chun said indifferently. He Long's eyelids jumped violently. Was he implying that I had an abnormal orientation? Abominable. Hee. I'm sure student Zhang's strength has already reached bronze 7 stars. Right? Although He Long was irritated with Jiang Chun, he still forced out a smile and asked. 7 stars is nothing. I'm 12. Jiang Chun said casually and lightly. He Long's smile lurched. Why does your excellency treat me like a little cutie? 12 stars. Bragging isn't easy. Be careful of the cowhide breaking and blowing up your ass. Jiang Chun laughed, then looked at the odd-faced He Long and teased. No way, no way. No way you don't even have 12 stars. The corner of He Long's mouth twitched. Nima, you are noble, you are marvelous, you just blow you to death. Class, can you change your seat? A soft female voice into the ears of the 2 men, and also caused the attention of the other people in the car brushed over the scene to eat melon. Shin Xinyan stood by the side with a faint smile on her face. Yeah. Jiang Chun lifted his butt and let out the seat. Then with a 6-parent pace twisted his butt and sat in her original seat in Shen Xinyan's gaze that wanted to knife people. This? Everyone can't understand. Rumor has it that Jiang Chun and Shen Xinyan are not boyfriend and girlfriend. What's wrong with this? Jiang Chun grunted in his heart. The small kind of fight with me obviously said please I eat breakfast. The result is that in the end I gave the money, breakfast money did not save not to say, but also for nothing more than a copy. Heartbroken. Shin Xinyan walked over, and just a sharp look made the classmate next to Jiang Chun tremble. Seconds. He immediately gave way. Boy, you two have a falling out. Don't mess with me. Chapter 19 Jiang Chun becomes the soft rice king. What do you mean? After sitting down, Shin Xinyan clasped her hands to her chest and glared at Jiang Chun in exasperation. Jiang Chun lazily said, It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean by nothing? Shin Xinyan gritted her teeth. Jiang Chun didn't reply, but lifted his butt and prepared to walk away, and Shin Xinyan held him down. Don't make me whip you. Shin Xinyan squeezed out a few words from between his teeth with a rather threatening intent. If she let Jiang Chun go at this time, how would the others look at her, Shin Xinyan, and how would she still be able to mix in the future? Jiang Chun, who was pressed back into his seat, smiled faintly and said, It's fine if you don't let me go. With that, he stretched out his hand and spread out his palm in front of Shin Xinyan. Bring it. Shin Xinyan was so angry that her teeth itched. and said in an exasperated voice that only two people could hear, "Isn't it just that I let you treat me to a meal? Do I need to be so petty?" Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "Is this a petty thing to do? That's fraud on your part." "Here." Shin Xinyan directly placed a $100 bill heavily on Jiang Chen's palm and said fiercely, "Find the money." "What money are you looking for? You cheated me emotionally and you want me to look for money. More counts as emotional damages." Jiang Chun prettily put the money into his pocket without blushing at all. "Humph, well, then you must buy me lunch at noon." Shin Xinyan grunted through clenched teeth. "You're thinking about fart eating. Jiang Chun, are you still a man? If you don't believe me, you can get your hands on it yourself and check if I'm a real man or not." Jiang Chun stared at Shin Xinyan in a slightly provocative manner, the corners of his mouth rising in a "you can't do this with me" manner. "Shame on you." Shin Xinyan's cheeks flushed and she fiercely scraped Jiang Chun. However, in the eyes of others, the actions of the two were drastically different. They only saw that Shin Xinyan came to find Jiang Chun, and as a result, Jiang Chun ignored her and then she chased after him and Jiang Chun still wanted to go. But in the end, she gave money to him so that he did not go. This. One word popped into everyone's head at the same time. Soft and hard. Good guy, really a big brother, really a role model. In just 1 month's time, he had tamed Goddess Shin into obedience. As a result, there have been many more popular posts on the Academy forums. #surprise. Jiang Chen's soft food is hard to eat. #the king of soft rice, Jiang Chun #. Worship our god. The soft rice king, Jiang Chun #. Posts such as these instantly dominated today's hot list, and our two parties involved still know nothing about it. Zhongling Xiao family. Xiao Zisong's face was blackened into carbon. He had also seen the post, and with the posters adding to the description and the intimate photos of the two of them with their heads next to each other, he was about to explode with anger. If he hadn't been injured by Jiang Chun, sitting next to Shin Xinyan would have been himself. Abominable. Liu Ruyan. Old me is on fire right now, so move faster for me. Xiao Zisong immediately called Liu Ruyan. Yes, don't worry. I'll complete the mission. After hanging up the phone, Liu Ruyan's face was gloomy. She had to start the action now. Otherwise, Xiao Zisong would definitely not let her go. However, when she dialed Jiang Chen's phone, the voice coming from the other end instantly made her head explode. Mom. Someone called Dad. Ruyan Liu's head buzzed and exploded. What was this? She put the phone back in front of her eyes to make sure she hadn't dialed the wrong number. However, the voice on the phone was clearly that of a small child who had not long learned to speak. Could it be that Jiang Chun had gotten married behind his back? And they already have a child? Jiang Chun, you can hide really deep not only reawaken supernormal ability, and even married and had a child, Liu Ruyan is considered to be the wrong person. Achoo. Jiang Chun, who was snoozing, suddenly sneezed twice, and could not help but rub his nose, cursing in his heart, which is thinking of lousy again. Jiang Chun pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was now 11:02. They had already set off for 3 hours, and it shouldn't be far from the Southern Mountain Mysteries. Ding. Just then, a text message popped up on his cell phone. Dear Tiantong card users, your account is in arrears. We have activated the 100,000 renminbi credit overdraft of phone bill service for you, which is valid within 24 hours. In order to avoid downtime, please recharge in time. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Bastard. 100,000 yuan credit overdraft. 24 hours effective. Seriously doubt that more than 30. As early as the second day after he came to Jiangling, he had cancelled his previous phone card, and the cell phone and phone card he was using now belonged to Li Yue. Jiang Chun pushed Shin Xinyan, who was sleeping in a daze, against his shoulder. What for? Shin Xinyan murmured as she rubbed her bleary eyes. Charge my phone bill for me, although it is possible to charge the fee directly online. However, his phone was in arrears, and he couldn't even get on the internet to recharge it himself. You don't know how to charge it yourself? Shin Xinyan said with a pouting tone, but still took out her cell phone and opened the recharge software. Give me the number. How much to charge? Jiang Chun told Shin Xinyan the number, then said, charge 100. Shin Xinyan entered the amount and clicked the OK button. Soon, Jiang Chen's cell phone received a text message reminder that the recharge had arrived. Bring it. Shin Xinyan's slender white arm reached over and spread out her palm in front of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun immediately put the $100 that hadn't been covered and cooked in Shin Xinyan's hand. Shin Xinyan accepted the money with a smile on her face. It looked as if she had earned Jiang Chen $100. as if she had forgotten that this 100 was originally hers. Some of the students didn't sleep, and they heard only a few words of Jiang Chen's words about letting Shun Xinyan charge her phone bill. Then a couple more threads popped up on the forum. Hashtag soft to the core, the king of soft food. The phone bill has to be filled by goddess Shin hashtag. Hashtag the king of soft rice, the model of my generation hashtag. There's even a tutorial post out on hashtag how to become the real man like soft bread, which is followed by even more followers. Jiang Chen, who was the subject and the male lead, didn't know that he had inexplicably become the king of soft rice, and had even become a model for the majority of male compatriots. After almost another hour, the bus stopped and the destination arrived. The crowd got out of the car and stretched, the fatigue of the journey instantly disappearing. Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he looked towards the large mountain next to him, which should be the direction where the secret realm appeared, as he sensed a dense fluctuation of spiritual energy. The foot of the mountain is heavily guarded at this time and no one is allowed to enter. At that moment, a uniformed man walked over, and Roland quickly greeted him. "Hello, I'm Luo Lin from the Zhongling Alien Energy Academy." The uniformed officer saluted. "I am Luo Xianhong, who is in charge of this secret realm opening." Mr. Luo immediately laughed. "So it's still the family sister." Luo Xianhong also smiled, and then the two of them came to the front of the students. "Everyone, my name is Luo Xianhong, and I am in charge of the opening of this secret realm." Luo Xianhong's voice was so powerful that even those standing at the end could hear it clearly. "According to projections, the secret realm will open tomorrow. Everyone get ready. In addition, I must emphasize once again that entering the secret realm may be life-threatening. If there are those who are afraid, step forward. It's not too late to withdraw." After 2 minutes, not one of the 89 people had quit. "Very well. The country needs men like you who have no fear of the spirit of danger. Now assign your tents, and when you have put your things away, come here and assemble." Chapter 20. The secret realm opens. Shun Xinyan. I'll cover you. The conditions here are certainly no better than at the academy, where several people need to be housed in a tent. 5 girls to a tent and the rest of the boys were randomly assigned. Jiang Chun was lucky enough to be in the same tent with Long again, to which he was speechless. Was he really so destined to be with him? After each found their respective tents, all of them once again returned to the same place to gather. Dinner. Luo Xianhong order. The scene was busy. The students lined up in several columns began to eat in an orderly manner. After typing up the meal, Shin Xinyan found Jiang Chun with her dinner plate. "What are you going to do when you get in there?" She put down her dinner plate and sat across from Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, what else can we do? Of course it's treasure hunting. It's full of dangers everywhere. And you, a bronze 6-star, don't team up with others?" A few people in a group would naturally have a higher safety factor, but Jiang Chun didn't want to. He still preferred to go it alone. Jiang Chun shook his head. "No need." Shin Xinyan gritted her teeth and filled her head with black lines. "The old lady has been sent to the door, and it has been said so obviously. You are really a straight man of steel, straight to the point." "I can cover you." Shin Xinyan straightened her back. She had the strength. Jiang Chun raised his eyes and looked over, his gaze sweeping in front of her. "The hood is indeed not small, but it's impossible to cover me with this." Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Shin Xinyan instantly deflated, slightly bowed to hide that plumpness a bit. Her pretty face flashed red. "You colorful embryo. Where to look?" "Look at the mountains, 2 girls mountain." Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. Shin Xinyan shattered a sentence, then straightened his demeanor and said, "I'm seriously not joking." Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, "All right, you can cover me when the time comes. You'll be responsible for fighting monsters, and I'll be responsible for picking up equipment." After lunch, it was free time, but there were soldiers guarding all around the place, so when they said it was free time, it wasn't really free at all, and most of them went straight back to their tents. Jiang Chun didn't go back. He began to wander around, and finally found a place that was more secluded and had a stronger aura to cultivate. Laying flat, that's a waste of time. He didn't want to waste a single second, and practiced when he had time, a habit he had developed over the past month. He did not end his practice until the sun went down in the afternoon and it was time to start the meal. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages." Shin Xinyan pouted and complained when she saw Jiang Chun. "I think you're as nagging as my mom." "What did you say?" Shin Xinyan crossed her arms, her eyes glaring at Jiang Chun with a chilling aura. Jiang Chun smiled sarcastically. "Haha, I'll do a trick for you." Shin Xinyan's brows slightly relaxed, still a little angry but obviously more curious. "What's the trick?" Jiang Chun took the chopsticks in his hand and waved them in front of her. See, this is a pair of chopsticks. Shen Xinyan nodded. The trick I'm going to show you is chicken leg vanishing. Jiang Chen's chopsticks quickly clamped onto the chicken leg in Shen Xinyan's dinner plate, and then directly put it into her mouth before she could react. Jiang Chun. Shen Xinyan's cheeks reddened, and she instantly turned her cold eyebrows upside down, never expecting Jiang Chun to snatch her chicken leg. The point is, she's already taken a nibble of that chicken leg. Jiang Chun didn't know this, and didn't care about Shen Xinyan's murderous eyes, picked up his dinner plate and fled the scene. He also didn't forget to turn around and wink at Shen Xinyan, chewing on a chicken leg while saying vaguely, "Fragrant, really fragrant." Shen Xinyan blushed and was so angry that she stomped her feet. Jiang Chun didn't go out to cultivate again at night. It was too conspicuous to go out at this time. He simply lay down on his bed and practiced. In the middle of the night, a rustling sound came, followed by the sound of light footsteps, and they were coming his way. His bed was at the far end of the tent, so even if he got up in the middle of the night to pee, it wasn't likely to come his way. Jiang Chen's eyes were closed, his breathing was steady, and he looked exactly like he was asleep. But in reality, he was very much awake now, and everything was within his perception except for the blindness of his eyes. The footsteps eventually stopped in front of his bed, followed by a peculiar smell with a hint of incense. Then he heard Hilong's voice. Suck it hard. When you enter the secret realm, I'll make you immediately lose your powers and become an ordinary person to be slaughtered. Then you'll be able to easily complete Xiao to Xiao's mission. Hee. Jiang Chun mentally MMP. Damn Xiao, that bastard. Fortunately I and you are not the same way, or really planted in the hands of your son of a. 2 minutes later, Hilong slowly returned to his bed. Jiang Chun took the opportunity to force out the poisonous gas that had been inhaled into his body and trapped it with his spiritual energy to prevent it from spreading. After another hour, after making sure everyone was asleep, he tiptoed out of bed, then came to Hilong's bedside with a sinister smile on his face. At noon on the second day, a powerful spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, followed by an instant rush of rich spiritual energy. The secret world is open. Jiang Chun looked over towards the foot of the mountain, where a 7 or 8 meter high, 3 or 4 meter wide spatial crack had appeared, and it was from the spatial crack that the rich spiritual energy flowed out. The secret realm has opened. Everyone can go in, Luo Xianhong shouted. Entering a spatial rift will randomly appear in various places, so hold on to me later, Shen Xinyan reminded. As the 3 groups of 5 entered the spatial rift, Jiang Chun and Shen Xinyan also walked in. The 2 were dazzled and their bodies were pulled by a huge suction force. Hold on to me, Shen Xinyan shouted. Jiang Chun revealed a smile towards Shen Xinyan, and then loosened his grip on her wrist. Jiang Chun, you're crazy. Shen Xinyan was shocked, not expecting Jiang Chun to change his mind temporarily and let go of her. Jiang Chun didn't say anything because he was going to do something, and what he was going to do was best if no one knew. Oh, Hilong, wait for me to come and throw myself into the net. Jiang Chun appeared in the secret realm. Feeling the spiritual energy that was several times thicker than the outside world, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Instantly, the pores of his entire body opened up in relief. The sky in the secret world was clearer than outside, a true blue sky with white clouds. Jiang Chun flew with his sword in mid-air, overlooking the entire secret realm. Patches of primitive dense forests were as far as the eye could see, and giant trees up to 100 meters high abounded. He silently closed his eyes and sensed silently for a moment, and when he opened his eyes, he revealed a playful smile before flying in a certain direction. In the secret realm, Hilong and a few others also safely converged. They first explored the surroundings and determined that there was no danger, and then gathered together and began to discuss. Hilong, don't worry, last night I already gave him a spirit-dispersing incense. After finding him and then with the spirit-inducing incense, his supernormal ability will soon disappear. At that time, it's still not up to us to pin down. It's still necessary for Lung to make a move, so that the mission can be accomplished without much effort. That's it. The 5 laughed sinisterly, as if they had already seen the scene of Jiang Chun being toyed with by them. Classmate, it's really nowhere to be seen. It's been a long time nah. Chapter 21, 1v5, easily 5 kills. Hilong's few people immediately shuddered and looked in the direction the voice came from. Who is it if not Jiang Chun? As early as last night, Jiang Chun had left a mark on Hilong, and he was able to sense his exact location within a certain range. No, just as soon as he came in, he volunteered. Let's just ask you guys if you're surprised and surprised, right? He Long and the others glanced at each other and immediately felt joyous. I was going to go looking for Jiang Chun, but it turned out that he sent himself to the door. Could there be anything more enjoyable than this? Does this count as shooting yourself in the foot? A few people hemmed and hawed in their hearts, already happy. He Long also opened the bottle containing the spirit drawing incense without moving, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Oh, Student Jiang, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It's still quite a surprise. A meaningful smile appeared on He Long's face. Jiang Chun swept over these 5 people. One of them had an aura that was a few points stronger than He Longdu's, probably bronze 6 or 7 stars, while the other 4 had an aura that was a whole lot weaker, probably only bronze 4 stars. Oh yeah. I was also surprised to meet Mr. He as soon as I came in. Jiang Chun snorted, then added, I want to join your team. Is it possible? He Long immediately smiled and said, Of course I can. I can't wait. The risk factor of Jiang's student acting alone is really high. It's much safer for us to group together to take care of each other. Then thank you, Mr. He. I wonder where you're going next? We've only just arrived too. We haven't figured out the situation yet. He Long said casually. In that case, I did see a strange place when I came over just now, and there seems to be spirit herbs there. He Long and the others' eyes immediately lit up. Didn't they come into the secret realm just for the treasures inside? As for catching Jiang Chun, that was just a matter of passing by. Where? An expectant smile appeared on He Long's face. People and spirit herbs they wanted. Come with me. I'll show you. A few people looked at each other. There were many of them and they weren't afraid of Jiang Chun playing tricks, so they nodded and followed Jiang Chun towards the forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, he came to a slightly more open area. Where is the spirit herb? A few people swept a glance across the open space in front of them. Where was there any spirit grass other than weeds? Jiang Chun laughed. Here yo. As his words fell, he slammed his fist directly onto a man's temple. With a bang, the man dragged a deep trail directly on the ground without even a grunt. Jiang Chun, what are you doing? He Long yelled. Oh, what for? Don't you see, killing people of course. Jiang Chun moved his wrist and stared at the men with an aggressive gaze. He Long's face instantly turned cold as he said in a deep voice, How did you find out? It was obvious that Jiang Chun already knew their plan and chose to strike first.
若要人不知，除非己莫为，早就看出你们几个不对劲了。
I didn't expect we hid it so well or you found it, but it doesn't matter. Since you've already found it, we don't need to hide it. So today you'll just tie your hands. He Long said confidently, as if he had already pronounced a death sentence on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun mentally spat out, on your eyes still hide well, good hammer. Every time you see me hate to put me GA when I'm blind. Heh, you guys aren't good enough to make me tie my hands. Arrogant. The person next to He Long stepped out with a single step and bellowed, his aura exposed. Bronze 7 stars. The corner of Jiang Chun's mouth hooked up, revealing a cold smile as he said, If this is your bottom card, then, rest in peace. Humph. Looking for death. That bronze 7-star person directly launched an attack at Jiang Chun. And in an instant a fireball blasted towards him. Class A Fire Ability Awakened Person. Jiang Chun was slightly surprised that this unassuming-looking fellow had awakened an A-ranked psychic ability. How dare you, a B-rank power department, be arrogant in front of my door, die. He only saw him raise his hand towards Jiang Chun, and then a pillar of fire rushed directly towards Jiang Chun as if it was a fire snake. So much for the District A. Jiang Chun smiled indifferently, and then his fist blasted over to collide with the pillar of fire that was rushing over. Humph. Not knowing how to die. Resisting my attack with a meat fist, purely and simply looking for death. He was very confident in his ability. Even if he encountered a B-rank awakened who was 1 level higher than him, he would not be a match for him, and this was the power of A-ranked psychic abilities. Pest! Suddenly, this bronze 7-star awakened shivered and looked incredulously at his right hand, with blood dripping down. Afterwards, he only felt a sharp, conical pain coming from half of his body. A green light directly penetrated his entire arm and shot out from his shoulder. You're not a power awakened. Who the hell told you that I'm in the strength department? Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed. Jiang Chen's fingers drew, and the bamboo sword once again turned into a green light swooping down. Its speed instantaneous. Pest! The bamboo sword instantly penetrated the back of his head and flew out from the center of his eyebrow with a little splash of blood. Until he died, he didn't understand how he died. 5 people had already been GA2 by Jiang Chen, and there was a strongest A-ranked awakened among them, so the remaining 3 felt their scalps go numb all of a sudden. The bamboo sword flew back to Jiang Chen and hovered in front of him. You're more than bronze 7 stars. He long felt a wave of panic. I told you earlier 7 stars are nothing. I am 12 stars, you just don't believe me, now you believe me. He Long's face was hard to see. At that time he did ask Jiang Chen about his strength, but at that time he thought that Jiang Chen was bragging, but now it seemed that what he said might be true. Pervert. Going from 6 to 12 stars in only a month is sick. He Long. How come the spirit scattering incense hasn't kicked in yet? Someone shouted in horror. He Long was also pale, he didn't know why Jiang Chen was still able to use his powers. By all rights, the poison in his body should have kicked in a long time ago. Are you guys surprised that I'm not poisoned? Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile. You, how do you know? He Long was really shocked that Jiang Chen knew about the poisoning. Because I didn't sleep at all last night, and I ended up giving the poison back to you. What, gave me back the poison? He Long's national face instantly turned over into a donkey face, literally green. He tried to use his powers, but, to his horror, realized that he really couldn't use his powers. You demon! He Long yelled, turning around and running. Humph, before trying to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me. So you can all go to hell. Jiang Chen's fingers drew, and the bamboo sword left a green aura that instantly pierced through He Long's brow, and He Long collapsed with unwillingness. The other 2 people saw the situation is not right, has Long run. Jiang Chen sneered, poof to sound. Bamboo sword respectively pierced through the body of 2 people. The 5 were easily disposed of by Jiang Chen in an instant. Panta kill 5 kills. Taking down the 5 people's storage rings, he then flew away with his sword without looking back. Shortly afterward, he spotted 2 groups of people fighting over something. Chapter 22. 5 Thunderbolts. Shin Xinyan is a man? We found it first. Who are you to rob it? The 2 teams faced each other. Several had dust on them, obviously having been in a battle. Ridiculous, what you find first is yours. Where are the rules? This is a secret realm, everything is based on merit. Wu Quan, don't go too far. Lu Tongsheng, I'll give you a chance to hand over your things. We won't make things difficult for you. Never. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, give me a go and grab the stuff. Immediately, the 2 sides were in a melee. The 2 parties were fighting over a spirit grass, while Jiang Chen looked towards the torn papers scattered on the ground. He quietly picked up the paper and put it together, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise that it was the formula for the Peiyuan Dan. Peiyuan Dan, this is a good thing, is an elixir that can quickly restore spiritual energy. Jiang Chen didn't move and put the Dan formula into his storage ring. After the 2 sides engaged in battle for some time, Lu Tongxing's team's combat power was clearly inferior to Wu Quan's side, and they were soon pressed into action. Wu Quan laughed coldly. You can't beat us. Hand over the spirit herbs. Lu Tongxing gritted his teeth. What Wu Quan said is the truth, and then this fight goes on to the end of the spirit grass cannot keep, not to mention, their combat power is even more will be affected, to the late treasure hunting is very unfavorable. Stop! Lu Tongxing shouted, and immediately the 2 parties separated and stopped fighting. Here! Lu Tongxing was also very quick to throw a spirit grass to Wu Quan. Brush. However, right at this moment, a silhouette flashed by, so fast that no one could see his face at all, and the spirit grass that had been thrown in mid-air had already disappeared. The 2 parties were stunned, and then Wu Quan was even more furious that the spirit grass that was in his hands had just flown away. On the contrary, Lu Tongxing's side was somewhat gloating. If we can't have it, you can't have it. Which one robbed my old man's spirit grass? Get out! Wu Quan shouted angrily. Jiang Chen, who had originally obtained the spirit grass, was ready to leave, but when he heard someone scolding him, he turned around and went back. I think I heard someone swearing at me? Jiang Chen descended from the sky, and his faint voice caused everyone to freeze. Jiang Chen. Wu Quan gritted his teeth and recognized him. Were you the one who cursed me behind my back just now? Jiang Chen stared at Wu Quan. Wu Quan snorted coldly. Jiang Chen, others are afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you if you're sensible. Hand over the spirit herb to me. What if I say no? Then don't blame us for not being polite. Although you are strong, we are not weak either. Wu Quan's team really wasn't weak. He himself had bronze 6-star strength and was also a Class A alien awakened. The team also has 2 bronze 5 stars and 2 bronze 4 stars, which is already considered very strong overall. Jiang Chun faintly turned back to Lu Tongsheng and asked, "You guys are going to be rude to me too?" Lu Tongsheng hurriedly waved his hand and denied, "It's none of our business." Jiang Chun looked at Wu Quan again and said, "Leave your storage rings behind, and forget about you cursing me." Jiang Chun, don't be too wild. The people in Wu Quan's team all grimaced. This was intended to be a one-man battle against one of their teams, simply arrogant and unaware of death. They had read the forums. Jiang Chun was a bronze 6-star, and a month tops out at a bronze 7-star, and although he had the advantage in terms of mono strength, they had a team of 5 people, 1 6-star, 2 5-stars, and 2 4-stars who still couldn't beat a 7-star. Not to mention, they also had an A-ranked ability awakened, and you, Jiang Chun, were only a B-ranked strength system awakened. What's with the big talk, just because you can fly? We've got long-range attacking a ranked aliens here who can blast you down even if you can fly. After a simple and quick analysis, each of the 5 members of Wu Quan's team looked at Jiang Chun with hostility. "Guys, go on. Knock him down for me." An attack that was like a laser attack towards Jiang Chun in midair, and he had to keep moving sideways to avoid it. In the end, he simply jumped down from the flying sword. These people didn't have any deep grudges against him. There was no need to kill them all. He stomped his legs so hard that the ground cracked open a few slits. Then his entire body rushed towards Wu Quan's group like a cannonball. Good timing. In Wu Quan's team, a bronze 5-star fatty immediately cast an earth-type ability, instantly forming a 1-meter-thick earth wall in front of them. Jiang Chun grinned. This thickness couldn't stop his fist. A direct punch to the earthen wall. Boom! The earth wall fell apart in an instant, and then the fat man behind the earth wall bore the brunt of Jiang Chun's impact, and his body flew directly backwards 5 meters away. A few others immediately attacked when they saw this. With the addition of the blast boots, Jiang Chun was very fast, leaving a trail of stubble behind, and even though their attacks were very dense, they all hit the air and not a single one of them hit him. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was different as he directly transformed into a human-sized bulldozer, and with every swing of his fist, a person was taken down by him. In just a few moments, including Wu Quan, the 5 people in their team were all beaten down, and each of them turned into panda eyes with a blue nose and swollen face. Had to do it myself, hey? He then stripped off all of Wu Quan's and their storage rings, and his heart felt much more comfortable at once. Lu Tongsheng, several people dare not breathe. Wu Quan's team was so easily knocked down. If this killing star wants to mess with them, it is not a smooth matter. Jiang Chun smilingly walked to Lu Tongsheng in front of him, patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "What did you guys just see?" All 5 shook their heads in unison. "Didn't see anything." Well, the children are teachable. Jiang Chun actually wanted to rob these guys as well, but it seemed like they hadn't messed with themselves. In the end, he still didn't put into action to let Lu Tongsheng and the others leave. The deeper one went, the denser the aura became, and moreover, magical beasts had already appeared. Overall, though, the danger factor of this secret realm seems to be relatively low at the moment. It wasn't until dark that Jiang Chun got a few more spirit grasses. He sat down on the branch of a giant tree and began to absorb and refine these spirit herbs. A stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body, and his realm was slowly pushing upwards, but in the end, he wasn't able to break through to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Suddenly, a rustling sound rang out, and he instantly opened his eyes, only to see a figure under the tree furtively looking around. Through the spilled moonlight, he got a good look at the person under the tree. Xinyan. Why is she here? Sneaking around trying to do something. Could there be a treasure here? Jiang Chun heatedly smiled in his heart. Mantis catching cicadas and yellow sparrow in the back. Sorry, Xinyan. Your treasure belongs to me. He didn't move, quietly observing Xinyan's every move, sitting back and waiting for the moment she pulled out her treasure. Xinyan was very careful. She looked left and right and observed for a full 2 minutes before she felt relieved. She then faced the tree and pulled out her treasure. Jiang Chun was instantly petrified as if he had been struck by 5 thunders. This is the moment when the sky falls. Chapter 23, Fusan Spies. Jiang Chun almost fell out of the tree. Never in a million years, Xinyan really pulled out a treasure. But it made him feel what it meant to have thunder rolling in the sky. He was still in a state of shock until Xinyan left after shaking a few times. His 3 views were dealt a serious blow. Xinyan, how did she have a baby? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have killed him. In order to find out, he didn't show up but quietly followed. He hadn't been in contact with Xinyan for a short period of time, and from every aspect she was a normal woman, but what was going on just now? After walking for about 10 minutes or so, A fire appeared up ahead and the sound of several women talking could be heard. Jiang Chun hid in the shadows and slowly approached. Here plus Shin Xinyan were exactly 5 girls, the only 5 girls in the academy this time. Sister Shin, why have you been gone for so long? Is everything all right? A girl asked with concern when she saw Shin Xinyan return. Shin Xinyan shook her head and said, "It's fine. I just went to the restroom and walked a little farther." This voice was Shin Xinyan's voice. Yes. Jiang Chun felt more and more strange in his heart. "It's getting late, you guys go rest first. I'll keep watch," Shin Xinyan said. "Then we'll trouble you, senior sister. We'll come and take over for you in a while." The 4 girls drilled into the tent, leaving Shin Xinyan alone outside to throw 2 branches into the fire from time to time. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly narrowed as he carefully observed her every move, and half an hour had passed. Shin Xinyan was either staring blankly or adding firewood, sometimes looking back in the direction of the tent, without any abnormalities.
Meta ghost.
Jiang Chun rubbed his eyes and secretly spat in his heart. If Shin Xinyan was really like this, then the interaction between them, I feel diaphragmatic just thinking about it. Just then, Shin Xinyan stood up and stretched, her tall and perfect figure visible. Wait, something's not right. In the darkness, Jiang Chen's gaze fixed on her body in an instant. It's quite a bit smaller, and there are some collapses, and it's not the same shape. Only yesterday, when they had eaten together, he had seen it up close, and it had been considerably larger in size and more rounded and fuller in shape than this. Jiang Chun didn't move and continued to hide in the shadows, but a ray of coldness flashed across his eyes. He then saw Shin Xinyan walking towards the tent, first poking a head in and observing, realizing that everyone was asleep before bringing his body in as well. Jiang Chun hid in the shadows and slowly approached around the woods outside the fire without making a sound. When he was still 10 meters away from the tent, he vaguely heard Shin Xinyan's voice coming from the tent. But it was too far away and the other person was speaking in a low voice to be heard clearly. Continuing to approach, he hid behind a large tree closest to the tent. After a few more moments, no change occurred, so he continued to approach slowly. Hey, 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 for at once, cozy. When he was still 2 meters away, a man's voice suddenly came out of the tent. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly condensed. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with this guy. He then heard a rustling sound coming from the tent, followed by 2 large white bread buns being thrown out of the tent. Sure enough, how could this thing possibly compare to the real thing? It was more than a tiny bit smaller. Shivering ga. A woman from the Dragon Kingdom must taste good. Ga ga ga. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Fuso. He didn't have to think about it to know what this guy wanted to do next. With his speed boosted by the gale boots, he took off and burst into the tent in a flash. A hard punch was thrown, and with a loud bang, a silhouette directly broke through the tent and was blasted out. A slim and lewd man wearing only a pair of large pants struggled to get up from the ground. Baka. Who was it? Who sneaked up on me? The 4 girls in the tent were not awakened by the loud noise and were obviously drugged. A wave of anger rose in Jiang Chen's heart. The dog day has come to the land of the dragon to ho-ho the women of the dragon country. Damn! The Fuso man had just climbed up when he suddenly felt a jolt in his head, and a large hand directly grabbed his head and pressed it heavily against the tree trunk. What did you drug them with? You. Who are you? I'm the one asking you. Who the hell are you to ask me? Jiang Chun grabbed his head and slammed it heavily into the tree trunk again, and the Fusong man was suddenly dizzy with his eyes. Ecstasy, ecstasy. The Fusong man was stunned by Jiang Chen's actions and stammered. When will they wake up? 3 hours. 3 hours for the drug to wear off. Jiang Chun kicked him right under the small of his back. The Fusanian's eyes immediately bulged out. His face gradually twisted and deformed. He felt as if his nest was ruined. Shut up or I'll kill you right now. Fusong people would like to scream out, but was Jiang Chun a furious bellow scared hard to hold back, directly to suffocate internal injuries. How did you get in here? How many people are here in all? And for what purpose? He couldn't figure out how these guys got mixed up. At that time, they hadn't stopped the car all the way from the academy until the secret realm, and it shouldn't have been possible to have a chance to sneak in during that time. By the time they reached the secret realm, the place was heavily guarded again, even less of a chance. The only possibility, then, is that the Fuzangs had blended in before they got on the bus. Moreover, he certainly wasn't using Shin Xinyan's appearance when he blended in. The reason was also simple because Jiang Chun didn't feel it at all when he was with Shin Xinyan. Even Shin Xinyan's somewhat haughty little girl appearance was something that no one else could fake. So that would mean that while at the academy they had already done it, and some of their students had been kidnapped or even already killed by them. Baka, I'm not going to tell. Humph. Don't tell me. I like to beat up tough-talking fusos. Jiang Chun simply broke the Fusong man's limbs. He just couldn't run away even if he wanted to now. The Fusanian shouted, but what responded to him was one of Jiang Chen's slaps. Afterward, Jiang Chun carried him directly into the air to a clearing 10 miles away. It was unusually calm in the moonlight, but Jiang Chen didn't think so. During the daytime he had passed by and seen thumb-sized ants underneath this clearing, which was a huge ant kingdom underneath. Bang! Jiang Chun threw a punch towards the ground, and the ground shook. Immediately afterward there was a dense rustling sound, and one thumb-sized ant after another crawled out of the ground. The Fuso man couldn't help but gulp at the sight of these large ants. You, what are you doing? The Fusanians revealed a look of fear. Answer the question I just asked or I'll throw you off. Look, these ants have smelled the stench of your body and are already hungry and thirsty. Jiang Chen's voice was light, but it made the Fusanians' cold sweat run. I am not going to say anything. As a subject of His Majesty the Emperor, I will not betray my country. Jiang Chen's eyes were instantly cold. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He lifted one of the Fuso man's arms and controlled the flying sword to descend downward. The Fuso man's feet had touched the ground. Those thumb-sized ants instantly came over like a flood when they smelled the blood. Ah! Abaka! Chapter 24 Mysterious Thunder Island. The smell of blood intensified for a while, and the Fuso kept yelling. The flesh and blood on his legs were devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense pain made his whole body tremble with cold sweat. I say. In the end, he couldn't bear the pain that was eating away at his bones. There were a total of 2 of us. We killed 2 students in the academy and used our powers to disguise ourselves as them to blend in. I was trying to make a move on those 4 girls, that's why I dressed up as Shin Xinyan. Where is Shin Xinyan? I don't know, I just saw these 4, so I pretended to be her. Jiang Chun let out a slight sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Shin Xinyan hadn't been gagged by this guy. What is the purpose of your visit here? Our superiors want us to map out and map this secret place. Who does the other one look like in disguise? Juhi. A man named Juhi. Jiang Chun was very tempted to just throw this Fusong man here and forget about it, but on second thought, maybe he could still dish out more things by handing it over, so he carried the Fusong man with his sword and quickly headed towards the space rift. The spatial rift would scatter them to different places, but it was real, and he saw the rift from a long distance away. With a flash of light, Jiang Chun rushed out of the spatial rift carrying the Fusilier. Luo Lin and Luo Xianhong immediately rushed over. Jiang Chun, what's going on? Lorraine asked in disbelief. It hadn't been in for long, how did it come out? Jiang Chun briefly explained the matter before throwing this Fusanian at them. Luo Xianhong and Luo Lin were immediately shocked. This is no small matter. On the one hand, foreign forces have infiltrated, and on the other hand, it shows that they are not doing their job properly. Luo Xianhong laughed and said, Your name is Jiang Chun, very well. I'll remember your credit. Is there a bonus or spirit crystals? Jiang Chun didn't need anything right now, only money and spirit crystals. This after I consult my superiors, but if you can uncover the other Fuso, the benefits will definitely be yours. Good. Jiang Chun returned to the secret realm and quickly went back to where the 4 girls were. Luckily, there weren't any magical beasts or anything like that. He didn't leave quietly until dawn, and the 4 girls were still wondering where Sister Shin had gone. Overall, the danger factor of this secret realm really wasn't high. Even the occasional magical beasts encountered were of a low level and posed no danger to most people. There was even less of a threat to speak of for Jiang Chen, the guy who had turned on the flying hang. Rumble. Suddenly, he heard a loud crash from ahead, accompanied by a colorful glow. 2 miles ahead, a melee is taking place. He flew over with his sword, and dozens of people were already fighting below. In front of the place where they were fighting, there was a huge round-shaped stone platform with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 3 meters, and on the stone platform, there were a lot of spiritual plants and weapons and other treasures that emitted a halo of light. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. These were all good things. He harnessed his flying sword and landed directly on the stone platform. You guys continue to fight. I will only take the treasures. However, his move instantly attracted the attention of the people in the melee, and each of them pointed their spears at him. All kinds of attacks smashed at him at once, although he had no fear of any of the people here in a single fight, but dozens of people striking at him at the same time was still enough for him to drink a pot. Dodging the heavy attacks, Those in the melee also ascended the stone platform. However, whenever someone approached and tried to get to the treasure, they would be shaken back by an inexplicable force. "You're here." Shen Xinyan came to Jiang Chen's side, and Jiang Chen immediately took 2 steps back. "Stand still." "Shen Xinyan." "What for?" She literally stood there without moving though. Jiang Chen looked her up and down, then even reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. The familiar feel of this one is real. "Jiang Chen, overdoing it, huh?" Shen Xinyan ground her teeth and glared at him viciously. "I didn't want to, but I just caught a Fuso impersonating you last night." "The Fuso who impersonated me?" Shen Xinyan was shocked and felt unbelievable. How could there still be a Fusanian mixing in and posing as her? "Yeah, if it wasn't for me, those 4 girls would have been in deep. By the way, are you cognizant of Juhi?" The other Fuso man posing as him. Shen Xinyan shook her head to indicate that she didn't recognize it. "Forget it. Let's get the treasure first or else we won't get a single hair later." The 2 also joined the melee wanting to get the treasure. There was soon bloodshed, not life-threatening, but ultimately injuries. As time went on, more and more people began to bleed from their injuries. No one noticed that the stone platform was beginning to change subtly. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and he thought that he had sensed it wrong, but that feeling grew stronger and stronger, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. "Go! Something's not right here." As soon as he pulled Shen Xinyan's wrist, he was ready to take to the air. However, at this time, a strange change occurred, and the stone platform emitted a dazzling white light. By the time the white light disappeared, the scene in front of them had changed drastically. All around was all water, and they had somehow come to an island. And what was even more frightening was that the sky over this island was covered with dark clouds and intertwined with thunder and lightning, and the entire island was blocked by lightning. "Roar!" With a roar, the crowd hurriedly sought the sound and looked over, suddenly startled. It was a tiger formed by lightning. Its entire body was covered in lightning, and although it had no flesh and blood, the eyes that were bubbling with lightning were staring at everyone with a tiger's gaze. Gollum. Some people couldn't help but gulp. This strange creature gave them a feeling of extreme danger. Jiang Chen was also startled. He could feel the surging spiritual energy contained in this thunder tiger. At the same time, he could also feel its great threat, and he pulled Shen Xinyan's wrist and quietly stepped back. Rumble. Countless thunderbolts fell. At the same time that thunder tiger moved and charged directly towards the crowd. "Run!" I don't know who shouted, and in an instant everyone started running around. However, there were dense lightning landing around them, and many people were instantly turned into flying dust when they were struck by the lightning, and the crowd couldn't help but have their scalps numb. Jiang Chen instantly put the dragon scale armor on his body. He didn't want to be split into slag by lightning. At the same time, Shen Xinyan also held up a lightning shield to wrap the 2 of them in it, and it was only then that Jiang Chen realized that she had awakened the S-class lightning ability. Without giving it much thought, Jiang Chen brought Shen Xinyan with him to ride the sword at a speed that was naturally countless times faster than the others. The thunder tiger in the back was making a killing, and with the island surrounded by lightning blockades, the only way was to fly deeper. Snap! A thunderbolt fell, and the lightning shield supported by Shen Xinyan was shattered. Rumble! Another thunderbolt fell, and Jiang Chen controlled his bamboo sword to quickly avoid it, narrowly dodging it. However, another one fell immediately afterward, and even if Jiang Chen was fast, he couldn't be faster than the lightning. Jiang Chen instantly protected Shen Xinyan under his body. With a loud boom, the lightning directly hit the dragon scale armor, and Jiang Chen's body trembled slightly, but he was not injured. This surprised him, and it seemed that the armor was truly extraordinary. Shen Xinyan was also surprised, but now was not the time to ask more questions. "Let's escape first." At the back, the thunder tiger slapped down with a claw, and one of the students directly turned into a blood mist, subsequently being instantly vaporized and dried up, dead to the point that there was not even any dregs left. Jiang Chen's back was in a cold sweat, and he used all his spiritual energy to steer the flying sword to the depths while dodging the bombardment of thunder and lightning. Chapter 25: The Mysterious Thunderbolt. Jiang Chen kept flying with Shen Xinyan, and when he inadvertently glanced back, he immediately died. Why the hell is Lei Hu chasing after himself? It will surely die when it catches up with you. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and performed the sword royal art with all his might, and the speed of his flying sword increased by a few more points. Roar! Thunder Tiger let out a growl. A ray of lightning then shot out from his mouth, and Jiang Chun made a 90-degree right-angle turn to painstakingly dodge the attack. At this time, Jiang Chun was already sweating profusely and his face was a bit pale. "You put me down and escape alone," Shen Xinyan suddenly said. "Bah, nice try, you're my best human shield now. I was counting on taking you as a strike for me," Jiang Chun said without looking back. He struck a seal on his hand, instantly disappearing into the bamboo sword, and in an instant, their speed increased by a few more points, but Jiang Chen's face became even paler. Shen Xinyan stared at his sweaty side face, tightly biting her lower lip. Her eyes flickered without speaking again. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open as the front seemed to have reached the edge of the minefield. The Thunder Tiger at the back was already only 10 feet away from them, and at this moment it looked even more anxious, spewing out a thunderbolt from its mouth and shooting it straight at Jiang Chun. "Damn, fight!" Jiang Chun shouted, protecting Shen Xinyan in front of him, and his back unexpectedly took the initiative to meet the thunderbolt spat out by the Thunder Tiger. Pest! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of Jiang Chen's mouth, and some of it landed on Shen Xinyan's face. At the same time, they gained great acceleration under the huge impact and swished straight out of the minefield. There is no thunder and lightning in this area. Blue sky, white clouds. The breeze blew a little flower petals floating down, like a paradise. Thump, thump, thump. The two men landed heavily on the ground. Jiang Chun grimaced in pain, but fortunately, with the protection of his dragon scale armor, he didn't receive any fatal injuries. Shen Xinyan was also grimy, with some blood stains remaining on her face. That Thunder Tiger wandered around the edge of the minefield for a while, and finally let out a reluctant growl, turning around and disappearing into the minefield. "Damn! Finally survived." Jiang Chun spread his hands and stomped his feet, directly lying flat. It almost didn't kill him, he just wanted to get some rest now. "You hurt?" Shen Xinyan asked with concern. "Not dead yet." Jiang Chun didn't even bother to move his eyes. He was too tired. Shen Xinyan also stopped talking. She just sat quietly next to her. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun finally opened his eyes. His spirit and stamina recovered quite a bit. He got up from the ground, which is when he began to survey his surroundings. It was a clearing about 300 meters in diameter, with grass and trees and even a pool of water on the ground, surrounded by lightning blockades. There's more than likely an unimaginable treasure here. Otherwise, how could such a strange piece of open space appear? Jiang Chun said. Shen Xinyan nodded. It should be. I just don't know where the treasure is hidden. Anyway, it's such a big place. The big deal is to dig 3 feet into the ground. I still don't believe I can't find it. With that said, the two began to look around the clearing. Only, after hours of searching from end to end and back again, nothing was found. Finally, both of them looked at the pool of water at the same time. Every inch of the land they had scrutinized without finding anything, and now there was only this pool of water left to examine. Jiang Chun came to the edge of the water pool. The water surface was like a mirror, you could clearly see your own reflection. Everything seemed to be normal here as well. He then reached out his hand to touch the water of the pool. Zip! The moment his hand touched the surface of the water, a surge of electricity swept directly toward him, and his entire body shuddered, his hair standing on end. At the same time, the originally calm water suddenly began to flood with waves and became more and more intense, as if something horrible was about to rush out of the water. The two of them, Jiang Chun and Shen Xinyan, quickly retreated backwards, moving away from the pool of water. Rumble! Suddenly, the original blue sky and white clouds began to darken, and in the blink of an eye there were already dark clouds, and thunder and lightning were tossing around in the dark clouds, as if a thunder dragon was turning over. Jiang Chun was shocked in his heart. Good guy, there turned out to be a big guy in here with an aura that was even better than the Thunder Tiger outside. At this moment, the water in the pool was like boiling water that was violently churning, and at the same time, a palpitating feeling surfaced in the hearts of the two men. Wow! A sound of breaking water rang out, and at the same time, a foot-long chopstick-thin thunderbolt rushed out from the water. Boom, boom, boom! A hanging thunderbolt fell and landed right on top of the tiny Dao thunderbolt. In the next moment, Jiang Chun and Shen Xinyan both widened their eyes at the same time. The tiny thunderbolt was actually absorbing the power of the thunderbolt falling from the sky. The two of them immediately felt a chill down their spine. What was this thing that could absorb lightning? Thunder roared in the sky, and an extremely depressing feeling instantly clouded the hearts of the two men, almost overwhelming them to the point where they could not breathe. The tiny, mysterious thunderbolt seemed excited and began to weave around in the air. Suddenly, It seemed to have discovered the presence of Jiang Chen and the two of them, and immediately swooped down towards them. The two of them turned pale, and in unison they turned and ran. Perhaps the minefield was now safer than this place. However, they couldn't be faster than the lightning, and in an instant it appeared in front of the two. It then even dug into Jiang Chen's brow. Ah! At this moment, Jiang Chen cried out in pain, his body instantly wrapped in a layer of electricity. Jiang Chen! Shen Xinyan shouted in panic. She took Jiang Chen's hand, and in an instant, the lightning bolt passed along their arms. The two men's bodies kept trembling, and the electric arcs around them crackled. Jiang Chen suffered great pain, more so than when he was deprived of his powers. Without realizing it, both of them fell to the ground, their bodies covered in a layer of lightning. Inside Jiang Chen's body, the foot-long mysterious thunderbolt was heading directly towards his dantian, as if something was attracting it there. Boom! Finally, it arrived at Jiang Chen's dantian, which was a space of its own, and right above that space, there was a piece of iron silently suspended. The tiny thunderbolt was excited, rushed over at once, instantly wrapping around the iron piece, seemingly wanting to eat it. Buzz! Suddenly, the iron piece trembled slightly, and the lightning that was wrapped around it was suddenly shaken away. Thunder seemed to feel bad and turned its head to run, but the broken iron piece turned into a dark light actually took the initiative to stick to it. The tiny thunderbolts kept trembling, trying to shake them off, but in the end, they didn't succeed. And as the iron piece vibrated, its resistance grew weaker and weaker, eventually ceasing to resist at all and being suppressed. Then, a Xian Huang Qi flew out of that iron piece and merged into the lightning. The spiritual energy in Jiang Chen's body automatically operated, and surprisingly, he began to refine this thunderbolt. I don't know how long it took, but Shen Xinyan's long eyelashes fluttered for a moment, then leisurely opened her eyes. She's not dead. The breeze was a refreshing breeze. Ah, my clothes. Chapter 26. I will become a demon. Just as that mysterious thunderbolt was refined, the entire island changed. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The lightning slowly disappeared, and the 3-foot thunder tiger roared up to the sky as its body began to disintegrate, transforming into a majestic and rich spiritual energy that spread out. Get on the stone platform. Those who survived shouted that there was an identical stone platform and that it was glowing at the moment. The rest of them quickly jumped onto the stone platform. Their eyes blinked, and when they reappeared they were already back on the original stone platform of the secret realm. Now that no one was thinking about the treasures on the stone platform anymore, the first thing they did when they returned was to quickly run towards the exit. Lives matter. The fear of seeing their companions die with their own eyes made them want nothing more than to live now. Soon, the rest of them rushed out of the spatial rift to escape the secret realm. What's going on? Luo Xianhong and Luo Lin both rushed over immediately. When they understood the situation, their faces were very ugly. Originally, it was a secret realm with a low danger factor, but on the contrary, there were hidden spaces in it, and they lost half of the students at once. Go back to your respective tents and rest. I'll report to my superiors right away. This was not a small matter, after all, so many people had died. He had to give an explanation to the higher-ups, and moreover, the higher-ups would need to send high-ranking aliens to explore the secret realm. In the secret realm, Shen Xinyan's face was so red that it could drip blood. But luckily no one saw it, and Jiang Chen was still in a coma at this point as well. He took out his clothes from the storage ring and put them back on. The clothes on Jiang Chen's body had also turned into flying dust under the lightning. At this time, his upper body was clad in a black armor, and the lower half of his... Shen Xinyan quickly took out a piece of her own clothing to help cover him, not daring to look at him much at all. She was then surprised to find that her level had become higher, raised from the original silver 3 stars to silver 5 stars, raising 2 small levels at once. And she also realized that her lightning attribute was stronger than before. This trip to the secret realm was not in vain. A sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Jiang Chen showed his teeth, he covered his head and sat up. The bones in his entire body felt like they were falling apart. You're awake. Do you feel sick anywhere? As soon as she opened her eyes, a delicate face appeared in front of her, and Shen Xinyan had concern on her face. It's uncomfortable everywhere, all over. With those words he stood up, and the garment that had covered him naturally slipped off. Shen Xinyan yelled out a rogue and immediately turned around and ran away. Jiang Chen some puzzled. How I became a hooligan. Believe it or not, sue you for libel to compensate me for the loss of reputation of 100,000 80,000. But when he stood up he realized with embarrassment, Naya, where are the pants? Even if he was shameless, he couldn't help but blush his old face at this time. Being seen naked, the loss is heavy. Must shout Shinsenyan to give the VIP exclusive member exclusive fee. Luckily, he gleaned a few storage rings from Wuquan and found a set of fitted clothes to put on, which covered the holy light. The lightning disappeared around us. Jiang Chun looked around, and there was no more lightning. Shinsenyan nodded with a red face and said, "We'd better hurry up and get out of here, lest there be another accident." Jiang Chun rode his flying sword through the air. The lightning disappeared. That thunder tiger was also gone. Finally they came to the stone platform. Now Jiang Chun also understood that this was actually a large teleportation array that could be activated with enough energy. He channeled his spiritual energy towards the teleportation array, and soon, the stone platform lit up, and then the screen turned and they returned to the original secret realm. As soon as they appeared, they saw a man trying to figure out how to take the treasure above. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. There really were those who weren't afraid of death. That person had also spotted the two Jiang Chun, and he glanced at Shinsenyan a few more times. Jiang Chun laughed and walked up saying, "Ha ha ha. Long time no see, fellow Zhuxi." The man was visibly stunned. He didn't actually recognize the man, but some smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed a trace of consternation. Good guy, originally only wanted to test the waters, but didn't expect to directly find the rightful owner. It's true that when sleepy comes, someone sends a pillow. Baka Fusang. Let's see if I don't get you half dead.
Yuhi.
Shinsenyan knitted her brows slightly, but wasn't it that Fusanian?
江晨一把搂在了朱熹的肩膀上，嘿嘿一笑道：“朱熹啊，我想让你帮我个忙。”
Juhi was a little uncomfortable, but asked, "What's the favor?" "It's not a big favor. Just want to borrow something from you." "You're joking, classmate. What do I have on me?" The corner of Zhu Shi's mouth twitched. "Actually, it's not much of anything, like spleen, lungs, heart, liver, and kidneys." Zhu Shi's face changed slightly, and he laughed coldly. "Classmate, don't joke around. Who the hell is kidding you?" Jiang Chen's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Zhu Shi instantly reacted, and a cold shining dagger in her hand had already stabbed towards Jiang Chen's waist. However, Jiang Chen's hand was pinched so hard that Zhu Shi's shoulder blade directly shattered, and the hand that was stabbing at Jiang Chun instantly sagged and became incapacitated. I hate people stabbing me in the fanny the most in my life." Jiang Chun lands a leg kick to Juhi's side. Juhi's body was immediately knocked out 5 or 6 meters by a strong force. "You little baka, still trying to fight back. Do you have that kind of skill?" Juhi's face instantly became furious and twisted as he said in dismay, "Yamada-kun, he's defected." Only Yamada, who infiltrated in with him, knew who he was pretending to be, and yet this man had known from the start that he was Fuso, so the only possibility was that Yamada's army had been captured and revealed his information. "You're all going to die." Since he had already been exposed, then there was no need to hide anymore. He gritted his teeth and quickly climbed up, grasping a red orb in his hand. He laughed morosely. "This is our country's newly developed biochemical weapon. As long as it comes into contact with it, the body will immediately fester and eventually turn into white bones." Jiang Chun pulled out his ears and casually pointed out a finger, the bamboo sword slicing through a green-colored sword blade. In the next moment, Juhi's palm holding the biochemical weapon directly dropped, and blood sprayed out. "Do all you Fuso people talk as much as you do? Ah, Baka, you're a devil." The Fuso yelled in pain as he held his blood-spewing arm. "Devil?" Jiang Chun sneered. "I'm sorry, but when dealing with you Fusang people, I'm willing to turn into a devil." Then after Jiang Chun unceremoniously stepped on both of his legs again, leaving him completely incapacitated. Shinsenyan watched with gusto, feeling that Jiang Chen's hand was too heavy and cruel. Jiang Chun was unimpressed. Remember, when dealing with the Fusang people, the first principle is to resolutely not be soft. You have to make them feel the pain. The more pain, the better. He then tried to take something from the stone platform but was bounced off by a mysterious force. Although he was a bit reluctant, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he lifted the fusilier and flew towards the exit with Shinsenyan. Boom! Suddenly, a huge water balloon smashed towards Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen's face changed violently, and he instantly controlled his flying sword to fly into the woods, narrowly dodging the attack. The level of the visitor was high, making him feel extremely dangerous. Chapter 27 The Hunt from the Patriarch. Jiang Chen flew into the woods, but the continuous attacks were in hot pursuit. A grove of trees exploded with every blow that landed. The attack was struck from the sky, and if it was done without the help of external forces, then this person's level was all at least at the Zhongshi level. Nuts, Jiang Chen growled inwardly. How could a patriarch-level powerhouse make him fight? Getting hung up on the other team? Jiang Chen was pondering who this person had arrived against. Of the three of them, the one with the smallest chances was naturally Shen Xinyan, who had nothing of value worth targeting other than a good front and back figure plus a bit of good looks. As for this Fusanian, his value was a few levels higher than Shen Xinyan's. The secret realm was originally in the hands of the military, however, this strong man was able to come in without any problems, so he must have some connection with the military, and it could not be ruled out that it was an undercover agent who wanted to kill and kill. As for himself, other than Xiao Yi and Zhao Zisong, he couldn't think of anyone else targeting him. Rumble. Wave after wave of attacks were getting closer and closer. At this rate, sooner or later they would be caught up. Although catching a Fusang Baka can get you some benefits, you have to have a life to take it, don't you? Jiang Chen simply clenched his teeth and directly threw the fusilier out. The Fuso shouted in the air and turned white with fear. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. He cried out and closed his eyes tightly, waiting for a slap in the face. But he didn't wait for an attack until he hit the ground hard. The Fuso man was secretly glad that his dog's life was saved. Jiang Chen, who was desperately fleeing, also noticed that the strong man behind them didn't even look at the Fusanians and continued to chase after them. It's not really about screwing me, is it? Jiang Chen had 10,000 MMPs inside. Shen Xinyan, you take the Fusan back later. What are you going to do? Shen Xinyan's heart tightened. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile and said, this person is most likely coming for me. You'll only be affected if you follow me. You're going to leave me behind. So what are you going to do? So, it's up to you to make the move. You get out and immediately move in to rescue me. Shen Xinyan pondered slightly and nodded solemnly. You must hold on. Jiang Chen dropped Shen Xinyan and flew into the sky, directly over the woods, and sure enough, the man behind him directly chased after him. At the same time, he also noticed that the person who was chasing him was indeed not using external technology, but rather, he was on his own in the air. A real powerhouse. After ascertaining the man's condition, he went straight into the woods again, head first, and put on his blistering boots. It's too obvious a target to fly in the air, and with all the trees below, it's much better for concealment. The one who came after him grunted coldly and rooted down as well. The dense trees really reduced his movement speed. On the other hand, Shen Xinyan directly headed towards the direction of the spatial rift. Compared to the safety of Jiang Chen's life, that Fusanian was nothing. However, it was true that she could not move very fast without the ability to navigate the air. Who the hell are you and why are you after me? The man in the back didn't say anything, but some surprise was evident on his face. Because Jiang Chen was not only able to fly in the air, but also ran very fast on the ground. Even if he was a few levels higher than Jiang Chen for a moment, it was difficult to catch up. However, he knew that it wasn't a solution to spend time like this, and the military would soon arrive to provide support, so it had to be a quick battle. The Great Wave. As he let out a loud shout, a sudden powerful pressure swiftly slammed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was horrified when a huge wave of tens of meters suddenly appeared behind him and rolled towards him. However, this wasn't the end of it, only to see that the man used water to condense a long spear to directly stab at Jiang Chen fiercely, with the speed of a blink of an eye. Lean. Jiang Chen cursed and ran desperately, but the water gun, which was condensed from water, was even faster and poofed directly into his back. With a bang, Jiang Chen was lifted over by a huge force and spat out a mouthful of blood. If he didn't have the dragon scale armor under this blow, he would most likely have died. The people at the back didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to take his attacks hard. One had to know that Jiang Chen was only bronze ranked, while he was a genuine sovereign ranked powerhouse. The move wasn't his full strength, but it wasn't something a bronze could resist either. His eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, "Kid, you really do have treasures on you. Hand them over." Jiang Chen coughed up blood profusely. His speed did not decrease as he coldly said, "Hand it over and you'll let me go? After I hand over the treasure, that's when I'll be dead. Why would I hand it over? Even if you're stupid, you insist on treating everyone else like a cutie too." The patriarchal powerhouse frowned, his face instantly grimacing. "Toast the wine, but not the wine." He then launched another powerful attack. Jiang Chen was struck several times, all of which were blocked by the dragon scale armor. but his body suffered a powerful shock and he also suffered serious internal injuries. No, something has to be done or we won't be able to wait for backup. Just then, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his dantian, followed by a sudden shock in his heart. That particular thunderbolt, how did it get inside of him? When did I refine it? He was surprised to find that he was able to control this thunderbolt, which made him a little confused. He had been unconscious for just a moment. What had happened? It's up to you. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and instantly swung out his bamboo sword, which turned into a stream of light and chopped towards the Zhongshe powerhouse. But he dodged it. After all, the strength of the two was too disparate. I didn't realize that you had even awakened the Nianli ability, so I can't keep you then. Nianli ability, that is SSR grade ability, truly can do what the heart moves. To the late stage, that is the words follow the law, basically no opponent. Currently, there was only one person in the Dragon Kingdom who had awakened this supernatural ability, and he didn't expect that this person in front of him had also awakened this rare ability. Stop, stop. I surrender, I surrender. Jiang Chun suddenly raised his hands and shouted in surrender. The patriarchal powerhouse frowned slightly. You surrendered when you were ready to amplify your moves. I surrender. Don't you want the treasure on me? I'll give it to you. You can start by sealing my powers and I'll become normal. The patriarchal powerhouse sneered with a slight stare. Didn't you not give it? Why did you suddenly change your mind? He didn't immediately approach Jiang Chun, just standing 10 meters in front of him. Jiang Chun deflated his mouth and deflated with a look of helplessness after recognizing the reality. I can't fight and I can't run. What else do you think I can do? How about this? I give you all my treasures. How about I hang out with you from now on? The patriarchal powerhouse revealed a thoughtful look. Admittedly, if one were to take in an awakened nihility alien, it would definitely be a great feat. Why should I trust you? So, I'll let you block my powers for now, and we'll take our time to talk about it. I'm sure it's worth more to you guys to keep me alive than to just kill me. This is Alien Blockade Night. It can make people lose their powers temporarily. You drink it. The patriarchal powerhouse said as he threw Jiang Chun a bottle. Jiang Chun took the bottle and opened it directly without saying anything and directly tilted his head back and took a mouthful. It tastes good. Is there another bottle? Jiang Chun smacked his lips in a reminiscent manner. The corner of the Zhongshe powerhouse's mouth slightly pulled. You think this is ordinary water? And another bottle. Roll. Chapter 28 Countermeasures. I drank the medicine too, now believe me. Jiang Chun deflated in dissatisfaction. Your level is so much higher than mine. Are you still afraid of me? Someone who can't use his powers? With that, he took off the dragon scale armor on his body and the blistering boots on his feet. This gauntlet has a strong defensive ability, and this is a special pair of boots that can increase movement speed. He dropped both on the floor and sat himself on his ass. There's another treasure inside me. I can't take it out now that I don't have my powers anymore. So come and get it yourself. It looks like he has completely swung for the fences. The patriarchal powerhouse then walked over with a smile, picking up the armor and boots on the ground and carefully groping them for a while, couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Sure is good stuff. With these two items, one was almost invincible at the same rank, and crossing the ranks was not impossible. Come on. Take out what's inside me too. Don't pity me. Jiang Chun directly on the ground, lying out of the word too, a look of letting the king pick. These two treasures are already strong, so the competition inside him is even stronger. This patriarchal powerhouse couldn't wait. He reached out and landed on Jiang Chen's belly, then down. Hey, big brother, just take it. What's the point of molding it? The fact that the old boy had made a move on him sent a chill down his spine.
Jejeje. Habitual acción.
Just then, a foot-long lightning bolt suddenly drilled out of Jiang Chen's belly and instantly disappeared into the patriarch's body. That just still in the laugh, patriarch instantly face solidified, the whole body trembling 7 orifices of smoke. Jiang Chun got up and ate him over with a kick. Aren't you strong? Get up. Let's fight one-on-one for 300 rounds. He wouldn't show any mercy. He would directly waste all of this person's limbs. Let's see how you can still use your powers this time. However, he was still uneasy and ran his spiritual energy to force out some more of the alien energy to blockade the night and feed it to him, and then tied him up after doing so. Dogs! Jiang Chun was the one who threw a slap across the face, and the patriarchal powerhouse was awakened. Waking up, he instantly realized that he was tied up and in excruciating pain in his limbs. You? What did you do to me? He was horrified to realize that he couldn't use his powers. Jiang Chun laughed and said, It's nothing much. It's just that I wasted your limbs and fed you some alien blockade liquid in the meantime. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't have any alien blocking fluid. I drained it out and gave you some to drink. It should work pretty well. Vomit, vomit. The Zhongshe powerhouse immediately dry heaved repeatedly, his stomach acid sloshing all over the place. Filmed. The thought of that scene sent a wave of nausea through this patriarch. Tell me, why are you after me? Jiang Chun crouched in front of him, the short knife in his hand slashing across his face. You kill me. The patriarch directly turned his head with a look of kill if you want to kill as if you are dying. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed. I've already guessed that you won't say anything. So next, it might be a bit bloody. Oh no, a bit painful, so bear with it. The short knife in his hand slashed across the cleric's neck and slowly continued downward, eventually stopping at his abdomen, where the blade jumped gently and his pants disintegrated right off. The Zhongshe powerhouse's face changed in shock. You, what are you doing? In fact, I used to be a pig castrator specializing in castration, but my way and others may not be the same. They are to kill the chicken and take the eggs, while I am to cut off the roots and not at all. Castrate the pig is castrated more. This castration hemp is still the first time from where to put down the knife it. You can't. The Zhongshe powerhouse's face turned pale and cold sweat flowed down his face. Tell me what I want to know and I'll let you go. Never. Humph. Then don't blame me for going down without a chicken. With that said, the knife in his hand had been pressed against it, and as long as he exerted a slight force, the sharp tip of the knife would instantly pierce the skin. Sensing that his little brother was in danger, the patriarch finally couldn't help himself. I said, it's the Xiao family, they want me to arrest you. Jiang Chen's face was instantly cold. It's the Xiao family again. Sooner or later I will have to settle with you one day. At the same time, Xin Xinyan also finally rushed out of the secret realm. At this time her hair messy clothes stained a lot of dirt. Obviously this way to run is not easy. Come on, save the day. Jiang Chun is being hunted down. Go save him. Go save him. What? Jiang Chun is being chased. Luo Lin immediately dashed and rushed into the secret realm. Jiang Chun was the person that Elderly had personally explained that he would look after. So if any accidents occurred, it would not be easy to explain at that time. Luo Xianhong then also sent a few people into the secret realm to assist Luo Lin. In the secret realm, Jiang Chun carried the half-dead Zhongshe powerhouse through the air towards the exit. Why are you still able to use your powers? Jiang Chun laughed. You guess. The wind whistled beside his ears, and soon Jiang Chun saw Luo Lin, who was stunned for a moment when he saw him. Was this a need to be rescued? Teacher Luo. Jiang Chun flew over. Luo Lin. Jiang Chun, are you alright? Lucky not to be dead. He didn't want to expose his cards, even if it was a teacher from the academy. He is. Lorraine asked as she looked at the man tied up in dumplings in his hands. This guy tried to kill me and I ended up kidnapping him. I suspect he's a spy, was about to take him back to the military for processing. Jiang Chun didn't tell the truth. This person was sent by the Xiao family. No matter what, more or less, there is some relationship, so let's give the Xiao family the name of a spy first. Luo Lin was shocked. He's the strong man who chased you? Jiang Chun nodded. A few people then came out of the secret realm. Jiang Chun handed this person over to Luo Xianhong. The rest was not his business. Jiang Chun, it's great that you're okay. Xin Xinyan had just taken a step but retracted it without a trace. A happy smile on her face. By the way, what about that Fusan Baka? Did you bring him back? Xin Xinyan's smiling face suddenly froze. He didn't bring it back when he was in a hurry to come back for support. Jiang Chun patted her shoulder slightly and said, You rest first. I'll go get him back. It wasn't long before Jiang Chun brought someone out of the secret realm and handed them over to Luo Xianhong. The secret trip ended, mostly because too many people died and it had to end early. According to the aftermath, there were 36 deaths, 8 serious injuries and 25 minor injuries. Chicken, you're too beautiful. All I want is chicken, you're too beautiful. On the way back to the car, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. After picking up the phone, Old Man Li's voice rang out on the phone. Jiang kid, I've heard all about you. Well done. I'll help you get some more rewards. It doesn't really matter if it's a prize or not. I mostly just don't like the Fuso people. Oh, that's right. Forget it then. I'll give them the word that the reward won't be given out. Don't, Gramps. I'm poor as hell. Jiang Chun was instantly anxious. Reward, I wanna. Haha. I knew you kid couldn't give it up. But you did really well this time. Keep up the good work and cheer up. The two hung up after a few more moments of small talk. It was already evening when he returned to the academy. and after having dinner and returning to his dormitory, he began to study the special lightning in his body. He spread out his palm and a foot-long thunderbolt appeared, and then he released a strand of divine thought into it. For a moment, his consciousness seemed to be plunged into a sea of thunder and lightning. Thunder Spirit Will. Jiang Chun was surprised to find that it was actually the Thunder Spirit Will. Not only did he possess a strong attack power himself, but he also contained the laws of the Thunder Road, and as long as he comprehended the laws of the Thunder Road, he could also manipulate thunder and lightning. Boom! In the middle of the night, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy spread out from Jiang Chen's body. He broke through at the 5th level of Qi practicing. Chapter 29 White Moonlight Ruyan Lu's persona has collapsed. In the next few days, Jiang Chen only occasionally went to the martial arts arena, and the rest of the time, in addition to eating and drinking, he was cultivating and comprehending the laws of the Thunder Road. Liu Ruyan was in a state of anxiety these days. She would go to the entrance of the academy every day to wait for Jiang Chen, but she never saw anyone, which left her with nothing to do at all. Xiao Zisong learned that Jiang Chen and the others came back early, and then gave her a death order that Jiang Chen must be taken down within half a month. Seeing the time go by day, it turned out that she didn't even see anyone. It's hard to be clever. After a few more days, the academy suddenly summoned everyone, and Jiang Chen was forced to stop cultivating. Principal Xiong stood on the stage and looked at everyone below. I've brought everyone together today to say just 2 things. Firstly, the freshman competition of the 5 houses will begin in half a month. At that time, the academy will select 10 outstanding freshmen to participate, and the one who obtains the final victory will receive a generous reward. The 5 houses competition takes place every year, and there are a total of 5 heterokinesis colleges in South China: Jiangling College, Wuxian College, Exina College, Lingang College, and Baijiang College. However, in recent years, Jiangling Academy had always existed at the bottom. Of the 5 academies, the 5 Sages Academy was the strongest, occupying the number 1 position almost every year, closely followed by the White River Academy, whose individual combat power might not be the strongest, but whose group combat power scorned even the 5 Sages Academy. Next came Exina Academy and Lingang Academy, and in last place was Jiangling Academy. Zhang Hongsheng continued to speak. I hope everyone will continue to work hard to create another success. He paused for a moment and then proceeded to make the second announcement. The second thing, on the other hand, is to recognize our academy's outstanding students for capturing 2 Fusan spies in the last secret realm. The words caused a sensation. Capturing a Fuso spy was something they had never heard of before. Who in the world was so powerful that everyone looked around trying to find the person? Please invite Mr. Jiang Chen to the stage to receive his award. Jiang Chen? Everyone's eyes looked over in unison. The one who caught the Fusan spy was actually him. The Academy hereby rewards Jiang Chen with 200 second-order spirit crystals, and I hope that everyone will follow the example of fellow student Jiang Chen and defend the country by eradicating evil. The people on the stage immediately showed envious gazes. They had to know that the school only provided them with 10 spirit crystals per month, and they were still of the first order. Now Jiang Chen had gotten 200 second-order spirit crystals at once. How could they not be envied? Dean, when will I get my reward from the military? Jiang Chen on the stage asked quietly. Zhang Hongxing laughed and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Don't worry, you won't get less. By the way, you must participate in the 5 courts competition this time. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. On what grounds? Because we all think highly of you. Come on. The meeting ended quickly, and Jiang Chen went straight back to his dormitory to start refining these spirit crystals. A day later, he walked out of the dormitory in a refreshed state of mind. 200 second-order spirit crystals had allowed him to directly reach the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Humming a little tune and flying out of the academy on his flying sword, Dry Rice, Liu Ruyan, who was waiting at the entrance of the academy at all times, saw the figure of Jiang Chen's imperial sword, and suddenly her eyes lit up, finally showing up. Seeing Jiang Chen land outside a restaurant, she hurriedly followed. Boss? An onion and shredded pork over rice. Holler. Just wait a minute. It'll be ready in a minute. There were quite a few customers in the store, so Jiang Chen casually found a seat where no one was sitting. Shortly after he sat down, a figure walked over at a brisk pace. Jiang Chen. A familiar voice entered his ears. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, then looked up. Ruyan Liu. Jiang Chen. You know, I've been waiting for you for the past few days. Ruyan Liu's words carried a bit of aggravation between them. Get lost. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen, let's start over. Okay. I really can't let go of you. I still like you. I know you still like me too. Let's make up. Ruyan Lu said as she reached out to pull Jiang Chen's arm, and Jiang Chen flung her hand away directly with a shake. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Jiang Chen's voice with anger was louder, and the people eating in the store looked over. That's Ruyan Lu. Someone recognized Ruyan Lu. The main reason was that there was also a photo and information of Ruyan Lu in the last blast, so it was easy to be recognized. The melon eaters were no longer in a hurry to eat. That is, those who had already finished eating and were about to leave also did not leave, silently took out their cell phones and ate melon. Jiang Chen. Lu Ruyan's tears came out of her eyes, and with that aggrieved as well as pathetic expression, it was simply pitiful. Jiang Chen, I really know I'm wrong. Can you give me another chance? Can we make up? I swear. From now on I'll only be single-minded towards you. Tang. Jiang Chen violently stood up, grabbed Lu Ruyan's neck, and with one force directly pressed her against the wall. Everyone had never expected Jiang Chen to be so rough with a girl. Ruyan Lu was also completely confused by this sudden change. Jiang Chen came close to Lu Ruyan's face and looked at her face that she had once longed for. Samson said, Ruyan Lu, do you know, from the moment you stabbed me, we can never go back. I have nothing but hate for you. No, it's not. I was forced. Jiang Chen, you have to believe me. Ruyan Lu was still trying her best to explain. Forced? What ain't you forced? So many years. I obeyed you everything to put you first. Even gave up school to work several jobs to earn money for you to go to college, and you? Jiang Chen's voice rose steeply. You're around with other men with my hard-earned money. What do you take me for? A spare tire? A dog licker or an ATM? Do you know how I felt when your knife went into me? Disheartened and disheartened. The person I loved most was stabbing me for another man. Do you know how much my heart ached at that moment? Do you? The more Jiang Chen spoke, the more agitated he became, and the force on his hands became a few points heavier. Lu Ruyan's face became pale and she kept coughing. Now well, that man doesn't want you anymore, and you're shamelessly turning back to me to get back together. And I'm so good at cheating that I should just accept you for the lousy that you are? Jiang Chen's angry voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Everyone is dumbfounded. The plot does not feel right. It said the thin love Jiang Baikan, heavy love Lu Ruyan it. It turns out that Lu Ruyan has been when Jiang Chen is a spare tire-licking dog ATM, first betrayed him and other men together, but also stabbed Jiang Chen knife. You also said that you would marry me after graduation. Ridiculous. I'm so damn cute. I can't believe it, but I have to thank you for that cut. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll have to wear a green hat. I'm telling you, don't show up in front of me again or I'll really kill you. Get out. Jiang Chen threw Ruyan Lu to the ground. Jiang Chen, I roll or die. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and piercing, like a knife hanging over Lu Ruyan's head. Lu Ruyan turned pale, climbed up from the ground and ran out grayly. What are you looking at? Eat. Jiang Chen angrily looked around. A crowd of melon eaters suddenly back cold. Immediately buried his head to dry rice. Empty plates of students tinkling, picking up and eating air. This night, the Academy's forums were buzzing again, with all sorts of posts about Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan popping up. Hashtag Jiang Chen Lu Ruyan's shocking reversal hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan's emotional affair essence hashtag.
Joim Chen Ishveringo hot.
Hashtag shocking insider. Jiang Chen was stabbed by white moonlight hashtag. Hashtag love life and stay away from Riani hashtag. Chapter 30 Jiangling Academy's ace Shen Xinyan? Since that day, Ruyan Lu hadn't appeared again. Jiang Chen's life was back to normal, either eating, drinking, or cultivating. Some people felt that Jiang Chen's life was too boring. Only he knew how powerful Xiao was, and if he wanted to defeat him, he would have to put in more time to improve his strength. The time went by quickly and the rewards from the military were slow to arrive. Half a month later, the 5 houses freshman competition began, and Jiangling Academy chose 10 freshmen to fight. Among the 10 people, besides Jiang Chen, there were 5 bronze 6 stars and 4 bronze 5 stars. Such a battle power is really not considered strong. Teacher Fei sighed and said, if he long hadn't died in the secret realm, perhaps he would have been 7 stars already. Jiang Chen listened with a sense of emotionlessness. He Long was the one he had sent away with his own hands, but no one else knew about this matter. The address of the 5 courts competition was chosen at the White River base, where there was a secret realm that had been fully developed, and the more powerful magical beasts in it had been cleared. Moreover, the competition is broadcast live throughout the whole event, so that a teacher will step in case of danger to avoid any casualties. Jiang Chun and the others got into the car and prepared to head to the Baijiang base. When he had just reached the middle of the bus, he was suddenly yanked over by the person next to him. Shen Xinyan, why are you here? Shen Xinyan's appearance surprised him a bit. Jiang Chun also sat in the seat next to her, and after fastening his seatbelt, he asked suspiciously, "Isn't this the freshman game? What are you doing there as an old senior aunt?" Ouch, pain, pain, pain. You're the old aunt, your whole family is old. Shen Xinyan grabbed the fine flesh around his waist and directly gave him a 360-degree spin. Just talk. It's your fault if you do it. Jiang Chun rubbed his waist, where a fiery pain came from. Shen Xinyan grunted, "Who told you to talk nonsense?" "Hey! No, you haven't told me what you're going to do. Are you going to enter the contest too?" Shen Xinyan smiled smugly. Her chest held high as she proudly said, "That's natural. I'm now the ace of our Jiangling Academy." "You're the only one who's an ace." Jiang Chun couldn't even look at her proud two-girl mountain. It's easy to get angry watching it. Don't look down on people so much. I'm now a silver 6-star. It's a pity that someone, is still bronze scum. She was already a silver 5-star since she came out of the secret realm, and during this time the academy had given him a small cooking stove, so her strength naturally increased quickly. Jiang Chun secretly estimated his rank. The 6th level of Qi cultivation, the corresponding should also be silver 6 stars, coupled with one's own sword art, the law of Thunder Road and some other listed means, even if one encounters gold has the power to fight. Ouch, ouch, you're still floating after a few days of absence. Jiang Chun laughed. Shen Xinyan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with an old-timer look of gravity, "Young man, cultivate hard. Sooner or later one day you'll reach a height like mine." Jiang Chen glanced at the two girls' mountain that almost pressed down, and shook his head repeatedly, reach or not reach or not reach, swollen or not reach. Due to Shen Xinyan's addition naturally squeezing out a bronze 4-star classmate, their overall strength was now considered to have risen a few levels. In the afternoon, the group finally reached White River Academy, and 100 kilometers further east was the White River base. We are now resting tonight at White River Academy and will head to the base for the game first thing in the morning. After finding the dormitory, Jiang Chun had planned to go out for some dinner alone, but just as he was about to go out the phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Strange calls are always handled as da pandanhua, which is when the hat uncles told him. Directly hang up. These days there are more telecommunication fraud, so many people have been cheated, he is not going to fall for it. Brother Jiang, go out to eat we together I also asked a few other students. Just as he left the house, Ding Shi from next door called him to join him for dinner. Forget it, you guys go eat. I'm used to eating alone. Alright then, Brother Jiang, we'll leave first, see you later. A few of the Dins went down the stairs in a group. Chicken, you're too beautiful. All I want is chicken, you're too beautiful. The phone rang, it was still the same unfamiliar phone. Jiang Chen hung up again, then hummed a little song and went downstairs. Chicken, you're too beautiful. All I want is chicken, you're too beautiful. There's no end to it. Picked up the phone to see or that strange phone. This time Jiang Chen directly added him to the blacklist. See how you still call, wanna cheat my money or no? White River Academy was a bit bigger than Jiangling Academy, and there were many people coming in and out at this time of the day. We can definitely take first place in the 5-house competition this time at White River Academy. There were people discussing about the 5 courts competition, and Jiang Chen hung behind these people and followed towards the outside of the academy. That's right, student Sun Jihui's strength is obvious to all, and he'll definitely slaughter the list 100% by then. Yeah, Mr. Sun Jihui, that's a Class A fire ability, it's ridiculously strong. I heard that there are senior gold ranked looking for him to challenge him, were all defeated by him. Hiss, really, why haven't I heard? Gossip. The top blocked the news, so as not to expose Sun's true strength in advance. Haha. Then this time our White River Academy is properly number 1. But I've heard that there's someone named Gu Ding from Xiong Academy, who is also very powerful, and is the favorite for this competition. I've heard that too. But I think it's still our Sun Jihui from Baijiang who's stronger. Jiang Chun, who was walking behind them, frowned. If what these people were saying was true, then the strength of White River Academy was indeed very strong. It could even defeat the gold level, at least Shen Xinyan shouldn't be able to do it right now. Hey, there's a lot of people in front of us. Let's go check it out too. Jiang Chun also looked up. The entrance to the academy was indeed surrounded by a lot of people. It seemed like something was happening. There were just too many people to see what was going on inside. Forget it, it's better to hurry up and finish eating and go back to the dormitory to practice. What do you want? As he passed by, an angry voice of a boy came from inside. Something familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Jiang Chun stopped slightly and couldn't help but feel a little curious as well. Heh heh heh. Get out of the way if you're sensible. With your scummy strength you still want to be in our way. Don't you want to live? Another boy's voice came through, the words full of sarcasm. It's true that we're no match for you, but there's one person in our academy that if he knows you're trying to hit on her, you're definitely not going to be able to eat it. Eguo. I'm so scared oh. Just your trashy academy people still want to make me eat my words. It's just ridiculous. Don't you guys think so? Ha ha ha. There was a scornful jeering from inside. I'm going to give you one last chance to behave and get out of my way so you don't keep me from my date with this girl. I also tell you that he is coming soon and advises you to get away. The mocked boys didn't move out of the way. Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows. He remembered whose voice this was. It was Ding Shi's in the room next to his, who had just called out for him to eat with him. In that case, someone was bullying someone from their Jiangling Academy. Even though I bullied them too, it was an internal conflict, and now that I'm being bullied by someone from the outside, it's only natural to them back. Toast yourselves, you asked for it. The man was obviously impatient and was ready to make a move on Ding Shi. At the same time, a heat wave spread out from the center, and the scorching heat caused the people around them to take several steps backward. Shen Xinyan made several consecutive calls that all rang once and were hung up, and she knew that she must have been blackballed. Abominable. She was too busy on the phone to pay any attention to these people earlier, but now she was in a rage and just wanted to hammer people. The entire body was zippy and flashing with tints of electricity, and although the other party was also an A-ranked fire-type ability, she was confident that she could kill them in a single move. Which bullies are Jiangling Academy people, when I don't exist? A faint voice came from the air. Chapter 31 Shen Xinyan. How dare you pull me black? Looking for a fight? The crowd looked up as a figure descended from the sky. Shen Xinyan, who originally wanted to make a move, saw Jiang Chun coming and suddenly pouted her small mouth and stopped making a move. Brother Jiang, you're here? Ding Shi's trio saw that Jiang Chun had finally arrived and hurriedly stood beside him. That backbone instantly straightened out, instantly coming to a standstill. What's going on? Jiang Chun glanced at the four people on the opposite side of the room, especially the man with hair dyed a fiery red and flaming red. He should have been the one pushing Lai Lai just now. Ding Shi hurriedly said, the three of us were going out to eat, but we just walked here and encountered someone molesting Shen's classmates. Almost shouted out Senior Sister Shen, and the higher-ups had instructed them not to let people from other colleges know that Shen Xinyan was demoted to a lower level. Jiang Chun frowned slightly and looked sideways at Shen Xinyan, who grunted and left Jiang Chun directly in profile. What's going on? I don't think I messed with her. Somehow. Who are you? That redhead was the first to speak, still looking like he was looking down on people. You molested her? Jiang Chun asked rhetorically without answering the redhead's question. Red hair grin cold smile play taste. How is it molestation? We also just want to invite this classmate to have a meal and drink together. Do you agree? Jiang Chun turned his head to ask Shen Xinyan again. Shen Xinyan gritted her teeth although she didn't want to talk to Jiang Chun, but she still popped out a few words from between her teeth. The devil is willing to eat with him. See, my classmate said she didn't want to, so you guys are molesting. Humph, so what? Your Jiangling Academy is all trash. To be seen by this young master is that she burned incense in her ancestors. She should be grateful. Red hair didn't pretend anymore anyway. In his eyes, the people of Jiangling Academy were all trash. Shen Xinyan was so angry when she heard this that she could not wait to give a slap to his ugly face. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. This one doesn't know if that Ghostfire student who crawled out of the thatch pit. Has anyone ever told you that you look really, really, really ugly? The scene was quiet, and everyone looked over, having not looked closely just now. A donkey's face with a skyward pig's nose plus that bloody mouth with squinty eyes. There really wasn't a single normal-looking feature. Standing together with Jiang Chen's face, it was completely impossible to look at, and he wanted to vomit even if he took one more look. Sure is oddly ugly. From time to time, the sound of playful laughter rang out from the crowd, undoubtedly recognizing Jiang Chen's words. Ghostfire classmate Donkey Face suddenly reddened. Since childhood he hated it when people said he was ugly, although it was the truth, but he just didn't want to hear the truth. Now being cut off in public was undoubtedly a slap directly in his face, so that he could not see anyone in the future. You seek death. The Ghostfire student was infuriated, and immediately stormed up to slam a fireball spell at Jiang Chun. Everyone was unable to avoid it, and Jiang Chun dodged the attack with a slight sidestep. With a loud boom, The bowl-sized fireball smashed directly onto the pillars of the school's main gate, which let out a crunching sound and appeared with dense cracks. Everyone retreated. If this collapsed, it would kill people. They didn't want to have an undeserved disaster. This ugly student. I suggest you get an open-eye surgery. Your squinting accuracy isn't working. Jiang Chun sked and shook his head. Ah, you shut up. The ghost fire students were obviously irritated by Jiang Chen's words, and one after another fireballs smashed towards Jiang Chun, who dodged left and right without being hit a single time. But those buildings behind him were a disaster. The security janitor's room went up in smoke and even set fire to a store across the street. Tisk TSK TSK. It's really not working. 8 rounds and 0 hits. It's really pulling down the overall level for someone like you to come to the 5-house tournament. Jiang Chen's mouth was unforgiving, and he was so angry that Mr. Ghostfire was on the verge of losing his mind, and if he hadn't been pulled back by a few people around him, he would have definitely had to send out a big move otherwise. At this time, the teachers of the academy hurriedly arrived, and one teacher directly doused the burning flames by using water-based supernatural energy. Teachers, you must give me an explanation. My store was almost burned to the ground. The owner of the store dragged the teachers of the White River College and would not let them go without giving an account. What's your name and what college are you from? A teacher came to Ghostfire's classmates and asked grimly. Daring to cause trouble in the college and breaking the gate pillar, setting fire to the security janitor's room, and even nearly burning down someone's store was no small matter. Ghostfire's classmates also woke up at this time, feeling backlash at their behavior. Teacher asked he did not dare to be ambiguous, can only honestly explain. He is called Gong Fire, is the new elegant college to participate in the competition students. At this time Jiang Chun bumbled over with a look of righteous indignation and said, Teacher, I testify that all of this was sabotaged by him. This kind of person has a corrupt moral character. I seriously suspect that he has a history of mental illness and should be disqualified from the competition. Yes, we testify as well. Competing with this kind of person, I feel that our lives are seriously threatened. We can't let him participate in the competition. Ding Shi's few people hurriedly responded. Disqualified. Disqualified. More and more people are up in arms. The scene is full of voices denouncing Gonghua for a moment, and the teacher of Xiong Academy who just rushed here has a green face. Follow me. The teacher of Xiong Academy's lungs were about to explode with anger. Couldn't these idiots save him the trouble? Can't go, can't go. The store owner immediately blocked their way, anxiously shouting, You can't leave before you've compensated me for my losses. The teacher from Xiong Academy glanced at Gonghua and couldn't wait to kick him twice. You can really cause trouble. Next, it didn't matter about Jiang Chan and the others anyway. The emotions were already in place. This person called Gonghua most likely wouldn't be able to participate in the competition and would have to be disciplined by the academy. It's still Brother Jiang who's brilliant. Moving his mouth made that kid lose his temper and jump into the fire pit himself. Ding Shi couldn't help but marvel. Jiang Chun waved his hand. Little Doyle. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Jiang Chun. Just then, Shun Xinyan's petulant voice came from behind them. Ding Shi and the others were instantly physically shaken as they hurriedly bid farewell to Jiang Chun and Shun Xinyan and left. What is it? Jiang Chun asked uncertainly. Why didn't you answer when I called you? Ah, did you call me? And you say no, look how many times I've called you. Shun Xinyan directly placed her dialing record in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. It was so hateful that she couldn't wait to shove it into his eyes, and Jiang Chun was forced to back away. Jiang Chun took out his cell phone. There was only one number that had called him today. Shun Xinyan snatched his cell phone and pointed at the phone number on the screen and chided, Look, what is this if not my number? No offense. I thought it was a scam call to pull the plug. Jiang Chun also smiled awkwardly. He really didn't know. Inside this phone, only the numbers of Li Yue and Old Man Li were stored, and all other numbers called without notes. You! Shun Xinyan was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'll save up now. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed. Humph. I'll do it myself. Shun Xinyan's fingers moved fast, blah blah blah, and saved her phone number in 2 clicks. Humph. Next time you don't answer my calls. Watch out, I'll beat you up, she said fiercely as she returned the phone to Jiang Chun. Yo. 3 days without a beating and you're going up to your room? You're going to die. Shun Xinyan gave Jiang Chun a kick. You have to buy me dinner today. Okay, no problem. It just so happens I haven't eaten yet either. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said it was just a meal, it doesn't matter. Shun Xinyan was a bit stunned. How did this person suddenly become so generous? Changed his nature? Jiang Chun then led Shin Xinyan to a Baozi store by turning left and right. Boss, 2 cages of buns and 2 bowls of thin rice plus 2 tea eggs. Pickles can't be missing. Shin Xinyan was stunned. You? Just invite me to eat this? Don't be a picky eater. Picky eating affects development. Shin Xinyan froze and sat down and muttered. Eating buns and drinking thin rice at night, I also met you. Chapter 32. Too insidious. Early the next morning, all the participants arrived at the Baijiang base. There is a secret area at the base of Baijiang that has been developed by the relevant authorities to become relatively safe. Its interior is divided into 1 circle layer to 3 circle layers. Each circle layer corresponds to the level of magical beasts from low to high are the first order, second order, and third order respectively. Corresponding to the level of the alien ability is bronze, silver, and gold. The Wraith class is slightly different from the alien class. The first rank of a magical beast is just that, a first rank without any further subdivision, unlike an alien who has to be divided into 12 smaller ranks. There were many types of magical beasts, and each stage of magical beasts had its own strengths and weaknesses. Just as if a rabbit of the first stage met a tiger of the first stage, the rabbit would still be killed in seconds. The 5 colleges' competitions were basically concentrated in the first and second circle levels, where the magical beasts were of a lower level and relatively weaker in strength, making it less prone to accidents. Everyone, the basics are known. So now I'll announce the rules of this competition. The head of Baijiang base, Shen Xing, continued to speak. The competition will use a point system. Killing and obtaining the spirit crystals of a first-order magical beast earns 1 point. A second-order magical beast earns 3 points, and a third-order magical beast earns 6 points. We're going to give you all a smartwatch that will be able to record your points in real time, and the points will also be synchronized to a screen outside the arena. According to this point rule, killing a third-order magical beast received the most points, but it was also the most dangerous. In comparison, the points of first-order magical beasts were much less, but they were safe enough, and as long as the number of beheadings was high enough, the points would still be high. Going by the strength of the 5 colleges, most people would probably choose to live in a snail's pace tier. In addition, this tournament we have made a few rule adjustments. In previous years, it was all about team combat. This year we have added plus a single combat mode. The benefit of team combat lies in the fact that there are many people with great strength, but comparatively every point received will also be averaged out to each member of the team, and the team will need to kill more magical beasts to obtain spirit crystals if they want to score a high number of points. In the case of solo battles, there is no need to consider points being split evenly. A point scored is a point scored, and it is more of a test of the country's individual strength. And, in response to the change in the rules of this competition, we have also prepared 2 separate prizes for teams and individuals. Now you have 5 minutes to think about it, and in 5 minutes come to me and fill out the information. At once the stage became noisy. Some of the weaker ones actively participated in the group. After all, going it alone was not at all beneficial to weaklings like them, and it was only right to embrace the group. And as opposed to people with high levels of strength, teams would only be a drag, and they preferred to fight alone. Gu Ding, let's form a team. With you as the captain, our Xianya will definitely take first place this time. The people from Xianya Academy surrounded Gu Ding in the center, and as long as he led the team, he was sure to get a high score. Gu Ding slightly narrowed his eyes and scanned these people, and finally said disdainfully, "As far as your strength is concerned, I can't even bring you if I wanted to, so form your own team and I'll brush solo. But it's for the glory of the Academy. It is enough for me alone to fight for the glory of the Academy." Gu Ding clasped his hands in front of his chest confidently. The others could only clench their teeth in secret when they saw this, and then 1 more person chose to go solo, while the other 7 chose to form a group. "Jiang Chun, what are you gawking at? Fill out the information." Shin Xinyan pushed Jiang Chun and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll go solo." Several of Jiang Ling's people looked at him suspiciously when these words came out. "What do you mean, you're not grouping with us?" Shin Xinyan was the first to jump up with a surprised look on her face. Jiang Chun nodded his head to confirm, and Shin Xinyan stepped heavily on Jiang Chen's foot and grunted, "Forget it if he doesn't form a group. Let's go." Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Jiang Chun jumped to his feet. Her blow was not light. He looked sideways just in time to see Gu Ding coming this way. Gu Ding had a head of long flowing hair, 1.8 meters, with proper features and quite handsome. He came to Jiang Chen's front with a bland face. Jiang Chen smiled with a leathery smile and said, "What is this student's instruction? You're the one who disqualified Gonghua?" Jiang Chen laughed. "This student, Although your hair is long but your insight is very short, nah. Do you think I'm qualified to disqualify someone else's entry? Gu Ding's face sank, and he said coldly with a threatening tone, "You'd better be careful when you go in. Don't let me see you or I'll kill you." Teacher. The student threatened me and said he was going to get me killed when he got in. Jiang Chun suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Everyone looked over in unison, and the students who were filling in the information also stopped their pens. Gu Ding's face panicked, not expecting the other party to be so shameless, and he whispered fiercely, "What are you doing? Look, look, he's threatening me again. I'm not going to participate in the competition, okay? Teacher, I'm afraid that my life is in danger. I'm withdrawing from the competition." Jiang Chun looked like he was afraid, looking at Gu Ding's teeth itchy. Have seen shameless, have not seen so shameless. What's going on? The person in charge, Xin Xing, sank this face and walked over. Jiang Chun was the first to speak. Teacher, he said that I disqualified Gong Long from the competition and that he wanted to kill me on the field to take revenge for Gong Long. I'm just an ordinary student, where do I have that kind of ability? But I explained to him that he just wouldn't listen. Over and over again he said that he wanted to get me killed. I feel like my personal safety is seriously threatened. I don't want to race anymore. Jiang Chun mouthed off a long string of blah blah blah, not giving Gu Ding a chance to speak at all. Teacher, you have to do right by us. This kind of person is psychopathic and bullies us just because they are higher ranked and stronger than us. Gu Ding. I didn't. He's the one who slandered me. Teacher, I have proof. Jiang Chun raised his cell phone, then tapped on a recording. When you get in there, you better watch your ass and don't let me see you or I'll kill you. Gu Ding's voice was clearly audible on the phone. Gu Ding's face turned green. This is too damn sinister. Even recorded the audio. This student. What else do you have to say? Xin Xing turned to look at Gu Ding, his face as heavy as water. Yesterday, the people from Xiao Academy were setting fires everywhere, and today there were their people threatening other people to their faces so they could really toss them around. Gu Ding's face went a shade of green and white as he snapped. I was just joking with him. Humph. You have to be careful with your jokes. Quickly apologized to this student. Gu Ding's face shifted for a while, and he finally gritted his teeth and bowed to apologize to Jiang Chun. Seeing this, Xin Xing's face eased slightly. Then he glared fiercely at Gu Ding and left. Yichen hemmed and hawed, then patted Gu Ding's shoulder and said in his ear, "You'd better be careful for me when you go in. Don't let me meet you, or you'll be miserable." Qden. #%. Lungs almost exploded in anger. Chapter 33. You told me he was power. Xin Xing returned to the stage and pressed his hand and continued, "Please keep quiet. I'll say the last and most important point again. Once you lose, your spirit crystal points will also be reduced, so everyone must keep it properly. This is something that everyone does know, and it encourages the major colleges to compete with each other." All the participants had entered the arena, and the teachers from each academy were waiting for them at the spectator stand as early as possible. They only saw 2 screens in front of them. One screen was used to display the point situation of each participant, and the other was a real-time picture of the field. The field in the image was very wide. There were dense bushes as well as green grass, and the hissing and roaring of magical beasts rose and fell, so it was clear that a large number of magical beasts existed. The contestants began to enter the first circle level, where the magical beasts were of low level and easy to get. Gu Ding glanced coldly at Jiang Chun. Then a whirlwind was generated around him to lift him up then fly towards the second circle layer. The crowd watched in disbelief. Was this an A-ranked wind ability that could carry someone and take off? A smug smile appeared on the face of the teacher of Xiao Academy outside the field. This was the strongest freshman of their academy, a wind genius. Teacher Li, when did your academy produce a wind genius? This is only silver 6 stars and he can fly with the wind. The teachers of Xiao Academy couldn't help but show a hint of envy as they watched Gu Ding, who was riding the wind on the screen. Although there were wind-awakened people in their academy, none of them had Gu Ding's enlightenment. Oh, he wouldn't have been allowed to come to the tournament if he didn't have some strength. Mr. Li of Xiao Academy couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with this student. Huh. Did a guy just fly past him? Just now a silhouette appeared directly in the camera, quickly leaping over Gu Ding and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The guide also noticed the silhouette flying past and quickly switched the camera, only to see on the big screen, a man in white was flying through the air with an iron sword on the soles of his feet, his speed several times faster than Gu Ding's. Drip, drip, drip. The camera captured Jiang Chen's face, and information about him quickly appeared on the screen. Jiangling Academy, Jiangchun, Class B Strength Lineage Awakener, rank Bronze 6-star. Everyone stared at the row of information with wide-eyed incredulity. A flying Bronze 6-star power awakened? Is there any mistake, since when can a power-awakened person fly? The crowd looked at Luolin of Jiangling Academy, hoping that he would explain. Luolin laughed. Actually, this Jiangchen student is indeed a student of the strength department. As for why he can fly, we are actually not sure. Gu Ding, originally beautiful mood all of a sudden. He was never thought that this guy can also fly, and fly also so fast, so dashing, really angry. Jiang Chun didn't pay any attention to this, and when he crossed the first circle of defense, he plunged headlong into the second circle of dense forest. His current cultivation level was the 6th level of Qi cultivation, although it was only equivalent to the silver 6 stars of an awakened person. He had the 2 major killing moves of the Royal Sword technique and the Thunder technique in his hand. The Golden Demon Beast could also fight, but to be on the safe side, he still came to the second circle level first. Ow! Ow! As soon as they landed, a burst of hissing sounds of magical beasts came from the surroundings. Immediately, 5 green-eyed white wolves with a length of 6 meters slowly walked out from the woods, and they quickly split into several directions to surround Jiang Chun, preventing their prey from escaping. Go! The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose in a faint smile, and then with one hand, that iron sword transformed into a silver light and stabbed directly towards a green-eyed white wolf. Ow! A mournful scream shook the 4 fields as a green-eyed white wolf instantly fell to the ground. Immediately after that, the iron sword quickly reversed its direction and directly pierced through the other 4 green-eyed white wolves. Jiang Chun retrieved the iron sword, which he had bought when he was in Jiangling. After all, the hardness of the bamboo sword was still a bit worse, and for magical beasts like the green-eyed white wolf, which had low defenses of its own, the iron sword was as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Picking out the spirit crystals, Jiang Chen's points also instantly soared to 15 points, and was the only participant to score so far. Hiss! In the audience, someone sucked in cool air and said in surprise, "He's only been in the second circle level for less than 10 minutes, and he's killed 5 magical beasts. Mr. Luo, your academy is hiding really deep." Luo Lin laughed, and a wave of smugness couldn't help but rise in his heart. This is all a routine operation now. If I let you guys know that Jiang Chun had captured 2 Fusang discs in the secret realm and also countered a Zhongshe powerhouse, you guys would be afraid that you would be shocked out of your wits. A drop. Meanwhile, the rankings on all the participants' smartwatches refreshed. First place, Jiang Chun with 15 points. Gu Ding, who was still flying in the sky, almost stumbled and fell down. He just flew past him, and this is 15 points. It's not so fast to open up. When Shinxinyan saw Jiang Chen's points, she stomped her foot fiercely and led a group of Jiangling Academy students to start hunting magical beasts as well. Jiang Chun looked at the spirit crystal in his hand and smiled slightly. He was also no longer a white boy. An alien could not directly absorb spirit crystals. However, he could. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile on his mouth. The 3-day competition not only examined the strength of the participants but also tested their ability to survive in the wild. Soon after, the scoreboard appeared one after another with information about other people's points. But mostly it's 1 point and 3 points, or even 0 points, and 0 points for that is the points being distributed evenly to all the players. Jiang Chun traveled through the dense forest, and as long as he encountered a magical beast, it was basically a sword blow to the head, and his points were increasing rapidly. In just 1 hour, his points had already exceeded 100, followed closely by Sun Jihui of 5 Sages Academy with 21 points, and third was Gu Ding of Xianya Academy with 18 points. Looking at the standings, you could say that Jiang Chun is yo-yo ahead. Damn it! After killing a magical beast, Gu Ding's points came to 21. But at this point, Jiang Chen's points were already 120, and he was depressed. Before the match, he had already learned that there was only one person that he regarded as a rival, and that was Sun Jihui of the 5 Sages Academy, and he didn't even give a second thought to the Jiangling Academy, which was always at the bottom of the list. Who would have thought that it was the guy named Jiang Chun from Jiangling Academy who not only made his brother-in-law Gong Hua lose his eligibility to compete, but was also ahead of everyone by an absolute margin. Jiang Chen's overwhelming lead not only shocked those competing, but also dazzled all the teachers watching from outside the arena. In all the years the tournament has been held, there has never been a person who has brushed up their score so quickly. Through the high-altitude camera, they only saw Jiang Chun holding an iron sword, as if he was chopping up the magical beasts and killing them easily. The corner of Xiong Academy's teacher Li's mouth twitched hard a few times. Teacher Luo, are you sure he's only in the strength department? Are you sure he's only a bronze 6-star? It's too outrageous, not to mention Gu Ding, its son Jihui from Five Sages Academy. The strength of a class fire ability silver 7 stars is also not 1.5 points worse than him. Lorraine was smiling now, her back straightening more than ever. The strength department is correct. As for the bronze 6 stars, that was tested a month ago. Bronze 6 stars a month ago, even if he had heaven-defying talent, even if he was high on spirit crystals every day, he wouldn't be able to reach this level, right? It's outrageous. Jiang Chun had undoubtedly become the biggest dark horse of the tournament. Knock knock. Suddenly the ground shook, the forest swayed, and more than a dozen second-order silver moon wolves all surrounded them. At this moment, Jiang Chun had just taken out the spirit crystals from a 7 or 8 meter male lion, and the strong smell of blood attracted these silver moon wolves over. Ow! Wolf whistles shook the sky, and the leaves of the trees were shaken and rustled. Meanwhile, cameras in the air landed and captured the scene here. The teachers in the audience immediately changed their faces. There were a total of 18 second-order silver moon wolves. They had already seen the image of Jiang Chun single-handedly challenging 5 second-order magical beasts, but this was 18 too many. Luo Lin's brows were also slightly furrowed, but he wasn't too worried. After all, Jiang Chun could fly, and if the situation wasn't right, he'd be fine if he took off directly. In the field, Jiang Chun smiled. Good job coming. It saved me a lot of trouble. That Wolf King hissed, and the other silver moon wolves quickly pounced towards Jiang Chun from all sides, fearing that they wouldn't be able to share the meat if they were a step slow. Jiang Chun raised his right hand high. Then try this move of mine. Chapter 34. Ray comes. Ray, come on. With a grip of his palm, countless thunderbolts appeared in the void and fell towards the ground. On him. Naughty, naughty. That camera took the brunt of the blow and was directly knocked into the dregs, and the live feed was interrupted. What's going on? Why is there suddenly no signal? Shin Xing's face sank. Can't be, the game has just started. Is it about to cause a death? Get a nearby drone over there immediately to check the situation. With that, a staff member immediately tuned in the closest drone. The picture on the screen changed rapidly, and the drone was so fast that it reached the place where Jiang Chun was 2 minutes later. At this moment, an open area with a diameter of 50 meters appeared here, and the original large trees had disappeared. As the drone approached, the image appeared on top of the screen, and the crowd watching was dumbfounded. Wisps of blue smoke drifted up, only to see that this place had been turned into a scorched earth by the devastating attack, and Jiang Chun was pulling out spirit crystals from those charred silver wolf corpses. Seeing a drone approaching, Jiang Chun grinned towards the camera, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Everyone was nonplussed, even Roland stood up. What was this? What kind of attack did Jiang Chun just use that was so destructive? Now it wasn't just Xiong Academy's Mr. Li anymore. All the teachers' eyes became strange as they looked at Luo Lin. Someone murmured and opened his mouth to ask again. Mr. Luo, is this the power faculty you were talking about? Luo Lin didn't know how to answer now. Staring blankly at the screen, he kind of understood why Elder Li valued Jiang Chun so much. Jiang Chun had given them too many surprises. After collecting the 10,000 spirit crystals, Jiang Chun plunged headlong into the dense forest to start searching for the next magical beast victim. A drop. The leaderboard was refreshed once again, and Jiang Chun's points had soared directly from 120 to 174. Gu Ding, who had managed to kill a second-order mountain-piercing armor, had the urge to swing for the fences when he looked at the leaderboards. Holy! I'm reporting someone for hacking and disrupting the game balance. Can you still happily hack Warcraft, really, end it, destroy it, can't play it at all? Basically, the single brush people and his mood are the same. Their own hard work is not easy to get 1 or 2 10 points, but the result is that other people instantly up 50 or so points. And play a hammer, go get a room and chop alone. Don't come and mess with us. The expression on Zhang Ling's trainees' faces as they watched the leaderboards was odd as hell. They were naturally happy that Jiang Chun was able to dominate the first place. After all, Jiang Chun was also representing Jiangling Academy. However, when they thought that Jiang Chun didn't team up with them because he disliked them for being too much of a rookie, there was more or less a grudge in their hearts. This guy. Shun Xinyan clenched her teeth. If she hadn't promised the dean to lead the team in a snowstorm, it is estimated that at this moment, she has already opened up a lying life with Jiang Chen's double rose. Where is the need to fight to the death here? In fact, with her strength, she can enter the second circle layer to kill the 4 sides, but her teammates are not strong. There is no way to do so. She can only snail a circle layer to bully the small magical beasts. Suddenly, with a twinkle in her eye, she came up with an excellent idea. Whoever in the team killed the magical beasts would have points if they got the spirit crystals, so why not let these rookie teammates hack the small monsters here by themselves while she went to the second circle level to brush up her experience. It's true that I'm still smart. Shen Xinyan smiled in her heart, and then she told them about her plan. That's a good idea. Let's do it. His plan was supported by all of them, and they actually realized that their own strength was rookie dragging Shen Xinyan down. You guys be careful then. I'm going. Shen Xinyan left the team and headed towards the second circle level. With her strength, it was much more efficient to single brush. Half an hour later, she finally crossed the defense line and entered the second circle layer. And shortly after entering, she encountered a second-rank magical beast. She was seen exercising her powers. A hanging thunderbolt struck, and the demonic beast was overpowered on the spot. After successfully getting 3 points, the entire team's average increased by 0.33 points. As Shen Xinyan entered the second circle to brush up on her points, Zhongling Academy's team points grew significantly, leaping from team 5th over the previous place to become 4th. This scene naturally caught the attention of the teachers outside the field, especially the teachers from Lingang Academy. Their academy was clearly in 4th place, but it turned out to be overtaken by Zhongling, who was in 5th place for 10,000 years, causing him to be very puzzled. Teacher Luo, it seems like your Zhongling Academy has recruited quite a few strong students this year. Mr. Zhu Huan of Lingang College said with a leathery smile. At this time, Luo Lin also noticed that the team's points had become 4th, and said with a slight smile, Mr. Zhu is not saying anything. You guys still have a chance to overtake. Luo Lin secretly rejoiced in his heart. It was right to let Shen Xinyan lead the group. The camera gave a circle of layers of Zhongling Academy's team members, only to see 8 of them besieging a silver-horned rhinoceros. The silver-horned rhino's defense was extremely high, although it was a first rank, but its defense was even stronger than some second-rank magical beasts. After 8 people took turns bombing the silver-horned wraith, it finally fell to the ground and they managed to get 1 point. Luo Lin frowned slightly. How come there were only 8 people? Shouldn't there be 9? Where did the ace Shen Xinyan go? Right after Zhongling's team's total score had increased by 1 point, another 3 points were suddenly added after only a second. What's the situation? Some people wonder, cheating? What's going on? They've obviously gotten 1 point. How did they suddenly get 3 more points? Someone questioned. Shen Xing immediately checked the personnel of Zhongling Academy's team and realized that there were only 8 people on the screen, while in actuality there should be 9 of them, and the one who was missing happened to be the only girl on the team named Shen Xianyan. Track the location of Shen Xinyan at Zhongling Academy. The staff then immediately began to operate, and soon tracked down Shen Xinyan's location. At the same time, the big screen showed her real-time whereabouts and basic information. Zhongling Academy, Shen Xinyan, S-Class Thunder and Lightning Department, Silver 6 stars, the second circle layer of the area he was in. Everyone was nonplussed after seeing this information. S-ranked Thunder and Lightning Department, surprisingly S-ranked. Hee, good old Luo, in order to win the match you even called out all the S-classes. You guys are really willing to spend money. Lorraine hemmed and hawed. Fairly fair. The image only showed Shen Xinyan quickly weaving through the jungle in search of prey, and a few minutes later she met up with a 3-meter-tall second-order black bear. Only to see her directly strike, the power of lightning instantly shot out from his palm, directly bombarding the black bear, which fell down in response. All the teachers in the audience unconsciously jumped a little with their eyebrows. Worthy of the S-rank Thunder and Lightning Department, it was indeed domineering. At the same time, the team added another 3 points to its point total and 0.33 points to its point average. A drop. The leaderboards refreshed again, and everyone stared at the screen with wide, unbelieving eyes. Off the charts. Chapter 35. King Volume shall not die in vain. The crowd's eyes froze a bit, only to see that first place Jiang Chen's points instantly skyrocketed by 108 points, directly rising from 174 to 282. Then look at the second Sun Jihui points 33, was crushed by the body without the slightest hope to see. Shen Xing immediately asked the staff to switch the camera to Jiang Chen. The crew reported, the drone over there is lost. Everyone was confused at this moment. The drone on Jiang Chen's side broke down again. They were increasingly curious as to what method Jiang Chen had used to be able to kill more than 32nd-order magical beasts in one go. On the other side, Gu Ding swung straight for the fences after seeing the latest points. Play a hammer, can't play, Can't play at all, whoever likes to play, go ahead, I won't play anyway. Jiang Chun didn't stay after he finished off a group of magical beasts. He was going to hunt more magical beasts. This place was heaven to him. A magical beast meant a spirit crystal, and spirit crystals were able to raise his cultivation level. Soon after, he was surprised to meet an acquaintance, Gu Ding. He looked at the points leaderboard and Gu Ding had 30 points, which meant that he had 10 second-order spirit crystals on him. He strutted over, and the swinging Gu Ding didn't realize that someone had already approached. Yo! Mr. Gu Ding, what a coincidence! Jiang Chun revealed a hint of an impishly sinister smile. Gu Ding jumped up with a jolt. Jiang Chun! Gu Ding's face changed slightly. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Chun here. Damn it! This kid said he was going to get me. What should I do? He used to think that Jiang Chun was nothing more than a talkative rookie, but he didn't realize that the other party was a dark horse, and he had become a chaperone instead. The level of points also directly reflected a person's strength, and the information showed that Jiang Chun was a bronze 6-star. But he definitely isn't. This kid has been playing pig in a poke. After some analysis, he was already pretty sure that he was no match for Jiang Chun. What do you want? Gu Ding backed away slightly. Jiang Chun gave a bad smile and said, Gu is really forgetful, I told you. You'll be miserable if you meet me. Gu Ding's heart jumped. This kid won't come for real. He took a small step back and snapped, You don't mess around. Tisk. Look at you. How could I mess around? I'm very serious. Jiang Chun approached step by step, and Gu Ding retreated step by step, a look of panic in his eyes. Tell you what, hand over the spirit crystals you're carrying, and I'll let you off the hook for now. No. 30 points you give me that there are no spirit crystals. If you don't hand it over, you will really be miserable. Oh. Jiang Chun, there are drone cameras everywhere here. How dare you hit me? A drone was hovering in the air, its camera facing them. Jiang Chun smiled. Competing with each other is supposed to be allowed by the rules. As long as you're strong, you can come and rob me too. Come on. I've got almost 100 of them here. Are you jealous? Jiang Chun grabbed a handful of second-order spirit crystals and weighed them in his hand. It was fake for Gu Ding to look at the spirit crystals in his hand and not get red-eyed, however. He knew that he might not have that strength. Finally thought about it anyway, he is ready to swing this point with or without the same result, might as well just give it to him so as not to get a beating. Take it, you said to spare me. He threw all 10 spirit crystals he had on him over. Don't worry. I'm as good as my word. Tomorrow you prepare 30 spirit crystals. What do you mean? Gu Ding frowned at this and his eyes instantly became eloquent. Jiang Chun smiled grimly and said, It doesn't mean anything. I just said I'd let you off the hook for now. I didn't say I'd let you off the hook. I'll come and get it from you tomorrow afternoon. If you don't have the 30 spirit crystals, you'll be really screwed. Jiang Chun, don't bully people too much. Gu Ding immediately quit. Isn't this treating him as a tool person? There was no way that he, the strongest freshman in Xiong, could be a tool man, absolutely not even if he died. So you don't want to? Then there's nothing you can do. Jiang Chun walked towards Gu Ding as he spoke, the corners of his mouth hooked up with a threatening sneer. Gu Ding directly flew up into the sky on the wind to quickly escape, but the next moment, Jiang Chen's figure directly appeared by his side. Jiang Chen grinned and grabbed the latter's collar, then slammed it hard towards the ground. The huge force made Gu Ding fall sharply, but fortunately, when he was still half a meter from the ground, he exerted his supernatural ability and struggled to raise himself back up without smashing on the ground. But before he could react, a big foot had landed on his back. Bang! Jiang Chun stomped downwards, and the wind escape underneath Gu Ding directly shattered, and his entire body slammed directly onto the ground head-on. Even if he wasn't an opponent, he couldn't even escape. Gu Ding wanted to cry without tears. The teachers of the Nuya Academy in the audience twitched their cheeks. As the first freshman of Xiong Academy even fled without a fight or even escaped, it was a bit humiliating, and the key was even more disgraceful if he hadn't jumped off. Serve or not? Jiang Chun stepped on his back, making him unable to move. Nuts, fight and cannot beat, run and cannot run away, do not agree to be hanged, Gu baby heart are tears ah. Serves you right, whatever you say. Forget it, today it looks like I can't leave without saying yes. So I'll say yes in order to save myself from the pain of the skin. Jiang Chun had left a scent on Gu Ding, and he was able to sense the other party's location within a certain range. Remember, 30 spirit crystals tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Chun no longer cared about Gu Ding as he walked away and started looking for his next target. Gu Ding slumped on the ground for a long time before he climbed up, not to mention how stifled he felt in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the competition venue wouldn't open the exit channel until 3 days later, he would want to quit the competition right now. Damn, that's bullying. But complain to complain, the work still have to do, in case tomorrow did not get 30 spirit crystals estimate really will not be able to avoid a beating. Why is my life so bitter? Bent on swinging for the fences, he had to act again, and the key is still a toolman, haunted. Jiang Chun, who had gotten 10 spirit crystals, had already come to 312 points. Even if he chose to lie flat now, he was still firmly in first place, but he didn't stop, his points continued to grow. Until the evening, the end of the first day's competition, he had already scored a whopping 780 points, setting one historical record after another. As the sky darkened, everyone chose to set up camp in a safe place to recuperate. Jiang Chun found a large tree and sat down on a huge branch to start refining the spirit crystals. As one after another of the spirit crystals were refined by him, his cultivation gradually increased, while his points began to decrease, with each spirit crystal consumed points decreasing by 3 points. What is this guy doing, and why are the points dropping? Xin Xinyan had also found a safe place to pitch her tent, and at this time, she brushed the scoreboard just in time to see Jiang Chen's points dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. He was ready to call and ask, but no one ever answered, which pissed her off enough. Damn it! Not answering the phone again. It lasted until late at night, when Jiang Chen's points went to 0, and the second-ranked Sun Jihui jumped to first place. Jiang Chun opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His cultivation broke through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, and his eyesight was also greatly improved. Even in the darkness of the night, he was able to see clearly as if it were daytime. He stretched his muscles all over and pulled out his cell phone to see that 2 a.m. was still more than 4 hours from dawn, so he could still brush up. Then he saw Xin Xinyan's up to 18 missed calls and felt helpless, because he'd muted his cell phone upon entering the playing field. Never mind. I guess she's asleep now, better not go back. He then rode his sword and flew directly over the woods, decapitating the magical beasts once he spotted them. This night, from time to time, the miserable hissing of magical beasts was heard. Gu Ding pulled up the quilt to cover his head and said hatefully, "Asshole, King Roll shall not die." Chapter 36, Terrifying Abnormal Ability. The crowd was surprised early the next morning. The person at the top of the leaderboard has become Sun Jihui. Everyone was uncertain as they scrolled down and finally found Jiang Chen's name at the end. Name Jiang Chun, points 0. What's going on here? Obviously he had 780 points yesterday, so why did he suddenly go to 0? The crowd was puzzled. The teachers were also dumbfounded when they came into the audience, one after the other. Xin Xing immediately had his staff track Jiang Chen's location, and they soon found him. At this moment, Jiang Chun had just finished absorbing the spirit crystals that he had gotten from working overtime last night, and was stretching his legs beautifully. Yes, he stretched hard, instantly feeling refreshed. The sun had risen, and it was time to start scoring again. The staff outside the arena was pulling up a table of the changes in Jiang Chen's points every moment. Soon they had all the data. At 9 p.m. last night his points were still 780, but from 9:05 p.m. onwards, they were rapidly decreasing until all 780 points went to 0 at 2 a.m. Then, starting at 2:10 a.m., his points started to grow again until 5:30 a.m., when they reached 180 again, but then starting at 5:35 a.m., they dropped again until 7 a.m. 5 minutes ago when they went to 0 again. Everyone was confused. What was this? Was there a problem with the smartwatch? However, remote testing by staff did not reveal any problems and everything functioned normally. The crowd was even more puzzled. This ING encounter with ghosts not. Mr. Luo, this is something I think you'd better call and ask what exactly is going on. Xin Xing solemnly said, after all, this was the first time in so many years that this situation had occurred, and they had to figure it out. Lorraine smiled a little awkwardly and said, actually, I don't have his phone number. Don't any of you register your cadet information? This, being a participant's privacy, we have kept it voluntary. And just then, a teacher exclaimed in shock. What? He went to the 3rd circle level. On the screen, Jiang Chun rode his sword directly over the defense line of the 3rd circle layer and went in. That's full of 3rd-order magical beasts. This kid is crazy. His current cultivation had already reached the 7th level of Qi cultivation, and his corresponding alien rank should be silver 9 stars. Coupled with his means and defensive abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult to decapitate a 3rd-ranked magical beast. Everyone's eyes widened at the screen. This guy was just too reckless. There are fewer trees in the 3rd circle than in the 2nd circle, and the terrain is more complex and varied. Roar! The tiger's whistle shook the sky. On a short hill, a 9-meter-long and 3-meter-high spotted tiger was eyeing Jiang Chun intently, and it had already regarded Jiang Chun as an intruder who had trespassed into its territory. Third-ranked tsunami tiger. Teachers were nervous. The tsunami tiger was not invincible at the same level but was still an absolutely powerful existence. Could Jiang Chun deal with it? The only fortunate thing was that Jiang Chun was able to fly through the air, so if he couldn't win the fight, he could still escape. Roar! The tsunami tiger raised its claw and slapped down. The several hundred pounds of boulders under its feet directly crumbled. The power was evident, and this was just a random claw from it. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, not fearful in the slightest. It wasn't a handful to deal with this kind of magical beast with strong ground attack but not strong defense. Only Jiang Chun was seen riding his flying sword through the air. Sure enough, I'm still running away. There was a slight hint of regret in the teachers' hearts. They actually wanted to see Jiang Chun's tactics, but it looked like Jiang Chun would only be able to run away in the face of a third-order top-tier magical beast. He's still a freshman. I'm sure I'm still expecting too much from him. The image showed Jiang Chun flying through the air directly above the tsunami tiger's head. Big kitty. I wonder if anyone wants your whip. It's a great tonic. The tsunami tiger seemed to have been severely provoked as it roared up to the sky, and with one claw, the small hill in front of it directly collapsed into a large chunk. With a few clangs, 3 iron swords unexpectedly appeared by Jiang Chun's side, only to see his hands strangling, and the 3 iron swords instantly transformed into 3 silver rays of light and chopped towards the Xiao tiger below. What kind of powers are these? Everyone in front of the screen moved forward, as if this was the only way to see every move Jiang Chun made. Spacing out and imperiling things, that Tao, is it the same as that one? Everyone was shocked when these words came out, coincidentally remembering a person, the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Chanting, a teacher said fiercely through clenched teeth. This kind of psychic ability was too heaven-defying and was classified as the highest grade SSR grade psychic ability, and so far only one had appeared in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and that was the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. This kind of supernormal ability is mysterious and inexplicable, able to attack and defense, can also manipulate all substances, including the supernormal ability released by others. People with this kind of psychic ability are the ones who stand at the very top of the pyramid once they grow up. The crowd gulped and felt their mouths dry. If Jiang Chun really possessed Nianli powers, as long as he waited for them to grow up, the Dragon Kingdom would have 2 more super powerhouses. And it also explains why he can fly in the air, all because he has Nianli ability. On the screen, Jiang Chun was hovering in the air with his feet on a flying sword while simultaneously maneuvering 3 iron swords to attack the tsunami tiger. The tsunami tiger was huge, but it didn't affect its flexible positioning in the slightest. It was only that Jiang Chun manipulated the iron sword to chop in different directions, and even if it moved as fast as it did, it could only care about the front and not the back, and it was still chopped in the end. Poof! Poof! One sword directly cut through his belly, while the other chopped off one of its hind legs. Roar! Roar! The severe pain made the tsunami tiger growl and roar, but with the loss of one of its hind legs, its movements were greatly restricted, and it simply couldn't withstand Jiang Chun's repeated attacks. Pest! A silver light plunged straight from the sky straight into its massive mind. The whistling tiger eventually let out a resigned roar and collapsed to the ground. A third-ranked tsunami tiger had been destroyed by Jiang Chun's long-range attack just like that, and the audience in front of the screen seemed to feel a little unreal. In the end, a conclusion was reached. The Nianli supernatural power was even as terrifying as this. Jiang Chun dropped down and pulled out the tsunami tiger's spirit crystal. Compared to the second-order spirit crystals, the third-order spirit crystals had more and purer spiritual energy. He also went from 0 to 6 points. He then drummed for a while, and finally shaved out the tsunami tiger's essence whip. I don't know if anyone wants this stuff. Just keep it for now. If no one wants it, I'll keep it for myself. At this point, the individual teachers outside the arena who were watching the real-time feed had green eyes. This great tonic would be so sexually pleasurable to make wine for your husband. Some people have already made up their minds to trade for him and buy the guy when the game is over. Chapter 37. If I don't feel good, you don't feel good either. Jiang Chun's points disappeared to say who was the biggest winner. It was naturally Sun Jihui of the 5 Sages Academy. Originally, he also wanted to lie flat, but he ended up in first place with a high score of 81. Ranking second, Gu Ding ranking also fell, currently only 51 points, he ranked 4th. The huge surprise rekindled his motivation and he decided to build on it today. Shortly afterward he encountered Gu Ding, who was brushing up on magic beasts, and the two of them looked at each other in all directions. Sun Jihui revealed a smug smile, and a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. I had heard from the teachers of the academy that Gu Ding of Xiong Academy was the biggest competitor this time, and now it seemed to be nothing more than that. While Gu Ding's gaze towards Sun Jihui was filled with a hint of boredom, secretly saying, "Laugh, just laugh hard. There'll be a time when you kid will cry." Mr. Gu Ding really lives up to his name and strength, taking 51 points in just one day. The corners of Sun Jihui's mouth hooked up slightly, and his voice was also light. Hee, this level of mine is not to be mentioned. It's still up to Sun. Now that you're at the top of the list, I'm here to congratulate Sun in advance for taking first place. Gu Ding smiled, but in fact, his heart has been MMP. Oh, Gu, don't be presumptuous. It's only the second day of the competition. You still have a chance. I'll be waiting for you in front. Okay. Borrowing Sun's good advice, you mustn't let go of the water, or if I'm not careful I'll really overtake you. Then it'll be a joke, don't you think so? Sun Jihui's face changed slightly. Then he said, "Fine. Then we'll each have our own strength." Looking at Sun Jihui's departing back, a hint of gloating flashed across Gu Ding's eyes. Brush it hard, brush it as hard as you can, and then someone will turn you into a duck egg in a minute. No, put some pressure on him. Gu Ding hemmed and hawed, then began to frantically look for magical beasts to hunt. He wants Sun Jihui to feel the pressure from him so that Sun Jihui will definitely desperately brush the points, and when the time comes, his own slight tactics will make him feel what is the suffering of the world, what is the evil of the world. Soon after the two separated, Gu Ding's points really went all the way up, jumping from fourth to third being about the same as second place. Sun Jihui's sullen face did not expect his words to stimulate Gu Ding to rise to the occasion. He also had to act, or really be overtaken by the reverse. It would be too humiliating. At the third circle level, Jiang Chun was also on the move, as one after another third-ranked magical beast was killed by him, and his points were growing rapidly. At this moment, he encountered a 12-meter-long overlord crocodile, which came tearing in with its bloody mouth open, wanting to give Jiang Chan a death roll. The latter quickly flew into the air to avoid its attack. Overlord crocodile, one of the strongest magical beasts in the third rank. Not only is the defense amazing, the attack power is even more terrifying. The teachers in the audience outside the arena were staring at the huge overlord crocodile in the picture, which was much stronger than the tsunami tiger that Jiang Chun had decapitated. Inside the field, Jiang Chun controlled his flying sword to chop at the overlord crocodile, and the iron sword chopped at its body with a pinging sound, unable to break through its defense. The attacked overlord crocodile was incomparably furious, its huge head roaring towards Jiang Chun with a huge deafening sound. "Ray, come on!" Jiang Chun also didn't hesitate at all and directly used a lightning attack. A hanging lightning fell directly flooded the overlord crocodile. Dense arcs of electricity nuisance. The overlord crocodile miserable roar, wanting to escape from the lightning range. But it was all to no avail wherever it fled. The lightning followed it like a shadow. But the defense of the overlord crocodile is really strong. In exchange for other magical beasts, a hanging lightning fall almost on the spot to lead the box meal. This overlord crocodile had actually persisted for a full 2 minutes, causing Jiang Chen's spiritual energy to run out. Jiang Chun sighed. Still, his realm was too low, and there wasn't enough spiritual energy in his body. In the end, the overlord crocodile was directly electrocuted alive, and its body became charred black, and it took another while before its spirit crystal was taken out. Everyone in front of the screen looked at the picture. People were numb. Not long ago it was speculated that he had a Nianli ability. How long has it been since then? The lightning ability also came out. Anyone who says he's a powerhouse now, I'm going to be in a hurry with him. All the way through, it's impossible to see where he's using his power. It's either long-range strikes or lightning carpet bombing, and it has nothing to do with the power system at all. A person possessing both Nianli ability and lightning ability, there was no heavenly reason for such a person not to be strong in the future. "Look, you guys, what's he doing?" Suddenly a teacher pointed at the screen and shouted in shock, and all eyes focused on the big screen once again, only to see the image of Jiang Chun crushing the overlord crocodile's spirit crystal. Surprisingly began to absorb it. He's absorbing spirit crystals. Crazy, really crazy. Everyone was nonplussed. Spirit crystals were indeed able to quickly raise the level of an alien, but they had to be purified and processed spirit crystals. Pulling it out of a magical beast and absorbing it directly would be suicidal behavior. Could it be that he absorbed all the spirit crystals he got yesterday, and that's why his points became 0? The words lifted everyone's spirits. Yesterday, Jiang Chen got a total of 960 points, according to the accounting of 3 points per spirit crystal, a full 322nd order spirit crystals. So many spirit crystals were all absorbed by him, 2ing crazy. Not to mention 320 of them. He would have to die several times at his level even if he only absorbed 3 of them. If it's true, then how the hell did he do it? This question was also what everyone wanted to know. If the problem of spirit crystals not having to be withdrawn and deposited and directly absorbed could really be solved, then the country would save a huge amount of money. Jiang Chen didn't realize that he had caused such a big storm by casually absorbing a spirit crystal. After absorbing the Overlord Crocodile's spirit crystals, his spirit power returned to its optimal state and he began to look for his next target. At noon, Sun Jihui, who had swiped half a day's worth of points, finally stopped. He had to take a break to regain his strength, but when he checked the points leaderboard the whole thing went bad. First place, Jiang Chen points 306. Second place, Sun Jihui with 126 points. Third place, Gu Ding with 123 points. He had obviously worked very hard. Why was he surpassed by Jiang Chen, this guy again? And he had directly left him behind by a large margin. He couldn't even figure out how Jiang Chen had done it even if his head was broken. He had a sudden urge to cry in aggravation, and an even greater urge to lay flat on his back in a bad way. Play directly announced Jiang Chen first finish. Called us to the game is completely to make up the number of people. Gu Ding, you're a ing roll king too. Gu Ding, and he only has a gap of 3 points now. When the two met in the morning obviously he was still behind himself by 30 points. This is really don't want to roll. When he thought of Gu Ding's words, don't be overtaken, he instantly climbed to his feet. Although he could no longer catch up with Jiang Chen, he definitely couldn't fall behind Gu Ding. He couldn't afford to lose this person. Putting aside the idea of laying flat, Sun Jihui once again started the mode of wildly swiping points. Gu Ding in the other place hemmed and hawed and gritted his teeth. If I don't have a good time, you don't want to have a good time either. I can't roll you to death. Chapter 38 Jiang Chen, you don't speak of martial virtues. In the evening, it didn't take Jiang Chen long to find Gu Ding after coming out of the third circle layer. At this moment, Gu Ding was lying on the ground in a big word. He really didn't want to move, it was too damn tiring. Jiang Chen came to Gu Ding's side and said, where are the spirit crystals I want? Take it, take it, take it all and give it all to you. Gu Ding directly threw the packet of spirit crystals all over. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. He had not opened his mouth to rob. This guy even took the initiative to surrender all the spirit crystals. When did he become so good? You're rather proactive. Gu Ding sat up with a roll. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, there's someone who has more spirit crystals than me. Do you want them? You mean Sun Jihui? Yes, that's him, he's a fat sheep. Jiang Chen looked at him with a somewhat odd expression and said, you have a grudge against him? Even so. He then went over the events of the day. You're a ing talent. Jiang Chen was also speechless after hearing this. This kid was really desperate to get back at Sun Jihui. Well, when are you going to zero in on him? Tomorrow. Why, can't we go now? I rolled all day just for you to make him a duck egg. You give me instructions to clean him up only one day. You're breaking my heart, you know that. Jiang Chen returned the bag with the spirit crystals to Gu Ding and said with a hefty smile, guess what he'll do when he sees that your points are higher than his. With that, he took a third-order spirit crystal from his storage ring and threw it to Gu Ding, whose eyes immediately lit up, and both of them exchanged glances with each other, revealing a sinister smile. Look to go. Gu Ding couldn't wait to see Sun Jihui's defeated expression. The two of them then traveled in the air and soon found Sun Jihui. At this moment, he was looking at the leaderboards with a dismayed look on his face. Gu Ding, who was clearly 3 points behind himself just a moment ago, all of a sudden rose 6 points up, instantly surpassing him by 3 points. Nuts! Gu Ding, you're a ing roll king. Sun Jihui, who had just wanted to set up camp, was instantly in no mood to rest. Gu Ding pressed him every step of the way today, biting him all the time, and once he pulled away from the gap it would be difficult to recover. Shortly afterward, he killed 2 magical beasts. Score finally overtook Gu Ding again by 3 points, and his heart was instantly relieved. Hey, it's finally time to take a break. Just as he had just laid down and looked at the leaderboard in a beautiful way, he sat up with a jolt. Gu Ding, you're ing nuts. Only to see that the original rebound of 3 points was once again rebounded by Gu Ding by 3 points. The mind explodes instantly. Numbnuts. I'll see how long you can roll. Half an hour later, Sun Jihui dragged his tired body back. This time he was more lucky and encountered 3 weaker second-order magical beasts, directly taking 9 points, instantly overtaking Gu Ding by 6 points. I'll see how you roll. The two of them, Jiang Chun and Gu Ding, who were hiding in the shadows, smiled sinisterly, and 2 spirit crystals fell into Gu Ding's pocket, their points instantly skyrocketing by 12 points. You go and give him a fire, Jiang Chun said towards Gu Ding, who understood in seconds. 5 minutes later, Gu Ding appeared in Sun Jihui's field of vision. Oh, so it's Mr. Sun? I thought it was some rookie? Gu Ding, why are you here? Sun Jihui gritted his teeth. Oh, purely passing through. I'm going to go chop up magical beasts to brush up on my points. Sun Jihui immediately cursed. Gu Ding, you're a ing psychopath. What time is it and you still go to brush up on your scores? If you don't go to sleep, others have to go to sleep too. Gu Ding didn't argue with him either, and said with a smile. It can't be helped. It's impossible to surpass Jiang Chun. But there's still a chance to surpass you. And at that time, Sun is afraid that he'll be slapped in the face. Huh? Humph. Don't be complacent. Wait until your points surpass mine. Sun Jihui gritted his teeth fiercely, somewhat regretting provoking this madman in the first place. Hehehe, Mr. Sun, you haven't seen the latest leaderboards, right? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? My points have already surpassed yours, yo. Sun Jihui froze, then looked at the leaderboard on his watch. His face instantly changed. He was really overtaken. Nima, you can't get some rest, you have to screw me. How about we shake hands and call it a day? Gu Ding shook his head. Words and can? But, not up to this point, I have to go to continue to brush the points. So I will not bother Sun's beautiful dream. You come back to chase me tomorrow? I will wait for you in the front until you are out of reach. Gu Ding left. Sun Jihui was dumbfounded. And he stared at the leaderboard for a long time and finally clenched his teeth and spelled it out. Roll on it, who is afraid of who? From time to time during this day and night, the sound of a demonic beast screaming could be heard, and Sun Jihui was as crazy as a demon. Whenever he managed to overtake Gu Ding, the other party would quickly overtake him back, and the weeks continued until 3 in the morning, when he finally couldn't carry on. Lay flat and destroy, the old man can't roll. And it just so happened that Jiang Chun didn't have any extra spirit crystals left to give Gu Ding brush a share. His spirit crystals had all been absorbed, and his cultivation had refined quite a bit more. He then went into the 3rd circle layer to brush up again, and it wasn't until dawn that he stopped to refine and absorb the spirit crystals he had obtained once again. The next day, Jiang Chen's name went from number 1 on the leaderboard to the bottom again, with his points going to 0. Gu Ding is in first place with 171 points. Second was Sun Jihui with 169 points. After seeing the leaderboard, Sun Jihui was slightly relieved. There was still hope. It was the last day of the tournament and everyone was starting to power up for the final push. Zhongling Academy's team ranking had rushed up to the 2nd place, and the gap with the 1st place was not big enough to have the hope of winning the championship. Jiang Chun came out of the 3rd circling layer at noon, as he couldn't see any traces of the magical beasts in the 3rd circling layer anymore, and it seemed that they were all finished by him karma, so he had to return to the 2nd circling layer. After another 3 hours, there were still 4 hours to go before the end of the game, at which point his points were once again a distant 630, and the magical beasts of the 2nd circle tier were almost extinct as well. He found Gu Ding, who cooperated and handed over all the spirit crystals to him, mainly because he didn't want to get beaten up and had to cooperate. Then they found Sun Jihui, who by now was tired as a dog, panting heavily. A look at the leaderboard, hey, he's 2nd, damn Gu Ding, eek, how did Gu Ding disappear? He scrolled down to find Gu Ding's name at the end. Name Gu Ding, points 0. What's going on? Have they been robbed? Congratulations on guessing correctly, but there's no reward. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, 2 people fell from the air. None other than Jiang Chun and Gu Ding, and Sun Jihui felt bad. What do you want? Be a good boy and hand over the spirit crystals, or you'll be in deep trouble. Gu Ding had his hands behind his back in an inscrutable manner. Humph, I've been rolling for so long. I just want to see what happens when the fruits of your kids' efforts are zeroed out once and for all. Cool off to the side. Handsome didn't last more than 3 seconds. Jiang Chun peeled him away with one hand, and the latter stumbled and almost fell over. Damn, I am still pretending, at least give some face, Gu Ding heart indignant. You have 3 seconds to hand over the spirit crystal. 3 times up. Immediately, he only saw Jiang Chun perform the royal sword technique, and his iron sword transformed into a silver light that instantly rested against Sun Jihui's throat. You! Sun Jihui swallowed his saliva, cold sweat on his forehead, and spoke with difficulty. Killing is not allowed here. Even if you kill me, you can't run away. Who said I was going to kill you? You see the camera up there? You don't want anyone to see you but naked, do you? How dare you? Jiang Chen grinned and played with the flavor. Why wouldn't I dare? Saying so, the iron sword brushed and slashed, and Sun Jihui's clothes directly turned into pieces. Next is down there. Sun Jihui's face changed, and his hands hurriedly protected his vitals. He was really starting to get scared. If he was seen naked, will surely become a hit in the future where he still have the face to go out. Thinking about it again and again, eventually he handed over all the spirit crystals. Oh, Sun is really quick. To show my appreciation for you, just give you a chance at fame. Just when Sun Jihui wondered, he felt a cold in the juju. Gu Ding had already prepared a cell phone to take a wild shot. Jiang Chun, you don't speak of martial virtues. Jiang Chun shrugged. It's not like I said I preach martial virtues. Chapter 39, The Robber Duo. Outside the arena, all the teachers covered their faces and sweated. Sun Jihui is really a bear but to become famous, and the face of the teachers of the Five Sages Academy is black as charcoal. However, it was Jiang Chen's next action that made them realize what bullying meant. He actually started robbing the spirit crystals of the participants, whether they were individuals or teams. As long as they were encountered by him, none of them escaped and were all forced to hand over all their spirit crystals. Now it wasn't just the teachers of the Five Sages Academy who had black faces. The teachers of the other academies were all staring at Luo Lin with unfavorable expressions, and the latter was embarrassed by the stares. However, when Jiang Chun encountered Xin Xinyan, Luo Lin's face went dark. Kid, have you got it wrong? Even the people from your own academy, isn't it too much? On the screen, Xin Xinyan was originally very happy to see Jiang Chun, but the next moment, Jiang Chun directly said, reaching out, "Give me all the spirit crystals." Xin Xinyan? She didn't understand Jiang Chen's meaning for a moment, and looked at him with a puzzled expression of disbelief. "Give you what for? Just turn it in when the game is over." These spirit crystals were meant to be surrendered, and when the time came, they would be sent to a specialized institution to be purified, then become absorbable resources. "Can't you see that I'm robbing you? Hand it over faster." Jiang Chun approached with an aggressive look. "Jiang Chun, stop it. You robbed me. Ha ha ha." Jiang Chen's words directly made Xin Xinyan laugh, as if it was the funniest joke he had heard today. This guy was talking about robbing her, laughing his ass off. "Hey, Xin Xinyan, can you respect me? At least I'm here to rob. And you're still laughing? Believe it or not, I'll whip you into screaming wow wow wow. Ha ha. Smoke me? Laugh me to death. Ha ha. Snap. A crisp ringing sound came. Xin Xinyan immediately shook his whole body as if electrocuted, and his cheeks quickly turned red to drip blood. Everyone outside the arena was also stunned, and then an anti-smile appeared on their faces. "Jiang Chun, what are you doing?" Xin Xinyan, who was filled with shame and anger, froze for 10 seconds before reacting, and hurriedly backpedaled to distance herself from Jiang Chun. "I told you, I'm here to rob. Hand over the spirit crystals or else." With that, he raised his palms up, and his gaze fell unkindly on a certain part of Xin Xinyan's body that was covered by her hands. You dare?" Xin Xinyan trembled in shock. "I wouldn't mind trying it again. It feels good in my hands anyway." "Jiang Chen, you're crazy. We're all from Jiangling Academy. You're already the single first now. What do you need my spirit crystals for?" Xin Xinyan's cheeks blushed with anger. She didn't want to be attacked by Jiang Chen again, or else she was afraid that she wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. Jiang Chun also didn't want to tease her directly, took a spirit crystal out and started absorbing it in front of her. "You're crazy. You'll die if you absorb it directly." Xin Xinyan snatched the spirit crystal in front of him with one hand, stopping Jiang Chen's suicidal behavior. Jiang Chun shrugged and said, "Why do you think so many of my points suddenly turned to 0? I absorbed them all." "Huh? You absorbed all of it straight away?" At that time, she saw Jiang Chen's points drop and finally become 0. She was still wondering, for this also gave this guy called, but did not connect feelings. This guy, even the spirit crystals are all absorbed. Jiang Chen nodded. "You don't notice anything wrong with your body?" As an awakened person, Xin Xinyan naturally knows that the spirit crystals obtained from the body of the magical beasts cannot be directly absorbed. 1 or 2 may still be saved, but once the intake is too large, it will directly burst the body and die. "It's fine. There's no discomfort." He again put his head next to the side of Xinyan's ear and said, "My realm has also risen quite a bit, or else what do you think I want these things for?" Xin Xinyan was dumbfounded. This is also good. Not only is it fine, the level is also raised. It is outrageous. "So I can have it now. But then we won't have many team points." and we'll be in last place again when the time comes. Shen Xinyan worried. Then you can rest assured that I'll steal them all, and when they're all zeros, you'll be able to win first place on the team even if you leave 1 point on the table. You're still going to rob someone else? Shen Xinyan was viciously shocked. This guy had a lot of guts. Jiang Chun put his smartwatch in front of her and pointed at the leaderboards. See, I've grabbed almost all the single ones on the leaderboards, and I've grabbed 2 of the team ones, so I'm still lying to you. It was Shen Xinyan's turn to be dumbfounded, and she hastily slid the leaderboard list. As Jiang Chun had said, the single-person list had turned into eggs except for 1 person from Lingang Academy who still had points. As for the team, Baijiang Academy and Xinya Academy had gone to 0, leaving Jiangling, Wuxian and Lingang Academy with a few points left. Looking at Jiang Chen again, his points had long since broken through the sky, and he was no longer a distant leader, but a one-trick pony. I gave you all the spirit crystals, what if they score again? Shen Xinyan was still uneasy. Don't we have to go to the secret exit half an hour before the end of the match? I'll block the door then and make sure they don't take a point out. Then Shen Xinyan gave Jiang Chun all the spirit crystals she had on her, and the past few days were considered to be a waste of time. Robbery is so much fun. Huh? The Lingang College team consisted of 8 people, and at that moment they had a man and a woman standing in front of them. Shen Xinyan crossed her arms and took 3 steps forward, then opened her mouth very arrogantly and shouted, "You have been surrounded. Hand over all the spirit crystals or else. Or else. She who had never done these things before was directly stuck in her shell, or else she didn't say the next half of the sentence even after half a day, and finally directly dropped a sentence that in short handed over the spirit crystal. Jiang Chun was looking at it for a while. He had never seen such a stupid robber. Just the 2 of you want to rob our spirit crystals, dream on. There was also a strong man leading the team in Lingang with a rank of silver 5 stars, and he was the first to stand up to the resistance, followed closely by the rest of the team. Now that you 2 are surrounded, hand over the spirit crystals or don't blame us for being impolite. The corner of Lingong's captain's mouth rose slightly. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to give away points at this time. This time they wouldn't be able to take first place if they didn't. What's next? Shen Xinyan retreated to Jiang Chen's side and asked in a low voice. He thought that with just a word the other party would obediently hand over the spirit crystals, but he didn't think that the other party would want to counter-rob. What are you afraid of? 2 against 7 and the advantage is ours. Not to mention 2 against 7. It was Jiang Chen alone who could easily clean up these guys. But looking at Shen Xinyan's interested appearance, it was necessary to let her participate a bit as well, wasn't it? How arrogant and advantageous to you. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chun and Shen Xinyan glanced at each other, and both of them held out their palms at the same time, with lightning flashing in their palms. Well, who would you say has the advantage? Each of Lingong's team members had a big change in color, 2S rank thunder and lightning systems, and that girl among them was still a silver 6 star, so they still played a hammer. In the end, their mouths weren't hard anymore, and not wanting to enjoy the electrotherapy, they could only obediently hand over all their spirit crystals, and their points were reduced to 0. Fun, fun, fun. Let's go find the other teams and rob them all. Chapter 40, The Outrageous Result of the Match. When they found the 5 Sages team, they tried to resist, only to be behaved after Shen Xinyan gave them a session of electrotherapy for a while. Now it's down to 1 Lingang solo and Team Jiangling. The people from Jiangling's team didn't understand what Jiang Chan and the others were planning to do, but they still gave him all the spirit crystals. Only the last one left. Jiang Chun didn't find him and didn't intend to look for him anymore. He directly blocked the exit. At the same time, he began to refine and absorb these spirit crystals. Shen Xinyan was stunned as she watched, feeling very unbelievable that someone could directly absorb spirit crystals. What a freak. 2 hours later, people began to walk towards the exit, and their gazes upon seeing Jiang Chun all revealed a hint of ill will. They were all robbed by this guy. 3 days of work for nothing. After another half an hour, a fluctuation spread out from Jiang Chen's body being quickly suppressed by him. He broke through to the 8th level of qi practicing. He stopped after half an hour because the spirit crystals in his hand had already been absorbed. Jiang Chen's back was turned to everyone, so no one noticed that he was absorbing spirit crystals. Gentlemen, it's fate that we meet again so soon. Jiang Chun stood up from the ground and scanned everyone. He opened the leaderboard and smiled slightly. Sure enough, some people had gone back to swiping points. It's still the same thing. Hand over the spirit crystals. Jiang Chun, don't bully us too much. You've robbed us once and still want to rob us a second time. No sooner had his words fallen than someone stepped forward to resist, and now they were outnumbered and unafraid. That's right, we know you're powerful, but you've already caused public anger, so I advise you to return the spirit crystals you snatched from us. Yeah, give it back. Many people agreed, and for a while the group was outraged. Jiang Chun, no matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly block the attacks of all of us. Be sensible and quickly return the spirit crystals to us. There are people out there who are not afraid to die, and anyway, there are so many of them that they have a strong bottom line. Teachers outside the arena watching the real-time feeds had odd looks on their faces, and a teacher said, "Should we open the exit earlier?" Xin Xing shook his head slightly. "Let's open it when it's time for the match." Most of the teachers nodded their heads. After all, rules are rules, and they can't be broken by an individual. In addition, they actually wanted to see what Jiang Chun actually did. At the exit, looking at these people who kept clamoring, Jiang Chun just smiled faintly, then spoke, "What if I don't return it? Then don't blame us. Right? There are dozens of us here. Are we still afraid of you alone? Do you really think that you alone can deal with so many of us? Class, can you stand it when he steals the fruits of our days of hard work?" Someone started organizing everyone to fight back against Jiang Chun. "Can't. Class, it's time to grab back what we've lost. This is our last chance. Charge. Grab it back and charge." In a moment, 2/3 of them rushed towards Jiang Chun, surrounding him. "Jiang Chun, I'll give you one last chance to return the spirit crystal to us." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. "I'll also give you guys a chance to obediently hand over the spirit crystals." Mother, guys, don't bull him. Some people couldn't bear it anymore. Before they were afraid of Jiang Chun, that was a single force. Now it was different, they were many. What to do? Shin Xinyan was a bit worried. After all, there were dozens of people here. Even if Jiang Chun was powerful once again, he couldn't handle so many people. "You guys go block the exits and don't let a single person go." Shin Xinyan nodded, then stood with Zhang Ling's classmates to go behind him, blocking the exit. "Everyone, since this is the case, don't blame me for not being polite. You may not know that I've destroyed more than 32nd rank magical beasts in one move. Ray, come on." As his voice fell, the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and nuisance thunder and lightning sounds came from the clouds. Gu Ding and Sun Jihui and the others retreated far away. They didn't participate in the army that surrounded Jiang Chun because they knew how powerful Jiang Chun was. Although these people are many, but they are some weak chickens, and how can be Jiang Chen's opponent? Go is just to get a beating for nothing. The crowd froze, and then some of them were tempted to back out, but it was too late. Clashing thunderbolts fell, directly covering these people who had surrounded him. Everyone was forced to have a free electrotherapy session before they could react, and there was a lot of wailing. With one move, the people who had surrounded him were all wiped out, and those who weren't involved gulped and felt their mouths dry. Is this still a freshman? It's completely crushing all of them. And play a hammer. All the teachers in the audience outside the arena were silent. Jiang Chen's control of lightning had reached an astonishing level. Even the strongest of the lightning department were not as good as him in terms of being able to put wherever he wanted. Those students who had fallen to the ground were not in danger of dying even though they had been hit. Jiang Chun had controlled the force and they hadn't actually suffered much damage, which made it all the more terrifying. Jiang Chen's control over large areas of lightning had reached such a subtle level that it was outrageous. Luo Lin, really some understanding of why Master Li personally recommended him to the academy, thought it was a relationship but did not expect him to be a real strength. Even without Elder Li's recommendation, a talent like Jiang Chun would shine in just about any academy. The clouds parted, the thunder and lightning ceased, and on the ground lay a patch of people whose bodies convulsed from time to time. Jiang Chun was not polite. He directly went up and plucked off their storage rings one after another. Since they wanted to do it themselves, they had to pay some price. Confiscating their storage rings was not too much, right? The others who did not participate in the situation felt lucky. If they had participated in this moment, not only was electrocuted but also lost their equipment. 3 seconds of silence for those brave students. Hand over any spirit crystals you have, or you'll end up like them. He then swept over the remaining people in the arena, and some of those who had their hearts in the right place gave up their illusions and voluntarily handed over their spirit crystals. Even the Lingang Academy student who had swiped alone had taken the initiative to hand over his spirit crystals, and all of a sudden everyone's points had turned into duck eggs, and Jiang Chun was the only one who had points in hand. There was less than half an hour until the exit opened, so Jiang Chun directly began to absorb it, and at the last moment, there were 2 first-order spirit crystals left. One for himself and one for Shin Xinyan. With this, on the single-player list, Jiang Chun was honored as number 1 with 1 point. Team standings: Riverling College finished first with a 0.11 point average for Team 1. Truly making history, it can be said that there is no one who has come before or is expected to come after. Shen Xing began to have a headache. Originally, according to the plan, the spirit crystals obtained by the participants would be surrendered, so that it would be considered part of the income of the Baijiang base. But now it's fine, just 2 first-order spirit crystals. That's a hell of a lot of money. The point is that they have to come up with rewards and lose their pants one way or the other. The worst thing was that the 3rd and 2nd rank magical beasts were almost extinct within the competition venue, and there were only some 1st rank magical beasts left. So it seemed that next year's competition would have to be replenished by transferring magical beasts from other places. This was another considerable expense, and Shin Xing's heart was bleeding. Soon, the results of this competition were announced, and there was a momentary outcry. A single point dominates the list, and a team point gets you first place. It became a hot topic for everyone after tea, and Jiang Chen's name was even more known to the public. Xiao family. Xiao frowned slightly. He was never expecting Jiang Chen to go this far. The whereabouts of the patriarch who was sent over last time is unknown. It looks like he has been arrested, but currently there are no relevant departments to find trouble with the Xiao family, presumably because they did not give them up. Even if they give it up, they just have to deny it and nothing will happen. Now Jiang Chen was not only alive and well, he had even awakened lightning powers and suspected numinous powers. Oh Jiang Chen, I can get your time origin, and I can also get your other supernatural origin. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth rose to reveal a hint of an expectant smile. Chapter 41. This is the key to my house. I'll wait for you tonight. Jiang Chen got his personal reward of 100,000 yuan, plus 300 second-order spirit crystals. After returning to the school, Zhang Hongsheng was in a good mood and called him to the office smilingly. You kid is really ruthless. You directly gripped everyone, even your own people. Dean, I didn't do it to make sure we would double first place, and it turned out I was right. Ha ha ha. Good, you did do well this time, giving our academy a great face. Now our academy is in a lot of hot water. As the academy heats up and its popularity slowly increases, it attracts more excellent awakened people to their academy, which has a long-term impact on the academy's development. Jiang Chun heatedly smiled. Then shouldn't the dean reward me in a small way? What? Winning the reward from the 5 courts competition isn't enough. Zhang Hongxing raised his eyebrows. Would you mind the money? Jiang Chen deflated. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, who can have too much money? With that, he took out a bag and a bank card from a nearby cabinet and handed it over. This is the 200,000 and 200 second-order spirit crystals that the academy rewarded you with individually. Thank you, Dean. Jiang Chun dragged out his long voice as he took the reward. By the way, Dean, I've got a good one here, and I was wondering if you had any way to help give it a pin. Jiang Chun said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongxing immediately became interested and asked, What is it? The whip of a 3rd-order tsunami tiger. Originally, some of the teachers had planned to buy it from him after the competition, but it turned out that they had forgotten about it because his operation was so amazing. Zhang Shang's eyes lit up. Really? Jiang Chun was afraid that he wouldn't believe him, so he took that guy out. Zhang Hongsheng looked at his eyes and seemed to notice that his image was a bit inappropriate. He immediately coughed lightly twice to cover it up. How much are you going to sell it for? This thing is a big tonic. Ordinary tiger guy soak wine has a very good effect. This 3-robber tsunami tiger big guy that is not directly invincible existence. The effect of taking a sip could be just that, a little chill arriving first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. I don't want money. I want spirit crystals, the more the better. Okay. Just leave your stuff with me, and I'll help you figure it out. Thank you, Dean. Then, after bidding farewell to Dean Zhang, Jiang Chun returned directly to the dormitory and began absorbing spirit crystals as soon as the door was closed. He now had a total of 500 second-order spirit crystals in his hand, and he would have no problem breaking through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. And he just came out of the dean's office. Zhang Hongxing hurriedly unlocked the door, and then took out the tiger whip, cut a small section down from it and put it in a glass jar filled with white wine. He stared at the wine jar and hemmed and hawed. It was natural for him to use the good stuff first. It's not like that guy Jiang Chen knew about it anyway. Half a day later, a fluctuation came from Jiang Chen's room. He had broken through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. His strength had increased by a large margin. Next, he absorbed all of the remaining 100 or so spirit crystals, and his cultivation was advancing towards the 10th level of chi cultivation. Chicken, you're too beautiful. All I want is chicken, you're too beautiful. Jiang Chun took a beautiful shower. Just out of the bathroom, his cell phone rang. The screen showed Shin Xinyan 3 big words. Hey, Jiang Chun, where are you? Just after connecting the phone, on the other side came Shin Xinyan's big grinning voice. Where's the dorm? What's up? Jiang Chun replied as he rubbed his hair. Come out and hang out. I'm bored out of my mind alone. Not available. Shopping or with a woman, that even if you are looking for their own suffering, oh, the dog does not go. Buy you a big meal. See you in front of the college. Well, dogs have to eat too or they'll starve to death. When Jiang Chun arrived at the entrance of the academy, he found that there were already a lot of people surrounding the place, and a very cool red supercar was parked in the crowd. Jiang Chun looked left and right and did not find Shin Xinyan where, was about to call her but heard a ha sound behind him, but someone patted him. Who is it if not Shin Xinyan? Scare me and watch out for emotional distress charges. Gee, why didn't I see you as such a coward? Jiang Chun, you said you'd treat me to a big meal, so you can't go back on your word. Shin Xinyan pouted her lips and said disdainfully, this young lady is not that petty. With that, she walked towards the crowd and glared back at Jiang Chun. Why are you standing still? Go. Only Shin Xinyan came through the crowd to the center, then opened the door of the sports car and sat on it. Ah, so it's Goddess Shin's car. It's true that a fragrant car matches a beautiful woman. Tisk tsk, who says it isn't? If I can sit next to Goddess Shin, I'll die in peace. Sage, with your bear-like behavior, how can people look at you? Don't you talk about me, you're no better than me. Shin Xinyan rolled down the window and shouted toward Jiang Chun. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Jiang Chun, doubly helpless, dinner on dinner, but also so high profile. He against a lingering gaze on the co-pilot seat. Damn, why him again? I'm double and envious again. When the crowd of onlookers saw Jiang Chun get into the car, their eyes were so jealous that they could kill. In the car, Shin Xinyan quickly left the academy with a loud sound wave from the sports car with a foot on the gas. The sports car sped down the road and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a mall. Led by Shin Xinyan, they arrived at the clothing area on the 3rd floor. Jiang Chun slightly frowned. The things here are really expensive. An ordinary shirt starts at $10,000. Bah, why don't you go grab it? Aren't you eating? What are you doing here? Jiang Chun wondered. Actually, it's like this, there's an event tomorrow and I, for one, happen to be short of a companion, and thinking about it, this position is cheap for you. Can I refuse? No, Jiang Chun said indignantly. You're buying and selling by force and banditry. Shin Xinyan's eyes drooped low and she mumbled. Who asked me to have only one male friend like you? If you really don't want to help, then forget it. Jiang Chun sucked it in, numb nuts, playing the emotional card for me. Damn, I'll take that. Forget it. For pity's sake, help you out. You said no backtracking. Shin Xinyan immediately showed a smug smile, where there was still half a bit of pity just now. Jiang Chun knew that he had been fooled by this guy. So what are we here for? Jiang Chun still didn't understand the purpose of Shin Xinyan bringing him here. We have an event tomorrow. Is it hard for you to go in this? Her gaze traveled over Jiang Chun, clearly saying that the clothes he was wearing didn't match tomorrow's event. Don't worry, since I asked for your help, the cost of the clothes will naturally come from me, and I won't let you pay a penny. Jiang Chun then put down his heart. He easily earned a bit of prize money, was being sparingly finished. Shin Xinyan seemed to be a regular customer here, and the shopkeepers were all familiar with her, joking and laughing every now and then. Soon, Jiang Chun had chosen a well-fitting suit, and when he put it on and appeared in front of Shin Xinyan, the latter's gaze instantly went straight. It's true that a man is only as good as his clothes. Shin Xinyan had to sigh. Jiang Chun, this guy's face value is really online. Usually dressed casually, some still have no special feeling. Today, after wearing formal dress, temperament directly elevated several grades. Hehehe. Miss Shen, your boyfriend is so handsome. The sales clerks gathered around, and Jiang Chun couldn't help but get goosebumps from looking at them. These women's mouths seemed to eat people. Shin Xinyan panicked and waved her hand to deny it. We're just ordinary friends, ordinary friends. The eyes of those beautiful sales clerks lit up and smiled cheekily. Then we still have a chance. Then one by one, they surrounded Jiang Chun and said, handsome man, add a WeChat. Handsome, I'm still single. Here's my contact number. Remember to contact me, yo. Here's the key to my house, handsome. I'll wait for you tonight. Chapter 42. This is a bit expensive to pretend. Jiang Chun was rather speechless. Hey, 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 just say it. Don't get physical. Hey, that pretty girl, just do it. Don't move your mouth. Shin Xinyan was full of black lines. Her teeth clenched and cackled. And in 3 or 2 strokes, she peeled away the several female sales clerks who were pestering Jiang Chun, and said with a puff of air, "Are you selling clothes or are you selling yourselves?" A few female sales clerks immediately giggled and stopped pestering Jiang Chun to touch around. But the winks were one after another, almost not drowning Jiang Chun. That's the one. Wrap it up. Seriously, this piece of clothing was really suitable for Jiang Chun. There wasn't a little bit of excess at all, as if it was customized for him. Jiang Chun was also relieved to finally get rid of the clutches of these female goblins, and was about to go to the changing room to change into his original clothes when he saw 2 familiar figures walk in, Ruyan Lu and Xiao Zisong. At this moment, Ruyan Lu was holding Xiao Zisong's arm with a happy smile on her face. When the 2 of them walked into the store, Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan met each other's eyes for a split second, and a hint of dismay and surprise flashed through the latter's eyes. Xiao Zisong naturally saw the 2 of them, Jiang Chun and Shin Xinyan, and his eyes instantly condensed. Jiang Chun. Xiao Zisong shouted Jiang Chen's name from his throat. He could be described as hating Jiang Chun to the bone. If it wasn't for his appearance, how could Shin Xinyan have moved on, and he himself couldn't have been tragically slapped in the face in front of so many people. Jiang Chen's gaze moved away from Lu Ruyan to look at Xiao Zisong, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he smiled playfully. "Young Xiao, you're really a great benefactor who is happy to help." Xiao Zisong raised his eyebrows and didn't understand Jiang Chen's meaning. Instead, he scoffed, "Jiang Chun, you country bumpkin don't think that dressing like a human being can cover up that poor and sour smell on you. I can smell it from a long way away." This sentence was undoubtedly like a sharp sword stabbing at Jiang Chun. If he were anyone else, his first reaction would probably be to beat Xiao Zisong severely, but Jiang Chun didn't make a move. Jiang Chen's face didn't show any anger. He smiled faintly and said, "Xiao Dazhou, your nose is really smart. You can even smell the poor smell on my body. If you don't know, you'd think you're a dog with a human skin on it." Jiang Chun, who the hell are you calling a dog? Xiao Zisong gritted his teeth, itching to punch Jiang Chen's mouth. Hee, it turns out that young Xiao's IQ isn't working either. Obviously, I'm scolding you. The crowd was speechless for a while. This Jiang Chun scolding was really direct, completely unapologetic, straight to the point. Xiao Zisong was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and said fiercely, "Good, good, good. I'd like to see how you're going to buy this dress out today. A country bumpkin also wants to eat birds' nests, and isn't afraid of choking you to death." Shin Xinyan was about to stand out, but was pulled back by Jiang Chun, and at this time it would seem like she was too unmanly to give her money. The point was, Ruyan Lu was still there, so of course it was even more important not to be given a bad name by her. Although the 2 were no longer related, there was always a thorn in Jiang Chen's heart. "Then I have to ask Mr. Xiao to open those dog eyes of yours to see if I, Jiang, can afford it or not." Jiang Chun looked at the clerk and said, "How much?" The beautiful clerk snapped, 180,000. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly MMP. A set of clothes will be 180,000, set with diamonds or gold-plated. Although he thought so in his heart, but on his face he showed a trace of disdain and said, and then he took 20 bundles of big bills out. 200,000. No need to find the extra 20,000. Luckily, he earned some prize money from the last 5 house competition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get out $20,000, not to mention $200,000. Jiang Chun stared at Xiao Zisong and said, "Do your dog eyes see clearly? If not, do you want me to buy you a set as well?" Xiao Zisong was so angry that he finally dropped a harsh sentence. "You have the balls to wait." Hehe. Xiao Daogo walked slowly. "Don't step on blindly." Xiao Zisong was gnashing his teeth at Jiang Chun. If his strength allowed him, he really wanted to smash Jiang Chen's stinking mouth. It was too damn infuriating. He also lost the desire to continue his stroll and returned to the car, pounding the seat twice. "Ruyan Lu, old me is on fire right now." Lu Ruyan was still thinking in her heart about how Jiang Chun had suddenly become rich, and when she heard Xiao Zisong's words, she couldn't help but look slightly bitter. She hated Jiang Chun now. If it wasn't for the fact that he himself was already the young grandmother of the Xiao family, where would she have needed to develop a second ventriloquism? Jiang Chun carried the bag containing the suit with a 6-parent step out of the store. This spent $200,000 to pretend to be a pussy does not smell good at all. "Jiang Chun, I didn't expect you to have a real man's side." Shin Xinyan giggled. "Here's the invoice, 200,000 for me." Shun Xinyan's smile froze and she grunted. I take back what I just said. Then I don't care. You have to give me $200,000 anyway or don't expect me to help. Shun Xinyan gritted her teeth, itching to kick him twice. But she still scratched $200,000 to Jiang Chen's account. Received the money. Jiang Chen heart instantly beautiful. Hey, rich days, down to earth. In the evening, Shun Xinyan didn't go back on her word and took him to a big meal and agreed to go to an event together tomorrow. A night of cultivation. The next day the two came to the event site. The so-called event site is actually a large-scale auction. The organizers invited all the dignitaries of Jiangling to be there. It was only at this time that Jiang Chen also realized that Shun Xinyan's family was also a little-known powerful family in Jiangling. Although it wasn't considered top-stream, it was still considered medium. Shun Xinyan traveled in full dress today after careful grooming. A few more points of noble temperament than before, attracting the attention of many of the opposite sex. Ms. Shun, may I invite you to a dance? A man in a tuxedo came to her and asked her to dance in a gentlemanly manner, and a number of people were foolish enough to want to come forward. Shun Xinyan smiled faintly and said, Excuse me, my partner is here. She got up and greeted forward, then took the initiative to pull on Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen slightly stunned. I just went to the bathroom, how to come back to pull on. But he did not refuse. Those gentry who had ideas froze slightly when they saw Jiang Chen. They did have a handsome face that couldn't be compared. At that moment, a few people walked in at the door, and Xiao Zisong was listed. When he saw Shun Xinyan holding Jiang Chen's arm, his face sank, and the others also showed a look of amusement. Many people here know that Xiao Zisong is Shun Xinyan's suitor, only that the latter has not agreed. In the way of the Xiao family's power in general, no one really dares to hit Shun Xinyan's idea. Jiang Chen, they didn't recognize him, and some of them might have heard of his name, nor had they ever seen him in person. How dare you? Xiao Zisong squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, obviously upset in his heart. It's none of your business whether I come or not. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, Humph, you're wild. Average is average, but after all, it's not as crazy as a dog with rabies. As soon as the two met, they were at swords drawn, and everyone sensed a subtle atmosphere. It was obvious that these two seemed to have exchanged blows a long time ago. Xiao Zisong said fiercely, I said that I won't let you go. Today I'm going to let you know that offending me. Xiao Zisong, you don't even have a chance to regret it. Chapter 43, The Arrogant Xiao Zisong. Seeing that something was wrong, the organizers immediately intervened to mediate, but to no avail. In fact, as the organizers, this kind of friction was something they were happy to see. After all, it could raise the heat of their auction. Jiang Chen, I'm going to bet with you. Do you dare? Joke. Why wouldn't I dare? I love to fight dogs. There is no reason to retreat at this time, if this time to concede is not a man. Fine. Let's have a single fight. If I win, you have to leave Jiangling, and from now on you can't have any dealings or contact with Shun Xinyan. If you win, I'm at your disposal. That's a bit of a big plug, and it's enough to show Xiao Zisong's confidence. The auction sniffs out the hot spots and immediately arranges for the relevant people to post them on the internet. For a while, the heat of the auction really picked up. They quickly arranged another venue for both sides to use and set up cameras to turn on the full broadcast. The heat of the auction rose again, and more people flocked to the live broadcast, so they naturally took the opportunity to advertise ruthlessly. Jiang Chen. Shun Xinyan pulled Jiang Chen's sleeve. She actually didn't want Jiang Chen to participate in the bet. Jiang Chen shook his head and comforted. Don't worry. I'll win. The organizers have also come up with an auction item for this purpose as a prize for whoever wins, which is also equivalent to adding a gimmick. The live stream was themed as two men fighting over a woman, and it quickly drew more attention. The number of people in the live broadcast room soon exceeded 100,000 people. Many people entered the live broadcast room, and some of them were the people from the 5 courts match, who had been robbed by Jiang Chen, and had never been able to find a place to vent the bad anger in their hearts. Now see someone to clean up. Jiang Chen immediately jumped out to leave a message. Beat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen will lose. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he was able to easily suppress Xiao Zisong. Soon everyone arrived at the competition venue. The number of people in the live stream is still increasing, and the heat is once again on the rise, thanks to the manipulation of the organizers. It didn't matter to the organizers who lost or won this bet, as long as the heat of their auction was up. At this time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room had someone ask a question. Was this Jiang Chen the single champion of the South China 5 Courts tournament? I am a student of Jiangling Academy, and I testify that it is him. I also testify that, although I am from the Academy of Shinya, it is indeed he himself without a doubt. I just went to check it out and I feel like my third opinion has been shocked, and to win the championship by 1 point is outrageous. It's rumored that Zhang Chun robbed all of them at the tournament, ha ha ha. More and more revelations were dug up, especially the fact that Zhang Chun won the single title by 1 point, which caused quite a stir. I think this bet is a sure win for Zhang Chun. I think so too, after all, his battle record is there, and that surname Xiao is only bronze 3 stars, pure and simple experience delivery. That's not necessarily true. I see that Zhao Zisong seems to have a lot of confidence. Otherwise he wouldn't have blocked so much. Yeah, I think he's definitely got a backhand. There was a heated discussion on the air about who lost and who won between the two. It was then revealed that Zhao Zisong had already challenged him once as early as a month ago, and that time Zhao Zisong was also full of confidence, but he was killed by Zhang Chun in a single move. Coupled with the battle power Zhang Chun displayed later in the 5 courts competition, even 100 Zhao Zisongs were probably no match. This argument of who would win and who would lose seemed to be tilted towards Zhang Chen's side, with most people believing that Zhang Chun would win. At the scene, Zhao Zisong clapped his hands, and a tall middle-aged man came out of the crowd, full of tendon flesh looking powerful. Zhao Zisong, what do you mean? Shen Xinyan frowned. Zhao Zisong laughed and said, I didn't say I was the one who was on. You. Shen Xinyan was furious, not expecting this guy to find a substitute to fight. You guys can get someone on the field too. I have no problem with that. Zhao Zisong shrugged. Shen Xinyan still wanted to speak but was pulled by Zhang Chun. Zhao Zisong laughed and said, if you're scared then you can admit defeat right now, and you'll be spared the pain of skin and flesh. He was now full of confidence. This person was an expert that he had spent a lot of money on, in order to embarrass Zhang Chun in public, and to make a clean breast of his former shame. If Zhang Chun tore up the bet in public, then it would show that he was cowardly and incompetent, and his face would naturally be swept away as he became the ultimate winner. If Zhang Chun agreed, then the ring would definitely be crushed mercilessly, and the winner would still be himself in the end. Therefore, no matter how Zhang Chun handled it, he had already secured a victory. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were flying all over the place. Most of them were scolding Zhao Zisong for cheating and calling for Zhang Chun. But of course there were also those who clapped their hands. Zhang Chun let out a cold snort. Why should I admit defeat? It should be you who admit defeat. Zhao Zisong's face sank slightly as he laughed mockingly. Then we'll see, you're destined to be swept away, Zhang Ling. Cameras were trained on the stage as the two took to the stage. Boom! A powerful energy fluctuation erupted from the middle-aged man, and someone exclaimed in shock. Platinum 1 star. The scene was abuzz with these words, not realizing that the other party was a platinum powerhouse. Zhao Zisong had a smug smile on his face. He knew that Zhang Chun could kill a third-order magical beast, and he had purposely looked for a higher level of platinum. Shameless. There's no honor in winning. Shameless. 90% of the pop-ups in the live broadcast were cursing Zhao Zisong. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out that he was setting up a trap for Zhang Chun. He had already prepared a means to deal with Zhang Chun. On the stage, Zhang Chun frowned slightly in his heart and was also slightly shocked. Just now he was still guessing the rank of this person, and sure enough, now it seemed that he had still underestimated Zhao Zisong's bottom line, and had even sent out a platinum powerhouse to deal with him. He was now at the 9th level of chi cultivation, equivalent to the strength of a gold 3-star, and with the means actually even platinum he had the power to fight. Compared to the alien's single psychic ability, he won because he had many means. Zhao Zisong had also learned about Zhang Chen's abilities, so this time, the person he had found was an Earth system psychic, specializing in restraining Zhang Chen's abilities. Even if the lightning couldn't do much, he had also put a lot of thought into dealing with Zhang Chen. When a bell rings and the match officially begins. Kill! The middle-aged man bellowed, and an earth-colored fist blasted towards Zhang Chun, only to see a stone glove quickly condense on his fist. The wind of the fist whistled, and the sound of sonic booms was even faintly heard, enough to see the speed and power of this punch. The crowd gasped in shock. I'm afraid that being hit by this punch would be difficult even for a platinum of the same level. Bang! The huge fist smashed directly onto Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chun. Shen Xinyan blossomed and brushed her face white. Chapter 44. Karma in front of 100,000 people. Everyone let out a gasp, and the pop-ups on the live stream stopped at that moment. That punch had gone through Zhang Chen's body. However, before anyone could react, they only saw that Zhang Chun, who had been pierced through his body, dissipate. Stigmata. Everyone on the scene froze, followed by a series of exclamations, and the live broadcast room even exploded. What's going on? Where are the people? Where are the people? What kind of powers are these? Countless question marks filled everyone's heads. They hadn't seen Jiang Chun make any movements at all, but he had literally avoided the Platinum Powerhouse's fist. The middle-aged man was also stunned, and then he felt a sharp pain coming from his belly, and a fist had landed on him. With a bang, his body was directly lifted off the ground by a strong force, and before he could react, his back suffered another heavy blow as a foot stomped on his backbone, trampling his body down alive. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only a handful of Platinum Powerhouses hung up and fought. Suddenly it felt like Platinum wasn't very strong. After 2 strikes, Jiang Chen's figure finally appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Only when he raised his hand, a hanging thunderbolt fell down, directly toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was worthy of being a Platinum Powerhouse. His reaction speed was very fast, and right at the moment the lightning fell down, he propped up a thick wall of earth, isolating the power of the lightning. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, feeling some regret that the other party's reaction speed was faster than he had expected. Swish! An iron sword flew out and instantly disappeared into the lightning before stabbing at the thick earth wall. Wow! The iron sword was rotating, and the faster it spun, the dust was flying, and a deep hole was drilled in the thick earth wall. The middle-aged man didn't expect Jiang Chun to have such an attack, so he stopped focusing only on defense and began to strike. The ground shook, and a stone and earth spike suddenly sprang out from the ground, wanting to pierce Jiang Chun through. But Jiang Chun was countless times faster under the effect of the blast wind boots, and avoided the attack with a few dodges. Jiang Chun frowned. Platinum Powerhouses were indeed difficult to deal with, and the other party's attributes just restrained him. However, he was also fearless, pit clanging twice. His side 2 more iron swords, swish swish, 2 iron swords interlaced with the very first one and began to disintegrate the earth wall defense. With 3 swords in unison, the middle-aged man felt the pressure. If this continued, the defense of the earth wall would be breached sooner or later. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's tactics were dazzling to watch, and for a moment he actually gained the upper hand. Xiao Zisong gritted his teeth. He had never expected that Jiang Chen's battle power would be terrifying to this extent. A month ago he was also only bronze 6 stars, and in such a short period of time he was already able to fight a Platinum Powerhouse solo, and had the upper hand. It was outrageous. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. With a loud bang, Jiang Chen's chest was struck in an instant, and his body was pushed out by a strong force that directly slammed into the pillars at the edge of the ring. At this moment, the means of attacking the middle-aged man all lost control, the lightning disappeared, and the 3 iron swords lost their power and fell to the ground. Jiang Chun! Shin Xinyan anxiously shouted and quickly ran over. Never would have thought that this guy would put a shot in the dark. Everyone on the scene looked strange, opened their mouths to say something but didn't know how to open their mouths. After a short period of silence, the pop-ups in the live broadcast once again covered the entire screen. Shameless to use a gun. You can't say that. The competition doesn't say you can't use concealed weapons, so I don't think there's anything wrong with it. AI, Jiang Chun is also considered a strong person. It's a pity that he died just like that. Mean. Shameless. The pop-ups were noisy, with all kinds of voices. Xiao Zisong's hanging heart finally put down. As long as it can take profit, no matter what means. The middle-aged man also withdrew his defense and stood up. He deeply felt the pressure from Jiang Chun and had no choice but to use his last resort. Jiang Chun! Jiang Chun! Shin Xinyan cried with pearly blossoms, tears falling down. Her makeup was all spent. She pushed against Jiang Chen's body, calling out his name. I'm sorry. I'm the one who harmed you. I'm sorry. Wake up, Jiang Chun. Wake up, Oh! Suddenly, Jiang Chun opened his eyes and blinked at her. Shoo! Shin Xinyan was overjoyed and hurriedly wiped away her tears. But Jiang Chun made a silent gesture. Jiang Chun, wake up! Shin Xinyan was instantly relieved in her heart, but still made a crying face. But a closer look could reveal that she was actually smiling. The middle-aged man put away his weapon, and his heart was relieved, although winning was not honorable, but it was better than losing without face. Pest! Suddenly, he felt a coldness in his chest, and when he looked down, an iron sword had penetrated his chest. On the other side, Jiang Chun climbed up from the ground. He had been waiting for this guy to let his guard down when he finally caught his chance. One hit kills. He didn't have a soft hand. If the middle-aged man didn't put a hidden gun behind his back and didn't put him to death, he wouldn't have moved to kill. but the other party had the intention to kill him, so sorry, whoever kills me will be killed. The live stream pop-ups were instantly silent. On the screen, the middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the iron sword in his chest, opening his mouth to say something, but bright red blood poured out of his mouth. Bang! The next moment, his body fell straight down, dead. Kill, kill. It's crazy. Killing people in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Allow me to call you a real man. Am I the only one who wants to know why Jiang Chun isn't dead? The live broadcast was covered by pop-ups. Killing in front of hundreds of thousands of people was the first time, instantly igniting the entire network. Everyone at the scene was shocked, never expecting Jiang Chun to lay down a killer. But on second thought, everyone was relieved. After all, the other party wanted him dead too. Jiang Chun came to the middle-aged man's side and peeled off the storage ring in his hand, which was his loot. Xiao Zisong's face turned white with fear, and he instantly went limp, having lost completely. When Jiang Chun came to his side, Xiao Zisong's face changed dramatically as he begged, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Jiang Chun threw the bet they had signed at him as he said morosely, Xiao Daogo, the current you is at my disposal. I'm wrong, you're generous. Let me go. I swear that from now on I won't appear in front of you again. I won't harass Miss Shin anymore, so just treat me as a lousy person and kick me out of the way. It seems he's really scared. In the face of life and death, face is nothing. Zisong, get up. Right at this moment, a thick voice came, followed by an old man striding over. The old man was about 60 years old, with a sturdy and unruly body, and behind him there was a middle-aged man who was 5 or 6 points similar to Xiao Zisong. Xiao Zisong was shocked when he heard the voice, as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. Grandpa, help me, help me. The old man was Xiao Zisong's grandfather, Xiao Ming, and the other was his father, Xiao Jin. The people here more or less have a certain understanding of the Xiao family. Xiao family head Xiao Ming is not to be messed with and very protective of the Lord, especially favorite grandson Xiao Zisong. Jiang Chun stomped on Xiao Zisong's body with a single foot to set him dead center. Kid, you seek death. A powerful aura instantly erupted from Xiao Ming's body, shocking the crowd into taking a step backwards. Old dog, one more bark and I'll immediately stomp on his vertebrae. Jiang Chun was unafraid and pinpointed. Chapter 45. Say a word, break a bone. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The only person who dared to call Xiao Ming an old dog was him. The live broadcast room immediately boiled, directly by the Jiang Chun real man screen. You! Xiao Ming's face instantly sank, coldly staring at Jiang Chun. You what you? I'll break one of his internal bones if you say a word. The force on Jiang Chen's foot increased by a few points, and Xiao Zisong instantly transmitted a yell of pain. Grandpa, help me, help me. Let go of him. Xiao Ming's face showed killing intent, and his powerful aura was released without any concealment. 3 inner bones. What answered him was Jiang Chen's indifferent voice, followed by Xiao Zisong's agonizing wail, the clearly audible sound of broken bones falling into the ears of everyone at the scene. Everyone couldn't help but change color. This Jiang Chun was really a ruthless character. When he really dared to make a move, he had no fear at all. Xiao Ming's face was filled with killing intent as he angrily shouted, Seek death. 2 inner bones. Aw, Grandpa. Help me. What answered Xiao Ming was the loud sound of 2 ribs breaking. It was that direct and domineering. Xiao Jin stood out, his posture lowered, and said, Little brother, I'm his father. There's something to discuss. Please be merciful. It's not impossible to discuss. First let that old dog get out. Him being here seriously affects my mood for negotiation. If I'm not happy, young Master Xiao might have to break a few more ribs. Jiang Chun said indifferently. You! Xiao Ming was furious, with a mouthful of old dog, and not putting him in the slightest bit. He was about to go berserk. An inner bone.
别，小兄弟手下留情，一切好商量，一切好商量。
Xiao Jin whispered a few words beside Xiao Ming's ear, and Xiao Ming's face instantly darkened into a pot. But in the end, he still flung his sleeve and left with a cold snort. Everyone's mouths were wide open. It actually made Xiao Ming, the helmsman of the Xiao family, step back. Shocking news, nah. Xiao Jin said, Little brother, now we can talk about it. What conditions do you want before you can release Zisong? Jiang Chun stretched out an index finger and said, 10,000 purified third-order spirit crystals. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Hearing his request, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Xiao Zhen's face skin is jumped. 10,000 purified third-order spirit crystals. You damn dare to open ah. How do you not go to rob the bank? Oh no, banks don't even have that many spirit crystals. Although he wanted to hammer Jiang Chun in his heart, Xiao Zhen didn't dare to show it. After all, his son was still stepping under someone else's feet. Little brother, I'm afraid that the entire Jiangling can't come up with 1,000 purified third-order spirit crystals. This 100,000 number of yours is really difficult for me. Jiang Chun blinked and looked at Shen Xinyan, who nodded slightly to indicate that Zhao Zhan was telling the truth. Then 500 purified third-order spirit crystals and 10,000 second-order spirit crystals. Zhao Zhan shook his head and said, the most I can take out is 200 purified third-order spirit crystals and 500 second-order spirit crystals. It's only this much, so that's a no-brainer. Jiang Chen's foot exerted a slight force, and Zhao Zisong wailed. Zhao Zhen immediately explained, it's not that I won't give it to you, pure spirit crystals are all in the hands of the state. There is a market for them without a price on the market. Even more money can't buy them. Being able to come up with this much is already the limit of our Xiao family. Seeing that he didn't look like he was telling a lie, Jiang Chun didn't dwell on it. After all, his purpose hadn't been to kill anyone but spirit crystals. Bring me something plus $10 million. I'll let you go, and you must promise not to come after me, or else we'll call it quits at this point. Okay. I'll immediately arrange to send the stuff over, and in front of everyone I'll make sure that the Xiao family won't come after you. Why should I believe you, empty words? What will it take for you to believe that? Jiang Chun thought about it as if there really wasn't any effective means to ensure that, if only there was a technique that could control a person's divine soul at this time, but unfortunately, for now he wouldn't. Never mind. Take your word for it for now and have something sent over. Judging from Zhao Ming's aura just now, it was even stronger than the middle-aged man who had just been killed. Although it is not yet known what supernormal ability he possesses, but can be sure that a little strength is very scary. Encounter him only to go around the kind. However, if he absorbed these hundreds of spirit crystals, his cultivation should grow quite a bit. And at that time, even if he was not defeated and escaped, it would not be too much of a problem. Besides, as long as he was in the academy all the time, he thought that even if the Xiao family was bold enough, they wouldn't be able to directly charge into the school to trouble him. Fine. Just wait a minute. I'll have it sent right over. Afterwards, Zhao Zhen made a call and arranged for the spirit crystals to be sent over at the fastest possible speed. These spirit crystals were what they spent a long time and money to get, originally used to enhance the strength of the awakened in the clan. Did not think that only yet to cover the heat to be given away, the heart is dripping blood. Soon after, the people from the Xiao family delivered the stuff. Zhao Ming standing at the door was so angry that his old face was shaking, empty but unable to exert his skills. The things have been given to you, can you release them now? Zhao Zhen heartily sent the spirit crystals and checked to Jiang Chun, just waiting for him to release them. Jiang Chun said indifferently, what's the rush? I'll naturally release them after the auction. Zhao Zhen's face trembled, wanting to have a seizure but ultimately holding back. His words were a bit icy as he said, good. I hope you keep your promise. Now that the person was in Jiang Chen's hands, the initiative was in his hands, so there was only one thing to endure for Zhao Zisong's safety. When Zhao Ming knew the situation immediately to come in to capitalize Jiang Chen 8 paragraphs, but was stopped by Zhao Zhen. Now do it if the time to force a fish death net is not cost-effective. The auction then started normally. Jiang Chen and the others were placed in the elegant room, and soon after they were seated, the person in charge of the auction sent him an item. Little brother Jiang, you won the competition. This item is yours. The person in charge was quite polite to Jiang Chen. After all, he had brought a lot of heat to the auction, and they couldn't wait for a few more matches like this to keep the heat going. Jiang Chen took the box and wasn't really too interested in this item. After all, how good could something given away for free at an auction be? But when he opened the box and saw what was inside, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. It was a small tripod with 3 feet and 2 ears with a finely crafted lid on top. Other people didn't know the purpose of this tripod, but he knew this was a Dan tripod. He didn't move as he weighed it in his hand and said, I'll take it then. The person in charge hemmed and hawed, and his heart was relieved. He thought Jiang Chen would resent it. The main reason is that this thing has been sitting with them for a long time, and no one wanted it after several auctions, so they had to give it away as a loss. Haha, I won't bother then. After the person in charge had left, Jiang Chen's face became serious, parting out a strand of divine thought into the tripod. Immediately the surroundings lit up with light. It was a complicated and complex Tao text. Only rare Dan tripods had the chance to breed Dao text. It seemed that this was picking up a treasure. The auction began, mostly spirit herbs and exotic fruits that were rich in spiritual energy. Zhang Chen's divine thoughts swept through them all. However, there was one thing that he cared about very much. It was a worn-out beast skin that was used to wrap an auction item. Trying to get the beast skin might not be too easy, at least in his guess, the Xiao family was sure to trip him up. The first item we are auctioning below is a spirit grass, capable of raising the level of an alien. The starting price is 100,000. Each bid will not be less than 10,000. The bidding will now begin. 1,100,000. I'll give you 120,000. 200,000. All people cannot help but slightly froze look to Zhang Chen where the booth, the heart cannot help but some dissatisfaction. The price increase is also too fierce it. No, you just engaged in 10 million, but also not so play it. 211,000. Zhao Ming shouted the price. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth rose slightly in the private room. The old dog really wanted to target him. Chapter 46 Reproducing the Fuso. Zhao Ming shouted after the other people also vaguely felt the smell of gunpowder in it, so they also stopped shouting and let them bite the dog. 250,000. Zhang Chen opened his mouth indifferently. 260,000. As soon as Zhang Chen's words fell, Zhao Ming's expressionless face shouted out the price. 300,000. 311,000. Zhang Chen cursed the dog in his heart. This old dog is really cunning. Every time it is only 10,000 more than him. 500,000. Everyone present could hear from Zhang Chen's tone that he should be speaking with a look of exasperation and gnashing of teeth, appearing to be determined to get this spirit herb. However, in fact, the package room Xin Xinyan twisted the fine flesh between Zhang Chen before shouting out that kind of trill. The main focus is one of realism. 51,000. As expected, as soon as his words fell, Zhao Ming spoke again without the slightest hesitation. Humph, old dog, count on you. Zhang Chen's voice came out from the private room. The crowd could hear it clearly, and they couldn't help but secretly pinch a sweat. This guy was really not afraid of the sky and the earth. Zhao Ming then naturally won the auction for the spirit grass without any problems, only that the price was several times higher than the market price. The next auction several times are like this. Once Zhang Chen shouted price, Zhao Ming must follow the price and will always be only one price high, causing many people did not shoot to want things. No one is happier than the organizers. The more fierce the two fight, the higher the price, the higher their profits will naturally be. Slowly, no matter what was being auctioned, no matter what the price was, Zhang Chen made a bid, causing panic, and most of the people who really wanted to buy followed a few hands and then gave up on their own, recognizing their bad luck. They were really realizing that Zhang Chen, this dog, was specializing in stirring up trouble, raising the price very high every time and then not wanting it in the end. From the beginning to now, after so long, he was the one who screamed the loudest, but he didn't get a single thing to shoot. Is really a dog. Zhang Chen's fooling around naturally caused most people's dissatisfaction, have spit his turtle saliva, but did not dare to curse out. After all, even Zhao Ming are not afraid of the Lord Moore, will not be afraid of them, can only silently endure. Zhao Zhan said something beside Zhao Ming's ear, and Zhao Ming was slightly displeased but still nodded slightly. For the next auction, Zhang Chen continued to fool around and shout out prices indiscriminately. What started at $500,000, he just exported it for $1 million. Making everyone want to hammer him. Zhao Ming's follow-up price was getting less and less, which made Zhang Chen eat a few boring losses, spending a lot of money to fix a bunch of things he couldn't use, and the others were happy to finally lift a stone and hit their own feet. Serves you right, back time. Next, he called out the price a few more times, and Zhao Ming basically didn't follow the price anymore. You need to stop screwing around. You've pretty much spent your $10 million. Xin Xinyan was also speechless. At first it felt quite cool as a result, then slowly others did not pick up the trick. There's still you here, so lend me some if you don't have enough when the time comes. You think so, I won't do it. Xin Xinyan refused on the spot. What? Afraid I won't be able to pay it back? Shen Xian didn't say anything, just a couple of grunts said it all. Zhang Chen was powerless to retort. He really didn't have the money to pay it back. Hey, it's really hard to be without money. Finally, the auctioneer brought the item wrapped in animal skin onto the stage, and Zhang Chen's gaze fell on it. The auction host opened the animal skin, revealing the exquisite brocade box inside. Everyone, this is an item from a secret place somewhere. Hearing that it was from the secret realm, everyone's eyes lit up, knowing that the secret realm was all in the hands of the state, and the things inside basically wouldn't go out. But there are exceptions to every rule, because the location and time of the appearance of the secret realm is completely random, Even if there are specialized personnel responsible for probing, it is not possible to 100% probe into the secret realm that will be opened. Sometimes the secret realm suddenly opens, and before the country realizes it, someone breaks in to look for a chance. Of course, there were a lot of people who died in there as a result, but there were some who managed to bring something out of it. The box and the animal skin in front of them were the ones that were brought out from the secret realm. The host slowly opened the box, and all eyes were glued to his movements. Finally, the brocade box was opened. At the bottom of that lay a piece of 2 fingers wide and 5 centimeters long piece of congealed jade. The jade piece was crystal clear, like a piece of solidified clear spring, emitting a silky soft halo under the light. There were some designs carved on the jade piece, but since it was broken, it was not known exactly what was carved. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment. A shard. It was just a shard. It wasn't worth much. The host will gently pick up the jade piece displayed in front of the crowd. Slightly regretful, said, although the jade piece is broken, but still Halo Flow think before must be a rare treasure. The starting bidding price of 300,000 yuan. The crowd shook their heads slightly. If it was a piece of complete jade from the secret realm, not to mention 300,000, a million would have people clamoring for it. But now that this piece was badly broken and none of it was good, even 300,000 didn't feel worth it. After the host shouted, the whole room was silent for a moment. There was no one offer. After a full 2 minutes still no one shouted, the host will jade piece back to the box. This single should be a single auction. 311,000. Just then, Jiang Chan in the booth opened his mouth and shouted out a minimum price. The host was slightly pleased and hurriedly opened his mouth. $311,000. Are there any more followers? He looked around and deliberately looked in the direction where Zhao Ming was, only to see that the other party was resting his eyes with his eyes closed and had no intention of bidding at all. So he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It would be nice if that kind of pomp and circumstance just now could be reproduced. Everyone else revealed a look of derision upon hearing Jiang Chen's offer. Little cute. Money is stupid. You think people Zhao family is a wrongdoer. Others are not playing with you now. Let's see what you do. 311,000 at a time. 311,000 twice. 31,000 3 times. Deal. Jiang Chan revealed a hint of a smile in the private room. It was not important that the jade piece was not a jade piece. What was important was the animal skin. That was what he wanted. You're really stupid for having so little money. What's the market price of that thing? You're such a loser. Shin Xinyan couldn't help but taunt Jiang Chan when she saw that he was still laughing. What the hell do you know about a little girl's house? You. Shin Xinyan directly stomped on Jiang Chen's instep, causing him to wail in pain. Hearing the sound coming from the private room, the crowd could not help but heave and laugh. The indiscriminate spending of money was sanctioned. Right? Deserved to carry the time. The auction continued, and Jiang Chen also shouted 2 hands from time to time, and the crowd could hear that his interest was obviously not high anymore, presumably because he had been cleaned up for spending money indiscriminately. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. Just as soon as he got what he wanted, he stopped shouting. Wasn't it obvious that the thing wasn't simple? The people who are interested in a little nudge will be able to detect when the time will inevitably be missed, and now he intentionally or unintentionally shouted 2 hands is mainly to dispel the idea of those people guessing. Well, to put it mildly, he did have a good hand, and it really didn't raise anyone's suspicions. At this moment, in a mountain forest on the outskirts of Zhongling, a black suit was hidden in the darkness, and several silhouettes were rapidly converging on his side from all directions. Report, no luck. Report, no luck. Several people answered as one. The black-robed man said angrily, Baka, United Rice Bucket, find it for me, it must be found. Chapter 47. Interception. Flesh Trick. After the auction ended, Jiang Chen also got what he wanted. As for the piece of broken jade, originally he wanted to give it to Shin Xinyan in passing, but he was rejected directly by the other party, so he had no choice but to keep it for himself. The head of the auction house took the initiative to approach Jiang Chen and express his gratitude. The auction was a great success, with transactions several times higher than in the past. Moreover, due to Jiang Chen's assistance, their auction house's reputation had become even louder. By the way, I have some storage rings here. Do you guys take them? Last time he started to get more than 20 storage rings from the 5 courtyards competition. He couldn't use so many of them, so he simply exchanged them for money. Sure, we have access to that as well. Jiang Chen cheerfully took out the 28 storage rings. Looking at the side of Shin Xinyan is speechless. This guy is really poor and vicious. Poor crazy. Robbed others so many storage rings. Okay. We'll contact you once we've processed it. When they came out, Zhao Ming and Zhao Jin had long been waiting outside. Zhao Zhen looked at Jiang Chun. The auction is over? Can you release them? Jiang Chun laughed and said, good deal. I'll naturally release them when I return safely to the academy. Zhao Ming was instantly enraged. Jiang Chun had long since had enough of teasing them over and over again. He shouted angrily, you seek death. A powerful aura erupted from him, with the appearance of going to war if he didn't let go. Jiang Chun playfully tasted, old dog, don't keep saying that you find death. Those who don't know still think that you're invincible. You hammer. Get out of the way or I'll waste him now. Jiang Chun didn't say anything, and directly put his choke on Zhao Zisong's neck to lift his entire body in mid-air. Old dog, think it over. Do you want him alive or dead? Zhao Ming was so angry that his whole body was shaking with rage. But he couldn't do anything about Jiang Chun. Originally, he had already thought that as soon as he released the man, he would immediately step in and waste Jiang Chun. But now it seemed that the other party had already prepared and thought of a solution. As long as Jiang Chun returned to the academy, even if their Xiao family's power in Jiangling wasn't weak, it would be impossible for them to openly barge into the academy to demand someone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and his fists crunched. In the end, he had to grit his teeth and bow his head. Jiang Chun didn't care if he was angry or not, carrying Zhao Zisong and strutting away. When coming to the car, he realized that Shen Xinyan drove a sports car with only 2 seats, so he let Shen Xinyan go by herself while he directly flew towards the academy in the air. Are you going to be okay? Shen Xinyan worried. Don't worry. I'll be fine with this guy. Go ahead and go home. And I'll contact you when I get back to my dorm. Gee, why does it kind of feel like a report? Shen Xinyan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her pretty face when she heard this. Okay. I'll wait for your call. After saying that, he drove off with a kick of the gas. When Shen Xinyan left, Jiang Chun also took off with his sword. He was fast disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. He can't be allowed to return to the academy. Zhao Ming's face was horribly gloomy as he looked in the direction Jiang Chun had disappeared. Don't worry, father. I've already arranged it. He can't return to the academy. The night wind whistled beside his ears. Suddenly, his heart felt something. Jiang Chun instantly inclined his head, and at the same moment a shallow bloodstain appeared on the base of his ear. Xiao dog, aren't you guys afraid I'll karma him on the spot? He stood in midair and looked around loudly, while at the same time his divine thoughts were liberalized, scanning the surrounding area for enemies hidden in the shadows. That sudden attack just now was shadowless and invisible. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been on guard all along, he might have been blown away by a blow to the head. There was silence all around without any sound. No one answered, and his divine thoughts found no sign of the enemy. This made Jiang Chun instantly alert. The one who initiated the attack must be a strong person, and possessed a special psychic ability, an attack that could kill people invisibly. After waiting for a full 2 minutes, there was still no movement, and he said in a cold voice, try making another move, and I'll immediately send this brat to meet the king of hell. In fact, he wasn't sure if it was the Xiao family that was behind it. After all, now that Zhao Zisong was still in his hands, they should have thrown in the towel. He turned around and quickly left. The speed increased to the extreme. The enemy darkness and the danger coefficient is directly pulled full. Must return to the academy as soon as possible. Suddenly, the hairs on his body stood on end, and a death threat instantly enveloped him. With 2 clangs, 3 iron swords flew out to surround him. Dang it! The 3 invisible attacks were blocked by the iron sword. However, the iron sword also crumbled into iron slag with it. Jiang Chun felt creeped out. This kind of attack was just too bizarre. It was impossible to judge its direction. However, in the next moment, he was chilled all over, feeling that his entire body was locked down, with every part of his body being a target for attack. Lean! He cursed, and a hand seal fell. The speed of the flying sword increased a little more. Paintbrush. Suddenly, an invisible attack came at him from all directions, and Jiang Chun instantly lifted Zhao Zisong up to block him, but his back remained exposed. Knock knock! With a few muffled sounds, Zhao Zisong suddenly turned white and let out a pig-killing scream, as hole after hole appeared in his clothes, with blood seeping out along the holes. Is it not the Xiao family? Jiang Chen's mind was racing. Those 2 masters of the Xiao family had spared no expense to save Zhao Zisong. It was definitely impossible for this to happen. But if it's not the Chou family, then who is it? Xiaoyi? The attack came in an instant, and he quickly turned his direction to avoid the attack, not daring to have any carelessness or relaxation, and rushed forward. But no matter how fast he was, the enemy in the shadows followed close behind the driver to launch an attack. Another wave of attacks directly shot at him from all sides. Xiao Zisong once again became a human shield was blocked part of the attack. The back of the back has been bloody. Damn. Could it really be Xiao? Attacking the two of them indiscriminately was not something that the Xiao family could do. If it was really someone from the Xiao family, if they messed up like this, Xiao Zisong would have been killed by its and their own without being killed by him. Thinking of this, he threw Xiao Zisong down directly with a heartbeat, and with one less person his speed was once again increased. Help! Help! Xiao Zisong once again experienced the weightlessness of free fall, a feeling of nausea that he would never forget. It was at this moment that a figure like the wind appeared in the air to catch Xiao Zisong. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically when he turned around to take a look. Damn, what a bitter trick. Fell for it, the other party is the Xiao family. Now it was too late to regret. The only way to escape was to flee. The other party was definitely not something he could deal with, and without Xiao Zisong as a hostage in hand, the other party's attack would only be more violent. At this point, the direction he was flying was no longer in the direction of the academy, and he was forced to fly towards the outskirts of Zhongling. However, the feeling of extreme danger surfaced again. Just as he was about to make a sharp turn to avoid the attack, he realized that the attack had already come to his back and could not be avoided at all. Sure enough, the other party had not exerted his full strength just now, and everything was a bitter trick played out for him to see. Bang! Several attacks landed heavily on his back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, spilling blood into the air. With a loud boom, his body was like a cannonball slamming towards the woods at extreme speed under the tremendous force. Jiang Chen's face turned white, and with a boom, he smashed through a few trees and hit the ground hard. And if not for his dragon-scale armor protection, he would have already died. Now was not the time to think more. While the other party had not yet come over, he had to leave immediately. His spiritual energy flowed into the soles of his feet, and he quickly disappeared into the darkness under the blessing of his blistering wind boots. Just as he disappeared into the darkness on the front foot, a figure appeared in the air on the back foot. He carried Xiao Zisong in his hand and frowned slightly as he looked towards the smashed marks on the ground. Surprisingly not dead. That attack just now would surely kill even if a strong person of the same rank was hit, but he didn't expect that this person, who was many segments lower than him, had survived. The corners of his mouth revealed a wry smile, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared like a clear wind. Chapter 48 Accidentally. Finished destroying the Fusang people. Poof! Poof! Jiang Chun coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He weaved and ran through the dense forest, and that sense of crisis kept gripping him, indicating that the person had chased after him. He cursed darkly and began to change course. But, still, he didn't throw the man off. Until now he had no idea by what means the other party had located him. Wow! There was a waterfall in front of him that came with a loud sound of water impacting. Jiang Chun clenched his teeth and flung himself directly into it. A few moments later, the silhouette appeared in the air above the waterfall, blasting away at the water flow below. Jiang Chun, who was hiding under the water, was unfortunately hit in the leg, and a very faint blood stain floated out of the water, quickly flowing downstream with the water. Fortunately, the vision was not good, and the man in the air did not notice. After another bombardment, suddenly the man stopped his attack and stared in a direction to his left, then drifted away. There's a strong air movement over there. At this moment, there was a man in black walking through the woods, seemingly searching for something. Pest! Suddenly, an invisible attack pierced through his chest. The black-clothed man looked down incredulously. Blood gushed like a spring. His heart had been pierced, and in the next moment his entire body collapsed limply. The man walked over and turned the man in black over, and when he saw his face clearly, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Killed the wrong person. Time had been delayed, and for a moment he lost track of Jiang Chun. He expected, however, that the prey wouldn't get far, and began to continue his rounds around the area. Ahem, I say, can you get me to a doctor first? I think I can be resuscitated again. Xiao Zisong's face has been as white paper without the slightest blood. He felt that if he did not resuscitate it, it is estimated that he will really be cold. At this moment, his back was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he had lost too much blood and was on the verge of fainting. Outside the auction house, a figure quickly flew this way, and Zhao Ming and Zhao Zhen were both overjoyed. Mats! Zhao Ming supported Xiao Zisong and was heartbroken to see him in his current state. Grandpa, take me to the hospital. Fine. I'll get you to the hospital right away. Zhao Ming quickly helped Xiao Zisong into the car towards the hospital. Zhao Zhen, is that kid dead? No, let him get away. Xiao was shocked. Letting him escape? You're a grandmaster. How could you let him escape? That person had a protective prop on him that blocked my attack. Don't worry. Since we took your money, we will naturally help you accept him. Good. I hope you won't let me down. With Xiao gone, the assassin returned to that forest and started looking for Jiang Chun. At this time, Jiang Chun had already followed the current to nowhere. He didn't dare to risk his head. The difference in strength between the two was too great to fight head-on, and he only hoped that the man had given up after not noticing him for a long time. At the same time, there were several black shadows moving quickly in the woods, and they were dressed exactly like the dead man in black. Suddenly, a black-robed man who was rapidly bouncing along fell headfirst to the ground, and upon closer inspection, there was a thumb-sized bloody hole in the back of his head, and crimson blood was flowing out of the hole. No! The killer turned the body over and it still wasn't the one he was looking for. This night, the faint odor of blood hung in the air of this area, as one after another black-clothed men died. In the depths, the leader of the men in black stood with his hands folded as he waited here for his subordinates to report back. But several hours had passed and not a single person had returned, so he couldn't help but wonder a bit. Just then, a silhouette floated and landed behind him, and the man in black quickly turned around. The slayer gazed slightly at the man in black, then blandly said, "No." He was about to leave when he was stopped by the man in black. "Yours? Who is it?" The slayer raised an eyebrow and returned to look across the room at the man in black, slightly startled. "Fuso. Baka, your answer mine. What are you a man of?" "I'm a dang dragon nation." The killer made a sound and also launched a blazing attack. 2 fingers curled and flicked, and an invisible wind blade chopped towards the Fusong man, as if it was the Dali Duan clan's 6-chakra divine sword. "Yours, damn it." Fuson was furious, holding his long sword with both hands and quickly cleaving through the wind blade that chopped past him. The killer sneered, then moved his 5 fingers in succession, and several wind blades killed the Fuso from all directions. This Fusanian was obviously also a Zhongshi level powerhouse and possessed bizarre body techniques, only to see his figure instantly disappear, unleashing his concealment powers. Killer's face changed slightly, and then his body also turned into a wind to hide. Neither one shows up. Whoever shows up first loses. Suddenly, the shadowy assassin revealed a cold smile as he sensed the faint flow of air, and immediately went on a rampage. Ahem! The Fusong man was blown out and kept coughing up blood. He was astonished beyond words. How did you find me?" The slayer floated in and scoffed. "Because you have a disgusting stench about you." "Yours, nonsense." The Fuso man still wanted to resist, but the killer didn't give him a chance. Directly a strong wind pierced through his eyebrow. The Fuso man suddenly opened his eyes roundly and died in peace. Killer came to the Fuso's body and stomped on it twice as hard. "Damn, although I am a killer, I also have a heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Fusong ghosts deserve to die." Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the place exploded violently in flames, followed by a figure staggering out of the fire. Ahem! Damn! I can't believe I still have a means left. The killer never expected that the Fusanese seemed to have known that he was bound to die, and before he died, he even left a special weapon to cause him to lose an arm. The killing of Jiang Chun could only be put off for a while. He had to go and heal his wounds now. The killer left, and the fire crackled here, and it wouldn't be long before it might set the whole forest ablaze. Fortunately, it was raining in the sky, and the burning fire was gradually doused. Jiang Chun in the water didn't know this. He still hid his movements and didn't dare to show his face. Even though there was severe pain coming from his legs, he didn't dare to act rashly. Little by little, the time passed, the rain got heavier and heavier, and the whole forest was filled with the sound of rain hitting the leaves. The sky was lightening and the rain was still coming down, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Jiang Chun also finally quietly emerged. At this time, his face was almost swollen, showing a watery white appearance. At this time he had come to a low-lying place. He observed for half a quarter of an hour. After confirming that there was no danger, he slowly climbed out of the water. A sharp pain came from the wound on his leg. Last night's attack had gone straight through his calf, and now the slightest movement tugged at the wound. Slowly, he was finally crawling under a large tree and leaned against the trunk and let out a deep breath. After resting for a while, he prepared to recover his spiritual energy first. He braced his hands on the ground and tried to move his body when he suddenly felt his left palm touch something meaty and soft. Chapter 49 Mysterious Shen Huang Qi. With a jolt, he quickly withdrew his palm, then looked sideways. In the grass, an animal covered in white fur huddled close, its fur long since drenched. Jiang Chun reached out and poked its body slightly, and the other party didn't react in the slightest. Dead. Just when he thought it was a dead animal, he caught a precise flutter of its body. Still alive. He then lifted it up, only to realize that the fur on the little guy's belly was stained red with its blood. And Jiang Chun could finally see its true face, a small white tiger, the size of a cat. The little white tiger's eyes were tightly closed, and its face seemed to be wearing a pained expression. Even when Jiang Chun lifted it up to examine it, it didn't wake up. And faint breathing. Jiang Chun examined it carefully, and he found a long gash in the little white tiger's abdomen, where the ebony blood had already solidified. Replaced the little white tiger back. He was not a veterinarian and did not know medical skills. There was really nothing he could do about this situation. Besides, he himself was still injured. The only thing that helped was to take a thick coat from the storage ring and put it over it to block the dripping rain. He crushed a few spirit crystals and began to absorb them, restoring his own spiritual energy first. Outside Jiangling Academy, a luxury bus was parked at the entrance. The passengers on the bus totaled 13 people, 3 women and 10 men. The women wore heavy makeup, while the men appeared to be extraordinarily feminine, and the leader was a middle-aged man. They were an exotic envoy from the country of Goryeo, preparing for a week-long friendly visit to Jiangling Academy. Jiangling Academy had also specially arranged for Luo Lin to receive them for this reason, and he brought a few students with umbrellas to greet them at the door. But the people in the car were slow to come down. "Siba, it's raining so hard it's going to get my expensive boots wet, and I'm asking for the car to be driven right in." A girl spoke up. Her words were quickly echoed by the others, who unanimously asked the driver to pull into the college. The person in charge of leading the group said something to the driver, who grimaced and said, "There are rules at the academy that cars can't be driven in. Master, we're from Goryeo, so this little request isn't too much to ask." The driver master thought for a moment, then opened the car door and came to Luo Lin with the rain mountain propped up, and spoke with some difficulty. "Teacher Luo," they said that the rain was too heavy, and they weren't willing to get out of the car to request that the car be driven straight in. Luo Lin's face sank slightly. According to his nature, he didn't want to back down. However, on the opposite side was the embassy from the Goryeo kingdom, and in the end he nodded with a grim face. The bus started slowly and drove into the college. Someone in the car laughed. "See, I said it's okay. They dragon people don't have the backbone to dare offend us." There was a loud, ha-ha laugh from here, and Lorraine instantly blacked out. In the woods on the outskirts of Jiangling, Jiang Chen's body had recovered as much spiritual energy as before when he opened his eyes again, and the injuries on his legs had been relieved to some extent. A strip of cloth was torn off to briefly bandage the wound on his leg. At the same time, that little white tiger also slightly opened its eyes, a trace of confusion flashing in its eyes, and then it gently raised its head just in time to meet Jiang Chen's gaze as he looked over. "Little one, you're awake." Before the little white tiger could react, it was picked up by Jiang Chun. Though it tried to resist, struggling hard with its limbs and letting out whimpering wails from its mouth, its movements seemed so feeble and its voice grew fainter and fainter due to the excessive weakness of its body. Each attempt seemed to exhaust all of its strength, and in the end, it gave up and let Jiang Chun hold it. "Hey, I don't know how long this rain is going to last." After sighing, Jiang Chun took a clean garment out and wrapped the little white tiger in his arms, limping towards Jiang Ling in the direction of the rain. Every step tugged at the wound on his leg, causing him to grit his teeth slightly, and what was on that forehead was already indistinguishable from cold sweat or rain. He is still not sure if the person who killed him is still there, so he doesn't dare to fly in the air. The target of flying in the air is too obvious. Once he has found out, he can't escape at all in his current state. After an hour, he could go no further. The wound collapsed, blood flowed down the wound, and the cloth was stained red. It was hard to find a small cave that could be this sheltered from the wind and rain, but when he went in, he saw a mess all over the place. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Was fielding popular these days? He couldn't really walk anymore though, and after cleaning the messy filth aside, he sat down on his butt. He remembered that his last injury was much more serious than now, but it only took half a month to recover as good as new, so he couldn't help but sit up, wanting to invoke the Shenhuang Qi to try to see if he could heal his injuries. He set the little white tiger aside and began to move. After all, a little earlier recovery would give him more chances of survival. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the person who had killed him had long since left, and it had been just him being too careful and cautious to scare himself. Inside the dantian, The patch gently churned and a stream of Huang gas floated out. Jiang Chun was delighted, and then he guided the gas along the meridians to the wound. Slowly, he felt the wound hurt less, and it really seemed to be working. All of his energy was focused on healing his wounds, but he didn't notice the little white tiger next to him poking his head out to look at him suspiciously for a moment. The rain outside slowly lightened until it finally tapered off in the afternoon, and the look on Jiang Chen's face in the cave was much more relaxed. He was surprised to find that the bones that had been pierced through were rapidly regrowing and healing, and the flesh and blood were writhing in growing new muscles. However, it was a very mind and spirit-consuming process, and every once in a while he would stop and rest for a while to use to absorb spirit crystals and recover his energy. A day later, all the muscles of the wound had grown back and the bones had healed again, which surprised him with the mystery of the breath. He stood up and took 2 steps, fully recovered without any discomfort. But just then, he noticed that the body of the little white tiger was shaking non-stop, and after picking it up and examining it, he realized that the wound on its abdomen had become infected with pus. Just like human beings, after being infected, you may have a fever, and in severe cases, you may even go into shock, and at this time, the little white tiger is in a feverish state. I don't know if it works or not, whatever. Let's try it first. He placed his hand on the belly of the little white tiger, and then ran his spiritual energy to try to ferry the Huang Qi into the white tiger. Everything went smoothly, and he guided the Huang Qi to the wound. Gradually, the little white tiger's body stopped trembling until, 3 hours later, all of its abdominal injuries were healed and its signs were stable. Jiang Chun wiped away a handful of sweat. Saving lives really wasn't easy. He didn't intend to go out now, and while he wasn't discovered, he was going to raise his cultivation level to increase the success rate of his escape. One by one, the spirit crystals were refined and absorbed, and his cultivation level was steadily rising. The little white tiger opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Then Xian quickly looked at his abdomen, where the wound was completely healed. Not even a scar remained. It couldn't help but raise its little head to look at Jiang Chun, who was in the middle of his immersive cultivation, and the doubt in its eyes intensified. When it saw a spirit crystal being crushed and absorbed, a pair of ink-like eyes turned slightly, and it actually snatched a trace of spirit power over. Jiang Chun didn't realize that he had encountered bandits. Chapter 50. Zhongling Academy, Dean's Office, Zhang Hongsheng and Luo Lin both had dark faces. The Goryeo envoys were strutting and waving around the academy, and even spouted off that Zhongling Academy was a garbage academy if no one was there. When the students in the college heard about it, of course, they were not convinced, and naturally a conflict arose. The people from Zhongling Academy were beaten up, and they even mocked all the students from Zhongling Academy as trash, all battle scum. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The students of the college were indignant. We are trash or not, it is not your turn to judge a group of Goryeo people. So, many people challenged the Goryeo mission, determined to trample and rub these men and women on the ground. It was also true that it was just that the people from Zhongling Academy were trampled and rubbed on the ground. From the beginning to the end, the Goryeo mission had only sent 1 person to meet the battle, while Zhongling Academy had already laid down a dozen people, all of whom had been seriously injured. When they went to the Goryeo leader to try to mediate, the other party said lightly without any concern that the one on stage was already the weakest one in their team and had shown mercy. It made the 2 men want to hit someone. From the information they obtained, they could see that the strength of the Goryeo mission this time was really strong, and the strongest of the 13 were 2 brothers, one named Park Kuk-chong and the other Park Kuk-ki. His younger brother, Park Kwak-ki, is a gold 12 star, and his older brother, Park Kwak-chong, is even more terrifying at a platinum 1 star. The weakest rank of the one on the stage he was talking about had reached the gold 8 star, which was indeed ridiculously strong compared to the trainees of their academy. In fact, we all know in our hearts that the so-called visit is actually to cut a deal, but Goryeo had prepared for it, and it seems to have come specifically to hit the face of the Dragon Kingdom. The faces of all the trainees were not good. Originally they wanted to teach these Goliaths a hard lesson, but they didn't expect that the other party just sent out 1 person to beat them so much that they couldn't lift their heads, and all of their faces turned red. It's suffocating, but there was nothing that could be done about it, and it was hard as hell to have the heart to do anything about it. Where's Jiang Chun? Why hasn't that kid seen anyone in the past 2 days? Zhang Sheng asked in the office. Luo Lin's face became even more unsightly and stammered for half a day before finally telling the story. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier about something so big? Zhang Hongsheng immediately jumped up. If Jiang Chun has any long and short at that time, really do not know how to explain to Master Li. Luo Lin's face was bitter as he said, I only got the news today as well. This matter must have nothing to do with the Xiao family. I'll go find them now, and you also arrange for some manpower to ask around. Zhang Hongxing flamed out of the office and quickly arrived at Zhao's house. However, when he raised an army and wanted to raise an accusation, Zhao Zhen bit back and said that Jiang Chun had beaten his son half to death, and that Jiang Chun must be severely punished. From Zhao Zhen's tone, he inferred that Jiang Chun really seemed to have fallen into their hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. On the other hand, Shen Xinyan had also called Jiang Chun multiple times, but the other party had been off, causing her to grit her teeth. I said I'd call her when I got back to the dorm, but I waited all night for a call. Then she called, who knew that Jiang Chen's phone was turned off. It made her anxious, but there was not the slightest thing she could do about it. Outside, in the cave, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Chen's body. The little white tiger that was secretly absorbing the aura was startled and hurriedly retracted its head quietly. After absorbing a few hundred spirit crystals, his cultivation finally broke through to the 10th level of Qi practicing, further increasing his strength. After absorbing all the remaining spirit crystals, he stood up long and stretched hard, feeling refreshed. Little one, you're okay too, hurry up. He pushed the little white tiger forward, signaling it to go. Little white would whimper twice in slight dissatisfaction, turning back to give him a deep look before running into the depths of the jungle. Jiang Chun clapped his hands, then he toward the direction of Zhongling and go. He still did not choose to Imperial Air, shuttle between the jungle so that you can better conceal the whereabouts, until he came to the place where more people in the car. He called out the flying sword Imperial Air toward the college. What he didn't know was that as he turned to leave, a small round head poked out from the depths of that jungle, and the little white tiger looked at his departing back with a very human smile. The trainees of Zhongling Academy all clenched their fists and stared nervously at the ring. In the ring, Park Guk-ki hangs back with a hangdog look that no one can look down on, staring disdainfully at the opposite side of Chun Yute and saying in broken Longwa dialect, You're too weak, not my opponent. Chun Yute's face did not look good. Anyone who was humiliated in public could not hang on to his face. Each and every one of the Goryeo envoys under the ring laughed recklessly and unrestrainedly, and their laughter was like a resounding slap in the face of all the Zhongling trainees. Chun Yute had a dark face. You won't know until you've fought. Chun Yute, go for it. Chun Yute, go for it. Chun Yute, go for it. The trainees of Zhongling Academy shouted loudly, cheering him on. He was a gold 8-star powerhouse, the highest-ranked student in the entire academy. If he still couldn't win, then he really wouldn't be able to turn over a new leaf. With a boom, Chun Yute was the first to launch an attack. He was a Class A transformation system ability, and his entire body quickly enlarged to directly hit a height of 3 meters. His transformation ability was different from Ji Boda, who could only change one part of his body with a very limited increase in battle power. Chun Yute, on the other hand, is enlarged as a whole and will receive a significant increase in his battle power after the transformation. He lunged directly toward Park Koki like a giant, and that millstone beating palm directly crushed toward the latter. Faced with the transformed Chun Yute, Park Guji but did not care too much. He raised his hand and blasted towards the big hand that snapped down, surprisingly choosing to fight hard. Ridiculous, even choosing to touch it hard. After transforming, Chun Yute's body strength will be greatly enhanced, as hard as a rock. The faces of the people from Zhongling Academy lit up with smiles, as if they had already seen the scene of Park Guk-ki being suppressed. The two clashed against each other with a poof, and in everyone's astonished gazes, only to see Chun Yute's palm directly penetrated by an iron hand from the bottom up, spilling a large amount of blood. Park Koki revealed a touch of scorn and said, You're too weak. It wasn't until this time that all of them truly knew about Park Koki's psychic ability, which was actually a metallization psychic ability, capable of transforming parts of the body into metal constructs. Chun Yute was hurt and in pain and wanted to take his palm back, but Park Guji revealed a cruel smile. Then he pulled hard and broke off a piece of Chun Yute's palm bone alive. Ah! Chun Yute screamed in pain. His face instantly turned pale, and his entire body trembled in pain. Park Guk-ki smiled playfully and held the broken bone in front of him as if showing off and sniffed it, then unceremoniously threw it on the ground and also stomped on it fiercely twice. Stinky and disgusting. The trainees of Zhongling Academy under the stage instantly became enraged. By insulting Chun Yute in this way, Park Koki was insulting them, insulting all the people of the Dragon Nation. Can't stand it. Naya. I'll kill you, misogynistic dead guy. Someone really couldn't hold back their anger and jumped into the ring, even though their rank was much lower than Park Koki's. Go on, nigga, UNG pervert. The person who went up to him launched an attack at Park Koki, but the latter easily dodged it, and then with a backhanded strike, he beat that trainee to the point where he coughed up blood. Chapter 51. A breath of fresh air, beat up Goryeo Park Guk-ki. In the face of one trainee after another brazenly taking the stage to challenge them, the people from the Goryeo mission were more than laughing. Park Gwaji was really strong. No one who went up there was a match for him, and although he didn't kill, his strikes weren't light, hitting everyone from Zhongling Academy with blood in their mouths and falling to the ground. Not only were his strikes sharp, his breath was also long and lingering, and he had not shown a trace of fatigue even after round of challenges so far. Zhang Hongsheng, who had just returned from the Xiao family, couldn't stand to watch. He couldn't let this situation continue any longer. He had to go and stop it immediately. However, right at this moment, a silhouette flew in from the distant sky. Looking closely, who was it if not Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun just flew into the academy's gate that moment, instantly feeling much more relaxed. This was the safest place in the whole of Jiangling, and the many days of fear and trepidation could finally be put down. He couldn't help but frown as he gradually approached the ring. Only to see an academy student being punched hard on the chest by another person, one could clearly see that this student's chest had collapsed and an unknown number of ribs had been broken. And when his eyes moved downward, he even saw the fallen classmates. He saw Ding Shi, saw Xiao Wei. These were people who had once participated in the 5 courts competition together. They were all spitting blood from their mouths and rolling around on the ground. But even though they were dying of pain, they just refused to say a word, which made Jiang Chun feel a hint of something unusual. Bang! At the same time, in the ring, Park Koki blasted a classmate's abdomen with his fist, and then his arm exerted a huge force that directly blew the classmate out of the ring. Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows and directly harnessed his flying sword to hold the shocked classmate in his hands with one accelerated spin. Then he slowly landed on the ring, his gaze coldly staring at Park Koki. Jiang Chun. All the students were stunned, then ecstatic. Jiang Chen's name wasn't exactly loud in their Zhongling Academy. It could be said that no one knew about it. His strength is also evident to all undoubtedly, with his own strength to fight through the entire 5-courtyard competition. His appearance at this time was like a life-saving straw that held everyone's expectations. Jiang Chun carefully placed the injured classmate on the ground, then turned to look at Park Gwaji again, his gaze biting and cold as he spoke. A sparring session is a sparring session. Your Excellency is a bit insensitive. Park Gwaji looked at Jiang Chun, with a disdainful linguistic frivolity on his face. I have already shown mercy. In the ring, getting hurt is a very proper, common thing, isn't it? You're not from the Dragon Kingdom? Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised. Park International held his head high and proudly said, I, Dahlia Nation. Humph. A place as big as the palm of your hand dares to arrogantly call itself a great nation. Jiang Chen's relentless blow instantly made Park Waki get annoyed and drink. We, the Dahlia Nation, are the most powerful country in the world. The most powerful country in the world. It's a rice watchdog. Jiang Chen's words completely enraged Park Gwaji. In his perception, Goryeo was the center of the world and even the universe, the most powerful country in the world, not to be questioned by anyone. The Goryeo envoys each stared at Jiang Chun with an unkind expression, a fierce and unkind gaze shooting out from their eyes. I, for one, would like to challenge you. Park Koki bellowed. He had to cripple and maim this person who was underestimating their country. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow the breath in his heart. Jiang Chun sneered. Beg for it. Park Koki shouted angrily, and both his hands and feet became hardened by metallization. His legs stomped on the ground and it instantly cracked out countless densely packed cracks. In the next moment, he was like a cannonball pouncing towards Jiang Chun, and his hands were like sharp knives aimed straight at Jiang Chen's chest, wanting to kill him with a single stab. Ray, come on. Jiang Chun opened his mouth indifferently. A thunderbolt suddenly fell in the void and landed directly on Park Gwaji's body. Park Gwaji's body immediately shook, then fell head first to the ground. Jiang Chun didn't give him time to react. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed over and stomped on Park Koki's leg, only to hear a click as the latter's leg bone directly shattered. Then, Jiang Chun kicked up Park Koki's ankle once again, followed by a thumping and crashing sound in the ring. The people under the stage were first slightly stunned, and then they erupted into wild cheers. Hit it! Hit it hard! Hit it towards the smoke! Get this son of a... At this moment, each and every one of the students of Zhongling Academy's blood boiling. Just now the stifled in this moment completely released, as if in the ring violently beat Park Guoji is not Jiang Chun but their own, as if the blood surging in the presence of the scene. This guy, always a surprise. Zhang Hongsheng heatedly laughed. Before the depressed air swept away, mood suddenly good. In the ring, Jiang Chun carried Park Koki and smashed him furiously on the ground, left and right, as if he was transformed into a berserk ape. You can turn into iron, you're hard, aren't you? I'd like to see you hard or the floor, Jiang Chun said as he ruthlessly slammed Park Koki on the ground, focusing on taking care of his hands, and upon closer inspection, his pair of metal arms had become completely twisted and tattered. It was only then that the Goryeo legation reacted, and they were truly shocked by Jiang Chen's furious fighting style. Stop, stop, the leader of the Goryeo mission shouted. Get thee out of here, UNG onion. Jiang Chun didn't give a damn about him. Who the hell are you to tell me to stop? You Dragon Nation people, bully too much. The leader was furious. Jiang Chun said disdainfully, what's wrong with bullying you? In our territory, you traitors will have to clamp your tails down. You! The leader was furious, and the other Goliaths were all pulling their anger levels, oh no, pulling their explosions. At this time, the leader of the team saw Zhang Hongsheng in the crowd immediately ran over quickly. Dean Zhang, make him stop, or else I'll go to the International Court of Justice and sue you for mistreating our Goryeo mission. Zhang Hongsheng's eyelids jumped secretly and viciously spit bubble saliva to this leader. But also the damn International Tribunal. You think the International Tribunal is your home to open up who want to sue anyone? Like a dumbass idiot. He lightly coughed twice and said, actually, the ring competition is it's normal to get injured. Dean. But then, since the other side didn't shout surrender and admit defeat, according to the rules, no one else is allowed to intervene. You should not be anxious, in my opinion. This student has already shown mercy. There will be no deaths. The Goryeo leader's lungs were about to explode. It was not going to kill anyone, but it was very wasteful. The leader tried to open his mouth to speak when Zhang Hongsheng opened his mouth again and interrupted him. There's no rush. I'm going to get him to stop fighting. Any more and he'll be completely wasted. The leader's face twitched and froze as he watched Zhang Hongsheng slowly walk towards the ring with leisurely steps. Jiang Chun, just 2 more hits, don't really give it away. Zhang Hongsheng came to the edge of the ring and whispered, then switched to normal volume and said, this student, stop it quickly. Jiang Chun smashed several more rounds viciously until Park Koki's pair of metal arms were completely wasted before he threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Just when the crowd of the Goryeo mission was relieved and ready to go and carry Park Koki down, who knew that Jiang Chun would stomp on his chest and say, admit or not admit defeat? At this time, Park Koki was out of breath more than in and out of breath less, enduring the pain and hard to squeeze out the word recognize from the gap between his teeth. What? Don't admit defeat, huh? I'll admire your bones are just hard. As a result, Jiang Chun punched and kicked again, knocking Park Koki out of the air. The leader of the Li Kingdom's mission immediately ran over. Stop it, he's already conceded defeat. Jin Choi. Jiang Chun grunted. Admit defeat? Why didn't I hear that? He looked at the students of the academy on the stage again and asked, did you guys hear him admit defeat? No. Jiang Chun deflated and shrugged. Look, no one heard. After saying that, Jiang Chun greeted him with a few more punches. Li Guoqi was so angry that he hated to break Jiang Chun into pieces. The leader was directly so angry that his head smoked, and he hurriedly shouted, admit defeat. We admit defeat. Which one of you admit defeat? Jiang Chen's hand movements didn't stop, and he watched as Park Koki breathed out more than he breathed in. The leader immediately shouted, we admit defeat. We, Li Guo, admit defeat. Humph, earlier to admit defeat is not on the line. Must I personally do it? You just bones too cheap, to clean up. Saying that, Jiang Chun kicked Park Guoki in the waist. Park Guoki immediately rolled towards the bottom of the ring. Luckily, the Goryeo's hands and feet quickly caught his body. Each of the Goryeo envoys had a fierce look in their eyes, and especially Park Guk-chong, Park Guk-ki's older brother, had his teeth clenched. I, for one, will challenge you. At that moment, an angry female voice came. Chapter 52 Strongest in Goryeo? Crushed. The words fell. A tall and enchanting woman with long hair walked out from the Goryeo mission. She looked at Park Koki's ruined hands in anger. That Rokoko man had dared to ruin her only joy. She would tear him apart. Jiang Chun looked sideways and couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. I don't fight with fake big air. What? Everyone was flabbergasted. What did it mean? The woman said angrily, Bastard. My name is not fake Dai Kong. My name is Cauldron Butcho. The corners of Jiang Chan's mouth twitched slightly, and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. So good. So good. So good. I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to tear you apart. Cauldron Butcho said bluntly and angrily. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, I said I don't fight with fake big air. My name is Cauldron Butcho, not fake big sky. Kai Buchao's eyes were on the verge of spewing out fire, and he corrected loudly through clenched teeth and word for word. Jiang Chun swept her from top to bottom, shaking his head slightly and deflated. The face is fake, fierce and big but empty. The crowd then realized what he meant by falsehoods. So it's saying that this woman's whole body is full of technology and hard work. Her face is plastic surgery, and her ferociousness is a knife. But upon closer inspection, it does. The high bridge of Keibucho's nose was a little too high, hanging on her face felt very abrupt, and the mouth that still had a hooked lip even when it was furious to the extreme couldn't be more obvious. It was too raw. The most exaggerated is under her neck, the upper top of the jaw under the flush belly like a water bag exaggerated scary, as if just a slight poke will leak the general. Keibucho was furious and shouted angrily, You dare to insult me? Jiang Chan smiled coldly and said, Speaking the truth is an insult to you? You're insulting my eyes by standing here. Hurry up and roll out of my field of vision. You. Keibucho was speechless for a moment, half unable to utter a word. At this time, Park Guochang stood out and stared coldly at Jiang Chun. I challenge you, and the loser is at the mercy of the other party. Zhang Hongshan quickly whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. His name is Park Guochang, is Park Guoji's older brother. Platinum 1-star, defense ability. The low that Jiang Chan had in his heart couldn't help but look at Park Guochang, revealing a hint of a smile and nodding his head. Yeah, I'll accept your challenge, and the losing party will be at the other's disposal. Each of the Goryeo envoys grabbed their fists and shouted in Goryeo. Beat him to death. Break his neck. Break his limbs. Tear his balls. The students of Jiangling Academy also shouted Go Jiang Chun to cheer for Jiang Chun. Hearing the excited chants of his classmates, even he himself felt the blood flow in his body speed up a bit. Park Guochang's legs stomped and jumped onto the ring with a single leap, and the Goryeo legions let out a scream of excitement as they waved their flags for him. Jiang Chun just didn't get it, not just going to the ring, and you guys had an orgasm? Who wouldn't be better than handsome and pretentious? The old man would. With that, he waved his hand and a flying sword directly transformed into a long arc in the sky, finally coming to rest at his feet. Only to see him lift his foot and step on it, the royal sword technique was executed and his figure quickly rose up into the air, and then did several difficult flying maneuvers in the air in succession, attracting gusts of gasps of astonishment. In the end, he stepped on the flying sword and flew close to the top of Park Guochang's head, and then did a beautiful and dashing spinning head turn in the air, and landed steadily on the ring, and his handsome and unassuming looks attracted the screams of a crowd of female classmates. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, and he winked provocatively towards the other party. Little man, learn from your mistakes. Park Guochang, who had been crushed head over heels when he went on stage, looked horribly grim, and with a clattering sound, he directly burst his shirt with force to reveal his muscles. The girls in the Goryeo mission on the stage screamed, Handsome, so handsome. Those muscles, those lines are so fascinating. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly pumped. This can also be taken out to show off, is to let people take a look at your round piece of flab. With the same expression as him please, there were all the students of Jiangling Academy. They didn't understand what the Goryeo mission was excited about, what was there to see with a pig-like stomach. Park Guochang's ability was defensive, but it didn't mean that his attack was weak. On the contrary, his attack was very strong. Due to the high defense enchantment, he could bombard with reckless fury, and anything could barely break through his defense. However, he was destined to lose his advantage when he met Jiang Chun. Only to see Jiang Chun directly take to the air, hovering above his head, looking down at the furious Park Guochang below, then stretching out his index finger and hooking it towards him. You, come up here. Park Guochang was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, and with a stomp of his legs, he rose up as if he were a cannonball and slammed into Jiang Chun in the air. And he actually went up there. However, the air was Jiang Chen's home turf, and he only saw him gently move half a meter to the side before Park Guochang's body brushed against him. Re-landing on the ground, Park Guochang gritted his teeth fiercely and said, Is that all you can do is hide? He was confident that as long as Jiang Chen dared to face him face to face, he would be able to beat him down. I'm giving you a chance. Once I strike, you won't even have the slightest chance to resist. Jiang Chen drifted off. Park Guochang glared angrily and said fiercely, You, big talk. You Dragon Kingdom people only hide and never dare to face each other head on. Cowardly as rats. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, looking down on him condescendingly, and indifferently said, Really? Then you can just lie down. Ray, come on. As his words fell, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a streak of lightning flipped through the clouds. Drop! Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and in an instant, the entire ring was surrounded by lightning, and he stood in the midst of the lightning as if he were the god of thunder overlooking all beings. Zhang Hongxing's eyelids jumped straight up, then revealed a joyful color. It seemed that Jiang Chen's lightning ability had refined quite a bit more, and his control over lightning was more at will. Everyone in the Goryeo mission under the ring had their mouths wide open. How can this still be fought? The other party is completely carpeted with all-round strikes. There is no way to dodge. A person like a dead mother's face is difficult to see the extreme, as if eating is ugly. Just now there is more arrogant, now there is more defeated. On the contrary, the students of Jiangling Academy were all so excited that their faces reddened. The blood in their bodies rolled hot. And at this moment the depression of being humiliated by Goryeo was swept away, and all that was left was pride. This is our Jiangling Academy's bearer, beating you all without any temper. Just ask you whether you are convinced or not. Jiang Chan was now at the 10th level of Qi cultivation. His strength had risen so much that his comprehension of the Thunder Road had become even more profound, and his power was incomparable. Not to say that he was invincible in his generation, but it wasn't too difficult for him to fight across the ranks. His advantage lies in his ability to fly through the air, an advantage that will be lost if he meets an enemy who can also fly through the air. Park Guochang's defense was indeed very strong, but Jiang Chen's cultivation had increased, and the power of the thunderbolt had naturally grown quite a bit with his strength. Park Guochang couldn't resist the lightning endlessly splitting on him. Finally, at a certain moment, his defense system was broken. The whole person was directly hit by the lightning voltage on the ground, madly splitting. Not long after, the whole body began to smoke. Jiang Chun took it as it came. He didn't want to get anyone killed. After all, if he got this guy killed, it wouldn't be easy to deliver, and that would rise to a friction between countries. It's time to honor the bet. You to do what? Park Kwok Chang slumped to the ground and spoke with difficulty.
江晨一步一步地向他走去，嘿嘿一笑道：“也没什么，就是做一点你们高丽国男人最怕的事。”
Park Guochang's face changed violently. Wanted to get up but found that his whole body was as painful as if it had fallen apart and he was unable to resist at all. Jiang Chun lifted him up, then turned to face everyone on stage and shouted, Everyone, get your cameras ready. Bring your own magnifying glass if you have bad eyes. The show is about to begin. Chapter 53 Goryeo Sinner Park Gukchang. In the ring, Park Kwok Chang yells hysterically. Don't. But how can Jiang Chun give up a good opportunity to humiliate these Goliaths who think they are the best in the universe? He wants everyone to see how small the Goliaths are. The Goryeo mission leader's face was hard to see. He turned his head to look at Zhang Hongsheng with a dissatisfied tone and said, Dean Zhang, are you just going to watch your students do whatever they want? Zhang Hongsheng slightly froze. Then his face showed a trace of difficulty. There is a bet between them and I can't stop it. Oh yes, this bet is still the initiative of your country's student Park. If you step in to stop it now, then isn't it hitting Park's face? Isn't hitting his face the same as hitting your country's face? The leader opened his mouth for a moment, unexpectedly unable to refute, and finally could only ruthlessly squeeze out a few good words from his teeth. But in his heart, he cursed Zhang Hongsheng countless times. All the people below took out their cell phones and turned on their cameras. Some were ready to take pictures. Some had already started recording. They were all very curious about what Jiang Chun was going to do next. On the ring, Jiang Chun lifted Park Guochang's body in his hands. Park Guochang's limbs were as weak as a dead dog without the slightest strength to resist, and his gaze toward Jiang Chun was full of pleading colors. Jiang Chun laughed and said, Don't worry, it's no big deal, it's just a throwaway. With that, he reached over with his other hand and gave it a false tug at Park Kwok Chang's endless gaze of pathos and pleading. With a swish, Park Kwok Chang lost his last shroud in the limelight. He let out a miserable scream like killing a pig, and used all his strength to curl up and hide, but due to the loss of strength in his whole body, he couldn't even do such a simple action, and he straightened up and displayed himself in front of everyone. Those present couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, and those girls held their cell phones high in the air, frantically taking pictures and recording videos, while their faces were shyly sideways halfway to the afterglow of the slightest glance. The boys, on the other hand, had their eyes widened one by one, and after glancing at them they suddenly let out sighs of contempt. Some students even put the screen of their cell phones to the maximum. Saw it, saw it. A male student standing in the front row who wore glasses really took a magnifying glass and put it on his eyes, and that's how he managed to see so much of Park Kwok-chong. Park Kwok-chong looked at those mocking, disdainful, contemptuous eyes. Wanna die heart have. The whole person instantly wilted and then no longer just launched a challenge to Jiang Chun when the high and proud. His eyes lost their luster and turned numb. The faces of all the people in the Goryeo mission blackened into pots, especially the boys, who were so angry that their whole bodies were trembling. They wanted to kill Park Kwok-chong more than Jiang Chen's nonsense. The face of all the males in Goryeo had been disgraced. There's no doubt that this story has quickly taken the internet by storm, with Park Kwok-chang's little brother living up to his name and standing in the spotlight. Originally to visit the 7-day Goryeo mission on the same day gray away, really have no face to stay here again. They cannot stand that kind of irony, disdain, contemptuous eyes. This matter also quickly attracted the attention of the netizens of the Goryeo country, and Park Kwok-chong became a sinner of the Goryeo country in an instant, and was spurned by 10,000 people. There were even netizens from the Goryeo country who spoke up to clear the air with Park Kwok-chong, claiming that he was actually of Fusang descent and not genetically from the Goryeo country at all. This statement directly caused the dissatisfaction of the Fusan people, on the spot sunshine picture, and molested the Goryeo country have the ability to light up and slip. The Goryeo country's netizens were all squeaky clean at once. Jiang Chun did not know that he only wanted to humiliate these arrogant Goryeo people, but did not expect to cause online battles between the netizens of the two countries. At this time he was sitting on the bed, he had a beast skin in front of him. He didn't have the chance to study it at all after coming out from the auction. Now that it was safe he could finally study and research it without worry. As his divine thoughts scanned the beast's skin, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. What was recorded in this beast's skin was the Foundation Establishment Dan formula. He is now at the 10th level of Qi cultivation. At this rate it shouldn't take long to build the foundation, and having the Foundation Establishment pill will greatly increase the success rate of building the foundation. Getting the Dan formula now was undoubtedly what he was in need of, but immediately after that he was agonizing with the Dan formula and the Dan tripod, but he didn't have the materials, not to mention knowing how to refine Dan. It's really not an easy road. He sighed softly. His current self was like a blind man groping for a stone to cross the river. He could only take one step at a time. After returning to the academy he didn't slack off. He almost stayed out of the house every day. During this period Shin Xinyan also came to find him a few times, but they were all quickly dispatched by him. Women would only affect the speed of his cultivation. After a few days of this, Zhang Hongsheng approached him. In the dean's office, Zhang Hongsheng threw the bag containing 100 second order spirit crystals to him. Here's that whip for it. Jiang Chun was a bit confused. He didn't expect that thing to be so valuable. A full 100 second order spirit crystals. Zhang Hongsheng chatted with him for a few moments before turning to the main topic. According to the rules, the person who comes in first in the 5 courts competition can choose whether or not to go to the 100 Beasts battlefield. In past years with the team format, the first one was the same rule, and the players had the right to choose to go or not go. Jiang Chun asked with a slight frown, "What is the 100 Beasts battlefield?" Zhang Hongsheng then slowly explained it to him. It turned out that the 100 Beasts battlefield was actually a secret realm, which was later developed by the state and turned into a practice base for the Department of Alien Energy. But as time passed, the Department of Alien Energy had a better place to practice, and so this place was turned into a lower-grade practice base. The area here is very vast, divided into the peripheral area, the middle area, the internal area, and the core area, in which the first 3 layers of the area are open to the public, and the core area is blocked off and not allowed to enter. Every area had a large number of magical beasts. Their grades were both high and low. In the periphery, one might be able to encounter 3rd or even 4th rank magical beasts. In the inner area there were also 1st rank magical beasts present. It was just a matter of how many there were. The 100 Beasts battlefield was full of opportunities, with a large amount of various spiritual herbs and fruits. It was a paradise for the awakened to level up, but at the same time it was also their hell, because there were no constraints here. Life and death depended on one's own ability, and bloodshed often occurred. Once inside it meant that one could die at any time, perhaps in the mouth of a magical beast or at the hands of another. Similarly, those who were able to enter the 100 Beasts battlefield were not weak. They were young and strong people from all over the country. The country allows the strongest of the young generation to fight and kill, and only after experiencing blood and chaos will they be able to become a truly strong man and guard the country. Jiang Chun analyzed it slightly. His current strength was still too weak. Improving his strength was the most important thing for him right now. "I'll go," Jiang Chun said seriously. "You're not afraid to die in there?" fearful but risky and rewarding. Zhang Hongxing revealed a smile. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder in relief. Very good. Young people should have guts. In the future, you will look back and realize that guts and courage will be the cornerstone of your growth. Tomorrow you will leave, there will be someone to pick you up. Remember, at any time, living is more important than anything else. Only living has hope. Even if you know it is a dead end, you have to fight for that one chance to turn the tide. Jiang Chun naturally understood this because he had already experienced it once. When he was about to leave, Zhang Hongxing suddenly spoke. Oh yeah, Xiao is there too. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly became sharp. After coming out of the dean's office, he met Shen Xinyan, who seemed to be waiting for him here specifically. She bit her lower lip and asked, "You're going to the 100 Beasts battlefield, aren't you?" Jiang Chun nodded and said, "I want to go boost my strength. There are many ways to improve your strength. It doesn't have to be there." Jiang Chun shook his head slightly and said, "It suits me there." Shen Xinyan immediately said, "But it might die." Chapter 54. Cannon Fodder. Jiang Chun arrived at his destination the next day. After identity verification, he officially stepped into the 100 Beasts battlefield. The space here is so vast and varied in terrain that you can't see the end of it at a glance. As soon as he entered, he saw several people who seemed to be waiting here specifically for someone. As soon as these people saw someone coming in, they all gave Jiang Chun a friendly smile. "Bro, first time here. Right, we're forming a team. Interested in joining us?" A rough-looking man of about 25 or 26 tall, physique hemmed and hawed, inviting Jiang Chun to join their group. Jiang Chun slightly scanned the aura of these people and roughly judged their levels, which were basically around gold 2-star. I have to say that anyone who can come here is not weak, at least much better than those guys in the academy. Group mode is very common here, and with the exception of a few, the vast majority of people actually move around the White Beast battlefield as a team. This way, everyone is taken care of and the occurrence of deaths and injuries is greatly reduced. Jiang Chun shook his head slightly and said, "No, I'm used to acting alone." He had long been accustomed to being alone and could not exert himself when there were many people together. The man was slightly stunned. He carefully sized up Jiang Chun and said, "Brother, it's your first time here and you don't know the dangers in here. Acting alone? It's easy to be besieged by those ferocious magical beasts, and you might even encounter attacks from other people. Although our team strength isn't top-notch, but there's strength in numbers, and with each other looking out for each other, the safety factor will be much higher." Jiang Chun was used to being alone, and although these people were relatively strong, they were still inferior to him and would only become a burden to him. After refusing again, the man tried to persuade him a little more, but Jiang Chun stopped paying attention to him and turned to leave. Staring at Jiang Chen's departing back, the man gritted his teeth, a hint of coldness flashing through his eyes. "Brother Xie, what should we do now? The matter of the spirit fruit is about to become impossible to hide." The man behind Xie Qian said with a worried frown. Xie Qian naturally knew this, and with more and more people moving around in the last few days, the matter of the foreign fruit would be discovered sooner or later. He let out a cold snort and said, "I wanted to find some cannon fodder, but now it seems that there is no more time, so prepare for a strong attack." A few others showed a hint of fear, and someone spoke in a low voice, "Brother Xie, why don't we just forget about it? Let's go look for other spirit herbs and spirit fruits. It's just too dangerous there." "What are you afraid of? Rich and famous. Isn't this still backed up by me?" Xie Qian growled, his eyes sharply scanning several other people. The people also stopped speaking, but their hearts were a bit diabolical. Xie Qian's level was about the same as theirs, but he was of the speed system, so he had little problem protecting himself even in danger. But others could become living targets disguised as cannon fodder. Jiang Chun, who was walking in front, had a slight lurch in his steps. His current divine sense could be much stronger than an awakened, and he heard the conversation between the few of them clearly. He gave a slight sneer, then turned and walked back. "On second thought, I think it's safer to group up with you guys." A few people looked at each other in disbelief. Xie Qian's smile was very thick, and he immediately put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Good. Welcome to our team. We will definitely not let you regret it." Jiang Chun smiled back. Only a hint of playfulness was revealed in his smile. They were going to use him as cannon fodder, so why shouldn't he use these people as bait? If he hadn't heard their conversation, Jiang Chun would still be grateful to these people in his heart. After all, he was a newcomer coming in for the first time, and there were people reminding him of the dangers here. But now, well, since we already know the real purpose of these people, that a trace of gratitude has disappeared, replaced by a cold chill. Sure enough, As soon as he joined the group, these men couldn't wait and took him to the bottom of a hidden cliff. After all, you don't have to be cannon fodder yourself, so you can't move fast enough. Yeah, you guys are back. No sooner had they arrived than someone came out of the shadows, a member of their group as well, here to watch over the exotic fruit in case someone else got to it first. At the same time, Jiang Chen's gaze slightly condensed as he looked towards a withered tree that was not far away. The trunk of the tree was not high, only about 2 meters. The branches were dry without any green leaves. It looked like a dead tree, however. At the top of the branch hung a fruit that emitted a slight halo of light. A flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. It was actually a star fruit. This was what he had learned from that beast's skin, as the star fruit was one of the materials necessary to refine the foundation establishment pill. The corners of his mouth rose slightly to reveal a hint of a smile. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just after coming in. His luck was really good. However, he soon realized why these people were looking for cannon fodder. Next to that star fruit tree was a 6-meter-long third-order black-striped leopard. Xiao said to Jiang Chun, "We found this 2 days ago, but we didn't have enough manpower, and now with you on board, the staff is finally complete." Then, he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder again and said, "Brother, in a moment, you and I will go together to lure away that black-striped panther, while the others wait for the opportunity to pick the foreign fruits." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. "Good." Xiao also froze, not expecting Jiang Chun to agree so readily. A few minutes later, everyone was in their positions, and Jiang Chun and Xiao were ready to go distract the black-striped panther, only to see the two of them glance at each other. Xiao revealed an elusive smile. Jiang Chun also smiled slightly. The two of them each began to cautiously and slowly approach the black-striped leopard. When he was less than 30 meters away from the black-striped leopard, Jiang Chun picked up a stone and flicked it directly towards the black-striped leopard. At the same moment, Xiao was ready to make a move to wake up the black-striped leopard, then quickly escape himself with his speed advantage, leaving Jiang Chun alone to draw fire. However, just when he was about to prepare for action, Jiang Chun woke up the black-striped panther ahead of him, and when he looked at Jiang Chun in surprise, the latter directly kicked him out, and he directly lunged forward and fell into a dog's. He quickly climbed to his feet and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Chapter 55. Counting on someone but being counted on in return. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. "Doing what, of course, is doing what you want to do to me." It was then that Xiao reacted to the fact that Jiang Chun actually wanted his opponent to draw fire just as much as he did. Damn it, counting on someone else but being counted on by the other side. At the same time, the black-striped panther that had been attacked roared, quickly locking onto Jiang Chun and Xiao, and with all 4 limbs moving together, it pounced and bit at them. Xiao's face changed. Then he stared fiercely at Jiang Chun and turned to run. He had a faster speed than normal people. It was impossible for Jiang Chun to catch up with him. Even if Jiang Chun woke up the black-striped leopard before him, it was useless. The end result would not change. He would still be cannon fodder after all. He only hoped that the others could pick the exotic fruits quickly. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a thud landing came from behind him. The black-striped panther's speed was very fast. In the twinkling of an eye, a few jumps arrived behind Xiao. Xiao looked back in a panic and was dumbstruck. Damn it! Only to see Jiang Chun flying up into the sky in the air, the black-striped panther directly chasing after him. Seeing the black-striped panther's bloody mouth getting closer and closer, Xiao was so scared that his soul was in a cold sweat. At this time, his heart began to curse regret. Why did not ask this guy awakened what supernormal ability? The others were also slightly shocked when they saw this, but now was not the time to be surprised. Several people quickly ran towards the star fruit, wanting to take this opportunity to pick the fruit. However, how could their running speed be faster than Jiang Chen's speed in the air? Only to see Jiang Chun swooping through the air in an instant to arrive next to the star fruit, and then easily pick the fruit. Everyone immediately braked when they saw this, and then a wood system psychic directly launched an attack. A clattering sound rang out, and the ground quickly drilled out 2 thick vines that swept towards Jiang Chun. At the same time, the other earth exalt also struck out, only to see that a bowl-sized stone ball rushed out from the ground and blasted towards Jiang Chun. The other 2 were quickly rushing towards his side. As long as Jiang Chun was entangled in the vines, they could get close enough to take him down as fast as possible. Jiang Chun nodded his head slightly. The coordination of these 4 people was quite good. 2 long-range holdouts creating opportunities for the other 2 melee fighters. However, they met themselves today, and even though they worked well together, they still couldn't take him. The huge vines and stone balls were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Jiang Chun, and at this moment, He was only seen quickly ascending into the air to avoid the two attacks. However, the vine followed him like a shadow, chasing after him, intent on entangling him. Jiang Chun waved his hand, and an iron sword flew out, and as his gesture changed, the iron sword transformed into a silver light, and with a few clean swipes, it cut off the vines. A few people were shocked, not expecting Jiang Chun to have such tactics. However, it was at this moment that Jiang Chun launched a counterattack. Only to see him leave a string of residual shadows in the air swooping down, in an instant came to the front of the two melee combatants, left and right open bow, bang bang two fists blasted out. The two people's bodies were immediately as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies were shaken alive by a strong force. Jiang Chun rushed past them without even giving them a second glance, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the plant-based female alien, directly blasting a sandbag-sized fist into her face, and the latter instantly fell down with a black eye. Seeing this, that Earth system psychic immediately condensed a thick layer of earth around himself to wrap his entire body in it. Bang! The body of the Earth alien trembled as his defense was ate open by his opponent's punch. The layer of earth that surrounded him disintegrated, and his own chest was smashed hard by the fist. In an instant, all four of them fell to the ground. They were shocked beyond words. How could they not expect Jiang Chun to be so strong? Far beyond their level, and with its various means of attack, it was not something they could deal with. Now they knew that they had accidentally kicked the bucket. All four of them thought that Jiang Chun would kill them, but he only took their storage rings, which made a few of them breathe a sigh of relief. After all, lives were saved. On the other side, the black-striped panther found that the foreign fruit had been plucked and ran over with a furious whine, jumping fiercely and opening its bloody mouth to tear towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun waved his fingers together. A silver light flashed, and with a poof it instantly penetrated the head of the black-striped panther from the bottom up, and his huge body crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. The third-ranked black-striped leopard that seemed to them to have a danger factor pulled full circle was easily decimated by this person in front of them with a single strike. It was too unbelievable. At this time, it happened that Xie Qian also rushed back, and from a distance he realized that the situation was not right and turned around and withdrew. But how could Jiang Chun let him run? Silver light flew out, and in an instant, an iron sword was pointed in front of Xie Qian's throat. What do you want? Xie Qian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He now realized that his calculations were so ridiculous in the eyes of others. Jiang Chun spoke faintly after taking out the flower-patterned leopard's spirit crystal. Didn't you want me to be cannon fodder? Xie Qian hastily admitted his mistake and voluntarily handed over his storage ring. In the end, Jiang Chun left and took away their storage rings. Xie Qian was the most miserable of the four. Beaten up and swollen, probably couldn't even recognize his mother. The 100 Beasts battlefield was indeed full of dangers at all times. Just a moment ago, he witnessed a person being devoured by a magical beast. He wanted to save it, but it was too late. The person's upper body had already been bitten to pieces alive. He made a move to kill this demonic beast was also considered to be a revenge for this dead man. After taking the spirit crystals of the magical beasts, he was about to leave, but after thinking about it, he still removed the storage ring of the deceased, although he felt that it was a bit unethical, but in this place full of dangers, improving his strength was the king. When he examined the contents of the storage ring, he found something that surprised him. It was a circular grinding disc, which actually contained a spell formation called the Trapped Dragon Formation. Unexpected joy. For the next half a month, Jiang Chun searched for spiritual herbs and medicines while killing magical beasts to obtain spirit crystals, and encountered other people who also stopped by to rob, one by one. His cultivation grew by leaps and bounds and had already broken through to the 11th level of Qi cultivation. And a large number of robberies in the 100 Beast battlefield had been rumored, and Xin Xinyan was the first to think of Jiang Chun. After all, they had done something similar during the 5 courts competition. She immediately yelled that she wanted to go to the 100 Beasts battlefield, but the people of the family disagreed and could only give up. The relevant people managing the 100 Beasts battlefield had actually discovered this matter long ago, only that they didn't intervene. The White Beast battlefield originally followed the law of the jungle, the law of the weak and the strong. Even if they died, it was their own chosen path. On this day, Xiong met 2 acquaintances, and the first time one of them saw him, he gave a smile that was worse than tears. Chapter 56. The strong woman, take away your divine power. Jiang Chun was slightly surprised to meet his old buddy Gu Ding here. Next to him stood a 2-meter-5 tall man with muscles bursting all over his body. Jiang Chun was a bit confused that there was such a thick and strange woman in the world. From a distance, he could feel the dark oppression. Those biceps were thicker than even his own thighs, and that waste, not to mention the fact that the bucket wouldn't fit anyway, and the mixing bucket shouldn't be much more than that. The key was that she was also wearing only a tank top and seemed to be very happy with her figure, wanting to show it off at all times. A living, breathing King Kong Barbie. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze on her, the woman snapped back, her four-sided face with thick eyebrows and a pair of copper bell eyes glaring over at once, looking at Jiang Chen in disgust. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Gu Ding immediately anxious eyes. Big sister do not be fierce opposite that is a disaster Humph. Even though I'm naturally beautiful, I'm not going to look at you. The woman hugged Gu Ding with a change in tone and said in a delicate voice, Brother Ding, don't worry, even if he looks better than you, but you're the only one I like, I won't go with him. Jiang Chen was instantly speechless. All grown up like this and still narcissistic? He now wanted to look at Shen Xinyan and get his eyes clean. This burly woman had completely turned his perception of women upside down. The corners of Gu Ding's mouth twitched slightly, barely squeezing out a smile. Long time no see, fellow Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at him strangely, pity in his eyes. Gu Ding's student has tricky tastes Gu Ding smiled slightly stiff, he understands Jiang Chen's meaning. Secretly you think I want I am also is being counted by others. When I thought I was also the college of the man of the hour, but unfortunately, by other people jealous of a stormy night somehow in Gong Linglong happened something. Since then, she is sticky on their own. The key is, her strength is still stronger than their own. The family power is even more crushing, which is very difficult to fight and cannot be beaten, escape and cannot escape. There is no way but to resign to fate. Why is Mr. Jiang Chen here? Actually, I was just passing by and wanted to rob you. But seeing you like this, I can't bear to do it. So I'll let you off this time. Gu Ding's cheeks jumped. I thank you haha, you calamity. What did you say, you're going to rob us? Brother Ding, don't be afraid. With me he can't hurt you. Gong Linglong stared at Jiang Chen vigilantly as she shielded Gu Ding behind her. Jiang Chen was out of temper. He couldn't help but feel a sense of vomiting surging through his heart when he saw that face. He directly turned around and left with his sword, not staying any longer. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself from vomiting in front of others. In the next few days, people were still being robbed, and more people joined together to form a leaf sweeper alliance to get rid of Jiang Chen, the black sheep. Half a day later, he was found and surrounded by a group of people. Jiang Chen, let's see where you're going to escape today. Escape? Why should I escape? I announced that you are surrounded by me. Hand over all your storage rings. Big talk. You think you're Xiao Yi and you want to deal with all of us by yourself. Dream on. Jiang Chen's brows stared. Xiao Yi? He could never forget this name. It was because of him that Liu Ruyan betrayed him. It was also because of him that he had died once when his own psychic essence was stripped away. He and Xiao Yi would have a battle after all. At this time, when he heard Xiao Yi's name, he did not show any anger and faintly said, Oh? Is he very powerful? That's natural. Half a month ago, he swept through the entire 100 Beasts battlefield. From between the lines of these people's words, it could be heard that they held Xiao Yi in high esteem. Jiang Chen also learned some of Xiao Yi's strength from these words, and with the two supernatural abilities of time and space, he could indeed be called invincible. It seems that there is still a gap between himself and him, and he must build his foundation as soon as possible. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just do it and get rid of this scourge earlier. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Just with you guys you want to get rid of me? Still talking tough at the end of his life, brothers? Get him. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to move and attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dodged and directly flew up into the air with his sword, but immediately after that, several silhouettes followed closely behind and actually flew up as well, with a skateboard-like flying machine under their feet. Knowing that you can fly, we've been preparing for this for a long time. Several silhouettes swiftly approached Jiang Chen, wanting to use the advantage of being outnumbered to take him down. It had to be said that these people had really raised an army in order to deal with him. There was no one below the gold level who had surrounded him this time, and these few people who had stepped on the flying machine had even reached the gold 6 stars. And those few flying machines were even more valuable, so ordinary people couldn't really afford to use them. Yes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then surprisingly took the initiative to attack, only to see him leave a residual shadow in the air quickly flying towards one of them. A cold smile appeared on the man's face when he saw this. I don't know how to die. This person's arm directly turned into metal. Surprisingly, it was the same supernatural ability as Park Koki. His fist also turned into metal as he slammed it towards the charging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. and the moment the two fists made contact, a ray of electricity directly covered his fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fists of the two clashed heavily together. Jiang Chen's body remained motionless, while the man's body fell back dozens of meters as if it had been hit hard and rumbled into the woods below. The crowd was shocked. That was a gold 6-star powerhouse. And with the ability to mutate metal, one of the strongest among them in terms of both strength and defense, and just get Ed over with one punch? But that's all. In mid-air, Jiang Chun clenched his fist and faintly said, "Gollum." Some people couldn't help but gulp. This calamity was even stronger and more perverted than the legends. Brothers, shoot what you want. There are more of us and there are others on their way. I'll do it. A dainty voice came from the crowd, and Jiang Chen's eyelids involuntarily jumped, only to see a 2-meter-tall and robust Gong Linglong striding out. She tilted her head to look at Jiang Chen and said fiercely, "I just realized that it was you who caused my brother to be disqualified from the 5 houses competition and almost expelled from the academy." Jiang Chen looked toward Gu Ding in the crowd, who revealed a helpless smile. Just a few days ago, after they met, Gong Linglong felt that the name Jiang Chen was familiar, and then under her Tarzan pressure, she said it one by one. "Brother, for the sake of my old back, you'll be the only one sacrificed. Help yourself." The crowd looked at Gong Linglong and instantly felt that their eyes received a great shock. This female strongman was too hot. Only Gong Linglong gave a delicate cry. Then a powerful aura erupted out from her. The crowd was not surprised. They could not see that this Vajra Barbie was actually a gold 10-star powerhouse. Those who showed their contemptuous and disgusted gazes at her immediately tightened up. If they were found out, they would inevitably be given a fat beating. Jiang Chun was also slightly surprised. This woman did look hot, but her strength was really strong, or at least a lot higher in rank than everyone else here. "Open!" Only Gong Linglong bellowed, and immediately her body began to change, and the sound of creaking and breaking clothes came out. In the blink of an eye, her body turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. Pest! Jiang Chen's stomach immediately turned over. He threw up. This strong woman. Put away your magical powers. Chapter 57. Surrounded by the strongest of the strong. Everyone around them froze and 5 seconds later collectively vomited furiously. What the is this? They felt like they were going blind. I don't know what kind of material she was wearing. Her outer garment was as broken as it could be, revealing that powerful and tall tendon flesh, slightly bending her arms. Those biceps were like a small mountain full of explosive power. Good thing, though, that for censorship reasons she's still given herself 3 patches to cover up some of the LSP's curiosity. Just wanted to ask why the chest is 2 crosses posted. Jiang Chun vomited furiously. His bitter bile was coming out. He really couldn't take it anymore. His stomach was turning over. He could no longer allow such a person to taint the eyes of the people. He would be the bringer of justice, the guardian of light. It is light that shall destroy the mountain of flesh before it. Vomit. Ray. Come on. He directly used the lightning aptitude. This kind of image he really didn't dare to look at one more time. He had to solve it early to leave this place. Rumble. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky. Everyone who was vomiting was given an electrotherapy treatment before they could react, and they fell to the ground and convulsed, feeling tasteless. Gong Linglong just wanted to swing her fist to blast Jiang Chen down, but she was overwhelmed by the sudden lightning. After the thunderbolt lightning subsided, Jiang Chun quickly collected the storage rings of everyone except Gong Linglong. Originally, he wanted to snatch the flying machines, but Gong Linglong's sudden appearance disrupted his plan, and in the end, he didn't get any of them, and they all broke down under the lightning. After doing this, he quickly made his way to a stream and washed his face hard. But that image of hot eyes in the back of my mind always lingered, and I immediately felt a flutter at the thought. Vomit. Vomit. Gu Ding. You're a ing living god, vomit. He then took out his cell phone and dialed Shen Xinyan's number. Shen Xinyan, who was bored out of her mind at the academy, was overjoyed when she saw that it was Jiang Chun calling. Hey, send me a picture of you. After picking up the phone, Shen Xinyan heard Jiang Chen's words, which instantly made her raise her eyebrows. What do you want with my picture? Wash your eyes and vomit. Vomit. Wash your eyes? Shen Xinyan was even more confused. Using her photo to wash her eyes. How? It's not doing something nasty, is it? Hey, are you listening? Shen Xinyan on the other end of the phone froze for a long time and didn't reply. Jiang Chun, what the hell happened? Vomit, don't ask. Ask again and I'll vomit my bitter bile. Jiang Chun didn't allow it to be asked, but Shen Xinyan's curiosity was even greater. I won't send you a picture until you tell me. No, I don't want to talk about it. When I think of that image, vomit, vomit. I can't help it, vomit. In the end, Shin Xinyan still sent a selfie over to Jiang Chun through the form of WeChat. Jiang Chun received the photo, immediately clicked on it, looked at Shin Xinyan's smiling face in the sunset. His eyes suddenly cleared. His heart is much more comfortable. This is a ing normal woman, okay. The siege of Jiangchun at the 100 Beasts battlefield quickly spread out, and of course being spread out along with it was the matter of Gong Linglong's transformation into a giantess. This guy. Shin Xinyan is also aware of the cause and effect. No wonder Jiangchun wants her photo. Really, as he said, wash the eyes ah. The failure of the plan to encircle Jiangchun had also let everyone know how powerful he was, and that no one could beat him without platinum. But a lot of people still don't know Jiangchun. He has already defeated 2 platinum in a row, and that is still practicing Qi 10 layer when at this time he has practiced Qi 11 layer. Re-encountering platinum is easy to take. At the same time, both the Xiao and Zhao families issued orders to deal with Jiangchun at the same time, only the Xiao family was to capture him alive while the Zhao family was to live or die. After this period of time, Jiangchun was also finally able to collect all the materials for refining the foundation establishment Dan, but he couldn't refine it which made him incredibly depressed. No matter what, take one step at a time. First raise your cultivation to the 12th level of Qi practicing. His figure had appeared in the middle of the outer perimeter of the 100 Beasts battlefield as well as the inner regions during this period of time. During the day he brushes the spirit crystal to look for spiritual grass and exotic fruits. Nothing to do a robbery. The night is to absorb and refine the spirit crystals, cultivate the thunder road to understand the array. The day is also quite fulfilling. The people in the 100 Beasts battlefield had increased instead of decreasing during this period of time, and a large number of newcomers had entered. All of them were strong people from all over the country, the pride of the heavens, and naturally they had a spirit of defying defeat. Even if he knew that Jiang Chun was strong, he wanted to meet him in person. In this regard, Jiang Chun was welcome, and again came so many send resources cannot be happy. And following the entry of the people this time, there were 2 groups of people among them, who seemed to have little interest in fighting monsters and hunting for treasures. Instead, they were poking around to find out Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Finally, 3 days later, the Xiao family's people found him. With a group of 5 of them, they swiftly launched an attack, striking out almost at the first sight of Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen frowned. These people were all deadly in their strikes, different from those teams they had encountered in the past. Moreover, the strength of these people was clearly higher than the others, and according to his perception, these people didn't seem to be much weaker than Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was a platinum 12-star powerhouse, and these 5 people were at least platinum 10 stars. Facing 5 platinum 10-star people surrounding him at once, even if he was strong, he didn't dare to be careless, and if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life on the spot. Among the 5, one of them was a rain ability, and as she stood there, a fine rain fell within a range of 500 meters centered on her, and every drop of rain had a notable killing power. The other was an ice ability, capable of condensing rainwater into ice and launching a fierce attack on Jiang Chun. Also in the distance was an archer with a bow and arrow in his hand, his arrow resting on his bow, ready to be fired at a moment's notice. One of the 2 remaining ones was an earth alien with a strong defense, while the other was a strength alien. It could be said that a combination like theirs took Jiang Chen's various supernatural abilities completely into account, and they were basically restrained by them. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, dodging the attack all over again while backing up. Who the hell are you guys? After a short encounter, he clearly felt something was wrong as these people were highly ranked and very experienced in combat. There's no need for a dead man to need to know. The person who controlled the rain ability said indifferently, seeming to be a machine without the slightest bit of emotion. And the rain around him became even bigger, turning from a gentle drizzle into a pouring rain. Their attacks became even more severe and ferocious. Suddenly, Jiang Chun felt his brow jump. A sense of crisis instantly hit him. Subconsciously he inclined his head, and with a brush sound, an arrow directly grazed his ear. Jiang Chun quickly swept across the ground. That archer was already hiding somewhere. That arrow just now was released by him. He snorted coldly. You guys do look up to me, to the extent that you've deployed so many powerful people to deal with me. The means don't matter. It's the results that matter. The person who had mastered the power of rain opened his mouth indifferently. Jiang Chen's foot stepped on the flying sword and shattered the ice cone that shot over with a punch. In that case, all of them will die. Just with you alone you want to kill us. A fool's dream. Today is destined to be the day of your fall. Jiang Chun didn't pay any attention to this as he dodged the attacks while preparing to counterattack. He wouldn't be the slightest bit soft on those who wanted to kill him as he bellowed and prepared to cast his thunder art. Oh, it seems we've come at the right time. Chapter 58 When your mind is broken, kill yourself. Just as he was about to make his move, 5 more people appeared. Who are you people? The person who controlled the rain ability stared at them warily. Oh, relax, we have the same goal. Oh yeah. Naturally, only we want him alive, he's still of some use to us, and when he's used up he can naturally be put at your disposal. Why should I take your word for it? Believe it or not, you'll find out later. He turned to Jiang Chen and said, My name is Xiong. My young master would like to invite you over to catch up. Jiang Chen's eyes stared. Xiao Yi's appearance naturally surfaced in his mind. Then he sneered, You guys were sent by Xiao Yi? Xiong smiled faintly. Since little friend Jiang knows, then please still come with us, and spare us the trouble of having to make a move. He said this with a threatening intent that clearly filled the room. Jiang Chen swept over Xiong's 5 people who were surprisingly also around Platinum 10-star powerhouses. Wait, his gaze instantly changed. There was someone with a stronger aura than Zhao Ming, and his first thought was that this person was a diamond powerhouse. Xiao Yi was really cautious, even sending out a diamond powerhouse to catch him. However, when he saw that Xiong's 5 people were all wearing special insulated suits, he immediately had MMP in his heart, and then turned around and fled. What's the point of having a higher level than him, even if he's wearing a ING insulated suit? Doesn't that just give him a dead giveaway? Brush up. 2 cracking sounds rang out, that archer directly double arrows. Jiang Chen instantly dodged, but immediately after that 3 more arrows shot over. He quickly summoned 3 iron swords to meet them, only to hear the sound of 3 metal collision rang out. 3 arrows were pawned off, and the 3 iron swords also appeared to be deeply scarred with cracks. You can't run away. The person who had mastered the ability of ice laughed, and then an ice bird quickly condensed in the air, and then he and the person who had mastered the ability of rain jumped on it. Jiang Chen cursed, it could still be played like this, it was ING outrageous. Xiao Yi's people also chased after him, the diamond powerhouse chased after him with a flying machine directly under his feet, and the others also ran quickly on the ground. Last time at the base of the White River, Jiang Chen had taken the trick of countering the Patriarch, but that was after all the Patriarch's carelessness, coupled with his own surprise. Now that so many people on the other side were surrounding him together, where could he find that kind of opportunity to kill back? There's only running away. Huh. Isn't that Jiang Chen? Someone saw Jiang Chen, who was fleeing in desperation, and couldn't help but marvel. He seems to be being hunted. Ha ha ha, he also has today. Deserves it. It's best to die. There were too many people who had been robbed by him during this period of time, causing a lot of people to have a great deal of resentment towards him, and now seeing him being hunted down naturally made their hearts feel a lot better. Jiang Chen's speed was fast, but the people chasing after him weren't slow either, one after the other always following closely. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen plunged headlong into a short hilltop below, and the others instantly followed. You can't escape today. Resign yourself to your fate. The man who had stepped on the flying machine spoke, his voice a little hoarse. No more running, no more running. Jiang Chen sat down on his butt and panted heavily with a look of resignation. He looked at the diamond powerhouse and said, Doesn't Xiao Yi want me to meet him, I promise you? But the 2 of them want to kill me. I'll go with you after you deal with the 2 of them. The Xiao family's faces changed slightly, instantly becoming alert. The diamond powerhouse shook his head slightly. Do you think it's still useful to sow discord in this situation? Do you still have the qualifications to negotiate? Both of you, our young master just wants to catch up with him. When this matter is over, his life can be handed over to you. How about it? The 2 members of the Xiao clan glanced at each other, then nodded and said, In that case, then we will do as you say. Will you come with me yourself, or will I kidnap you? Give me a break. I'll go with you myself. I can't escape anyway. With that said, he directly lay on his back panting heavily, with the appearance of being about to die of exhaustion. You have 10 minutes. The diamond powerhouse wasn't afraid of him playing tricks. After all, in his opinion, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Jiang Chen slightly frowned and looked sideways at the Xiao family, somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, can't you stop the rain? I want to see the last sun. Wait and screw up my mind. I'll kill myself for you, believe it or not? Fine, fine, kill yourself and save us the trouble. The 2 from the Xiao family pleasured their hearts for a moment, but soon felt the gazes from the diamond powerhouses and couldn't help but MMP in their hearts. Eventually the rain stopped, the sun shone again, and Jiang Chen sighed deeply. AI, the last daylight. Ah, it's really beautiful. The sunset is infinite. but it's just near dusk. A few minutes later, the others from both sides had all arrived, and Jiang Chun climbed up from the ground, patting the dirt on his body. He looked at the 10 people across the room, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. He said, "Everyone's here, so I'll be going now. Bye-bye everyone." The next moment, he directly flew away in the air. The 10 people were confused for a moment. What was the situation? Losing their minds? The diamond powerhouse's thick eyebrows sank slightly. At this point in time, he still dared to trick them. It seemed impossible not to give him some color. He controlled the flying machine and chased after him. Bang! When he had moved forward 10 meters, he was suddenly stopped by an invisible barrier. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The diamond powerhouse didn't believe it and tried again, but was still bounced back. He quickly reversed his direction and tried to get out the other way. However, he soon realized that an invisible barrier existed on all sides of the place. Now everyone panicked. What kind of tactic was this? Unheard of and unseen. That Earth adept tried to make a hole through the ground, but it was still blocked. Only then did they realize they had been duped. It turned out that Jiang Chun had set up a trap long ago, and then lured them all here, waiting until all of them had arrived to activate the hidden mechanism, trapping all 10 of them here. The diamond powerhouse didn't believe it, and he blasted the invisible barrier with all his strength. But in the end, it had no effect. He pulled out his cell phone and tried to call Xiao but found that there was no signal at all. This thing even blocked the cell phone signal, so angry that he almost dropped the phone. In fact, they had been noticed as early as when they had been poking around for traces of Jiang Chun. So after getting enough materials together, Jiang Chun set up the trap dragon formation here, but to his surprise, it trapped both groups of people all at once, which was a pleasant surprise. After this period of time of brushing spirit crystals day and night, his cultivation had long since broken through the 12th level of chi cultivation, and now as long as he refined the foundation establishment pill, he could establish his foundation at any time. He didn't know how many days the trap dragon formation would be able to trap those people. He had to hurry up, and if he couldn't, he would have no choice but to try to force a breakthrough, even though the chances were much lower. Brother Gu, what's so pretty about books? Are they better than me? Gong Linglong snatched the book in Gu Ding's hand and threw it directly out with a brush. Her strength was already great, and the book flew out of sight in the blink of an eye. Gu Ding, heart bitter, the book is really better than you look good? Brother Gu, it's getting late, we should rest. Gong Linglong picked Gu Ding up around her waist and then took big strides towards the tent. Gu Ding grabbed the big tree next to him so tightly that the bark was gouged off, but he couldn't stop himself from being carried into the tent. "Mommy, help me!" he cried out frantically inside. Chapter 59, Building the Foundation, Meeting the Fusan Killer again. Jiang Chun, who was flying in the air, suddenly felt that something flew towards him, and he instinctively had to dodge it. But when he saw what it was, he frowned slightly and grabbed it. It was a book, an antique book to be exact, and it looked like it had been around for a long, long time. The cover had long since fallen off and the pages were badly yellowed. He flipped through it, and then his eyes stared, inwardly exclaiming, "Isn't this exactly the alchemy he was looking for?" He looked in the direction the book flew from. There was a fire 2 miles away there, frowned slightly, then flew over with his sword. Just as he got closer, he heard a voice that sent shivers down his spine. "Brother Gu, I want to give you a child. No books. Now you're only allowed to look at me." Jiang Chun didn't come any closer because he felt like he was going to throw up, and in his heart, he silently gave Gu Ding a thumbs up. "Brother, you're a real man. I won't rob you from now on." Vomit. After half a quarter of an hour, he was finally slowed down, calmed down a bit, and started to specialize in alchemy. After another day like this, he had memorized all the steps and precautions of alchemy. So he found a secluded place. He took out the Dan tripod that the auction house had given him. Inputting his spiritual energy, the Dan tripod instantly became larger. Then take out the herbs that have been prepared long ago. Success or failure is at stake. Since there was only one ingredient, if it didn't work, he would have to try to forcefully build his foundation. The runes in the Dan tripod flickered brightly, and an arcane aura filled it. Jiang Chun threw in one flavor of herbs at a time, devoting himself to it. 3 days later, a golden light shot up through the clouds, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the 100 Beasts battlefield, who ran that way. Jiang Chun was overjoyed in his heart as he held the elixir that emitted a strong Dan fragrance. The 3 days of hard work had not been in vain, and he had finally succeeded. He quickly collected the pills and Dan tripods and prepared to leave the area. A large number of people from the neighborhood had already arrived here. "Jiang Chun, why are you here?" Everyone who saw Jiang Chun could not help but be shocked in their hearts. and a layer of haze was cast over their hearts. After all, Jiang Chen's ferocious reputation could be said to be unknown in the Hundred Beasts battlefield. Jiang Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, "Do I still need to report to you where I am?" No, that's not what I meant." The man waved his hands in denial. "No, then what do you mean?" "It really doesn't mean anything, I swear. I swear." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "All right, hand over the storage ring and I'll believe you." The man froze and asked tentatively, "Can I not pay? I'm not good at killing people and setting them on fire, but I'm the strongest at killing chickens with my hot hands. Do you want to give it a try?" The man suddenly and violently tightened his legs. I'll pay. Jiang Chen scanned the others and said, "You all hand over your storage rings to me as well, or else the men will kill the chickens and the women will destroy the flowers." At this moment, those who had rushed here regretted it immensely. How the hell did they meet this plague? What is this called? They really became 1,000 miles to send experience. Some people were even close to crying. They had already been robbed by Jiang Chen 3 times, unlucky to the extreme. Some people saw Jiang Chen from afar, and then emergency brakes would also do not want to directly hang the reverse gear, joking, go up to send experiences more or less. Jiang Chen easily handed another dozen or so storage rings, then dashingly flew away with his imperial sword. God damn it. Someone put this plague away. I've only just sold my gummy wife, tens of thousands of dollars, I haven't used it yet. Heaven and earth have mercy on me. Crowd. Jiang Chen quickly found a small, hidden cave, and he took the foundation building pill in one gulp. The elixir radicalized in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that quickly spread through his body. His entire body's meridians were being flushed by a powerful force, and the sharp pain caused him to grit his teeth slightly. He didn't know how long it had been. Jiang Chen himself felt that he was about to be unable to hold on, when suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside, causing him to instantly tense up. If someone tried to kill him at this time, he didn't really have much of a way to save himself. "Steel plate Kuan." A flirtatious female voice came from outside. "Sanamiya sauce." There was a quick rustling outside, followed by 2.5 minutes of unpleasant murmuring. Jiang Chen nearly went off the deep end with an unstable mind, but at the last moment he thought of Gong Linglong, instantly entering the sage mode for a second. "Thank you, Ms. Gong Linglong. I've decided not to steal your man." Why does it feel weird? Calming down, he began his final sprint. He could feel just a little bit short of breaking through to that realm. "Steel plate Kuan, you're getting better and better." "Shaga. Mine feels the same way. By the way, Sanamiya Jam, how many Rukoku pigs did you handle?" Sanamiya let out a delicate laugh. 18 kills already? What about you? Steel plate Kuan? Drink? Mine. Killed 20. Steel plate Kuan is really something. Drink. Outside, that unpleasant sound came back, this time lasting a full 5 seconds longer than earlier, an unprecedented record. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from within Jiang Chen's body. Successful foundation building. And, to his surprise, he unexpectedly comprehended the laws, and he was the master within the domain, with everything under his control. The two people playing the field outside were instantly startled, and then instantly picked up the weapons in their hands to vigilantly stare behind the vines. Jiang Chen walked out step by step. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with infinite power, and the stream of refined light in his eyes shifted even deeper. "Yours. Whose is it?" Steel plate Gon scurried and drank. Jiang Chen swept a glance at the unclothed two, and couldn't help but feel a murderous intent rise. He had heard their conversation clearly. These two Fusang people had killed 38 of their compatriots. They really deserved to die. "I'm your ancestor," Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Boom boom. The two of them, Steel plate Gon Scamper and Sanamiya Keiko, couldn't see through Jiang Chen's strength, and they too instantly erupted their strongest power, attacking and killing towards Jiang Chen. After successfully building his foundation, Jiang Chen's perception of power became clearer. Steel plate Gon Scamper Diamond 1 star, Sanamiya Keiko Platinum 10 stars. Such strength is enough to walk sideways in the 100 Beasts battlefield. In the past, Jiang Chen might have needed to maneuver around a bit, but now it was completely unnecessary. Only to see Sanamiya Keiko holding a long samurai sword and stabbing directly towards Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen sneered and waved his fingers together. 3 iron swords quickly flew out, and in an instant the swords pierced through Sanamiya Keiko's body, and she received a box lunch in a single shot. Unbeatable. Sanamiya sauce. Steel plate gone scamper let out a cry of sadness, and then showed his full strength, casting his supernatural power phantasmagoria technique. For a moment, the steel plate gone scurried across the sky toward Jiang Chen to kill him. Jiang Chen's royal sword art flew, and the flying swords kept shuttling and piercing through the bodies of one steel plate gone scamper after another. However, the broken vapors would immediately heal and recover. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This kind of supernatural ability was really weird. If you don't cut off the principle, these shadows will always be there. Chapter 60. Beheading the Diamonds. Rukoku pig, you give me death. Steel plate gone scampered angrily shouted. A time all the shadows in all directions to Jiang Chen all cut to the potential to cut it under the knife. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Fuso ghosts, go pay for the lives of my dead compatriots. Only to hear a loud cry of thunder. Then this side of heaven and earth instantly descended 10,000 pounds of thunder and lightning. Lightning flashes lit up the entire sky, instantly flooded the steel plate gone scurrying all the shadow detachment. Bang 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 explosions one after another under the thunder and lightning. These shadow detachments are like paper mache directly blown to pieces. One to reorganize are impossible, and ultimately all dissipated in the air. Yours, damn it. Steel plate gone scurried with anger beyond measure. Death to you. Jiang Chen's arm shook violently. At this moment that thunder light was even thicker. A moment later all the shadowy doppelgangers were all cleared. Only Jiang Chen stood proudly on the spot. Brush up. A series of darts shot at him. Jiang Chen violently threw out his fist. Light flowed from his fist. And in the blink of an eye, a circular barrier was formed to block all the darts. At the same time, steel plate gone scamper, who had utilized the Fusan ninja stealth technique, had already stabbed towards Jiang Chen's undershirt with both hands holding his sword. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. This concealment technique of his might be useful to ordinary people, but it didn't have the slightest effect on him. The divine idea was like a radar controlling his whereabouts at all times. Baka, go to hell. Steel plate gone scamper bellowed. His knife also stabbed out fiercely. Such a close distance was already 10-1 for him. He was confident of a fatal slash. However, Jiang Chen did not look back. His fingers slightly hooked between an iron sword brush flew over. When the sound directly hit the steel plate gone scamper's blade, the latter only felt the blade came from a huge force shocked his arm numb, and the knife in his hand also shifted the direction. Just as he was shocked, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, and 2 clicks broke a few ribs. Just a moment ago, after the steel plate gone scamper's knife was deflected, Jiang Chen launched a counterattack, his elbow joint striking back viciously, hitting him hard in the chest. Steel plate gone scuttled eyes bulged out violently, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was even more vigorously shocked by a forceful backward. However, when he took a few steps back, he suddenly had the feeling that his body was being pulled back towards by a strong force, and in the blink of an eye he was pulled in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pinched his neck, and at the same time, 2 strands of spiritual power instantly rolled into the steel plate gone scamper's body, blocking his body from moving. Jiang Chen's eyes cold light is full of killing intent. Then bend the knee bang bang 2 muffled sounds suddenly chicken and egg. Steel plate gone scuttled eyeballs are falling down, that ugly face is twisted out of shape. But the body is blocked, even shouting cannot shout, internal injuries are given to suffocate out. Scream, your ing screaming. Jiang Chen's knees attacked one by one, thuds and thuds, and the steel plate gone scamper's underbelly was already bloody and rotten. With another thud, steel plate gone scurried directly to roll his eyes and look about to faint. Snap! Just then Jiang Chen slapped 2 more slaps on his face, refreshing the steel plate gone scamper who was about to pass out. Jiang Chen gazed at him coldly. You Fusong ghosts, you come to our dragon kingdom every day to cause trouble. Who the hell gave you the guts? All day long only no XXO projectile still dare to covet my dragon country river and mountain. Who the hell gave you face? Bang bang and a few more muffled sounds. Jiang Chen's knees were dyed red with blood, and all the bones in the lower half of the steel plate gone scamper's body fell apart. His face was as pale as paper and his entire body was already drenched in sweat. He regretted coming to the Dragon Kingdom, regretted coming to the 100 Beasts battlefield, and regretted meeting this Dragon Kingdom man because this man was a devil, a true demon. Say, how did you get in here? Did you have an inside man? And how many of you are there? Jiang Chen was pinching his throat, and as long as he exerted a slight force, he could immediately crush his neck. Don't say it. I love to fix you tough-talking Fuso ghosts. He carried the steel plate gone scamper directly toward the side of the tree smashed. Bang to sound, the tree shook a few times, The steel plate gone scamper legs have been completely twisted and deformed, softly hanging down. Obviously the bones are broken finished. Say! Steel plate gone scampered inwardly and shouted madly. I want to say ah, but cannot say ah, big brother. He opened his blood-covered mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Jiang Chun was slightly stunned. It was also the first time he had performed this confinement ability, and he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to make a sound. He frowned slightly. Then his spiritual power flowed and unlocked the steel plate gone scamper's confinement. Being beaten like this, he didn't believe that he could run away. Contact with the confinement of the steel plate gone scamper immediately let out a heartbreaking scream. The sound of people's scalp numb. From the sound can feel how much pain and despair he really. Snap! Jiang Chun threw up a slap and tossed it over. Shut up! Steel plate gone scamper immediately closed his mouth, and his gaze toward Jiang Chun was filled with fear and hatred. How dare you stare at me and give you face? Sensing the hatred in his eyes, Jiang Chun directly threw him to the ground like a piece of trash, and then his foot directly stepped on his arm, and with a click, the place where he stepped on it directly collapsed, and the bones shattered into crumbs. The original solid arm had already turned into a piece of meat skin. Oh! The steel plate gone transmitted a heart-rending howl of pain that shook the mountains. Jiang Chun stomped on his mouth. Try screaming one more and I'll blow your dog's head off right now. Gundam gone scuttled and bit down hard on his back teeth slots. Fear in his eyes. Say, how did you get mixed up in here? How many of you are there? And is there an internal response within the dragon? Steel plate gone scamper's mouth quirked a few times. His Majesty the Emperor. Emperor Nima. Don't tell me. I've got it covered. He directly grabbed the steel plate gone scamper's head, and his spiritual energy worked. Soul searching. This was an ability possessed after breaking through Foundation establishment. He didn't want to use this move at first, mainly because after being forcibly searched for his soul, steel plate gone scamper might be ruined. He actually wanted to hand him over to the higher authorities and perhaps get some spirit crystals. However, now that he was in the 100 Beasts battlefield, in case this guy had other accomplices, the delay might result in a few more of his compatriots being killed. Ah! Steel plate gone scampered to let out a miserable hiss, wanting to resist, but all the bones in his limbs were broken. He could not move at all, let alone resist. After the soul search ended, Jiang Chun also let out a slight sigh of relief. Luckily, the 100 Beasts battlefield was only the two of them who had gotten mixed up in it, and there were no other Fuzangs. As for the dragon's domestic response, he hadn't noticed a thing as to how they had blended in. It was the use of a disguise that fooled the inspection machine. By the time he looked at the steel plate again, the other party was already foaming at the mouth and his eyes rolled over, dead beyond repair. Taking off his storage ring, he then kicked on the steel plate's corpse, which immediately flew out and crashed into a big tree. With a click, the bones of his whole body finished breaking. Maybe he didn't even think in his death that even after dying, this demon wouldn't let go of him. Then Jiang Chun found the books of disguise art from the steel plate's storage ring. Although it was a simple disguise means not comparable to real cultivation techniques, but it was enough for Jiang Chun at this time. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Jiang Chun looked into the distance with a slightly condensed gaze, killing intent surging in his eyes. Chapter 61: The Great Battle. Inside the trapped dragon formation, the 10 people's faces were haggard. It had been a few days since they had been trapped inside, and their lungs were about to explode with anger. I'm going to break his neck. The Xiao family gritted their teeth. When the 10 of them had surrounded Jiang Chun, they had always thought that a slight outburst would be the limit of the other party. And it was true, he himself had given up resisting. However, all of this was a trap laid by that kid a long time ago. Now that I think about it, I should have wasted his arms and legs first at that time. It's a mistake. The people from the Xiao family were also gloomy, especially the diamond-level powerhouse. He wanted to kill Jiang Chun immediately, a diamond-level powerhouse, but he was fooled by a brat. He was disgraced to his grandma's house. After so many days had passed, it was estimated that Jiang Chun had long since left the 100 Beasts battlefield and returned to the academy, so it would be difficult to catch him again. Ka-ching! Suddenly, a crunching sound caught their attention, and the 10 men looked over, only to see that a piece of spirit crystal hidden in the dark not far away lost its luster and shattered. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and before they could figure out the situation, the same thing happened in a place not far away, and a piece of spirit crystal lost its spiritual power and turned into a pile of powder. This is the source of the energy that's trapping us, Xiong exclaimed, and the crowd awoke with a start. So far these spirit crystals were really providing energy for something. The diamond-level powerhouse clenched his fist, then blasted out with all his might. Ka-ching! Where the fists reached, spider-like cracks unexpectedly appeared in the void, and the crowd was overjoyed as they all shot out to blast towards the cracks. Under the full force of the 10 people's bombardment, the trapped dragon formation, which had lost some of its energy, shattered apart with a rumbling sound. The people of the 100 Beasts battlefield thought that there were heavy treasures coming out of the world rushing towards that side. Some were not slow to follow, and they took a wait-and-see attitude. After all, Zhang Chun had once tricked them like this, so in case it was him again this time, wouldn't they be robbed once again if they went? Ha 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 ha! It's out! Old me is finally out! The Earth-type alien from the Xiao family shouted, his face full of excitement, obviously having been held back for the past few days. A few people looked at each other and rushed towards the direction of the exit. Since Zhang Chun had already left, they had no need to remain here. Where do you guys want to go? Suddenly, a faint voice came and fell into everyone's ears. The 10 people stopped abruptly and looked up, only to see Zhang Chun with his flying sword on his feet hovering in midair silently looking down at them. The people's faces changed, and then they revealed their killing intent. It seems we all underestimated your guts to leave. The diamond powerhouse of the Xiao family spoke indifferently with a sullen face. Kid, you still dare to show your face? I'm going to break your arms and legs today. Let's see where you run. The Earth System adept from the Xiao family was a violent temper, and he was furious when he saw that Zhang Chun still dared to show up. Xiong stared at Zhang Chun and said coldly, Zhang Chun, if you obediently vegetate your hands now, please come with us, or else I don't mind chopping off your limbs before taking you back. What's the situation? These people want to kill Zhang Chun? Some people who were closer to the place had already arrived at the scene and heard their conversation from afar, revealing puzzled looks. Dead back time. Robbed us of so much, deserved it. Some people had hoped that Zhang Chun, the god of the plague, would hang up earlier, otherwise they really didn't have much heart to engage in resources, and it was not easy for them to get some resources to be robbed, and in the end they did it in vain. Hiss, do you guys feel that the 10 people's aura is too strong? I feel my heart jumping even from this far away. Someone took out his cell phone and quickly took a picture which was then posted on the forum with the caption #come and watch Zhang Chun 1v10 hashtag. Zhang Chun will give you one last chance. Bind your hands immediately or don't blame us for being merciless. Xinzhong's gaze was icy cold. Zhang Chun looked down at them from above and sneered, you can come and try. Toast to the world. Boom boom. Powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the 10 people in unison. At the same time the sky suddenly rained down, the two of them, the ability of rain and the ability of ice, once again cooperated to launch an attack on Zhang Chun. Brush up. And just then, 2 more air-breaking sounds came from the Xiao clan's archers as they fired 2 arrows directly at Zhang Chun. The arrow was like a meteor blinking to Zhang Chun's body. The onlookers are all shocked. In all fairness, these 2 arrows they cannot catch will die. A smile appeared on someone's face. Was this plague finally going to die? That's great. Only Zhang Chen's body was seen standing quietly above the void, the corners of his mouth slightly raised to evoke a cold smile. When the 2 arrows came to half a meter in front of him, they suddenly stopped moving, as if they had crashed into something and couldn't advance the slightest bit. Zhang Chun then grasped the 2 arrows in his hand and laughed contemptuously. You still want to kill me with a broken thing? He then flung, and 2 arrows instantly came out of his hand to shoot directly towards the archer in the shadows. With 2 loud bangs, a large tree was directly blown off, and the archer hiding behind the tree hastily dodged, looking at Zhang Chun with eyes filled with horror. How could he catch it with his bare hands? It seems that you have had an extraordinary opportunity, but ultimately, your rank is too low. The ice controller directly condensed the raindrops in the air into a single ice spike in an instant, and as he waved his hand, all of the ice spikes had stabbed towards Zhang Chun, spreading over the entire space. The crowd exclaimed in shock. The person who possessed such means was at least a platinum powerhouse. Looking at the ice spikes like needles flying towards Zhang Chun in the sky, the crowd seemed to have seen the scene of Zhang Chun being shot into a hornet's nest. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Chun did not flee at the first time but stood proudly in the air as if he were a sea pin, immovable as a mountain. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the roiling ice spikes stopped half a meter in front of him, densely packed, and soon wrapped him in them. With a muffled bang, the ice spikes that surrounded Zhang Chen's body began to break, then turned into grains of ice slag that fell down. The ice exalt's face changed as such an attack failed to injure him even a bit. Rumble. Suddenly, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed continuously among the clouds. The rain alien's face suddenly changed, as if he thought of something, and his face panicked as he tried to stop his powers. Late! Jiang Chun revealed a hint of a cold smile, followed by a roaring fall of lightning from the sky. Each drop of rain contained the power of lightning within it. Ah! The first to bear the brunt were naturally the rain exalted and the ice exalted. They were instantly flooded by lightning, and the ice exalt instantly condensed a thick ice shield to cover the two. However, the ice shield only lasted for a few breaths before it turned into ice slag with a click, and the lightning instantly landed on them, the two of them screaming miserably. Jiang Chun moved in the air, transforming into a stream of light, waving the long sword in his hand, and two puffs directly ended the lives of the two men. The earth alien and the strength alien attacked at once, and their fists were as heavy as 1,000 pounds as they fiercely blasted towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly, and the two men's bodies were suddenly imprisoned, seeing that Jiang Chun was just a meter ahead, but couldn't advance a single bit. And you two go in peace. Jiang Chen's hand rose and fell, and the two men were directly pierced through their hearts. And until they died, they didn't understand how Jiang Chun had done it, how he had imprisoned them. With that, he pointed his fingers together like a sword in the direction of the woods, and a silver light shot out like electricity. With a poof, it pierced through the tree trunk, also pierced through the heart of the Xiao family archer. The archer also didn't understand why he was still being discovered when he was obviously constantly changing his hiding position. Death is not an option. Chapter 62. The Four Directions. No one can escape today. It may seem slow, but it all happened in a flash. By the time waiting for the crowd to react, all 5 members of the Xiao family had already lost their lives. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was this guy so strong? The diamond powerhouse of the Xiao family had a gloomy gaze. It seems that we were all deceived by you that day, and your true strength is much higher than we knew. Jiang Chun smiled coldly. It's not too late to know, at least you can die with understanding. Arrogant, although you are very strong. But, in front of me, it is still not enough. Really? Then we'll see what happens underhand, and I'd like to get a feel for just how strong the diamonds are. The two figures moved at the same time, charging toward each other as if they were two cannonballs. Bang! The fists of the two men clashed viciously. Jiang Chun was shaken backward by a strong force for more than 10 steps. His arms spasmed and tingled slightly. The diamond was really strong. The diamond powerhouse also retreated 7 or 8 steps back, his arms slightly numb as he revealed a look of horror, shocked at Jiang Chen's strength and defense. He was a true strength system awakened, but he surprisingly didn't have much of an advantage at this moment. The key was that, in his eyes, the other party's level was still lower than his. That would be surprising. You amaze me. The surprise is yet to come. Jiang Chun took the initiative to attack with a single stomp. This was a rare opportunity to sharpen his skills. Usually when facing magical beasts or other people, he almost always utilized long-range attacks to win. Today it was just the right time to sharpen his melee ability. The two quickly tangled together, and for a while it was surprisingly hard to tell the winner from the loser. They fought from one place to another, and patches of woods were destroyed, showing how terrifying the strength of the two was. The people who followed the melon eaters had revealed a shocked expression. What kind of power is this destructive force so amazing? Soon, the footage of the two fighting was posted on the forums, causing quite a stir for a while. Jiangling Academy, Dean's office, Zhang Hongsheng stared at the screen on the computer and stormed. Diamond level are in, but also play a fart. The 100 Beasts battlefield, those managers are eating farts. How to do the qualification audit. After a messy roar, Zhang Hongsheng's face but showed a hint of a smile. This kid is really surprising. Surprisingly, and diamonds to fight back and forth still do not lose the wind. He was admiring Elder Li's vision more and more, sending a big surprise to their academy. How did this guy get so good? Xin Xinyan stared at the screen, secretly marveling in her heart. It had only been less than a month. Jiang Chen's strength had been drastically improved again. It was clearly still weaker than her before, but now it had exceeded her by too much. No, I need to step up my cultivation as well, or I'll fall too far behind him. At this moment, she resolved to definitely cultivate properly from today, oh no, from tomorrow. Xiao family. Xiaoi stared at the picture on his cell phone, the corners of his mouth hooked up. The smile on his face became a few points more intense. The stronger Jiang Chun was, the more secrets he had on him. He was looking forward to it more and more. Unfortunately, he had already come out of the 100 Beasts battlefield, or else he would really have to make the trip himself. 100 Beasts battlefield, Jiang Chun and the Diamond Powerhouse battle hard to separate. Jiang Chen, more and more courageous aura is also getting stronger and stronger. The diamond powerhouse feel the pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Chen sighed. Sure enough, fighting was the fastest way to grow. There were some things that could only be realized in battle. Gulp! Someone gulped. They suddenly felt that Jiang Chen wasn't very scary anymore. He was even nice to them, and at most he robbed their storage rings and didn't kill them in seconds. At the same time, they were glad that they hadn't angered Jiang Chen, or else they would probably have gotten cold. Oh, old stick, looks like you can't make it. Jiang Chen didn't forget to taunt this arrogant diamond powerhouse during the fight. The latter's face darkened instantly, and he did feel the pressure mounting. He was starting to regret a bit. He should have made a move to directly capture Jiang Chen a few days ago, and as a result, he was trapped for a few days instead of pretending. It was so hard to get out of the trap as a result of Jiang Chen's strength suddenly skyrocketed has been equal to his own, and even vaguely occupied the upper hand. It's pissing me off. The great battle between the two lasted for a long time, and gradually both of them lost some of their physical strength. Kid, I'll see how long you can hold out. The diamond powerhouse raised a strong breath and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Chen. With a bang, the two of them once again exchanged punches. This time Jiang Chen only retreated 5 steps while he retreated 10. You don't know anything about my renewal. Jiang Chen laughed coldly and once again took the initiative to blast his way towards the diamond powerhouse. Such a fist-to-flesh sensation made the blood in his body continue to boil. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The diamond strongman's fists carry the wind, and his moves are deadly. However, all of his attacks would be neutralized by Jiang Chen, and at the very beginning Jiang Chen was still a bit concerned about the front, but at this point he had already managed to get around with ease and his progress was very great. Half an hour later, the two of them fell back after throwing a punch at each other, both panting heavily. Their stamina was pretty much depleted. Hey kid, you surprised me. Old stick, you're not bad. But you're the one destined to die today. Jiang Chen gasped and said, Ha ha ha, really, do you still have the strength now? Don't you forget. There are still 4 of us left. As soon as his words fell, 4 figures appeared beside him staring intently at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you don't have the strength to fight anymore now. Obediently come with us. Xiong said with a cold face. Jiang Chen scanned the few people and said indifferently, As I said, you guys know nothing about my range. Pop! He directly crushed a spirit crystal and absorbed it in front of everyone. After successfully breaking through the foundation establishment stage, his absorption of spirit crystals was many times faster. In just the blink of an eye, a 3rd-order spirit crystal was absorbed by him. Everyone showed a shocked expression, but they could see that the spirit crystal that Jiang Chen had absorbed had not been purified, which meant that he had directly absorbed a spirit crystal that had been taken out of a magical beast's body. The crowd was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him, directly absorbing this kind of spirit crystal was undoubtedly suicide. The diamond powerhouse was also stunned at first, then laughed out loud. Trying to forcefully restore your power in this way is simply asking for death. Even if we don't make a move, you will soon eat your own words. Jiang Chen raised his hand and clenched his fist. The energy he had consumed had recovered quite a bit after absorbing the spirit crystals, and at that moment, he was full of power again. Heh, you're as useless to me, so you can go to hell. Jiang Chen violently opened his palms, then bellowed out a thunderous come. Rumble! Countless thunderbolts instantly poured down towards Xiong and the 5 of them and crushed them. 5 people instantly changed color. At this time they did not wear insulating clothing. If they were hit, they would certainly be electrocuted or even death. The 5 people quickly spread out, trying to escape the lightning coverage. Wanna run? Can you run? Chapter 63. Senior, can you just rob Shibuya? Jiang Chen laughed coldly and pinched his hands. The 3 flying swords transformed into 3 silver lights and chopped towards a fleeing person. The man unleashed his supernatural ability and his body rapidly shrunk, directly turning into the size of an ant. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned that there was such an extraordinary ability. But now was not the time for him to think too much. Even if the ants were big, they were clearly visible in his eyes. The silver light descended from the sky, and with a bang, it was directly inserted into the ground. And the transformed man was also chopped into flying ash on the spot with no dregs left. The others had taken the opportunity to already run away, and the diamond powerhouse had even stepped on his flight to fly away. Jiang Chen took a step out and directly chased after him with his imperial sword. His imperial sword speed was much faster after his cultivation level increased, and he soon caught up with the diamond powerhouse. Old stick, leave your flying machine behind. The diamond strongman was startled and didn't dare to turn his head back to pull the horsepower of his flying machine to the maximum. Suddenly, his body stagnated, and he was fixed alive. What kind of psychic ability is this? He was startled. If he had just used this kind of supernatural ability in a duel with him, wouldn't he have been killed in an instant? It was scary to think about. You guess. As the words fell, a long sword had pierced through his chest. Jiang Chun then kicked his body away again. Don't stain my flying machine. PFFFFFFFF. Jiang Chun was still uneasy. His fingertips stroked, and the flying sword stabbed a few more times at his falling body to ensure that he was dead. Then he put away his flying machine and chased after them in another direction. Just now he had quietly left a mark while Xiong and the few of them were close by, and within a certain range he was able to sense their exact location. 2 of the 3 headed in the direction of the exit, and 1 headed in the opposite direction. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Naturally, he went to block the door first. No one could escape today. When the 2 of them finally saw the exit with all their might, and saw that hope was at hand, Jiang Chun didn't know when he had already blocked it, and was now smiling and waving at them. The 2 men were so scared that they turned around and ran. But how can the ground running faster than the sky flying, in an instant was caught up by Jiang Chen, and then hands up knife, 2 people fell in a pool of blood dead. It just so happened that a group of newcomers entered the 100 Beasts battlefield, and as soon as they came in, they saw Jiang Chen knifing 2 people, and these newcomers were instantly shocked. Before coming here was heard that the 100 Beasts battlefield would be life-threatening, but there was no one to give them over blocking the doorway to kill people. Is it too late to quit? After knifing the 2 people from the Xiao family, Jiang Chun removed their storage rings before carrying the blood-stained iron sword and turning towards the exit side. He had a gentle, friendly smile on his face. You guys are new here, right? The dozen or so newcomers nodded their heads woodenly, looking at Jiang Chun with eyes filled with scorn. Don't be afraid. I'm not a beast of prey and I don't eat people. Jiang Chun laughed. His words still sounded quite friendly. There really wasn't any hostility towards them. So, may I ask what you wanted to see us about? Someone asked bravely. After all, he had just seen him knife 2 people. It would be a lie not to be afraid. Jiang Chen's blood-stained hand rested on the man's shoulder and said, Actually, it's not that big of a deal. I just want to make a robbery or something along the way. Oh yes, don't get me wrong. I'm actually very civilized. Never soliciting the principle of voluntarism, never forcing it. Ask the others if you don't believe me. They all volunteered. Jiang Chun casually pointed at some of the people he had robbed, and the man nodded frantically. Yes, we volunteered. Really, we swear we were forced to volunteer. Well, what if someone doesn't want to? A small female student in the crowd asked timidly. Jiang Chen's eyebrows jumped at the sound. No way. There's no reluctance. I have 0 bad reviews for my mugging service. The group of people couldn't help but glance at the 2 corpses collapsed in a pool of blood in the distance and instantly understood. Indeed, which dares to resist such tactics? And those who do are knifed. This senior, can you just rob Shibuya and not the money? A slightly chubby girl of 5'5" tugged at the collar under her neck and asked with a red face. Jiang Chen almost choked on his saliva. Nima, what's the situation here? Little girl, I'm robbing. Can you stop imagining things and be professional? Okay? Don't get me wrong. I only rob money. Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped. He clearly saw that girl reveal a very disappointed look. Holy, it doesn't look like green tea. Guys, do you know what to do now? Turn in. I'll turn in. I'll turn in too. For a moment, a dozen people offered their storage rings, fearing that Jiang Chun would give them a sword. Jiang Chun smilingly accepted all the storage rings. What do you say when someone asks? Voluntary. All voluntary. Everyone immediately nodded their heads as if they were chickens pecking at rice, jokingly not voluntarily estimated that the grave grass had grown a meter high. Well, I wish you all the best. Oh yeah, I suggest you contact your families and ask them to send some resources. It can be treacherous in here, you can get robbed if you're not careful. Everyone opened their mouths but had nothing to say. Send it over to be robbed by you again? The scene of Jiang Chun robbing a newcomer who had just come in was quickly posted to the forums, drawing the displeasure of numerous people, stating that Jiang Chun was the assholes of the 100 Beasts battlefield, and that he had to be cleaned out. Some people even left comments under the post saying that they wouldn't go in for a day until Jiang Chun came out. Jiang Chun didn't know this, but he was traveling with his sword and was searching for Xinzhong's location. This old boy will hide even the opposite way. Until the evening, Jiang Chun realized that he even hid in the water. But with the markers in place, it was only a matter of time before he would be found, even if he was good at hiding. This time, the 10 people sent by the Xiao and Xiao families had all been killed. Jiang Chun didn't feel that he was being cruel. Mercy to the enemy was what made him cruel to himself. For those who wanted to kill him, there was nothing to say but to let them die. In this way, after a few days, Jiang Chun just brushed a wave of spirit crystals. Suddenly the phone rang. Shen Xinyan called. Jiang Chun, I'll be waiting for you at the Xiao family for a day. When he picked up the phone, the voice coming from the phone was not Shen Xinyan's but Xiao Yi's. Xiao Yi, you're despicable. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. Mean, I only look at the results. I don't care about the means. You only have 1 day, lol. Xiao Yi. Shen Xinyan is a person from the academy. If you dare to touch her, the academy won't spare you. Oh, I advise you that you'd better not let them know or else she'll die and soon. Hehehe. Dodo, dodo, dodo. The phone was hung up. Jiang Chen's face was terribly gloomy, never expecting Xiao Yi to have kidnapped Shen Xinyan. There was no way back for him now, knowing that Xiao Yi had already set up a sure kill, but he had to go. Xiao Yi, it's time to end it. Chapter 64, seeing Xiao Yi again. New grudges and old grudges together. Xiao Yi combined time and space powers in one. As long as the difference in levels was not too overwhelming, he was almost an unbeatable existence. Coupled with the fact that the Xiao family was his home turf, there was simply no chance of winning in a hard encounter. A day later, Jiang Chun stepped through the door of the Xiao family. Slap! A burst of applause came from Xiao Yi as he clapped his hands and walked out from inside, while Shen Xinyan was also brought out. Jiang Chun, long time no see. I'm already here, let her go. Jiang Chun glanced at Shen Xinyan and realized that he wasn't injured. His heart was slightly relieved. After all, it was all because of herself she was tied up, so to speak. No problem. As soon as his words fell, 2 men came out from beside him, one holding a syringe with a clear liquid inside, and the other holding a chain apparently to tie him up. Don't try to resist. Xiao Yi spoke indifferently. Shen Xinyan, who was gagged, kept shaking her head, her tears coming out in a hurry. The needle pierced into Jiang Chen's skin, and the clear liquid was injected all the way into his veins. Then another person tied him up dead, his limbs completely immobile. This medicine is a newly developed and successful special effect medicine from abroad, capable of making completely sealing off your psychic abilities and losing the strength of your entire body. Xiao Yi walked over to Jiang Chun and stepped on him with 1 foot, looking down on him from above. You're the one who surprised me by awakening so many abilities again. Let her go. Jiang Chun still spoke in a deep voice. Release, haha, why would I? Xiao Yi laughed. Both of you will die. You, not a man of your word. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. Credit, what is credit to those who have become great? History is always written by the winners. This world is only about kings and losers. Oh yeah, I heard that Ruyan Lu went to see you. TSK. To be honest, she's quite energetic to play with. It's just a pity that I'm tired of playing with her. You and Shen Xinyan seem to have a very good relationship. I wonder how you would feel if I toyed with her in front of you. Huh? Don't you dare. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. What would I not dare to do? What qualifications do you have to talk to me as a prisoner? Xiao Yi patted Jiang Chen's face with a look of what can you do to me? Right here and now. Buzz. At this moment, Jiang Chun instantly launched the field. Xiao Yi was instantly fixed. Bang a few times directly shook off the chains on his body, and then backhanded and choked Xiao Yi's neck. He was still thinking about how to deal with Xiao Yi, but he didn't expect that this idiot would take the initiative to come to his door. Let her go or I'll snap his neck right now. Jiang Chun directly lifted Xiao Yi up with 1 hand. The people who were escorting Shen Xinyan were shocked, but now that Xiao Yi was in his hands, they had to release him. Jiang Chen. After being untied, Shen Xinyan quickly ran to Jiang Chen's side. Are you okay? Shen Xinyan shook her head. I'm fine. Cough cough, Jiang Chun. I didn't expect that the drugs wouldn't work on you. Huh. I'm really getting interested in you. Xiao Yi's face was a little purple. Apparently he was about to suffocate. Xiao Yi. Let's settle new grudges and old grudges together today. I admit, you are indeed very strong right now. But to defeat me just like that, you're not enough. Oh. Before Xiao Yi could finish his words, Jiang Chun rewarded him with a knee to the head, and Xiao Yi immediately chickened out. And from then on, there was another sage in the world. Shen Xinyan covered her mouth. This picture should not be too violent. Is it enough? Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chun, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. Xiao Yi's face was twisted to the extreme with his eyes wide open. Time, stand still. Xiao Yi shouted and directly unleashed his time abnormal ability. Under this abnormal ability, everything within a certain range would be in a static state except for himself. Howl nifty pussy. Still your ass. Jiang Chen's 2 slaps flung over directly confused Xiao Yi. What's going on? Why is he still moving? Isn't it surprising? Isn't it astonishing? Isn't it curious why your powers don't work on me? Jiang Chen flung him 2 more slaps. Xiao Yi's face was directly swollen. No, it can't be. There's no way my powers will fail. Xiao Yi started to panic. He didn't panic when he was suddenly attacked by Jiang Chen just now, and even when he had him by the throat, but at this moment he was really panicking. The time ability had failed. Space cut. He unleashed his spatial powers again, which could kill without being seen. But this time it still didn't work. He was completely confused. He clearly felt the fluctuation of the alien energy in his body, proving that it was still there. But why would it have no effect on Jiang Chen? Why? Jiang Chen laughed coldly. When you took away my powers, did you ever think that today would come? Do you know the pain that cones the heart and devours the bones? Jiang Chen's eyes were crimson as he raised his hand and pulled it out towards Xiao Yi's chest. His palm was like a sharp knife slicing through Xiao Yi's skin, tearing his flesh and blood sand spilling out and staining the floor. Stop! An angry shout came out, followed by a middle-aged man striding out, his face grimacing horribly at the sight of Xiao Yi's state hand. Teacher, help me. Xiao Yi's face was card white with difficulty calling for help. I'm Han Inglong of the Alien Energy Division, and I'm ordering you to let go of him right now. Han Inglong's voice was cold, carrying a kind of majesty that could not be disobeyed. Jiang Chen laughed and said, What a good exotic division. I used to think that the exotic division was sacred, but now it seems to be nothing more than a place to hide dirt. What are you saying? You are in contempt of the Alien Energy Division. I have the right to place you right under arrest. Han Inglong blackened his anger and shouted. Hee, you don't care if he kidnaps someone. You show up now that I've arrested him. I can't help but ask, are you eating the country's rice or the Xiao family's rice? Are you worthy of being a member of the Alien Energy Division? Jiang Chen stared at Han Inglong with sharp eyes and questioned loudly. Han Inglong's old face instantly fell. He did know that Xiao Yi had kidnapped someone, but as Xiao Yi was his student, he turned a blind eye. What, nothing to say? Jiang Chen sneered twice in disdain. No matter what, you must release him today. Han Inglong spoke with a dark face. What if I say no? Jiang Chen's palm advanced forward, and his fingertips had already disappeared into Xiao Yi's flesh and blood. Ah, teacher, help me, help me. Xiao Yi cried out in agony, this most congenial pain causing his entire body to tremble incessantly. He's a national priority, so if you're stubborn, then I won't blame me for being rude to you. With a loud boom, Han Inglong directly released his aura. Surprisingly a king. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of the diamonds, and the Zhongshe could deal with 1 or 2 of them, but he didn't have a single chance of winning against the king. Even though he possessed a domain, he couldn't do much against someone much stronger than himself. After all, there was a limit to how much anything could take, and his domain was closely related to his cultivation. Do me a favor and feel out my phone, Jiang Chen said to Shen Xinyan. Shen Xinyan didn't understand what he was doing with the phone out at this time, but it certainly wasn't looking at the time. Hey, don't touch it. Cell phones are in shirt pockets, not pants pockets. Chapter 65. If you try to move, I'll destroy him right away. Shen Xinyan's red face was finally touching her cell phone. Call Master Li. Shen Xinyan tapped on the address book again. There were just 3 contacts in there. Grandpa Li, Li Yue, and one more was her. The phone picked up after a few rings, and Levi's voice came through. Jiang kid, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Uncle Li, are you from the Alien Division? Li Wei visibly froze, and he didn't answer yes or no directly. What are you asking for? It's not much of a big deal. It's just that someone claiming to be Han Inglong from the Department of Alien Energy is trying to kill me. What? Han Inglong wants to kill you? Li Wei on the other end of the phone was obviously taken aback, and his tone changed. Yeah, he's across the street from me right now. Good. After saying that, Li Wei hung up the phone. 5 seconds later, Han Inglong's phone rang. He had just picked up the phone when an exasperated voice came over the line. Han Inglong, what are you doing? Now get your ass back here immediately. Han Inglong's face changed and he glanced at Jiang Chen in shock. How could he not expect Jiang Chen to know Li Wei? whose position in the Department of Alien Energy was much, much higher than his. Han Inglong, do you hear me? Once again, Li Wei's somewhat angry voice came over the phone. Han Inglong took a deep breath and said, Elderly, I'm sorry, I can't go back now. What, against you, I tell you, Zhang Chun is my friend. If you dare to hurt him, believe it or not, you will be packed up in minutes. Elderly, it's not that I won't go back. It's because Zhang Chun, he's going to kill Xiao Yi. I can't just ignore it. Han Inglong glanced at the purple-colored Xiao Yi and continued to explain, Xiao Yi, he's my student and someone that elder he values. I can't just ignore him. He Wanzhong, that old valued person? On the phone, Li Wei's mused for a moment and seemed to remember something, saying, Is the Xiao Yi you're talking about the Zhongling guy who has time and space powers? Yes. He is also a key target of the alien division. Li Wei fell into silence when the matter about Xiao Yi he did say to the senior management of the Department of Alien Energy, just out of Zhang Chen's relationship, think Xiao Yi this person's heart is too sinister, and did not extend the olive branch to Xiao Yi, did not expect to be valued by that guy He Wanzhong, which is not a good thing. Han Inglong's face showed a cold smile. You Li Wei position, no matter how high the strength, no matter how strong it is impossible not to give face to He Wanzhong, much less go against the decision of the Department of Alien Energy. After waiting for a while, Li Wei hung up and recalled Zhang Chun. Zhang Kid, release Xiao Yi. Li Wei sighed. He is now a key cultivation target of the Alien Energy Division. He cannot be killed. Because it was on speakerphone, Xiao Yi also heard Li Wei's words on the phone, and immediately felt that he had a line. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Chun, did you hear that? The Alien Energy Division values me. You can't kill me. Ha! In response, Zhang Chun directly crushed his wrist. Ah, Zhang Chun, you deserve to die. Xiao Yi winced in pain. Uncle Li, did you hear that? Do you think I can let him go? Zhang Chen's voice carried a slight chill. If he let Xiao Yi go today, he would be letting the tiger return to the mountain. I know you hate him, but if you kill him, not to mention that you won't be able to run away with Han Inglong present. Even if you get away in one piece today, the Department of Alien Energy will still be looking for you, so think carefully. Han Inglong also spoke up. If you let him go, I'll pretend this never happened and won't make things difficult for you. Oh, release, yes, I can release him. Zhang Chun smiled indifferently. His current strength really had no way to fight against Han Inglong or even the Department of Alien Energy. He could let Xiao Yi go now, but it didn't mean that Xiao Yi he wouldn't die. He directly threw Xiao Yi to the ground and then stepped on his head. It's fine to release you. But before I do that, I'm also going to let you taste the pain I experienced that day. Saying that, he directly punched Xiao Yi's back, and with a poof sound, his fist didn't enter the flesh and blood, splattering a large amount of blood. Asshole, what are you doing? Stop it. Han Inglong immediately became anxious when he saw this, and his kingly aura erupted once again. If you dare to move, I'll kill him right away. If you don't believe me, you can try. Zhang Chun fiercely raised his head to look at Han Inglong, who was about to kill him. There was ferocity and madness in his gaze. Han Inglong froze for a moment, and the steps he stepped out took back. Zhang Chun. I'll kill you. Ah. The intense pain caused Xiao Yi's face to instantly turn card white with cold sweat dripping down. It hurts, doesn't it? Zhang Chun whispered beside Xiao Yi's ear, as if he was the villain right now and was torturing others with cruelty. Xiao Yi's eyes kept rolling white in pain, and this kind of conical pain caused him to feel dizzy for a while. Han Inglong didn't notice that Zhang Chen's fingertips flickered with electric current. A trace of electric current, accompanied by a weak spiritual energy, rapidly traveling throughout Xiao Yi's body. Every organ and every cell was not spared. Xiao Yi, I'm warning you, if you touch my friends again, I will exterminate your entire Xiao family. And when all is said and done, no one will be of any use. He then kicked Xiao Yi's waist. Xiao Yi's body was directly kicked off. Han Inglong caught him with a quick eye and a flying body. Teacher, help me kill him. Xiao Yi fainted after saying this. Han Inglong glared angrily, and a powerful aura instantly swept toward Zhang Chun. I'd advise you not to make a move on me. Once you let me get away with it, I guarantee your family will be in trouble. Are you threatening me? Han Inglong gritted his teeth. Threats and so on. Lousy barefoot, still afraid of you, wear shoes. You shameless, use shady tricks, lousy, cannot be used? You can try if you have the ability. Anyway, I'm alone. The big deal is that the fish is dead. After saying that, Zhang Chun gave Han Inglong a despicable look, turned around and walked out of the Xiao family in large strides. Han Inglong looked at Zhang Chen's back with his teeth clenched, but after careful thought he didn't make a move after all. On the one hand, it was because Jiang Chun had that relationship with Li Wei. On the other hand, he was considering that Jiang Chun might still have a backhanded way of really being able to retreat in one piece, and by then his own family would be in danger. Although he wanted to take him down in his heart, he couldn't do anything about it. A junior who dared to threaten him really suffocated him. Jiang Chun walked out of the Xiao family with an expressionless face. Shin Xinyan followed beside him, and then the two of them returned to the academy by air. You all right? Looking at Jiang Chen's state, Shin Xinyan asked worriedly. Jiang Chun shook his head. I'm fine, but it's you who got dragged into this. If you let Xiao go today, he will definitely come after you again, so be careful. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Don't worry, he won't be able to bounce around for much longer. Shin Xinyan was slightly stunned. Then she seemed to understand Jiang Chen's meaning, so she smiled slightly and said, Then what's the point of moping around? Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal. She pulled Jiang Chen's arm and headed out of the academy. Hey, wait. I'll change my clothes. The news of Jiang Chen's return was quickly known by Zhang Hongxing, just as he and Shin Xinyan were hurriedly called over from eating and drinking. What? So I can report to the Jiangling Alien Division? Jiang Chun was a bit surprised. Didn't he have to go through a strict examination to enter the Department of Alien Energy, and this was a direct jump for himself? Kid, just steal your joy. How many people want to enter but can't? Zhang Hongxing hemmed and hawed. Chapter 66 Arrogance. Slap your face on the spot. One foot had just offended Han Inglong of the Alien Energy Division, and the next foot had him report to the Alien Energy Division. What a coincidence. Returning to the dormitory and taking a shower, he was just about to practice when Li Wei called. Jiang kid, still angry? Jiang Chun said indignantly. I was going to ask you to help take care of Han Inglong, but as a result, you did the right thing and helped him take care of me. Old man Li smiled sarcastically. It can't be helped. Xiao now possesses two kinds of supernormal abilities, time and space. The division of normal abilities can be very precious, and there's also an extremely protective He Wanzhong behind him. It's not easy to do na. Jiang Chun deflated and said, All right, if you really feel sorry for me, get me a few thousand spirit crystals. Why don't you go and grab it? A few thousand spirit crystals you take as stones on the ground to just pick up. By the way, was it you who operated in the background to get me into the alien division? Yeah, in exchange for the reward for catching the spy last time. Jiang Chun immediately jumped up. What, you traded me for this spot? Yeah, have fun, the old man's been good to you, huh? Ha ha. Jiang Chun was so angry that his teeth itched. I thank you, haha. You're a heavenly old man. What he wanted now was spirit crystals that could enhance his cultivation. What was the point of asking for a slot in the exotic division? Strength is the most important thing, understand? Jiang Chun was furious enough that he couldn't wait to follow the radio signal from his cell phone and run over to beat up old man Li. Pure and simple messing around. Li Wei on the other end of the phone, however, said, You have a grudge against Xiao Yi, and now you've offended Han Inglong. Only if you enter the Department of Alien Energy can you guarantee safety, so they won't dare to take action against you at will. Jiang Chun understood after thinking about it. According to Xiao Yi's character, he would definitely make another move against himself. The same methods were no longer useful to him, and there was still a king-level Han Inglong around. It was just too easy to deal with himself. But if he also became a member of the Alien Energy Division, Xiao Yi wouldn't dare to strike out recklessly. Jiang Chun then told him about the emergence of the Fusanians in the 100 Beasts battlefield, and the two of them chatted for a few moments before hanging up the phone. The next day, Jiang Chun arrived at the Jiangling Alien Energy Division to report for duty. The Department of Exalted Abilities was a department in the Dragon Kingdom that specialized in managing exalted abilities, and it would have a branch in every city. When he went to report for duty, the registrar gave him a somewhat surprised look. And he also noticed that some people were pointing at him, saying that he had come in through connections, to which Jiang Chun treated it as if he hadn't heard. After all, they were telling the truth and were powerless to refute it themselves. At this time, a few people walked in from outside, and when they saw Jiang Chun, they suddenly had a stare. Ray, it's him. Several people led by Qin Lei. After recognizing Jiang Chun, someone behind him whispered a reminder. How dare you show up here after beating up brother yet so badly? You're tired of living. The other person coldly said, looking at Jiang Chun with a gaze full of hostility. At the same time, Jiang Chun had tucked away his Alien Energy Division identification and turned to walk over. Qin Lei walked inward with a faint cold smile on his face, and when he and Jiang Chun staggered, deliberately bumped Jiang Chun heavily with his shoulder. Do you walk without eyes? Qin Lei shouted angrily. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Just now it was clear that this guy had deliberately bumped into him, and he even bit him back. Go to the hospital if you have hemiplegia. Don't wail here. If you don't know, you'll think some blind dog is barking. Jiang Chun glanced at Qin Lei. This person had a square head and collapsed nose with a big mouth and squinting eyes. He really grew on the aesthetics of a dog. What did you say? Have the balls to say it again. The people behind Qin Lei immediately stopped, and in 2 steps, they surrounded Jiang Chun in the center.
If you have hemiplegia, go to the hospital. Don't wa 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 wa.
Jiang Chun repeated it when it was true, not missing a single word. Qin Lei and the others were immediately infuriated. Xiong he couldn't help but rush up and grab Jiang Chen's collar to stare at him viciously. You seek death. Bang! What answered him was the head of Jiang Chen's hard knee, directly on the man's belly. The next moment he instantly let go of Jiang Chen's collar, covering his stomach and wailing. How dare you hit someone? Do you know what this place is? Do you know who we are? Qin Lei was enraged and yelled as he stared at Jiang Chun dead in the face. How dare you, beating up their men on their turf? It's against the law. His roar was loud enough to be heard throughout the hall, and everyone looked over. I don't care who you are, off. The face of these people Jiang Chun naturally do not goad, and still they do it first. They are just self-defense. What is afraid of, dry on the end. Qin Lei pointed at the people around him and said loudly, everyone saw you hit someone, and you want to leave after hitting someone? Is there any king's law? Is there any law? And this is the Department of Alien Energy. We are the people of the Department of Alien Energy. If you beat up the people of the Department of Alien Energy, you won't be able to leave today. Just wait for your jail time. Oh, if you didn't say so, I'd think you were all mad dogs. Jiang Chen's cold voice echoed in the hall. Qin Lei's face darkened into a potbelly as Jiang Chun repeatedly called them dogs, making him want to smash his foul mouth. You dare to assault a member of the Alien Division? We have the right to arrest you on the spot. Qin Lei droned. Arrest him? Jiang Chun smiled faintly. I do have the right to place you under arrest for attacking the Alien Energy Division. Just as a few people came into contact with Jiang Chen's body, suddenly, bursts of lightning erupted from Jiang Chen's body, and the sound of nuisance continued to ring out, and the bodies of those few people suddenly convulsed. Qin Lei was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chun to be a lightning system psychic. Luckily, he reacted fast and didn't get electrocuted, or else he would have been wiped out. Several people were electrocuted to the ground in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chun looked at Qin Lei playfully. Are you going to tie your hands, or do you want me to do it? Asshole, don't be arrogant. I'm arrogant today. What can you do to me? Come and hit me, dog money. Jiang Chun hooked a finger at him mockingly and looked at Qin Lei. Stop. Just then, 3 figures walked out, and Jiang Chen's gaze sank slightly as he saw Han Inglong. Who's Shirta asked with a sullen face. What's going on? Qin Lei, the evil one, quickly spoke up. This person walked and bumped into us. Not only did he not apologize, but also hit our man first. Shirta glanced at the people lying all over the ground, then looked sideways at Jiang Chun and said in a deep voice, is what he said true? Jiang Chun shrugged. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you call up the surveillance. What's the point of me saying more? Qin Lei's face changed, just now only wanted to help Xiao out to teach Jiang Chun a lesson, and for a moment did not really consider that there was a surveillance on the scene. Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of if you haven't done anything wrong? Shouldn't the one who's afraid be me, the murderer who beat people up? Jiang Chun patted Qin Lei's shoulder playfully. Soon, surveillance footage of the scene was intercepted. Shirta was instantly enraged when he read it. Qin Lei, what else do you have to say? Qin Lei stammered for half a day but could not make up a reason. I'll give you one more chance. If you do it again, just roll me out. Shirta is another lesson and suspended all their resources this month, for which Qin Lei can only silently bear, not dare to have half a complaint. Apologize immediately. Qin Lei and the others gritted their teeth. Wasn't this a proper slap in the face? They were so arrogant just now, but now they could only respectfully apologize to each other. It's an ing rock and a hard place. After waiting for the people to give Jiang Chen a good apology, Qin Lei and the others no longer had the face to stay here, so they left in disgrace. You're the Jiang Chun that elderly recommended to come in, aren't you? Jiang Chun nodded. It's me. Shirta smiled and said, You've come at the right time. We have a mission here that requires you to make a trip. Chapter 67 Robbery. You're surrounded. Jingqing, a mega city with a population of over 10 million. A mysterious space appeared here 50 years ago, and countless magical beasts appeared, causing massive casualties. At that time, humans didn't have awakened people, and in order to defend the city, the Dragon Kingdom deployed a large number of troops. But the wraiths can't seem to stop killing. Later, it was discovered that these magical beasts were only concentrated in the city and would not go out of the city. So in order to minimize losses, it was finally decided to give up King City. Since then, King City had become a paradise for magical beasts and a trifling zone. As time went on, humans began to awaken and became more and more powerful, and people began to come to King City to explore. Slowly, King City became more and more populated, eventually becoming a gray area and a gathering place for criminal gangs. Just a short time ago, the Alien Division dismantled one of the Night Lords' organization's crime dens, and shortly thereafter was retaliated against by them by kidnapping a scientist. This scientist was in possession of a newly developed genetic potion, a base potion that could drastically increase the battle power of an alien. If a criminal organization gets hold of this genetic agent, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Chen's action was to safely rescue the scientist. There were a total of 5 people on this mission, not too many, and more would attract the attention of those people. The level isn't too high, and higher would likewise attract the attention of the other side. Besides him, there were 4 other people, 3 men and 1 woman, named Li Yuxiong, Zhang Haoren, Wang Yuan and Lin Shuamei. Li Yuxiong is a speed exalt, specializing in fast movement. Zhang Haoxiong, on the other hand, has awakened the defense ability to have a strong defensive ability. Wang Yuan is a melee attack type ability, and Lin Shuamei is a rare medical ability. Originally, it should have been another person on the mission with them, but the organization had temporarily changed the person, which made Li Yuxiong's few people a bit dismayed. After all, the action was about to take place, and it wasn't appropriate to change people at this time, but they couldn't help but carry out the organization's decision. All 4 of them couldn't help but frown slightly when they saw Jiang Chen, because they couldn't see Jiang Chen's level at all. In their opinion, Jiang Chen didn't have any supernatural fluctuations in his body, just an ordinary person. After each of the 4 had been introduced, Jiang Chen had some understanding of them. Their ranks were all around gold 8 stars, and their strength was not too high. The vigilance of the Night Lord's organization was very high. Once a strong person entered, they must have noticed it at the first time, so the Department of Alien Energy side arranged for a few of them to carry out the mission. When they asked Jiang Chen what kind of psychic ability he had, Jiang Chen frankly replied that the one he had awakened was a strength-based psychic ability, which made the 4 people slightly disappointed. Originally, they thought that they were going to arrange a very strong abnormal awakening, but it turned out to be only a power type. A haze rose in the hearts of the 4. A day later, they arrived outside of Jing City without incident. The entire outer perimeter of the city had been constructed with a high wall, mainly used to prevent magical beasts from running out. In order not to arouse suspicion, the 5 of them dressed up as adventurers and passed the inspection of the city gate guards smoothly. After entering the city, Jiang Chen also got a good look at the front. A ruin, with debris everywhere, and a few huge avian magical beasts flying in the sky. Of course, this is also a paradise for adventurers, where danger and opportunity coexist. And the more dangerous the place, the more unknown surprises may appear. After coming in, they were really like adventurers and started exploring around to decapitate the magical beasts, and it took 2 days of performances before that feeling of being monitored disappeared. However, the 5 of them were soon followed by others. For some of the people who had been entrenched here for a long time, their favorite was new adventurers like Jiang Chen and the others. Opposite 13 people blocked their way. One of the tall, bald man wearing sunglasses carrying a large knife laughed. "Fight robbery!" The 5 of them frowned slightly. The other party was large and all of them were not weak, except for the 2 silvers. All of them were gold 6 stars and 7 stars. Li Yuxiong 4 people looked at each other. For the sake of the overall situation, it is not appropriate to start a conflict with these people and head-on collision if the loss is still theirs. So, they decided to lay down their resources to be robbed obediently. While they were preparing to accept the robbery, a voice caused their faces to change violently. "You're surrounded and robbed." Jiang Chen didn't know when he had already stepped out, only to see him sweeping defiance at the 13 people on the other side with his arms crossed. The people on the other side of the room didn't react for a moment, and when they did, they burst out laughing. It was the first time in all the time they had been in this business that they had encountered people who wanted to rob them. "Live long and prosper." "Ha ha ha. Kid, are you here to be funny? You're going to rob us? Ha ha." The bald man stuck his knife in the ground and laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the year. Li Yuxiong immediately went forward and pulled Jiang Chen dissatisfied. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Got used to it. didn't control it for a moment. Getting used to it? The corner of Li Yuxiang's mouth jerked. He really wanted to give Jiang Chen 2 fists. Was this something that could be joked about in case the other party got serious, not to mention the mission they might have to be accounted for here today? It wasn't Li Yuxiang's fault. After all, they hadn't seen the forum blasts about Jiang Chen. If they had, they wouldn't have thought so. Robbing Jiang Chen is a recidivist, not only robbing the 5 courts competition, but also making the 100 Beasts battlefield a dangerous place for everyone. Now all of a sudden someone else was going to rob him, so it was only in his style that he had to rob him back. Li Yuxiang hurriedly and awkwardly smiled at the bald man. I'm sorry, he has some brain problems. Don't mind everyone. We'll give you the resources here. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Jiang Chen deflated his mouth. Who has brain problems? I'm damn normal. It's still you kid who knows the time. Hand over the resources and you guys can leave, he stays. The bald man took the storage ring handed over by Li Yuxiang and pointed at Jiang Chen. This, big brother. See if you can release him as well. He really has a real problem with his brain, so don't get on his bad side. Li Yuxiang coyly pleaded. The bald man raised his eyebrows. His face revealed anger, stared at Li Yuxiang disdainfully. Do you have the qualifications to negotiate with Laozi? If you don't get lost, I will slaughter all of you. Li Yuxiang is still trying to fight a little more with a hard face. The next moment, the bald man's large knife was on his neck. I have no patience if you want to die. Just say so and I'll send you to your death right away. Jiang Chen went up to Li Yuxiang's side and patted his shoulder. You guys go first. Li Yuxiang gritted his teeth. He couldn't bury all of them for Jiang Chen alone. So he nodded his head and said, all right, take care of yourself. He turned around and led Wang Yuan and the 3 of them away. Wang Yuan glanced back, only to see Jiang Chen waving goodbye to them with a slight smile. Do we really leave him alone? Wang Yuan was somewhat unable to bear it. After all, they were still companions. Li Yuxiang coldly said, then what else can we do? The other side has a lot of people and their level is not much lower than ours. If we really want to fight, we can get any benefits. Don't forget our mission. A few people fell silent. They naturally knew the importance of the mission. As for Jiang Chen, consider it a sacrifice in the line of duty. Have a good trip. Chapter 68. A billion points better than you. When Li Yuxiang and the others left, Jiang Chen looked at the 13 people across from him and suddenly revealed a wry smile. Boss, this kid really has a problem with his brain. He's still giggling even after his companions have left. The bald man sized Jiang Chen up for a moment. Boy, what are you laughing at? I'm happy. The bald man's cheeks jumped, and it was pretty damn cute. No way. His companion had abandoned him and he was still happy and laughing. What's wrong with you if it's not your brain? He's quite handsome, just a bit stupid. But it doesn't matter. He'll fetch a good price just with those looks. The bald man waved his hand. Tie him up and take him back. He did not even look at it, shouldered the big knife and turned to go. The rest is to hand over to the little brother on the line. This kind of thing, they are old hands. The 2 little brothers walked towards Jiang Chen with ropes in their hands smilingly, to tie him up. Oh, kid, don't move. Wait to go back, brother, pain you ha. One of them licked his lips looking at Jiang Chen with an aggressive gaze. You ing pervert. Jiang Chen's gaze went cold, directly giving him a penetrating cold, and then kicked him out, landing right in front of the bald man. You, seek death. The bald man turned around with a startled huff, only to see that another junior brother had also been poisoned. Cool. Hanging 2 people in the blink of an eye made the bald man furious, lifting his large sword and killing Jiang Chen, with the others following closely behind. Give my brother back his life. The bald man bellowed, and the wind of his blazing blade slashed straight at Jiang Chen's head. Life is not coming back, but I am sending you down for a reunion. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He didn't have the slightest bit of softness for these people. His strike was a fatal blow. He was seen holding a long sword and killing directly into it, which could be described as killing one person in 10 steps and spilling blood 3 feet high. Blood soared wildly. Every time the sword fell, one person was pierced through. In just the blink of an eye, all 13 people collapsed in a pool of blood, dying in peace. The bald man couldn't figure out until the day he died if this guy was a cutie or not. Jiang Chen left in style after removing their storage rings. On the other side, Wang Yuan frowned. What do we do now? With one less person, there was less power, and the 4 men immediately felt the pressure multiply. Li Yuxiang. Find a way to infiltrate inside the Night Lords and figure out the exact location of the hostages before making plans. It's too difficult to sneak in unnoticed inside the Night Lords. Zhang Haoran sighed. It was not easy to sneak inside the Night Lords. Even if you successfully sneak in and find the location of the hostages, how do you bring them out? There's more to a series of troubles than just paying lip service. The task was so difficult for them that it was almost impossible to accomplish. Hello guys, there you are. Just when the four were at a loss, Jiang Chun suddenly returned, and the four immediately stood up, coming to stare at Jiang Chun incredulously, only to see that he was intact, with no sign of injury at all. They let you go? Liu Xiong swallowed and asked. That to know. So how did you get back? Several people were filled with shock and doubt. The opposite side was 13 people. Among them there were also golden 6-star, 7-star powerhouses. It was simply unbelievable that Jiang Chun was still able to come back peacefully. I overtook them and went peacefully. The four of them had their mouths open, completely shocked. Jiang Chen's words were undoubtedly like a bomb exploding in their minds, and their entire heads buzzed. You killed them, all of them? Wang Yuan swallowed and spoke with difficulty. There's no fuss. Don't be too surprised. It's just routine. Jiang Chun said with an indifferent wave of his hand. The four people's cheeks unconsciously twitched a few times. This is a routine operation? Are you crazy or are we crazy? Although the four of them were that much higher in rank than the other party, they had absolutely no chance of winning if they wanted to fight 4 against 13. Now that Jiang Chun had told them that he had taken out a nest of others by himself, or that it was a routine operation, how could they believe it? I don't believe it. Wang Yuan asked sardonically. That, at the risk of asking, what's your rank? The other three also looked at Jiang Chun. At that time, although Jiang Chun had said that he was of the power lineage, he hadn't said the rank. Could it be a big brother? Jiang Chun smiled faintly. It's not much taller. Just a little bit taller than you guys. For people's eyelids jumped, you are a little bit or a billion points. They had some guesses about Jiang Chen's strength. Being able to easily solve those 13 people meant that all of his levels were at least gold 10 stars or above, or even platinum. Thinking of this, the hearts of several people were immediately settled, and the pressure on their bodies was also a little less. Previously, I thought Jiang Chun was a mop-up, didn't realize that it was really a thigh. Liu Xiong said, Jiang Chun, did we get our storage rings back? Jiang Chun was at a loss. Storage ring? What storage ring? I don't know. A few people froze, not really knowing if Jiang Chun was pretending or for real. Over the next few days, they continued to pretend to be adventurers while approaching the Night Lord's base camp. Jiang Chun was a little puzzled that this Jing city was located in the plains, surrounded by flat land, no mountains, no large lakes, but here there were endless ferocious beasts entrenched. The key to these magical beasts were still very honest. Not out of the city at all, it was very strange. According to the information they had learned, there were high-level magical beasts of the 6th or even 7th rank in the center area. Jing City covered a large area, but 90% of it was occupied by magical beasts, with less than 10% of the main human activity area. After so many years of development, this area has also formed a certain scale, and there are all sorts of buying and selling, black markets and other trading markets here. Of course, killing people and getting away with it is common. The Night Lords were the largest criminal organization in Jing City, controlling 80% of the territory in the area of human activity, and could be said to be the #1 force in Jing City deservedly. Bang! There was a loud bang and the door to the restaurant was pushed open with great force. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man strutted in, and many people couldn't help but shrink their necks at the sight of him, their gazes filled with fear. The owner of the restaurant thought that someone was messing with him aggressively and quickly walked out from the inner hall. But when he saw that it was this middle-aged, the anger on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a fawning smile. Brother Chun, what wind blew you here? Please sit down, please sit down. Old me is hungry. Good wine and good food for old me. Yes, I'll go and make arrangements. Wait a moment, Brother Chun. The wine and food will be here soon. The owner rushed into the back kitchen and ordered something, then took 2 more bottles of good wine out of the liquor cabinet. In no time, that Chen's table was full of dishes, chicken, duck and fish. Brother Chun, enjoy your meal. The owner attentively poured a glass of wine for the middle-aged man. A cup of spirits down, the middle-aged man patted the boss's head and said, You do know how to behave. I'll cover this place from now on. If anyone dares to come and cause trouble, report my name as Chun Gang. The boss was overjoyed and even thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you, Brother Chun. Brother Chun, drink. Drink? Chun Gang ate for more than an hour and finally left with a full stomach. He was red-faced and staggered as he walked, obviously a little drunk. You guys wait here. I'll go check it out. Jiang Chun got up and left after he finished speaking, following Chun Gang out the door without haste. Tonight's a moon, full, Chun Gang hummed a little song and walked into the alley next to him. Jiang Chun silently followed him in and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 69. Deadbeat. You're hurting me. Chun Gang was humming a little song and was about to release the water, but he suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and he jerked his head back. How dare someone sneak up on him in Jing City? Don't want to live. Jiang Chun was stunned. This old boy's skin was really hard. One blow didn't even dry him out. Before Chin Gang could get a good look at him, Jiang Chun grabbed Chin Gang's face, not even giving him a chance to react, and slammed him hard against the wall. With a muffled bang, Chun Gang's body went limp. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun first injected a spiritual force to seal him off, preventing him from suddenly waking up. The soul search was then conducted directly, and although Chen Gang was unconscious but still had an extremely painful look on his face. Soon, Jiang Chun understood the internal structure of the Night Lord's organization from his memories and knew the exact location of that scientist. His gaze turned slightly, then he quickly changed into Chun Gang's appearance using the disguise technique he obtained from Steel Plate Gone Scamper. As for the real Chin Gang, he was directly overtaken on the spot. Not exactly a peaceful death, mainly because there was still half the water left to drain. He then sent a message to Liu Xiong through the special encrypted communication device issued by the Alien Energy Division, telling them to wait nearby ready to receive them. After disposing of the body, Jiang Chun swaggered towards the Night Lord's base camp with Chun Gang's appearance on top. According to Chen Gang's memory, his position in the Night Lords was not low, and could even be said to be very high. He was one of the core members of the Night Lords, and was directly under the orders of Kong Hai, the boss of the Night Lords, and there were many things that he knew about or even directly participated in. Jiang Chun swaggered to the base camp base with a six-parent stride and entered the interior of the base without any obstruction. He had learned from Chun Gang's memories that the organization was forcing the scientist to hand over the gene potion and its scientific information, but that scientist's mouth was hard and had never compromised. Jiang Chun arrived unhindered at the place where the scientists were being held. He was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with many wounds on her body and her clothes covered in blood, obviously suffering a lot. Jiang Chun had always had respect for this kind of scientist with a backbone, but his face acted menacingly. You guys keep an eye on her. If you get her killed, none of you will be able to eat. Yes, Brother Chun. A few of the minions responded in a hurry. Chun, the boss wants you to come over. This time a junior ran over and said, Anon. Got it. I'm on my way. He then breezed over to Kong Hai's office. Boss, you wanted to see me? Jiang Chun had a fawning smile on his face. This is what he saw from Chun Gang's memory. Chun Gang had always had such a fawning and pleasing look to his boss. Not to mention, Jiang Chun was pretending in such a way that even Kong Hai didn't notice anything wrong. The Alien Energy Division has been keeping a close eye over there these past few days. Have you found any suspicious people entering the city? Kan Hai asked casually as he half reclined in his chair. Recently there have been quite a few new faces, mostly low-level adventurers. We sent our men to secretly follow them for a while and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I heard that Baldy and the others were killed? Jiang Chun nodded and said, Yes, there is this matter. 2 days ago someone found their corpses, and the belongings and resources on them were gone. Arrange for someone to look into this matter. After all, Bald Head and his group aren't weak. I don't want to see high-ranking people appearing in my territory. Boss, don't worry. I've already arranged for someone to investigate. I guess there will be results soon. Kong Hai then asked some other questions, and Jiang Chun answered them all without revealing any cracks. Boss, there are a few adventuring teams that have almost replenished their resources. Are we arranging for someone to rob them? You watch. Okay. Then I'll make the arrangements. Jiang Chun came out of Kong Hai's office just in time to collide head-on with a woman. The woman's name is Lu Mei, the girlfriend of Chun Gang's brother. Xiong is not bad, thick makeup wearing cool. The Ai is the kind of woman who is very tactful to men. Although she is her brother's girlfriend, in private she hangs out with Chun Gang again and gives his brother a green hat. When the two collided, Jiang Chun instinctively had to retreat, but he was now Chun Gang, and if he retreated, he would be directly exposed. So, he followed Chun Gang's movements and wrapped his arms around the woman's waist and took her into his arms. Lu Mei giggled and powdered 2 punches on Jiang Chun's chest, chirping, You deadbeat, you're hurting people. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed, and lewd expression on his face as he slightly swept his gaze downward. Do you want me to rub it for you? It's outside. And you're not afraid of being bumped into. Lu Mei gave him a flavorful blank look and broke away from his arms. I have to report for work. I'll catch you later. Wait for me, yo. She blew a breath in Jiang Chen's ear. The whole Jiang Chen almost a jolt, fortunately controlled. Otherwise it will reveal the cloven foot. Yeah, I'll wait. Waiting for a hammer, he was bitter in his heart. Nima, this Chun gang is really a good big brother, ah. Even the brotheress woman is not spared. Bah. Although the heart disagreed with it 10,000 times, the mouth couldn't say it out loud. Have to hurry to find a way to save people out. He does not want to stay for a moment, in case Lu may really come to find him really do not know how to deal with it. It's not possible to fake it and make it work. Is it? Wouldn't you lose a lot of money then? Besides, is that the same size? Will it be discovered? He felt a rush of headache at the thought of this, and could not wait to get into action. But the base is heavily defended and it's really difficult to get people out, so you have to outsmart them. 2 hours later, a knock came at the door. Jiang Chun was instantly jolted. No way. For real? He opened the door, and outside the door was indeed Lu Mei, who had just taken a shower. Deadbeat. What are you still standing here for? Get in the house. Lu Mei nodded Jiang Chen's forehead and entered the room with a flash of lightness. Damn Chin Gang. Oh no. Dead ghost Chin Gang, you leave me such a big hole, how do I patch? Chun Gang had arranged his brothers to go out on a mission and wouldn't be coming back for the next few days. His purpose was simple, to get tired of being with Lu Mei. However, the current Chin Gang was Jiang Chun now, and he didn't want to explain himself here. Lu Mei was wearing a black halter dress, and when she entered the room, she flung herself onto the sofa, her perfect body in full view. It's no wonder Chin Gang wants to poach his own brother. This figure is really top. It's average looking, but other people are bumpy front and back bumpy back. What are you waiting for, deadbeat? Come here. Lu Mei's soft voice came. Jiang Chen's heart was bitter, but he had to tough it out in order not to be exposed. When he sat down, Lu Mei came up. When the soft jade entered his arms, Jiang Chen's whole body couldn't help but get a layer of goosebumps. Deadbeat. What's wrong with you today? You used to be a monkey's errand. Lu Mei mastered Jiang Chen's neck and pampered him. He now hated to snap Chin Gang out and whip his body 100 times. This situation is a dilemma. Sacrificing yourself for the mission? Whatever, just go for it. The big deal is to ask the Alien Energy Division for more bonus money to buy supplements to replenish your body. Thinking of this, he put his heart on the line and threw himself onto the bed as soon as he picked up Lu Mei. Chapter 70. Exposure of Identity. Ah. Deadbeat, lighten up. Lu Mei cut him off with a glance that could be described as flirtatious and charming to the extreme. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Finally posed. This woman is still really hard to satisfy. These years in order to earn money but no less than to learn new skills, this is not, bath center learned massage skills come in handy today. It's true that there are many skills. Of course, Jiang Chun closed off Lu Mei's senses and let her sleep to death while he himself experimented on her. On the second day, Lu Mei left satisfied and said that she would come over again tonight, so Jiang Chun was naturally filled with joy. He then went to see the imprisoned scientists. She was seen to be haggard, her whole face puffy and swollen, obviously having been forced to do something again. Jiang Chun came out of the base and cruised around like Chun Gang in the past. His arrogant and domineering look was still put on. He sent a message to Xiong and the others, stating that he had thought of a way and needed their cooperation. That night, Lu Mei arrived as expected and entered the room and wrapped herself around Jiang Chen's neck. Deadbeat. Let's play something more exciting tonight, said. She pushed Jiang Chen down with one hand. Jiang Chen eyelids jumped. This is to use force? Said when it was too late, right when Lu Mei hands Jiang Chen directly a carp tucked and rolled over to the landlord when the two blinked and swapped positions. Come on, deadbeat. Don't pity me harder. Bang. With a hand strike, Jiang Chen did hit hard. Lu Mei instantly fainted with her eyes rolled back in her head. He quickly found clothes from his storage ring that looked exactly like the scientists and put them on Lu Mei, then used the transfiguration technique to change her appearance to that of the scientist. After doing so, he injected another aura into Lu Mei's body and sealed her away. After ensuring that everything was foolproof, the next step was to wait for Xiong's movements. Although there were many magical beasts in King City, the nights were generally quieter. However, the magical beasts seemed to be a bit agitated tonight, and there were constant hissing noises coming from them. At first it was just sporadic individuals, but as time passed, more and more magical beasts began to riot, and slowly and surprisingly formed a wave of beasts rushing towards the place where the humans had gathered. The people in the gathering area ran in all directions, taking cover to avoid being overwhelmed by the wave of beasts. A large number of magical beasts ran rampant towards the main camp of the Night Lord's organization, and for a while there was a great deal of internal chaos, and Kang Hai even personally stepped in to organize the defense. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile, feeling that the time was almost right. He put the disguised Lu Mei into a snakeskin bag and carried it up to the place where the scientists were being held and walked quickly, not forgetting to arrogantly yell at those juniors to fend off the wave of beasts in the meantime. Soon he arrived at his destination without incident, and at this point there were two other guards here. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and directly walked over in large strides, quickly striking before the two could react. The two men's bodies then shuddered and they were directly electrocuted. Pulling the key from them, he quickly opened the glass door. Immediately, Jiang Chun arrived at the scientist's side in 3 or 2 steps. By now the scientist had been tortured so badly that her clothes were covered in blood stains, and at this point she hung her head as if she were asleep or passed out. Then he quickly untied the ropes that bound her. "Professor Lu, wake up. I'm coming to save you." Jiang Chun pushed her shoulder in an attempt to wake her up. However, it was at this moment that a strange change occurred. Only to see Professor Lu suddenly storming up, instantly attacking Jiang Chun, the sharp knife in his hand viciously stabbing at his chest. Hey, been waiting for you for a long time," a hoarse voice rang out. Jiang Chen's gaze froze, and only then did he see the man's true appearance. "Where is what Professor Lu? It is clearly Chun Gang's brother Luo Zhenggang. The distance between the two was too close, and it was a sudden attack. Jiang Chun simply did not have the time or space to react. Luo Zhenggang firmly grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder with his left hand, and the sharp-pointed knife in his right hand had already stabbed at Jiang Chen's chest. Only to hear when a sound, Luo Zhenggang suddenly froze, then his face changed. The tip of the knife unexpectedly could not stab in. Just in the moment he froze, Jiang Chen's fist was slammed hard on his belly. Luo Zhenggang was directly pushed out heavily by a huge force, then slammed into the wall, never able to get up again. Jiang Chun didn't know how his actions had been exposed. But now was not the time to think about this. He took a step forward and directly grabbed Luo Zhenggang's head and began to search his soul. Luo Zhenggang screamed in pain and was knocked out by a big slap. Soon, Jiang Chun found the location where Professor Lu was being held from his memory. After sending Luo Zhenggang away with a kick, he ran non-stop to the place where the real Professor Lu was being held. Now that it's been discovered, there's nothing to hide. Flying sword levitation, someone who blocked the people to overpower all of them, to save the people as soon as possible before Kang Hai can return to the spirit. Killed all the way over here and finally found the real Professor Lu. Although there were many people guarding the place under Jiang Chen's absolute crushing, these people simply did not have the power to fight back. All of them were sent to receive their box lunches. "Who are you?" "Professor Lu, don't be afraid. I'm from the Department of Alien Energy, here to get you out." With that, Jiang Chun showed her the identification of the Alien Energy Division. As they were about to leave, they were surrounded by people. Kang Hai, the boss of the Night Lord's organization, walked out with a slap on his face. Well, what a tactic." Kang Hai stared straight at Jiang Chun with a cold smile on his face. Jiang Chun frowned. This person's strength was a bit impenetrable. He guarded Professor Lu behind him vigilantly, looking for an opportunity to break out at any time. "Isn't it very, very curious how I found you?" Kang Hai laughed, seemingly in no hurry to catch Jiang Chun, anticipating that he wouldn't be able to escape. "Not curious," Jiang Chun said indifferently. Kang Hai's face gave a lurch. "No, you're curious. Not curious. You're curious." Kang Hai gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to show a wave of superiority, but Jiang Chun didn't cooperate at all, making him feel very upset. "Tell you what, so you can die in peace." Finally, Kang Hai couldn't help but show off. A smug smile appeared on Kang Hai's stoic face. "Qin Gang has been hanging out with me for so many years. I know his nature too well, and it's not too much of a stretch to say that he's a demon of color. I've also known about him and Lu Mei for a long time, but I just usually turn a blind eye." Jiang Chun frowned slightly, as if he knew why his identity had been exposed. Sure enough, Kang Cheng's next words did fulfill his suspicions. "Isn't it unorthodox to be a horny bastard and not eat what's delivered to your door? I didn't believe it when Lu Mei told me, until I personally verified, as she said, that you really do have a problem. So, I set you up for this. Surprised or not?" Chapter 71. Han Inglong, the old bastard, is a traitor to me. Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped, This relationship was a bit messy. Which one is Lu Mei's girlfriend? Or is she everyone's girlfriend? Although I don't know what tactics you used to fool me, but today you absolutely can't escape. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and serve me from now on. I can spare you. Jiang Chan said coldly. I'll give you a chance too. Let us go then, turn yourself in. Maybe you can still live. Kong Hai's gaze went cold. Then there's no more to talk about, so go to hell. As he waved his hand, a group of minions had all been killing towards Jiang Chun in a ferocious manner. Jiang Chun turned around and grabbed Professor Lu, then the royal sword art took off directly. His fist fiercely blasted towards the roof, and with a loud bang the roof was directly smashed into a large hole, and the two instantly flew out. Kong Hai's gaze was stagnant. He didn't expect Jiang Chun to be able to fly. It was a bit beyond his expectations. A cruel look appeared on his face as he took a step and flew directly through the hole. You can't run away. Jiang Chun only wanted to escape with the professor right now, so he made a seal with one hand and quickly punched out a spell, and the speed of the flying sword instantly increased by a few points. Only, Kong Hai's speed wasn't slow, always following him, unable to get rid of him. At this time, he also spotted Liu Xiong and the others who had come to meet him, and quickly swooped down to drop Professor Lu to them. You guys go first, I'll hold him off. After dropping Professor Lu, Jiang Chun unexpectedly turned around and took the initiative to greet Kong Hai. Liu Xiong and the others took a deep look at Jiang Chen's back. Then without hesitation, they took Professor Lu with them and ran in the direction of the city gates. The royal sword technique was performed, and the three flying swords transformed into three silver lights and chopped towards Kong Hai, who was slightly surprised, not expecting Jiang Chun to manipulate objects in addition to flying. Facing the rapidly coming flying swords, Kong Cheng did not panic. His body dodged back and forth in the air, easily avoiding the attack. Jiang Chun slashed his hands as his flying sword continued to chop down. Kong Hai's gaze condensed. Then he suddenly struck out and blasted at the flying sword. Only a thick layer of earth and stone defense covered his fist. With a bang, a flying sword was directly smashed and suddenly turned into a piece of scrap metal and spilled. When there were two more sounds, the other two flying swords were also blasted into iron slag in an instant. If that's all the strength you have, then you can go to hell, Kong Hai said in a cold voice, and in an instant the wind of his fist had arrived in front of Jiang Chen's body. Fields open. The next moment Jiang Chun directly began his own domain, and Kong Hai's fist that was blasting over suddenly lurched. But it only paused for a few seconds before it finally smashed into him. Jiang Chun shot to the ground like a shooting star and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Pest! A mouthful of blood spurted out, but fortunately, the dragon scale armor's defense was amazing, and he wasn't smashed to death by a fist. But even so, his internal organs were shaken, and the intense pain caused his face to turn slightly white. You are not a clan master. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. How could a sect master break through his domain in one go, unless the other party wasn't a sect master at all? Kong Hai laughed coldly. Who told you I'm a grandmaster? I was already a king many years ago. With a boom, the aura of a king 3-star emanated from his body. Jiang Chen's eyelids fluttered. The gap between this and the information provided by the Alien Energy Division was too great. The information given to him by the Alien Energy Division showed that the Night Lord's organization leader Kong Hai's rank was a Zhong Shi 3-star. However, how can it be a king 3-star? The difference is a full big realm. How else can we fight? Hit the hammer. Hehehe. It seems that you got the wrong information. Someone is trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Kong Hai laughed. Jiang Chen's heart went cold as Han Ninglong's appearance popped up in his mind. Doggone it, most likely he moved. He was still wondering how a newcomer who had joined the Alien Division on his first day and hadn't even had time to read the rules and regulations had been put on a mission. Turns out there was someone behind it. If it was a Zhong Shi, then he could still maneuver for a while, but facing a king he had no power to fight back, only to run. But if he just ran away with Kong Hai's speed, he would soon catch up with Liu Xiong and the others, and when the mission failed, none of them would survive. So you can go to hell now. Kong Hai exerted his supernatural ability, and in the next moment, the ground shook, and a huge ground thorn rushed out from the ground, stabbing at Jiang Chun. Bang! Jiang Chun couldn't dodge in time. A ground spike viciously stabbed him in the undershirt. The immense force caused his bones to crunch, and large mouthfuls of blood sprayed out. Kong Hai was slightly stunned, then revealed a look of surprise. I suspected you had something on you just now, and it looks like I wasn't wrong. That ground thorn had caused Jiang Chun to take damage, but it hadn't been able to pierce his skin. If it was usual, his strike would have been enough to pierce through the body of an alien of the same rank. Jiang Chun spat out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in a row. His face lost its blood color and became pale, and his internal organs seemed to be shifted in pain. He gritted his teeth. He can't go down. Once down, there is no chance of survival. Hand over what you have on you and I'll give you a hard time. Kong Hai sneered and threatened. If the old bastard is capable, come and get it yourself. Jiang Chun shouted through clenched teeth. How dare you talk tough when you're dying? When I kill you, the things will still be mine, but I won't let you die so easily. The moment the words fell, Kong Hai directly launched an attack. The current Jiang Chun was already at the end of his strength, was no threat to him, and could be easily wiped out with just the move of a finger. Only to see him, he unleashed his powers. A stone chain clattered out of the ground. The top of that chain was indeed a sharp, sharp spike. The stone chains swept toward Jiang Chun like snakes, wanting to pierce him through. Jiang Chun clenched his teeth fiercely and performed the sword art, rising into the air in an instant, narrowly avoiding the entanglement of a stone chain. But more chains were rushing straight upwards to rush up into the mid-air right after them. Suddenly the speed of a stone chain increased violently, and the spikes at the top left a trail of residual shadows stabbing towards Jiang Chun. In the nick of time, Jiang Chun quickly condensed a light shield in front of his body to block the attack, but his body was simultaneously shaken out by a huge force that sent him flying 30 to 40 meters. On him, coughing. After coughing up 2 large mouthfuls of blood, his face became even paler, and his body shook for a while, seemingly threatening to fall out of the air at any time. He didn't dare to linger any longer, and turned to flee desperately. Kong Hai's power was not something he could fight against. I told you there is no escape. Kong Hai snorted coldly and chased after him with a single movement of his body, his speed not slower than Jiang Chun's. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Jiang Chun had to force out a mouthful of essence blood to increase the speed of his flight at the cost of burning his essence blood. Instead of flying outside the city, he flew towards the magical beast gathering place. There was a large number of flying magical beasts in the darkness ahead. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and directly charged forward with a hard head. Now the only way to have a slight chance of survival was to fight to the death. Kong Hai frowned when he saw Jiang Chun rushing into the territory of the magical beasts, but he didn't stop and still chased after them. Chapter 72 Beast King emerges, 10,000 beasts worshipping. Jiang Chun plunged headlong into the group of magical beasts. The wraith was disturbed and instantly rioted, its huge wings flapping and rolling up a gust of wind. It was a group of huge fire crows, their feathers red as fire, and a scorching heat emanating from their surroundings. Jiang Chun was immediately enveloped by high temperatures after rushing in, as if he was in the middle of a hot volcano, and the clothes on his body were almost set ablaze. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a fireball shot up. Jiang Chun kept dodging to avoid the attacks of the fire crows, and at the same time, Kong Hai, who had followed him down, was attacked by the fire crows indiscriminately. But his level was too high and his movement speed was fast, plus he was in the defense department and his defense was amazing. These attacks were simply useless against him. Kid, you can't escape. Kong Hai gritted his teeth. He was really shocked that this guy's speed was so fast. Whenever he was about to catch up, the former would suddenly accelerate and leave him behind for another distance. Kong Hai swung his fist. A strong and dominating punch blasted out. Jiang Chun couldn't avoid it in time to take a direct hit. Puff, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His body trembled fiercely. The power of this punch was very great. He gritted his teeth fiercely and borrowed the power of this punch. His body rushed forward violently for some distance. Without realizing it, the two were already surrounded by magical beasts. Jiang Chen's forward speed was severely affected. Kong Hai laughed out loud. Kid, let's see where you're going to run. Do you know why I made Jing City my home base? Aren't you curious? Jiang Chun gritted his teeth without looking back. Curious your ass. Kong Hai grunted. I know you're curious, so I'll tell you before you die, so you can die in a clear way. You old stick. I don't want to hear it. No, you say you don't want to hear it, but in reality your heart is already filled with curiosity and questions. Jiang Chun secretly spat. This Kong Hai has a problem, just like to show off in front of others. The moment you don't show off, you feel uncomfortable. Just as he was flying with all his might, the magical beasts in the sky suddenly shook. Their eyes suddenly appeared in a daze, and then gave up on Kong Hai and turned their heads to all attack Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun immediately broke out into a long cold sweat. What's the situation? Kong Hai laughed out loud. They all know that I'm an Earth System ability awakened, but they don't know that I've awakened two kinds of abilities, an Earth System and a rare beast control ability. Kong Hai smiled proudly and laughed. There are countless magical beasts in Jing City. As long as I want, they are all under control. Jiang Chun was shocked in his heart. This guy had even awakened the rare Sentinel Beast ability. No wonder he was emboldened to occupy Jing City. The countless magical beasts here are his soldiers. This secret is something that even my most trusted people don't know. And today you know my secret, so go to hell. Jiang Chun Heart MMP, you damn have to say with me have anything to do? The surrounding magical beasts were getting more and more numerous. And Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, utilizing the power of his entire body to instantly launch a lightning attack. For a moment, the magical beasts that surrounded him were in a state of shock and chaos, and he took the opportunity to rush out through the gap. Kong Hai sneered, "You won't be able to escape." Without realizing it, they had entered the core of the magical beast area, where there were even more magical beasts and their levels were higher. Suddenly, Jiang Chun swerved violently, and at that very moment, a huge tail lashed at the place where he had just been. Buzzing sound, that tail pumped when actually rolled up the sound of air vibration, visible speed how fast, if you were pumped, the head must be shattered, died on the spot. Also suffering from the attack was Kong Hai, who was right behind him. He had a hard collision with the suddenly drawn tail, and the tremendous force caused his body to take several steps backward. It was only then that he realized that unknowingly they had already arrived at the core area of the magical beasts, causing him to frown. Although he had been entrenched in Jing City for many years and had a great familiarity with the magical beast region, he was only limited to the outer regions. This core area scares even him. While hesitating to continue chasing after him, a huge pool of water appeared under that, and the surrounding magical beasts seemed to have become unusually violent and started to launch fierce attacks on the two. Hai Kong activated his Sentinel Beast ability, only to find that the magical beasts merely went into a trance for a moment before returning to normal. Hai Kong was shocked in his heart. The level of the magical beasts here was too high and was beyond his control. There was a limitation to the Beast Sentinel ability, which was that the magical beasts under his control could not exceed his own level, otherwise it was ineffective. He stared at Jiang Chen's body that was struck by the magical beasts and clenched his teeth but still chased after him, dodging the attacks of the magical beasts while approaching Jiang Chen. Knock! Suddenly, a dull sound rang out, as if a hammer had struck the hearts of the two men, and Jiang Chen's body instantly shook violently, nearly falling out of the air. That calm and wave-free water surface also had a ripple at the moment. Under this sound, the bodies of the countless magical beasts around were shaken, their eyes filled with fear, their bodies trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground, as if they were making a pilgrimage to the king. Kong Hai instantly felt his scalp go numb. Knock! There was another muffled sound, and a wave rose from the surface of the water, as it appeared that a super creepy creature was awakening under that huge pool of water. Countless magical beasts buried their heads even lower, that is, those flying in the sky of the fire crows at this time also all prostrate on the ground, do not dare to raise their heads. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion on the surface of the water, but the sound of the explosion was silenced by an earth-shattering hiss of a magical beast. Kong Hai's face instantly turned white and he turned to flee. An unprecedented sense of fear came over him. Reason told him that if he didn't retreat now, he would die here. Jiang Chun also hurriedly braked, then turned around. The feeling of death made his heart palpitate immensely. Roar! Another roar that shook heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in Jingchang heard this voice, and each of their bodies trembled. It was a pressure from the soul. A huge figure rushed out of the water, its massive head directly blocking Jiang Chen's front. Jiang Chun braked instantly, and what appeared in front of him was a huge eye, followed by another, two huge blood-red vertical eyes staring intently at him. Jiang Chun was appalled. What kind of magical beast was this that was so huge? Heart beating wildly, without any hesitation, he quickly backed up, when the water mist dispersed and the real body of the demonic beast was revealed. Augur! Jiang Chun almost didn't jump. The legendary creature actually existed. Judging from the aura, this guy was at least all at the 8th rank, equivalent to a human marquee level alien, but no one would doubt that he was stronger than a top human marquee level powerhouse. The huge body was also unknown how long it was. Just sticking out of the water was already as tall as a 10-story building, and a large part of it was still hidden underwater. Jiang Chun directly flew without saying a word. What's the point of playing? This thing could drown him with a mouthful of spit. Rumbling, A powerful force erupted from the Jiaolong. All the magical beasts in the city were shaken, then bowed down in worship towards the center area. Everyone was dumbfounded. What did they see? 10,000 beasts make a pilgrimage. All the magical beasts were making a pilgrimage to their monarch. Everyone in the city felt an incomparably oppressive aura, so oppressive that they could barely breathe. The people who supported Jiang Chun and their people just arrived outside the city at this time and were suddenly shocked by this powerful energy. This kind of power has already exceeded their cognition, letting their whole body sweating hairs upside down through the body ice cold. Such a big commotion directly alarmed the energy detection device of the Alien Energy Division, and the satellite automatically localized itself and sent back a real-time picture. When they saw the auger dragon, they all sucked in their breath. 8th rank top-class magical beast. That's Jiang Chun. There was a person running away in the picture, and it was none other than Jiang Chun. Now there was no one left to pursue the question of why he would appear there and why he had incurred such a terrifying magical beast. Han Long couldn't help but look at the picture. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. Once Jiang Chun died, it was considered to be revenge for Xiao Yi. On the other hand, Hushirda on the other side had a worried look on his face, his gaze bright and uncertain, not knowing what he was thinking. Anam. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Suddenly, there was a rush of sirens and the tech staff came rushing in. Report, Director. A hacker broke into our system and published the satellite footage on the internet. What? Are you all for real? Didn't you say the system defense is impenetrable? Hushirda immediately jumped up, his eyebrows wrinkled into a Chuan character. Have a specialist take care of it right away. The man was admonished and hurried off to contact a specialist. And the internet has been full of people who have seen the footage. They were shocked when they saw the huge auger dragon. The legendary creature had really appeared, and it was even more huge and ferocious than the legend. This person is so damn fierce. He dares to provoke this kind of ferocious beast. He's dead. Huh. This person looks a little familiar. In the middle of the battlefield, Jiang Chun was shaken by the auger dragon's hiss. His blood churned, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a puff. The dragon lunged towards Jiang Chun with a single movement of its body. Jiang Chun's scalp was suddenly numb and his sweaty hairs stood on end, and the shadow of death shrouded him in deathlessness. He flew away in a hurry, but the scaly dragon was faster than he thought, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up to him and opened its bloody mouth and bit over. Jiang Chun's heart was beating rapidly, and at this moment, he was nervous to the extreme. His body sank downward violently, and he dodged the huge mouth in a thrilling manner. One strike failed to succeed. The dragon seemed to be furious. It hissed. The two tentacles on its head flashed with lightning. Zipla, a hanging lightning, instantly fell. Jiang Chun was horrified. The lightning power released by the auger dragon was more than a level stronger than him. But it was too late to change direction now, so he clenched his teeth and similarly cast the thunderbolt technique. Rumble. In an instant, Jiang Chun was submerged in the lightning. Chapter 73. Death. Pest. Jiang Chun rushed out with great difficulty, coughing up blood, his face as pale as paper, his body shaking. Not bothering to wipe off the blood stains on the side of his mouth, he flew desperately towards the periphery without any stops. The difference in strength between him and Xiaolong was too great to be confronted. The huge body of the dragon rotated in the air, then opened its mouth to shoot out an even more powerful lightning. Jiang Chun instantly went cold through his body. He could feel that this attack had locked onto him and could not be avoided. He had to carry it hard. At this moment, he mobilized the thunder spirit will within his body, then swung his fist towards the attacking thunderbolt. Rumble. The scene erupted with a blinding white light that illuminated the entire sky. All the people watching the image were stabbed in the eyes, and when the light dispersed, they only saw Jiang Chun's body fall helplessly from the air. Jiang Chun let out a bitter smile. He didn't think that he would really die here. His only regret was that he didn't get to see Xiao Yi's death with his own eyes. His spiritual energy has been exhausted. His body is even more seriously traumatized. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are ruptured. Even if he is able to escape, it is estimated that he will not be able to live. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer able to put up any resistance. That's the end of it. The huge head of the dragon lashed downward, then bit down on Jiang Chun, followed by a vicious head toss to throw Jiang Chun high into the air, then opened its bloody mouth and bit down. In the next moment, Jiang Chun's entire body fell into the mouth of the scaly dragon and was swallowed with a grunt. Everyone who saw the scene was incomparably chilled. Humans were simply powerless in front of such a magical beast. Jiang Chen died and was swallowed by the dragon. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Xiao Zisong laughed out loud. His mood instantly improved, and his depression was swept away. Jiang Chen, you damn well have your day. You deserve it, ha ha ha. Next to him, Liu Ruyan's brows also stretched out, and an unspeakable feeling of relief rose in his heart. Xiao Zisong was in a good mood and grabbed Liu Ruyan's long hair and pulled it over. Now that Jiang Chen was dead, no one would dare to compete with him for Shinxinyan. He had to speed up his actions and find a way to take him down as soon as possible. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Cool. On the other hand, Xiao Yi, who was lying on the hospital bed, was not so happy after getting the news. He did want Jiang Chen to die, but it was after getting his special ability that he personally killed him, not like this. He was wasted by Jiang Chen, and from then on, he could no longer smell the chicken, and he hated to personally cut Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. Shun Xinyan's red eyes locked herself in the house and didn't see anyone. Soon, Jiang Chen's risking his life to save Professor Liu was also blown out, and with Li Yuxiang and the others recounting it, Jiang Chen's image instantly towered over the rest. In order to save Professor Liu's courage to break into the interior of the Night Lords, but also in the case of knowing that they are not defeated to fight for them to escape time, and finally forced by the boss of the Night Lords organization into the core area of the magical beasts. Zhongling Alien Energy Division. Pop! Li Wei slapped a piece of information heavily on the table and said angrily, Hu Shirda, you must give me an explanation as to why someone who reported for duty on the first day was given a mission, and why did you give him such a large error of information in his profile? He was truly enraged. It was clear that he had agreed to let Jiang Chen enter the Department of Exoticism in order to protect him, but in a turn of events, he had caused him to lose his life. Jiang Chen's potential was in his eyes. Once he grew up, he would surely be a super strong man, but he was being victimized by these people. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? Hu Shirda's face was unsightly. He opened his mouth and finally said with a sigh, Elderly, it's all my fault. I'll leave it at your disposal. Well, from today onwards, Yu Zhongling Alien Energy Division is relieved of all positions, waiting to accept the organization's investigation. This matter I have to get to the bottom of it, and will not let go of anyone who has been involved. He swept a vicious glance at Han Inglong as he said this, and the latter's entire body immediately shook, but his face remained calm. Time passes quickly, a flash is a month. About Jiang Chen things also slowly subside. Perhaps there are still people after tea talk about, but also just a topic. And after a month of investigation, when Old Man Li wrestled all the evidence in front of Hu Shirda, he finally confessed. When Jiang Chen had come to report for duty at the Department of Alien Energy, it just so happened that Han Inglong was there as well, and he owed Han Inglong a favor when he was younger. When Han Inglong made the request, he originally refused, but the other party used the favor from back then to say so, and he eventually compromised. In fact, as the director of Zhongling's Department of Alien Energy, he had still heard of Jiang Chen and had some idea of his strength. He still hoped that Jiang Chen would return safely, and whether or not he had accomplished his mission, he had at least returned Han Inglong's favor. However, in the end, Jiang Chen died in Jing City, the favor was returned, and his own future was lost. That very day, Han Inglong was taken away. After another period of time, from time to time, the hissing sound of an auger dragon came from the core area of the magical beasts in Jing City, and whenever this time came, all the magical beasts would prostrate themselves on the ground and bow in fear. After the last incident, the higher-ups decided to do a major purge of King City. 2 strong men of the rank of King and Marquis joined forces. Kong Hai was arrested, and the Night Lords organization was dismantled. When the announcement was made, there were a lot of people who joined the crusade against Kong Hai. If it wasn't for him capturing the scientist, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been sent on a mission. If he hadn't been in hot pursuit, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been forced to enter the core area. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Chen wouldn't have died, and tens of thousands of netizens petitioned for Kong Hai's capital punishment. Time flies, in the blink of an eye has already passed a year. Jiang Chen's storm has also long subsided. Most people have already forgotten that there was once such a person's existence. Only a few people are still remembering the former deceased. The annual 5 schools competition has started again. This time it is taken as a full network live broadcast. The competition is very exciting. Zhongling Academy has recruited even better students after last year's heat, and has achieved remarkable results in this competition. There were many people who watched the live stream and felt that everyone in the 5-court tournament was strong and powerful, filled with hot blood. Only teachers who watched the game last year felt that something was always missing from this game. While the participants were all good, the feeling was one of mediocrity and tastelessness. At this time, they thought back to a man from last year, the man who won the championship by 1 point. Those who attended last year's tournament also found it uninteresting, and although they were the targets of a washout last year, they were ultimately impressed. An attention-grabbing pop-up popped up on the live stream at this time. Who remembers the guy who won the championship by 1 point last year? After a brief silence in the pop-up area, many people typed Zhang Chen's name. In last year's 5-house tournament, Zhang Chen set too many records by himself and ended up winning the single championship with 1 point. Such an oddball championship, and an unrepeatable one. And that year, a strange thing happened to the Xiao family. 6 months after Xiao Yi was discharged from the hospital, his various internal organs suddenly began to fail rapidly. The hospital used all sorts of methods to no avail, and in the end, it was only when the Alien Energy Division sent 2 medical awakened to treat him every day that he was barely able to keep his breath. Chapter 74. It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. Go back a year. Zhang Chen was swallowed by the auger dragon in 1 gulp, and then the auger dragon sank into the water with a wild roar. At this moment, Zhang Chen had already fallen into a deep coma, completely lacking any perception of the outside world. Just at this time, the iron in his dantian gently vibrated. A Shenhuang Qi diffuse out quickly cover his body package. The body's spiritual energy is automatically run up, began to slowly repair the injury. A month later, Zhang Chen ghostly opened his eyes. He felt like he'd slept for a long time, the longest he'd slept since he was born. Waiting for him to wake up from the state of confusion, surprised to find that he did not die, and injuries have been healed, and cultivation is also vaguely increased. Soon, though, he was despondent again. He found himself in the body of the auger dragon, not to mention whether he can break open the belly of the auger dragon. If he breaks open, how should he escape? Can he escape? By then he is afraid that it is not as simple as being swallowed. He may be seconded and not even the dregs are left. But at least for now, there was hope if he was still alive. He simply do not want anything directly here to cultivate up. After entering the foundation stage can also be eliminated. Do not eat grains and cereals to survive. There is no problem. One good thing about this place was that the aura was more abundant, at least several times that of the outside world. His cultivation was growing every day, albeit slowly, but he believed that one day he would be able to fight his way out on his own. However, it didn't last long, and his continued absorption of spiritual energy from the auger's body had been discovered. The auger turned writhing muscles began to squeeze, trying to crush the guy who hadn't even been digested in over a month. At first, Zhang Chen was also shocked, fearing that he would be crushed into a Xiong. But soon he was relieved. With the protection of Shenhuang Qi, the auger dragon couldn't hurt him at all. After a few more days of this, the auger seemed to get a little annoyed and began to push and squeeze even harder. Although Zhang Chen was protected from being crushed by the Shenhuang Qi, he was still being squeezed around inside the auger dragon. However, it was also what made him but an unexpected discovery. He had surprisingly found quite a few storage rings here, so he thought that this guy hadn't eaten many people before. The storage rings were so small that they stuck to his mucous membranes, and it couldn't seem to feel them. He tried to control his body to swim over, but every time he moved a little bit, the auger would quickly squeeze and come, and one by one he was instead farther away from those storage rings. So he began to move in the opposite direction, and sure enough, the squeezing pressure reappeared in front of him, and slowly he approached the storage ring. He got 3 of these at once, and he was instantly happy when he checked them out. There were surprisingly a large amount of resources in these storage rings, and the grades were still relatively high, with 4th and 5th order spirit crystals even appearing. It was thought that the owner of the ring should be a higher ranked psychic. But think about it, if the level is not high and the strength is not strong, it is not possible to arrive here, much less swallowed by the dragon. With these resources, Zhang Chen's cultivation speed was much faster. He suddenly felt that this kind of cultivation environment where no one disturbed him and there were resources was really good. He began to pick up the pieces while cultivating and fished out quite a few storage rings, and what surprised him even more was that not only did he get spirit crystals, he also got several feats, such as teleportation arrays, imperial beast techniques, stealth techniques, weapon refining techniques, and a high-level sword technique called Shen Tian sword technique. These were all good things. If they were placed countless years ago, any kind of technique would have caused quite a stir. And he also found a piece of jade the size of a fingernail cap that was broken beyond repair, and after he took out this piece of jade from his storage ring, the other piece of jade in his dantian sent out a strong call. The jade in the dantian, on the other hand, was the one that he had gotten from the last time he went to the auction, which was 2 fingers wide and much larger than this nail-capped one. Zhang Chen frowned slightly as he took out the jade in his dantian, and the smaller piece suddenly trembled before being sucked over, and the two were surprisingly perfectly pieced together. At this moment, he realized that this piece of jade that he had previously found useless could be an extraordinary treasure, or even the key to unlocking a certain place. The thought startled him. Why would he think such a thing? It struck him as odd that, for a moment, that was what he consciously thought, out of his control. He was a bit moved. What a good augur. This place was a treasure trove. Right now, he was living every moment to the fullest, incomparably fulfilling, cultivating to raise his cultivation level while comprehending the techniques. Without resources, he tossed it again. The augur then squeezed him with another shiver, and in the end, the storage rings in the augur's body were all picked up by him. In a year's time, his cultivation had risen from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and he was still one step away from breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. This cultivation speed was simply going to shock everyone's jaws off. It was mainly because the augur was so powerful that there were so many resources in its belly. Jiang Chun was properly thanking the 18 ancestors of the augur. Don't get me wrong, it's a genuine thank you, nothing more. However, resources are ultimately limited, and in a year's time they have already been consumed. Without the spirit crystals, his cultivation speed instantly slowed down, even though the spirit power in the augur dragon's body was relatively abundant. At this speed, it was estimated that it would take several years before he could take that step. After you've been on a rocket and then you're allowed to walk, you realize that walking is no longer comfortable. It's so slow, it's maddeningly slow. Slowly, he began to put his mind to the augur. Don't even think about the dragon's spirit crystal, that thing should be in his head. Retreat. He hit his idea on augur blood. 8th rank augur blood should be a great tonic. He took out a sharp dagger from his storage ring, then found a spot to stab down hard. With a dang sound, Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. The dagger broke, not even breaking the skin of the augur. He's inside his body now and not outside it. Are they all this hard inside? Just outrageous. From this, it could be seen that the hardness of the Jiaolong's flesh had already reached an outrageous level, and when encountering an alien of the same rank, it was estimated that he could achieve crushing with his flesh alone. There was no other way. For the sake of the Jiaolong blood, Jiang Chun also put up a fight. Directly took a dagger out and began to presently learn how to sacrifice it. After a few days of sacrificing, Jiang Chun was also exhausted. Refining weapons was a huge drain on spiritual energy and soul energy. However, it was good that some results had been achieved, and after a simple ritual refinement, this dagger could at least be called a spirit weapon, the lowest quality kind. Holding the dagger in his hand that was emitting a weak spiritual energy, Jiang Chun heatedly smiled before slashing down. With a poof, it was directly inserted into the augur's flesh and blood. Roar! Xiao Dragon 8 Pain suddenly violently rushed out of the water up to the sky hissing. The sound shook the sky and the earth. For a time, the whole Jing city, whether it is people or beasts, are trembling and afraid. Jiang Chun was also shaken to the point of dizziness, but luckily, he had gotten quite a lot of augur blood. When the augur dragon calmed down, he also began to refine and absorb the blood. The effect was good, and his cultivation speed was a bit faster. Moreover, he also realized that his fleshly body was also nourished and became stronger after drinking the blood of the augur dragon. Thus he found a new path of cultivation. So a strange phenomenon occurred when the augur was given a cut every now and then. Every few days the augurs in the core area would go berserk, and, with increasing frequency, the aura of the augurs became more and more violent. The dragon had thought of various ways to crush Jiang Chun, but they all ended in failure. In the end, it even took the initiative to try to spit Jiang Chun out. However, it is easy to invite the god to send the god, is difficult to send the god. How can Jiang Chun, who is living a nourishing life, be willing to go out? Determined not to let it go as it should. Chapter 75. Please get out of my body now. Actually, there was another important reason why Jiang Chun didn't want to go out. With his current strength, going out, he was still no match for Jiaolong and would be killed in seconds. After a while of tossing and turning, the augur was going crazy. This damn human didn't know what method it used. Not only did it not get crushed to death by it, but it was even cutting its flesh and drinking its blood. It was just outrageous. After another period of time, Jiang Chen's cultivation finally managed to reach the late stage of foundation establishment. Through the nourishment of the blood of the augur dragon, the strength of his flesh had also reached a terrifying level. Ordinary swords and spears could no longer injure him. At this point, he was no longer satisfied with the blood and flesh of the augur dragon, and he began to move his gaze to the augur dragon's gall. Snake bile has miraculous effects, not to mention this 8th order augur dragon bile. An absolute treasure of a medicine. Finally, after half a month of hard work, he managed to find the location of the augur gall. He took out a basin straight away, then found a spot to stab down hard. Roar! 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 The moment the knife stabbed in, the augur dragon's entire body shook violently, and then it shot up into the sky, its huge body soaring high into the air, tossing and hissing continuously in the air. All of the magical beasts in Jing City were all prostrate and shivering, and even the human area had quite a few people who fell to their knees in fear. The aura of an 8th-ranked magical beast swept across the entire city, pressurizing people to the point where they could barely breathe. The alien division also noticed the situation over here and mobilized satellite monitoring. After analyzing the images transmitted back, they agreed that the augur was undergoing a metamorphosis and also issued a warning that it was best not to go to Jing City during this period of time to avoid accidents. This time, the augur tossed and turned for a full hour before slowly subsiding, the longest duration of the year. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had prepared for this and wrapped the leaking bile with his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have finished tanning long ago. After obtaining enough bile, he also utilized Xian Huang Qi to treat the augur's wounds slightly. That way it doesn't all leak out at once. After all, he has to come and get it. It's a long way to go. If Jiaolong knew what he was thinking, he was afraid that he would go crazy on the spot. Sure enough, as he expected, the bile worked a little better than the blood, and his cultivation steadily advanced upwards once again. 10 days later, he went under the knife again and got some more bile, and the augur's gallbladder was all shrunken by a circle as a result. The dragon once again went berserk and directly tossed the core area into ruins. Some people had the guts to try to find out what was going on, but before they could get close, they were spotted by the augur dragon. The very angry Jiao Long could not let these people go. Jiang Chun was absorbing and refining the Jiao dragon's bile to enhance his cultivation while using the Jiao dragon's blood to strengthen his physical body, and his days were quite fulfilling. And the 8th-ranked augur dragon had already been tortured and emaciated by him, without the sharp aura it had before. Finally, one day, the augur sent out its first mental fluctuation. It had no choice, it was forced. Those few who had broken in to investigate were also not expecting that they had become a teacher of magical beasts before they died. People. Classes. Jiang Chen's knife that was just about to fall gave a lurch and felt surprised. This augur dragon actually knew how to transmit divine thoughts? He thought he had misheard, but the next thing he knew, the mental fluctuation came again. Human, stop. Augur, is that you talking? Jiang Chun sent out a divine thought fluctuation. Yes, yes. Now he could be sure that it was the divine thoughts of the augur, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. The augur had metamorphosed? You know divine thought transmission? The augur dragon wants to curse his mother. This dam is still not forced by you, dog. And if he does not learn to communicate himself, he is afraid that he will become the first 8th-order augur dragon that has been hollowed out alive. Just will. It then proceeded to transmit. Can it come out of me? I can't. It's fine here, I like it. Jiang Chun did not even think about it, refused, joking, go out to be you karma? The dragon was on the verge of crying, and said in an aggravated manner, if you stab down, I'll die. Oh, that's quite all right. It's just as well you're dead. I'll be safe when you're dead and I'm out. The dragon froze, and then cried out in aggravation like a small child. Please, come out. I really can't take it anymore. I promise to keep from killing you. I'll let you leave. Jiang Chun deflated, not believing Jiao Long's words at all. You don't need assurances, and I don't intend to go out. The dragon whimpered and cried. Big brother. You are my own big brother. Just come out. I recognize you as the boss. You come out. Jiang Chun pondered for a while. In fact, now that the augur dragon bile wasn't as useful to him as it had been at the very beginning, his cultivation level had also increased a lot slower than before. And he looked at the augur's gallbladder. It was already only half its original size. It couldn't be harvested more than a few times. But if he had an 8th-ranked augur as a little brother, he could walk sideways in the entire dragon kingdom. However, he didn't want the augur to be a little brother, but to make it a magic pet which had to be firmly controlled in his hands, or else he would be the one who would be cool in case of a backwash. And so, under his hand holding, Jiaolong managed to force out a drop of soul blood. Jiang Chun quickly punched in his own mark, and at this moment, Jiaolong felt as if a trace of inexplicable connection had arisen between his and Jiang Chun in the underworld. Well, this way, I can let you die whenever I want, and, if I die you die too. Got it? The dragon nodded repeatedly. I know, you can come out now, right? In fact, it does not believe in Jiang Chen's words at all. How can there be such heaven-defying means? Surely it is a lie. When he comes out must be Jie him. Open your mouth. The dragon immediately opened its large mouth obediently. Jiang Chun turned into a ray of light and flew out of his mouth. As soon as he came out, the big claws of the auger dragon slapped over. Go to hell. The dragon laughed out loud. It had been waiting for this moment for a year. The hell knows how it got through this year. The body is getting hollowed out by this guy. He has to be slapped into a pulp. Jiang Chun didn't dodge. The corner of his mouth rose to reveal a cold smile. He had expected this moment. Only a drop of bright red blood emerged from his brow, then stared playfully at the auger. You can try and see if I die first or you do. He then didn't even care about the scaly dragon that slapped down and raised its claws, and a spell seal was struck into the drop of soul blood. The huge body of the dragon shook violently. It suddenly felt an aura of death, and its huge claws stopped in mid-air. This time it really believed that this despicable guy in front of it really held its life and death. Lost a lot of money. Oh, so what? I was actually just trying to scratch an itch. Can you believe it? The dragon snapped, doing his best to squeeze out a fawning smile, his mouth grinning to the back of his ears, his appearance looking like a silly dog that had made a mistake. Jiang Chun stared at it with a smirk. You can try again. The dragon shook its head hurriedly. I dare not, dare not. Jiang Chun then reincorporated the Jiaolong's soul blood into his body and warned, don't try to kill me. Currently there is no one in this world besides me who can unravel this relationship of ours. Don't worry, you won't be treated poorly by hanging out with me. When I get stronger, it's not impossible to help you transform into a true dragon at that time. Really? The huge head of the dragon came up in a flash, a pair of huge eyes staring at Jiang Chun with excitement and anticipation. Jiang Chun patted its head and said, if I can't do it, then I guess no one in this world can do it. Okay, I trust you. I'll hang with you. The dragon was suddenly motivated, and it wanted to transform into a true dragon. Can you get a little smaller? How am I going to take you out and hang out when you're this big? Jiang Chun glanced at it in disgust. The dragon immediately obeyed and shrunk its body, finally becoming a foot long and landing on Jiang Chun's shoulder. Without looking closely, it was thought to be a small snake. From today, your name is Jiao Jiao. The dragon immediately protested. I'm a man. Oh, let's call it banditry then. It's too hard to hear. I don't want it. Bandit's not a bad name. The augur stood straight up. Can the whole thing be reliable? Jiang Chun. Little black. Augur. I'm not black. Jiang Chun. Rhubarb. Augur. Chapter 76. Is it hard to kill it? The sun is so warm. It's really nice to be back in the sun today, a year later. I don't know whether it was because of the cultivation or the augur blood. Jiang Chen's hair was already very long, and he didn't bother to care. He directly jumped into the pool of water to comfortably take a bath and change into a new piece of clothing. Boss, where are we going now? Jiang Chun took out some materials, then carved a teleportation formation on the ground. 8th order augur protection. He is still afraid of an egg, just can experiment the results of this year's learning. Later want to return here directly whoosh back. Now this teleportation array had no destination and would only randomly teleport them to a certain place. However, this teleportation array was relatively small, and it wouldn't work if you wanted to teleport over a long distance. At most it would only be a few hundred miles away. After the engraving, he injected spiritual energy into the teleportation array, which lit up, followed by a flash of light, and their figures disappeared into thin air. Somewhere, a white light flashed through the jungle. Jiang Chen's figure fell from the air, and he quickly summoned his flying sword to slowly land on the ground in imperial air. After landing, he opened his arms and took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling refreshed. After feeling it for a while, prepare to leave. Just then, it was suddenly sensed that there were people rapidly approaching this way, and there was a magical beast behind these people. A few moments later, 4 silhouettes appeared in his field of vision one after another. They were stained with some blood, and their gray heads looked very messy. The 4 of them were very fast, arriving at Jiang Chen's side in a few jumps. One of them even shouted towards Jiang Chun, "Run! There's a high-level magical beast." None of these people's levels were high, and the highest was only silver 3 stars. The person who had just reminded Jiang Chun glanced back. The wraith was right behind them in hot pursuit, and immediately cried out in a trembling voice, "Run, wraith! The wraith is coming!" Jiang Chun turned around and a 3rd-ranked silver moon wolf opened its bloody mouth and was biting at him, a disgusting fishy stench coming over him. However, at this moment, a tiny head emerged from the rhubarb in Jiang Chen's clothing pocket. only gently glaring at the third-order Silver Moon Wolf. The Silver Moon Wolf's body was struck by lightning and his hair exploded all over his body. His hind legs poked the ground repeatedly, and he hurriedly stepped on the brakes to brake. It finally braked its huge body a meter away from Jiang Chun. It looked to the rhubarb, the fear in its eyes, and then whimpered and immediately turned around and ran away with its tail between its legs. Four-wheel drive horsepower on full blast, hating to put another propeller. There's no reason to let go of an experience packet that's delivered to your door. Jiang Chun directly pointed out a finger, and a silver light instantly flew out to pierce through the Silver Moon Wolf's head. The four people who had just run past suddenly heard the whimpering of a Silver Moon Wolf from behind, and then looked back sideways, only to see that the Silver Moon Wolf had already collapsed on the ground without moving, while Jiang Chun had already taken out its spirit crystal with a disgusted expression on his face. The four of them revealed a startled look. That was a third-order Silver Moon Wolf. Not only was its speed fast and attacking power strong, its battle power was ranked at the front of the third-order magical beasts. It's also too magical to be taken care of in just one shot. The four of them walked back and asked uncertainly, "Was it you who killed it?" Jiang Chun shrugged. "Is it hard to kill it?" The four of them were speechless, wondering if it wasn't hard. Half of Jiang Chun's face was covered by his long hair, so he couldn't see all of his face. "What is this place and who are you people?" Jiang Chun asked. The four faces looked at each other. Was this man out of his mind, that he didn't know what this place was? How did he get in? One of them tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "This is Baijiang Base. We are cadets from Lingang Academy." Shirakawa Base. Cadet Lingang? Jiang Chun's face suddenly became odd. This accidentally teleported to the venue of the 5-courtyard competition. "Are you guys having a 5-house tournament?" The man nodded. "Yes, today is the last day of the tournament." Jiang Chun held his forehead. Sure enough, he had come to this place again. It's still cool. He stared at the four across from him with a bad grin on his face. "Robbery. Hand over the spirit crystals." The four people were still in shock a moment ago, but as a result, they were instantly confused at this moment. What's going on? What's going on just now is a robbery. This student don't joke. One of them laughed sardonically. Jiang Chen's face sank, and the smile on his face tightened as he grimaced. "I never joke, and now I solemnly inform you that I'm going to rob you now. Hand over all the spirit crystals." "Classmate, don't go too far." The other man's face was cold and full of anger. "Excessive." In the next moment, the miserable screams of the four people came from here before they obediently handed over their spirit crystals, their team's points instantly going to 0. People who were watching the live stream didn't notice at first until someone sent out a pop-up. "How come the points of the second team of Lingang became 0? When he said this, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they looked at the points leaderboard, they were dumbfounded. Lingang's second team's points had really gone to 0. What's going on? Have they been robbed? I think it's very likely. The game is half a day away, so I guess a lot of people are starting to move. At this time, another pop-up caught everyone's attention. The Lingang second team's points have gone to 0. But what about the other teams and individuals whose points have not increased significantly? Immediately, someone compared the points from the first few minutes with the points now. Sure enough, as this poster said, the sum of the points added by the other teams was far less than the points lost by the Proteus 2 team. Numerous question marks instantly appeared on the screen. Everyone was confused. What was going on? Was there a problem with the counting equipment? The bizarre scene naturally caught the attention of the teachers from various academies, especially the teacher from Lingang Academy, whose face was darkened into a potbelly. The second team of the Proteas wasn't particularly high in points, but at least it wasn't last place. Now it's good. Suddenly it's a duck egg, instantly at the bottom of the list. How can you not have a black face? Xing inwardly twitched. Last year's situation was still fresh in his mind. There wouldn't be another Jiang Chun second, would there? He immediately arranged for the relevant technicians to carry out equipment troubleshooting. But the results of the troubleshooting showed that there was no problem with the equipment, and all applications and data were normal. What the is this? Xing's head was full of question marks. Last year, Jiang Chun had looted everyone, and at least it was visible that his points were moving, but this was great. The disappearing points had really disappeared. Switch the camera to Proctor 2. Then the scene quickly switched to the Proctor second team. Only to see four people lying on the ground with bruises and swollen noses. The camera can be clearly seen by pulling in closer to see the corners of their eyes are still hanging in the corner of the aggrieved teardrops. There was a silence in the live room. What's this? really got ransacked and got fatally beaten up. Miserable, really miserable. I sympathize with them, but I can't help but laugh, haha. I can't believe they're crying. Did I read that right, haha? After a few seconds of silence, the pop-up screen instantly exploded, and countless netizens laughed out piggishly. No, you guys look, Exiner Academy's Zhuang Jiechang's points are gone as well. In an instant, the pop-up stopped, and they all looked at the scoreboard once again. Zhuang Jichang, who was in third place, has zeroed out his points and is now in single last place. Meta Ghost? Chapter 77, 1v50. You guys are really hard to lead this term. The teachers of the 5 schools looked at each other. Obviously, all of their spirit crystals were robbed to resulting in 0 points. But who was it that robbed them? Based on the points on the leaderboard, it's a little strange that the lost points aren't being added to anyone else's head. According to normal circumstances, once someone grabbed someone else's spirit crystal, then that person's points would grow by a corresponding number of points. However, this scene did not happen. Even if someone was able to absorb spirit crystals just like Zhang Chun, it was impossible for there to be no change in points. The people were puzzled and their heads were spinning. On the other hand, Zhang Chun looked like he had returned to his home. Who would have thought that he would break the record here a year ago and come back a year later? To him, this place was the field of experience, a large amount of cultivation resources, although these cultivation resources were nothing to him now. But who will be too much resources? Mosquitoes, no matter how small it is, a pile of meat. You can't make a river or an ocean without accumulating a small stream, and it's always faster than meditating and absorbing the thin aura between heaven and earth. Now that he had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, his divine thoughts were naturally much stronger. Scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the little cuties nearby and went without stopping in the guise of Santa Claus to warm them up. Soon, another person's points were gone. When the scene switches over, only a blurry back is vaguely visible as it disappears into the woods. The live feed exploded. Who is this man? It's him. He must be the one who robbed the spirit crystal. Long hair, is it a woman? Doesn't look like one. Should be an egg by the size of him. Everyone was guessing the identity of this back, while the teachers of the 5 academies were shocked. They didn't have such a cadet at all. Shen Xing then pulled up the information and photos of all the participants to compare them one by one, but none of them matched. They then accessed the surveillance of the participants as they entered the venue, and no one else was found to have entered either. What the hell? The matter of a mysterious person appearing at the 5 courts competition venue was quickly spread, and the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly soared, all wanting to see who this mysterious person actually was. I felt the need to end the game early. A teacher was concerned that it was a very odd and dangerous thing to suddenly have more mysterious people. His proposal was supported by the other teachers, and the head of the base, Shen Xing, also sensed the weirdness and immediately asked the staff to push a unified message to the students to end the competition early. At the same time, the cadets' smartwatches all received the same message. Class, is something wrong? The race has ended early, and we've been asked to meet at the exit immediately. Huh, what college are you from? Oh, I'm Gu Ding from Exiner Academy. I'm here to rob you all on my way. That student's face sank on the spot, while taking 3 steps backward to look at Zhang Chun warily. His teammates had also gathered around, eyeing him intently. Zhang Chun laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. I really don't have any malice towards all of you." A few people's eyelids jumped straight, but also ing no malice, you are going to rob us. But still say what malice, you are afraid that you have a certain misunderstanding of the word robbery. Student Gu, we don't want to make things difficult for you, so please leave now. Ugh. Why won't anyone be a good boy and cooperate with me for a bit? You guys are a tough class to lead. 2 minutes later, a couple of people had bruised noses and looked like they were crying. Their storage rings were robbed, not to mention the spirit crystals they got here. Even their old money was lost. Zhang Chun smiled and waved goodbye to a few people. Thank you all, haha. If you have something to do, come to Xania and find me to play. Several people gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do about it. This guy was just too strong, putting them all down in 3 or 2 hits. Gu Ding. It seems like I've heard that name somewhere. One of them said in a jarring voice, covering his swollen face. Zhang Chun walked through the jungle and guessed. Ending the game early should be a sign that they've discovered the points anomaly, but this is just right, so that I don't have to go looking for them one by one. Hey, cuties, here I come. He hemmed and hawed, and quickly made his way to the obligatory stop. Here, he's familiar. Half an hour later, the participants were stopped on their way back to the exit. The man in front of them had his back to them, and he had an inscrutable look on his face with his hands behind his back. To his left and right he had a bamboo pole with a colored cloth hanging from it. Left. This tree was planted by me. This road is mine. Written on the right. If you want to pass from here, leave your spirit crystals behind. The word robbery was written in large letters on the colorful cloth above his head. The live feed was captured right here, and the broadcast was instantly flooded with pop-ups. Damn, arrogant, too arrogant. 1v50, bull. Quick, turn around and see who's so mad. Huh, it's not the natives of the base, is it? I bet it's a woman, bet a dime. Turn around, turn around. Turn around, turn around. The countless pop-ups are so dizzying you can't even read them. The teachers outside the arena also stood up and watched the live feed nervously. 50 students from the 5 houses across the street, one no more, one no less. Who the hell is this guy and how did he get in? Countless questions filled their brains. Is it really indigenous? But how could it be? The base had been in operation for decades and no natives had been found at all. This student, are you trying to challenge all 50 of us by yourself? Someone stood out with a sneer based on the crowd. Don't count me out. I'm not involved. Don't count me out either. Me too. In no time at all, a dozen people quit and stood to the side. They all have one thing in common, a blue nose. Humph. I didn't expect you guys to be so wimpy. Are so many of us still afraid of him alone? The outrider snorted coldly and swept them with a disdainful glance. Someone deflated defiantly. You're on if you're good. Humph, pussy. The outcast snorted disdainfully. Participating in a tournament with you goons is simply an insult to me. You superior hammer, if you have the ability, you go on, don't push and insult people. Those who quit disliked it directly, and the whole thing made that headbanger's anger level instantly pull full. This hasn't even started yet, and one of our own is infighting. The crowd in front of the screen was speechless for a moment. Then I'll let you all see what a true powerhouse is. The outlier was indignant. He was the strongest of the freshmen in this class of 5 Sages Academy. His teacher had said that he was now second only to senior son Jihui, who was in the same section last year. Who is senior son? That's a star-like dazzling figure, that's his idol. If it weren't for a pervert, last year's solo title would have gone to senior son. He's Zhuahang, the strongest freshman of the 5 Sages Academy, number 1 on the single-point list. TCH, I don't think this kid has a great character. This kid is tugging like a 2x4. If I had his strength, I'd be even trickier than him, believe it or not. The people in the live broadcast room were looking forward to it. It looked like Zhuahang was going to have a fight with this mysterious robber. Zhuahang stepped out with great strides, and all of his silver 5-star strength exploded out. Filled with powerful confidence, he pointed at Jiang Chun and drank. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Chun slowly turned around, revealing his front for the first time. Everyone watching the live stream at this moment was dumbfounded. Pest! Gu Ding, who was watching the live broadcast at Xiong Academy, almost choked to death with a poof. Chapter 78. Playing cups was hit in the face by the scene, it hurts. Gu Ding, how? The teachers at New Year Academy were dumbfounded. How could he not recognize that face? Everyone was confused. How could Gu Ding be in there? And when did his hair become so non-mainstream? Isn't this Gu Ding, the previous number 1 in Xiong Academy? Holy! Crossing the line. How did he get here? Shinya Academy backstabbing? The live broadcast instantly exploded, with all kinds of pop-ups flying all over the place. Obviously, someone else had seen him at the academy today, so how did he show up at the tournament grounds again? Blurred vision or time warp? Dumbfounded Original Genuine immediately posted a pop-up. I'm still ing watching the live stream at the academy, which son of a is impersonating my old man. Gu Ding looked carefully at the face in the picture, exactly the same as himself, only with so much less vicissitudes of depression. Isn't this what he looked like a year ago, except for his hair being a little longer? It's practically carved out of the same mold. He even wondered if there was a long-lost twin. Yes, I even saw Senior Gu today. I'll testify that I also saw Senior Gu and Senior Gong come out of the grove. Gu Ding saw this comment and immediately blackened his face. Nima, shut up. Did not let when you were blind. Just then, Gu Ding's phone rang and it was the instructor calling. Gu Ding, where are you now? Mr. Li, I'm watching the live broadcast at the academy. So what's going on here? Mr. Li asked suspiciously. I don't know, I'm still confused too. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Li shook his head with a cool gaze. This one inside is a fake. Shen Xing's face immediately sank. He remembered the two Fuzangs that Jiang Chun had caught last year and said in a deep voice, "Could it be the Fuzangs again?" Everyone couldn't help but frown at his words. They naturally knew about last year's incident, only that it wasn't publicized after all. The impact was so great that very few people knew about it. Luo Lin shook his head slightly and analyzed. I don't think it's like that. If it's really a Fuzanian, there's no way he could be so high profile. He only needed the spirit crystals and didn't take the trainee's life. Moreover, it looks like he hit hard, but the trainee who was beaten was only lightly injured in the skin and flesh. I agree with Mr. Luo, unlike the Fuso's methods. A teacher nodded in agreement. And, even if it was a Fuso, how he got in there, we haven't found any traces at all. Someone continued to analyze. The stealth ability can sneak in unnoticed, but if it's really a stealth ability, he could have silently killed people and crossed the border. There's no need to be so blatant. The crowd nodded, basically ruling out the possibility of it being a Fuso. So, should we go in? I think we can look at it before we say anything. The crowd looked at each other and acquiesced to this view. They would like to see who this impostors really was, and the cadets' lives weren't in danger anyway. In the secret realm, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said, "Are you looking for a fight?" Shuahang held his head high and said arrogantly, "So what if it is? Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group?" Shuahang was slightly stunned. Then he swept a glance around Jiang Chen and realized that he didn't have any accomplices. So he said, "Of course it's a single fight." "Oh, I thought you're all on." Jiang Chen shook his head in disappointment. "Don't be so crazy." Shuahang felt that his face was dishonored. The other party actually looked down on him and felt offended. "I'm the #1 freshman in Shinya. I'm very strong. Okay? To deal with one of you, my pet will do. There's no need for me to do anything at all." With that, he grabbed the auger, and the crowd couldn't help but frown as they looked at it. A foot-long little snake? Shuahang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He felt deeply humiliated. "Good, good. Let's see how I'll stomp it to death before I suppress you." Saying that, he directly cast his own supernatural ability, Gravity Squeeze, capable of altering the gravity field around the target, causing it to be squeezed. This kind of psychic ability was quite domineering, and it was a powerful psychic ability that was very much in the front of the pack even among its class. As you level up, the power of the squeeze gets stronger, and in the later stages it can crush almost any target. Zhao Long de Huang turned into a black light, not affected by the gravity squeeze ability in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Shuahang, whose pupils contracted extremely fast. Ever since he awakened his powers, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and his heavenly powers didn't even work. It wasn't really that his powers didn't work, but the difference between the two was just too great. A silver and an 8th rank equivalent to the Awakened's princely rank isn't even an order of magnitude okay. The power he was currently exerting didn't have the slightest effect on Big Yellow at all. Snap! In the next moment, Big Yellow's tail was directly thrown in his face, the divine dragon swinging its tail.
啪啪啪的扇个不停，他想要躲，想要逃，想要避开，但是不知道怎么回事，自己的身体动不了了，被死死地压制住了。
Everyone froze. The #1 person on the single-person list was actually slapped in the face by someone else's pet, and they couldn't even get it off. With a popping sound, Shuahang was directly jerked away. His face had swollen into a bun shape, completely losing the look he had just had. Jiang Chen laughed and scanned everyone present, saying, "Everyone, who else wants to fight one-on-one? A group fight is fine." The crowd was silent. Shuahang didn't have the ability to resist, let alone them. The people who had just been ridiculed by Shuahang for not participating in targeting Jiang Chen had revealed mocking smiles. Someone playfully flirted, "Aya, Shuahang's student, aren't you great? Why are you lying down? That's right. Get up and keep going. We're all very optimistic about you." So it's just a strong mouth, but the strength TSK, 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 even people's pets are not as good. Shuahang's red and swollen face burns hot, just said big words ready to fill the cup, but did not expect to be the other side of the foot-long pet to rub it hard. The face is lost. He wanted to retort, but felt powerless. "Hand over the spirit crystals and you won't beat me?" Someone raised their hand and asked. Jiang Chun revealed a kind smile. "Sure. Okay. I'll give you the spirit crystals. It looks like if you don't hand over the spirit crystals today, Not only will you not be able to leave, you might have to take a beating. I'll turn in too. With the first one leading the way, those behind them were intent on doing the same. In the end, they all chose to hand over their spirit crystals, and the points of everyone on the leaderboard all turned to 0. Both the teacher and the people watching the live stream were speechless. That outrageous? Last year there was at least 1 point, but this year there's not a single point left and they're all hung up. Jiang Chun let everyone go while he himself stayed behind. The magical beasts here were all experience. How could he let go of the opportunity to brush up on his experience? Xing quickly arranged for his staff to call in a drone to monitor Jiang Chen's every move. Then everyone froze, followed by an even more shocked expression on their faces. Chapter 79 Xinyan wants to get engaged? Jiang Chun raised his hand on the screen, and a flying sword flew out in the air, cutting through a silver light, and the sound of poofing continued. A third-rank Silver Moon wolf pack was all but decimated in the blink of an eye. All the teachers were shocked, especially Luo Lin, who stared straight at the screen with his eyes wide open. There was only one person who knew such a move in his memory. That's right, that person was Jiang Chun. Teachers who had participated in last year's competition knew that Jiang Chun had used such a move. However, they had seen Jiang Chun perish in the mouth of the auger dragon with their own eyes, so it couldn't have been him. If it wasn't him, who could it be? Had another person awakened to the power of the mind appeared? But there was one thing that puzzled them, how this person looked exactly like Gu Ding. For a moment everyone was in a state of confusion. Jiang Chun swept through the secret realm like a windswept cloud, and when Xing reacted he jumped out of his skin. These magical beasts were transported from other places after he had been busy for a while, and at this rate they would be emptied again. He absolutely could not let this happen again. In the secret realm, Jiang Chun had already swept the 3 circles of magical beasts. Then he left a teleportation spot here and teleported away. By the time Xing and his party arrived, where could they find his shadow? They searched the whole area and couldn't find him. In the northern suburb of Jiangling, Red Temple Sub-Mountain, a white light flashed, and Jiang Chen's figure appeared. He couldn't help but look around slightly, surrounded by cemeteries. This was the largest cemetery garden in Jiangling. A bit of bad luck. Teleporting straight to the cemetery, Jiang Chun let out a mute laugh. At that moment, a security guard came up to him, smelling of alcohol. He almost fell over as he passed by Jiang Chun, who pulled him back to prevent him from rolling down the steps. Thanks. The security guard burped and said to Jiang Chun with a smile. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrunk slightly as he stared at Jiang Chun intently. Dude, what are you doing out here? Jiang Chun was at a loss. This person knew him, but he never seemed to have seen this person before. You know me? With doubt, he asked. The guard hemmed and hawed, his eyes fluttering as he was light on his feet under the effects of the alcohol. What? How can you not recognize? We see each other every day. Jiang Chun arched his eyebrows, more puzzled. Meeting every day? What the hell? He hasn't shown up in a year's time to see a face of any kind. Has someone taken his form and pretended to be him? Without moving, he asked, "Where do we meet?" The security guard pointed smoothly. There. Jiang Chun looked over in the direction he was pointing, and there was a row of graves standing a stone monument. Just as he was confused and stunned, the security guard was pulling him over that way. Look, isn't this it? The security guard also gave Jiang Chun a smug look and laughed. Jiang Chun looked at the tombstone, which had his name written on it and had a black and white photo of himself. This photo looked a bit familiar. It was the one that Xinyan had forced on him during the auction back then, and at that time it had caused him to be strongly dissatisfied, laughing that Xinyan coveted his beauty. And she ended up stomping on it several times, saying it was just for a souvenir. It turned out to be literally turned into a memorial by being put on a tombstone. At this time he was a little touched in his heart. He was a person without relatives. Dead is dead. I did not think that after death was Xinyan gave him a monument. The security guard hiccuped and said with a hefty smile, Ms. Shun is very generous. She gives us quite a lot of tips every time she comes. Does she come often? The guard nodded. That's true. Basically once a month. Just yesterday. An inexplicable warm current rose in Jiang Chen's heart. He didn't expect that there were still people in this world who remembered him and thought about him. Hey, but it might neither come often in the future. The guard sighed slightly. Oh, did something happen? Jiang Chun asked with a raised eyebrow. Miss Shun is getting engaged. Do you think she'll still be able to come here often after she gets engaged? Surely she won't. Engaged? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. It seemed like a lot had happened this year, to think that even she was getting engaged. But it's fine. Just find someone you like and marry them. But there's something about the heart that doesn't feel right. Well, it's today, and the Jiangling people know it. Do you know where she got engaged? As friends, since Shin Xinyan is getting engaged, as a friend she should still send some gifts. Now he still had quite a few good things on him. After all, he had picked up so many storage rings, so how can he say that he had a few gifts that he could take? I know. It's on the top floor of the Jandu Hotel. The security guard patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and comforted. Brother, don't be angry. Miss Shun is a good person. She deserves her own happiness. Just rest in peace. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. I thank you. I rest in peace. After a few more words of conversation, Jiang Chen left, taking one step and going directly into the air. The security guard rubbed his drowsy eyes, and his drunkenness dissipated a few points. He looked at the picture on the tombstone, and then looked at Jiang Chen who flew far away. He stumbled and hastily knelt down in front of the grave. Dude, don't scare me, I'm chicken. Soon, Jiang Chen came to the city and found a barber store near the Jiangdu Hotel to cut off his long hair and changed into a brand new dress. At this point, it was already evening, and the setting sun stretched his shadow to a long, long length. Engagement party at 8 o'clock in the evening before the official start. But this time the hotel downstairs has been parked full of all kinds of luxury cars. To participate in the banquet are from all walks of life celebrities moguls. Dressed is also bejeweled rich and noble, compared to Jiang Chen's dress will seem too shabby. Sir, please show your invitation. When Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the hotel, he was stopped. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said, I don't have an invitation. The attendant revealed a kind smile and explained, Sir, I'm sorry. You can't go in without an invitation. I'm a friend of Ms. Shun's. I'm here to give her a gift. Can you accommodate me? The attendant shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. We're just following the rules. You can't enter without an invitation. Jiang Chen didn't argue with him, it was unnecessary, and he didn't want to embarrass Shin Xinyan because of such a little thing. It's just that you're not allowed to enter. You're not the only one who goes to the top floor. He was about to back up and then directly fly up with his sword when a clear voice came from behind him. He's my friend. Jiang Chen looked sideways and was seeing a woman with a pretty face looking at him. The woman is about 20 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth and snowy skin, and a light blue dress can hardly hide her tall and perfect curves. She looked at Jiang Chen with a kind smile, but a trace of doubt and curiosity flashed through her eyes. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He didn't recognize this woman and had never met her before. He didn't know why the other party would relieve him. As she handed over the invitation, Jiang Chen saw her name. Qin Yao. Chapter 80 Shin Xinyan's engagement to Xiao Daogo? In the elevator, the two men stood side by side. Jiang Chen opened his mouth with some doubt. Why is Ms. Qin helping me? The two met for the first time, non-relatives. Now he wasn't one of those delusional high school kids who would narcissistically assume that a beautiful woman was attracted to his good looks. He'd seen too much in the last few years. Qin Yao looked sideways at Jiang Chen, the corner of her mouth slightly revealing a hint of a smile as she said, It's just by the way. Anyway, thanks a lot. Although it was unclear why Qin Yao was helping herself, perhaps it was really just as she said in passing. But no matter what, the other party had helped himself after all, and it was only right to say thank you. Qin Yao looked at Jiang Chen and laughed lightly. I helped you, but I don't even know your name yet. My name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't hide it, nor did he have to. Jiang Chen. A glimmer of light flickered in Qin Yao's eyes, and then the corner of her mouth hooked up into a graceful arc. My name is Qin Yao. What is your relationship with Ms. Shen? My friend. We are from the same college. Qin Yao asked with slight curiosity. Then your relationship should be very good? Jiang Chen pondered slightly and said, It's all right. He thought about it. It seemed like he really didn't have many friends in the academy. Other than Ding Qi and the few of them, the only girl was Shin Xinyan. As for the relationship, it's not bad at all. How come she didn't give you an invitation? I just got back from out of town too, so maybe I didn't get in touch. It's true that I can't get in touch. I lost my phone a year ago, and I definitely can't get in touch. Ms. Qin, where is she from? Why haven't I heard her mention it before? In his impression, Shin Xinyan's friends didn't seem to be a lot, and he had seen and recognized almost all of the ones he usually had dealings with, while this Qin Yao in front of him was the first time he had seen her. I came from Kyoto with a friend for a visit, and I happened to meet Ms. Shin's engagement, and that's why I received the invitation. Jiang Chun heard from his words that she and Shen Xinyan were actually not too familiar with each other, but just happened to meet. The two of them made small talk without a word, and the elevator soon arrived at the top floor. Jiangdu Hotel had 99 floors. It was the most luxurious hotel in Jiangling and one of the landmarks of Jiangdu. Those who could spend money here were basically either rich or noble. The arrival of the two didn't attract much attention. Jiang Chun casually found a corner seat and settled down. This was one of the few quiet places. Qin Yao walked over and handed Jiang Chun a glass of red wine. Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. Your friends didn't come over? He was not expecting Qin Yao to look for herself instead of going to her friends. She's, a little late for something. With that, she sat herself down next to Jiang Chun with a self-conscious look. Jiang Chun didn't care if he had any special thoughts about her. His body was not afraid of a crooked shadow. The scene is a lot of people have some noise, the men are all suits and elegant, the women are dressed up to compete with the red color. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over everyone at the scene, and suddenly, his eyes slightly condensed, and he unexpectedly saw a familiar face in an inconspicuous corner. Why is she here? Jiang Chun had some doubts in his heart. Ruyan Lu seemed to have followed Xiao Zisong after she was abandoned by Xiao Yi, and they had even met at the clothing store at that time. Only Lu Ruyan was wearing a light green halter dress. Her face was cold and her gaze was full of displeasure. LOL. What? Fancy someone else? Just as he was slightly lost in thought, Qin Yao suddenly pursed her lips and laughed. Jiang Chun smiled bitterly. He did look at it. Only that was from his last life. Now, And it was at this moment that Ruyan Lu seemed to have sensed something as well and looked over this way. But the light from where Jiang Chan and the others were located was not good, and from her perspective she could only see the two silhouettes in profile, but could not see their faces. The time soon reached 8 o'clock, the lights on the set changed, and the host took the stage. Everyone, please be quiet. The scene went quiet for a moment. With a festive smile on his face, the host said, Welcome to the engagement banquet of Miss Shen Xinyan and young master Xiao Zisong. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly condensed. Shen Xinyan and Xiao Zisong? What's going on? Haven't those two always been at odds? It was him that Shen Xinyan used as a shield to reject Xiao Zisong in the first place. Qin Yao was a bit surprised. Don't you know who Miss Shen is engaged to? Jiang Chun shook his head to indicate that he really didn't know, and even if he did now, his heart was filled with doubts. What exactly happened this year to cause Shen Xinyan to accept Xiao Zisong? However, on second thought, everyone has everyone's life. Maybe after this year, Shen Xinyan figured it out. It is not impossible. But no matter what, as a friend, she should be blessed as long as she is doing well.
主持人巴拉巴拉地说了一大堆喜庆话，最后道：“有请今晚的男主角赵子松少爷。”
Only to see under the spotlight, Xiao Zisong, wearing a set of black high-fashion suit, walked up with a spring in his step. Thank you all for the honor of coming to my engagement party with Xinyan. Today is the happiest day of my life. Xinyan and I have walked through countless days and nights together, knowing and loving each other together. Jiang Chen's brows twisted into a ball. What Xiao Zisong said felt so unreal, so hollow. When Xiao Zisong finished his affectionate speech about the love story between him and Shen Xinyan, a burst of cheering applause once again rang out from the stage. The moderator then took the microphone. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to tonight's leading lady, Ms. Shen Xinyan. The arena erupted in applause, and all eyes turned to the spotlight in unison, only to see Shen Xinyan wearing a white evening dress, noble and elegant. Snow-white skin in the spotlight looks extraordinarily crystalline and smooth. Long eyelashes slightly fluttering. Every time can touch the heartstrings. Tonight she painted on the exquisite makeup. Originally very beautiful, she is now more charming and attractive, as if from the fairy tale out of the Princess General Beauty. Jiang Chun looked over, though she had a smile on her face. But it was obvious to him that she was smiling a far-fetched smile, because he'd seen her smile when she was really happy. Not like this. Shen Xinyan stood under the spotlight holding the microphone in her hand. Her thin lips wriggled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but had difficulty opening her mouth. In the end, all that came out was, "Thank you all." The host immediately took over. Next, allow me to ask the two a question. May I ask young master Xiao Zisong, when did you fall in love with Miss Shen? Xiao Zisong looked at Shen Xinyan affectionately and said, The first time I saw her, I swore that I would not marry her in this life. When he said this, the stage erupted in cheers and applause. The host asked again, May I ask Miss Shen, when did you fall in love with young master Xiao Zisong? Shen Xinyan's heart sank. Although she had gotten the script in advance, but it was really hard for her to say the words that went against her heart and were disgusting. But when he thought about that, he went with the script. I was mesmerized by him the first time I met him. There was another cheer from the stage, and only Jiang Chun was in the wind. What the hell is going on here? Attracted at the first meeting? How is that so unrealistic? You touch your chest and say it again and see. The host strikes while the iron is hot in a high voice. It was all love at first sight, so it was a match made in heaven. Chapter 81. Jiang Chen's domineering appearance. I want to steal the bride. Who dares to stop me? Jiang Chen frowned, his head full of questions. He stared tightly at Shin Xinyan on the stage, unable to believe that these words had come out of her mouth. It's almost like the sky is rolling with thunder. Sure enough, he soon produced a hint of sadness and resignation from the depths of Shin Xinyan's eyes. His brow wrinkled tighter. There had to be something to this that wasn't known. At the end of the day, the host spoke. May I ask Mr. Zhao Zisong, are you willing to become Miss Shen Xinru's fiancé? To love only him from now on, to live and die. Zhao Zisong had been waiting for this moment for who knows how long. He immediately replied loudly and excitedly, I do. The host looked at Shin Xinyan again and asked, May I ask Miss Shin Xinyan, are you willing to become Mr. Zhao Zisong's fiancé? To love only him from now on, to live and die. Zhao Zisong's whole body trembled with excitement. As long as this moment passed, Shin Xinyan was his. No one could snatch her away. He had put countless hours of effort into this moment. Under the spotlight, Shin Xinyan was impeccably beautiful and thrillingly beautiful. Her red lips rose slightly, but she never uttered a sound. Zhao Zisong frowned slightly and looked at Shin Xinyan with a meaningful smile. Xinyan, don't be nervous, speak slowly. Shin Xinyan's heart thumped, slightly closing her eyes, seemingly making a choice, finally making up her mind. However, before she could say the word yes, a domineering voice rang out. If you don't want to, no one dares to object. Everyone froze and looked over for the source of the sound. Who the hell is this? So arrogant. Who the hell are the ungrateful cup pretenders talking out of their asses? On the stage, Shin Xinyan's delicate body shook violently. The voice was so familiar. It had been a year, but she could never forget the voice, and her gaze brushed over. A figure slowly stepped out of the gloom, his face slowly appearing in the light. At this moment, Shin Xinyan's heart jerked hard. The face had appeared in her dreams countless times. Tears trickled out unknowingly. He's alive. Liu Ruyan in the other corner was dumbstruck, looking at Jiang Chun with a gaze filled with shock and dismay, her eyes flashing with an inexplicable luster. The current Jiang Chun gave her a completely different feeling from before. Now Jiang Chun handsome and confident. Extraordinary temperament is no longer the previous. See her coy face full of fawning appearance. Not many of the people present knew Jiang Chun. Most of them were ordinary people who still didn't know enough about the alien world. The crowd sized him up with curious gazes. Hey, not to mention, this kid is really handsome, a few ranks higher than Zhao Zisong. After Zhao Zisong saw that it was Jiang Chun, his face changed dramatically, and he clenched his tight fists deathly and gritted his teeth. Jiang Chun! Jiang Chun walked onto the stage step by step under everyone's astonished and shocked gazes, and wherever he passed, the crowd automatically stepped out of the way. Zhao Zisong was very nervous. After all, he had seen how powerful and terrifying Yi Chun was a year ago, but this was his home turf. How could he wimp out? Resolutely. Celebrities from all walks of life are here watching. He then showed a fierce light in his eyes and drank. Jiang Chun, what do you want? Jiang Chun squinted at him and said disdainfully, Can't you see that I'm taking her away? Don't you dare. She's my fiancé. Jiang Chun could be said to have left a huge psychological shadow on Zhao Zisong. Seeing Jiang Chun approaching with every step, he couldn't help but step backward. Heh, she didn't say yes. Jiang Chun stopped looking at him and walked straight past him to Shin Xinyan. Sorry to be late. Tears fell down the corners of Shin Xinyan's eyes as she looked up slightly at Jiang Chun and murmured, You? Still alive? Jiang Chun reached out and used his thumb to dry the teardrops in the corner of her eyes, nodding seriously. Alive. Woo-hoo. Shin Xinyan's tears could no longer be strained and clattered down. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Chun and hugged him tightly, tears quickly wetting his lapel. He had known Shin Xinyan for so long, and she had always been cheeky every time, as if there was no such word as unhappy in her world. But today he saw her cry for the first time, and cry so hard. Jiang Chun reached out and gently patted her undershirt. wanting to comfort her. But on second thought and jokingly snickered, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing? Don't spit on me." Hey, this garment can be expensive. $100? You must compensate me." "Who spit?" Shen Xinyan sniffed and immediately left Jiang Chen's embrace, indignantly punching him. "And no more crying. It works like a charm. And you say you didn't see for yourself, it's all wet." He lifted up the front of his shirt where it was wet. "Humph, you want money or not? Big deal. I'll clean it for you." Shen Xinyan had stopped crying, and with her hands clasped in front of her body in an exasperated manner, she seemed to have returned to her old self. Right on the money." Jiang Chen laughed and rubbed her head. "Yeah, that's what you're supposed to look like. You're ugly as hell when you're crying. You're the ugly one." Shen Xinyan punched Yi Chen again, but the force was as light as a spring breeze. Jiang Chan didn't care. He then asked, "Were you threatened by him?" If he hadn't been threatened by Zhao Zisong, he couldn't think of any reason that would make Shen Xinyan give in. How could someone who hated Zhao Zisong so much be engaged to him? How could it be justified? As expected, Shen Xinyan hesitated for a moment before still nodding heavily and saying the reason. "They kidnapped my family, and if I didn't agree, they would have killed my family." When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar, and the gazes of the crowd towards Zhao Zisong changed. It turned out to be a bully. Just now listening to him, those affectionate confessions, thought it was true, and it was quite moved. "Damn waste of a slap in the face that old man gave you dog money to slap." At this moment, Zhao Zisong, no, the entire Xiao family seems to be in the eyes of everyone, has become the spokesman for the moral appearance. "Zhao big dog, you're very brave, aren't you?" Jiang Chun walked towards Zhao Zisong step by step, his sharp eyes causing the latter to sweat and keep backing away. "Jiang Chun, you? Don't come over, my grandfather will be here soon." He was clearly no match for Jiang Chun, having suffered a few losses a year ago, and now he could only bring out Zhao Ming to cheer himself up. "Oh, you mean that old dog? It's just as well. I have a score to settle with him." Jiang Chun laughed coldly, not being threatened in the slightest. When he came out of the auction, he was chased by the Xiao family and staged a bitter trick. Today it was just the right time to settle the score together. Zhao Zisong's heart thumped. "Numb nuts, why feel more afraid? This gas hit a little leakage. Who dares to make trouble?" Speaking of Chow Chow, a thick voice came from outside, followed by several silhouettes striding in, with Zhao Ming and Zhao Zhen at the top of the list. Jiang Chen. When Zhao Zhen saw Jiang Chen, he was visibly stunned. "Aren't you dead?" "I'm sorry. The King of Hell said that your Zhao family has committed too many sins, and specially asked me to come up here to hook your souls." Jiang Chen faintly sneered. Zhao Ming's gaze instantly sank when he saw Jiang Chen, and his face turned blue. He remembered that night, the night he was publicly called Old Dog by Jiang Chen. That day disgraced him for the rest of his life. Zhao Ming's gaze on Yi Chan was filled with anger and killing intent. He said with a morose face, "Originally, it was a pity that you died too easily. Since you didn't die, you're going to die today, and I'll let you know what happens when you offend the Zhao family by offending me. Old dog, believe it or not, I will immediately make your Zhao family extinct." Jiang Chen directly glanced at Zhao Zisong, who had retreated to Zhao Ming's side. "Don't you dare." It was Jiang Chen who had threatened him with his grandson in the first place, and now he dared to threaten him by intimidating him to his face. "How can I bear it? If I don't bear it today, it's useless even if the God of heaven comes," he Zhao Ming said. With a boom, his breath was instantly released. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire space. Surprisingly, it had broken through platinum to reach diamond 1 star. The faces of the crowd changed. Shen Xinyan's face was filled with worry, and Qin Yao, who had been watching the show, also stood up and walked over to this side, seemingly ready to strike at any time. Jiang Chen's gaze was calm and he smiled disdainfully. "Old dog, you're really useless. It's been a year and you're only a diamond 1 star, disgraceful or not you." The crowd's faces changed, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Although they didn't know much about the alien world, they still knew the basic ranks of aliens. The diamond grade is a height that many people can't reach in their lifetime. This person called Jiang Chen didn't even care about diamond powerhouses anymore. Young people are too crazy for their own good. Zhao Ming's face turned blue with anger. The last time he had a hostage in his hands, he didn't dare to make a move even if he was humiliated and publicly abused. But it was different now. Jiang Chen didn't have anything in his hands that could make him worry, and even dared to humiliate him on the spot. What is even more detestable is that it even knows that he has become a diamond powerhouse, and dares to belittle him and dares to mock him with impunity. Just rage. At this moment, his anger value directly pulled out. He wasn't going to stay his hand, he had to sanction Jiang Chun, this abomination to the core. You seek death. Zhao Ming shouted angrily, and the aura on his body had climbed to the top. New scores and old scores he would settle together. With a swish, his figure was as extreme as lightning, and the wind of his fist trembled so far apart that he was able to feel the power of this punch. This was the full force of a Diamond 1-star strength alien strike. Scary as hell. It was as if a small storm had formed on Zhao Ming's fist, and the sound of a sonic boom could even be faintly heard. This punch was all three elements of quickness, accuracy, and viciousness. Look out! Shin Xinyan was shocked. She knew Jiang Chun was strong, but the other party was a diamond powerhouse. Even if Jiang Chun was strong, it was impossible for him to carry the full force of a diamond powerhouse. With a flash of light before his eyes, a slender figure blocked Jiang Chen's front. Jiang Chun was slightly stunned. Then he pulled Shin Xinyan back with a pull of his left hand. At the same time, Zhao Ming's fist had reached in front of him. He can't hurt me yet. Chapter 82. Snatching Shin Xinyan, wedding banquet becomes a funeral banquet. Jiang Chun smiled confidently in her ear. Immediately, he clenched his right hand into a fist and casually blasted out. Go to hell. Zhao Ming's face was filled with a cruel cold smile, as if he had already seen the brutal image of Jiang Chen's arm being hammered out and his body being sent flying. Everyone on stage let out a gasp, and some of the timid ones had even closed their eyes tightly. Zhao Zisong clenched his fists in excitement. He wanted Jiang Chun to die. As long as Jiang Chun died, Shin Xinyan was his, no one could take it away. He decided that today was not his and Shin Xinyan's engagement banquet, but a wedding banquet. Bang! The two fists clashed hard together, emitting a muffled sound that landed heavily on the hearts of everyone present. With a poof, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Zhao Ming's body was instantly lifted off by a strong force. Upon closer inspection, his right arm was all deformed and twisted beyond recognition. Bang! Bang! In the end, Zhao Ming crashed heavily into the wall. His head was knocked out of a large bloody hole, and blood flowed wildly. Everyone froze, their mouths hanging open in mute silence. Looking at Jiang Chun, who was stalwart in the middle of the field, his heart was shaken. A diamond-ranked powerhouse was actually dry-humped with a single punch. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Father! Zhao Zhen was the first to react, and they rushed over to help Zhao Ming up. It was a pity that the current Zhao Ming's eyes were constantly turning white, and he was only breathing out more than he was breathing in. Zhao Zhen shouted at his men. What are you waiting for? Take him down. But his men looked at each other, none of them daring to step forward. Joking, diamond strong man, a fist is gone, they go up is not a proper send head. Zhao Zisong was directly scared to pee. Was really peed. Light-colored water stains flowed out down his trouser legs, and an unpleasant pungent smell immediately filled the air. He couldn't figure out how his grandfather, who was a diamond, could lose to Jiang Chun. It shouldn't and couldn't be. A year ago this guy was just a bronze 6-star, and a year later he's just dry-humping diamonds? He's ing outrageous. But the fact is in front of him. His head is blank, only left with fear. Even he was scared to pee did not even the slightest notice. With a popping sound, Zhao Zisong directly went limp on the ground, without the slightest trace of blood on his face. When you were looking for someone to kill me, did you think that there would be today? Jiang Chun stared indifferently at the three members of the Xiao family, but his words carried a cold killing intent. Zhao Zhen gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Chun, you shall not die. Oh yeah. A sword light then flashed. Zhao Zhen's expression instantly froze. His chest had been penetrated with blood pouring out like a spring. Ah! At this moment, everyone shrieked. Murdered. How could they not expect Jiang Chun to be so crazy as to dare to kill in public? Pest! There was another thud, and Zhao Ming was cold with his throat slit. The three members of the Xiao family were the only ones left. Zhao Zisong. At this time his face was white, already scared out of his wits. Jiang Chun came in front of him and grabbed his head with his big hands. Soul searching. Soon, he found the whereabouts of Shin Xinyan's family. Then with a slight force in his palm, Zhao Zisong lost his life in shock. Zhao Zisong never dreamed that what was clearly a long-awaited engagement banquet would suddenly change in style and turn into a funeral banquet for 3 generations of their Xiao family. All the people present did not dare to breathe, and some even covered their mouths for fear of messing with this killing god. Jiang Chun then wrapped his arms around Shen Xinyan's waist. Let's go and take you killing. The two men rode through the air and disappeared into the night sky as a stream of light, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Looking at the direction where the two disappeared, the corners of Qin Yao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. On the other side, Liu Ruyan was clenching her silver teeth. The person standing beside Jiang Chun should have guessed correctly by herself. Following the information they got from Xiao Zisong, they quickly reached their destination. This was an abandoned factory building in a suburb. The lights around them instantly lit up just as they landed, and a dozen figures quickly surrounded the two. Jiang Chun waved his hand, sword light flashed, poof sound continuously. A dozen people had not come over to blink of an eye, all fell in a pool of blood. He did not even look at a glance. With a face of shock, Shen Xinyan went inside. Crunch. The door to the room was opened and 7 or 8 people were tied up tightly. Grandpa, Dad, Mom. Shen Xinyan quickly ran over to help them untie the ropes on their bodies. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, his fingers waved, the sword light flashed rapidly, and with a few brushes, the ropes on everyone's bodies broke. The crowd froze, marveling at the man's precision. Heartfelt words. Shen Xinyan's mother, Mother Shen, held her daughter tightly in her arms, glistening with tears. Xinyan, are you okay? I'm fine. Shen Xinyan shook her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xinyan, it's us who have wronged you, letting you suffer. Shen Xinyan's grandfather sighed, his heart incomparably guilty. If it wasn't for them, how could their precious granddaughter agree to be engaged to Xiao Zisong? All because they didn't have enough strength. Shen Xinyan shook her head. Grandpa, no offense, I'm fine, really. Don't worry. Grandpa, even if he spells his old life, he won't let you marry Xiao Zisong that little. He decided that even if he spent all of the Shen family's savings, he would still raise his strength to diamond, and then he wouldn't be afraid of the Xiao family. Grandpa, it's all right. Xiao Zisong is dead. Xiao Ming is also dead. No one will force me in the future. What? Xiao Ming is dead and Xiao Zisong is dead too. Several people were shocked beyond belief. Xiao Ming was a diamond powerhouse. How did this suddenly die? Really? Shen Xinyan pushed Jiang Chun in front of them and said, he's the one who saved me and killed Xiao Ming and Xiao Zisong. Only when they got closer did they get a good look at Jiang Chen's face, and their faces immediately revealed shock. You're that Jiang Chun, aren't you dead? Shen Xinyan's mother was filled with shock. Jiang Chen smiled. Actually, I was just trapped and only came back today. Mother Shen took 2 steps forward and looked him up and down, making Jiang Chun look a little embarrassed. Auntie, do I have anything on me? Shen's mother shook her head, then nodded. Xiao Jiang, where are you from? Jiang Chun was slightly stunned. Puzzled as to why she was asking this, however, he still answered, I'm from South City. What else is in the house? My parents died early, and now I'm alone. Shen's mother revealed a trace of shame, then kindly took Jiang Chen's hand and said, in the future, the Shen family will be your home. We'll be your family, and I'll be your mom. Shen Xinyan hurriedly interrupted Shen mother's next words and pulled her over with a red face. Xinyan, what are you doing? I'm doing this for your own good. Shen mother murmured. Shen Xinyan heard the pretty face even hotter, hated to find a hole in the ground to drill in, ashamed of people. She secretly glanced at Jiang Chun and saw that the other party's face did not change as usual. It's a piece of wood. Humph. Ouch. What are you stepping on me for? Jiang Chun jumped to his feet, just now obviously still good. How can he turn his face in the twinkling of an eye? It's so confusing. If it wasn't for the fact that it's all her family here, she would have to be hung up and beaten, her hook swollen. It's so bullying. Humph, Woody. Shen Xinyan twisted her head and Shen mother and headed out, leaving Jiang Chun with a haughty back. Chapter 83. Mother looks at her son-in-law and likes him more and more. Jiang Chun was so angry that his teeth itched. Ungrateful guy. Forget it. I'll put up with the crowd here today. Let's see how I'll clean you up later. Elder brother Jiang. I'm Xinyan's elder brother, Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said smilingly. It's just that smile seems to look a bit impish. Jiang Chun squeezed a smile leathery on his face. Pleasure to meet you. Hey, we're not talking about our own family, so you're coming home with me today. Huh. Before Jiang Chun could react, he was pushed by Shen Xinghe to walk outside, asking all sorts of questions as he went. Elder brother Jiang, is there any girl you like? If not, I'll introduce you to a few. No need. Oh, does that mean you have a favorite? Shun Xinghe's voice suddenly raised a few dimensions, and everyone could hear it clearly, and Shen Xinyan even deliberately slowed down her steps and listened with her ears. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Was there a favorite girl? There used to be, but now it seems there isn't. Cement seals the heart and never believes in love in the world again. He shook his head and said, "It's nice to be alone." "Oh, not yet." His voice was very loud, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't hear him. A trace of joy rose slightly in Shen Xinyan's heart, but she quickly became exasperated again. Doesn't this guy have any feelings for himself? Isn't she pretty enough? Impossible, since childhood, which does not say that she is beautiful, even in the school, is a goddess figure, at any time, at any moment, to attract the eyes of the opposite sex. Damn, find a chance to make a good meal to let him long memory. Let him clearly realize what is called the world only sister good. Shen Xinyan thought indignantly in her heart. Shun's house, a table full of hearty dinners. Shen Xinyan's grandfather lifted his wine cup and thanked him heartily. "I'll toast you with this cup, old man. Thank you for saving Xinyan and all of us." Jiang Chun didn't make any pretense about clinking glasses with them. "Shen Xinyan is my friend. All of this is as it should be." "Ha ha ha, well?" Elder Shen directly took a sip to the bottom, and Jiang Chun also tilted his head and drank up the wine in his cup. Cough, cough, cough. Shen old man a cup of strong wine down, immediately coughing. Face also rose red. Suddenly he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a poof, and the crowd was shocked. "Dad! Grandpa!" Shen Dad immediately held Elder Shen, his face full of worry. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Elder Shen also stopped coughing, but his face was pale and somewhat frightening. He waved his hand and sighed. I was fundamentally injured by that old thief Zhao Ming." Everyone was shocked. Injuring the root was not a small matter. If not treated in time, there could be a risk to life. "Grandpa, woo-hoo-hoo." Shen Xinyan cried into tears. It was because of her that the Xiao family made a move on their family and Grandpa was injured. Each member of the Shen family wore a sad face. Just now they were still happy to be free from the clutches of the Xiao family. In the blink of an eye, their hearts were once again covered with a layer of gloom. "I'll contact the doctor right away." Shen Dad pulled out his cell phone and quickly dialed the hospital. However, Elder Shen's situation seemed to be getting worse and worse. His face was cardboard white, as if it was white paper, without the slightest trace of blood, and his breath had become abnormally disorganized. "Don't scare me, Grandpa," Shen Xinyan shouted anxiously, tears dripping down her face. "That, or let me try." Just then, Jiang Chenkai stepped forward. Shen Xinyan immediately wiped her tears and cried, "You can cure it? Try it." Jiang Chun didn't say that he was sure he could cure it. After all, he wasn't sure. The doctor won't be able to make it for a while, and at this point there's only a dead horse to beat. Jiang Chen's words were somewhat unpleasant to hear, but they were reasonable. Shen's family also understood this. Then I'll trouble Xiao Jiang," Shen father said. Then they helped Elder Shen into the room and made him lie on the bed. Jiang Chen's finger was placed on his brow, and a trace of spiritual energy entered Elder Shen's body through his fingertip. Gradually Jiang Chun tightened his brows. After his examination, Shen Laozi's body was in a very bad condition. His internal organs even began to fail rapidly. If not treated in time, he would not last long. "Well," Jiang Chun said truthfully, "the old man's condition is terrible. I need some time." Afterwards, he directly mobilized a trace of Shenhuang Qi into Elder Shen's body to start slowly repairing his injuries. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, but Jiang Chun was still being treated, so they were arranged to wait outside for the time being. After another 3 hours of this, Jiang Chun finally reopened his eyes, his face slightly pale and his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Shen Xinyan immediately handed over a towel and helped him wipe the sweat from his face. "How is he, my grandfather?" Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief faintly. "There shouldn't be any problems." "Really?" Shen Xinyan grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, her body trembling with excitement. "Well, why don't you have them come in and give the old man a full body check? I'm gonna rest for a while too." Then the paramedics, who had been waiting for 3 hours, finally came in handy. They took out a variety of instruments on the Shen old man. Is a whole body physical examination. The results of the examination is all normal, very healthy. Jiang Chun also took the opportunity to absorb a few spirit crystals to recover his depleted spiritual energy. "Xiao Jiang, thank you. Please accept my worship." Jiang Chun stopped Shen's father and said, "A show of hands. Uncle Shen doesn't have to be polite. Shin mother looked at Jiang Chen's eyes, light flashing. The more she looked, the more she liked. Jiang Chen was looked at all over the body, uncomfortable. At this time the division of alien energy came. After explaining his intentions, Jiang Chen followed them back to the alien energy division. After returning to the alien division, Jiang Chen received a call from Li Wei. On the phone, Li Wei looked happy and shocked. He gave a rough account of what had happened, but concealed the matter of Big Yellow. After all, Big Yellow was now his trump card and could not be easily exposed. Old Man Li said he would help with the Xiao family's affairs and put his mind at ease. By the way, do you want to meet Hu Shida and Han Inglong? Old Man Li suddenly said, a few chills in his words. Old Man Li then went on to tell the story of the two men targeting him. Jiang Chen had actually guessed that Han Inglong was behind it, and although Hu Shida had a hand in it, he didn't intend to find trouble with him. As for Han Inglong, he was planning to meet him. Soon after, the two had a video meeting arranged by Li Wei. Han Inglong has emaciated a lot and aged a lot, and there is no longer the hostility that he had at the beginning. Jiang Chen didn't have any sympathy for his current state. If it wasn't for his underhanded maneuvering, he wouldn't have been in danger. If it wasn't for the Xian Huang Qi protecting him, he really would have died. He smiled faintly and said, Han Inglong, didn't think I was still alive, did you? Han Inglong's gaze changed slightly, but he returned indifferently. Heh, so what if I'm alive? Do you still dare to kill me? Killing you would be too cheap. Do you remember what I said back then? Jiang Chen stared at Han Inglong in the picture with a smirk. Han Inglong seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly became fierce as he shouted, Jiang Chen, don't mess around. I told you back in the day that once you let me get away with it, I guarantee your family will be in trouble. Jiang Chen said grimly, originally, if you didn't mess with me, I wouldn't have done anything to them, but you should never have taken another shot at me. So sorry about that, huh? Jiang Chen, you can't hurt them, they're innocent. Han Inglong yelled like crazy. He was really scared. Tisk, TSK. Tisk, unfortunately, you are no longer qualified to negotiate with me now, so just wait for my good news. No, please. Han Inglong anxiously shouted, but Jiang Chen decisively hung up the video. Let him how to shout no longer get a response. I want to see Elder Li. I want to see Elder Li. Han Inglong shouted. He was really in a hurry. Jiang Chen revealed a hint of a morose smile. Scare even you mother-er to death. Chapter 84 Avenged. Let Xiao Yi feel the pain of being gnawed on a little bit. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't really intend to do anything to Han Inglong's family. He's not Xiao Yi. Wouldn't use such underhanded tactics. As the saying goes, there's a right to be wronged, and he was only targeting Han Inglong alone. He knew about Xiao Yi's situation from the Alien Energy Division, and surprisingly, he was still alive and hanging on for dear life. This is just right, when the heart is still some regret did not have the ability to personally revenge. Now it seems that it is not too late. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Han Inglong, to this day, Xiao Yi's grave is afraid to be old and high. After learning the news that Xiao Yi was still alive and well, there was a moment of loss in his heart, but it was immediately followed by elation. It's good that he's not dead, and you can send him on his way yourself. God has treated me well. Thinking about it, the corner of his mouth rose to reveal a cold smile, and without realizing it, he had already arrived at the Xiao family villa. Standing outside the villa, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of remembrance and hatred. It was here that he experienced pain twice. The first time he died, the second time he managed to flip and survive. Xiao Yi, it's time to pay your debt. Instead of going through the gate, he went over the side fence into the villa. For his current cultivation level, this kind of scaling the wall and entering the courtyard was nothing but child's play. The divine sense was released, and in an instant, the entire villa's scenery all appeared in his mind. On the second floor, the bone-thin Xiao Yi was lying on the bed. Next to him were two healing adepts who were treating him, and behind them was Xiao Yi's family. My poor yaddle, oh! A slightly fat middle-aged woman wiped her tears and kept sobbing. The middle-aged man next to her patted the woman's undershirt and comforted her. Don't worry, Ear is a seedling valued by the Department of Alien Abilities. They will surely be able to find a way to heal him. The woman sobbed, but it's been 6 months. The middle-aged man sniffed and sighed helplessly. The current level of medical care is not at the level of replacing all the parts of a person's entire body. At that time, the hospital had issued a critical illness notice and told them to prepare for the worst. Later, the Department of Alien Energy sent 2 medical aliens to barely hang on to Xiao Yi's life. This hanging is for 6 months. There had been no response from the Alien Division in the past 6 months. and he wondered if it had been forgotten. The hospital had no choice, the alien division didn't ask or care, and for now all they could do was wait. After half an hour of treatment, Xiao Yi's face was obviously better, and the original card white as paper face regained a little bit of redness. When the treatment was over, the woman rushed to the bed and asked eagerly, "Ear, are you feeling better?" At this time, Xiao Yi's bones were as thin as firewood and his face was as withered. The flesh on his face was completely sunken with black spots attached, and his nose was collapsed and his eyeballs bulged out looking like an alien. "Mom, I hurt. Help me." Xiao Yi's bulging eyeballs turned slightly, his voice hoarse and feeble, as if he might not be able to catch his next breath at any moment. The woman had long since burst into tears as she clutched Xiao Yi's withered palm. "Ear, bear with it and you'll be fine soon. Mom's always here for you." "Mom!" Xiao Yi's pupils slowly laxed and lost focus and then closed his eyes. Now his whole body organ failure. Even say one more sentence seems to be unusually strenuous. The healing faculty immediately put an oxygen mask on him to prevent him from being unable to breathe due to respiratory failure. Several people packed up their things and exited the room, leaving only Xiao Yi unconscious on the bed in the large room. At one point, a breeze blew in and the curtains flapped a few times. When he looked again, a figure had appeared in front of the bed. Who is it if not Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen looked down at Xiao Yi on the bed without any pity for his current state, and a wave of pleasure ran through his heart. It was all because of this man that he had lost his white moon, that he had died once. He gave a cold smile and then removed his oxygen mask. Xiao Yi's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his dry and collapsed face was visible purple from lack of oxygen. Jiang Chen poured a trace of spiritual energy into him to wake him up from his stupor. Xiao Yi, whose eyeballs bulged out, gasped for air, wanting to shout but unable to do so because he had to keep breathing. His eyes rolled and his breath caught suddenly as he took in the person in front of him. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at him breathing heavily in pain and couldn't help but smile at him. "Xiao Yi, long time no see." Xiao Yi's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, and his breathing became more violent due to his excitement. He obviously died a year ago, so why is he still here? Why? At that time, when he learned of Jiang Chen's death, he had lamented that he hadn't gotten his powers to take revenge with his own hands. However, now that Jiang Chen was standing in front of him alive, he was unusually scared himself. He afraid to die. Even though his whole body was in excruciating pain every moment, he was still holding on because he was really afraid of dying and didn't want to die. Once he dreamed of becoming the god of the world, dominating everything with great ambition. Instead, he was now just begging to hang on to his breath and live. Jiang Chen's voice sounded like a demon's whisper to him, filled with fear. "Jiang Chen, let go, pass me." Xiao Yi let out a trembling voice with difficulty, his bulging eyes filled with fear of death and desire for life. "Spare you?" Jiang Chen laughed coldly and shook his head slightly. "Do you think I'll let you go?" He looked down at Xiao Yi with a condescending resumption and teased, "Don't worry, I will make you less painful." Xiao Yi's body visibly trembled. That's fear is fear. He wanted to call for help, wanted to ask for assistance, but Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance. Jiang Chen mentioned him to the deep mountain and casually threw him to the ground like a piece of trash. He then injected another spiritual energy into Xiao Yi's body, and the latter's breathing immediately calmed down a lot. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yi felt pain all over his body, more than 10 times more painful than just now. His withered face was twisted and contorted in a color of boundless pain. Jiang Chen snorted, "It hurts, doesn't it? I've heightened your senses tenfold. You killed me. The alien division won't let you go." As his breathing normalized a bit, Xiao Yi's speech was also much smoother, but it was still breathless. Jiang Chen scoffed at the threat before he died. It was possible to threaten him after all this? "Oh, why do you think the alien division is hanging you? Do you think they will really save you? The value of your living is nothing more than providing time and space essence. You can deprive me of my psychic essence, but can't someone from the psychic division?" Jiang Chen's voice was cold, with disdain and mockery in his tone. For the alien energy division, the cost to save Xiao Yi was huge, but if the alien energy origin was directly stripped to someone else, it would be much less troublesome. Why Jiang Chen knew this was something he had guessed at first, and eventually got confirmation from Old Man Li. This decision had already been passed on the side of the Department of Alien Energy, stripping Xiao Yi of his time and space alien abilities, and the dominant person was He Wanzhong, who had been sheltering him. As for the beneficiary, according to Old Man Li, It was He Ilong, the grandson of He Wanzhong. Xiao Yi's heart instantly went cold. The alien division wanted to strip him of his powers, something he hadn't expected. Now that Jiang Chun said this, he instantly realized that perhaps he was doomed from the moment he fell. Oh, reincarnation retribution? Xiao Yi gave a silent, miserable laugh. The sound of wailing. Just then, the howls of several wild wolves came from the distance. A smooth smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. In his previous life, he actually hadn't completely broken when he was thrown into the deep mountains by Xiao Yi and Liu Ruyan. All he could do was watch as the beast gnawed at his torso. The pain is so intense that words can't describe it. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Today, he would also let Xiao Yi taste the taste of watching himself being devoured bit by bit. As for the time and space powers, he didn't need them and wouldn't let them fall into He Wanzhong's hands. Xiao Yi winced when he heard the sound of a wild wolf howling, and he seemed to realize something. However, Jiang Chen's next words even made his sweaty hairs stand on end and cooled him from head to toe. Don't worry. I'll make sure you stay conscious until the end. Loud clamor. The wild wolves quickly discovered Xiao Yi's presence, and faced with food delivered to their door, the wolves naturally would not be polite and dazzled on the spot. The smell of blood was thick in the air. Jiang Chun sealed Xiao Yi's throat, so he couldn't scream or shout. The feeling was 100 times worse than killing him outright. The tenfold perception of pain made his eyes roll over and he fainted on the spot. Only Jiang Chun wouldn't let him really faint, that would be too cheap. In the end, under Jiang Chen's operation, Xiao Yi had been in a state of wakefulness, his consciousness very clear. He watched as his body was torn and stripped away bit by bit. Eventually only a head remained. In the end, he was exploded by a wild wolf watermelon. Red and white flowed all over the place, and finally died in endless pain. During this process, he no longer begged for life, he only wanted to beg for death. He only wanted to beg Jiang Chun to give him a hard time. Jiang Chun revealed a hint of a smile, but in reality, he wasn't as excited as he thought he would be. Nor did he have the fervor of having his revenge avenged. To him, Xiao Yi was nothing more than an obsession in his heart. An obsession that stole his white moon. Chapter 85. Saying to a beautiful woman who comes to the door of her own accord, "Get lost." Xiao Yi's disappearance caused quite a stir, and the Xiao family searched for a long time without finding it. Not a trace at all. The Department of Alien Energy had even arranged for someone to be in charge of this matter. But there were still no clues. He Wanzhong even gave a deadly order to find the living. But all of this was nothing to hang on to for Jiang Chun. Let them look if they want to, they'll end up with pile after pile of wolf dung at best. But those are afterthoughts. Jiang Chun took out his cell phone and looked at the time. This was the phone Shin Xinyan had given him when he came out of Shin's house. Well, there is currently one and only one contact on the phone. Moreover, he seemed to see that Shin Xinyan had also thoughtfully set up an unfamiliar call blocking function for him. Well said, and quite attentive in case he is being scammed by telecom. Glancing at his cell phone screen, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The screensaver turned out to be Shin Xinyan's selfie. I don't know, it looks good. Well, change it later. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning, and at this time back at the academy Zhangsheng had also rested a long time ago. He had no choice but to find a random place to cultivate for the night. The next day, Jiang Chun came to the academy early. At this time most people had not yet gotten up. There were only a few sporadic people, of which basically all were couples coming back from outside. Jiang Chen's appearance didn't attract their attention. After all, the night's exertions had left them a bit mentally drained, and they didn't have much energy to pay attention to others. Jiang Chun took a step and walked through the academy, which was exactly the same as a year ago, without the slightest change. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang, and it didn't take much to figure out who was calling. Because there's only one person who can fight their way in at the moment. Fishing out the phone from his pocket, he pressed the answer button, and Shin Xinyan's voice tinkling like a clear spring came from the phone. Jiang Chun, where are you? I just got back to the academy, why? Huh? Well, then, wait for me in front of the academy. I'll be right over, no leaving. Jiang Chun heard the phone came, thump, 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 footsteps, but also heard something fell on the ground to make dang collision sound. The opposite side seems to be more anxious. Jiang Chun felt puzzled after hanging up the phone, but still turned around and returned to the entrance of the academy to wait quietly.
沈家距离学院说远不远说近不近，不堵车的情况下半个小时就能到。
The sky was also getting brighter. The moon turned shyly and hid itself, and the sun braced itself with a hooded glow to start work. The people coming in and out of the academy also began to increase, and occasionally one or two people in the bustling crowd glanced Jiang Chen's way. On the sidewalk across from the main entrance of the college, 3 beautiful girls with cool clothes and tall figures were walking on 15-centimeter high heels. The clothes the 3 wore were different colors, but they all had one thing in common, which was that the fabric was pitifully small. From the side you could vaguely see some white shimmering fabric. Underneath those super short jeans were 3 pairs of long, wobbly, black legs. Some of the men passing by couldn't move their feet when they saw this scene. That look of wanting to look but not daring to look, wanting to refuse was really despised by Jiang Chen. Dressed like this is not just out to let people see it, there is nothing to be shy about, look at it greatly on the right. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid they'll eat you alive? 3 beautiful women arm in arm, one hand carrying a small purse, walking on tiptoe, jumping up and down is really eye-catching. Some of them look so deep that their breathing becomes deep. Heartily exclaimed. It was a rather handsome-looking boy who ruffled his flowing sleepy hair and walked straight over. 3 beauties, add a WeChat. Those boys who are sullen in their hearts and do not dare to take the initiative opened their mouths wide one by one. Unbelievably looking at the 3 girls smilingly added the boy's WeChat. That's okay. If I'd known, I'd have asked for a weeb. You'd wake up smiling in your dreams to be able to talk to such a beautiful woman. No, guys. I'm going into action. A boy wearing glasses and looking bumpy as if he had gone out of his way, windy and fiery stride over, quite a look of death. I do not enter the hell who entered the hell of the heroic momentum. 3 beauties, add a WeChat. Roll. Holler. The boys turned and walked away. Damn, how come the same words don't work with me? It's not scientific. Does good looks make you a meal and give you priority in choosing a spouse? It's not fair. I hate all the dudes in the world. This scene attracted the crowd to heave a secret smile. Really ing toad wanna eat swan meat? Do not know how ugly they look. Take a piss and look at it. Jiang Chen grinned. This kid's self-esteem is afraid to be completely destroyed. Go back for fear that 3 days do not dare to go out to see people. Just as he was grinning, the 3 cool type beauties actually walked towards him, and he slightly sidestepped to make enough room to pass. However, when he wanted to continue eating his melon, he heard a soft and melodious female voice coming from his side. Handsome guy, add a WeChat wow. Jiang Chen's face stiffened slightly. What the hell? Eat your own melon? He looked sideways as the 3 heavily made-up beauties all pulled out their cell phones and displayed their QR code business cards. 3 pairs of large Kazran eyes stared at Jiang Chen with watery eyes, and her bright red lips rose slightly hanging a shallow smile. It's not good to reject someone or a beautiful woman. Those androgynous compatriots cast envious glances at the sight. Damn, good looks really do have priority in choosing a mate, and it's a ing initiative to send them to the door. You say it's infuriating. The biggest gap between people is not height but face value. Showdown, I'm jealous. The fire of jealousy in the eyes of his male compatriots was burning brightly, itching to cremate a dragon on the spot with Jiang Chen. Get out! Amidst the incomparably envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen came straight out with a shocking thunderclap, and all of them revealed unbelievable expressions. Cow, beautiful women take the initiative to add microblogging was also shouted roll. Really not polite, It's just ing brain dead. Kicked in the ass stupid. Those sullen men were indignant while at the same time somehow there seemed to be a feeling of relief in their hearts. Strange. The smiling faces of the 3 beauties instantly froze, their faces a little embarrassed. They've never been rejected, and they never thought they would be. Men all like beautiful face, perfect body, as long as they slightly wave. Men are not like a pug like Harla tongue licking, easy to take. Just give them a little sweetener and they'll work for you and take what they want. However, today, being rejected in front of so many people made them feel that they had been greatly humiliated. Jiang Chen cold eyes, these 3 demonic ES know at a glance that they are engaged in improper work. Looking for him to ask for WeChat, there are only 3 points. A solicitation. Second, look for a spare tire receiver. 3. ATM toolman. After graduating from high school, Jiang Chen worked several jobs and engaged in many industries. These 3 women he could tell at a glance, scheming rotten bastards. For this kind of person, he naturally would not save face. The 3 women sullenly looked as if they were not going to leave today without apologizing or compensating. Boom, boom. Just then, the roar of an engine came from far and near, and a red sports car drove up then steadily stopped at the curb. The car door opened and Shun Xinyan came out from the driver's seat. Chapter 86 First time doing it and you're even disliked. She was wearing a tight floral dress today. The skirt was light and airy, with a belt of the same color around her waist, lightly outlining her slender waist, and the length of the skirt was just right, revealing her slender calves to be crystal white. A pair of white sneakers on the feet is to add a few points of youthful liveliness and playfulness. It was obvious that she was wearing light makeup today, and she was brighter and more attractive than ever. Shin Xinyan got out of the car and froze slightly. Raising her eyes, she saw three cool women blocking in front of Jiang Chun. Her eyebrows quirked slightly, her long lashes fluttered, and the bridge of her upturned nose wrinkled, letting out a soft hum that only she could hear. It wasn't true that those three women were beautiful, but they were still a far cry from Shin Xinyan, not by an order of magnitude. From the moment Shin Xinyan got out of the car, all eyes were drawn to her. That's the white moon goddess of their hearts, pure and unadulterated. And look at the three cool women. Tasteless. Not caring about the gazes of the others, Shin Xinyan crossed her small steps and went straight to Jiang Chun. He glanced at the three uninvited guests and said, "Who are they?" Jiang Chun shrugged and deflated, "I don't know." Shin Xinyan then noticed the QR code business cards on their cell phones and immediately raised her eyebrows, then looked at Jiang Chun and said, "You added their WeChat? I don't even have that, plus." It was true that he hadn't used the program for a long time. After all, his own phone number had long since been cancelled, and he had been using someone else's number and hadn't even signed up for the thing. Not waiting for him to react, a pair of slender and tender arms embraced his arms, warm and moist touch with a slight sense of two-sidedness at the same time. Fellow males felt the heavens fall apart at the sight of this scene, and the sound of heartbreak was heard. The goddess actually offered to take the man's arm. And so close. Damn it, I'm dying of envy. The hearts of countless people felt like they had been pierced at the moment. Damn, it's hard to cry. It was no wonder that these people would feel this way. The people at the scene were basically the new class of trainees, while Shin Xinyan was the goddess-level figure of the academy, the white and flawless white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. They didn't know Jiang Chun, let alone what happened between Shin Xinyan and Jiang Chun. At this moment, they just wanted to knife someone, knife the one who robbed them of their white moon goddess. A flash of amazement flashed through the hearts of the three cool girls upon seeing Shin Xinyan, and then a feeling of being ashamed of themselves rose. They thought they were already beautiful, but compared to the woman in front of them, they were far worse. The desire to make things difficult for Jiang Chun just now was also instantly thrown out of his mind. Gone. Shin Xinyan hugged Jiang Chun's arm, her entire body leaning tightly towards his side, causing Jiang Chun to walk uncomfortably. I can't move my right hand at all, and I don't dare. Looking at the fading backs of the two men, the light in the hearts of their male compatriots gradually went out. The two didn't speak along the way. Jiang Chen's heart fluttered, secretly crying out that he couldn't be helped. Shin Xinyan's cheeks turned slightly red, having been hugged like this before. That was the first time he met Jiang Chun. But it didn't feel like this back then. Today the two were again in physical contact, but it gave her a twinge of something different. There was a garden in the academy, so the two of them found a bench and sat down, and Shin Xinyan had also let go of Jiang Chen's arm. She secretly took a deep breath, and the blush on her face had long since faded back to its normal appearance. "You brought breakfast?" Shin Xinyan carried a bag with 3 insulated lunchboxes. Jiang Chun took the insulated lunchboxes out of the bag while taking them. "Well, thank you for helping me. Us yesterday, and these were brought for you." Jiang Chun had already opened the lids of the 2 lunchboxes. One contained dim sum, one contained xilongbao, and Shin Xinyan said as she opened the third box, which contained sweet soup. "It looks pretty butch," Jiang Chun said truthfully. The treats were also made into a nice shape that was pleasing to the eye. The little dumplings were soft and fluffy like little mushroom heads. And don't look who did it. The corners of Shin Xinyan's mouth curled up slightly, and she crossed her arms and raised her delicate chin proudly in a way that anyone could see. Today she got up early and yelled at her cooking aunt to teach him how to make pastries and steam Xiao long bao. She learnt it very carefully, and it was the first time she had ever cooked in her life, and she was full of a sense of fulfillment. Now that Jiang Chun had casually complimented him, he immediately felt light and comfortable, and it was worth it to work hard all morning. In fact, Jiang Chun had long since dispelled the grain, and eating or not eating no longer had any effect on him. But he didn't want to waste Shin Xinyan's kindness and was prepared to take a few shallow tastes. He flicked a piece of pastry into his mouth, and Shin Xinyan immediately came close to him, her large eyes fluttering as she stared at him, somewhat nervous and somewhat expectant. As the pastry entered his mouth, Jiang Chun took a bite and chewed. His expression became a little odd, and his chewing motion slowed by half a beat. How was it? How was it? Was it good? Jiang Chun took a piece from the lunchbox and brought it to her mouth. You'll know it when you taste it. Shun Xinyan's cheeks flashed a hint of redness, and then she opened her mouth and took a bite and chewed twice, her expression instantly becoming wonderful. 2 seconds later yucked it all up. Salty. Huge salty. Never had food so salty it was like eating a handful of salt raw. She hurriedly picked up the sweet soup and took a big gulp, and the next moment, the soup in her mouth directly sprayed out with a poof, impartially spraying Jiang Chen's face. Big sister, can you spit towards the side? I rely on my face to eat. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Shin Xinyan immediately drew 2 sheets of wet tissue paper to wipe Jiang Chen's face. But the rubbing went off, the luster in his eyes flickered, and the movements of his hands became extremely slow. Pushed the pause button? Jiang Chen didn't have the good sense to simply grab the wet tissue paper in her hand and wipe it himself. Shin Xinyan pretty face a red, just rubbing to see fascinated. Embarrassed glanced at Jiang Chen heart, secretly said fortunately not been found. Is this your first time in the kitchen? After wiping the soup off his face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. How do you know? Shin Xinyan was slightly shocked. Even mom and dad don't know, how would he know? You can't tell salt from sugar, can you not? Shin Xinyan, like a frosted eggplant, is wilted. Beeped a little temper. 2 look the same. How can I distinguish clearly? Speechless. Sugar and salt look the same. Which one of your eyes sees they look the same? Are you still eating the Xiao long bao? Jiang Chen looked at her. Eat. She couldn't believe that it took so long to make 3 things, and she couldn't believe that none of them were edible. Picked up a small dumpling and put it in his mouth and took a bite. Gee, what a way to put it. It was salty and sweet like a handful of salt with a handful of sugar in it, and tasted extremely strange with a hint of spice. Uptight, very uptight. Vomit. Jiang Chen shook his head straight as he watched. This was the problem of a young lady with $1,000. Not being able to recognize sugar and salt in all grains. Shin Xinyan, on the other hand, had a disheveled look on her face. Obviously she had tried so hard to make a breakfast with her own hands. But the result was all a failure. She felt so useless. Don't be discouraged. Jiang Chen rubbed her head and comforted her. Next time you'll definitely make it harder to eat. Haha. Believe it or not, hammer you owe. Shin Xinyan revealed 2 small tiger teeth and raised her pink fist in an I want to hammer people manner. Chapter 87. Run. That scary man is back. After throwing away their inedible breakfast, both men sat on the bench in silence for a moment. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Chen pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. Shin Xinyan, who was next to him, glanced at it and instantly wrinkled his nose as he snatched the phone. Why did you change your screensaver and desktop wallpaper? Shin Xinyan pouted her lips with some dissatisfaction and small anger. Just a moment ago, she glanced but saw her phone screensaver change to a picture of a landscape with green grass. When she unlocked it and went in, even the entire desktop wallpaper changed to the same exact picture. Jiang Chen smiled sarcastically and explained, it's impossible to keep using your photos. What would that become? How to say, Jiang Chen's former cell phone screensaver and desktop wallpaper are all a person's. That time he was full of eyes and heart are all her. At that time, he couldn't see Ruyan Lu a few times a year, and even video calls were few and far between. At that time, he set all of his screensavers and desktop wallpapers to pictures of Ruyan Lu. This makes it possible to see the people you want to see as soon as you turn on your phone and feel full of happiness. Now that I think about it, I'm a big dumbass. The Ruyan Lu of that time had actually betrayed herself long ago, and many details could be deduced. It's just that he really loved her too much at that time. He also believes that Lu Ruyan is equally in love with him. No time to meet, no time to call, or even no time to return WeChat messages. He thinks it is her busy school. Then Jiang Chen came to his senses. Academic busyness, a hammer. His business busy. That was because she was too busy making love to Xiao Yi. How could she have time to pay attention to herself? The only time each month that he returns a message in a timely manner is when he transfers money to her, which is basically a second receipt and a 3-word reply, received. Every time this time, he would hug his cell phone and hem and haw and giggle. Thinking back to his experience, Jiang Chen cursed himself fiercely in his heart. On the other side, Shin Xinyan pouted her lips and quickly clicked on the screen of her cell phone, changing the screensaver and desktop wallpaper back to her picture. It was also thoughtful to give him a random switch, but every picture that switched was a picture of her. The beauty of it is that you can see the beauty of her anytime you want. Jiang Chun expressed his speechlessness and just let her do whatever she wanted. I, for one, am going to the capital. Suddenly, Shin Xinyan opened her mouth, sounding a bit down in mood. What's the point of going to the capital? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Dean Zhang recommended me to a tutor in the Thunder and Lightning department at Central China Academy, and the tutor said he wanted to take me on as a student. If this matter had been in the past, she would have been very happy and probably would have flown straight to the capital the day after she was notified. But now she hesitated. She didn't want to leave here, didn't want to go to the capital anymore, wanted to stay. That's pretty good for a quick boost to your abilities. Humph! Shin Xinyan let out a light snort, clasping her hands in front of her body and beaming as she twisted her face to the side, leaving Jiang Chun with a side view. Jiang Chun was speechless. Am I wrong? Isn't it good to go and improve yourself? It's a rare opportunity, a lot of people want to go and can't. Jiang Chun smiled sarcastically and said tentatively. You want me to leave so badly, huh? Shin Xinyan sniffed and immediately stared sideways at Jiang Chun and puffed. Jiang Chun smacked his lips as a slight stirring suddenly rose in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed. It took a couple seconds of silence before he said, That's not true. I just think it would be a great benefit to you. I know, but I don't want to leave now. I want to stay here all the time in Jiangling. Jiang Chun rubbed her head and laughed. Didn't you say you'd cover me before? I'm still waiting. How can you cover me if you don't learn your skills well? At that time, when going to participate in the 5 houses competition, Shin Xinyan, as the ace in the academy, once did say such grandiose words. But then it turned out that Jiang Chen's strength was much higher than hers. Himself can't cover it. Unexpectedly, after more than a year, Jiang Chun still remembered her words, and she couldn't help but have a flash of joy on her pretty face. You first go to the capital to study and improve your strength. I'll go find you to play when I'm free. After all, well, I'm a person who doesn't have many friends. You count as one. You said it, no cheating. Am I that kind of person? Then you come to see me once a month, no, once a week. Jiang Chun squinted at her and said, Isn't that too greedy? In the end, Shin Xinyan still decided to go to the capital. Jiang Chun also had no choice but to promise her to visit her once a week, but asked her to reimburse all expenses. Shin Xinyan was an S-class Thunder and Lightning system ability. As long as she grew up, she was an absolute powerhouse. This opportunity was really rare. Jiang Chun didn't want to delay her future. In the end, Shin Xinyan also downloaded a WeChat on Jiang Chen's cell phone for him and added her own friends, so that they could instantly communicate anytime, anywhere. Well, there's also video. Meanwhile, the Academy forums had been in an uproar. Hashtag white moonlight, no more hashtag. Hashtag shocked, the goddess has taken the man on her arm hashtag. Hashtag 100,000 to kill the man hashtag. Hashtag I'm crying and the goddess is wiping his face hashtag. A series of topics about Shin Xinyan directly dominated the entire forum, with various versions emerging. Some even made up stories that one was a professional. However, things soon took a turn for the worse when someone recognized the man in the photo. Hashtag holy, he's back hashtag. Hashtag as someone who's been there, a word of advice, don't mess with that man hashtag. Hashtag I'm the king of softness, Xiong, who will never fall. In the end, the administrator put the post from a year ago, hashtag rather mess with Hades, don't mess with Jiang Chen hashtag on top again. Only then did everyone slowly learn about Jiang Chen's past, and past posts about Jiang Chen were dug up by grave digging. And the posts that were anything like hashtag 100K, take out the man, were silently deleted by the author. Scared. So afraid he'll come and me. Through understanding, these newly minted rookies also obediently kept their mouths shut, deleting posts and deleting comments for fear of being targeted by Jiang Chun. However, they were overly concerned, mainly because Jiang Chun had never visited the forum at all, and didn't even know that there was such a forum. Jiang Chun met Dean Zhang, and Zhang Hongxing had actually already known about his return from the Department of Alien Energy. Still, there was no avoiding a sigh of relief when meeting him in person. Jiang Chun also roughly talked about some of his experiences this year, the same as what he had said in the Alien Energy division. 9 out of 10 sentences are false, most of them made up. Zhang Hongsheng rearranged a dormitory for him, and from today he returned to the academy. 2 days later, Shin Xinyan called him to go out, saying that he would be going to Kyoto tomorrow, and that he had to have a good time today and try something he had never tried before, lest his life leave him with regrets. Chapter 88. I'm not going. I'm afraid of ghosts. Zhongling Amusement Park. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. This is the ing place where she said, "No regrets in life. Forgive me for being impure when I heard that at the time. Depart." Today Shinsinyan wore an apricot-colored dress with its own fairy atmosphere, slung over a small white purse, and a pair of straight and slender thighs shook her eyes a little. Feet on a pair of delicate white small-plate shoes. Girlish. With a big wave of her hand, she pulled Jiangchen and rushed towards the amusement park. Shinsinyan seems to be the first time to come to this kind of place, curious about everything, left to see right to see, also especially like to crowded places. The melon-eating gene is etched in the DNA. There are a lot of people who come here to play. Most of them are parents who come to play with their children, parents playing with their cell phones, children laughing and smiling. There were also a number of couples in couple suits, the woman sipping milk tea and the man carrying a small bag. Quite a few people looked this way a couple more times, because Shinsinyan's face value was indeed top-notch enough to attract a large swath of attention wherever she went. "I'm going to play that." She pointed ahead to a field that wasn't too big. Inside, a dozen or so bumper cars are rapidly moving and colliding, making thump 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 noises and accompanied by a series of screams. After buying their tickets and waiting a few minutes, it was finally their turn. Shinsinyan excitedly sat in the bumper car, as the companion Jiangchen naturally also wanted to play. "Jiangchen, I'm coming." She drove the bumper cars, hooting and hollering, and with a thud both cars jumped at the same time. Then she wildly hit the steering wheel to change direction to make a big turn to crash over to Jiangchen again. Jiangchen kicked the electric door directly welded. The steering wheel grunted in his hands to turn around, avoided her impact after reversing from the side to give her a violent impact. With an ah, Shinsinyan was directly shocked and almost popped out. Not to be outdone, she quickly circled around behind Jiangchen, wanting to give him a blow as well. At this time, many people have surrounded the outside of the bumper cars, and there is a long line of people buying tickets. After the round was over, Shinsinyan had a look of uninterestedness on her face. But just then, the boss came over with a smile and told her that she was the 888th lucky customer today and rewarded her with another game. "What about him?" Shinsinyan asked, pointing at Jiangchen, who had gotten down from the bumper car. He's not a lucky customer to be playing." "Then I'm not playing either." Without waiting for her boss to finish her sentence, she unbuckled her seatbelt and jumped out of the car. Pulling Jiangchen in the boss's look of dismay, he left. Those who had bought tickets and were waiting to get in immediately felt like they had lost their ing money on the tickets. "Boss, can I get a refund?" "You can play if you want. Don't mind me. I'll just wait for you." Jiangchen, who was pulled out, said that he could actually see that Shinsinyan wanted to play. "Humph. I'm not doing it. I'm not having fun alone when you're not even playing." Then she saw the jumper not far away, and her eyes glowed with excitement. Jumpers are arguably one of the most exciting things to do at an amusement park. The vast majority of people are afraid to try it, yet it's one of the girls' favorite programs. This forces some men who would not have wanted to or were afraid to try it to tough it out. No matter how much of a wimp you are, you can't be a wimp in front of a girl, can you? The result is obvious. Going up there in high spirits and fighting spirit, heaven forbid. When I came down, my legs were so weak and scary that I couldn't stand up. But it's a good time to add, I'm fine. I can still keep fighting. Vomit. Shinsinyan pulled Jiangchen to the line, and in front of them was a couple in couple's clothes. The woman put on makeup, looks okay. The man is wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. At this time his face is a little white. Looking at the rapid fall of the jumper, 2 legs are trembling. Jiangchen secretly exclaimed that he was bullish, and he still dared to go on even after this. Be aware that these machines with their violent undulating movements are very unfriendly to people who wear glasses. First, you have to take your glasses off to be able to up there. But then, once you take off your glasses, the world becomes a blur, and you can't tell the difference between north, south, east, west and north, and whether it's a cow or a horse. And then more ing fear from not being able to see things during strenuous exercise. Shinsinyan looked at the couple's suit of the two in front of her, pursed her lips, and decided that when she was free she would also go buy one, oh no, 2 pieces to wear. When it was their turn, the 2 men seated themselves on the machine and fastened their seatbelts. The machine slowly ran up, and when it reached a certain height, it thunked as if it had lost its support and fell directly toward the ground. The sound of wind in your ears screams. Shinsinyan yelled excitedly with her eyes wide open, while Jiangchen next to her had a calm face and didn't feel anything. For someone who was able to navigate the air, this was not enough to make him shout. Free fall, who wouldn't? But then, Seeing Shen Xinyan casting an excited and happy look, he still gave face to it and pretended to give 2 empty shouts. The spectacled brother next to him, oh no, his glasses had been taken off, and he strangely glanced at Jiang Chun. Brother, you ing scream ah, now it is up, down only when you scream ah. Shen Xinyan, on the other hand, pursed her lips and laughed non-stop, and even wrinkled her quite delicate little nose towards him. After coming down from the jumper, the glasses man has been white legs and feet soft, if not his girlfriend to help estimate this moment has been lying on the ground. Jiang Chun secretly sighed. For the sake of that short leg, it was hard to tire out the 2 long legs. Why bother? Glasses brother looked at Jiang Chun light-hearted face without changing color. Even a head type is not messed up. It is outrageous, the heart secretly WC. If there is half of his power, well, at least can be in front of his girlfriend to pretend to load. Shen Xinyan tidied up her broken hair and joyfully began to look for the next piece of entertainment. She was exceptionally energetic today, and Jiang Chun followed her with a smile as he carried a small white satchel. One day down, what rotating sledgehammer, speed roller coaster, human rotating pulp, all played all over. Anyway, it's just whichever is exciting to play. The average person then might try a few intense programs and then choose something lighter to overdo it, but they don't have a transition period at all. It took until the afternoon for the 2 to subside for a while, one holding a cup of milk tea. The 2 walked slowly. There was a haunted house in front of them. A lot of boys bring girls to the amusement park. Haunted house is one of the essential items. After all, girls are timid creatures. This time is the boys' opportunity. Is the best time to draw closer to the 2. Think about it. In a dimly lit environment, being held in the arms of your favorite girl, that feeling of contentment and happiness pulls right through. Even to the point of having to wipe the short sleeves hard enough to jerk them up over the shoulders to reveal the entire arm.
啧，温润如玉，软香触壁。
One word: cool. Jiang Chun swept a glance, and sure enough, the people in line were basically couples. Boy's face, smiling mouth is not comforting, that don't shoot, not at all scary. In fact, the heart is thinking the more ing scary the better. The more scary the greater the chances of Shen Xinyan's 2 samples glowed, and with a finger of her vegan hand, she excitedly said, we'll go too. No go. Jiang Chun refused outright. Why? Shen Xinyan was surprised, and then she puffed out her little mouth and pretended to be angry. I'm afraid of female ghosts. Chapter 89. I like you, be my boyfriend. Jiang Chun casually made up a reason. He didn't mind going on exciting rides like the jumper roller coaster with Shen Xinyan because there was basically no physical contact. But not in the middle of a haunted house. Who could stand it if they were caught in the middle of the 2 girls' mountain again? No way, no way, no way. Shen Xinyan froze for a long time before snorting out a laugh. Ha ha ha, you're afraid of female ghosts? Female ghosts are more like afraid of you. Besides, it's not real. It's only fake that can be filmed. Haven't you heard? People scare people to death. After saying that, he added in his heart, I'm afraid of you, a female ghost. Jiang Chun finished nourishing the last mouthful of milk tea, then walked towards the trash can to throw the cup away. When he returned, he saw 2 tall, burly boys standing where he had been, and Plug frowned slightly. Pretty girl, alone? Play together. One of the boys in a tank top with tattoos on his arms said with a grin, but his eyes were traveling up and down. Pretty girl. Got a boyfriend? Wouldn't mind one more if you did. The other boy sized up Shen Xinyan and hemmed and hawed. Shen Xinyan's face was cold and originally came directly to a roll, but she saw Jiang Chun finish throwing garbage and walked over to this side. Between the electric thoughts, the coldness on his face was gone and replaced with a light smile. Yeah. The 2 boys immediately looked at each other. An inexplicable excited glow flashed in both eyes at the same time. The boy with the tattoos reached out to grab Shen Xinyan's arm, but was silently avoided by her slight sidestep. What kind of program is the pretty lady going to play? The other boy asked, rubbing his hands together. Shen Xinyan pointed to the haunted house next to him and said, haunted house. The 2 boys froze slightly, and then there was a strained smile on their faces. Nice guy. It's only in the black that you have a chance. Who says it's hard to pick up a beautiful woman? Our brothers can easily do it. There's no way around it. Being strong is an advantage. Unlike those fine dogs which are hit and miss at first glance. You guys get your tickets. Shen Xinyan urged the 2 to buy tickets. The 2 smiled and flew to the ticket office, directly squeezed out of the front of the line to insert the queue to buy 3 tickets. With a sinister smile like that, it's bound to be no good. Jiang Chun walked over with his bag and saw Shen Xinyan's grim smile, and couldn't help but glance at the 2 people who were winding up to cut in line to buy tickets. Come on. Let's go to the next program. Jiang Chen's arm stiffened. Darn it. He was pinned before he even entered the haunted house. Those two men had easily bought 3 tickets and turned their heads. Damn, the beautiful woman only had a back. So he took a big step to catch up. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes darkened and he was blocked by 2 people. Looking at Shen Xinyan hugging Jiang Chen's arm, her entire body almost leaning on his shoulder, she couldn't help but get angry. Who is he? Beautiful. Didn't you promise us a haunted house? The 2 men opened their mouths one after another, their gazes glancing at Jiang Chen, then at Shen Xinyan. What do you say? Shen Xinyan's red face carried a sweet smile. Boyfriend. The 2 men's eyes fell back on Jiang Chen, their cold gazes looking like they wanted to tear him to pieces. Shen Xinyan slightly glanced sideways toward Jiang Chen, and at the same time, Jiang Chen also looked at her in dismay. With 4 eyes facing each other, Shen Xinyan's pretty face blushed and hurriedly looked down at her toes. Jiang Chen's heart thumped twice. No way. I treat you like a friend and you're trying to pick me up? You've got a lot of nerve. Shen Xinyan's appearance was indeed a top-notch existence. At least so far Jiang Chen hadn't seen anyone prettier than her. Usually, the 2 exchanges were at the friend stage, and he was so focused on his cultivation that he didn't think about it. It was only today that I realized that she had turned on him. God, is it true that there is no pure friendship between a man and a woman together? The look on her face just now seemed to have betrayed her. She's really beating herself up. Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly gulp. Big sister, I just want to engage in cultivation. Don't come and mess up my Dao heart. Pretty women only make me speed up my sword drawing. Kid, your girlfriend said she wanted to go to a haunted house with us. Get out of the way, the tattooed man said in a low voice, his words threatening. He flexed his arms to show off his massive biceps, with the implication that if you don't agree, I'm going to use to beat you up. Jiang Chen put his hand in front of his nose to disperse it. Damn, it smells like fox. Did you buy a ticket? Jiang Chen's height was 1.8 meters. These 2 men were half a head taller than him. He raised his eyes and said indifferently. The tattooed man directly took out 3 tickets and waved them in front of Jiang Chen. 3 tickets, we've already bought them. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. Jiang Chen's eyes stared at the tattooed man, pupils flashed a flash of light. The next moment, the tattooed man, as if he had been point acupuncture point, stayed on the spot, cannot move. Jiang Chen drew 2 tickets out of his hand and looked sideways at Shen Xinyan. Let's go. Go to the haunted house and take a stroll. Shen Xinyan raised her eyes and smiled cheekily. You're not afraid anymore? That's without your escort. Shen Xinyan smiled sweetly, as if the summer wind gently brushed to make one's heart tremble. Shen Xinyan then let go of Jiang Chen's arm and ran quickly in the direction of the haunted house. Her pace is agile and brisk. The hem of her skirt with her every move swings a beautiful arc, long hair gently fluttering like an elf. It's beautiful. Jiang Chen, hurry up. She turned around and looked back towards Jiang Chen and waved, a sweet smile all over her flawless face. Jiang Chen looked a little dazed, then secretly shook his head. Forget it. What the hell? Let it go. Coming, he responded, catching up quickly with his small white leather bag. Big brother. What's wrong with you? Big brother. The other boy shook the tattooed man's body with fear and doubt in his heart. Why isn't Big brother moving? The tattooed man stood in the sun, unable to move. He was already sweating profusely, not sure if it was from the shock or the sun. In the haunted house, Shen Xinyan and Jiang Chen held hands. The dimly lit space could trigger a horrible surprise at any time, and whenever this happened, Shen Xinyan would unconsciously hold Jiang Chen's hand tightly. At this time, she was not a gaga powerful shifter, but an ordinary little girl. Without realizing it, Shen Xinyan leaned over and hugged his arm tightly. Once again feeling the full sense of oppression, Jiang Chen secretly took a deep breath inside and tried to keep himself calm. Out of the amusement park, the 2 walked side by side, the 2 long shadows slowly stacking together in the setting sun. The 2 of them then went to eat dinner together, and Jiang Chen sent Shen Xinyan to the door of her house. I'm leaving for the capital tomorrow. Without the joy from earlier, Shen Xinyan lowered her eyes and said softly. Jiang Chen nodded without saying anything. You have to come see me, yo? Shen Xinyan raised her eyes to Jiang Chen, her eyes flickering with reluctance. Will do. Jiang Chen nodded again. Well, I'm going back. Shen Xinyan pushed open the door and finally turned back to look deeply at Jiang Chen before stepping inside. Jiang Chen secretly sighed, then turned around and prepared to fly back to the academy with his sword. However, right at this moment, the originally closed door suddenly creaked open from the inside, and Shin Xinyan loudly called out to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun turned around. What is it? I like you. Be my boyfriend. Then, without waiting for Jiang Chen's reply, he clanged the door shut. It seems to be afraid of being rejected simply by not listening. Jiang Chun looked at the heavy door and couldn't help but touch his nose. Am I being confessed to by a girl? Chapter 90. What a little wit. Jiangling College, Dean's office. Zhang Hongsheng brewed Jiang Chun a cup of hot tea, then sat back down on the recliner, gently shaking the backrest. That's the thing. This time you're going to the capital. You're not only representing the academy but the whole of South China. Jiang Chun faintly took a sip of tea without speaking. The military region will select a group of young and strong xenophiles throughout the country as the focus of future training. Once selected, you can enlist directly into the national team. The national team has a lot more gold in it than the alien division. Numerous people have chipped their heads in, but very few have been able to be truly recognized. You can't really do it without real skill. The scope of this selection was divided into 7 large regions, with each region electing 100 young adepts between the ages of 18 and 20. Just looking at the requirements is a bit more demanding. After all, the population of each region is in the hundreds of millions. Apart from the ordinary people, there are at least 1 million of alter egos, and tens of thousands of 18 to 20-year-olds. Choose 100 people out of tens of thousands of people. You say these people don't have real skills. That's absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen originally didn't intend to go, but from what Old Manly said, if he was selected, he would have the possibility to enter the major secret realms on a priority basis in the future. Even those that had just been opened had priority. This is something that has alienated him a bit. He had a vague suspicion now. There should have been a civilization before their current one. That was the immortal cultivation civilization, which was his current cultivation path. The so-called secret realm is actually a small space that was sealed by the immortal civilization, and now the seal is loosened to reveal the world. Some of the things in these secret places may not be of the slightest use to an alien, but with him it was different. For example, cultivation techniques are completely impossible for an alien to cultivate or even notice their existence. These feats that were useless to Alterans were very useful to Jiang Chun. If he was able to obtain priority, there was no doubt that he would be able to obtain more cultivation resources and techniques. Let's leave tomorrow and contact Mr. Nye when we arrive at Huazhong College. Here's his contact information. Zhang Hongsheng pulled out a business card from the drawer with Mr. Nye's name and his contact number written on it. Coming out of Zhang Hongsheng's office, Jiang Chun took out his cell phone to reply to Shin Xinyan's message. 10 hours 8 minutes and 41 seconds. Shin Xinyan. It's been 5 days. When are you coming to the capital to see me? 10 hours 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Shin Xinyan. What are doing? 10 hours 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Shin Xinyan. Jiang Chun, you're done? The guts are fattening up, and you're not even returning my messages. 10 hours 19 minutes and 46 seconds. Shin Xinyan. If you don't reply to the message again, I'll ignore you. Huh? 10 hours 23 minutes and 49 seconds. Shin Xinyan. I'm going to get angry. 10 hours 25 minutes and 1 second. Shin Xinyan. Jiang Chun, don't ignore me. 10 hours 25 minutes and 32 seconds. Jiang Chun. I'm coming to the capital tomorrow. 10 hours 25 minutes and 35 seconds. Shin Xinyan. Really? 10 hours 25 minutes and 50 seconds. JC. What about trust between people? 10 hours 25 minutes and 59 seconds. Shin Xinyan. What time is the flight? I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Ningnung. Pick up does not pick up. The plane does not exist. I have no need to take a plane here. Fly directly to the past faster than the plane. The key is to save money. 10 hours 26 minutes and 10 seconds. Jiang Chun. Give me a location. I'll go straight to you. 10 hours 26 minutes and 12 seconds. Shin Xinyan. Yes, sir. Soon Shin Xinyan sent over the address. The location information is inside the Central China Alien Energy Academy. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, secretly saying that it wouldn't be the girls' dormitory. Then the two of them chatted for a while. Most of the time was Shin Xinyan sharing what she had seen in the capital. He also said that there were many good food in the capital and that he would take him to a big meal. Jiang Chun replied to the message while turning around and retracing his steps towards Zhang Hongsheng's office. Zhang Hongsheng in the office is picking and pulling the keyboard. Looked up and saw Jiang Chun went and returned, could not help but brow. Secretly, this kid will not back out of it. Jiang Chun, what else do you want? Road trip, round trip. Zhang Hongsheng obviously froze, and then slumped into the chair, laughing and scolding. You kid wool gathering to me. Then I don't care. You're gonna have to reimburse me for the round trip anyway, or I'm swinging for the fences and not going." Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders in an indifferent manner. The corner of Zhang Hongxing's mouth twitched slightly. He was really worried that Jiang Chun would give up. Jiang Chen's strength was definitely unquestionable. If he went to the capital, although he might not be able to get the first place, but at least he would be able to add to the glory of the academy. By the time the academy operated and publicized a bit more, its popularity would rise another level, and it would also be able to attract more outstanding adepts to enroll, and the academy's value and comprehensive ability would rub upward. He, the dean, naturally has a bright face, and he might even get a promotion or something. It was like the Five Houses competition a year ago, when Jiang Chun had made a name for himself, and their academy's reputation had shot up, going from obscurity to being known by everyone. If Jiang Chun really swung for the fences and didn't go, then the academy would lose a lot. "Give me the card number and I'll have the finance side call you. Dean sure is quick." Jiang Chun cheerfully wrote the card number to him before leaving the office with a smiling face. After walking out of the office, he also sent Shen Xinyan a message. "Brother's rich. I'll treat you tomorrow." "Really duh. I want to eat capital roast duck. Roast chicken? Roast chicken?" Shen Xinyan replied back in seconds and also said a whole lot of things she wanted to eat. Jiang Chun estimated that the round-trip traveling expenses to buy these things should also be enough. If it's not enough, we'll ask Lao Zhang for more money to live on, or we'll threaten him to quit. "I'm such a little ing wit." Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed, putting away his cell phone and exiting the office building. In the martial arts arena, Zhu Tong's originally ambitious face collapsed when he answered a phone call. His qualification to go to the capital was unexpectedly cancelled. No, to be precise, it was replaced by someone else. This news was like a bolt from the blue to him, giving him a direct thunderbolt. It's hard to fight for a spot and say it's gone, say it's replaced. On what grounds? Ever since he got his spot, his back is straighter than ever. There's a sense that it's not a hit or a miss. People around him were looking at him differently, and he liked the change. To tell him now that the quota has been given to someone else would set anyone on fire. "What's wrong, Unity?" The people around him saw that he looked bad, so they opened their mouths and asked. Zhu Tong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "My place has been taken over." The people around him were stunned. "What's going on? Did the academy arrange this? And who took your place?" For a while, the crowd was filled with all sorts of questions. The quota to go to the capital was set half a month ago. Looking at the departure, this time change of mind is really sudden. They all wanted to know who the person who replaced Chu Tong was. Was he stronger than him? Is there such a person in the academy? Or has he been replaced by someone from another academy? I remember. Could it be him? Who? The gazes of the crowd went to the one who had spoken, curious about the person who had replaced Zhu Tong. Jiang Chen. The college forums are full of his posts these days. Even the ones from a year ago are on top. The crowd also remembered that there was indeed such a person in the academy. A year ago, he entered the alien division to rescue a scientific research professor from the Night Lord's organization, then was chased by the Night Lord's organization's boss to escape into the core area of Jing City, and was finally smothered by an 8th Order Augur Dragon, who knew that just a few days ago he had returned to the academy. Many people saw him acting intimate with the academy goddess Shen Xinyan, and there were photos of them interacting in the forums. The crowd looked at Zhu Tong with inquiring eyes. Zhu Tong gritted his teeth and nodded. It's him. It's him. He also knew that Jiang Chun was strong, but he didn't think he was weak either. He's not convinced. On what grounds? Chapter 91. Hey, you're bad. On the basis of what? I earned my spot by fighting on merit, so who is he to say he'll take the top spot? As soon as he came back, he took his place. Abominable. On the basis of his record a year ago. In Zhu Tong's opinion, with his strength, he could also do what Jiang Chun did a year ago. It just doesn't bother to do it. He protested to the college, but the college was adamant, saying that he was only informed and not consulted, which made him even more upset. Even the academy's attitude has taken a 180-degree turn. The anger wasn't even there. Jiang Chun, is he that strong? Zhu Tong gritted his teeth in indignation and defiance. Does anyone understand his true rank and battle power now? And dismisses his current strength based on his battle power from a year ago. Not fair. It was at this moment that Jiang Chun came this way from the distance. Just a minute ago, he received a hit from the academy, a whole $50,000, which really took him by surprise and made him happy. Without realizing it, he walked to the martial arts arena, not even noticing the strange gazes of those people looking over. He was talking to Shen Xinyan about it at this time. He just walked past Zhu Tong as if nothing had happened, not even raising his eyes. Damn it! Zhu Tong's teeth gnashed. Not only had he robbed him of his place in the capital but also ignored him, he felt that his dignity had been greatly provoked. Numbnuts, so out of sight. Too arrogant. Son of a... I want to kick his ass. The few people who had befriended Zhu Tong spat, and their gazes at Jiang Chun were filled with hostility. Finally, Zhu Tong, whose face was reddened, couldn't hold back any longer, and he shouted towards Jiang Chun to stand still. But Jiang Chun didn't even pay attention to him or didn't even notice that someone was calling out to him. His fingers bounced rapidly on the screen of his cell phone as he replied to the message, and he probably didn't even notice himself that the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up in an arc. It's getting to be a warbler all over again. Jiang Chen's renewed disregard could be said to have slapped Zhu Tong in the face on the spot. Zhu Tong's anger value was directly pulled up to full, and the anger in his heart was on the verge of erupting. Jiang Chun, stop right there. Zhu Tong raised his volume and called out Jiang Chen's name. His voice was heard by almost half of the martial arts arena, and the crowd looked over with sideways glances. Hearing someone shouting his name, Jiang Chun lifted his head and looked blankly before turning around to see Zhu Tong and the others who were glaring angrily at him. You called out to me? He stared at Zhu Tong and frowned slightly. Who was this man? He didn't recognize him. Faulty. The two of them stared at each other for half a day, and Zhu Tong didn't hold back a fart. Jiang Chun couldn't help but let out a dark chortle and turned around to continue returning to the message sent by Shen Xinyan. In the dialogue box between the two, Shen Xinyan sent a selfie. Thin red lips, erect nose, a pair of eyes slightly curved into a crescent moon, a few strands of broken hair swinging in front of the forehead. Simply do not be too beautiful. Shen Xinyan, how is it? Is it pretty? Jiang Chun, not great theta.
春季新陽、サットで繰り返し。
Jiang Chun, I'm talking about the one behind you. Shen Xinyan, huh, you're bad. While he was chatting hotly on this side, Zhu Tong's side was so angry with his blood pressure spiking that he almost couldn't help but directly punch someone. Being ignored again and again, Zhu Tong's anger value directly pulled the explosive tank, and he was about to lose control of his flood of power. What's going on? Some unknown people in the martial arts arena asked uncertainly. I don't know. By the look on Jutsu's face, it seems like he's trying to sleep a hammer people. I think I heard him call Jiang Chun just now. I heard that too. I don't know what the beef is between them. Young man, no matter what, always remember the first post at the top of the forum. The crowd couldn't help but nod as they thought about it. Although many of the people present hadn't seen how Jiang Chun pitched in with their own eyes, they had learned a lot from the forums. Previous posts about him, when he didn't come back, went unanswered like a stone. As a result, when he came back, he directly dominated the forum's popularity continuously, and the key majority of them were still posts from a year ago. It would be outrageous. It's not for nothing that the post hashtag rather mess with Yen Wang. Don't mess with Jiang Chen hashtag has been put on top. It's a reminder to never be impulsive. However, today it seems that our Jutong students may be a bit tempted to be the ones to stand out. Brother Unity, him. Brother Unity. He actually didn't give you face. Anji gave him face, had to punch him. A few people around Zhu Tong were indignant. It was as if they themselves were the ones being ignored and invisibly slapped in the face. And one by one, their brain thrombus surged up and their anger rushed to the sky. In his head, he was thinking about how to get back his face, how to let Jiang Chun know how powerful they were, and how to make Jiang Chun admit his mistake. But then, this matter couldn't be done by them, so they all set their eyes on Zhu Tong. At this time, Zhu Tong's face rose to the color of a pig's liver. His fists tugged and crunched, and the flames of anger in his eyes were like a volcano about to erupt. Jiang Chun, stop in there. He was already very upset and instantly irritated at his friend's arching fire. The anger level is higher than the blood pressure. Bastard, can't bear it anymore, also don't want to bear it. Toward Jiang Chun is a violent shout. The voice is so loud that the whole martial arts arena echoes with his roar. Jiang Chun lifted his head and turned to look over. His brows furrowed as he said flatly, "Did you just scold me?" Zhu Tong stared at Jiang Chun with his eyes deadpan, the flames of anger blazing as he grinned coldly. "Yeah. What's the matter? You dare to hit me?" There was a rule in the academy that no matter what the reason for striking, you had to go to the ring to settle the matter, or else you would be punished or even expelled from the academy. Zhu Tong sneered in his heart, "Let you belittle me again and again. I also want to make it hard for you, is to scold you how, you still dare to make a move on me here not. Even if you do it, I'm not vain, you started it and I fought back, it was self-defense. But as long as you make the first move, I'll have a reason to get the academy to disqualify you from the top spot, and the spot will still be mine then. His cell phone vibrated and Shin Xinyan sent another message asking him when he would probably arrive tomorrow. Jiang Chun returned, wait, I will deal with it first. Shin Xinyan? Zhu Tong's face jumped violently. NG calmly replying to messages at this time. Have you ever considered my feelings? Do I have no honor? Jiang Chun slipped his cell phone into his pocket, then stepped towards Zhu Tong. Some people in the martial arts place were quietly watching this scene, and some melon-eating trainees had even taken out their cell phones to take pictures and videos. Seeing Jiang Chun walking towards him step by step, Zhu Tong also secretly gulped his saliva, slightly terrified in his heart. The main reason was that Jiang Chun didn't have any expression on his face, making his heart slightly uneasy. What did you just say? I wouldn't dare hit you? Jiang Chun arrived in front of Zhu Tong and the others, his little thumb pulling out his ear with a cynical look. Humph, Jiang Chun, don't think that you're great just because you snatched my spot to the capital. In my opinion, you're nothing more than that. Expecting that Jiang Chun was not going to make a move on him, Zhu Tong said even more recklessly. Other people are afraid of you, I'm not afraid. Other people say you can't be messed with, I don't believe it, what's the matter? If you dare to touch one of me, try it. Hit me, hit me. Chapter 92. Platinum? Hey, little scum. Oh yeah. Next moment, Jiang Chun directly threw out a slap. The crunch of the snap fell clearly into everyone's ears. Jutsu was slapped straight across the face and sent flying diagonally. Everyone stared at Jiang Chun with shocked crocodile faces. He did it, he actually did it outside the ring. Doesn't he know the consequences of breaking academy rules? Jiang Chun shrugged. I've never seen someone as cheap as you in all my life, to the point where you're actively begging for a beating. Zhu Tong's brain buzzed and his mind went blank. How dare he? Oh no, well played. Finally a reason to get you. Give me back my spot. I won't get this slap in the face for nothing. Hey, you did it. Zhu Tong covered his face and got up from the ground like a little cutie.
Kind of.
You're nuts, you. Jiang Chun thought that this was a melon ball. Getting beaten up and still smiling stupidly there. Donkey in the head. Everyone in the room can testify that you started it, that you violated academy rules, and that it would be considered self-defense if I fought back now. Zhu Dong was so excited that he shouted. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. This is really a cutie. Brainstorming. As soon as Zhu Tong's words fell, his aura instantly skyrocketed, his platinum 1-star strength completely on full display. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They had all heard that Zhu Tong was highly ranked and strong, but no one thought that he should have reached such heights. How old is that? Less than 20 I think, and you're already a platinum powerhouse, just sick. And then I look at myself and I want to go back to the drawing board. The reason why Zhu Tong had such a high rank at such a young age was actually mainly due to the fact that he had awakened early and had grown up a few years more than the average person. Plus, the family is wealthy enough to provide him with a lot of resources to help. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached its current rank. Zhu Tong grinned and sneered. Let me see what you're really capable of. He has always been very confident in his own strength. The light in his pupils was confident and determined. His breath was more cohesive, soon forming an invisible and huge pressure around him. The people around him quickly fell back with a change in color. Their strength was so far from Zhu Tong's that just by leaning closer they felt their hearts being squeezed for breath. Zhu Tong might not be the strongest cadet in the academy, but he was the strongest cadet within the age of 20. He approached Jiang Chun step by step, the ground shaking slightly with every step he took. His gaze was fixed dead center on Jiang Chun, the corners of his mouth rising to reveal a mocking sneer. Today, at this moment, he was going to break the myth that belonged to Jiang Chun in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Zhu Tong, was the strongest being at this age, and Jiang Chun didn't count as a fart. As he approached, an invisible pressure had enveloped Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun secretly smiled in his heart. A 20-year-old platinum was considered strong. But then, he could have chopped diamonds a year ago, not to mention that he was now in the late stage of foundation establishment. Platinum? Oda! Don't look at Zhu Tong's aura as a strong batch, but it didn't have the slightest effect on him. Even he didn't need to open his aura. Just with his current physical strength, he wouldn't feel the slightest sense of oppression. To him, an aura of this intensity was like a summer breeze. It's also weirdly cool. Jiang Chun was expressionless and calm, and when Zhu Tong smugly approached, he snapped and threw a slap. It is said that hitting people does not hit the face, and today it is inclined to hit this face. With this slap, Zhu Tong was confused, and so were the others. They thought that they were going to see a wonderful dragon fight. After all, these two were the popular figures in the academy. Only one is this year and one is last year. This slap also woke up the many watching spectators, their minds coincidentally recalling the forum posts about Jiang Chun. As expected, he was a strong man who had once continuously dominated the list, and a slap directly knocked out Zhu Tong's aura. A moment of confusion appeared in Zhu Tong's eyes. He had actually been slapped in his heyday. How is that possible? If the first slap was Jiang Chen's surprise, he had no defense against taking a dark loss. But the slap? That slap was a real slap in the face. Touching the red and swollen cheeks froze for a few seconds after he snapped out of it. Stomped and bounced straight up, his powers instantly unleashed. His supernatural ability was relatively special. It was a light attribute supernatural ability, able to launch beams of energy to attack, as if it was the six-chakra divine sword, a speed of light rushing towards Jiang Chun. At this moment, Zhu Yi leaped up, and hundreds of densely packed light spots had surfaced in front of him. Each point of light was capable of provoking an extremely powerful beam of attack. He didn't hold anything back and used his full strength. Hundreds of beams of light shot out at the same time, and Zhu Tong's face became slightly distorted from anger. His eyes were crimson. He was now reckless and only wanted to suppress Jiang Chun to recover his face. Jiang Chen's expression was bland, and in the face of the all-encompassing attack, he advanced instead of retreating. He held up an invisible protective shield, and Zhu Tong's couldn't even break his first layer of defense. Everyone was horrified. They knew that this was Zhu Tong's killing move, which was never unbeatable and never failed to crush the opponent with a devastating momentum. But today they saw something. Jiang Chun surprisingly approached Zhu Tong step by step against the frantic attacks. While Zhu Tong's strongest attack that he was proud of did not cause the slightest damage to Jiang Chun, not even the corner of his coat moved. It would be outrageous. Was Zhu Tong too weak? Or was Jiang Chun too strong? They couldn't help but secretly suck in cool air. What level was Jiang Chun at now? The one who was most shocked was still the person in question, Zhu Tong, who had absolute confidence in his own strength. But today, his self-confidence began to waver. The man actually ignored his strongest attack and idly walked up to him, followed by a snap of his face again. The fiery pain made his head also temporarily lose the ability to think, and then with a bang his body followed his head and smashed on the ground. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Chen's foot stepped on half of Zhu Tong's face, and the other half of his face was tightly pressed to the ground. I am a person who has always obeyed the law and did not cause trouble. But just now you scolded me. You must apologize to me and compensate for the moral damage. I, for one, am not convinced. Zhu Tong gritted his teeth and gasped for air as he tried to struggle to stand up, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's feet. Oh, that's great. I have another traditional virtue, and that's to convince people of their virtue. Then the martial arts field came a clear and loud slap sound. In a few moments half of Zhu Tong's face was swollen into a pig's face. Gee, asymmetrical and weird looking. Then there was another pop. Soon after, Zhu Tong had been thoroughly beaten into a pig's head, the kind that guaranteed that his own mother wouldn't recognize him when he came. The left side is still a little short. Jiang Chun gave him a few more strokes to make sure that both sides had become completely symmetrical. At this time, Zhang Hongxing hurried over, perhaps because someone had just informed him of the situation here. When Zhu Tong's companions saw that Din Zhang had arrived, the few who had not dared to squeak out just now instantly gained a sense of confidence and began to accuse Jiang Chun of acting recklessly and disregarding the rules and order of the academy to demand severe punishment. Zhang Hongxing glanced at Zhu Tong, who had been beaten into a pig's head, before his gaze resettled on Jiang Chun. What's going on? Jiang Chun shrugged and said, he moved first. You fart. You obviously started it. Zhu Tong's companion retorted loudly in defiance. Go to the doctor if you're deaf. Jiang Chun slanted a glance at the man, then looked at Zhang Hongshang and said, Dean, you can ask them if it was him who started the cursing. Jiang Chun casually pointed at the others in the martial arts arena and said, they are all witnesses. Zhang Hongxing rubbed his brow and said somewhat breathlessly, then you shouldn't have beaten him like this, right? Dean, he scolded me. I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to go out when I'm in a bad mood. The capital, I think you'd better choose someone else. I'll go back to autism. The crowd heard the secret. Nice guy, awesome. Threatening the dean? That's crazy. Isn't it? Zhang Hongxing's face changed slightly, cursing that Zhu Tong was really a pig. What's the point of messing with this disaster? You don't think life is exciting enough, so you're gonna hang a pig's head to wash it down? Chapter 93. That kid is going to have bad luck. Zhang Hongxing counted Zhu Tong hard in his heart. If Jiang Chen gave up, then the academy would lose a lot. If he doesn't go, can't he expect Zhu Tong to go and add to the glory of the academy? Isn't that hilarious? Don't even look at what kind of shape he's in. He's being rubbed on the ground. Okay. He didn't deny Zhu Tong's strength, but that was relative. If Jiang Chen had not returned, Zhu Tong would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate. But now that Jiang Chen had returned, the spot had to be his. Asking why? Strength. Jiang Chen had the strength, and it was now plainly proven that Jiang Chen had beaten Zhu Tong to a pig's head without much effort at all. However, he also knew in his heart Jiang Chen is Li Lao's people cannot give up. The reason why he said this is just want him to give an attitude. What do you want? Eventually, Zhang Hongsheng rubbed his temples and asked, apologize, make amends. Zhu Tong, you heard me. Get up and apologize to Jiang Chen. Zhang Hongsheng said with a stern face towards Zhu Tong. Crowd? The crowd only felt that something seemed wrong, but they didn't dare to speak up. Zhu Tong's heart was scratching mad. He thought that Zhang Hongsheng would come to take out his anger for him and punish Jiang Chen for violating the academy's rules, or better yet, canceling his qualification as a top replacement. However, to my surprise, Zhang Hongsheng didn't even mention the matter of college regulations. Now it was even more important for him to apologize to Jiang Chen. This was a clear case of ing favoritism. Jutsu got up from the ground, a fiery pain coming from his swollen face. He stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with defiance as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to challenge you. Zhang Hongxing thought that he was going to apologize, but instead, he heard him say that he wanted to challenge Jiang Chen, and then his face sank. He tried to speak but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Apologize and make amends first, or all bets are off. Zhu Tong was very unconvinced in his heart. He had just lost inexplicably. He still wanted to struggle and wanted to fight Jiang Chen squarely. At that time, even if you lose, you won't lose face as much as you do now. In order to get Jiang Chen to agree to his challenge, he finally bowed his head and gritted his teeth and apologized, and compensated $50,000 for the emotional damage. Jiang Chen, for his insincere apology, did not have any feeling, but more than 50,000 into the account, heart suddenly happy. After doing so, Zhu Tong challenged him again, only to be rejected with a no acceptance. At this moment, Zhu Tong was like a punch in the cotton, filled with powerlessness. Looking at Jiang Chen's back as he walked away, his teeth were almost clenched. Ing people are pissed off. Soon, this matter was spread, and the Academy's forum set off a wave of Jiang Chen fever. The prestige of Zhu Tong's classmates also declined rapidly, and many people even began to fall on the well, with the appearance of a wall falling down. Humph. I've long been displeased with him, always looking like the old man is the best in the world. Playing hard to get hit in the face. Back time in front of Jiang Chen, he's still a younger brother. That's not true, not even worthy of a shoe. Seeing these talking posts, Zhu Tong was almost exasperated. He took out his cell phone and called his cousin, who was far away in the capital. Capital City, Central China Alien Energy Academy. Shen Xinyan and Qin Yao were eating. Next to Qin Yao was a pretty girl, looking 16 or 17 years old with a pill head. Because of the heat of the day, the cheeks are lightly flushed, straight nose, red lips, such as star-bright eyes revealed a hint of cunning. Shen Xinyan didn't have many friends in the capital, and the only ones who had a bit of friendship were Qin Yao and Morong Yu. She came to the capital during this time. The three also played together, as if they had become good friends. Model. Shen Xinyan moved her chopsticks twice with an absent-minded look, and every now and then she lit up her cell phone to see if there were any new messages. Sister Xinyan, you're losing your soul. Morong Yu snickered. When she smiled, the small pear swirls on both sides of her cheeks were hidden beautifully. Isn't that so? It's only been a few days and you're holding back your lovesickness. Qin Yao also teased. Shen Xinyan's cheeks reddened and pouted. Who held back the lovesickness? Sister Xinyan, what does your boyfriend look like? Let me take a look. I haven't even seen him yet. Last time he and Qin Yao went to attend the engagement banquet, but it turned out that by the time he arrived, the venue had been smashed and the people had been snatched away. She was then curious, but Qin Yao said she wasn't sure. After arriving in the capital, she had asked Shen Xinyan 3 times, but the other party always smiled and did not say, which made her itch like 100 claws. Shen Xinyan thought about it and prepared to show them Jiang Chen's picture, But just then, her cell phone suddenly lit up and received a new message. She was delighted in her heart. It must be from Jiang Chun. However, when she clicked on the message, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The bottom of her eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. The one who sent the message was not Jiang Chun, but her mentor Luo Wanhua. Lo Wanhua. Meet at the entrance of the college at 7 a.m. tomorrow to leave for Hong Kong Island Mystery. After seeing this message, Shun Xinyan's entire body was bad, and she was instantly not in the mood to eat. Tomorrow Jiang Chun will come to the capital, obviously full of joy and anticipation, but he himself will have to leave. It is precisely the creation of awe. Qin Yao saw that she looked like a frosted eggplant, so she frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Shun Xinyan lifted her head and said breathlessly, "Instructor Luo told me to go to the Hong Kong Island secret realm tomorrow. So that's what happened. I thought your boyfriend moved on." Qin Yao peeled a shrimp and continued, "Since you're leaving, let him not come, lest he pounces." At this time, Shun Xinyan did not know that Jiang Chun was one of the representatives of the South China region to participate in the competition, and in his heart, he thought that it was right. He was not in the capital, he came to do nothing.
心里不由得叹了一口气，拿起手机哒哒哒地给江晨发去了信息。
Shun Xinyan, Jiang Chun, I'm sorry, you don't have to come to the capital. Tomorrow I'm going to go to Hong Kong Island for practical training in the secret realm, and I won't be back until half a year later. Shun Xinyan was afraid that Jiang Chun would get angry, so she sent another message. Shun Xinyan, Jiang Chun, when the practical training comes back, I'll go to Jiangling to look for you, and I'll give you a surprise then. At this moment, Jiang Chun was being pulled towards the outside of the academy by Ding Qi and the others, and didn't even notice the message sent by Shun Xinyan. "Brother Jiang. Go, 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 we haven't seen each other for a year here, we must not get drunk today." "That's right. I've long wanted to have a drink with Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang has helped us out today. That Zhu Tong kid often targets us because of his strength." "Oh, there's that." Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly in slight surprise. Ding Qi viciously stubbed out a mouthful of smoke, then said, "That kid hit on Senior Sister Shin's idea, so naturally we couldn't let him get close to Senior Sister Shin, so we formed a bond. Isn't that so? He's even more shameless than Zhao Zisong, thinking of crooked ways. I remember one time, he bought off a girl beside Sister Shin, and then asked Sister Shin out to get ready to drug her, and if we hadn't happened to run into her, we might have let him have his mother anyway." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed when he heard this, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. Drugging such underhanded means were used. If I had known, I would have said anything to scrap him today. Shin Xinyan hadn't given him any of these things, and if it wasn't for Ding Qi and the others talking about it, he hadn't known about it all along. Which dormitory does he live in? 205. Building 2, Linjiang Court. Ding Qi glanced at Jiang Chun and said, "Brother Jiang, why are you asking this?" Jiang Chun laughed and said, "Just curious, just asking." Ding Qi and the others winced. It always felt like Jiang Chen's smile was dangerous. That Zhu Tong kid is going to be out of luck. Chapter 94. Someone said he wanted to see me, so I showed up. A few of the guys stayed drunk until 3 a.m. before heading back to the college in a drunken stupor. After separating, Jiang Chen's figure directly disappeared into the darkness. And by the time he appeared, he was already downstairs in the second building of Linjiang Court. His figure floated up to the balcony of 205 as if he were a ghost. The glass door of the balcony was unlocked. He gently pushed the door and walked in. At this moment, Zhu Tong was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that someone had already lurked into his room. Jiang Chun smiled coldly, and then a finger pointed out to directly control the sleeping Zhu Tong. Then he pulled out a few pills and stuffed them through his mouth. These were all the ones he had found from other people's storage rings, and there were all sorts of strange pills such as the Harmony Pill, Jade Maiden Pill, and Siphon Pill. He then threw Zhu Tong straight downstairs, and threw a simulacrum over in the process. He couldn't remember where it had come from. After a few minutes, something started to go wrong with Zhu Tong. Jiang Chun glanced at it and instantly revealed a disdainful gaze. Cut, earthworm. After doing this, he walked away without looking back, and by the time dawn broke, Zhu Tong would be the center of attention of the entire academy. Only after returning to the dormitory did he feel out his cell phone and saw Shun Xinyan's message, and after thinking about it, he still didn't reply to the message. After all, at this time of the day, she was sleeping soundly. Actually, he wanted to surprise her tomorrow. The next day, Lin Jianjuan 2 building downstairs early in the morning gathered a large number of students. 3 layers outside the 3 layers surrounded a watertight. Almost all of them had cell phones in their hands, either taking pictures or videos, while making constant tsk sighs. Absolute, ing absolute. This kid is awesome enough. I know how to hold it up. I see. Why does that thing look kind of familiar? Ding Qi and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies when they arrived at the scene. Recalling that Jiang Chun had asked them about Zhu Tong's dormitory yesterday, there was no need to think that this must be his handiwork. In the center of the crowd, Zhu Tong, who was covered with pig skin, was pressing to do a deep squat, and this scene was seen as a tsk. Some people went up to try to separate Zhu Tong, but at this point he was like a madman trying to stab whatever he saw, scaring those who tried to stop his atrocities into running away. They don't want to suffer locally. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Unicom has become famous, and the heat of the forum has surpassed Jiang Chen's success in dominating the front page. Of course, those uploaded images are against the rules, all mosaicked. Still, it was vaguely recognizable from the silhouette what he was doing. Jiang Chun opened his cell phone and replied to Shun Xinyan's message. Jiang Chun. Okay. Take care on your way. Shun Xinyan. Got it, Onajino. Shun Xinyan. Did you miss me? Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment, and finally replied with a want. Shun Xinyan. I miss you too. Be good and wait for me in Jiangling. Shun Xinyan. The secret realm cell phone is unavailable. If you miss me, look at my pictures more often. Ning. Shun Xinyan, but you can't do excessive things to the photo. Jiang Chun. Shun Xinyan. Just can't. Can't. Forget it, you can do it if you want to do it anyway, I'm all yours. Jiang Chun pondered for half a day but didn't understand what Shun Xinyan wouldn't let him do. But he didn't bother with those little details. Jiang Chun. Why didn't you tell me about being bullied by Zhu Tong? Shun Xinyan. You know, he's very powerful. I'm worried about you. Jiang Chun. I'll clean him up. Don't want to hang out in the academy from now on. Shun Xinyan. Really? At this moment, Shun Xinyan's heart that is touched and happy. She could not wait to fly back to give Jiang Chen a loving hug. Not waiting for Jiang Chen to return the message, Shun Xinyan raked and quickly knocked a few words. What if I miss you right now? I really want to see you so bad right now. Shun Xinyan quickly clicked the send button, only to see that the top of Jiang Chen's dialogue box showed that it was being typed. Her eyes were all focused on the screen, waiting for a reply. Jiang Chen 3. Shun Xinyan? Jiang Chen 2. Jiang Chen 1. Jiang Chen heads up. Shun Xinyan hadn't understood what this meant at first, and as a result when she saw the last two words, she suddenly felt that the light in front of her eyes seemed to have been blocked out a bit. She lifted her chin quickly. A smiling face appeared in front of her. Who is it if not Jiang Chen? Ah! Shun Xinyan first froze for a moment, then shrieked with surprise and joy. How could she not expect Jiang Chen to actually appear in front of her as soon as she looked up? Ignoring the astonished gazes of the people around her, she made a flying leap and directly rushed into Jiang Chen's embrace, her hands deadlocked around his body. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and gently hugged her, feeling the trembling body of the woman in his arms. She cried. The shirt in front of his body was already soaked with tears. Don't cry. Let others look at the joke all. No, I'll just cry. Shun Xinyan raised her face from his arms, biting her thin lips, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Although she was crying, but the surprise on her face could not be hidden. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in Jiangling? She waited until Jiangling helped her dry the tear tracks on her face before she muttered her red lips and asked. Jiang Chun raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Someone said they wanted to see me now, so I showed up. The corner of Shun Xinyan's mouth curled up. Humph. As good as you can coax. Just like most women, they say no, 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 but in their hearts they really want it. So, usually when a woman says no, then yes, turn it around to mean yes. Usually when a woman says she coaxes someone, then she is actually flying with joy in her heart. At this time, a good-looking girl came over. Senior Sister Shun. Who is this? Shun Xinyan's face flushed red and reluctantly left Jiang Chen's embrace, then turned sideways and stood side by side with Jiang Chen, saying generously towards the girls, Jiang Chen, my boyfriend, Senior Sister Su Linmin. She introduced the girls to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen nodded. Good day, Senior Sister Su. Su Linmin gazed back and forth at Jiang Chen's body, then sked. No wonder so many boys have been rejected for pursuing Senior Sister Shen. So it's because none of them are as handsome as Senior Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Do many people pursue heart speech? That's not true. The rows of people pursuing senior sister Shin could circle the academy, and that's still limited to the academy. There were even some boys who fought to get a word with senior sister Shin. Shin Xinyan raised her face slightly towards Jiang Chan with a sweet smile, and her grip on his hand tightened. Suddenly, her fingers were still tickling Jiang Chen's palm. A sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A little tiny tickle. Su Linmin couldn't help but shake her head when she saw the intimate little gestures between the two of them. And it was true that she could smell the flavor of dog food everywhere. I wonder which department of that academy senior brother Jiang is from? Jiang Chen's looks were nothing to sneeze at. There really weren't many in central China that could compare. He just didn't know how strong he was. Jiang Chan Academy, Strength Department. The power system? Su Linmin froze slightly. Strength faculty psychics are generally taller, muscle that's not to mention. Every one of them can kill the final round of bodybuilding. Jiang Chen's situation was clearly different. He was just the right size, and the outline of a firm abdominal muscle could be vaguely seen through his white t-shirt. However, the strength department was only B rank while Shin Xinyan was S rank. There was still a big gap. Just then, a shadow was suddenly imprinted in the sky and accompanied by a high roar of a magical beast. Several people looked up. In the sky, a huge fiery red bird of prey hovered. Its wings spread out over 20 meters. Each flap of the wings creates a strong gust of wind. Shin Xinyan's gaze stared slightly. Chapter 95, Making an Example of Someone. Su Linmin's face changed slightly. She glanced at Jiang Chan and slowly said, Lu Xiangfei, Platinum 8-star of the Imperial Beast Department, is one of Senior Sister Shan's strong suitors. Boom! The huge bird of prey landed with a gust of wind. Jiang Chen's brows flickered, and an invisible barrier appeared to block the blowing wind. Su Linmin revealed a suspicious look. She had all but raised her hands to shield her face, but she didn't feel a hint of wind blowing. After the flying bird stood still, a figure jumped off its back, a process he didn't forget to make a cool flip pose. After landing, he didn't forget to toss the bangs on his forehead, and many people around him showed envious gazes. Lu Xiangfei height is about 1.7 m, did a 3/7 hairstyle just at the top of the head of the hair but dyed yellow, at first glance as if the head on top of a pile of Xiong. Shofei, the name really isn't for nothing. He walked over quickly towards the side with a smile on his face, his eyes never leaving Shin Xinyan for a moment. Only his face did sink as he approached. He noticed that Shin Xinyan was holding a boy's hand and leaning in close, which caused a jealous rage to rise in his heart. Only then did he move his gaze slightly to look at Jiang Chan next to him. Who are you? Let go of senior sister Shen's hand. Lu Xiangfei said angrily with a sullen face. Shin Xinyan was just about to open her mouth but felt her palm being gently gripped, and instantly her heart settled down and she stopped speaking. Who the hell are you to care if I hold my girlfriend's hand? Hearing Jiang Chan say that she was his girlfriend, Shin Xinyan still inevitably blushed a little. After all, she didn't get a positive answer from Jiang Chan after she confessed her love last time. But now that she had her answer, a sweetness rose in her heart. Female girlfriend? Lu Xiangfei stared at Jiang Chan incredulously. Then his gaze fell back on Shin Xinyan. Senior Lu, he's my male friend. Please don't bother me again. Shin Xinyan lifted her chest and said loudly. Lu Xiangfei's face changed and changed, but in the end, he laughed. Senior Sister Shin, if you want to reject my pursuit, you don't have to find just anyone as a shield. It was obvious that he didn't believe that Jiang Chan was Shin Xinyan's boyfriend at all, or maybe he simply couldn't accept that. He only thought it was a shield Shin Xinyan had found to reject her suitors, pretending to be her boyfriend. Lu Xiangfei added, even if he really is your boyfriend, so what? Not married, everything is possible, and again, even if married can still be divorced as long as Shinsis is willing to. I hear the door is open for you at any time. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was instantly enraged. Ing give you face right. He thought he was already shameless, but he didn't expect this Lu Xiangfei to be even more shameless. Simply shameless. Elder brother Lu, right? Jiang Chun let go of Shin Xinyan's hand, then stepped forward to Lu Xiangfei's face. The distance between the two was only half a meter. He was a head taller than Lu Xiangfei, and with the two of them standing face to face, Jiang Chun was in the overlooking position. Since so many people wanted to chase after Shin Xinyan, he didn't mind making an example out of him, so that those who had any ill intentions would dismiss the idea before it was too late. My old man is very protective. The last one that dared to think ill of my people is still hanging on the hot seat. Lu Xiangfei snorted coldly and said rather disdainfully, What, want to make a move? His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in central China, and although his rank was only platinum 8 stars, his true battle power was comparable to a diamond because he was a sentinel beast ability and was able to control magical beasts. He was fearless of anyone's challenges, and furthermore, Jiang Chen's age was a few years younger than him, making him even less of a threat. I'm a civilized person. How can I possibly move my hands, usually only my mouth? Only to see Jiang Chen directly toward Lu Xiongfei blew out a breath. The latter instantly face changed dramatically. When he reacted to it has been too late. His body was a hurricane directly lifted off. 3/7's hairstyle was also blown into a chicken nest. The corner of Su Linmin's mouth twitched slightly. Is that what he meant by just talk? It was true that he only moved his mouth, but he blew a platinum 8-star powerhouse a dozen meters. Just a moment ago he was saying that he was in the power department. How could he change in the blink of an eye? What line of psychic ability is this ventriloquism? Just as her mind was filled with countless question marks, Xin Xinyan, on the other hand, was smiling, her eyes curving into a beautiful crescent shape. If it wasn't for the huge fiery red bird spreading its wings to block the hurricane, Lu Xiongfei was afraid that he would have to fly 50 meters away. Many people were already sizing up the red giant bird, and suddenly the scene changed. They revealed astonished gazes. How did you get lifted off the ground when you were fine just a moment ago? Only a very few people saw what was going on. All of these people had a shocked look in their eyes. Just one breath had such power. Could they not be surprised? The key to be blown away, or Lu Xiongfei, that is the existence of no one in the middle of China knows no one. Every time you appear is a variety of magical beasts as a mount, forced to pull the full. The key others are still strong, platinum 8 stars, crushing 99% of the current students. But it's such a windbag. But it's blown away by a breath of air. Just outrageous. The crowd couldn't help but start sizing up the unfamiliar face. Some of the girls couldn't help but have their eyes light up when they looked at it. Wow, handsome. On the other side, Lu Xiongfei struggled to get his footing. At this moment he looked very wretched. He had a lot of dust on his shirt and pants, and was wearing a cocktail head with a somewhat white face. In the next moment, he directly jumped onto the giant bird, which quickly spread its wings and lifted its wings to instantly rush up into mid-air. Lu Xiongfei, who had lost face in front of so many people, became infuriated, and he directly rode the giant bird towards Jiang Chen to attack. The giant bird of more than 20 meters had sharp claws and swooped down from the air. Go to hell! Lu Xiongfei yelled, his eyes red. He hadn't been humiliated like this since he was a child, and he couldn't swallow it. Jiang Chen's figure was as motionless as if he was an old monk in meditation, and when that sharp lifting claw fell, the pupils of the crowd were violently shrunk. Only Jiang Chen grabbed the giant bird's claws and then viciously pulled it downward, and the 20-something meter giant bird's body suddenly sank down violently and uncontrollably. Although it desperately flapped its wings to escape, it was unable to break free. There was a thud, and the ground followed with a violent tremor. That huge flying bird was directly swung up by Jiang Chen and smashed hard on the ground. A moment of smoke and dust. Compared to the giant bird of more than 20 meters, Jiang Chen's body seemed too small. But it was such a tiny human being who was swinging a giant bird around and smashing it furiously. Accompanied by the wailing of the giant bird, the sky was filled with fiery red feathers floating down. Lu Xiongfei was dropped at the first opportunity. At this point, he was in a rage. This is his favorite mount and his special mount for pretending to be a pimp, so he took turns smashing into the ground, and he looked like he was dying and about to hang up. Stop! He roared, and with a double stomp of his legs, he rushed forward. Although it's an Imperial Beast system, but after all, it has a platinum 8-star strength, and its fisticuffs are not bad either. But as he rushed past, he was met by a huge bird of prey that swept across the room. Jiang Chen directly used it as a weapon. Bang! Lu Xiongfei was directly knocked out more than 10 meters. Grunt on the ground rolled several times before stopping the shape. Bang, bang, bang. One sound after another. The ground shook with every sound that fell. The feathers on the giant bird were almost all gone. The whales also became extremely weak, obviously about to be smashed to death. Stop it, Yuing, stop it. Chapter 96. Is it so easy for a power department to tear apart a magical beast with their hands? Lu Xiongfei angrily yelled, his heart dripping with pain. But all that awaited him was the giant bird that swept across the room, and once again he was knocked off his feet. This time it took a long time to crawl before he struggled to get up from the ground. His chest slightly caved in, presumably breaking a few ribs. Bang! When the last drop was made, Jiang Chun also let go of the giant bird before standing on its back with a single leap. He swept his eyes in all directions, and with cold eyes, he said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, whoever dares to harass Shin Xinyan, this waste bird will be his downfall." The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was really overbearing. But so cool. Those girls had little stars in their eyes. Not that anyone made a sound, mostly because they were afraid to. Lu Xiongfei's are packed. The mount has not been smashed alive. Who is still full of nothing to find death? Live he does not smell good? If it was in the wild, then Lu Xiongfei would probably have gotten cold. But this was the capital after all, it was Central China Academy, he didn't want to kill anyone here, so he had to take this stupid bird to deter those who had crooked ideas. The scene was silent, and only Lu Xiongfei's grunts of pain could be heard. Jiang Chun patted the dust on his body and walked back in stride with his head held high. Shen Xinyan's face was full of happy smiles and her eyes were full of watery love. Su Linmin opened her mouth but didn't know how to speak. To be honest, she had really looked down on Jiang Chun just now for being just a B-ranked strength faculty adept. But now all that was left in her mind was shock. Is it always this easy for a powerhouse to tear down a magical beast with his hands? A bold idea popped into her head. In fact, how could she know that it wasn't any power faculty power at all, but the power of Jiang Chen's physical body? Jiang Chun didn't even use any spiritual power. If he did, this giant bird would directly become slag with one move. Meanwhile, the commotion over here had already caught the attention of the academy, and a teacher rushed over. What's going on? There were two teachers who came to the scene. One was none other than Shin Xinyan's mentor, Luo Manhwa, who in his 50s had a kind of unruffled buff added to his age. The other one was slightly younger in his 40s, named Zhang Huayuan, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and walking with great gusto. Zhang Huayuan saw the huge flying bird on the ground from afar. He naturally knew that this was Lu Xiongfei's mount and asked with a sullen face. Su Linmin stepped forward and introduced the two teachers in a whisper in Jiang Chen's ear, and Jiang Chun nodded slightly. "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Luo, I'm Jiang Chun from Zhongling Academy." Jiang Chun took a step forward and continued, "I'm here to participate in the National 7 Regions competition, only that I just arrived here and realized that someone was plotting against my girlfriend. So I didn't hold back for a moment and made a move. It's me who's wrong, please forgive me." Two teachers. This simple statement of his speaks directly to several things. First, identify yourself and say that you are here to participate in the contest, not to make trouble. Secondly, Shin Xinyan is my girlfriend, but someone hit on her, that's the main reason, the division. Thirdly, hit someone, but extenuating circumstances, can't help it, who sees their girlfriend molested and harassed and is still at peace with it. Fourthly, take the initiative to admit your mistakes and correct your attitude. The two of them listened and then dropped their eyes on Shin Xinyan, who nodded her head in the affirmative and added that Lu Xiongfei often harassed her. At this time, Su Linmin also stood out and said, "Teacher Luo, Teacher Zhang, I can testify that Lu Xiongfei does often harass senior sister Shun. It's just that this time, he happened to be encountered by Jiang Chun." The two men's faces only slightly calmed down a bit. As long as it was not the people from outside who came to make trouble, everything was fine. It's common to turn big things into small things, and no one wants to bite the bullet over a small thing. As for Lu Xiongfei's statement that he started it, this kind of statement is also untenable. After all, other people are really a division who told you to molest other people's girlfriends, and you deserve to be beaten. So Lu Xiongfei was soon left out to dry unattended. Teacher Zhang surveyed Jiang Chun with a slight frown. "How old are you?" It was no wonder that Zhang Huayuan would suddenly ask this last question. The main thing was that Jiang Chun being able to easily suppress Lu Xiongfei was a bit outrageous. Then again, Lu Xiongfei was a famous genius in Central China. Abilities are rare and strong, and it's only natural for him to be a little foxed. 19. Zhang Huayuan was slightly stunned, not expecting to be so young. Even Luo Wanhua next to him had a flash of light in his pupils, and looked at Jiang Chun a few more times. "What's your rank now?" Jiang Chun didn't answer directly because his system was different. He was now in the late stage of foundation establishment, which should correspond to the alien's Zhongshi level. But then again, since its actual battle power was higher than that of a sovereign, it was really hard to gauge. At least now you can put up a fight when you meet a king, and you might even be able to kill him back. So he looked at the gray-headed Lu Xiongfei and said indifferently, "It's only 1,000,000,000 points better than him." Zhang Huayuan naturally didn't believe it. A little bit stronger than Lu Xiongfei, how could it be so easy to rub him on the ground? Just think of the other party is not willing to say also resentful did not continue to pursue the question. We'll just have to wait until the race to find out if it's a mule or a horse. After the matters on this side were dealt with, the time was close to 7 o'clock, and Shen Xinyan and the others had to get ready to leave for the Hong Kong Island mysteries. Shen Xinyan reluctantly let go of Jiang Chen's hand and took 3 steps back towards the bus, a layer of hazy water mist filling her eyes. In fact, it had only been a few days since Jiang Chen's return. And since the two had separated after her sudden confession that day, according to normal circumstances, it would naturally be a sweet period of intense love for the two to meet again. But it just so happened to meet up with the need to go to practical training again, so Shen Xinyan's reluctance is understandable. Shen Xinyan thought to herself that if Jiang Chen asked her to stay at this time, she would definitely stay regardless. But when she walked to the door of the bus, Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, so her heart was inevitably a little lost. Wait! Just as one of her feet stepped onto the car, Jiang Chen finally spoke. Shen Xinyan was delighted. The sense of loss in her heart instantly dissolved into nothing but elation. I knew it. He couldn't let me go. Shen Xinyan thought darkly in her heart, and the corners of her mouth reappeared with a charming smile. Jiang Chen pulled her aside, and before he could say anything, Shen Xinyan happily gave him a full embrace. The summer heat was already wearing less. Being hugged like this, both of them could feel each other's broad chest and hot body temperature. I knew you couldn't let me go. Shen Xinyan's breath hit his earlobe, rolling like fire. Although Jiang Chen had seen a lot in the past working hours, but in the end, it was just a distant view, not a close play. Plus the fact that he was still a young man who hadn't shown his sword until now. A daughter's scent quickly burrowed into his nostrils. At this moment, the always shameless man actually blushed. Some of the big guys saw the two of them hugging and burst into a rage. He immediately pushed Shen Xinyan away, in the continuation of the fear that at that time, the one who is embarrassed is himself. Jiang Chen pulled his pants leg without any trace. The other hand knocked Shen Xinyan's head and said in amusement, "What's in your head all day?" Chapter 97. The Cold Goddess. Ah, aren't you going to make me stay? Shen Xinyan rubbed her head and looked at him with some consternation. It's a good thing to go out for practical training to be able to improve your strength quickly. Why should I force you to stay? But you didn't force it. I actually wanted to stay myself. Think less of unproductive things. There will be plenty of time when you return. The main thing now is to improve your strength. Oh, I know. Shen Xinyan beamed and bowed her head with a somewhat aggravated "oh." Even though she knew they were for her own good, she really wanted to stay. Even at that moment just now, she had thought about coating Jiang Chen's body with her own flavor and turning herself into Jiang Chen's shape. Keep your head up. I'm giving you the business. Jiang Chen didn't know what Shen Xinyan was thinking. If he did, he would definitely be dumbfounded and call out "good guy." Shen Xinyan obediently raised her head. Only her red lips curled up high, and her big watery eyes looked aggrieved. But Jiang Chen didn't care about that, and his finger gently rested against her brow. With that, he passed on the Tao scriptures and sword art that he had cultivated and incidentally his own feelings of cultivation. What is it? Shen Xinyan blinked her big watery eyes. It was a little hard to believe how much more was going through her mind in just a few seconds. It's like it's been pumped in. Never seen but unmistakable. The kind you can't forget. This is my path. I have a different path to cultivate than you guys. I don't have enough time to open the shackles for you right now, so you practice according to my senses first, and I'll teach you hand in hand when you come back. Jiang Chen's idea was actually very simple. Since the two of them were in this kind of relationship, then they should let Shen Xinyan walk this path as well. Not to mention the rest, one more life-saving skill is always a good thing. Also, these bottles are stowed away. They contain elixirs to quickly restore your strength. In fact, these were his own refined Pei Yuan Dan, which also had an effect on the alien, just not as great as his. The two of them then got mushy for a while until Luo Wanhua couldn't even look at them anymore and poked his head out to shout. It was only then that Shen Xinyan got into the car with all reluctance. The bus slowly left, and Shen Xinyan poked half of her body out the window and fought to wave goodbye to Jiang Chen. Until it's out of sight. Jiang Chen had come a few days early. The others wouldn't arrive in the capital until 2 days later, and he was ready to wander around to see if he could find any treasures. The capital's prosperity was not something that Jiangling could compare to. The city is several times larger, not to mention there are skyscrapers everywhere. A truly modern super metropolis. Walking through the crowded streets feeling the long-lost earthly atmosphere, there is a feeling of being a world away. It had been a really long time since I started on the path of cultivation that I hadn't felt the life of an ordinary person. weaving aimlessly through the crowd, brushing past countless people. He was soon submerged in the sea of people. Wanxing Commercial Street. Only 2 kilometers away from Huazhong College, it is the most famous and prosperous commercial pedestrian street in the capital. Meet the Coffee, the most distinctive cafe on Commercial Street, where many people come just to have a cup of pure espresso. Soft and cozy music plays inside the store, and the decor features warm wood colors and soft beige, which along with the soothing music creates a peaceful and relaxing, cozy environment. The cafe has transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows on the left and right sides, and comfortable tables and chairs are placed so that you can watch the people and scenery outside while drinking coffee. The 2 figures sat against the glass window, and people coming in and out glanced that way, consciously or unconsciously. Some people even went out the door and went around to that side specifically to try to get a better look. 2 women sitting face to face, one of them 16, 17 years old, tied pill hair. A pair of big eyes slightly turning unintentionally show a hint of cunning. When she smiles, 2 small pear swirls appear faintly on both sides of her cheeks, lively and cute. The woman sitting across from her had long hair like a waterfall of soft shine. She was slightly on her side, her snow-white jade hand resting on her polished chin, her gaze fixed on the glass window, and from afar she could only spy a glimpse of her perfect side face. The skin was as delicate as porcelain, so white that it could transmit light, and the long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if they were ruffling the summer wind. Sis, it's not easy for you to come back for a trip, so this time you have to accompany me to have more fun. Morong Yu's gaze turned, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, as if she was threatening, but also as if she was pampering and praying. It won't go away for a while. A cool and soft voice rang out, as if a wisp of spring breeze had blown through the hot summer. The long-haired woman turned her head to look at Morong Yu, a hint of a smile appearing on her cool face. Her nose was high and straight, with elegant and powerful lines, as if it were a carefully sculpted work of art, and her lips were thin and red, as tempting as cherries. The most striking is undoubtedly that pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, as the peach blossom in full bloom in the spring, bright and charming. Long eyelashes gently flap as if a butterfly spreading its wings, adding a few points of stunning. The face is undoubtedly perfect, more beautiful and stunning than a star. And it is such a flawless face but covered with a layer of cold frost. There is a kind of unappetizing distance from people 1,000 miles away from the sense of distance. That's great. I'm going to the amusement park, and I'm going to Ice World and Underwater World, and... Morong Yu Alabala went on, talking about a dozen places in one breath. Morong Mingzhu frowned slightly as she listened. In fact, she didn't like going to crowded places, and she glanced out sideways when a sudden thought crossed her mind. Out of nowhere, a familiar and unfamiliar face seemed to pass before his eyes. But when she looked closer, she couldn't find the face again. Her eyes flickered slightly as she looked out the window, dusty memories coming to mind. A few minutes later, Jiang Chun found a seat by the window and sat down. He looked up with a flash of amazement in his eyes. A few seats away from him, the woman looked out the window, but from his position he could still get a full glimpse of her. The woman's appearance was comparable to Shen Xinyan's. It's mind-blowingly beautiful. It's just that the 2 have completely different temperaments. Shen Xinyan is the lively and cheerful type, while the one in front of her is indeed the high-cool type. If Shen Xinyan was the gentle white moonlight in the hearts of boys, then this woman might be the high and cold goddess in the hearts of boys. But after only a moment's attention, he averted his gaze. Soon his coffee was served. From the noisy crowd to the relaxing and tranquil cafe, Jiang Chun had a lot of feelings in his heart, and for a while he looked out the window a little lost in thought. Sis, are you listening to me? Morong Yu blah 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 for a few minutes, only to realize that her oldest sister was walking away, not listening to what she was saying at all. So she couldn't help but huff and puff and clasp her hands in front of her body. Humph, I don't care, you have to accompany me to all these places. Morong Yu played up her childish temper, pouting her lips and humming. Morong Mingzhu shook her head and said, Xiao Yu, you should focus your time and energy on improving your strength. I'm not going to do it. How boring it would be. All day long is just training. I'm not going to live that boring life. Being young is supposed to be a wave. Morong Yu continued to beep her mouth and continued, My old sister is the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. What am I afraid of? I just need to lie down and win. Training is purely a waste of time. Morong Mingzhu was a bit distracted. She smoothed the broken hair beside her ear. There really wasn't much she could do about this sister. He has always been arrogant and accustomed to being soft and hard, but not to be forced into oil and salt. However, it was during this inadvertent lifting of her eyes that her gaze gave a slight lurch. The familiar and unfamiliar face appeared in her eyes again. Chapter 98. Wanna know, but I won't tell you? Jiang Chun felt a gaze sweep over him. However, he didn't care and picked up the phone to send a message over to Elder Li. Uncle Li, I've arrived in the capital. After sending the message, he raised his eyes just in time to meet Murong Mingzhu's gaze, and then staggered away. Sis, what's wrong with you? Although Murong Yu was big-headed but still observant, she noticed the subtle change in Murong Mingzhu's eyes. Nothing. Murong Mingzhu slightly shook her head while withdrawing her gaze. Doubts filled her mind. Obviously that person had died a year ago, so why had he suddenly reappeared in the capital? And why did it always feel like there was a thread connecting her to him? Murong Yu frowned slightly. She rarely saw her high and mighty sister react like this. So then he turned his head sideways and twisted it to look back. It didn't matter if she didn't look. This look really startled her. Like he'd seen a ghost, his eyes went wide. At the same time, Jiang Chun frowned slightly and glanced sideways, just in time to see Murong Yu's surprised expression. He was flabbergasted and had no idea what was going on. Was he dressed in the dirt? It shouldn't be. He compared it to what the others were wearing. It was similar. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. There were so many strange things these days. What's he doing here? Murong Yu managed to come back to his senses and patted his frankly chest to smooth out his breath. You know him? Murong Mingzhu asked absently as she gently stirred the spoon in her coffee cup. Murong Yu took a big sip of coffee to finally suppress the shock. I borrowed a friend's forum account back in the day. Oh, and that friend is at the Jiangling Alien Academy. In the beginning, Murong Yu had nothing to do but enjoy browsing the forums of all the major alien energy colleges to eat melons and see what was new. It just so happened that she borrowed an account of the Jiangling Academy forum that day, and that day was the day that the new students of Jiangling Academy reported to the school. A flying power line? Murong Mingzhu's peach blossom eyes revealed a puzzled look. Well, at that time I just saw such a post in the forums, and the picture was of him imperially. With that said, she couldn't wait to get her tablet out of her bag and then skillfully logged into that account, wanting to prove that she was telling the truth. But she was dumbfounded when she managed to log into the forum of Jiangling Academy. Because it had already been a year since the incident, according to normal circumstances, the post about Jiang Chun should have been buried among the countless posts. However, on the front page of the Jiangling Academy forum, there were several other threads about Jiang Chun. Even that hashtag rather mess with King of Hades, don't mess with Jiang Chun hashtag post was once again top ranked for a long time. Followed closely behind by hashtag Jiang Chun is back, that man he is back hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Chun, the genius Zhu Tong has turned into a pig's head hashtag. Hashtag amazing Zhu Tun deep squat set hashtag. It's not right, it's very wrong. He then sifted through to find out all the postings about Jiang Chun. The amount of discussion on any post about him is very high, and there are even recent comments under each post. The heat is on. She then handed the tablet to Murong Mingzhu and said, during that period of time, there were popular exposés about him almost every day. A year ago, the 5 academies around Jiangling organized a tournament. At that time, he won the single champion by 1 point, and this incident also caused quite a stir in a small area. Murong Mingzhu flipped through the post while listening to Murong Yu's mouth gushing. On the other hand, Jiang Chun felt that his ears were a bit hairy around, unconsciously rubbed, and cursed in his heart. Which melon child is saying bad things about me behind my back again? He sat for a while and then checked out and left. Uninteresting and not for someone of his size 3 and 5. He then wandered off to Fuzimio Street, a famous attraction in the capital. There is a lot of foot traffic and plenty of snacks along the street. He bought a $15 cup of milk tea, carried 2 handfuls of roast lamb, and found a bench in the shade to sit down. A mouthful of iced refreshing milk tea down. Suddenly feel a sense of coolness all over the body. Comfortable. Isn't that ing better than coffee? It's very relaxing to eat and drink and recline on a bench for a short while. In the past, he was too busy working and earning money to enjoy life, and after he was reborn and embarked on the path of cultivation, he didn't have time to cultivate day and night, nor did he have time to cultivate. It is only now that the joys of a life of leisure are truly realized. Anam, tinkling or jingling sound. Just as he was dozing off in a daze, his cell phone rang. At this time he was very reluctant to move. It was not only his body that didn't want to move, his fine mind didn't want to move either. He was completely offline. Eventually though, He pulled out his cell phone with a dark sigh. It was Levi who called. Although Shen Xinyan started to save only her phone number and set up an unfamiliar call blocker. But some people's phone numbers still have to be kept. Like Levi. Just now in the meeting, you kid action is quite fast. This time if you get good results I will help you recommend into the military region. Levi's voice laughed softly from the other end of the phone. Come on, your old man better not recommend it. The last time I recommended it into the alien division almost made me cold. Last time was purely accidental. This time I promise it won't be. Li Wei laughed sardonically at a beat. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's blessed life it would really be cold. Jiang Chen sat up straight. He was actually looking for Li Wei because there was something he needed to ask him about. Uncle Li, where are the places in the capital that sell antiques and old goods? What are you asking for? You're interested in antiques. I do have a few in my house, and I wouldn't give them to you if you liked them. Jiang Chen was directly speechless. This old man Li not only loved gossip, but also had an undeveloped childish heart. It's not like I like it. I have nothing else to do and I want to go around. East of the city there is a street of 8 treasures. Inverted antiques are basically there, but unfortunately I'm out of town, otherwise I would like to go to the treasure. Your old man has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so you'd better go and work for the good of the people. Oh yeah, Yue asked me to ask, how's that ex-girlfriend of yours, Ruyan Lu, doing? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly, unceremoniously revealing Li Wei's true colors. Uncle Li, if you want to know, just say it. Why did you bring Yue along? Li Wei hemmed and hawed, completely unembarrassed by being poked through the lie. So, you nagged my old man. How did it end? The end? Jiang Chen froze. Xiao is dead. To say that he now feels for Liu Ruyan, that is no love and no hate, right? After a lot of experience some things become easier to see. The most important thing is that he has also found someone who genuinely likes him now, and his previous obsession should be completely let go. If in the sight of Ruyan Lu, perhaps it is a stranger in shape. He wasn't a saintly mother. At that time when he saw Liu Ruyan at the entrance of the academy, he really moved to kill. At that time he really wanted to slap her to death. Ultimately endured nothing more than 3 things. 1, there was a college crowd there and he couldn't kill someone in the street yet. Secondly, having pitted her before escaping the Xiao family, I originally thought she was dead, and the resentment within me dissipated a bit. Third, remembering the old love, naturally not the old love between him and Liu Ruyan, is to remember the father of Lu's childhood care of his feelings. Jiang Chen secretly sighed, then said into the phone, "Wanna know?" Li Wei immediately said excitedly, Think. Jiang Chen smiled cheaply. But then I won't tell you. Chapter 99 Other People's Pain is My Pleasure. Jiang Chen hung up decisively. Before hanging up the phone, he clearly heard old man Li anxiously yelling over there. Sure enough, just after hanging up the phone old man Li's call came through. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose to reveal a sly fox smile. He knew old man Li's gossipy heart too well, and hanging him at this time was worse than stabbing him twice. Waited 30 seconds for it to ring and then finally answered. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Wei's exasperated voice came through. You kid swell, you are gonna rush me to death, watching that kind of skit online. See, the key moment is gone. It's Ed. So I put those eunuch bloggers who have no ending all complain to pull the black. Jiang Chen, the little old man's heart is quite poisonous. Hey, are you listening, Jiang kid? I'm listening, but I just don't want to talk about it. My heart disease, hey, you kid, to understand the traditional virtues of the dragon state, to respect the old and love the young. No? Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. I respect the old, your old man must also love the young. First the entire 1,807th and 8th order spirit crystals to, I'll tell you. Levi was so startled that his tone became a little sharper. Why don't you kid go to rob, oh no, why don't you kid go to rob the nest of the magical beasts, but also thousands of 807th order and 8th order spirit crystals? Why don't you directly want to calamity level magical beast spirit crystals in one step, the beauty of you? Jiang Chen smiled sarcastically. He was only joking. The 7th and 8th order spirit crystals were not that good. A 7th order magical beast was equivalent to a human's king level, and 8th order was even more of a princely level. It's also a class like rhubarb, which is still relatively rare on land at this point. However, Jiang Chen's words reminded Li Wei, and he asked tentatively, what exactly is your kid's current rank? Me, I'm like no level whatsoever, bronze doesn't even count. He wasn't lying about that. He was on the path of immortal cultivation rather than the path of exalted, so naturally he couldn't use that system of exalted to measure up. He didn't even need to do it himself now, and when he encountered danger, he simply threw the rhubarb in front of him. Transcendent, not out of the case 8th-ranked magical beasts were enough to sweep everything and be invincible. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Anyway, you kid is a thick-skinned, undefeatable little strong man. Jiang Chun was directly speechless. Who was a little strong? I'm just a little harder than the average person. What's wrong with that? A lot of people can't get hard even if they want to. Just then, Old Man Li suddenly rehashed the old story. Don't interrupt me, you kid. Hurry up and tell me how your ex-girlfriend ended up? Alive or dead? Jiang Chun, however, didn't mention this at all, and instead threw out an even bigger piece of gossip. Uncle Li, I have a girlfriend. Li Wei was first stunned, and then his gossipy heart quickly beat. Tell me, what's your current girlfriend's name? What does she do? Is she pretty?
Ah, Li Bo.
You. What did you say? I have a bad signal here, can't hear. Then I hang up. Do. Li Wei's phone receiver rang. Beep, beep, beep sound. He immediately stormed. This kid clearly did it on purpose, son of a. You have no morals, have you? He immediately redialed, but all he heard was, sorry. The number you dialed is out of service. He called several times repeatedly in disbelief that this was the case. Old Man Li was depressed. There are still signal blind zones these days, and the key is still in the capital? Just outrageous. How was he to know that Jiang Chun expected him to call? So he directly unfolded his domain, isolating all electronic signals, and only after 10 minutes did he revoke the domain. Gee, it's cool that other people's pain is my pleasure. Just the thought of Old Man Li scratching his monkey's head made him feel inexplicably happy, and to celebrate, he went to buy another cup of milk tea and 2 handfuls of grilled lamb kebabs. Meet the cafe when after reading the forum for a while Murong Mingzhu looked up again. It turned out that the seat that Jiang Chun was originally sitting in had already been changed, and Jiang Chun had left at some point. Murong Mingzhu frowned slightly, then softly said, Little Jade, you are going to participate in this national competition, right? Yeah, I'm exactly 18 years old and eligible. Jiang Chun surfed around Fuzimio Street until about 6 in the afternoon. He was going to find a hotel to sleep comfortably, since he didn't want to cultivate for the time being today. He would really be looking back at the life of a mortal. But he hadn't been gone long when he heard a startled voice calling out to him from behind. Jiang Chun. He frowned slightly. The capital didn't seem to have any friends of his own, to be correct. He turned his head to see 2 boys in their 20s standing not far behind him. One of them he recognized, Wang Yuan. The one who shouted at him just now was Wang Yuan. When Wang Yuan saw that it was Jiang Chun, he immediately walked over quickly in surprise and then gave him a big bear hug. It's really you. I didn't believe them when they said you were back. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. He and Wang Yuan had actually only worked together when they were in Jing City and had no contact at other times. So much so that when he first saw Wang Yuan he froze for 2 seconds before remembering his name. Another boy also walked over. He was half a head taller than Wang Yuan with angular features. Hello, my name is Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded to Jiang Chun in a friendly manner, and Jiang Chun casually gave his big name. I've heard Wang Yuan say something about you a long time ago, and to be honest, I'm a little bit of a small admirer. Qin Xiao personal is very dry, there is nothing heart, although and Jiang Chun is the first time to meet but does not recognize self-acquaintance type. Why did you come to the capital? Wang Yuan asked. Jiang Chun also hid, and had nothing to hide, stating the purpose of coming to the capital. Sure, I'd like to attend, but I'm overage. Bull overage, you're the one who's not strong enough. Don't make excuses. Qin Xiao demolished Wang Yuan on the spot, causing Wang Yuan to give him a kick. A couple of dogs let me pretend I can't. Jiang Chun smiled as he watched the 2 of them banter, and could tell that they were on good terms. Where are you going? Nothing to do. Ready to find a hotel to sleep comfortably. Gee, what's the point? We're just about to go to a party. Come hang out with us for a little drink. Qin Xiao came up and wrapped his arms around Jiang Chen's shoulders. Is Tatsu giving face? Where's the face not to give at this time? I have nothing to do myself anyway, so it's nice to go along for the ride. So the 3 of them walked and chatted as they went out of Fuzimio Street, and then Qin Xiao drove the 3 of them to the Dragon Hotel at fire speed. Parking the car, he entered the front door of the hotel under Qin Xiao's guidance. Through the lobby followed by the elevator, the party was on the 38th floor. Jiang Chun felt a few gazes lingering on him for a longer period of time. He gave a slight sideways glance to observe the glances of derision and disdain that were being directed at him. I'm wondering, digging up your family's ancestral grave or something, looking at old me like that. Jiang Chun cursed in his heart. He was irritated by this kind of gaze. Chapter 100. The dragon has reverse scales and will be furious when touched. Ding! The elevator quickly reached the 38th floor. Walking down a passageway you came to the party hall, and standing outside the door you could hear the cacophony of noise and surging music inside. With a creak, the folio door pushed open from the outside and the three of them fishtailed into the room. There were a lot of people there, the light was a little dim, and the colorful colored lights flashed on and off. Paper-thin scene. Their arrival didn't attract much attention, and the occasional person who did notice only glanced faintly. The three of them found a place to sit down, each already holding an extra glass of red wine. Just shortly after they sat down, two men and a woman came their way. Both Qin Xiao and Wang Yuan's faces under the lights changed slightly. Jiang Chun naturally noticed these three people as well. A boy tall and thin face, slightly white, lack of blood color. Footsteps floating at a glance know that the body has been emptied. The other was in slightly better shape, but looked like he was soon to be drained as well. His left arm wrapped around the woman's waist, his right hand twirling a goblet, his mouth grinning crookedly. A crooked-mouthed toad. Agu. Isn't this Mr. Qin? The crooked toad with his arm around the woman had a mocking look on his face that was no longer hidden, and his words were as provocative as they could be. Qin Xiao glanced at the woman beside him, then squeezed a smile on his face. Young Han. Han Xiao, however, hemmed and hawed, wrapping his arms around the woman and groping her with reckless abandon. He raised an eyebrow towards Qin Xiao and said provocatively, "It's a pity that none of them have touched it. Do you want me to lend it to play with it?" Qin Xiao's face at once gloomy to the extreme, before the Qin family in the capital, although not counted as the top celebrities, but at least have some of their own forces. However, the current Qin family was much worse after a series of changes. If it used to be a celebrity, it's now only the end of the line. With the decline of the family's strength, the partners with whom they used to have close business dealings also had crooked thoughts, and began to eat into the Qin family's industry bit by bit. If this progress continued, sooner or later, the Qin family would be eaten clean. Huang Hui used to be Qin Xiao's girlfriend, but eventually broke up and turned around and went into Han Xiaozong's arms. And Han Xiaozong used to be nothing more than a fawning follower beside Qin Xiao. With the fall of the Qin family, the roles of the two men are reversed. Did young Master Qin's sister not come? I miss her so much. Han Xiaozong grinned, his words carrying an obscene air. Qin Xiao jerked his head up to stare at Han Xiaozong dead in the face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Han Xiaozong, you'd better not piss me off. Big deal. The fish is dead. I'll give you a limit 1-for-1. Anyone had scales, and Qin Xiao was no exception. Even if his girlfriend broke up and moved on to someone else's arms, or if he was verbally humiliated, he could put up with it. But if someone dared to hit on his sister, he couldn't and wouldn't put up with it. Because that is his scale, touching it is more than anger. Humph. Hang a hair, ah. Still not one? I wait for him to lick. Draft horses." Qin Xiao's eyes turned red as he raised the wine glass in his hand and smashed it. The wine glass slammed heavily on Han Xiaozong's face, and red wine splashed all over him. Before Han Xiaozong could react, Qin Xiao was an uppercut directly on his chin. Only a click was heard, and the jawbone splintered and deformed the chin. This punch was Qin Xiao's rage-containing strike, and although he was not a psychic, his power was also very great. Bam! Han Xiaozong's body was pushed back with great force, hitting a table and spilling drinks all over the place. It wasn't until this side caused such a big commotion that the others looked over, revealing a look of astonishment. "I've put up with you for a long time. You're just looking for a fight." Qin Xiao rushed up without saying a word in an arrow step and quickly rode on Han Xiaozong's body from left to right. Bang, bang, bang threw punch after punch to the latter's face. "Qin Xiao, stop." Just then, Yang Ziming shouted. He's the promoter of this party. His purpose was actually to ask the Morong family one out, but unfortunately the others didn't give a damn about him. Feeling uninterested, he wanted to end the party early, but he didn't expect an accident. In dog coin thing, yuck. Qin Xiao spat viciously on Han Xiaozong's face after the last punch before he stood up angrily. "Qin Xiao, are you taking yourself too seriously and not putting me in your eyes?" Yang Ziming's voice was low and cold. Hitting someone at his party would be disrespecting him and challenging his dignity. "What will happen to your prestige if you don't teach Qin Xiao a lesson today? Where is one's face?" Everyone at the scene had taken a few steps back, They knew that Yang Ziming was truly furious, and the aura on his body was climbing. He was a psychic, while Qin Xiao was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person be a match for a psychic? As the aura from Yang Ziming's body grew stronger, Qin Xiao's face grew whiter and whiter, and the bones in his entire body trembled incessantly. The immense pressure pressed down on him a bit, and the clothes on his body were already wet with cold sweat. Wang Yuan's face was unsightly as he took a step out to try to rescue his friend, but he was stopped by Jiang Chun. "You're no match for him." Jiang Chun shook his head and muttered. Wang Yuan was still at the gold level, while this Yang Ziming was a diamond powerhouse, so Wang Yuan could only send people's heads. Yang Ziming glared angrily, his aura still strengthening. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked between him and Qin Xiao. At this moment, the pressure on Qin Xiao's body instantly disappeared, and his body regained its mobility. Everyone was shocked. Who was this person who dared to contradict Yang Yang on behalf of Qin Xiao? "Who are you?" Yang Ziming frowned and said in a cold voice. "I'm his friend." "You're trying to stand up for him now?" Yang Ziming said disdainfully, not even putting this person dressed in all ground floor goods in his eyes. "But he does have the capital to reach diamond at a young age, and there aren't many in the country who reach that level at that age." Jiang Chun said flatly, "You can think so. Ha ha." Yang Ziming smiled angrily. There weren't many people in the capital who didn't recognize him. Other than those few people, he wouldn't put anyone in his eyes in the younger generation. "In that case, all of you kneel down for me." He was already in a bad mood today and was holding a bellyful of resentment, and these 3 outbursts sent to his door came at just the right time. The 3 of them have come at the right time. With a loud bang, the entire party hall shook. The crowd was pushed backward a few steps by an invisible pushing force before they could stabilize themselves. Is this the aura of a top alien? Scary as hell. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that Yang Ziming was strong, but they didn't think it had gotten this strong. And he's only in his 20s. There's still a lot of room for him to grow in the future. How many people in the country can be compared to him? Just a handful. In the face of the huge aura that was suppressing him, Jiang Chun was always calm without the slightest fluctuation, and even his eyelids didn't flutter a bit. Yang Ziming was indeed strong, but that was only for other people. And he's not in that category. Then kneel. Chapter 101. Who is this person? So Jiang Chun spoke flatly. It wasn't loud, but everyone in the room heard it clearly. Who is this person? So crazy. Look at what he's wearing. His whole body is ground goods. It is estimated that it is the little rookie who just came out from which deep forest. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers is said to be him. I don't know the height of heaven. Who is Yang Xiao? That's a genius that shakes the capital. He dares to mess with it. He really thinks he's a character. I heard that this party was specially organized by Yang Xiao for Murong Mingzhu, and as a result, he didn't invite anyone. And now he's afraid that he has a belly full of fire with nowhere to vent it. That's a good feeling. Qin Xiao and the others won't be able to run away. I've long been displeased with Qin Xiao, but that one sister of his is quite pretty. Some whispered, no one doubted the outcome. There was only one reason: Yang Ziming was too strong. Who the do you think you are? Daring me to get on my knees? Yang Ziming was in a bad mood. Seeing Jiang Chen's face so calm made him angry. In the next moment, he directly exploded his entire aura, and a tremendous amount of energy collapsed down, wanting to bring Jiang Chen to his knees in one fell swoop. However, the words were just finished. Suddenly he felt a huge force crushing down on him, like a mountain was pressing down on him. Not allowing him to think, he immediately redirected his energy trying to counter the huge force. However, the energy he had condensed was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to make any waves at all. In the end, he fell to the ground with a thud on both knees under his horrified expression. Shock, trepidation, disbelief, and countless other complex emotions intertwined together and eventually turned into fear. He has never lost since his debut all the way to the top and has never felt fear from his soul. But today he experienced it. As long as the other party was willing, they could easily wipe him out at any time. The people who were still talking a moment ago instantly shut their mouths. The genius of the capital city in their mouths was kneeling at someone else's feet, with no ability to resist at all. Who is this person? So the famous Yang Xiao was not even a match for him. That's a bit too big of a gap, isn't it? The immense pressure forced Yang Ziming to arch his back face down and brace his hands on the ground. Bean-sized beads of sweat were falling drop by drop, and his whole body's clothes had been wet with sweat. Next to Han Xiaozong cursed and finally climbed up, and was about to freak out the next moment but was pressed down again by a force also kneeling on the ground. You! He hadn't realized the severity of the problem yet, but just as he opened his mouth, he glanced at Yang Ziming, who was kneeling on the ground and sweating profusely, instantly confused. No, what's going on here? Isn't Yang Xiao here to stand up for himself? Why is he kowtowing now? Han Xiaochong quickly understood, and a cold sweat ran down his face. Son of a, the strongest backing is cleaned up, what the hell is he? Jiang Chun turned around and waved at Qin Chao. Qin Chao smiled and ran over. Now that he straightened his back, quite a fox fake tiger's sense of authority. At your disposal. Jiang Chun flatly spat out 4 words. That tone was that he didn't put Yang Ziming and the others in his eyes at all. It's a flat tone, but it sounds arrogant. Qin Chao didn't make a move on Yang Ziming, but only asked him to apologize. But the dude's mouth is harder than his knees and he just won't apologize. There was no way out then. Jiang Chun increased the pressure slightly, depending on whether his mouth was hard or his bones were hard. In the end, with a snap, Yang Ziming finally couldn't support himself any longer, and his entire body prostrated on the ground, his face tightly pressed against the floor tiles, unable to even lift it up. As much as he didn't like it, as much as he still wanted a pinch, he didn't have the strength. I am the Yang family, young master, and the country's key cultivation object. You wouldn't dare to kill me. Half of his face was already deformed from being squeezed, but his mouth was still hard and expected Jiang Chun and the others to not dare to kill him. Jiang Chun was most unafraid of this kind of dead duck. He just lightly said, I've never thought of killing you. Then he turned the tables and said, I used to castrate piglets. I wouldn't mind castrating someone to try my hand at it. The power of this sentence in the man's hearing is undoubtedly the energy generated by a nuclear explosion. Clanking Yang Ziming immediately and sincerely apologized. As for Han Xiaochong, he wasn't so lucky, and was well taken care of by Qin Chao, who almost gave him a live chicken killing. If it wasn't for Wang Yuan stopping it in the end, at this time Han Xiaocong was afraid that he would have become a little Zongzi. Looking at the back of the 3 people dashing away, there wasn't a single sound at the scene, much less anyone who dared to stop them. Yang Ziming pounded the floor fiercely. His eyes were full of anger. This revenge he must avenge. 3 people out of the Dragon Hotel drove to an ordinary night market street, casually find a called grill bar open-air barbecue stall jerk. Ah! Qin Chao took a breath to dazzle a bottle directly. Ing awesome. He then opened another bottle. Brother Tatsu. I'll toast you with this one. Feel free to dazzle me. This is the kind of place where drinking is cool. Those few think they're gentlemen with a tall glass to a. After showing off a bottle, Qin Chao's words came out in abundance, ruthlessly spitting on those who pretended to be gentlemen there. Perhaps it is a long accumulation of depression today, all catharsis out. Qin Chao is a bottle after a bottle of dazzle, completely stop. Tatsu, you know how much I've suffocated over the years. Girlfriend ran away with someone else. The key old man has never touched her. Xian turned her head and got into Han Xiaochong's bed. Amendi pissed off. There was actually a hint of tears in the corner of Qin Chao's eyes, and it looked like he had been hurt to the core. He dazzled himself with another half bottle. Jiang Chun secretly shook his head. He thought of Liu Ruyan, silently paying for so many years, not to mention further, is the number of times holding hands 5 fingers can be counted. It didn't turn around and end up in someone else's bed. Are you angry? Of course I'm angry. Ki Han Xiaocong mother used to follow me around and nod his head in front of me. It's so hurtful. If it wasn't for Brother Far stopping me, I would have castrated that dog coin today. And Angie dare to hit on my sister, mother looking for death. Speaking of which, Qin Chao padded over to Jiang Chen's side. In a small voice, he said, My sister is very pretty. Does Brother Chun want to get to know her? I think you guys have a lot of room to grow. Jiang Chun waved his hand repeatedly and refused to indicate that he had a girlfriend. Are you kidding me? If Shin Xinyan knew about this, with her temper she would still carry a knife and go directly to cut people. Brother Tatsu. Don't be too busy to reject it. Just break up your girlfriend. My sister is really good. If you don't believe me, I'll call him out now. Jiang Chun immediately advised. Don't you dare. I really have a girlfriend, and she is also very pretty and good to me. Don't harm me. While the 3 of them were jerking off and drinking, the incident at the Dragon Hotel had already spread quietly. Sister, come and see. Chapter 102. Losing a lot of money, missing out on several $100 million of investment. Murong Yu was originally lying on her side on the sofa and was brushing up on her drama. Someone named Shuman sent her a WeChat message with a few pictures and a few dozen seconds of video. It was thought to be just normal gossip. She ended up popping up all of a sudden when she saw the contents. Wasn't the man in the photo the Jiang Chun he had met in the cafe today? Morong Mingzhu has only just taken a shower, wearing a loose lavender knee-length nightgown. Her hair is still not completely blow-dried with some water stains, and her cheeks are slightly flushed. Beautiful, not like a man of red dust, but a fairy descending into the mortal world. She was still extremely fond of this sister, and came over when she heard the urgent cry. Sis, look. Yang Ziming got cleaned up at the party. Morong Yu handed the tablet to Morong Mingzhu, a hint of ancient cunning flashing through her large eyes. That plan from the beginning looks like it's ready to go. The first photo was Jiang Chun and Yang Ziming staring at each other. Yang Ziming laughed out loud. His face actually looked disdainful, while Jiang Chun was ancient. The second photo was Yang Ziming kneeling at Jiang Chun's feet. The third one showed Yang Ziming prostrate on the ground while Jiang Chun seemed to be saying something. There was a video in the background, and although it was a bit far away, their conversation could be heard clearly. Yang Ziming, I am the Yang family, the young master, and the state, the key cultivation object. You don't dare to kill me. Jiang Chun, I never thought of killing you. I used to castrate piglets. I don't mind castrating someone to try my hand. Yang Ziming, yes, sorry, I was wrong. Sorry. Then it was Yang Ziming who immediately apologized and admitted his mistake, and the scene was quiet. Yang Ziming's voice was clear, and from his trembling voice you could hear how scared he was. Aya, sis, it seems like we missed a good show today. I regret it. I should have known that I should have gone to see it. Morong Yu said with a look of regret, while also observing Morong Mingzhu's subtle change in expression. Only to her disappointment, Morong Mingzhu always had a calm face without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Go take a shower and go to bed. Morong Mingzhu returned the tablet to her and then went back to continue blow-drying her hair with a command. Ugh! Morong Yu was a bit confused. She clearly felt that her old sister was interested in this Jiang Chun. Why did she say that? Because Morong Mingzhu had always been high and cold. She never paid attention to others. But this Jiang Chun she seemed to be particularly attached to. But now it's a flat face, what's the deal? And what the hell was going on with that image she'd seen before? Unable to figure it out, Morong Yu's brain buzzed with pain. So much for not bothering to think about it. On the other side, the two of them, Qin Chao and Wang Yuan, drank themselves into a stupor and had already slumped on the table without moving. Although Jiang Chun also drank a lot but did not have the slightest intoxication, there was no way to do it. Spiritual power operation automatically detoxifies the alcohol. Boss, I want meat, I want wine. Rhubarb poked his head out. It has long been gluttonous, swooshing out, clicking a meal dazzle, drinking more directly, the bottle mouth directly into the mouth, gurgle a few seconds to finish a bottle of dry. Ah, yes. Although it was the first time he had tried this human food, Rhubarb instantly liked the flavor. These things are much more fragrant than those what magic beasts. Raw, which is not as good as roasted, or spicy with cumin, the flavor of the bar. Rhubarb, there's a couple of bugs. Go get rid of them. Clean them up. There were a few people peering over here in the dark, and if they weren't mistaken they should be the people sent by Yang Ziming. Today, in front of so many people, let him lose face. Heart must not be convinced. Revenge is also sooner or later. Just because the scene can't be directly exterminated doesn't mean it can't be done in secret. Give him a warning, and if he doesn't know how to stop, he won't mind making him famous. Rhubarb is eating and drinking so much that he doesn't want to move at all. But when he thought that his life was still in Jiang Chen's hands, he immediately lost his nerve, and after showing off a bottle, he slipped into the darkness. A few minutes later, Rhubarb returned, smelling faintly of blood, but nothing after showing off a bottle of beer. Rhubarb, you're no fun. I'll give you a whole white one, shall I? White. 5 minutes later, the bottle of white wine was drained, and Rhubarb had a look of unfulfillment on his face. 10 more bottles. How do you talk? Big Yellow immediately shifted his tone and said with a pleasing face, Please, boss, give me wine. Aha! Jiang Chun leisurely asked the boss to bring over 10 more bottles of white wine. The owner's eyes went straight, and as much as he wanted to make more money, he was more afraid of drinking himself to death. Little brother, why don't we just forget about it? You guys have had enough to drink. Jiang Chun waved his hand unconcernedly and said, Don't worry, boss. Nothing can go wrong. The owner put down his drink with confidence and gave a few more instructions before leaving. After the boss left, Rhubarb swooshed into the cardboard box and started clunking around. Up. This is the real feeling of the rhubarb now. The more you drink, the more you drink, the more you feel good. It did not take long for the rhubarb to show off 10 bottles of white wine. It licked its tongue, numb and spicy, but also want to come back to 10 bottles of how to do. However, Jiang Chun didn't let it drink anymore, and after checking out, he found a hotel nearby and opened 2 rooms, throwing Qin Xiao and Wang Yuan into one to go to the other himself. After taking a shower and just lying on the bed, Shen Xinyan sent a WeChat. Jiang Chun couldn't help but frown slightly. Wasn't the cell phone not working anymore? He clicked on the dialog box, immediately pupil contraction of blood gas upward almost when the blood spray, fortunately the determination of the full or on the road. Shen Xinyan sent him a photo. There were a lot of photos and stuff in his phone, but this one was absolutely explosive. Wearing very little and showing a lot, the kind of skeletonized black that only couples understand. The latter phrase, was it good? Jiang Chun did not care about that much. Directly dialed Shen Xinyan's phone. Only a ring on the other side was connected, obviously waiting for Jiang Chen's answer. He, I knew you'd call me. Just as soon as the phone was connected, Shen Xinyan's melodious and delicate voice came from the phone. Believe it or not, I'll sue you for murder, Jiang Chun said with a fierce tone. Giggle, I don't believe it. Then her voice suddenly became gentle and charmingly seductive. Tell me, do I look good? You woeful little goblin, don't mess with my Dao, Jiang Chun said righteously. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Shen Xinyan's laughter was like a silver bell, and a picture suddenly surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Gee whiz. Instant on the head. Shaking his head in silence, he said, color is emptiness, Amitabha Buddha, and shook off the images that had to be mosaicked. How did you get this? Hurry up and get dressed so someone else can see it or I'll lose out, Jiang Chun said in a feigned tone of dissatisfaction. We're all in a single room. No one can see us, and besides, I'm already in my pajamas. Shen Xinyan smiled cheekily. It was supposed to be a surprise specially prepared for you. It just happened to coincide with the practical training, or else, boing. Shame on you. Jiang Chun could even imagine that image. It turned out that Shen Xinyan had prepared a powerful program for him. If I had known, I would have come to the capital a long time ago. That's a couple $100 million of missed investment. It's a big loss. He squared up and sat up straight and said in a proper voice, am I that shallow? I'm after spiritual intermingling. I think there's still a whole purple one to try out, and the blue one's not bad either, or the red one. Boing, you're bad. Shen Xinyan's shy and flirtatious words caused Jiang Chen's back to tingle. Chapter 103. We're not brother and sister, are we? It's not you who came to lure me. I'm such a sunny red scarf. Good social youth have been poisoned by you. You have to be responsible for me. Jiang Chun still had a fierce look, but it just sounded a bit bottomless. Yeah, I'll take care of it to the end. Ahem. Watch your words, haha. How do you say that with a bit of a dirty feeling? We are all cultured people. Jiang Chun pretended to be calm and coughed twice, saying in a serious tone. Who slurs? Calling you, no shibboleths. Shen Xinyan was just about to retort but suddenly reacted with a burst of petulance. She had made a great deal of determination to wear this outfit today, and had sent Jiang Chun a picture of it. The reason was simple. She couldn't see and communicate for the past half a year. She wanted to hold on to Jiang Chen's heart and make him think of her all the time. Ahem. Jiang Chun coughed twice, changing the topic and asked, aren't you guys not allowed to use cell phones? Well, we're going to enter the secret realm later, and then we'll have to completely disconnect from the outside. Let's talk for a while then. Jiang Chen's voice became soft and gentle. Aha! Tatsu. I'll tell you a secret. Unconsciously, Shen Xinyan's name for Jiang Chun had changed. In the room, Shen Xinyan sat on the edge of the bed, a pair of small feet under the pink knee-length nightgown unconsciously swaying. Cell phone pasted to the ear, hanging down a few wisps of green silk, red lips slightly raised, face hung with a sweet smile. Hiss, we're not supposed to be brother and sister, are we? Huh? Not at all. Jiang Chun said in a dignified manner. Isn't that how it's always played out on TV? That lovers become brother and sister? Humph. I don't want it. Shen Xinyan pouted and said, even if it is, I'm still a year older than you should call me sister. But she suddenly smiled. It seemed like a role play might be nice. So she smiled cheekily. Little Tatsu, call out to your sister to listen, and she'll buy you candy. Actually, I have severe hypoglycemia, and my doctor ordered that I should always take glucose pellets, 2 each 3 times a day. Jiang Chun said seriously, as if there really was such a thing. As for calling your sister or whatever, that's impossible, dead set. Shen Xinyan quickly reacted. Ghost Moncler glucose. Clearly is greedy people body. But she is not angry at all, instead happy. Yeah. I'll bring back specialty glucose pellets for you to eat. Hiss, Amitba Buddha. Sin sin sin. Be sober and sensible. Jiang Chun took a deep breath in his heart and chanted Amitba Buddha. But it suddenly felt as if Shen Xinyan had opened a new and strange door. So don't dare to be poor, or it's going to be a night of tossing and turning. Although he could stay awake, it was hard. I thought you just said you had a secret. What is it? Remember when we first met? Shen Xinyan wiggled her feet, pursed her red lips, and her starry eyes flashed with a sweet luster. Remember, inside a diner outside the college. Although more than a year had passed, Jiang Chun still clearly remembered the scene of their first meeting. He looked for a pavilion with few people to dry his meal, when Shen Xinyan suddenly appeared in front of him and called out his name. The first time they met, he was wowed hard. At that time, she also sat across from him without recognizing him at all. Actually, I went to talk to you on purpose the other day. It's the first time I've ever hit on a guy to talk. In the room, Shen Xinyan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she felt a little shy even thinking about it. You premeditated me? Jiang Chen had a jolt. At that time did not see any abnormality from Shen Xinyan's expression. Everything was normal, so it turned out that he had already been tricked. He said indignantly, Fine. I treat you like a brother and you want to sleep with me? Shen Xinyan giggled. Congratulations. You got it right, yo. Geez, you should have said so earlier. Maybe the baby will even call out for its mom. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed. He naturally wouldn't think that Shen Xinyan was deliberately approaching with the intention of plotting against him. With the strength he had at that time, Shen Xinyan could have sent him to meet Buddha with a slap. In fact, I saw you that day when the new students reported. The moment I saw you, it gave me a very close and familiar feeling, as if there was an invisible thread connecting us together in the underworld. My heart was beating so fast at that time, and I didn't know why, but I wanted to be close to you. Since that day, I've been having weird dreams all the time, dreaming of you and me. But every time I wake up, I can't remember anything but vague impressions, as if we were intimate lovers in a previous life. Jiang Chun frowned slightly and secretly pondered. This is the situation? What's with the feeling? Why didn't I? Shen Xinyan felt this way about herself. But the first time she met her herself, she didn't have any sense of familiarity, let alone intimacy, other than being awestruck. After thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Maybe, in a previous life, we really were ninjin. The two talked a lot, from meeting each other to getting to know each other and finally coming together. Eventually, there was a conversation about their respective childhoods. And as far as Ruyan Lu was concerned, it was an unavoidable topic. Jiang Chun didn't hide it. Since the two were together, then they should be honest. But Shen Xinyan didn't care. Anyway, Jiang Chun was hers now and will be hers in the future. Tatsu, we're leaving, you must miss me? Shen Xinyan's mood at the moment was obviously not as good as the one that had just opened. And once this phone call was hung up, it would be half a year before they saw each other again. Well, I think about you 100 times a day. Hee, you said oh, no cheating. 101 times since I've wanted someone else. Don't you dare. Shen Xinyan immediately came into the spirit, her voice raising a dimension. Take an elixir from the bottle later to recover some energy. Okay? Take care of yourself when you go in, and put your own safety first in everything. Jiang Chun said in a soft voice. I'll hang up then. Shen Xinyan whispered fondly. Hang on. But Shen Xinyan didn't hang up. She was waiting for Jiang Chun to hang up. Jiang Chun didn't hang up either. He was waiting for Shen Xinyan to hang up. Neither of them spoke for a while, and the sound of each other's whirring could be heard in the earpiece. Let's hang together. Jiang Chun opened his mouth. 3, 2, 1. Phew, phew, phew. The two men still didn't hang up, their breaths hitting their cell phones and transmitting through the earpiece to each other's ears. Little Tatsu, I really like and love you so much. Suddenly, Shen Xinyan's slightly crying voice came over the phone. Well, so am I. When you get back, we'll take a trip back to the south side and take you to pay respects to my parents. Well, you said it. A deal is a deal and cheating is a puppy. Shen Xinyan wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and a sweet smile reappeared on her face. It's a tradition in the Dragon Kingdom that only men and women who have decided to marry will be brought back to meet their parents. Hang up the phone before I do. Shen Xinyan's voice is really nice, soft and delicate like a wind chime like a clear spring. Well, definitely take care. Do. Jiang Chun hung up the phone as he lay on his bed staring straight up at the ceiling. Is that what you call love? It's really nice to be cared for and loved. A feeling never experienced before. Chapter 104 Sister-in-law to brother-in-law. It wasn't until noon that Qin Xiao and Wang Yuan woke up in a daze. Why am I in a hotel? Qin Xiao sat up with a carp. Aren't we drinking and jerking off? He tapped his still somewhat groggy head. His consciousness still stuck on last night's drinking. Wang Yuan, don't get up, you son of a. Qin Xiao kicked Wang Yuan's but without any good reason. Often, when I wake up and see that my friends are not sleeping well, I get a bad feeling. The most direct and simple way to turn this displeasure into pleasure is to make the other person displeased. Wang Yuan was already next to the edge of the bed, and with this kick he was directly kicked off the bed. Son of a eat up, old man pants off, immediately proceed to the next step, you son of a just don't want me to get high. Qin Xiao laughed out loud, immediately getting a kick out of seeing Wang Yuan's awkwardness. Wang Yuan cursed and climbed up. His sleepiness completely disappeared, patted his kicked butt and complained, you dogs know how to bully old me. It was logical that Wang Yuan with his psychic ability should have a much higher force value than Qin Xiao without his psychic ability. But these two grew up together, and Wang Yuan never used his supernatural abilities in front of Qin Xiao. So being smaller, he became the target of oppression and bullying. At this time Wang Yuan saw a note left on the table, picked it up and read it was Jiang Chen's message. I'm going to take a stroll down Patpong Street. Contact me if you need anything at 137x times x times x times x times x. Tatsu is gone. Qin Xiao came over and saw the message on it. He still wanted to bring Jiang Chen to meet his sister so he might become a brother-in-law. Jiang Chen's strength was witnessed by him yesterday, easily taking down Yang Ziming, and his future was bright. If they had such a brother-in-law, it wouldn't be difficult for their Qin family to regain their glory. Yesterday Tatsu said he had a girlfriend again? Last night, when he was drunk, it seems he also said he would introduce his sister to him. But then I forget, I think I said something about a girlfriend or something. Wang Yuan frowned and carefully recalled, but at that time the brain was a muddle, can only vaguely remember the picture at that time. As for what was said, that is completely no impression. I don't think. Has it? Then it's not there. Sure enough, the old man's memories can't be wrong. Got to think of a way to create some opportunities for my little sister. Wang Yuan expressed deep contempt, but more than that he was envious. You're the only one with a sister? I still have it. I'll be an adult in 17 years. Who am I looking down on? It's almost 12 o'clock. I have to report to the alien division today, so take your time. I'm leaving. Wang Yuan looked at the time and realized that something big was wrong. Today was actually the day he was to report to the alien division of the southern district of the capital, and as a result, he almost missed the big event last night when he drank hemp. After writing down Jiang Chen's phone number, he hurried out the door, not even having time to wash up. After Wang Yuan left, Qin Xiao looked at the note on the table and hemmed and hawed, then pulled out the phone and dialed his sister. Soon the call was answered, and a soft female voice came over the line. Brother. Qin Xiao secretly smiled, but his tone was looking a bit urgent, saying, Little sister, your sister-in-law is in Babeo Street. You go and get it for me first. I'll be here in a while. His phone number is 137x times x times x times x times x. Remember? The word he is the same as she. The phone, however, did not immediately return the call but pondered for a few seconds, and the soft voice raised its pitch slightly, dragging out a long note with questions. Sister-in-law? Yeah, go, what's all the fuss about? Call him when you get to 8 Treasure Street. I'll rush over there right after I'm done with my hands. You can accompany him for a stroll first. Oh, and by the way, he's just had surgery on his voice and it sounds a little strange, so don't make a fuss when you get there. Qin Xiao was decisive and hung up the phone, not giving his sister a chance to refuse. He expected that his sister would be there. Hey. Qin Xiao hemmed and hawed, looking like he had a taste for conspiracy. If he had told his sister that he was introducing her to a male friend, he would have been hung up on before he finished speaking. If it's a friend, it's no good, because this trick has been used many times before, and not once has it worked. Pass. Now it's good to give her a straight-up dose. Sister-in-law, that would definitely be fine. First of all, it's a female. Then it's her brother's girlfriend, so that's fine. But in his design, this sister-in-law had better become brother-in-law later. I'm a ing genius. Why didn't I think to use this trick before? Then he called Jiang Chen again. Tatsu, still on Patpong Street? Aang. Jiang Chen arrived at Babeo Street early in the morning. There were indeed many old objects here, but more of them were fake. The means of making the fake is very skillful, and the general public can't really tell the difference. But he didn't care about that. After all, it wasn't like he was buying it. The sole purpose of coming here was to see if they could find one or two things that would be useful to them, such as magic treasures or techniques. Just then he received a call from Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's voice came from the phone. Brother Chun, my sister has asked me to meet her at 8 Treasure Street. She might arrive first, so please look after it for me then. You know, the capital is still relatively chaotic. She is a beautiful weak girl. I worry about her safety. She will call you later. Thanks, Tatsu. I'll be right over.
Dot.
Without even giving Jiang Chen a chance to speak, he hung up the phone with a sense of rushing a duck. Hey, headache, take a nap. After ending the call, he casually tossed the phone aside to prepare for a nap. As for his sister's safety, there was absolutely no need to worry. After all, the security in the capital was still good. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. What was this? Last night, he said that he introduced his sister to him, and then he arranged it today, which is fast enough. Jiang Chen expressed his stern condemnation of this behavior of sending his sister into the tiger's mouth. Tucking the phone away, he didn't care much about continuing to stroll casually. There was a 2-story tea house across the road from the hotel where Qin Xiao stayed. On the second floor next to the window sat a man and a woman. They stared out the window and saw Wang Yuan come out of the hotel and stopped a cab to go. It wasn't until the cab was far away that the two men withdrew their gazes, then got up at the same time and headed downstairs to the hotel. Knock, knock, knock. There was a slightly urgent knock at the door of the room. Qin Xiao, who had just laid down and was ready to take a nap, although he was very upset, had to get up and cursed in his mouth. Here it comes, doggone hammering. Rubbing his eyes, he straightened up and opened the door to his room. Can't you let me sleep? He thought it was Wang Yuan who had gone and returned. Turns out T looked up and it was 2 strangers. Who are you people? Chapter 105. Qin Xiao's sister. In the doorway stood a man and a woman. Qin Xiao immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. The middle-aged man barged right in after he opened the door. Young Master Qin, our young master invites you over for a cup of tea, the middle-aged man said with an expressionless face. He stood inside the door, and outside the door was the woman. A direct double barrier blocking Qin Xiao in the room to prevent escape. Qin Xiao retreated back and forth, finally sitting on his butt on the bed, his face slightly white. Young Master Qin, please don't make things difficult for us yet. If you don't want to suffer flesh and blood, then obediently follow us. The middle-aged man approached step by step, and although there was no expression on his face, his eyes were very fierce, with an invisible warning and threat. Qin Xiao's body slightly tilted backward, his hands propped up on the bed, and his right hand went under the covers in the process. His fingers moved quickly, and in that short second or two, he had pressed the number 1 emergency contact button. During this process, the middle-aged man did not notice the slightest thing. Although his attention was on Qin Xiao, he failed to notice this small move that was hidden in the dark. His number 1 emergency contact is his sister. I'm not going to go with you guys, so just die. The capital is a place of law and order, and you guys are blatantly breaking the law and committing a crime. Qin Xiao suddenly roared loudly. His voice was so loud that it could be clearly heard in the corridor outside the room. The woman at the door frowned slightly as she looked around and didn't see anyone in the hallway, perhaps because many people had already checked out at noon. They didn't want to make a big deal out of it, though, so she simply went into the room and closed the door with a bang. Right in the middle of his yelling, he felt the phone vibrate gently, signaling that the call was connected. Whose men are you? Yang Ziming or Han Xiaozong? His volume was still so high that those who didn't know thought he was judging someone else, when in fact he was being blocked by someone else. The middle-aged man and woman were a bit puzzled, being so arrogant even after being blocked. Hee, I knew it. It must be that Han Xiaozong, who was beaten by Laozi yesterday and came to take revenge today, right? As Qin Xiao said this, he was also observing the changes in these two people's expressions, but they didn't fluctuate in the slightest upon hearing Han Xiaozong's name. He knew he'd guessed the wrong person. A long, oh so long sigh. So it's Yang Ziming's people. I didn't expect that one of the geniuses of the capital would make a move on a commoner like me. It really does live up to the name of genius. The middle-aged man and woman frowned slightly, not admitting or denying it. but it was also determined through their looks that the person behind them was Yang Ziming. Okay, I'll go with you guys. But my sister-in-law is awesome, will definitely come to my rescue. After saying that, Qin Xiao took the initiative to stand up. Let's go. The middle-aged man and woman glanced at each other. According to the information they had gotten, Qin Xiao didn't have a brother at all. Where did he get a sister-in-law? But they didn't think much about it. As long as they were willing to go with them, the task explained by the higher-ups was considered accomplished. Ding, ding, ding. The incoming call rang, and Jiang Chun, who was pulling out his treasure, pulled out his cell phone, and the screen showed an unfamiliar call. It should be Qin Chao's sister. Jiang Chun secretly shook his head. He had already said last night that he had a girlfriend, but as a result, this Qin Chao had to rush him. Just speechless. Sister-in-law. As soon as the phone was connected, an anxious female came from inside. But what does sister-in-law mean? This phone call was given to him by Shin Xinyan. Did he get a hat on himself in the first place? My brother was taken by Yang Ziming's men. You have to save him. Jiang Chun directly speechless, what with what and sister-in-law and kidnapping Yang Ziming and his mother, which Onion do not recognize. He really didn't recognize it because no one told him that the guy he was hammering was Yang Ziming. Dead liar. Get out. Without hesitation, he pressed the hang-up button. I've seen a lot of scammers with heavy money. It's the first time I've encountered such a stupid scammer who has no idea what he's talking about and suggests going to the north of Maine to study and learn before he gets a job. Sooner or later, this bull-headed, crooked businessman will get karma's waste. Ding, ding, ding. 5 seconds later, though, the scam call came in again. The crooks are really persistent nowadays, but why should I fall for it? Hang up, pull the black one and done, determined not to give the dead liar a little chance. Telecommunication fraud is so rampant these days. He used to see a lot of them when he was working in the South City, and the old man and old lady who had been swindled were a lot of them. The scammers will use various reasons to make them pay money, and many of them have lost their coffin money. There are relatively few young people. After all, young people nowadays don't believe too much in pie in the sky good things. Just look at lottery sales, which are getting worse every year. Ding, ding, ding. However, when he just put the phone into the bag, caller ringing again, or a strange phone. It occurred to him that the scammer's phone had been blacked out by him, and this call could be from Wang Yuan. So he pressed the answer button. Hey, sister-in-law, my brother is really tied up. Jiang Chun directly speechless, this ing liar also changed a number to call, the keywords are the same. What kind of scamming words did that squaw write for her? That's ing brilliant. That's how you fool people. I'll write my name backwards. Stop, 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 stop. First of all, I'm a guy, and second of all, I don't have any money, so don't call me again, please. After Jiang Chun finished speaking, he didn't give the scammer any time to react at all. Snapped and hung up the phone, and then pulled the plug. Should I turn on unfamiliar call blocking? He pondered slightly. When Shin Xinyan had given him a phone call, she had set up an unfamiliar call block for him, but then he had turned off this function. Sure enough, this just pulled the plug on the scammer's phone and then didn't call again. But 2 minutes later, his phone rang again. Still an unknown caller. So persistent? He wasn't sure if it was a scammer, though, and thought better of it and got through. Hey, Jiang Chun, this is Wang Yuan. After the phone was connected, Wang Yuan's voice came from inside. Oh, I thought it was another scam call. What can I do for you? Phone. Wang Yuan's voice seemed a bit anxious as he said, Qin Chao was kidnapped by Yang Ziming's men. Qin Chao was kidnapped by Yang Ziming's men? Jiang Chun frowned, instantly grasping the keyword Yang Ziming. Just now the first scam call seemed to have said this name. If it was Wang Yuan on the other end of the phone, then the one who just called should be Qin Chao's sister. But what is a sister-in-law? Who is Yang Ziming? He had only spoken to Qin Chao on the phone 10 minutes ago, and this was suddenly kidnapped. And what was this Yang Ziming doing? Yang Ziming is the one who knelt last night. Last night there were 2 people kneeling. One was Han Xiaozong, who was beaten up. Then the other one who was rubbed on the ground was Yang Ziming. Jiang Chun instantly realized. It seems to be revenge they came. Cannot deal with him directly, deal with Qin Chao, really ing dog. Where is Qin Chao now? I'll be right there. Although they only met yesterday, but after all, they are also friends who have had a drink and jerked a string, and he thinks that Qin Chao is not a bad person and he intends to help. I don't know. Maybe Qin Chao's sister knows. She's the one who called me to tell me. Oh, okay. I'll ask her then. The 2 calls that were just blacked out were undoubtedly Qin Chao's sisters. Hey, put her out of the blacklist, then called back. Ahem. Are you Qin Chao's sister? Chapter 106. Coming to the door, this is a disaster. I'm sorry. I thought you were a telecommunication fraud. Jiang Chen snapped. Where is your brother now, do you know? I don't know. But I know where Yang Ziming's house is. The female voice on the phone was so nice. Now listening carefully, it sounded like I'd heard it somewhere before. Fine. Then we'll just ask for someone at the door. Jiang Chen said casually, not worrying in the slightest about whether Yang Ziming's family had any strong people sitting around. At present, the entire Dragon Kingdom only has one transcendent rank alien powerhouse, which is equivalent to the rank of a 9th order magical beast. He was still afraid of a bird with big yellow, an 8th order magical beast, in his hands. Who's going to compete if the superheroes don't come out of the woodwork? With an accurate address, Jiang Chen directly opened the navigation no way the first time to the capital, in addition to be able to distinguish a clear southeast, northwest and west. Where cannot be found, no navigation is a ing blind man. Ready to go, 58 kilometers, will take approximately 1 hour and 27 minutes. Estimated arrival 13:58 p.m. straight ahead. Turn right in 100 meters. Speed limit 60 ahead. You are grossly speeding. Please slow down, please slow down. Jiang Chen rode in the air, and at this speed, it would only take him a few minutes to get to Yang Ziming's house. Capital, Taiyue Bay in the south of the city. Here there is an extremely wide area of villa group. Can live here are the capital city has a big name, all kinds of luxury car more countless. In the lobby of Villa 36, Yang Ziming was in a good mood. He had just received a report from his men that Qin Chao had already arrived, and his operation would be carried out next. He admitted that he was no match for that man, but now that he had a hostage, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't bow down. When the time comes, make a video with clever filming and editing techniques and then publish it so that you get your face back. He was still the same Yang Xiao who was one of the geniuses of the capital city that everyone talked about. So what if you're strong? You'll still have to obediently admit your mistakes and apologize when the time comes. Yang Ziming's heart toward the corner of the mouth unconsciously raised. What happened last night quickly spread in their circle, causing him to lose face, however. He still pretended to come to the Murong family today as if nothing had happened. The return of the Murong family's eldest Miss Murong Mingzhu has caused quite a stir, and a lot of the gentry are looking up to this eldest Miss Murong. The main reason why Yang Ziming was still dying to visit despite losing face was that there was a strong competitor coming back in a couple days as well. He was going to take advantage of these 2 days to brush up on Miss Murong's favorability. That powerful competitor came from a great source of strength and was very strong, known as the 2nd generation of talent in the Dragon Kingdom. Strong strength, needless to say, the key is also handsome. There were rumors in the community that he and Miss Murong were a match made in heaven, a claim that was still shared by many. He sat on the soft and hard leather sofa, opposite the 2 Murong sisters. Sister Murong Mingzhu was still high and cold, her face cold and unsmiling, as if she didn't care about anything, and she didn't have any reaction in the face of Yang Ziming's eloquent conversation. The other was her younger sister, Murong Yu, whose high single ponytail swung from time to time, and who had a much richer expression on her face. She pouted and puffed out her cheeks, looking puffed up and seemingly upset, her left hand resting on a tablet, her right fingertips swiping rapidly across the screen. Ming! Ms. Murong, can you honor me? In fact, he just wanted to test the direct call Pearl so that it seems more intimate. If the other party did not refuse, then it shows that the relationship between the two has gone further, at least beyond the scope of ordinary friends. However, when he sounded the first word, Murong Mingzhu's eyes glanced at him. That glance made his body feel cold, as if he was in great danger, so he immediately changed his words. In fact, what he didn't know was that, not to mention going beyond an ordinary friend, Murong Mingzhu didn't even treat him as a friend, but only as a guest visiting his home. If her father hadn't gone out and her sister was young, she wouldn't have even gone downstairs. Right at this moment, Murong Yu's long and slender index finger gently clicked, and an audio clip resounded in the quiet hall. I'm the young master of the Yang family, and the focus of the country's training. You wouldn't dare kill me. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sorry. Yang Ziming's face, which was originally wearing a smile, immediately collapsed. He knew about the video, someone was recording it last night when he was being rubbed on the ground. Then the video went viral, and almost overnight the entire upper circle knew about it. Of course, in the end, he did find the guy who made the video and gave him a hard time, but to no avail. At that time, it was an outburst of bad anger. But the matter had already spread, and even if the originator was solved, it would not be of the slightest use. So he came up with the idea of kidnapping Qin Xiao as a hostage and then forcing the man from last night to come out and apologize for kneeling down and calling out to his father. When the time comes to operate a little, this matter is even the past, face back. Morongyu glanced up at Yang Ziming, who had a face like a pot but was strong and calm, and gave a cheeky smile. Sorry, wrong order. Wrong point. It's better to lie to ghosts, but not to people. Yang Ziming heart door clear. This is even to respond to his words. Face our lost people still have what qualification to let others appreciate face. He gritted his teeth darkly. He had to act quickly to save face. Good thing the hostage was already in hand, just waiting for the man to come to his door. So yeah, here's where it comes down to the fact that even though Qin Xiao whispered the news of his kidnapping, it was actually just a little bit ahead of schedule. Once he was brought to his destination, Yang Ziming would take the initiative to contact Jiang Chun. As soon as he thought that the plan was developing in the expected direction, his heart became even more desperate to see the image of Jiang Chen on his knees begging for mercy. After tonight, at the most according to the plan, he could get this back on track. At this moment, a bang suddenly came from outside the villa, and then a servant hurriedly ran in and quickly said, "Missy, there is a person outside who says he wants to find young Master Yang Ziming." "Who's looking for me?" Yang Ziming frowned slightly, silently thinking in his heart about who was looking for him, that they had even found their way to the Morong family. Morongyu playfully spat out her tongue. This person was finally leaving. Next she could go out and wave with her sister. "And do we go to the amusement park or the oceanarium first today?" Yang Ziming got up and walked out. Morong Mingzhu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly and followed. "Sis, wait for me." Morongyu threw the tablet in her hand towards the sofa, put on her pink slippers and trotted to follow her. Outside the Morong family villa, Jiang Chun threw a middle-aged man in his 40s onto the ground. The middle-aged man's legs uncontrollably trembled violently. The feet touched the ground, poof, a moment on the paralyzed. One hand covered his chest and one hand propped up the ground dry, heaving non-stop. Jiang Chun didn't find the main man after arriving at Yang Ziming's house according to the navigation address, and was provoked by this middle-aged man's words. It just so happened that he knew where Yang Ziming was going, so Jiang Chun gave him a high-altitude treatment, and all of a sudden his mouth couldn't get hard. "Who are you and what do you want?" The gate of the Morong family villa was guarded by servants. When Jiang Chun fell down from the sky carrying an individual, it really startled him. But once he thought that this was the Morong family, his bottom line was a little stronger, so he asked stiffly, "Tell Yang Ziming to come out." Jiang Chun didn't want to go in hard. Of course it wasn't that he didn't have the strength or was afraid, he just didn't think it was necessary. He was looking for Yang Ziming not to go around making enemies. That servant still wanted to ask, but a direct look from Jiang Chun made the hairs on his body stand on end. A boundless fear rose in his soul, so without saying a word he hurried to the parlor to report. "Who's looking for me?" Yang Ziming, who was already in an unpleasant mood, walked out with large strides and shouted impatiently, "You, how could you?" Chapter 107. Just as the whole army attacked, the other side blocked the spring water. When he stepped out and saw that it was Jiang Chun, he was instantly shaken, his head instantly went blank. "A million, how did he get here? How did he get here?" At this moment, Morong Mingzhu and Morong Yu also walked out, and the two of them were slightly stunned when they saw Jiang Chun. There also seemed to be a flash of imperceptible color in the depths of Morong Mingzhu's pupils. "It's him." Morong Yu opened her mouth, and her heart was also shocked. "I didn't expect Jiang Chun to show up in front of my house." She slightly glanced sideways at her sister and realized that her expression was cold without the slightest fluctuation, so she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious in her heart. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over a few people, and was also a little surprised that these two girls had a previous encounter at the cafe yesterday. But that wasn't the point, he was also just that little bit surprised. It didn't affect him coming to Yang Ziming. Yang Ziming had been dominated once last night and still had a psychological shadow. He unconsciously wanted to back away after seeing Jiang Chun. But the afterglow saw Morong Mingzhu again. He couldn't wimp out at this time, so he stood stiffly in place and didn't move. Jiang Chen's gaze skipped over the two women and landed on Yang Ziming, speaking faintly, "Where's everyone?" Two short words but made Yang Ziming's heart shake. He knew what Jiang Chen meant, just why did he know, and had already come to his door. From receiving the subordinate capturing Qin Xiao's phone counting up to now is only about 20 minutes. This ing what Godspeed. It is like playing a game, you just heard the system prompts all out. The results of a look, the other side has blocked the spring water to come. Just ask how the else to play. Play the hell out of it. Morong Yu looked at Yang Ziming suspiciously. She couldn't understand and never thought that Yang Ziming would use underhanded tactics. Morong Mingzhu's expression had been stable without any fluctuations. Only a trace of depth flashed through the depths of her clear eyes. What man? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Ziming naturally knew what Jiang Chen meant, but he was a dead duck. How could he admit to kidnapping someone in front of the two Morong sisters? Tied up or an ordinary person with no psychic powers. Although he had done some of these things before, they were handled cleanly without anyone knowing. His persona had been well maintained, and if his kidnapping of Qin Chao was exposed, it wouldn't just be a matter of face, it would be a matter of character, and his persona would collapse in defense. By then the capital might not even be able to mix, let alone what to pursue Morong Mingzhu. So, cutie, just admit it. If he were in his own home, he would be able to graciously admit it. But now he Morong family, Morong two sisters are right next to him. He is impossible to admit, the best way is to play dumb, killed not to say. Jiang Chun was very strong. He had already learned it firsthand last night, suppressing him with his breath alone. So he knew very well that he was no match at all. But now it's not in a hotel, it's in Morong's house. Next to it is the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as he died and didn't let go of his mouth to beat a dead horse, even if Jiang Chen forced his hand, he didn't believe that Morong Mingzhu would sit back and do nothing. After all, he was still a guest of the Morong family now. Moreover, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen would not give Morong Mingzhu face. Between the electric flashes of his mind, he was basically certain that Jiang Chen couldn't possibly make a move against him. However, he probably didn't know that Jiang Chen used to be an ordinary person, didn't know much about the alien world at all, and didn't realize that Morong Mingzhu was the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. So he has no worries at all. Plus, so what if he knew it didn't affect his actions? Jiang Chen's gaze went cold as he stepped forward. He knew that the other party was unlikely to cooperate obediently, and this time it was necessary to convince people with virtue. What do you want? Seeing Jiang Chen approaching step by step, Yang Ziming was still a bit terrified in his heart. The feeling of being dominated last night was fresh in his mind. What for? Don't you know? Jiang Chen's gaze was ice cold, and his voice was also ice cold when he spoke. Yang Ziming gritted his teeth. How should I know? I advise you to leave immediately. This is not a place you should come. With Morong Mingzhu behind him, Yang Ziming's bottom line is still very full, although there is still some fear in his heart. But at this time, if he wimped out, maybe he would cause Morong Mingzhu's suspicion. One could only try to remain calm and hard-headed, and maybe even leave a good impression with Morong Mingzhu. But Jiang Chen didn't care about that, and walked over in 3 or 2 steps, getting closer and closer to Yang Ziming. This is the Morong family. How dare you make a move on me? Seeing Jiang Chen getting closer and closer to him, Yang Ziming became more and more flustered. But Morong Mingzhu didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. So he gritted his teeth and highlighted the words Morong family to give the other party a reminder. It was just that his words didn't seem to threaten Jiang Chen at all. Regardless of whether it was the Morong family or the Wang Rong family, he was fearless. Unless there's a transcendence sitting on it. But is it possible? The Morong family, is it great? Jiang Chen's last step fell. At this time, he was only a mere 2 meters away from Yang Ziming, and a hint of disdain flashed in the depths of his icy eyes. I can't help it. We've got rhubarb. We're fearless. Just do it and be done with it. Morong Yu on the side deflated her mouth. This person has a big mouth. Hearing Jiang Chen's words in his heart was still quite unconvincing. Is the Morong family strong? The standard answer is not strong, but horrible. Its former head of the family, Morong Tai alone, was able to overwhelm countless people. What's more, Morong Mingzhu was known as the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was by no means a false reputation that pressed the younger generation to raise their heads. She is still very young, but in another 10 or 20 years, she will definitely be among the top strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, and then the Morong family will usher in the most glorious moment. Morong Mingzhu's eyes were also slightly moved. In just a year's time had he grown to the point where he was able to ignore the Morong family. If that was the case, then it would be too terrifying. Jiang Chen didn't give any of them a chance at all, and the domain instantly unfolded. In the field, he was just invincible. Of course, the prerequisite was that the realm couldn't be too far off, or else if the realm was forcibly broken open, one would suffer a backlash. The 3 of them froze at the same time, especially Morong Ming. She felt like she was being subdued, with no resistance left at all. What's going on here? Morong Mingzhu was appalled in her heart. Since her debut, it was still the first time she felt this kind of irresistible power on her peers. I have no intention of provoking the Murong family, and I also hope that you will not interfere. A faint voice fell into the ears of the two Murong sisters. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the two of them, and with that, the kind of pressure on the two of them instantly disappeared. It's a sign of strength and a deterrent. The meaning he wanted to convey was simple. He hoped that the Murong family would not meddle in the matter. Make yourself at home. Murong Mingzhu secretly took a deep breath. Her voice was cool but nice, and her simple 3 words already stated her position. No, not me. I'm a guest of the Murong family. After hearing Murong Mingzhu's words, Yang Ziming's heart was half cold. He panicked and still wanted to fight for it. But Murong Mingzhu's next sentence directly broke his defense. Not anymore. Chapter 108. How dare he? Murong Mingzhu said faintly. Murong Yu also slightly spat out her tongue. In fact, she has long been unable to get used to Yang Ziming, all day long trying to find ways to get close to her sister, creating all kinds of chance encounters, thinking that she doesn't know, just that she is too lazy to reveal it. Like this kind of person, not to mention her sister can't look at it, as a younger sister, she is annoyed to see it. Yang Ziming's expression changed, but in the end, he still gave in and made a phone call to the middle-aged man and woman, asking them to send Qin Xiao back in one piece. The people I've had them send back. His meaning is obvious, since I have already released the people, then this matter should end here, and you can't make things difficult for me. Who knew that Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly and said, You want to be done with this? You're stupid yourself, but don't think everyone else is as stupid as you. What do you mean? Yang Ziming's heart panicked. Then he said in a slightly threatening tone, My father serves in the Department of Alien Energy. If you dare to touch me, try? Jiang Chun smiled disdainfully, not taking it seriously at all. So what? He then only felt his body lighten as his feet left the ground. In the next moment, he was lifted up into mid-air, and Jiang Chun took him and flew away directly through the air, completely unafraid. Looking at the small black that disappeared into the distant sky, Murong Yu suddenly spoke, Sister, he seems to be really powerful. Murong Mingzhu's clear eyes became a little deeper. Just now Jiang Chun had given her a lot of pressure, and her heart was quite unsettled. 10 minutes later, Qin Xiao was sent back to the hotel, and Jiang Chun had already returned with Yang Ziming. Tatsu. Qin Xiao was still in a daze when he was released halfway through. Even though he had sent out a distress signal early, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chun to be so fast. Seeing Jiang Chun at this moment, he took big steps over with joy. Jiang Chun nodded slightly before kicking Yang Ziming over. What to do with him is up to you. Qin Xiao looked at Yang Ziming and then at Jiang Chun. Can I whack him? Feel free. Jiang Chun waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. Qin Xiao, you dare to hit me? Yang Ziming was afraid of Jiang Chun, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Qin Xiao. Pop! Responding to his loud slap, his whole person was dumbfounded. He was how did not expect Qin Xiao is really dare to do it. It was important to realize that the gap between the Qin family and the Yang family was still very huge. Moreover, Qin Xiao was still an ordinary person without supernatural abilities, while he was known as one of the geniuses in the capital. Both of them were not on the same level regardless of their family status or strength level, but now he was being slapped in the face by the other party. How dare he? After the slap, a blood-red slap mark was left on half of his face, and his face puffed up with it. Don't you dare hit me. Yang Ziming was furious. His body's aura directly exploded. An invisible energy instantly swept through the entire room. He wanted to break Qin Xiao into pieces. Qin Xiao was also startled by his aura, and his face swished white. That slap just now was indeed refreshing, but at this time he kind of regretted it, if only he hadn't been so impulsive just now. However, the next moment Yang Ziming was dumbfounded. His breath was completely suppressed, and he couldn't even move his body. He knew that this was Jiang Chun making a move. Cam! Yang Ziming exclaimed in his heart, suffocating. He's under my control. Jiang Chun casually sat on the stool and said indifferently. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. He was controlled, so he was still afraid of a hammer. A beating is a beating, a beating is a beating, and anyway, you've already been offended to death, and there's long since been no turning back. Then the room resounded with the sound of thumps and pops, and Yang Ziming's curses. As time went on, though, the curses gradually turned into grunts of pain and pleas for mercy. In the room, Yang Ziming had already been beaten into a pig's head, and his face, which was originally still somewhat handsome, was puffy and somewhat exaggerated. The pleas for mercy were jarred and slurred due to the swelling of his mouth. After another set of combinations, Qin Xiao also finally closed his hand. He was afraid that if he continued to fight he would really kill someone. Before the two of them left, Jiang Chun also gave Yang Ziming some warnings, telling him that he'd better not have any more crooked thoughts, or else he might end up even worse. The two of them then came to Babeo Street, and Qin Xiao also notified his sister by phone, and soon the three of them converged. Brother Chun. This is my sister, Qin Yao. Although Jiang Chun was slightly younger than him, it didn't affect him calling Jiang Chun Brother Chun. While introducing Qin Yao, he came over to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, "How about it? My sister is pretty. Isn't she, mother fetus single? Do you have any feelings? I can help you create opportunities." Jiang Chun couldn't help but cry and laugh. There was no one else who could sell his sister like this. "Miss Qin, hello again. You guys know each other?" Qin Xiao was a bit confused, not realizing that the two had known each other for a long time. "If I had known, I wouldn't have had to bend the rules so much, and I ended up getting kidnapped once." After Qin Yao's explanation, Qin Xiao was able to know the process of how the two of them met, and with that, he also smiled and said that it was all fate. The three of them had lunch and then continued their stroll down Patpong Street. "You're interested in antiques, Tatsu?" Jiang Chun shook his head slightly and said, "It's not like I'm interested. I'm just casually strolling around." He really wasn't interested in these antiques. He just wanted to come and try his luck to see if he could find a treasure or two. Before he had gone for long, Jiang Chun sensed a hint of something strange, and the shattered jade piece inside him suddenly vibrated. This surprised him a bit, feeling that from past experience, there should be a piece of debris nearby. Next he slowed his pace, silently feeling the vibrations of the jade piece inside him, and finally, it didn't take him long to find the source. A stall peddling antiques is cluttered with ancient objects, but a closer look reveals that the so-called antiques are in fact fakes, specializing in cheating people who don't know what they're doing. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a torch, and he soon spotted the target. A warm, round jade pendant lay there quietly, looking plain and unimpressive, with a somewhat dull luster on its surface, drowning under a multitude of objects. It's not really easy to spot unless you look closely. Jiang Chun crouched down and reached out to pick up the round jade pendant. It was a complete jade pendant with a red thread running through a round hole in the center, suitable for hanging around the neck. A ray of light flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes. This jade pendant appeared to be complete, but in reality, it was pieced together from several pieces of broken jade. Only the workmanship was so elaborate that ordinary people couldn't really tell. "Boss! Hey! I'll take this jade pendant nest." Just as Jiang Chun was about to inquire about the price, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Guilo suddenly reached out and snatched the jade pendant away, copying a mouthful of broken Dragonese. "Boss, good money?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner was tall, half a head taller than Jiang Chun, and he grabbed the jade pendant and asked directly towards the boss, not looking to manage any other reactions at all. Over the years, gringos have been pretty high up in the Dragon Kingdom, and generally no one dares to mess with them. If you suffer a loss, you can only hold your tongue and dare not make a big deal out of it. Because according to past experience, no matter what the outcome is, it is always the dragons themselves who suffer. Over time, it has also caused these foreigners to have no one in their sight. They simply look down on the people of the Dragon Kingdom and think they are superior. It's like the old days when the Li Kingdom sent a mission to visit the Jiangling Academy. It was raining, but they just wouldn't get out of the car, forcing the school to make an exception and let the car drive in. At that time, the people of Ligua even made a big fuss that the people of Longua had no backbone and didn't dare to offend them at all. A small projectile land has such a mentality, not to mention countries stronger than Ligua, and people from these countries come to the Dragon Kingdom with their nostrils turned toward the sky. "Hello, moldy girl. My name is Aladdin and I'm from England." Chapter 109, The Arrogant Ghost. Gringos are very popular with girls in the Dragon Kingdom, probably because it's something to brag about and be proud of to have a foreign friend. There are even some girls who take the initiative to throw themselves at it, thinking they've finally landed the big bucks. Unbeknownst to them, none of these gringos actually mean anything at all, they just think of them as toys. Some people are cheated out of their money and enjoy it. These foreigners are making a name for themselves in the Dragon Kingdom based on their faces and identities. In their eyes, girls from the Dragon Kingdom so easy. It's easy to get there with just a tick of the finger. Aladdin flashed a smile that he thought was handsome, and continued in broken Dragonese, "Moldy girl, beautiful. Let's drink 9 together tonight." His gaze unabashedly swept back and forth over Qin Yao's body, his eyes filled with filth. Qin Yao's gaze instantly went cold, and before she could open her mouth, she heard a cold cry, "Scram!" Qin Chao took a few steps forward and blocked between Aladdin and Qin Yao. "Mud, what for? I just want to drink 9 with Moldy Girl. Mud, get out of the way." Olivine made a move to try to push Qin Chao away, but Qin Chao was like an old mother hen protecting her cubs and slapped down, opening Olivine's hand. "Mud Zokai, Moldy Girl. Nest can give Mud money. Nest also. Can you paralyze me? Get the hell out of here." Olivine's hand reached out again. Qin Chao let out a shout and directly swung his fist over. And with a snap, this punch solidly hit Olivine on the bridge of the nose. The high bridge of his nose was suddenly crooked, and a nosebleed ran down his nostrils. Qin Chao's punch was so unexpectedly fast that Aladdin didn't have any time to react. All he felt was a soreness in the bridge of his nose, and then 2 streams of hot liquid ran down his face. The people passing by around them were also startled and took a step backwards to stop and watch. Aladdin covered his bleeding nose and stared at Qin Chao with fear and doubt in his eyes. When did the dragons become so fierce that they dared to beat him? Tada! With a crunch, Aladdin directly dropped the jade pendant in his hand, which fell to the ground with a sound and split into pieces, and he didn't even look at it. "Mud dare hit the nest. Does Mud know who the nest is? The nest is a noble Englander." Olivier roared. "Come to the dragon country for so long, he has been used to enjoy the life of people on the people. Today, he suddenly encountered an alternative and even hit him, making him instantly break his defense, and his angry voice shook the 4 directions. "Hi, your mom's head. How dare a bunch of unevolved apes say noble to a Mud? Mud? Good. Mud, give the nest weight. The nest will make Mud can't eat beans away." Olivine dialed the phone with one hand over his bleeding nose. He could only be heard gabbling a few words, hanging up the phone and then looking back at Qin Chao. "The nest has called the nest's friends over. The Mud can't run away. It's useless to call your mom." Qin Chao clasped his hands to his chest, not vain at all. Zhang Chun silently picked up a piece of broken jade the size of a fingernail cap from the ground. This piece of broken jade didn't have any rules, but it was the one that caused the jade pieces inside to resonate. No one noticed that the light of his palm flickered slightly, and this piece of broken jade the size of a fingernail cap was directly taken into his body. It quickly fused with the jade piece inside. The ground stall owner's face changed, originally wanted to be angry, but the opposite side is a foreigner, so he suppressed his anger. With a smile on his face, he said, "Mr. Aladdin, you smashed my jade pendant. Look, this money. Money, what money? The Mud is trying to blackmail the nest. The nest is going to call the police." The boss was speechless on the spot. This person was really unreasonable. So many pairs of eyes saw him break the jade pendant, but as a result, this time he flipped his face and denied it, and he also had to be the first to complain. "It's disgusting." The vendor owner spat viciously in his heart, and although he was very dissatisfied, he didn't dare to really flip out. After all, the other person is an international friend from England. "Mr. Oldin, you did break something of mine, and even if you call the police, you'll have to pay for it," the vendor owner said as calmly as he could. "Which eye of Mud saw that?" Aladdin looked around and droned with rage. "Did Pete see that?" The surrounding gourd eaters shrunk their heads and fell silent. They just wanted to see what was going on and didn't want to get into trouble. No one dared to come forward and testify. Vendor speechless, obviously everyone saw, but are afraid of each other's identity is no one to come forward to testify. If the other party was a native of the Dragon Kingdom, he would probably have been verbally abused already. Where would this be the case? LOL. Only admit it. The stall owner lamented in his mind. "I can testify." Zhang Chun stood up and said slowly. The scene was quiet, his voice was not loud but could be heard. "I can testify to that as well." Qin Chao also spoke. He was very upset with this dog money foreigner. Also now it was in public. If it was in no one's place, he could not wait to hammer this dog money to death. The ground stall owner gratefully glanced at Zhang Chun and Qin Chao, and then said toward Ali Din, "Mr. Ali Din, look at this money. The nest is going to call the police and get Pete arrested." Aladdin pointed at Zhang Chun and Qin Chao, his attitude still arrogant. "Then report it or you're a grandson." Aladdin was a bit confused. Were the dragons really not afraid of him anymore? This caused him some confusion. He should know that in his impression, the women of the Dragon Kingdom were easy to get hold of, and the men of the Dragon Kingdom were very spineless, and no one from the Dragon Kingdom had ever dared to treat him like this. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Just then, a line of men arrived and vigorously pushed the crowd to either side to make way. Aladdin's face was pleased when he saw these people, and his gaze toward Xiao was one of towering hostility. Who was it that messed with my friend, Mr. Oldin? A frivolous man's voice rang out, and then a young man aged 25, 26 walked over from the back of the crowd. Jiang Chun glanced slightly and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He had seen this person before, Han Xiaozong's follower, Wang Yong. Wang Yong walked over with big steps. Just now he received a call from Still Ali Din saying that he had been beaten up and needed him to teach these people a lesson. That's not good enough, my foreign friend got his ass kicked on my turf. That's not giving me face, he has to get it back. But he was dumbfounded when he arrived. The look that had just been so aggressive instantly tightened up and became coy. They're the ones who hit the nest, and the mud must teach them a lesson. Aladdin's bottom line was even stronger when he saw Wang Yong coming, and he pointed at Jiang Chun and Xiao and yelled in a loud and boisterous manner. He had also been in the capital for some time, and during that time he had caused some not-so-small incidents. Neither was penalized in any way, either because he was a foreigner or because he had a rich and powerful friend. This friend is Wang Yong. Chapter 110. Kicked the steel plate. Wang Yong, are you the ing backstage of this dog coin? Xiao looked straight at Wang Yong and hummed. Wang Yong's face was bitter. Last night, he saw Han Xiaochong beaten into a pig's head with his own eyes, and Yang Ziming was suppressed. He wasn't afraid of Xiao, but he was afraid of the person next to Xiao. Jiang Chun had left him with a huge psychological shadow. As a result, coincidentally, they met today and stood against him. What ing bad luck? Wang Yong secretly said that next time he goes out, he must look at the yellow calendar first. Aladdin is still bilabbing. The nest wants them to apologize and to make that beautiful girl drink 9 with me. Enough! Wang Yong suddenly roared. Aladdin looked at him with an unaccountable flicker of confusion, having no idea what was going on, that this good friend of the dragons was yelling at him. Why? Brother Qin, misunderstanding. Truth be told, I don't actually know him. Aladdin? Xiao smiled coldly. Do you think I'm ing blind? It was clear he didn't believe it, and neither did anyone else in the room. What did Mud say? The nests are good friends. Aladdin nudged Wang Yong to indicate a reminder. Sure enough, the next second, Aladdin said they were good friends. Wang Yong's face instantly darkened as he secretly clenched his fists and cursed Ali Din for being a fool. Used to be, not anymore. Wang Yong coldly glanced at Ali Din. Damn, who are you bad at messing with? And you just messed with Xiao. Xiao also, even if the key is that the person next to him, one of the geniuses of the capital Yang Ziming, have been beaten down, I'm not a horse to provoke Itchy Skin to send him to smoke. Brother Qin, I was actually just passing by, you guys continue. After saying that, he took his people and quickly retreated into the crowd, with the attitude that it's none of my business and I don't know him. Aladdin was confused, he felt puzzled, and his head was spinning a bit. Wang Yong was obviously his good friend, he was obviously here to get back at him, so how come he didn't care? Blondie, aren't you a ing drag? Shout out any other backers. I. Nest. Aladdin stammered hard for half a second. Today. Get the hell out of the Dragon Kingdom right now, and if I ever see you on Dragon Kingdom soil again, I'll get you killed. Aladdin's entire body was hairy from Xiao's stare. Fark. How dare the slime insult the noble Englishman? Get out of the way. Just as Aladdin stammered, a man nearly 2 meters tall pushed the man beside him out of the way and strutted over. The man was blond with blue eyes and a hawk's nose, and several people were pushed back by him as soon as he pushed his arm outward. Aladdin's face was pleased. From the other person's dress and looks he could deduce that this person was from England like him. Aladdin ran over in 3 or 2 steps and gabbled. The man just nodded slightly with a sullen face and looked at Jiang Chun and Xiao with a gaze full of ferocity. By the time Aladdin had finished speaking, this new Englishman, with a toss of his long blonde hair, copied the not quite fluent draconian language, his tone smelling unabashedly threatening. You must apologize and make amends, and give up your female companion, or else, don't blame me for being rude, he said and showed off his solid biceps. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was not good at foreign languages, his divine mind was strong, and he easily captured what the 2 gringos were talking about. The long-haired Englishman's name was Miller, and he was an awakened. The general thrust of the conversation is that Aladdin adds fuel to the fire by telling how he has been beaten and insulted, hoping that Miller will help him avenge the revival of the dignity of the Englishman, and expressing his willingness to give up his female companion to Miller. The female companion he was referring to here was Qin Wan. Jiang Chun was upset in his heart. These foreigners are really treating the women of the Dragon Kingdom as playthings, and it seems that they usually don't scourge the women of the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, he smiled coldly, already having a plan in his mind. 2 English strongmen on the street on the spot with swords and bayonets should be a lot of people willing to watch live. Qin Xiao was burning with rage, still hitting on his sister at this time. If it wasn't for Jiang Chun suddenly stopping him, he might have been about to go up and fight those 2 Englishmen. I'll do it. Jiang Chun smiled faintly before walking towards the 2 Englishmen. His hand had unconsciously already had a few more pills in it, and then with a gentle pinch, the pills instantly turned into powder. Mr. Miller, long time no see. The smile on Jiang Chen's face intensified when he arrived in front of the 2, and he took the initiative to reach out his hand in greeting. Miller was a bit bewildered, but habitually reached out to shake Jiang Chen's hand. It was also the moment of this handshake that Jiang Chen operated his spiritual energy, unknowingly seeping the medicinal powder in the palm of his hand into Miller's skin. The others around them were also slightly stunned. They really still wimped out. Foreigners are indeed not to be messed with. After all, it is better to do more than less. Qin Xiao stood blankly in place, thinking that Jiang Chen's "I'll do it" was to teach these 2 a hard lesson. But he never thought that Jiang Chun was smiling and shaking hands with someone else. A sudden wave of disappointment rose in him. It turns out that Jiang Chun, as strong as he is, will also become a groveling nuisance in the face of foreigners. Qin Xiao's heart was conflicted and stifled, and he coldly laughed at himself in his heart. I can't believe I was stupid enough to try to find a way to introduce my sister to this kind of person. Ugh, wrong guy. At this time, Miller also reacted. It turned out that his own threat just now had taken effect, and this Dragon Nation took the initiative to come over and apologize. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed and put his hand out to Aladdin again. Mr. Aladdin, I actually want to travel to your country. Aladdin inexplicably shook Jiang Chen's hand, always feeling that something was strange, but he couldn't tell. Welcome to a tour of our country. Shaking hands, Aladdin said. Jiang Chen drew back his hand and wiped it on his pants leg, and the smile on his face disappeared in favor of disgust. The 2 of them, Aladdin and Miller's faces immediately collapsed. Jiang Chen's behavior was clearly disrespectful to them. But then, after thinking about it, I'd rather not. The public toilets in our country are just fine, with that smell of urine that you have in your country. Some of the people around them frowned slightly, as if recalling how they really felt. Seemingly, as if the air really seemed to be filled with that flavor. Mud. What do you mean? Aladdin asked frostily. Jiang Chen laughed. What I mean, you guys better go home and eat. Aladdin and Miletons were furious, especially Miller, whose large palm was like a bushel fan as he slapped it towards Jiang Chen. However, his slap stopped alive 10 centimeters away from Jiang Chen's head, and no matter how much force he used, he couldn't go in any further. How dare you bully the Dragon Kingdom people on Dragon Kingdom soil with this much skill? Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully. Miller wasn't actually weak. He probably had a silver 5-star rank. But such strength was truly insufficient in front of Jiang Chen, unable to even break his defense. Miller's face turned red while his left fist blasted over. Only the result was the same. It couldn't even get close. It wasn't until this time that he realized. They may have kicked a steel plate. Chapter 111. Undescribable, so hot, but being a noble and proud Englishman. How could he ever let go of his dignity? Absolutely not. What's going on? What's all the sudden stupidity? Just then, Miller suddenly felt as if his body was expanding uncontrollably. And, male or female, it's the little teddy on the floor that feels browbeaten. Woohoo! He shook his head hard, trying to shake off this inexplicable delusion. However, it had no effect and the sensory impulse was rather stronger. Feeling the same way was Aladdin, who stared straight at Miller next to him, his eyes becoming more and more misplaced. Jiang Chun paced back to Qin Xiao and Qin Wan and said towards Qin Yao, I suggest you leave here first. Why? Qin Yao asked with some confusion. There are 2 gringos staging a bayonet fight here later. Do you want to see it? Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh a little. Qin Yao is not a child. She is also aware of bayonet, another layer of meaning. Face a red angry look at Jiang Chun, and then turned around thud 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 thud, stepped on high heels away. Don't get addicted. Jiang Chun patted Qin Chao's shoulder and left as well. He had no interest in such images. If it had been two pretty young ladies, maybe they would have stayed and looked, but two men would have been nothing to look at. Disgusting. Qin Xiao stood frozen in place, his gaze a little dull, a little puzzled and shocked. In his pupils, the two men, Aladdin and Miller, became out of place, and the two big men actually started to K up in front of the crowd. Not just him, the other onlookers were also dumbfounded. Just now it was fine, how come it started live? Jiang Chun didn't know what happened next, but probably imagined that chaotic scene. He glanced back, and the shouts of "Whoa, whoa" had come to mind there. Apparently the main event had begun, and some people even raised their cell phones high in the air to start recording. Shortly after, Qin Xiao panted and caught up. His face was a little pale and his eyes were a little dull, as if he had seen something incredible. Elder brother Qin, is the live broadcast exciting? Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed and wrapped his arm around Qin Xiao's shoulders.
Vom Tilde.
Qin Xiao's face was bitter and he suddenly dry heaved, thinking that the picture just now had really stimulated him. Brother, what's wrong with you? Qin Yao hurried over to help pat Qin Xiao's back with concern. No, it's fine. Qin Xiao arched his back and waved his hand. When I think about what I just saw, it can only be described as colorful. It's really indescribable. It's ing hot. Eventually someone called the police. The officer had a surprisingly close call with a chicken fight when he tried to separate the two and was almost forced to join in. It was hard to break free, and he scrambled to make a call for backup from the alien division. Aladdin is okay, it's mostly Miller. His psychic ability level wasn't low enough for a normal police officer to do anything with him. They then tried to drag Aladdin out first, but once he lost his target, Miller was instantly enraged. He made the officers his targets, and how could these ordinary officers be a match for a shifter? So, almost bad Miller's onion-popping chrysanthemums. Good thing the quality of the fabric of the clothes, otherwise it really was a battle to fame. After a few moments, the officer knew that he was no match for Miller and had to give Aladdin back to him for the time being. The two went crazy once they got their hands on each other, and it was disgusting to watch those around them. Pervert. After smoothing his breath, Qin Xiao spoke in confusion. Brother Chun, how did you do that? Needless to think, those two people's crazy behavior was definitely Jiang Chen's masterpiece, but he really didn't understand when Jiang Chen had moved his hand and what he had used. Although the others might suspect Jiang Chen as well, none of them had any evidence, so even if the officer summoned him, he had no fear. Gave them the whole medicine. Medicine. Qin Yao frowned and silently took a step back to keep a sufficient distance from Jiang Chen, fearing that he would use this thing to smash her his body. What for? Qin Yao's action elicited a light laugh from Jiang Chen. Afraid I'll drug you? Drugged. Qin Xiao looked at his sister and then at Jiang Chen. Hey, good man, that's a good idea. The raw rice will have to be recognized by someone even if they don't recognize it by then. He had completely forgotten that he had just regretted pushing his sister to Jiang Chen, and now he had changed back. No, I just think it's too hot. Qin Yao smiled sarcastically. Her current appearance was obviously afraid that Jiang Chen would drug him. Don't worry, I rarely use that trick. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, Besides, I'm the one who has a girlfriend, so why would I still drug you? Ah. Qin Xiao jumped. Brother Chen, you have a girlfriend? Yeah. I told you that last night. Did you forget? Qin Xiao froze and thought about it. Last night he drank too much, only heard Jiang Chen said girlfriend, but really cannot remember whether it is yes or no. Blame it on dog coin Wang Yuan. Qin Xiao cursed his own diehard. If not for him saying no, how could he possibly come up with another bad idea to push his sister out? Oh. On second thought, there is still a bit of regret in my heart. Alas. A day later, Jiang Chen received a call from Mr. Nye, the leader of South China, asking him to gather and report to Central China Academy. After washing up and checking out of the hotel room, he headed for HCCA. Today, the elites from the 7 regions of the country all gathered at Huazhong College, 100 people from each region, totaling 700 people. A bus parked neatly in the parking lot was quite a sight. If the 7 regions look at the overall strength, the Central China region is the strongest, and a large part of it is from the Central China College. After all, it was a capital city academy, and its resources were definitely much more abundant than those of other regions, which led to the generally high strength of participants from Central China. The students from HCC also looked down quite a bit on the students from the other 6 large districts. Gee whiz, how can they compete with us? The person from Central China Academy looked over to the Northwest region and said disdainfully, Since when did Silver's little scum have the qualifications to compete? Of the 7 regions, the Northwest region was indeed the weakest, with the strongest only having a gold rank. The difference in strength is really big compared to these resource-rich areas in the central China region. TCH, the other regions aren't much better, no fun. Thought it would be more of a challenge, disappointing. It's true that it's not very challenging. Ultimately, it's still a competition within our central China region, and the other regions are just along for the ride. Huh, who's that? The crowd looked along. The man had gauze wrapped around his head, wrapping his entire face tightly, revealing only his two eyes. Huh, he's coming our way. It's not our central China region, is it? Eventually, the guy with the gauze wrapped around him stood on the central China region team. The crowd cast puzzled glances. Who was this man? Since when is there such a weirdo in central China? Yang Ziming wanted to curse. Qin Chao, that dog money is also too hard. So far the face has not been swollen. Without gauze to cover the face, really cannot see people. When he arrived at the scene, a gaze was directed at him, making him feel uncomfortable. He used to love it when people focused their eyes on him because he felt it was an honor. But after being beaten down by Jiang Chun that night, a change was found in his heart. He really hated being stared at right now because, well, he always felt like they were looking at him funny, mocking him, looking down on him. Yang, the person next to Yang Ziming tried to shout. Hiss. No way, he's Yang Ziming? One of the geniuses of the capital? What's wrong with him and why is he wrapped in gauze? Got a sore on your face or a beating? Various speculations lingered in the minds of the crowd. After all, this is Yang Ziming, one of the famous geniuses of the capital, strength to strength only above them. If he was beaten, then who had the audacity to beat him up like that? Chapter 112. When I say lay flat, do you mean this lay flat? A figure came to some people's minds. A lot of people have seen that video, but that guy didn't do anything at that time. In the central China region, the bright-eyed Morong Yu bared her teeth. She did know some insider knowledge, and if she wasn't wrong, she must have been beaten up by Jiang Chun that day. She already hated Yang Ziming, and when she saw him like this, she just couldn't help but laugh. Yang, what are you doing? Yang Ziming heart MMP, just you dog day words more, trouble you go to hell. I now just want to be a transparent person, just you dog coin like to make trouble. In front of so many people, he definitely couldn't expose the truth that he had been beaten to a pig's head. It's a sore. You guys stay away from me. It's contagious. When he said that, the people around him took 2 steps backward. Sores are not scary. What is scary is having hemorrhoids on your face. Yang Ziming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that these people wouldn't bother him again, lest he would be exposed if he wasn't careful. However, right at this moment, a discordant sound suddenly came to mind. Yo Yang, you have such a symmetrical growth of this sore. Both sides of your face are the same. It's not going to be beaten up, is it? Yang Ziming's heart, which had originally relaxed, lifted up in a flash. He turned his head violently. The one who had just spoken was Cheng Dajuan, one of the geniuses of the capital. The two of them had always been at odds and looked at each other. He held back his anger, but quickly suppressed it again and grunted, Cheng Dajuan, don't you want to talk nonsense? I really have a sore on my face. In nonsense, I'm going to be nonchalant. Oh, who is filming who? It is clear that he was beaten, but still dead, is feeling ashamed. Cheng Dajuan directly revealed the thoughts in Yang Ziming's heart. Wrapped in gauze under the face cannot see what expression, but that on the eyes are full of anger. Humph! In the end, Yang Ziming didn't argue anymore. He knew that the more he described it, the darker it got, and now he could only pretend that he couldn't hear anything outside the window. Cheng Dajuan sneered a few more times, but Yang Ziming did not respond as if he hadn't heard, and felt bored. So he didn't pick on him again. Jiang Chun came from the hotel on foot. Shan. The participants of the South China region were all following the big group except him, and when he was in place it also signaled that all the participants of the South China region had arrived. Just arrived at this side of the first glance to see a familiar person. Her head is very tall, standing there than the other people a lot taller, to some sudden, huge biceps at any moment at any time to burst a flood of small universe of energy. Still, the thought of her transformed appearance was a bit diabolical. At her side was another man who was on the thin side, obviously taller, but just looked a little bird-like around her. It was none other than King Kong Barbie Gong Linglong and her boyfriend Gu Ding. Scanning around, he also found Sun Jihui of the Five Sages Academy, the person who was once expected to take first place in the 5 courts competition. Gu Ding was guarded by Gong Linglong as if he was protecting a young cub, watching the situation around him from time to time, for no other reason than the fear that another member of the opposite sex would snatch Gu Ding away. Suddenly, Gong Linglong looked like she had seen something incredible. Her arm unconsciously used force, and Gu Ding immediately felt his legs leave the ground and his neck was stuck. Ahem. Put me down. Gu Ding slapped Gong Linglong's thick arm, reminding her that she was going to hiccup if she didn't let go. Ha! Gong Linglong woke up as if in a dream, then realized that her boyfriend was about to suffocate under her care, and hurriedly put him down carefully. Brother Ding, did it hurt? I didn't mean to. Gong Linglong hurriedly apologized and admitted her mistake. Gu Ding coughed twice and waved his hand to show that he had no problem. Why are you strangling me all of a sudden? Gong Linglong is very precious to him. It is impossible to do this kind of thing that may hurt him for no reason. There must be other reasons. I saw Jiang Chun. How can that be? He's been cool for over a year now. Everyone knows what's going on. Don't you find a crooked reason to fool me? As if he understood something, Gu Ding raised his head and stared at Gong Linglong. You're just doing this on purpose, trying to strangle me. Break up. At the mention of breaking up, Gong Linglong was obviously anxious and hurriedly swung her stout arms to explain. No, don't break up. I didn't do it on purpose. I really saw Jiang Chun. Saying that, she looked up and glanced again, and then her pupils all shrank, and she trembled. He's coming our way. What are you kidding? You are afraid that your eyes are blurred.
Zhang.
Jiang Chun. Gu Ding didn't believe Gong Linglong's words at all. But when he turned his head to look, he let out a gasp and stammered for half a day. Damn, it's really Jiang Chun. He's still alive. Jiang Chun didn't have many acquaintances as he swept past with a glance, and his relationship with Gu Ding was quite good. So he was ready to come over to him to say hello. Oh, fellow Gu Ding, long time no see. Well, it's been a long time. Gu Ding swallowed his saliva, then carefully asked, Are you a human or a ghost? Jiang Chun froze for a moment. Not many people actually knew about the news that he had returned alive, and Gu Ding was definitely among the ones who didn't know. Classmate Gu Ding, I haven't seen you in over a year. You've become less bold. This statement undoubtedly indicated that he was still talking, and in the meantime he mocked Gu Ding. You're really alive? Or what? Jiang Chun shrugged. They're kind of a no-brainer. Back then, before the start of the 5 courts competition, Jiang Chun had used a provocative method to piss off Gong Linglong's younger brother, causing him to lose his qualification for the competition. Before the match, Gu Ding, who was his brother-in-law, had even threatened Jiang Chun on the spot, only to be undermined by Jiang Chun instead, and the two of them had formed a bond. In later matches, Jiang Chun made a business of robbing people, and Gu Ding was one of the victims, and crucially, he also acted as a toolman and nearly rolled Sun Jihui of the Five Sages Academy to his death. In fact, by this time there was little conflict between the two. The main thing was that Jiang Chun's strength was far above Gu Ding's, and the latter couldn't resist at all, and since he couldn't resist then he would accept reality. Later on, the two met again at the 100 Beasts battlefield, and this time they also met Gong Linglong. At that time, he originally wanted to rob Gu Ding, an old customer, but seeing the King Kong Barbie beside him eventually flooded him with sympathy and spared them. Later, when Jiang Chun was besieged, Gong Linglong happened to learn that her brother's deprivation of the 5 courts competition was the work of Jiang Chun, and so she stepped forward, wanting to avenge her brother on the one hand, and helping to take down Jiang Chun on the other. Unfortunately, Gong Linglong had just finished performing her transformation ability when Jiang Chun directly came with a 5 thunders. You're here for the District 7 competition? Aang. Jiang Chun answered. Then I'm in for the hammer. I'll end a forfeit on the spot and go home and lie down. Gu Ding remembered what happened to him a year ago, and his mind directly collapsed. He could be said to know Jiang Chun's style very well. With him in the place by then it was expected to be another ING toolman. Hey! Jiang Chun Sister-in-law right here it, on the spot solution on the line, but also home for what? Ein yet. Gu Ding almost choked to death. When I said lay flat, are you talking about this lay flat? Chapter 113. The beautiful girl wants to recognize me as her big brother. Oh, relax, I don't eat people. Jiang Chun smiled and patted Gu Ding's shoulder. I'll report to Mr. Nye first. Looking at Jiang Chun's departing back, Gu Ding also sighed. This time it was estimated that it would mostly be a hit and miss again. Soon Jiang Chun found Mr. Nye, the leader of the South China region. Teacher Nye, I'm Jiang Chun from Jiangling Academy, and I've come to report for duty. Jiang Chun handed over the proof of information provided by the school, and Mr. Nye verified the information and then returned it back to him after confirming that it was correct. You're the Jiang Chun who replaced Zhu Tong? Zhu Newton's power is real fighting. At that time, in order to obtain a place in the capital South China region after several rounds of screening finally confirmed the list of the top 100. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden change on the Zhongling Academy's side as it approached. Dean Zhang patted his chest and repeatedly assured him that this man was better than Jutong before finally replacing him. Jiang Chen's reputation was still relatively big in Zhongling, but not many people knew him besides Zhongling, including Teacher Nie, who hadn't paid attention to him before. "Anan, it's me." Jiang Chen puffed out his chest. Teacher Nie teased with a slight smile. Your Dean Zhang had patted his chest and guaranteed it, saying that you would definitely achieve good results and bring glory to South China. Actually, I just want to be a little transparent. Jiang Chen laughed. Ho 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 ho. Nie teacher, a 40-year-old middle-aged man, wearing a gray short-sleeve t-shirt on the upper body. The lower body is a 7-minute pants plus a flat shoes, a cigarette in his mouth, giving the impression that there is no frame is very easygoing. I've also learned a bit about you, and I've realized that your powers are a bit different from the others. Mr. Nie smashed a mouthful of smoke and 2 white dragons came out of his nostrils. Jiang Chun secretly smiled. Of course it's different. I'm not a ing psychic. I'm a cultivator. Generally speaking, one person has only one psychic ability, but of course, there are very few people who have 2. Speaking here, Teacher Nie paused as he looked at Jiang Chun and continued. Yet you have more than 2 kinds of supernormal abilities. Great strength, high defense, the ability to fly as well as long-range imperial objects, and the ability to use lightning. Perhaps these are not yet all you are capable of. Mr. Nie put the mouthpiece into his mouth and took a greedy drag. Mr. Nie mustn't be mistaken. I'm a power faculty adept, and the information on my business card can be verified. Jiang Chen laughed and said casually. In fact, his skills didn't just include the ones that Teacher Nie had said. He also knew how to refine weapons, alchemy, as well as domains and other more offensive and defensive skills. However, these were his bottom cards. A flying power awakened person. Well, I know. Mr. Nie flicked off his cigarette and hemmed and hawed. Our idea is also very simple. We hope that you, a little harder to get a first place. Ho 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 ho. A friend is calling me. I'll go over there first. Jiang Chun casually made up an excuse and fled. Are you kidding me? Getting first place? Do you really think everyone else is scum? As he walked and scanned the other 6 regions, not to mention he really felt a few not-so-weak auras, but of course they were only not so weak. It was then that he spotted a man there in the WSC with his entire head wrapped in gauze. Mummy powers, that's pretty weird. He also didn't observe much, and the one he didn't notice was Yang Ziming. Except that while he was watching WCC, someone else in WCC was watching him. Yang Ziming counted as 1, and when he saw Jiang Chun, his hands clenched his fists tightly. But in the end, he loosened them, as if he was deflated. There was another person in the crowd who gnashed his teeth at him, and that was Lu Xiangfei. Yang Ziming had already recognized the reality that he was simply no match for Jiang Chun. Therefore, even though he hated it but there was nothing he could do about it, he could only end up silently cursing it over and over again in his heart. But Lu Xiangfei was different. His mount was smashed alive that day, he was very unconvinced, and at all times he was thinking of how to rub Jiang Chun on the ground. It was best to be in front of Shen Xinyan, that would be more fulfilling. After feeling Lu Xiangfei's unabashedly hostile gaze, Jiang Chun didn't get angry, but instead smiled and raised an eyebrow towards him, opening his mouth and silently shouting silly. There was another person who was smiling and waving at him, a pretty woman who he had met once at the Morong family. I'm afraid it's not a cutie. Oh, he doesn't even know the guy, so he's waving his ass off. Ignoring even the head tossing, he headed towards Gu Ding. In comparison, it was more comfortable to stay with the toolman. Morong, you saw that Jiang Chun didn't pay any attention to himself and had a look of looking at a little cutie. The same expression was instantly unhappy. Humph! She stomped her foot and trotted towards Jiang Chun. Morong Yu's actions naturally attracted the attention of many people. They were all wondering, what was wrong with this condescending second Miss Morong today? Had she changed her temperament? Until they saw Morong Yu trotting all the way to South China. And then even more so, they saw her actively greeting a strange man. The people in central China were dumbfounded. What was the situation? Morong Yu, who had been ignoring people, actually took the initiative to hit on a man. Morong Yu was originally born beautiful and was the white moonlight of many of her male compatriots. But when they hit on her, all they get is a cold off. Today was the first time I'd seen her take the initiative to hit on a guy, which was damn rare. Over here, Morong Yu trotted to Jiang Chen's side, panting slightly. Hello? My name is Morong Yu. Jiang Chun was also stunned and looked around before pointing at his nose. You're talking to me? Morong nodded. Yes, just talking to you. Jiang Chun nodded faintly. This woman he had seen once, yesterday at Morong's house. Only at that time he didn't pay too much attention, just glanced faintly. Oh, my name is Jiang Chun. Looking for me for something? It's only logical that they shouldn't cross paths too much. The two are in different walks of life. Morong Yu is a golden lady, her circle of life should be on the top celebrities and so on, while Jiang Chun is just an ordinary citizen. After a little thought, Jiang Chun felt that Morong Yu's search for him should have something to do with Yang Ziming. After all, he had taken Yang Ziming away from them yesterday in front of them and had been beaten to a pig's head. It's nothing really. Just want to recognize you as a big brother. Huh? Jiang Chun staggered. What the is this? You don't get it at all, do you? Superlatives won't do it, so much so that his tone of voice has changed a bit. What did you say? Morong Yu raised her head and stared straight at Jiang Chun. Her gaze firm as she said again, I want to recognize you as my big brother. This time Jiang Chun sort of heard it clearly. But he just thought the man was there to be funny. Are you kidding me? You don't even know each other, and you're still ing coming over to recognize your big brother. Neurodeficiency syndrome is ing psychotic. Little sister, don't tease. I recommend you to go to Jiangling 205 Hospital, which is known nationwide for treating neurological diseases. Jiang Chun simply ignored it as if he was listening to a joke. No, I'm serious. Seeing Jiang Chun about to leave, Morong Yu was a little anxious and grabbed him by the corner of his coat. This action of hers instantly triggered the students over in central China, and each of them looked at Jiang Chun with hostility. Who would have thought that Morong Yu would not only take the initiative to talk to a strange man, but also tugged on the other man's coat to keep him from leaving. This image looks like a couple after a fight. Chapter 114. I'll give you $1 million to be my big brother. At this moment, many people heard the muffled sound of click, and their hearts were broken. Only the actual situation on this side was not at all what they had imagined. If they knew how to read lips, they would know that Jiang Chun had just cursed, psycho. Unfortunately, no one understands. I'm serious too, no kidding. Jiang Chun cursed before ripping the corner of his shirt out of her hands. Damn, now the telecom scam is no longer in decline, online are switching to offline. I don't have any ing money. You're lying to me. Jiang Chun secretly shook his head. It's not easy to get any job these days. 1 million. Morong Yu crisply shouted. Give you $1 million to be my big brother. Jiang Chen's forward footsteps paused for a moment before he took a few steps backward and reappeared beside Morong Yu, raising his hand and pressing it on her forehead. There's no fever. You're the one with the fever. I'm fine. Morong Yu opened his palm, humming and grunting. Tisk tsk tsk. Not physically ill, then mentally ill. Otherwise, how could you say such stupid things? Murray Jade. Just asking if you're doing anything. I'm actually afraid that someone will try to do something to me during the game, so I'm taking out $1 million insurance policy on you. Morong Yu changed her statement, sounding slightly more credible than the one just now that gave money to worship her big brother. However, she felt that it wasn't enough, so she added, think about it, you definitely need a lot of spirit crystals to level up. 1 million can buy quite a few spirit crystals, so just say yes. Morong Yu's big, bright eyes blinked as she looked at Jiang Chun with eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Chun stared at Morong Yu. This woman has a melon face, bright eyes and teeth, a pill head, and 2 small pear swirls when she smiles. Good looking is good looking, just the head might be a little off, shame about the skin. I can pay first. Give me your bank card. In order to allay Jiang Chen's concerns, and to make herself not look like a psychopath, Morong Yu planned to pay first before getting into the car. $1 million is really just a drop in the bucket for her. The Morong family is a big family with a lot of power still, and his monthly pocket money is more than that. Jiang Chun silently pulled out a bank card with no money on it and secretly said, for the sake of money, I'll trust you for once. He was now in the late stage of foundation establishment, and he really needed a large amount of spirit crystals if he wanted to improve his strength, and a little bit was a little bit if he could glean a little bit. If Morong Yu, if it was a lie, then he wasn't at a disadvantage. It would be a diversion for a few minutes. If it was true, then he'd made a profit, though not a bloody one. A small one would be nice. Only to see Morong Yu tapping on her cell phone for a while, then returned the card to him and said with a smile, all right, 1 million has arrived. Jiang Chun? That fast? It only took a minute to hand her the card, and $1 million in the bank without blinking? Is this the fabled 1 million up and down in a minute? Jiang Chun secretly shook his head. He still didn't really believe it. Why don't you believe it? There's an ATM right in front of the college, you can check it out. Morong-yu looked like she could see Jiang Chen's doubts, so she offered to let him check the balance. Just check. Took the bank card and quickly went to the ATM outside the college. Put the card into the slot. Drip, drip, drip. Enter the password. This card is his previous application. The tied cell phone number is still the same old number. If there is a flow of funds, the bank will send a text message notification. However, when he was crushed by the rhubarb a year ago, the phone had been blasted to slag, and it was Shin Xinyan who provided him with a cell phone and phone card after returning to Jiangling. So, even if there is a flow of money on his bank card, he does not receive any SMS alerts and still has to go to the machine. The password was successfully verified, and then the selection appeared on the left, and without hesitation he clicked on Balance Inquiry. The screen immediately popped up with an inquiry waiting screen, which then showed the balance. Current balance: $1,000,000.21. It's $1 million. How about that? Didn't lie to you. Just when he was there, a head came over, big eyes glanced at the screen, and said with a cheeky grin, "Good brother. Please do introduce me to any other business like this." Jiang Chun patted Morong-yu's shoulder and said heartily, "The more business like this, the better. It's too damn fast." It was a feeling that he had also experienced a little bit a year ago. At that time, he was swindled by Shin Xinyan to participate in an auction, and as a result, he met Xiao Zisong, the wealth-giving boy, so he blackmailed the Xiao family for $10 million. Only, at the time, True had pretty much used it up at the auction. Compared to taking hostages and extorting money, he still preferred the current feeling of quick money. You and I would at least not have any psychological burden. What brothers, they're girls. Morong-yu tried her best to retort, but it didn't work in the slightest. It's okay. It's okay. In my eyes, you're my brother. I'm your big brother now, who dares to bully you, add money, beat him up. Ha, more money? Morong-yu was depressed, feeling that the $1 million just now was spent in vain. Then what? Your $1 million is just an admission ticket. Of course you have to pay more for the job. Jiang Chun said rightfully. You too dark. Morong-yu deflated. Jiang Chun laughed and didn't care. Aya. Look at you. Do you believe there is an Ultraman in the world? Morong-yu. Don't believe it. That's right. Where would the light come from without the Ultramar? Black spots are normal. Murray Jade. The two walked in side by side from outside the academy. They seemed to be chatting about something. Jiang Chun was pointing at the people around him from time to time. The two were relatively close to each other and looked quite intimate from afar. Several male students on the central China side gritted their teeth when they saw this scene, itching to kick them off to replace that position. That guy isn't looking at you, right? Want me to go remind him it's only 10,000 bucks? Hey, there is that guy. Look at your eyes, colorful. Look as the old hooligan, 100,000 yuan. Big brother to help you get rid of him forever. And the one wearing glasses looks like a sullen look, but also take a cell phone to take pictures secretly, 100,000 yuan. Big brother to see if his cell phone has the elimination function. I heard that now some high-tech can be in the photo of the person's clothes to pee off. Jiang Chun was self-sustaining as he walked, but unfortunately, Morong-yu just wouldn't pay up. Hey, it's hard to mess up. After a while, a total of 700 people from the 7 regions had gathered and were ready to announce the rules of the qualifiers. There are 2 stages to the 7 national regional competitions, the preliminaries and the main event. Only the top 50 people who pass the preliminaries qualify for the main event. That means the preliminaries are going to brush off over 90% of the field, leaving the 50 that are left behind as the cream of the crop. In fact, the rules of the preliminaries are also very simple. According to the point system, each person is a point, as long as the case does not cause casualties to take away other people's points on the line, and finally the top 50 people to advance to the main round. Next, each of you will be given a smartwatch. On stage lecturing the president of Huazhong College, Chun Zhaoxing in his 50s, holding a microphone and scanning the 700 people below. 1 point has been preset in each table, the points are transferable, and as always, all means can be used as long as no casualties are made. The preliminaries begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Please be prepared. Chun Zhaoxing ended his speech after a few more official remarks. The next step is to distribute smartwatches to everyone. Got a pen? Jiang Chun asked towards Sun Jihui next to him. He didn't stand with Gu Ding, mainly because Gong Linglong, the female strongman, was just too hot.
Breng breng.
Sun Jihui was unsure, but took out a pen anyway. I was talking about brushes. Sun Jihui. Chapter 115, Get Out of the Way. Mr. Jiang is going to start his performance. A few minutes later, while everyone was still distributing their smartwatches, A figure slowly ascended the speaking platform step by step. Bam, bam, bam. The shiny black leather shoes cut a white light in the sunlight now and then. With each footfall, the heels of the leather shoes clashed with the ground with a crisp, loud sound. Originally, in a noisy venue of 700 people, this sound of shoes clashing with the ground would have been drowned out in the tumultuous murmur, and would have been audible only to students near the first 2 rows of the speaker's podium. But more people choose to ignore it, and in their hearts they may also follow the cursing of a few dogs pee talk too much. However, the sound of leather shoes touching the ground was much different this time. Voices that clearly should have been drowned out resounded clearly in everyone's ears, one at a time. It was as if the person walking was close at hand, and even in a noisy environment, the thump 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 sound was incredibly loud and clear. Director Su, who was preparing to go back to his office to blow the air conditioning, slightly raised his thick eyebrows, then turned his head toward the speech platform. Only on the right side of the speech platform, a tall and big figure of a man walked step by step towards the center of the speech platform. The man looked young, roughly estimated to be 20 years old at most, with a white shirt over a black suit. Only the suit looked a bit not very well fitted, a bit tight and a bit short. The tawdry thing was that he also wore a big red tie, and if you looked closely you would see that there were very marks at the bow tie that had obviously been slipped, presumably caused by slipping the tie off his head after it was tied. A white shirt with a black suit is perfectly normal, but the reddish-purple tie is a little out of place and always feels out of place. The bottom half of his body was similarly dressed in a pair of black suit pants that held up a full, rounded leg, and the sizing may have been a little off, making them a nondescript 9-minute pair on him. As you can see from the bare ankles, he's not wearing socks, and the overall look is quite comical. Probably the most normal thing about the whole body was the cool, black leather shoes, which seemed to fit just fine. But only the person in question knows that it fits, my ass. It's hard to squeeze your feet. The man's hair was not too long and not too short, matching the shape of his head and face just right. He had a faint smile on his face and a sleek wooden stick in his hand, at the top of which was a sign about 40 centimeters in length and width, behind which seemed to be attached a piece of white paper, the corner of which had been degummed and buckled due to lack of adhesion. He just casually slung it over his shoulder and strutted up to the speaker's podium. Dean Su was slightly puzzled. Did any other teacher speak after his lecture? In fact, he is not clear about the specific process anyway. These are arranged by the school organization department. He is just going through the motions to show up. As for the back of the game, in accordance with the normal processes to go. The subordinate next to him showed a puzzled look. In the process they had arranged, there was no follow-up after the dean had lectured and distributed the smartwatches. The students from the major regions have already been divided into dormitories, and the regional leaders bring them there, and that's the end of it. He quietly glanced at the side of Dean Su, and found that the corners of his mouth slightly raised, seemingly with a hint of a smile. His heart suddenly ding. Could this be arranged by the dean? Looking at his appearance seems to be a bit happy. Could this person on the stage have something to do with him? In fact, subordinates guess the mind of the leader that is more than normal. If you can understand the leadership of a throw mind, and then go along with the leadership of the mind to do things, the leadership of the happy promotion and salary increase is not as easy as drinking water. Buzz, buzz. The subordinate's phone vibrated and someone sent him a message. Komiya. Leader, there is no one else scheduled to speak in the process. This is a simple and clear statement of fact. The process they had arranged had already been gone through, and there was no other process after the dean's lecture. So where had this man come from and what did he want to do? And they didn't know if they should stop it or not. Although this is a declarative sentence, it is clear that there are 3 other layers of meaning that Comrade Komiya is trying to convey. One is to express to the leaders that our job is done and this person they don't know, skimming off their responsibility. The second is to indirectly ask if it's a special arrangement for the leader. Thirdly, we should ask the leaders to stop it if it is not arranged by the leaders. The subordinate once again glanced at President Su, and then quietly and quickly replied with 3 simple words. Got it. The 3 words got it were too common, but they had a different meaning when it came to Komiya. He can judge the 2 layers of leadership without blaming or stopping. After sending the message, and then look at Dean Su Hart silently praised himself for the ability to detect words and colors and improve a large section, and then secretly rewarded himself at noon must add an extra chicken leg to celebrate. However, what he did not know was that President Su Zhaoxing Su thought it was a normal process arranged by his subordinates. As for why he was smiling, it was because his gums were a little inflamed today, and every now and then he had to grin and suck in air to blow on them to feel better. As a result, President Su's move was inadvertently discovered by his subordinates. The subordinate looks, "Hey good man." The dean is raising his mouth in a smile. He even dared to conclude that the man on the stage must be related to the dean, and that the supplemental process was the dean's special arrangement. In those 2 or 3 breaths, the man at the speaker's podium had walked over to the center podium and picked up the microphone. Zip! Turning on the switch for the microphone, the stereos on either side of the speaker's podium emitted a small, but slightly piercing sound of electricity. The man's palm slapped lightly on the black, round microphone, and the speakers on either side went thud, 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 thud. The rattling. Just now the leather shoes hitting the floor had already attracted some people's attention, and now that there was a loud noise coming from the stereo, some of the students who hadn't looked over yet also looked over. At this age, although they are psychics but also students, to the teacher still have some fear. The speech stage wearing a suit and red tie in their eyes is undoubtedly the teacher. His attention is obviously focused a lot. It was just that there were a few students on the Central China region and South China region side who had some odd looks in their eyes. Huazhong sighed. Morong Yu stared blankly at the man on the stage. His eyes revealed a puzzled look. His heart said, "He went up to do what? When did he change his clothes? The suit and tie is completely inappropriate." Yang Ziming was confused. What's the situation? This guy is a teacher at Huazhong? You don't think so? Lu Xiangfei eyelids jumped straight. Xin Xinyan's boyfriend, how to get on the speech platform. What in the world is he? What is his identity? Just now those who have called him a little white man is not dare to look directly at have hung their heads. Feel like doing something wrong, for fear of being recognized by this young teacher. The South China region side is even stranger. Gu Ding Sun Jihui and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost hung on the ground, and their mouths could be stuffed into an egg. Compared to Central China region, they know Jiang Chen better and will not even think about Jiang Chen as a teacher, especially Sun Jihui. A minute ago Jiang Chen was still wearing a normal casual outfit and asked him to borrow a pen. It's just that he really didn't have a brush. How come in the blink of an eye he's in a suit and a tawdry reddish tie? The point is, what the does one do on a soapbox? The tart on the speech platform was naturally Jiang Chen. He was holding the microphone and whirring twice, as if testing the microphone to see if there was a problem. It seems like the first reaction of anyone who picks up a microphone in life is to clap and whoop. Despite knowing there's no problem, the habit seems to be etched in everyone's DNA. Change can't be changed. Lu whispering interlopers, drumming up simulations. Chapter 116. With all due respect, everyone here is a piece of trash. The entire room plus the teachers and other relevant staff members cringed at this moment. What suburban foreign language is this? It sounds oddly familiar. Morong Yu was the first one who couldn't hold back her laughter. It was the first time she had heard such a non-standard foreign language, which was very new to her as opposed to the quality education she had always received living in the capital. On the South China region side, Gu Ding's few faces swished red and hurriedly looked down at the floor, indicating that they didn't recognize this guy who couldn't spit out his words. So 2 world languages can't even be spoken, shame on you. Yeah, oil. I don't know who suddenly shouted over at the Northwest region, and the whole room froze. What the hell? We bad silver, 3 grams of oil. The boy on the stage smiled slightly. This kind of elementary school student's giveaway question was not a handful. Could there be anyone else who did not know how to do it? Ha ha ha. The students from the Northwest region laughed out loud, as they were already learning to pronounce a foreign language poorly, but they didn't realize that the teacher on the stage wasn't standard either. It's really like minds, like hearts. The people from the other regions reacted after half a day, and many of them couldn't hold back their laughter. Only on the Central China region side, everyone was in a daze. What's that? I don't understand, but it sounds familiar. Are they in code? Are they going to target the Central China region? Boy, girl, please be quiet and quiet. Jiang Chen pressed his hand in the manner of a leader's speech, which was one of the basic movements of a leader, and which Director Su had used several times just now. The students at the scene were finally able to hold back their laughter, and all eyes were focused on the person on the stage. There's a bad word for everyone before the game opens. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the entire venue. More than 700 good people were staring at him at this moment. This was the effect he wanted. With all due respect, everyone here is trash. Classmate? Everyone's face changed. Just a moment ago they were still laughing and joking. Now they flipped and changed. Their faces showed anger and dissatisfaction. However, fearing the profession of teacher, although they were dissatisfied, no one stood out as a leader. The scene was deathly silent. Dean Su Xiaoxing frowned slightly as he said towards the subordinate beside him, "What's the name of this new teacher? Quite a character." "Huh. What's the name?" The subordinate's head was instantly confused. "Mr. Dean, aren't you the one who arranged this? If it wasn't your arrangement, what was your old man laughing at just now?" Call. The subordinate stammered for half a day without uttering a complete sentence, and in the end it was only when President Su spoke again that he slowed down. "These are some of the best students from all over the country. It's inevitable that they'll see themselves as too proud. So it's not bad to let this new teacher whip them, and it's good for them to be frustrated." Dean said both. The subordinate secretly wiped a cold sweat on his forehead and responded. But he was also wondering who this teacher was and who had arranged for him to speak on stage. Almost got him killed. But since the dean didn't blame it, then all was well. Whoever arranged it had nothing to do with their organization department anyway. On the speech platform, Jiang Chan scanned around everyone and finally snorted, "What? Not convinced? Damn, it must be unconvincing, not to mention the most bullish Central China region." Even the weakest Northwest region students were filled with displeasure after hearing this sentence. Although they knew that they were vegetables and couldn't compare to the 7-6 regions, it was not allowed to be called trash, and it would be strange if they didn't get angry. "You come up here. Yeah, that's you, sandbag head." Jiang Chun didn't talk nonsense, and directly pointed to a sandbag head over in Central China region whose head was wrapped in gauze only revealing 2 eyes. "What are you waiting for? Get up here." Seeing that the sandbag head was indifferent, Jiang Chen's words became stern, rather like a teacher reprimanding a student. This sandbag head was obviously Yang Ziming. He had recognized Jiang Chun from the very beginning, and he was the reason he had become like this. Regarding Jiang Chen's strength, not to say that he knew everything, but he also knew a thing or two, and anyway, he was far from being his opponent. He just wanted to be transparent today. However, he was still recognized by some people after arriving at the scene, and even his rival Chang Dajuan sneered at him, in order not to let more people know the truth that he had been beaten up into a pig's head. In the end, he endured it. However, at this time Jiang Chun named him on the stage, and it was just ing clueless. "If you go up, you'll be recognized by everyone, but if you don't, you'll probably get another 'give me back my floating fist.' So it's a dilemma. One step forward is humiliating, one step back is painful. Hey, why am I always the one who gets hurt?" Yang Ziming viciously spat in his heart, and in the end, he chose to lose face because he vaguely sensed an aura locking onto him. As long as he took a step back, he would surely be forcefully jerked onto the stage the next moment. It was better to be active rather than passive. Embarrassment is a certainty, but it will save you from a beating. "I'm so bitter. I've messed with such a disaster." While stifling wails in his mind, he arrived at the speaking platform. Who's this all mummified up? Maybe someone else's psychic ability is gauze wrapping. Oh, that's possible after all. I've seen the blue and silver twine before. Gee, I've never seen a blue and silver winding, but I've tried a male silver winding, bro. Want to give it a try? I have no grudges against the old man. On the speech stage, Yang Ziming's rushed appearance caused a moment of confusion among some people who knew him on the Central China region side. In their cognition, Yang Xiao, that is one of the geniuses of the capital, the key family is also very money, can be said to have the strength to have the strength to have the money. When have I ever seen him such a cowering look? "Shame on you." Chang Dajuan, who was standing in the front row, clasped his hands on his chest and grunted disdainfully. "This student looks like a drag. You come up too." Jiang Chun noticed Chang Dajuan's arrogant and domineering appearance and thought that this kid's strength wasn't weak, so it was a good idea to use it as a flag sacrifice. "Why should I go up there? Who do you think you are?" The vast majority of students are afraid of their teachers, but there are always a few pricks who generally don't take them seriously. For example, this student Ching, who will soon be sacrificed to the flag. I'm on. Right at this moment, Murong Yu excitedly raised her slender jade hand and actively and enthusiastically signed up. She hadn't known Jiang Chen's intentions and had thought there was something good. "What are you on for? Why do you talk yellow all day long in a little girl's house?" "Murong Yu?" Jiang Chan naturally will not let her this just recognize the big brother of the little rich girl sacrifice flag. The little rich girl is a fat sheep. He still stays slowly grip it. If you don't go up, just go up. I'll be right down here, who cares?" Murong Yu pouted and clutched her chest with an unhappy face. Compared to Murong Yu's self-complaining appearance, Chang Dajuan was arrogant. His hands clasped his chest and his torso slightly tilted back, lifting his chin to look at Jiang Chan contemptuously, without the slightest fear. Many people gave Chang Dajuan a thumbs up, although his current appearance was indeed very tuggy. and would be very annoying if he were to change his usual words, but who asked him to dare to stiffen the teacher who said they were trash. Just this point alone was worthy of kudos. Hearing the surrounding cow pee, cool, sky high, and so on some worship, boast words, Chung Dajuan's heart was greatly satisfied. He tossed his flowing, ear-length hair, and his body, which was slightly tilted back, involuntarily shook slightly in a rhythmic manner, becoming even more arrogant and tugging. At the same time, his gaze became extremely provocative as he lifted his eyebrows at Jiang Chan on the stage. The expression is obvious. I'll tug. I'll be wild, I won't go up, what can you do to me? Chapter 117. Come on, hit me. You who? And tugging on it, Jiang Chan said in a gangly manner. In the next moment, everyone saw the wildly cool and dazzling Chung Dajuan really going up to the sky. Everyone tilted their heads to look at the figure that was getting higher and higher and smaller, eventually turning into a small black dot rushing into the clouds and disappearing into the sky. Really fly. A rocket in human form, turning fearful of flying out of the atmosphere. Do you think he'll have friction with the air when he falls and burn his clothes and pants? Huh, bro. You seem to be thinking at a very tricky angle. Shouldn't you fall into a pile of when you fall? You who, my friend? Your pecs are so strong. Leave a contact number. You a north-nosed dead pervert? Talk on talk. Move hands and feet is the meaning. Ugh 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 ugh. Mo pull old sun pants. Just as they were wrenching at each other to see who was hard, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, making a free fall. Woo! The sound of the wind whistling in his ears stung his eardrums. His upper and lower lips were like two sheets of thin paper flapping in the gale, and his long hair was upside down, like a broomstick head. Due to the rapid rate of descent, Chung Dajuan had difficulty breathing, while also feeling the intense weightlessness that made his legs sore and weak. All he felt was his body falling and his soul flying in the sky. Wanted to shout out loud, cannot do. A mouth open air crazy pouring simply cannot make a sound is also very difficult, so that he had to clench his teeth. Everyone tilted their heads and couldn't help but gasp in shock. If the apple had fallen that fast in the first place, probably Newton wouldn't have discovered gravity. Dean, what to do? Su jousting around the subordinates were shocked, never thought this new teacher actually come true, if an accident to time really bad end. Even if it has nothing to do with their department, they can't help but carry some of the blame. Panic, wait and see. President Su was not in a hurry, squinting his eyes and staring at the small black dot in the sky. But the subordinate wanted to say something else, but ultimately did not. After all, the dean is not in a hurry, he is in a hurry again is also useless. As the saying goes, the emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry. I'm in a ing hurry. The sky is falling and the dean is on top of it. The small black dot in the air quickly zoomed closer and closer to the ground, and the students of Central China region quickly withdrew to leave a wide open space, for fear of being smashed on their heads. The East China region on the left and the North China region on the right did the same, backing off, not wanting to suffer an unwarranted disaster. Is really going to come crashing down? Some people exclaimed, if this is smashed on the ground without any suspense 100% on the spot to fall into pieces. Some timid girls directly blindfolded. Just think of the bloody picture, feel sick to the stomach. Still 100 meters from the ground, Chung Dajuan's card white face had turned a little purple. It was a symptom of oxygen deprivation, the rapid descent making a breath of fresh air a luxury for him. He was at least one of the geniuses of the capital city on par with Yang Ziming and the others, and he was usually used to being arrogant and domineering. But now he was in old tears and his heart and guts were so scared that he had lost his soul. He didn't want to die. He wanted to shout out, "Daddy, save me!" At this moment he regretted, why should he go to provoke that person? Is it not fragrant to be a melon-eating crowd? What the am I guilty of, Anjia? Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. At this point it was a mere 10 meters to the ground, and in a fraction of a second he was cold, completely cold. Ah! Watermelon blast. Everyone hid far away for fear of splashing red and white on them. 3M, 2M, 1M. Ah! The crowd screamed as they had seen Chung Dajuan smashing into the ground, and had averted their faces from looking at that brutal and bloody moment. But strangely enough, there was no muffled sound heard at the scene, despite the noise. What's going on? Some people boldly looked over. There were no blood stains on the scene. Chung Dajuan was still intact, just as white as paper, eyes empty and stagnant, like a walking corpse. He was lifted in his hands as casually as if he were carrying a chicken. His curled-up legs trembled constantly, and from afar it looked like his paws had touched the ground. In fact, if you look closely you'll see that there's actually a centimeter of distance between your feet and the ground. The person carrying him was naturally Jiang Chun. Gulp! Everyone gulped hard. This teacher is a bullseye. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and carried the dumbfounded Chang Dajuan back to the speaker's platform, then casually threw Chang Dajuan to Yang Ziming's side like a piece of garbage, who was given a jump and hastily moved 2 steps to the side. This teacher is interesting. Su Zhaoxing narrowed his eyes slightly. He was all set to make a move just now, but he was preempted by Jiang Chun. In his heart, Jiang Chun is a practical person who does what he says. The students do not listen to it, right? Then directly do it. The strength of the crushing, the students cleaned up the obedience, unlike those who only play the lips of the fake big empty. In fact, such a teacher is the most intimidating in the school. Although some students may be unconvinced in their hearts, they do not dare to blatantly nitpick. Knock, knock. Jiang Chun on the speaking platform tapped the microphone. Everyone's attention instantly focused, and the scene became quiet. Guys, anyone else who would like to experience the free-fall motion, just ask. I'd be happy to provide technical support. Jiang Chen's voice rang out on the stereo, light and even with a hint of playfulness. The 700 people on the stage were silent. Who the hell is too long to live, this time to go to bump into the gun? For a time the stage was silent. Jiang Chun looked sideways at Yang Ziming and said, "Sandbag head, do you want to try?" No, don't want to. Yang Ziming quickly waved his hand, joking, the risk factor of this project is too high, maybe try to become deceased. Che, you're still from Central China region. You don't even have this much guts, trash. Jiang Chun was now scolding people by name, but no one dared to say anything. The gun hit the head. Chang Dajun was the best example. The crowd looked toward Chang Dajuan on the stage, as if he were a puddle of mud. Limp on the ground floor involuntarily shrunk his head. Being called trash by Jiang Chun in public, Yang Ziming reflexively had to retort. However, just as the words came out he immediately covered his mouth. At this time, life is more important than face. Bear with it. Sandbagger, come over here and introduce yourself. Jiang Chun spoke again. Yang Ziming heart MMP face bitter chirping. He just wanted to be transparent today. Why did things always go against his wishes? Forced by Jiang Chen's intimidation, he still walked over and spoke into the microphone with a flourish. My name is Yang Ziming, a student of Huazhong Academy. Finished. Yang Ziming stared at Jiang Chun with aggravated little eyes. Finished. Finished. What's your name and where you're from? People aren't even interested. Jiang Chun skimmed his lips and said, everyone just wants to know your power level. Say it. I'm currently a Diamond 1 star, a rank fire ability. Yang Ziming said honestly. Hiss. A number of people on stage made hissing noises. Obviously frightened by Yang Ziming's rank, Central China region was really strong. There was even a diamond-ranked powerhouse. Then look at the Northwest region. Hey, Platinum 1 or 2 people, Gold 5 or 6 Silver, a whole lot. The difference in strength is not too obvious. The brutal facts are in front of us, and even if the Northwest region doesn't want to admit it, there's nothing they can do about it. Come on, hit me. Jiang Chun waved towards Yang Ziming. Ha! Chapter 118. I'm not good at killing and looting, but I'm the strongest at bullying the weak. Ha! Yang Ziming was instantly confused. Brother, what are you up to? I'm hitting you? It's more like you're cleaning me up. Please don't. The people under the stage were also puzzled. Was this teacher begging for abuse? But looking at his big smile, it didn't look like it at all. Can I not fight? Yang Ziming asked cautiously. That won't work. If you don't hit me, I'll hit you. So are you fighting back? Yang Ziming swallowed and asked again. Jiang Chen's face slumped. I'll fight if I let you. I definitely won't fight back. Just go ahead and do it. Don't take responsibility for anything that happens. Yo ho ho ho, there's such a thing as a good thing. Yang Ziming's heart was pounding. He had been bullied twice by Jiang Chun, and the grudge in his heart was already deep. He had long wanted to take revenge. He didn't expect that he would finally have the chance today. Jiang Chun said in front of everyone that he wouldn't fight back. So don't blame me for being merciless and killing chickens with a hot hand. Don't pity me. Use your full strength. Jiang Chun shouted. Don't worry, 12% guaranteed. Yang Ziming shouted as he immediately unleashed his supernatural ability. A scorching aura instantly filled the air, and the temperature around him rose sharply. The crowd could only feel the rolling heat waves pounding on their faces, and they couldn't help but back away. A wave of heat swept through the room, blowing the corners of his coat with a grin. Jiang Chun stood on the stage, smiling and waving at Yang Ziming. Come on. Push harder. All the power coalesced in his fists. Yang Ziming's fists blazed with fire, and the space around him distorted under the heat. With this punch, he used 12 points of strength. Even if someone who was also a Diamond 1-star was struck would be seriously injured without dying. The people under the stage looked shocked. If the match was to meet such a strong person, it would be better to take the initiative to admit defeat and hand over the points, so as not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Ah! On the stage, Yang Ziming's legs powered up, his right arm bent, his fist contracted, and when he reached a certain distance he violently threw a punch. He had locked over Jiang Chen's chest. The strike is a sure hit. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, Yang Ziming's face stiffened. His pupils bulged out violently, and then his entire body was sent flying out with a kick. You promised not to fight back. This was the last wail Yang Ziming let out, and was finally kicked out with a bang as if he were a cannonball. It's not fighting back. But it doesn't say it's not fighting back. With a bang, Yang Ziming landed heavily on the ground. Jiang Chun didn't care. Just now he had secretly used some spiritual energy to support Yang Ziming. So much so that he wouldn't be seriously traumatized when he fell to the ground. After all, if something happened, Huazhong Academy would definitely want to find him trouble. The crowd marveled at how powerful this teacher was. ING up the Huazhong Diamond 1-star with just one kick. The point is that he's still so young and looks like he's in his 20s, similar to their age. How can people be so different from each other? This is what most people think in their minds, the same 2 eyes and 1 mouth, why others are so outrageous. If I had to say how big the difference is, it would be that one is a college student and the other is a kindergarten class. Hiss! Yang Ziming grimaced in pain as he felt his ass fall into 8 halves. Hoo-hoo! Jiang Chun regained the microphone. Everyone, it turns out that you're the worst class I've ever seen. The fighters among the trash. No one said a word, because the diamonds were all ate over by his kick. With 700 entries and only 50 people able to advance in the end, a low advancement rate of 7%, ask yourselves how you're going to compete? Can you guys from the Northwest region compete with those from the Central China region? With all due respect, you guys can't even count yourselves as runners. A living slap in the face, Jiang Chen's words were like a counting whack that landed on the hearts of everyone in the Northwest region. But the truth was just like that, and they couldn't refute it. 1 diamond in the Central China region is enough to sweep the entire Northwest region. The other regions are not much better. Jiang Chen's words were deafening. The promotion rate is indeed too low. 7% of the promotion rate spread out 100 people in each region will only be able to promote 7 people in the end. The rest of the 93 people are all playing soy sauce. And this is still an average apportionment, an ideal type of model. Analyzing the situation on a practical basis, a region like Central China, which is already very strong, will have more places in their possession, perhaps 20, 30, or even more. The other 6 regions are vying for even fewer spots, like the Northwest region, which is destined for nothing. Thinking about this, the hearts of everyone in the other 6 regions sank. Those who were able to come to the capital to participate in this competition were undoubtedly the elites of each region. Everyone wanted to achieve good results, and no one was willing to return empty-handed. Even in a large region like Northwest, where the overall strength is very weak, they come with hope. Jiang Chen's simple sentence of big truth directly poked their hearts. Many people lamented in their hearts. Forget it. Just think of it as a trip to the capital. So, suddenly Jiang Chen's volume increased steeply. In response to this unfair situation, I have introduced a special service program. He leaned the soft, moist wooden stick in his hand on the ground with a thud. The crowd's eyes instantly focused on the billboard with 2 large words written in black on a white background. Pinch hit. Crowd, a. Jiang Chun looked around. That's right. It's a substitute service. Wow. The scene was in an uproar and a cacophony of noise. No one would have thought that someone would introduce such a service, and a teacher at that, oddly enough. When seeing these 2 words, Xiao is Su Zhaoxing Dean of Good Temperament eyelids cannot help but jump. The 7 regional competitions in the country will be held every 3 years. From the beginning to the present has been held more than a dozen sessions, during which there have also appeared very strong players, but never appeared on behalf of the players. Su Zhaoxing narrowed his eyes weakly. He was now beginning to doubt the identity of this young teacher. You all have seen my strength, punching gross, kicking diamonds. All you need to do is pay your money and you can lay down and advance. So, how much does it cost? A clear voice rang out. Jiang Chun winked towards Morongyu. The little girl was quite uptight, so he laughed and said, 1.10,000, children and old men, Limited places first come first served. Why don't you go grab it? Some people can't help but dislike it. Huh. This student. How do you know I'm not Rob? Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Anyone who hasn't purchased a proxy business from me is a target for me to rob. I Jiang Chun, nicknamed Jiangling a dragon. I can't burn, kill, or loot. I'm the strongest at bullying the weak, and I'm deeply committed to robbing and touching corpses and selling stolen goods in a one-stop service mode. I'll be damned. Shame on you. This man is not only arrogant but also thick-skinned. It's hard to really think that you can 1 vs 699. Even if you're crazy, there must be a degree. No one on the scene is stupid, so naturally no one is willing to pay for points. Just as the crowd was still spitting, Morongyu was the first to raise her hand. Me. I'm going to buy 30 points. Everyone's gazes looked over, especially those from Central China region. They basically came from Central China Academy and also knew Morongyu. With her own strength, she didn't have any problems advancing to the top 50, but she chose to spend money to buy points. Congratulations on being the first honored customer. As a thank you for your great support of this business, this order is free. Chapter 119, Morongyu hee witty as I am. Jiang Chun announced the success of the first transaction. Why don't you take money from Morongyu? The fat sheep will still have to pull slowly. First give her a taste of sweetness so that she's slowly addicted to the last cannot stop. Then it is not just pull, will not be resisted. Everyone. Now the total score is only 670. Hurry to order yo. Wait for the game to start tomorrow, and then buy it is double the price. I'll take 14 points. At this point, Sun Jihui of the South China region stepped forward and said he wanted to buy 14 points. Purchase 14 points plus their own 1 point is 15 points according to the 700 people to promote 50 people counting. As long as you get 15 points can Long Island Expressway flat, the cost is low effect, the best value for money. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew that Sun Jihui was playing a wishful thinking. But, sorry, your original one is also mine. Ah, old Sun. Have you forgotten that your own share is also mine? Sun Jihui was directly speechless. He didn't expect Jiang Chun to be so cheap as to count the original shares. Damn. River. However, in the face of Jiang Chun's strength, he really didn't have the ability to keep his raw points, and eventually compromised, willing to spend 150,000 to buy 15 points. I'll take 15 cents too. And me. Right after Sun Jihui made his statement, Gu Ding and Gong Linglong also made their statements to buy 15 points. The three of them are rich family, not lack of this money, but with their own skills are not expected to enter the top 50, and finally only gray back to South China. However, Jiang Chen's substitute playing business helped them solve this dilemma. Spending money to lie flat can be successfully promoted. I hiss and I. A hissing sound came from the side. It was actually Yang Ziming, who covered his butt and climbed up with difficulty. I'll take 30 points. Other people are okay, such as Morongyu. She bought points, no one said anything, may just be puzzled curiosity. As for Sun Jihui, they in the eyes of others pure is a person's stupid money. However, Yang Ziming is different. Yang Ziming, one of the geniuses of the capital, even he has to buy points, diamonds are buying points, you let others how to mix. I'll take 15 cents too. Someone on the Central China region side bit the bullet and bought points. This person was not weak and had a platinum 5-star rating, but he was really at the bottom of the list in the entire Central China region, and many people looked down on him. I advance, you remember to eat the Xiong. This Huazhong region student stared sideways and coldly at a boy next to him. It wasn't that long ago that this boy had mocked him by saying that if he made it to the next level, he'd go upside down and eat Xiong. I. The boy instantly changed his face, his heart jittery. Mr. Nye of the South China region is a bit confused. Jiang Chun he naturally recognized. Just now the two also greeted and chatted a few words, but he was never thought that Jiang Chun actually did this business. His face was a bit torn, and he finally took out his cell phone and called Dean Zhang of Jiangling Academy. Ha ha ha. This kid even pulled a stunt like this. After listening to Mr. Nye's account of what happened, Zhang Hongxing couldn't help but laugh out loud, without any psychological burden at all. He simply asked, "Did anyone stop it?" Mr. Nye said truthfully, "So far no one has stopped it, and Huazhong's Dean Su hasn't spoken out as if he's acquiesced. In fact, Mr. Nye is right, Dean Su Zhaoxing did acquiesce. Just a moment ago, the subordinate of the organization department beside President Su had asked him if he wanted to stop Jiang Chen's behavior because, well, his behavior had already disrupted the normal order of the competition, but it was vetoed by President Su. What Dean Su meant was that Jiang Chen hadn't violated the rules of the competition, and that points could be obtained by any means, as long as all means under the basic principle of no casualties. Well, pinch hitting is kind of a means to an end, and who's to say someone else has the money? Moreover, he was more interested in the substitute salesman. Was one man vs over 600 people bluffing? He was looking forward to it. Then don't worry about it. Just toss him around as much as he wants. It's going to take a lot less than that to get someone killed. Dean Xiong thought for a moment and then added, I suggest that students in the South China region buy as many points as possible. Huh. Teacher Nye was a bit stunned. Dean Xiong believes in him so much? I've always trusted him. Zhang Hongsheng said casually, as if it was a rare thing. The Northwest region was dumbfounded, and it was simply impossible for them to advance with their strength. However, if Jiang Chun could really do what he said, then advancing wasn't that difficult as long as one was willing to spend money. I'll take 15 cents. Finally, a student on the Northwestern region side raised his hand for 15 points. His strength was only 10 stars at the yellow level, and he hadn't even reached platinum. Not to mention facing those powerhouses from Central China region, 90% of the people from the other 5 regions could kill him in seconds. I'll take 15 cents too. I'll buy it too, big deal, I'll go back and sell a few more cows. The students of the Northwest region didn't actually lack money, they lacked cultivation resources, or else their overall strength wouldn't be so low. Jiang Chun received money, received hands soft. There are to a stack of cash sweep code transfer. Anyway, his face is almost smiling. Dean, is it really okay to go on like this? The subordinate said with a sad face. It's not the number of soldiers that counts but the precision. And if this person really has the ability to sweep all of them, then it's worth it. President Su squinted his eyes and said, he was getting more and more interested in this young man. Then he ordered, go check him out. I want to see his information. In the end, Jiang Chun sold 450 points for a total of 29 slots, which amounted to a solid 4.2 million. It's a hell of a lot better than robbing a bank. Jiang Chun counted the banknotes prettily, calculating in his heart how many spirit crystals he could buy with this money, preferably the kind of black market, and the spirit crystals that hadn't been purified. Purified and unpurified have the same effect on him, but the price is worlds apart. So why not spend the same amount of money on more spirit crystals? There were still some people in a wait-and-see attitude. They wanted to see Jiang Chen's battle results before choosing whether or not to buy. Is there a black market in the capital that can buy spirit crystals? Jiang Chen asked towards Morongyu. Morongyu's crystalline jade finger tapped her rounded chin. Her bright eyeballs turned, revealing some cunning. She pondered for a moment, crisply saying, I don't know, but someone knows. Who? Please ask him to lead the way. I'll call and ask first. Morongyu ran to the side and quietly dialed the phone. Sister, I was beaten up in the Yulin black market. You quickly come to save me? Oh. Well, good. I'll wait for you, you must do it for me. Good. Hee, witty as I am. Morongyu secretly smiled cheekily. In order to trick her sister out is also a lot of effort. Well, is he willing to lead the way? Well, he gave me the address, so I'll take you there. Okay. Lead the way. Chapter 120. You two shake hands and you'll be best friends from now on. Jiang Chen's blatant selling of points today quickly spread. His name is also quickly becoming known to the big guys. But 95% of people think he's a scammer working with a couple of Yang Ziming guys to scam money. But the heat of this contest is much higher with it, and everyone actually wants to see how this bolter ends up. Yulin Street in the capital, where there is no forest of skyscrapers, most of them are old historical houses, deep and intricate alleys. Outsiders once lost half a day cannot turn out. But it's also the largest black market in the capital. Of course, the black market here is not trading some illegal and prohibited items. The reason why it is called the black market, one is because the goods here never ask the source of origin, you give money, I give goods. Secondly, because the prices here are often cheaper than the regular trading market, there are many people who come here to trade. There are wide and narrow alleys in all directions, wide alleys lined with ground stalls selling various items, and narrow alleys with people holding signs and soliciting customers around, and the goods are usually indoors. Jiang Chun came here and felt that there was a dense fluctuation of spiritual energy in the vicinity, and thought that those should be the spiritual crystals. Together with Morongyu's worship money, he earned 5.2 million today, plus a total of more than 6.5 million left over from before, and he didn't know how many spirit crystals he could buy. Wait, we're waiting for someone here. At this time, Jiang Chun had already changed into a casual outfit. As for the inappropriate suit and shoes that had long since been thrown in the trash, he stepped towards the alley, but was pulled back by Morongyu. A few minutes later, a figure came speeding through the air and finally landed gracefully on the ground. Sis, you're finally here. Morongyu flew into the arms of Morongyu, holding her sister crying and complaining about the encounter just now. Only Jiang Chun listened more and more wrong. What hooligans have scum, see color. Just now, I obviously just came from Huazhong Academy. How come I met hooligans? I'm not the same ing creature as you. He saved me. Just as Jiang Chun was wondering, Morongyu stood up from Morong Mingzhu's embrace, then pointed at him. Huh? How did I save you? Why don't I know? Where was I? What did I do? Jiang Chen's head was full of question marks. Morong Mingzhu's upper body was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, revealing half of her crystalline jade arm, which was slightly baby red in the sunlight, and her lower body was wearing a pair of loose white long-distance pants, but she still couldn't hide her long-sleeved and straight legs. Her long hair was casually tied in a low ponytail with a hairband, lying limply behind her back. Perhaps the air currents from the flight just now had blown a few strands of broken hair around her ears, which were now being gently smoothed behind her ears with her hand. Delicate to the point of perfection, the features are stunning, especially those watery peach blossom eyes, the corners of which were slightly upturned, like a piece of peach blossom in full bloom, which was unforgettable for a long time. Her expression is cool and has a kind of unearthly temperament, without too much expression, just slightly nodded towards Jiang Chun and said, "Thank you, sis. Let me introduce you, he's Jiang Chun." Morongyu pulled Morong Mingzhu towards Jiang Chun, narrowing the distance between them. Morong Mingzhu nodded her head calmly with her eyes. "This is my sister, Morong Mingzhu." Morongyu came over to Jiang Chun and said quietly, "My sister is the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Awesome, right?" Her voice was actually not small, and the distance between the three was relatively close, so Morong Mingzhu heard her completely clearly, but she didn't have any change in demeanor. Jiang Chun couldn't help but take an extra look. Was this the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom? The age seemed to be about the same as his own. Judging from the aura he felt just now, Morong Mingzhu was much stronger than Yang Ziming, and should be at the level of a grandmaster. A patriarch in his 20s was indeed called a genius. The entire Dragon Kingdom probably couldn't find the second one. No wonder he was called the first genius. In fact, Morong Mingzhu was known as the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom not only because her strength was proud of her peers, but also because she possessed SSR grade Nian Li supernatural ability. This kind of supernormal ability is extremely rare. At present, the entire Dragon Country is currently only out of her one person. This ability can be used offensively or defensively, and can deal single damage as well as AoE damage. At a certain level, one can even manipulate all things, and the mind follows a thought. Imagine two people fighting against each other, and right at the beginning, the other person is just a look that can directly kill you in seconds. It was over as soon as it started. That's how horrible it was. Geez, new friends should shake hands. Come on. Come on. You two shake hands and be good friends from then on. Morongyu pulled Morong Mingzhu's wrist with one hand and Jiang Chen's hand wrist with the other, to pull their hands together. Jiang Chun was indifferent. Shaking hands was a normal form of greeting. However, there was a faintly imperceptible movement between Morong Mingzhu's eyebrows, and a hint of a different color flashed in the depths of her eyes. Growing up, it had been many years since I'd had any contact with the opposite sex except for physical contact with my father and grandfather when I was a child. The depths of Jiang Chen's gaze moved slightly as he sensed Morong Mingzhu's abnormality. Then he drew his hand back and laughed. "I haven't washed my hands yet. I'll make up for it later when I wash my hands." A trace of gratitude flashed in the bottom of Morong Mingzhu's eyes. Then she glared slightly at her sister with a sideways glance, and the latter slightly spat out her little tongue. "Why don't you guys go about your business beforehand and I'll wander around alone?" Jiang Chun suddenly turned back after taking 2 steps and said, "As long as the place is found, the next thing is much simpler. Just give money for the goods." "Not busy, we're idle." Morongyu shook her head, then held Morong Mingzhu's arm and pulled her towards a spacious alley. "Are you buying spirit crystals?" Morongyu asked knowingly while walking with a sideways glance at Jiang Chun. "Yes, ready to buy some." "Then you've come to the right place. There are many types of spirit crystals of many grades here. Take you to a store that I often buy from." Morongyu was wearing a pill head, walking with a swing and a swing quite a bit of playful flavor. However, Jiang Chun was puzzled. "You always buy it, that means you already know such a place. Why do you have to call someone else to ask? The key is to call your sister here. What do you mean?" There was always a strange feeling somewhere. A whiff of conspiracy. 10 minutes later, the three of them came to a store called Bao Duo Duo. The store area is very large. The shelves are placed with all kinds of things. There are weapons, spiritual grass and fruits, and various grades of spiritual crystals. Inside there are a lot of customers are selecting items. Seeing someone enter the store, the greeting clerk quickly greeted them. Missy, what would you like to buy today? From the shopkeeper's attitude and address, it was clear that the two Morong sisters were indeed regular customers of this store. LOL. My friend wants to buy some spirit crystals. Morong Yu nuzzled. The clerk hurriedly greeted Jiang Chun with a rather good attitude. This young master, what grade of spirit crystal do you need? The friends of the two Miss Morong that is naturally either rich or noble, not only rich but also powerful, otherwise it would not be possible to become friends of the Morong family. The attitude must be respectful. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and said, spirit crystals of the 7th class or higher. The two Morong sisters couldn't help but turn their heads to look over, seemingly startled by Jiang Chen's words. The clerk, on the other hand, was stunned upon hearing this, and then with a puzzled expression, I'm sorry, this young master, we don't have any spirit crystals of the 7th rank and above here. Oh, Jiang Chun was a little disappointed. He was now at the late stage of foundation establishment, and wanted to quickly raise his cultivation level above the 7th rank spirit crystals were the best choice. He didn't expect any natural disasters or plagues of spirit crystals. That was simply unrealistic. The strongest of the Dragon Kingdom is only the transcendental equivalent of a 9th order magical beast. Where can you get a natural disaster level spirit crystal? Oh. 6th order then, how much for one? If you don't have the 7th order, then you'll settle for the next best thing, which is just a matter of buying a few more. Ahem. We don't have any of the 6th order in the store either. The clerk coughed twice in embarrassment. Chapter 121. A blade strike directly hits the aorta. Jiang Chun became a bit depressed. It's even if there's no 7th order, not even a 6th order. This store looks quite upscale, why can't you get this kind of goods? Then tell me straight, what grade of spirit crystals do you have in your store? 1st to 5th order, we have them all here, it's just that there are fewer 5th order and you usually need to reserve a place in line. So much trouble? Jiang Chun frowned. Even a 5th order spirit crystal had to be reserved. This store wasn't working. How much is a 4th order spirit crystal? Please follow me. The clerk brought them to a shelf where 4th order spirit crystals of various attributes, such as the fire attribute and the water attribute, could be found. Jiang Chun casually looked at the price, 100,000 for a 4th order spirit crystal, a moderate price. How much do you want? The clerk asked. I don't want these. Do you have any unpurified 4th order spirit crystals? These purified spirit crystals were of little use to him, and contained the same spiritual power as the unpurified ones. Why would he buy the purified one when he could just buy the unpurified one? Huh? Unpurified. The clerk had obviously encountered such a user for the first time, and to an alien, spirit crystals that had not been purified could not be directly absorbed and used. Therefore, all along, the sale and purchase of the said spirit crystals have always been considered to be the finished product after purification. But I didn't expect that there was a strange man who came today, who wanted unpurified spirit crystals, the first strange man the shopkeeper had ever encountered in his career. I'll ask the boss. Just a moment. The clerk hurried to the cash register and made a call. Morong Yu blinked her eyes and asked with a puzzled look on her face. What do you want unpurified spirit crystals for? Could it be that you know purification techniques? Morong Mingzhu also looked at him, a flash of curiosity flashing in the depths of her peach blossom eyes. Spirit crystal purification is a very complex process. The equipment required is also very much, and purification technology are in the hands of the state. Private purification that is illegal. Just like the ancient times of salt, can only be controlled by the state. Once found smuggling salt is basically a serious crime of extermination. I don't know the purification technique, but why would I want to purify it? What do you buy it for if you don't purify it? To display it in your home? What if I could just absorb it? Morong Yu pouted her lips. Blow. Just blow harder. Obviously, she was not convinced. Jiang Chun laughed silently and didn't bother to explain. From the perspective of an alien, an unpurified spirit crystal was just like a glass crystal because it was useless, but its value skyrocketed countless times after purification because it could be directly absorbed and was able to level up. At that moment, the clerk who had finished asking for the boss's permission walked over quickly. This young master, are you sure you want to buy unpurified 4th rank spirit crystals? 5th order is fine, as long as the price is right. The 5th order was impossible. After all, the 5th order had to use a pre-sale system. That meant that the quantity was really scarce. The 4th order would be easier to get. The clerk smiled. We don't have any of the 5th rank, but we do have the 4th rank ones, and for the price, 50,000 apiece. Jiang Chun directly laughed as he waved his hand and headed for the store door. 100,000 for the purified and 50,000 for the unpurified. Why don't you guys just rob the money directly and open a store? The reason why spirit crystals were so expensive was not because of how much they were worth on their own, but because the cost of purifying them was so high that the overall price just went through the roof. Don't go, young master. The price is still negotiable. You can bargain. The clerk said eagerly. You can haggle, told you so. I love to haggle. Jiang Chun stopped and said with a smile. Young master is right. Our store has always been very humane. As long as the price is reasonable, everything is negotiable. Okay, I'll make that offer, Jiang Chun said and extended an index finger. 10,000. The clerk was shocked, thinking that this cut price is also a little too hard. A knife stormed directly to the aorta. 1,000. But Jiang Chen's words directly let the clerk's brain down. This is no longer a matter of chopping the aorta. It is a knife chopping the heart, a blow to death kind of thing. Murong Yudu stayed. She felt that 45,000 was more appropriate, who had thought that Jiang Chen directly stabbed people with a knife. No, you can't. The reactive clerk squirmed. You're the one who told me to cut the price, and you don't think it's a good idea to cut more than that, so be quick and give a low price. The clerk pondered for 2 seconds. 48,000. 1,500. 45,000. 2,000. 20,000 is the lowest price. We'll lose money if we cut it any further. The clerk seemed a bit unstable and was on the verge of breaking down at any moment. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chun was a friend of the Murong family's 2 sisters would have been whisked out the door when he quoted him 1,000, and he haggled for more than a dozen rounds. The clerk was also an old employee at Baoduo and had seen all kinds of people, but had never encountered such a cheeky scoundrel as Jiang Chun. It's very hard when the key can't do anything to him. After a dozen rounds of bargaining, the clerk finally could not bear to give the lowest price. The price is also the boss set, below the price of all exemptions. The unit price of 20,000 is already 60% lower compared to the previous 50,000, and Jiang Chun is also taking what he can get. In fact, he understands in his heart that today is dipped in the light of the Murong family's 2 sisters. Otherwise, the 20,000 unit price would definitely not be taken down. In the end, he purchased 325 unpurified 4th-order spirit crystals at a price of 6.5 million, and with these spirit crystals he was one step closer to breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. You spent all the money you collected today on spirit crystals? Murong Yu was suddenly surprised. Or what? Jiang Qin shrugged indifferently. That, in case you don't finish the substitution task when the time comes, what if they come after you for a refund? I never wanted a refund, nah. Jiang Chun took the bag handed over by the clerk, which contained 325 unpurified 4th-order spirit crystals, and then continued, because there was no suspense in the first place. What's the point of refunding the money? It was only then that Murong Mingzhu learned about today's events from her sister, and she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chun twice more. There was something about this boy that she couldn't see through. He looks a bit dodgy and even a bit gangly, but there is a unique confidence between his words, as if everything is under control. But why was it so miserable in Jiangling in the first place? She thought back to that rainy day when she first saw the man. His face was card white and a little puffy, like he'd been in the water for a long time, and his leg was badly injured. He simply didn't have such a calm composure at that time. Now, a year later, the man is incredibly confident, and it's not an act, it's confidence from the heart. It was as if nothing could be too difficult for him. A completely different state than a year ago. She subconsciously touched her flat belly, which only she knew had a long, wide wound a year ago. The 3 of them were talking and wandering around. In fact, it was mainly Murong Yu and Jiang Chun who were talking. Murong Mingzhu had a cold temperament and seldom opened her mouth. At most, she would simply answer, words like gold. Chapter 122. You are still young. By the way, you said you can absorb these spirit crystals, really? Not to mention Murong Yu, even Murong Mingzhu raised her eyes to Jiang Chun. In fact, she was also curious as to why someone was able to directly absorb these unpurified spirit crystals anymore, completely defying common sense. It was known in the alien world that these spirit crystals came from the bodies of magical beasts, and the spirit crystals all contained the violent aura of magical beasts. These breaths and spirit crystals were fused together, and there was no way to separate them out without high technology, and separating these violent breaths was also called purification. The steps of purification are very complicated and demanding, requiring the synchronization of precision electronic instruments and some rare chemicals. There is no huge financial and material resources and manpower is simply cannot do. This is also why the purified and unpurified spirit crystal price difference is so disparate. Main reason. Faced with such a question, Jiang Chun didn't even bother wasting his breath explaining. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, he crushed a spirit crystal on the spot and absorbed it. A few short breaths later, an unpurified fourth-order spirit crystal was absorbed, and only azole powder remained in the palm of his hand. Morong Yu's eyes almost glared out as she glanced at the powder in Jiang Chen's palm and then at Jiang Chen's face, repeating back and forth several times. Finally, cautiously, he asked, "You don't feel sick anywhere?" "It would be impossible to say that I don't feel it," Jiang Chen said seriously. "What feeling?" Morong Yu eagerly pursued. "Cool, cool, very cool. How could it be unpleasant?" Absorbing spirit crystals was equivalent to directly absorbing spiritual energy. Spiritual energy flowing through the body was already very refreshing, and at the same time the cultivation level was slowly growing a little bit at a time. It was very refreshing. How come? Even though she had seen Jiang Chen directly absorbing the spirit crystal, she was still a bit unconvinced. "Well, maybe I have a different constitution, but you guys better not try it." Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't say that his cultivation system was different from theirs. They'd only just met, too, and could only be considered the most casual of friends. Although the little girl had given $1 million to worship her big brother, barely considered her big brother, he still didn't want to be exposed. As for Xinyan, that was a girlfriend, the relationship was different, and it was reasonable to pass on her cultivation techniques. Morong Yu's face was full of incredulity, still grumbling about Jiang Chen's ability to directly absorb the unpurified spirit crystals. But her sister Morong Mingzhu noticed another detail. How he took the spirit crystals out, as if by magic out of thin air, was completely different from them taking things out of their storage rings. It seems to be at the whim of the mind, and all it takes is a thought to want something. The most crucial thing was that he wasn't wearing the storage ring thing on his hand at all. Space powers, Morong Mingzhu secretly guessed. However, she had read the forum of Jiangling Academy and had some knowledge about Jiang Chen's deeds. When he was admitted to the hospital, his profile was filled out as a strength system alien. However, on the day of admission, it was discovered that this strength system alien was able to fly. Later, in Jing City, he had displayed a lightning-based psychic ability, and now he had unintentionally displayed a spatial-based psychic ability, so it was a bit strange. Can one person have so many powers at the same time? She had once read some reports that a foreign country had developed an instrument that could deprive people of their psychic powers. Origins were these psychic powers of his coming from depriving others of their psychic powers through that instrument? But through the side, it doesn't seem that way. What the hell is going on? Morong Mingzhu fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, her brow twists slightly as a possibility comes to mind. In addition to the numinous powers being very rare in the world, there are two other powers that are also very rare that are looting and copying. Plundering is to forcefully take over someone else's psychic ability and incorporate it into one's own body to become one of one's own psychic abilities. The kind of instrument invented in foreign countries to deprive the origin of alien energy should have been designed and developed with reference to this kind of alien energy. Copying, this ability was even more perverted and powerful. Just by touching it, it could silently copy someone else's ability over so that it could use that ability itself. It is said that many years ago, a Japanese man awakened this superpower. He kept copying other people's psychic abilities and soon became a presence at the top of the pyramid. But he wasn't satisfied with the island, so he left the country and went to Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, he once again began a frenzy of copying powers, and one man already possessed hundreds of powers. The Japanese wanted to train him fully, but he refused without hesitation. He states that when he has duplicated all the powers in the world, he will be the god of the universe. But then the man suddenly and violently died. After scientific analysis and expert arguments, his death was due to replicating too many psychic abilities, exceeding the limit of his body's tolerance. As Morong Mingzhu thought of this, her gaze toward Jiang Chen became deeper, her eyes flickering with a ray of light from time to time. Morong Yu glanced sideways just in time to see her sister staring intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes somewhat different. "There's a show." Morong Yu smiled cheekily in her heart. It seemed that her first step of the plan was still successful. She was suddenly in a good mood and was ready to buy a milk tea to celebrate. "I'll go. It's still thanks to you guys that I was able to buy spirit crystals at a low price today." Jiang Chen walked towards the milk tea store, but just took 2 steps and then backed up. "What flavor do you guys drink? Hot or cold?" Morong Yu thought for a moment and said, "A cup of Yang Zhigan Luo is cool, and a cup of Yang Mei by Yu Guang is hot. What do you think of him, sis?" When Jiang Chen left, Morong Yu wrapped her arms around her sister and pampered her, her voice sweet and delicate. "Can't see through it. What do you mean you can't see through it? Is it good or bad? Morong, you quit. Sister's answer is ambiguous. Completely did not clearly answer the how 3 words of the question. He's got a lot of secrets in him. Who doesn't have some secrets? I do. Don't my sister? I. Morong Mingzhu was speechless for a moment. She naturally has a secret, and it's a secret that she alone knows and no one else. Let's discuss whether he has a secret or not, and just talk about feelings alone. Good or bad? Morong Mingzhu pondered for 2 seconds and finally whispered the word good. Her younger sister Morongyu did not notice that when her sister said this word, a hint of shyness flashed in the depths of her eye sockets. Yeah. Jade. You're not going to treat him. Morong Mingzhu stared at her sister and frowned slightly. You are still young. Hee. Sis, what are you talking about? I don't have the kind of heart you're talking about. Morongyu blinked her eyes, then snorted, understanding the meaning of her sister's words, then said, Sister, I'll tell you ha. I actually worshipped him as my big brother. Morong Mingzhu? Here's the thing. Morongyu told the story of his great achievement of spending $1 million to worship his big brother, with a complacent look on his face. It was like he was taking advantage of something. Sister Morong Mingzhu listened to a burst of sweat. This is the sister, pro-sister, but also stupid sister. Spending $1 million to worship someone as a big brother is also a counterintuitive operation. On the other side, Jiang Chan quickly got 3 cups of milk tea, a cup of iced Yangji Ganluo, a cup of hot Yangmei white moonlight, and a cup of iced watermelon boo-boo. Hello, customer. Here are your 3 milk teas for a total of $51. Jiang Chan took the bag and put the money on the cash register. No need to look for it. Take the extra as a tip, dashing off without looking back. Thank you, take your time. The cashier heard a tip. The heart of a happy hastily thanked. Now no one has given a small tip. I did not expect to meet a kind customer today. Gorgeously, I grabbed the money from the register to see how much I could tip. She was dumbfounded when she picked up the money. Nima, 2 20s, a 10, and a dime, no more, no less, exactly 51 whole dollars. Indeed, there was no need for change because there was just enough ing money for 3 milk teas. Looking for, where's the promised tip? Waste of expression. I've been in a bad mood all day today. Chapter 123 had a strange dream last night. The 2 Morong sisters each took their own milk tea when Jiang Chun returned. Sister is hot prune white moonlight. Sister is Yangji manna on ice. Just as Jiang Chan and Morong Yu were having a casual conversation, they suddenly felt a hostile gaze fall on them. Yang Ziming had already been scared by himself. It couldn't have been one of his men. And Chang Dajuan was still dizzy, so that could also be ruled out. Lu Xiangfei? I don't think so. That little yellow hair has a heart and no guts, and not long ago contributed 150,000 to his shipment. Straight pass. Who's that? It doesn't seem like you've offended anyone else. Does it? The point was that the gaze was always staring down on him, and it was irritating. Aha! I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll go first. What's up? It's almost noon. Let's have dinner together. Morong Yu said with a pout. Urgent, we'll eat together next time we're free, bye. Jiang Chun took it in his stride and quickly blended into the sea of people flowing by. What's the matter, so urgent? Morong Yu was still a bit reluctant. It was so hard to frame his old sister out. But as a result, he didn't even get to eat. Follow me. Morong Mingzhu didn't know what her sister was thinking as she pulled her sister's arm and headed for the crowd. Sis, where are we going? I still want pizza and I want to go to the playground. Morong Yu was pulled by her sister to turn left and right. Then they saw Jiang Chun leisurely coming out of an alley not far away, and finally blending into the sea of people once again with a big stride. Why did he come out from wherever he was, with an extra pair of sunglasses on his face? Morong Yu muttered. Morong Mingzhu, on the other hand, turned a corner and entered the alley. The light immediately dimmed a lot. The alley is deeper, the further inside the light is worse. Soon, they found a man lying on the ground, unconscious by the looks of it. His clothes somewhat disheveled, as if he had been searched. I recognize him. He's someone close to the king's coronation. Morong Yu's memory was still good. This person he recognized at a glance. Although she didn't know the name, she was sure that this person was the person beside Wang Coronation. Jade, Jiang Chen's mental power is very strong. Just now I also only vaguely sensed that someone was spying on us, but he was able to pinpoint it. Morong Mingzhu said softly. My sister was shocked. It was stronger than my oldest sister's spiritual power. It couldn't be possible. Could it? Sister's psychic ability is Nianli, and Nianli is actually a kind of spiritual power. She had always known that her sister's mental strength was strong, several times stronger than normal. But Jiang Chen's spiritual power was even stronger than his sister's. What kind of pervert was he? Morong Mingzhu's brows were gently wrinkled. She had just guessed that Jiang Chen might have spatial powers. Could it be that he also had mental faculty powers? Does he really have copying powers? Jiang Chen had given her too many unanswered questions today. On the other hand, Jiang Chen sucked the last mouthful of milk tea and kicked the cup into the trash can with a precise shot, making a clanging sound. Dog several Wang coronation, you lick Morong Mingzhu tube old sun thing. Jiang Chen Tue took a bite. Damn. Red face, unmitigated disaster. Ding! Mr. Nye sent a text message that the dormitory had been arranged and reminded to gather on time early tomorrow morning. Let's find a place to refine the spirit crystals first. Instead of going back to his dormitory, he found a cheap hotel nearby and got a bellhop room. Cheap hotels save money but not money. Oh, 好棒, 加油. I niet. Jiang Chen was refining the spirit crystals properly in his room, but as a result, half an hour later, there were period duck calls coming from the next room, causing his murderous heart to explode, itching to sharpen his knife and rush over to chop up that pair of dog men. Finally, the force was able to close off his hearing, and for a moment the whole world was silent. A few hours later, the spirit crystals were finally refined, and his cultivation level had risen quite a bit, and was steadily advancing towards the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Reopening my hearing, the Duck brothers and sisters next door had long since retired and re-inhabited. He was about to open the door and go out when a noise next door caught his attention. Certainly not the sound of wrestling cards in a poker fight, but the sound of a man and woman talking. Advanced. Wizards. Arrangements. Tournaments. All. The next door spoke in a very low voice. Jiang Chen did not hear the whole thing in a trance, and when he concentrated and prepared to hear it clearly, the next door had stopped talking and concentrated on playing poker. Jiang Chen slightly frowned. Without a head and intermittent for a time, there is no clue. Simply opened the door and walked out. By the time Jiang Chen slowly returned to the dormitory, it was already completely dark. The dormitory is a quadruple room. At this time, in addition to Jiang Chen, there are two people. One is an acquaintance, Sun Jihue. The other has not seen. His name is Guomingliang. Sun Jihue nodded when he saw Jiang Chen come back, and Guomingliang's eyes lit up, surprisingly jumping in place a bit as he said joyfully, "Student Jiang Chen." However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Jiang Chen instantly froze. What the? Isn't this the Duck brother? The voice is definitely right. Jiang Chen felt a tightness in a certain part. This luck was too damn unlucky. I suddenly remembered something else. So I won't be back tonight. He did not stop to turn around and leave, not afraid of Duck brother. But living in the same room feels strange. Do not know. Okay, no, the heart always diaphragm. Guomingliang originally wanted to find Jiang Chen to talk. The result is only hit a photo on the go. He looked at the dormitory, closed door, eyes flashed thick regret. Mr. Sun, is Mr. Gu Ding coming back tonight? Sun Jihue thought for a moment, then shook his head. He's not coming back from accompanying his girlfriend tonight. So it's just the two of us then? Aha! Jiang Chen was a bit indignant. Beating him to death, there was no way he would return to the dormitory again tonight. It was the same for him whether he slept or not anyway. Just find a random place to practice for the night. It was a sleepless night, and the day always dawns extraordinarily early in the season, and it was wide open by 6 o'clock. Jiang Chen got a lazy waste, cultivating a night spirit incomparably full, excellent condition. The gathering time was 7 o'clock. Jiang Chen came to the gathering place early. He had already refreshed himself, already not needing to ingest food, so it didn't matter if he ate or not. But after that, Sun Jihue also came over, only he was frowning tightly with confusion on his face, tugging at the pants behind his ass every now and then. Old Sun, what's going on? Look at your haunted look. Jiang Chen leaned on the railing and whistled. Oh no, not doing anything. Gee whiz. Look at that bear. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd done something wrong. Sun Jihue tugged at the pants behind his buttocks and snapped. No, definitely not. It's just that I seem to have had a strange dream last night. Strange dreams. Jiang Chen was instantly interested. It was not yet time to gather, and there was nothing to do anyway, so it was good to hear the gossip. Tell me about it? In fact, when Sun Jihue said this sentence, he regretted it. Why did he tell others? Count. Forget it. It's nothing really. With that, he tugged at his pants again, a gesture that seemed to be done subconsciously. Jiang Chen had long since noticed this action of his, and his heart thumped. Then his eyes became strange as he looked at Sun Jihue. TCH, no way. A chill ran through him as he thought of something. Big brother, I'm coming. Just as Jiang Chun was rambling, a cheerful female voice came, followed by a fragrant breeze. Morong, you had arrived. Chapter 124, Jiangling, a dragon, thief speed, thief efficiency. Jiang Chun hastily sidestepped and was almost knocked over. You little girl came quite early. Jiang Chun grunted. Who says I'm little? I'm an adult. Morong Yu defiantly stood up her chest and retorted aggressively. Got it, grow up, grow up. Jiang Chun said casually and perfunctorily. Morong Yu didn't dwell on this issue, but instead showed off the equipment she had brought with her, what with the barbecue grill, fishing rods, and so on. I'm already lying flat anyway. Morong Yu smiled cheekily. Jiang Chun watched with a sigh of relief. She wasn't going to a competition. She was going on vacation, and she didn't even bring any pretense. Hee hee. Originally I was planning to take you to Drill the Grove to do something bad. Looks like I got ahead of myself. Jiang Chun heatedly laughed. Morong Yu was really interested when she heard it. What's so bad? Is it fun? That goes without saying. Of course it's a blast. Just asking if you're doing anything. I'll. 100,000 bucks. Guaranteed to be a blast. Jiang Chun raised his index finger and swore. Ah, there's still a fee na? What else? Of course you should be charged for hard labor for physical work. Oh, then I'll quit and just lie flat. Jiang Chun froze. No, just clearly very interested. How suddenly changed his mind. 80,000. Jiang Chun tearfully lowered the price. No way, I want barbecue shabu shabu. 60,000. I want barbecue shabu shabu. In the end, even though Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and lowered the price to 10,000, it didn't shake Morong Yu's determination to eat barbecue shabu shabu hot pot. It's not easy to pull the wool off this goat. The time soon came to 7 o'clock, and all the people from the 7 regions had already assembled. The location of the qualifier was in a secret place in the western suburb of the capital, and it would be presented to everyone in the form of a full live broadcast. The secret realm had been cleared of all magical beasts, and there was no safety issue. Everyone verified their identity information and then entered the secret realm in an orderly manner, and there was a 3-hour protection period after entering, which was enough time for everyone to spread out. When Jiang Chun came in, someone was already waiting for him at the entrance. Soon after, the students who had purchased the proxy service arrived. 29 in all. Guys, vacation time is on, you should eat and play, I'll take care of the rest. To say that they were worried or not, it was definitely a bit of a worry. After all, 29 people here, a total of 450 points, minus 1 point each. Jiang Chun alone had to get at least 420 points. That is, to defeat 420 people, the difficulty wasn't too great. That's not true. 29 found a lake and pitched their tents, and each set up a table and hanging chairs and so on. Fruits and drinks are available, and at first glance it looks like a vacation camping trip. 3 hours passed quickly, and the participants had basically dispersed, so the competition officially began, and Jiang Chun began to move. The smartwatch has a people locator feature that sees everyone's location, refreshed every hour. Drop! Jiang Chun tapped on the localization function, and from the watch a light blue screen was immediately projected in front of him. The entire secret realm was on the screen, and those densely packed green dots represented a participant. He wants to maximize the benefits. He has to let those who are still watching and hesitant know that the only way to advance is to buy points, and he has to make them willingly shell out money. Little sister, remember to grill my lamb kebabs for me with extra chili. Jiang Chun said towards Morong Yu. Got it. Morong Yu grunted. Humph. You're not coming to help. How can I do it alone? Tisk, TSK. With your call? Just shout and a large labor force is at your disposal. I'm not going with him, Morong Yu said with a pout. Okay, you're on your own. I'll get the money. Jiang Chun found a team of about 10 people on the map, not far from him, just in time to harvest points. Central China Academy, Monitoring Center, they got orders from their superiors to focus on observing a student named Jiang Chun. Through the watch's positioning information, Jiang Chen's location was quickly found, and a computer screen appeared on Jiang Chen's figure. There were many unmanned cameras throughout the secret area, and factual images were coming back from every screen throughout the monitoring center. The live feed on the network then shows the footage from one of the monitors. At this moment, the live broadcast screen switched to Morong Yu and their side. Colorful tents, hammocks, lounge chairs, and umbrellas were set up on the grass by the lake. What's even more excessive is that the refrigerator color TV big sofa is set out. Some people were wearing sunglasses and lying on lounge chairs sipping cold drinks and relaxing in the sun, while others were setting up stoves and preparing barbecues, and others were cozying up and fishing. It's a casual vacation anyway, not at all like going to a race. Holy, what the hell? Are these people crazy? Race or vacation? Those two guys are still playing games. Guide, please give the camera to the fishing side. I like to watch the fishing. Confirmed on the air. It's a national competition, not a variety show. Naya, it's playing live on that TV. Live streaming yourself? Is anyone going to tell me what's going on here? The comment section of the live broadcast instantly exploded, and the number of viewers plummeted people and then increased rapidly. Many people thought they were in the wrong live room, exited to confirm and came back in. The number of people watching the live broadcast is also increasing, and the comments are overwhelming, with many people questioning whether it is an official and deliberate hype. However, one comment soon came out with the reason why. They've all purchased a pinch-hitting service, someone to help with the points, and they just need to lay flat. Upstairs, what's going on? This thing still substitutes? Slowly, everyone learned that there was a person named Jiang Chun who offered a proxy playing service for 10,000 points. South China Jiang Chun? Could it be the Jiangling one? Huh. Recognize upstairs? The live broadcast screen switched, and Jiang Chen's figure appeared on the screen. He was seen stepping on his flying sword and landing on the ground, and there were 12 people on the opposite side of him, and they were a team. Jiang Chun, what do you want? He was recognized as soon as he showed up, and the 12 were immediately on guard. I'm in a hurry, so hurry up and hand over the points. Jiang Chen's words were direct and simple. We know you're strong, but there are 12 of us here who want to start. Waste of words. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with them, directly releasing a wave of pressure. The 12 people across the street instantly changed their color, then thumped their knees on the ground, unable to move. Having to do it myself. You guys are just cheap. He quickly transferred the points of the 12 people to himself, and then flew away without looking back, the whole process taking only 5 minutes, 4 of which were spent transferring points. Time is short and the task is heavy. There's still over $2 million waiting for him to pick it up, and wasting 1 more minute would be disrespectful to the money. At this time, the points leaderboard had also changed. Jiang Chun was the first to get points and was temporarily at the top of the list with 13 points. Students on vacation. Adlake noticed the change in points and smiled even more. They knew that the wave should be stable. That's how long it's been, and it's only been 10 minutes or so since the official match. Sure enough, Zhang Ling is a dragon, a thief and efficient. The live stream is full of pop-ups. What's going on? I thought there was a big battle and this is it? Kneeling is ing dry. I didn't even see how they were kneeling. Didn't read it. Report, there's a blackout. Ahem, thought my years of experience analyzing it. There's a script. Chapter 125. What's the situation? Why are you kneeling again? The comment section was up in arms, while Jiang Chun had no intention of stopping. Start sweeping from near to far according to the map display. Although the coordinates on the map were only refreshed every hour, it didn't affect his hunting. With his speed combined with his powerful divine sense, he could find his target within a certain range. Soon enough, he found another team, surprisingly from Huazhong Academy. There were 8 of them in total, and all of them were very strong. The leader's rank was Diamond 2-star, 1 rank higher than Yang Ziming, and the others were all around Platinum 10-star. Such a team was bound to advance if there were no accidents, but they seemed to have a bit of bad luck and died before they could get out of the tournament. Holy, here it comes. The live feed instantly went into a frenzy as someone recognized the people from Huazhong Academy and posted their rank. Yufei Heng, Drill 2. Tao Li, Platinum 11 stars. Lu Min, Platinum 11 stars. Lin Yuxian, Zhang Cheng, Zhao Ran, Li Hao, Wang Jingya, Platinum 10 stars. Such a whole lineup could not be considered not strong. It could be called a top battle force, and it could sweep the other 6 regions casually. Especially Yufei Heng in Central China Academy, that was a resounding figure. Looking at the entire capital city is also a celebrity. The capital city alien circle, almost no one does not know him. He has a great reputation for 3 main elements, one being his strength, having reached Diamond 2-star at the age of 19. Secondly, it's good looking. There's no way the world has to look at the face after all. Thirdly, he had once defeated a foreign psychic who was unruly in the Dragon Kingdom. The third point in particular raised his reputation several notches. Although the other 7 people were not as famous as him, but in Central China Academy that was also an existence that ranked at the top. How do you get him to lose with a team that's just a little too strong for its own good? Ha ha ha. I can already see the misery of this Jiang Chun being surrounded and beaten. It's more like being beaten before you get out and substituting for a fight. As big as this dangling hair brags, how bad will it be later? If he can get points from you Feihong old man s upside down. Upstairs, are you disgusting? Whatever. Witty as I am, I'm silently following the ID upstairs to remember to turn on the live stream when I'm ting upside down. Mwahahaha. +1. +1. Mamma mia. Get out. Just as the winds of the live streaming pop-up screen were slowly veering towards the heavier side, Jiang Chen's gaze had already swept over the 8 people on the other side. Jiang Chen. Yu Feihong was obviously a bit surprised. In fact, he didn't want to come into contact with Jiang Chen. It was best not to meet until the end of the match. But it wasn't to be, and just after getting the team together, there was a head-on encounter. Anon. Jiang Chen lifted his chin and responded, I'm in a hurry. Hand over the points. Nima, that's crazy. This hanging hair not bragging will die ah. That's who, Yu Feihong ah. Deduct 1 for supporting the roundup of this dang hair. 1. 2. Upstairs. Do you have any sense of decency? You're ruining the formation you know? The live stream has finally returned to the event itself from the heavy-handedness of ting upside down. However, no one was optimistic about Jiang Chen. After all, the strength of Yu Feihong's team was too strong, an almost invincible existence. Jiang Chen had no comparison at all. A lot of people are not used to Jiang Chen's attitude that he likes to brag and does not put other people in his eyes, and from the bottom of their hearts, they hope that Yu Feihong will beat him up. Jiang Chen, we don't want to make an enemy of you. How about we don't offend each other? Yu Feihong said calmly. Just now, he had already carefully calculated that Jiang Chen's strength was not to be underestimated, even though he didn't know his exact rank. But looking at his performance of punching Chang Dajuan and kicking Yang Ziming, his strength is naturally not low. It was not wise to clash with him head-on. Once they fought, it would most likely be a lose-lose situation, and then the overall strength of their team would drop, and the number of points they were able to capture would decrease. Based on their current team of 8, it would take 14-15 points each for everyone to advance. That's not a low score, and if the team's combat power is compromised, it will have a major negative impact on all their future arrangements. Right now, he only hoped that there would be no disputes with Jiang Chen. Not how. Yu Feihong had already lowered his stance, but Jiang Chen didn't listen to a single word and rejected it outright. I still say I'm in a hurry, so turn in your points quickly. Are you set on a fight? In the face of Jiang Chen's forcefulness, Yu Feihong frowned and his tone became cold. A battle? Jiang Chen smiled agnostically. I've said it before, you're all trash. On your knees. Suddenly, Jiang Chen chortled, and an invisible pressure instantly fell on Yu Feihong and the others. The sudden huge pressure directly caused the unguarded several people to stagger, then thumped their knees on the ground. Having to do it myself? You guys are just cheap. It seems to be a bit familiar. Jiang Chen froze for a second. It seems that he had said this sentence just now. A quick shift of 8 took him from 13 to 21 points. Yu Feihong and the others were unwilling and at the same time incomparably shocked, although there was negligence in defense, but it was still a bit dumbfounded to be suppressed so easily. But luckily, at least the team's strength hasn't been affected. Although they had lost their raw points, they could go and rob someone else's. The big deal was just a few more people. What's going on? Why are you kneeling again? Is the brain fooling the eyes, or are the eyes clouding the brain? I don't get it at all. Daddy doesn't get it. Good boy. Get out. And I'm done with my daughter-in-law's gluttonous battle? It's too fast. Well, it's too soon. Upstairs, brother. Leave your home address. I'm Director Wang of the Lottery Center. I'll personally deliver it to you if you win. What about the brother who wants to eat Xiong upside down? What's the room number? We'll send you on the hot search. It's not a dream to be rich overnight. Just be willing to eat. Compared to the lively situation in the live broadcast room where pop-ups were flying all over the place, the office of President Su of Huazhong College was much quieter. Su Zhaoxing was half lying on a comfortable office chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. The computer on his desk was playing a live broadcast, and next to it was Jiang Chen's information. From the information gathered, Jiang Chen appeared to have some unknown secrets from the first day he entered the Alien Energy Academy. Not only was he immensely powerful, he could also fly through the air and even control thunder and lightning. Some had speculated that he also had the extremely rare SSR-ranked psychic ability of Nianli, and both times he had easily suppressed his opponents. Could it be because of the Nianli ability? There are so many secrets about him. Having chopped diamonds, pitted patriarchs, caught spies, and fought scaly dragons, all of these battle records were real, without a bit of water. Crucially, all of these glorious battles were still old news from a year ago, and after a year's worth of cultivation, his true strength was already impenetrable to speculation. It's only stronger than it was a year ago anyway. A lakeside resort, this secret place is fully developed and naturally the internet is covered, with a live feed being played on an 80-inch screen. When they saw Jiang Chun effortlessly get another 8 points, they were even more relieved that it was worth the money. Yang Ziming and Chang Dajuan also bought the substitute playing service. As students of Huazhong College, they know Yu Feihong's strength better than anyone else. It is a real diamond 2 stars, without a little moisture. However, at this moment, he was similarly kneeling in front of Jiang Chun, appearing to be so unbearable and so weak. Both of them glanced at each other, both saw the scorn in each other's eyes, and secretly swore that they would resolutely not provoke Jiang Chun in the future. Sis, are you watching the live stream? Murong Yu couldn't hide her happiness, as she called her sister Murong Mingzhu. Nope. Ah. How could you not watch it live? Murong Yu pouted indignantly. Let me tell you, Ha. Does Yu Feihong know that he can't even catch a single move from Jiang Chun? Murong Yu seemed to have become Jiang Chen's little fangirl without realizing it. Anyway, it's just a click and a boast, and when I talk about it, it's just a gushing kind of thing that I can't stop. After hanging up the phone, Murong Mingzhu's gaze fell back on the computer screen. In fact, she was watching the live broadcast. She was also secretly pondering what kind of height Jiang Chen's strength had reached, and what other supernatural abilities he had. Jiang Chun was about to go find his next victim after transferring the points of Yu Feihong and the others. But on second thought, alas no, if they went back to robbing other people's points, they'd have to rob themselves once or even several times by then. The smartwatch has a location function, but it doesn't show a specific name, just a little green dot instead. If someone who has been robbed once by himself goes on to rob someone else, it's not going to be easy to mess up when the time comes. So, just in case and for convenience, he turned around and jacked off the smartwatches of Yu Feihong's several people. Without smartwatches, there's no location. Then they won't show up again on the map. I just need to find the ones that still have smartwatches. Jiang Chun muttered, then flew away without looking back, leaving behind the stupefied Yu Feihong and the others. Just now, I'm still glad that the team's combat power is not damaged and will not affect the subsequent points grabbing. But what is the meaning of robbing my table? How else are we going to play? Play with a hammer. Chapter 126. Dark and windy night. Time to rob a house. The live feed was also quiet for the moment. No one had expected Jiang Chun to not only grab points, but also break someone's back without speaking martial arts. Yu Feihong and the others were just beginning to end. Hard to freeze half a day before coming back to their senses. Finally, a few people slipped away and arrived at the resort. It's not screwed up anyway, so think of it as a vacation. He does. Jiang Chen's points were getting higher and higher. The green dots on the map were getting fewer and fewer, and there were more and more people in the resort, which could be said to be crowded. They were robbed when they cried father and mother heart, although extremely reluctant, but no way, cannot resist awe. Now they only felt a little more comfortable and balanced in their hearts when they saw others being robbed. And every now and then, he points to the live screen and says how great and famous this person is. It's really just to say that even though I've been robbed, people who are better than me have been robbed, and there's no shame in me. Until the sunset, Jiang Chun also returned to the resort. After a day's labor, he had 380 points. Excluding his own 1 point, that equates to robbing 379 people in just one day, not a bad record. Not to say far away, 3 years ago, the last National 7 regional competition, the highest score on the first day was only 26 points. The two comparisons can see how powerful Jiang Chun is. After returning to the resort, he allocated all 380 points. Everyone who got points was all smiles, and the wave was completely solid. Those who were robbed were in an envious mood since they were in a bad mood, and there was envy in their eyes. Regret it, should have known to buy points too. Jiang Chun also took the opportunity to play a wave of advertisements. There are 20 spots left. Walk by and don't miss out. 20,000 cents? You can't buy it? You can't be fooled. Some people were already planning to buy it, but when they heard him say 20,000 cents, they were not happy. You're sitting on the fence. Why are they selling for 10,000 and we're 20,000? Jiang Chun glanced at the man obliquely, poked a mouthful of lamb skewer, wiped his mouth and said, I told you, 10,000 outside, 20,000 when you come in? Are you a pig's ear? I'll tell you again, today it's 20,000. Tomorrow the price goes up 40,000. Buy it or not, and those who don't buy it won't be able to take it out for a minute anyway. That smacks of forceful buying and threatening. But no one dared to squeak. There is no way, the situation is stronger than the people. bowing his head and recognizing a goat is not shameful. I'll take 15 cents. After weighing the situation, some people finally couldn't sit still. I'll buy it too. Someone took the lead, which of course caused more people to follow. After all, the quota is really limited, sell one less than one. A time there are just a dozen people to buy, the competition is still quite fierce. I don't want to sell today, tomorrow. Jiang Chun dropped a sentence and then stopped caring about these people, and went to deal with the barbecue with one mind. Not to mention, originally thought Morong Yu 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, but did not expect. She grilled lamb kebabs is really fragrant, then the roadside stalls is not a tiny bit better. Barbecue with beer, yeah. People who wanted to buy points were dumbfounded. Is it too late to regret? Just now Jiang Chun said that tomorrow will be 40,000 cents. 15 cents will be 600,000 na. Still a ing no-brainer. Capitalists weep when they look at it. Eat and drink enough. Jiang Chun lifted up his shirt and patted his belly. You cannot be so overeating in case of blossoming. How to do? Ab's 8 brothers do not agree. He was well built, and even reclining in his recliner his abdominal muscles were angular and very visible. I used to have abs, but I was too skinny back then and they weren't as visible. Since his flesh had been greatly improved after taking the Jiaolong blood, his abs naturally came out. Just as he was lamenting, a finger poked over. Hey, what? Didn't your teacher teach you that men and women are different and that you can't be taught? Humph, what is it? People are just curious, you are still someone's big brother, so petty. Morong Yu pouted her lips and hugged her chest with a displeased look. Her hand was slapped away by Jiang Chun and she didn't succeed in her sneak attack. What's wrong with big brother? Big brother should let you touch around? Then what else? Shouldn't big brothers always favor their little sisters? Look at those TV dramas, aren't they all about what the sister wants and what the brother gives? And look at you, you don't even let your sister touch it, you're a cheapskate. Jiang Chun thought for a moment. It seems to be the case. So just let me touch it. Just a little. So, I'm gonna go find a pretty girl and worship her as a big sister, and then… Hey! Morong Yu froze, then reacted, staring at Jiang Chun with an unbelievable expression. How could you do this? Che, what about me? What's wrong with eating soft food? I'm proud. I'm proud. Ah. Don't you want to touch it? Touch your big head. Am I that kind of nasty and shameless person? I just want to lie flat. Jiang Chun gave Morong Yu a blow to the head. A little girl's home. Her mind is full of impure things. Morong Yu covered her head with a white melon face covered with an emotion called aggrieved. All right, it's getting late. Pack up and you get some rest too. I'm gonna run some errands. Jiang Chun stood up from the recliner and stretched his back with a click sound coming from his joints. What are you going to do this late at night? Morong Yu is like a curious baby who wants to ask, why, about everything. Hey, when the moon is dark and the wind is high, it's time to hit the house. At this time it was already close to 12 o'clock in the morning. The resort has slowly returned to calm. Most people have begun to rest. Jiang Chun helped Morong Yu to pack up some bits and pieces, and then turned into a black shadow into the dark night. Tapping the map positioning function of the smartwatch again, he had swiped the map 3 times in a row, and except for a few people whose positions had shifted a bit, the majority of them had not moved. That means that these people have already set up camp, and the chances of them moving before dawn are slim. It would save him a lot of work, not having to go around in circles looking for someone. The broadcast is still going on, but the camera is in the resort, and there are not many people online. After all, everyone was off for the night, not just the spectators still had contestants. As an alien, in addition to the powerful ability, in fact, the same as ordinary people, 3 meals a day, needless to say, sleep and rest is also rare. As the resort cools down, the number of people in the booth drops again. Because there's nothing to watch anymore, and who the hell is bored enough to around in the middle of the night? At exactly 12 a.m., the live stream closed on time. However, Jiang Chun was a different kind of person. He cultivated a different path. Sleeping or not sleeping had no effect at all. Moreover, in the darkness of the night, his vision wasn't affected and was still incomparably clear. The night was quiet and noisy. On the points leaderboard, Jiang Chen's points were constantly increasing, but no one noticed. Early in the morning, when the first rays of the sun come down to illuminate the earth, it signals the beginning of a brand new day. At 7 o'clock, the live stream opened on time and immediately flooded with a large number of viewers. Those of you who didn't follow the live stream yesterday listened to a friend and made a point of stopping by today to check it out. So, the number of people online in the live room is much higher today than yesterday. If you're in the bathroom, just ask your friend who ate yesterday if he's had enough. People were there, and the kids said it was hard to swallow.
Ho 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 ho.
Am I the only one who noticed something odd about the standings? Nay, I am uneducated. A sentence of walks the world. Is there a reward for reporting it? If not, forget it. It's too dark. Chapter 127. Is it hard to recognize someone else's excellence? The people in the live stream also noticed the strange change in the leaderboard. Tap on the leaderboard and everyone has serial numbers in front of their names. This sequence number indicates the rank where the person is at this moment. First place, Jiang Chun with 320 points. Second place, Morong Yu with 15 points. Third place, Gu Ding with 15 points. 320 points, plus the 380 points crossed off yesterday. A whole 700 points nah. I'd like to say bull pee. Something's wrong with the system, isn't it? Is it hard to recognize when someone is good? The live broadcast was full of pop-ups and all kinds of voices, gradually forming a three-tiered division, those who sprayed at each other, those who questioned, and those who ate the melon. Soon after, HCC officials came down with a message clarifying the statement. As tested by the technical department, the smartwatch system is running normally, the data is normal, and the points ranking is correct. Such a sentence is equivalent to responding to those netizens who questioned the existence of shady practices. And to that end, officials have released a replay of last night's surveillance. The lighting in the image is rather dim, but it doesn't affect the clarity of the image. On the screen, Jiang Chun traveled in his brocade clothes at night and attacked the dragon, waking up one contestant after another and snatching away their points and smartwatches. All of these everyone believed, and those who questioned the falsification of the data and the existence of shady dealings shut up. The facts are in front of you. You can't argue with them. Jiang Chun returned to the resort early. Last night's action was very successful. Not much effort to ransack the remaining 320 people. At this moment, he was leisurely lying on the rocking chair outside Morong Yu's tent, gently rocking comfortably. Morong Yu was a lazy bum, rubbing her drowsy eyes and lifting the tent to walk out in a daze. She was wearing a pink halter knee-length nightgown, with two now-eye bags bouncing somewhat mischievously, and her snow-white arms faintly glowing with a faintly holy light in the early morning sunlight. Yoo-hoo! The two little males are finally awake. Jiang Chun glanced at Morong Yu, who had a wow figure, and joked in a flirty tone. Anon. Morong Yu's head was still a bit foggy, and she casually answered. His face was mute and his eyes were unfocused as he stared blankly ahead. Typical body up, soul still in bed. Why, you stole a cow last night, and you're still awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're a pig. Jiang Chun shook his head, his mouth saying something disgusting, but in his hand, he brought a cup of hot water and placed it in front of Morong Yu. What should have been a tense and exciting match was completely changed due to Jiang Chun's appearance. In the past, the participants would still be in the mood to sleep, but they would still get up early and join the battle for points. Only this addition was so odd that there was a resort, not to mention the fact that the tournament was basically over on the second day. The people on the scene had long since realized that Jiang Chun had gotten all the remaining points, and their desire to buy points had become even more urgent. Before the match, they didn't believe Jiang Chun could do it at all, but the reality hit them hard in the face. Not only did he do it, he did it thieves fast in just 1 day and 1 night. Have a drink of water. Go and change your clothes. You think this is in your own home? What are you wearing? Change your clothes, then wash up for breakfast. Jiang Chun saw Morong Yu's still dumbfounded appearance and knocked on his head, instantly causing her to show her teeth and return to her soul. Morong Yu returned to her senses and also noticed that her current attire was indeed a bit inappropriate. But she was unhappy with Jiang Chun knocking her cute little head, and said with a betting mouth, I'm going to tell my sister that you hit me again. Doesn't matter. Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there were no few so-called. She doesn't know Morong Mingzhu well. Besides, she can't beat him. What's the use of complaining? Not many spawns. Morong Yu's breakfast is relatively simple. Bread with milk is nutritious and healthy. But she who had felt okay now felt bad. In front of him, Jiang Chun was slowly and methodically sprinkling pepper, cumin, and other ingredients onto the grilled fish. The sound of zippy stimulated her eardrums one by one, and the scent wafting through the air was tingling her taste buds. At this moment, she felt that bread and milk had no flavor at all, and she wanted grilled fish, fragrant and bubbling with grease. It was obvious that Jiang Chen's craftsmanship was very good, like a master teacher. Jiang Chen's craftsmanship is really good. When he was working in the South City to earn money, the barbecue restaurant was also helped to earn wages. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was nice and saw that Jiang Chun was down to earth and passed on a couple of hands to him. In no time at all, a sizzling grilled fish was on the plate with a handful of chopped scallions. Perfect, colorful, and flavorful. Gulp! Morongyu indisputably gulped, staring blearily at Jiang Chun as he tore off a piece of tender fish meat and put it in his mouth. Pop! Morongyu threw away the bread and milk. Creak creak. Moved the stool over to sit next to Jiang Chun. Nonchalantly drew a pair of chopsticks to start. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't realize you were so thick-skinned before? To hell with you. In the face of Jiang Chen's teasing, Morongyu grunted, then dealt with the grilled fish with a single mind. Looking at Morongyu's unimaginative mouth full of oil, Jiang Chun also shook his head and deliberately biao a mouthful of authentic dragon foreign language ridiculed. You see you. One day, eat, like a pig. You're the pig. Jiang Chun is the pig. Morongyu concentrated on drying her rice without raising her eyelids, grunting and retorting. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed, then casually wiped his mouth and stood up, scanning the people around him. The participants had almost all gathered here. The crowd noticed his movement and jumped in their hearts, knowing that the next stage should be selling points. Sure enough, Jiang Chun cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, without further ado, 20 spots at 40,000 points. Excluding the 29 and himself, there are 20 spots left for advancement. Now he still had 265 points on him and 40,000 a point, so that was a huge fortune when you did the math. I'll take 12 points. Someone couldn't wait to raise their hand just after Jiang Chun finished speaking, stating that they wanted to buy points, and after his rough estimation, 12 points would lock in the promotion spot. I'll take 12 points too. There was a cacophony as someone took the lead and others who wanted to buy points raised their hands. Jiang Chun nodded his head slightly, then with a smile, he said, Everyone, I haven't finished talking yet. Please listen to what I have to say before bidding. His voice wasn't loud, but he had added some mana so he was able to make it clear to everyone present. The price now starts at 40,000 cents to the highest bidder. What he said was rather frivolous, but in everyone's ears it changed the flavor, starting at 40,000 cents and going to the highest bidder. Isn't that an auction? And more? Now those who hesitated before the game are regretting it to death. Had they known this was going to happen, they would have said anything to buy points then. And those who bought points at the very beginning were greatly comfortable in their hearts, feeling that they had picked up a great bargain. They spent 150,000 on 15 points, but now if they want 15 points they have to spend at least 600,000 ah. The bar has been raised a few notches, even 12 points will cost a real $480,000. The key, now there may be more than 40,000 points. Jiang Chun, now completely in control of the initiative, want to advance then must shout the price will only shout higher and higher. Also, 50,000 for a smartwatch. Jiang Chun smiled grimly, the smartwatch was still also a considerable fortune. It's so shameless. The watches are clearly labeled. What can be done about that? Who told everyone to have their watches with him? Morongyu, who was concentrating on the grilled fish, skimmed her mouth in contempt. The man is totally into money, and it's a real bummer that the college is using all of its stuff to pay back the money. But Jiang Chun didn't care about that much. If he could glean a fortune, he only wanted to get money now. This kid has a lot of guts. This has never happened in previous sessions. In the office of President Su of Central China Academy, he was watching the live broadcast, and he couldn't help but curse with a smile on his lips. Chapter 128. Sudden accident? Certain death? The subordinates of the organization department stood by fearfully. He was not expecting at all that a powerful scoundrel had been mixed into this tournament. If he's blamed, he'll have to take the blame. But what made his heart feel slightly better was that so far, the Dean Sama didn't seem to mention the responsibility and was watching the live broadcast with great interest. This mighty national competition ended in a wave. There are no hot and exciting fights, no fancy competitions of supernatural powers, but behind the seemingly blandness, the power of that person is emphasized. Given the unique nature of the situation, the officials had to end the competition a day early, and the original 3-day competition was hardened and shortened by 1 day. Upon receiving the notice of the early end of the tournament, some were happy and some were sad. However, the matter has been finalized. No matter how reluctant, there is no way back. Some people even quietly proposed to unite against Jiang Chun, the tyrant, but very few people responded. This was because Jiang Chun had already reminded them before this. Smartwatches are in his hands, and he can crush any of them at will. It was tantamount to a threat. If someone really resisted, he wouldn't karma someone, but he would crush the watch. Without a corresponding watch, you can't tally up the scores. What's the point of rebelling, more or less? Everyone who was notified began to pack up and prepare for evacuation. Shortly afterward, however, a change of heart occurred. Someone in the crowd suddenly struck out at the companion next to them, slashing fatally, and there were already trainees falling in a pool of blood. Originally, there was no defense, and suddenly they were stabbed by the people around them. White knives go in, red knives go out, and one in and one out is the end of a living life. The scene was instant pandemonium. Wang Su, you're ing crazy. In the North China region, there were also a few backstabbing executioners with expressionless faces and dark pupils, as if they were controlled by something. A classmate narrowly avoided the stabbing knife and kicked the boy named Wang Su out. However, as if Wang Su didn't know the pain, he quickly got up from the ground and raised the knife to stab the closest classmate. I can't believe there's an egg at the end. Could it be an act? It didn't feel like it. Those people looked expressionless, like they were being controlled by something. In the office of the dean of Huazhong College, Su Xiaoxing stood up in a flash, and a never-before-seen seriousness appeared on his face. Immediately open the entrance to the secret realm and send support. The subordinate was startled, didn't dare to say a word more, and immediately went on his mission. A few minutes later, the subordinate ran back with a pale face and reported with a trembling voice. The entrance to the secret realm can't be opened. It's been tampered with. Bang! Su Xiaoxing slapped his hand heavily on the desk, narrowing his eyes with a ferocious glare. How dare you strike in the capital? How dare you? The one who could seal the entrance to the secret realm was undoubtedly a strong spatial ability, and Su Xiaoxing's brows wrinkled into a ball. You immediately contact the Ministry of War and the Department of Alien Energy and ask them to send space alien powerhouses over. I'll go to the scene. Yes, I'm on my way. The subordinate hurriedly ran out of the office. Su Xiaoxing's face was gloomy and terrible. Just as he was about to go out, the live broadcast scene once again changed. At the scene, there was chaos, and already a dozen people had fallen in a pool of blood, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. However, right at this moment, the space above the lake suddenly distorted and slowly and unexpectedly cracked open a gap. The gap spread quickly, eventually forming a huge portal. Ho ho ho! A violent and appalling roar emanated from the portal. Immediately afterward, a huge magical beast popped its head out, then leapt across the spatial portal to descend into the secret realm. 5th-ranked giant-toothed tiger. 5th-ranked iron-armored turtle. 5th-rank silver moon wolf king. A huge magical beast scurried out from the spatial portal, and most fatally, these were all 5th-rank magical beasts that were ridiculously powerful. 5th-ranked magical beasts were equivalent to the diamond rank of human adepts, and, at the same realm, magical beasts were even more formidable in combat. Of the 700 people who participated in the tournament, apart from Central China, which had a few diamond powerhouses, the other 6 regions did not have any diamond powerhouses, with the exception of Zhangchun, of course. The students who were still dealing with the sudden backstabbing suddenly felt their scalps go numb. How could one cope with so many 5th-ranked magical beasts? The 5th-ranked magical beasts were still increasing and had already reached 30, enough to easily exterminate everyone here. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. With a muffled thud, a thick foot stepped out of the space portal, its greenish skin looking particularly creepy. Yang! 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 Then, there were a few more muffled sounds, and the behemoth behind that portal finally appeared completely in front of everyone. 6th-order silver-horned rhinoceros. Everyone couldn't help but start to tremble. 5th-ranked magical beasts were already beyond their ability to deal with, and they didn't expect that there would be a 6th-ranked magical beast in the finale. A sure death game is completely defenseless. Even the diamond powerhouses such as Yu Feihong from Central China Academy were as white as snow at this time. Their 2 strands were warring, and icy cold sweat had already dampened their clothes. What to do? Morong Yu didn't know when she had already tightly hugged Jiang Chen's arm. Her body was shaking because of the high level of nervousness and fear, and she could no longer speak well. Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to feel the soft touch coming from his arm right now. He squinted at the space portal behind the silver-horned rhinoceros, expecting that there was a higher-ranked magical beast to appear. If anyone knew what Jiang Chen was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. 6th-ranked magical beasts aren't enough for you? But you still want higher-ranked magical beasts. Don't you think you'll die fast enough? Roar! The 6th-order silver-horned rhinoceros hissed as if giving an order, and the other 5th-order magical beasts roared, then quickly rushed towards the crowd side. Jiang Chun painstakingly pulled his arm out of Morong Yu's embrace, then subsequently handed Big Yellow to her, not caring about her reaction, and directly met her in the air. He didn't have the idea of being a hero, however. He couldn't bear to see his compatriots perish in the mouths of the wraiths either. Know that strength, he turned around and ran, by no means 2 words. Other people live and die off his what matters, the so-called dead friend, not dead poor road. However, he now had the ability to protect everyone, so he would never back down. Doesn't it smell good with a 5th order spirit crystal and a 6th order spirit crystal? Seeing Jiang Chun leaving, Morong Yu hurriedly called out. But to no avail. Jiang Chun didn't turn around at all. It was only at this time that she looked down at what was in her hand, and she flung it out with a scream of terror. Soft and black all over. It looks like a snake. Girls are already afraid of mollusks, especially snakes. Morong Yu was so scared that her brain went blank just by looking at it, and she didn't even notice that there was a 5th order magical beast charging this way. Waiting for the 5th ranked magical beast to open its bloody mouth and bite down, she came back to her senses, even forgetting to shout, her whole heart contracting violently as she watched the magical beast's maw bite down on her. At this moment, it was as if she had seen her grandma, who had been dead for many years. The fishy stench hit her, but she was unresponsive. Pop! Just as the wraith bit in, it was hit by something. The wraith's huge body was unexpectedly knocked away alive, rumbling into the lake, splashing a white splash. This directly caused Morong Yu, who was in a state of confusion, to instantly come back to her senses. She patted her chest and took a few sharp breaths. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just now she felt like she had gone on a trip to the Ghost Gate. It was only at this time that she saw that the small black snake slowly floated down from the air and landed in the palm of her hand. Morong Yu's mind received a huge shock. Was it this little thing that saved her just now? It's only a foot long, compared to that 5th rank magical beast. It's like an elephant and an ant, the difference is too great. But it was such a small thing that swung its tail and slapped that 5th rank magical beast away. Has the world gone mad? Morong Yu was dumbfounded. At this point, she seemed to have forgotten her fear of this mollusk. Chapter 129, Terror, Violent Aesthetics, Deadly Strike. The other side. Jiang Chen's figure kept changing his orientation as he blasted his fist onto the jaws of a 5th ranked magical beast. A piercing lightning flashed on his fist, and with a bang, he directly smashed the jaws of this magical beast. Scarlet blood sprayed all over the sky in a wave of violent aesthetics. The live feed had long since been cut off, and only the command center in central China could still see the real-time feed coming back. Someone couldn't help but let out a gasp. No, not really. One punch to dry bomb a 5th order magical beast. Jiang Chen's didn't stop. After he dry bombed this demonic beast, the next moment he directly came to the other side by air. Under one command, the 5th rank Silver Moon Wolf King's mind was directly penetrated from top to bottom by a sharp iron sword. The body in midair fluttering instantly stiff, and then boom, sound softed as smashed on the ground. His figure changed, leaving behind a residual shadow, and when he reappeared he was already on the other side of the room, where 2 5th-ranked magical beasts were pouncing towards the crowd at the same time. Jiang Chen's 5 fingers bent into claws, and in the air he made a false grab. Immediately, 2 hangs of lightning fell and impartially blasted onto the 2 magical beasts, and the 2 magical beasts were instantly killed. The students who had survived the disaster looked at Jiang Chun with a gaze full of gratitude. Gratitude from the bottom of their hearts without a trace of water. Jiang Chun didn't have the time to care about this because there were simply too many magical beasts. He would swing his fists to bombard, he would use his sword to kill, and sometimes he would use Thunderbolt to annihilate the group, so it didn't take long before almost all of the 5th-ranked magical beasts were chopped cleanly. In the process of fighting against the demonic beasts, some people were injured, but in the end, no one lost their lives, a blessing among misfortunes. Right now, there were 10 5th-rank magical beasts and 1 6th-rank magical beast left. The 5th-order magical beast had retreated to the 6th-order magical beast. They snarled and stared at Jiang Chun with scarlet eyes, a look of fear actually appearing in their eyes. The 5th-order magical beast stood on both sides of the 6th-order silver-horned rhinoceros, roaring in unison, their sharp giant teeth reflecting a cold, ghostly light in the sunlight. The beast temporarily retreated to let the crowd of taut nerves slightly relaxed. Take this opportunity. A few high strength of the students jointly quickly subdued those backstabbing traitors. Jiang Chun stood alone at the front, blocking between the demonic beast and the crowd. His spine was straight. There was no fear on his face at all. Instead, there was a hidden disappointment. His eyes looked towards the space door behind that 6th-ranked magical beast from time to time, expecting a big guy to suddenly scurry out from inside. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. These magical beasts were definitely not arranged by the Academy. It was impossible for the Academy to arrange for the entrance of magical beasts of this level and in such huge numbers. Combined with his previous experiences, he had good reason to suspect that there were stragglers mixed in with the rest of them. There is something to be said for the look on the faces of the traitors. They were clearly being controlled, it just wasn't clear if it was a drug or some sort of psychic ability that was controlling them. But either way, the culprit for all this must still be in the crowd. Just then, he had a flash of insight, and the broken words he had heard at the inn suddenly appeared in his mind. It was incoherent and only a few words were even audible, but now that I think about it, maybe that pair of dogs was behind it. The demonic beast on the opposite side also knew the power of the human in front of them, and didn't launch an attack for a while, but just kept roaring, wanting to scare off this human in this way. However, in the end, they were just powerful magical beasts with very low spiritual intelligence, still dominated by animalistic instincts. Yell your ass off. Jiang Chun was not happy at being yelled at. Since no higher-ranked magical beasts appeared, the battle could be over and there was no need to dwell on it. The 6th-order silver-horned rhinoceros was a bit more spiritually intelligent. It gave a dull low roar, and the 10 5th-order magical beasts on either side of it immediately set up a formation ready to launch an attack on Jiang Chun released. Yu Feihong gritted his teeth and eventually ran over. Let me help you. Jiang Chun glanced at him with slight surprise. Although this kid wasn't strong, he didn't back down at the critical moment. His character was still very good. Look at the usually fierce and domineering Chang Dajuan has long been far away to the back of the crowd. However, if he wanted to help, Yu Feihong's strength wasn't really enough. Any of the 5th-ranked magical beasts on the opposite side could eat him as a snack. So Jiang Chun pointed at the nearby demonic beast that had fallen to the ground and was already dead and said, "Go dig out the spirit crystals." Yu Feihong felt that he was being belittled, and although he was a little upset in his heart, it was ultimately true. He still nodded and backed away, literally going off to dig up the spirit crystals of the 5th-ranked magical beasts. In the face of the beasts that were waiting to strike, Jiang Chun chose to make the first move, only to see that he instantly rose up in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the air above the heads of the group of beasts, and between the palms of his hands, the sky suddenly changed with the winds and clouds. Thunder! Fall! 2 words spat out softly. For a moment, a vortex then appeared above his head, which slowly rotated as nuisance lightning exploded at its periphery. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts poured down from the vortex. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to darken, and the only thing that shone so brightly was a figure standing in the thunderstorm. It's like Thor. Thunder landed and roared, and all 11 magical beasts were covered in the thunderstorm. The beasts hissed, struggled, and growled in pain, but it was all to no avail, and their voices only lasted a few moments before suddenly coming to a screeching halt. There were only 11 charred corpses of magical beasts left in the same spot, and a strong smell of burning filled the air. Everyone was shocked by this scene, killing 10 5th-rank magical beasts, a 6th-rank magical beast in one strike. No one else would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The point was that Jiang Chun wasn't even close to their age, even younger than some of them. This is a little scary, so young to have such a war power. The future is a bright future, unlimited. Murong Yu stared blankly at the figure, her heart shocked while secretly comparing. If it was her sister's place, would she be able to take care of these magical beasts so easily? Jiang Chun flew to that spatial crack with his sword, wanting to see what was behind it. But right at that moment, that space rift suddenly shook violently, then twisted and distorted, and finally quickly returned to a singularity and disappeared into the air, as if it had never appeared. Spatial powers still can't be underestimated. Just a moment ago, he felt a strong pulling force that wanted to pull him into the chaotic spatial rift. He was quick with his hands and eyes, and swiftly sent his sword away before breaking free from the pulling force. He didn't know what would happen if he was pulled in, but the feeling made his heart palpitate. Since the spatial rift closed, Jiang Chun didn't dwell on it. There were dozens of spirit crystals down there waiting to be harvested. 35th order spirit crystals plus a 6th order spirit crystal was simply too good to be true. These were experiences delivered to his doorstep, and he cherished them old. Looking at Jiang Chun picking out one by one the 5th order spirit crystals, it would be a lie if the surrounding people didn't get red in the eyes. Even the 5th order spirit crystals that weren't purified could be exchanged for 10 purified 4th order spirit crystals, the value of which could be imagined. However, Red-eyed as they were, no one dared to make a move to rob them, because it was only a short while ago that they were robbed of their points and watches by the other side. Besides, after seeing Jiang Chen's battle power just now, they had a good idea in their hearts, so naturally, they wouldn't be foolish enough to grab these spirit crystals. A sudden crisis was solved in this way, and many people felt that it was not real at all, and a strange illusion rose up. 5th-ranked magical beasts were also scum, and 6th-ranked magical beasts were nothing more than that. Thinking back to the image of Jiang Chen hammering a 5th-order magical beast with a single punch, they felt that it wasn't that difficult. 5th-ranked magical beasts really weren't that scary, so maybe he could do it himself. This false perception is dangerous. Simply put, it is gullibility and, moreover, gullibility in the case of a huge difference in the strength of the two. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to whack one with a single punch was because his body had long since reached a terrifying height, whether it was in terms of strength or hardness after the nourishment and transformation of the Xiao dragon's blood. After today, Jiang Chen's name was destined to be known by more people, including of course those hostile forces that didn't want the Dragon Kingdom to be strong. After collecting all the spirit crystals, Jiang Chen was in a great mood. He beckoned to Big Yellow, who flew over with a swoosh and landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Boss, I saved your woman. I need a drink." Rhubarb beautifully claimed credit. "Who the told you she was my woman? Why don't you go be a ING Moonbat?" Chapter 130 Beauty. Where did your brother go? The rhubarb that couldn't take credit was directly grabbed in Jiang Chen's hand and gave it a full-body violent massage like pinching a balloon. Rhubarb says, "I'm going to crack." "Morong, you looks really pretty," melon face smile and 2 small pear swirls. High single ponytail is also very personalized. But Jiang Chen really didn't have any thoughts about her at all. In his eyes, this was a little sister, nothing more. Which one was that? Morong Yu froze and stared at Jiang Chen's clothes pocket. Just now she saw Jiang Chen stuffing rhubarb into it. "Oh, my pet. Kept for fun." "Oh." Morong Yu responded, obviously she didn't believe it. Joking, whose pet is so heavenly. A small tail draws the 5th-order magical beasts have to step aside. She silently estimated in her heart that this little snake should have a 6th rank. Otherwise, how could it easily slap away a 5th-rank magical beast? However, she was still too conservative. If Jiang Chen knew what she was thinking, he probably would have said without hesitation, "6th rank? Oh, you're still too young, little girl." Soon, the controlled traders also returned to normal. "Tie me up for what? Let go of me." Wang Su kept twisting his body and struggling. "You've got a ING nerve." A male student next to him heavily kicked Wang Su twice and angrily said, "Do you ING know that you killed someone? Killed one of our own people? And you mother still dare to yell, 'Kill, kill, I killed someone?'" Wang Su was instantly confused. He had no idea what had just happened. His mind did not have a little memory. Just now he only felt a little sleepy, and in the blink of an eye he was tied up. He didn't understand why they would say he had killed someone. He was obviously with them. When did he kill someone? But he also froze when he saw the body of his classmate next to him. "Did I really kill someone? And why don't I know anything about it?" Wang Su was bewildered. He tried his best to recall, but there was never any relevant memory. There were about 10 other people in the same situation as him. All of them were incredulous, and the common denominator was that they didn't have the memory of what they had just done, which made it a bit of a conspiracy. It's obvious that they're being controlled. What surprises you the most a bit is that Sun Jihui is also under control. At this time, he has been tied into a dumpling, his eyes dull, face blank. In the 7 regions, almost all of them had people under control, more or less men and women. Jiang Chen let go of his divine sense and scanned everyone. The subtle expressions of all of them at this moment were under his eyes. Most people are celebrating their lives after the robbery, while others are crying and grieving over the murder of their companions, as well as hating the thugs who killed them. However, he soon spotted a man and a woman, and there was panic and disappointment and gnashing of teeth and hatred in their features. And this man he happens to still recognize it is, and he was assigned to a dormitory Guomingliang. Only knowing in advance that he was bent and feeling a little uncomfortable, he did not rest in his dormitory. At this time he suddenly remembered Sun Jihui's strange movements and look yesterday morning. At that time he should have already been hit. "Heh, found you guys." Jiang Chen secretly sneered, then walked straight towards the East China region. That woman was none other than someone from the East China region. And as for Guomingliang, she had already been secretly locked up and couldn't run away. Seeing Jiang Chen walking this way, the woman unconsciously averted her gaze from looking at him. Only it just proves that she has a ghost in her heart. because the gazes of the others all fell on Jiang Chun. She became the other side instead. Jiang Chun had just saved everyone, and the students on the East China region side had expressed their gratitude, and some of the female students even took the initiative to stuff their phone numbers into his pockets, leading away without forgetting to throw a wink at him. Wherever Jiang Chun passed, the crowd greeted and then stepped back, taking the initiative to make a path for him. "Oh, beautiful. Where did your brother go?" Jiang Chun whistled towards the girl who had a ghost in her heart, and his gangly appearance was not at all immodest. This girl is not tall, eyeballing 1 meter 6 or so. The body is dry and thin. The chest is more a horse in the river of Kangzhuang-yi without a trace of undulation. The woman's brows clustered slightly as she heard, "I don't have an older brother." Jiang Chun smiled darkly, scraping hard in front of her body, and laughed. "You don't have an elder brother for that matter. In fact, what about everyone knows about it?" At this time, even if the woman reacted more slowly, she finally understood Jiang Chen's meaning and immediately held it in front of her body like frost, chortling. "If you're here specifically to poke fun at me, congratulations, you've succeeded. See what you say. This person most like to make friends, especially foreign friends. May I ask this beautiful woman without a long brother, which country are you The woman's complexion moved imperceptibly, then she looked straight at Jiang Chun and said with anger, "I'm naturally a person from the Dragon Kingdom. If you think that you can wantonly humiliate us after saving us, you're playing the wrong game." "This woman is really a little bit of heart," he said. "We, instead of I, here is obviously to bring the other people also want to cause other people to resonate." "Agu. The beauty is angry. So scared yo." Jiang Chen's tone of voice was truly, and the people from the surrounding East China region's eyelids jumped. Morong Yu, who was concentrating on dealing with the grilled fish, looked up. The girl was ordinary looking. Mixing in with the crowd was a passerby character. The only feature was that she was flat. Morong Yu looked down at her body, then fell into deep thought. Could it be that Jiang Chun likes this tone? Old sister is never going to be able to do it. Troublesome. Just as the crowd was speculating why Jiang Chun was specifically targeting this woman, they saw him suddenly strike and pinch the woman's throat to lift her up. This scene is really surprising. 1 second also flirting with others, the next second flip-flopped on others to choke. Before and after the attitude contrast is also too big. Guo Mingliang's eyes changed on the South China region side, but quickly returned to normal. Only no one noticed that he was quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. Every move of Guo Mingliang over there was under Jiang Chen's surveillance. Over here, he pinched the woman's neck and said coldly, "Your disguise is good, but in the end, you can't escape my eyes." The woman, until already exposed, her gaze instantly became cold and regal, and her voice became a bit sharp. "If you are willing to submit to me, power money women can have whatever they want. Even me you can have." "Yuan insulted me?" Jiang Chun squinted at the woman. "What qualifies you to be narcissistic if you don't have the looks or the body? It's ing rare." Chapter 131. "I have fiery eyes I can see through, no looking." The woman smiled faintly. Although she was now restrained by Jiang Chun, she didn't look the slightest bit flustered. Just before the crowd could figure out what was going on, only to see the woman suddenly smile wryly, and then her body suddenly blurred, and then the next moment she escaped Jiang Chen's grip. Jiang Chun was also slightly stunned, secretly saying what a bizarre stance. However, he did not care too much about it. After all, the woman was still within his domain, and he could easily suppress her at any time. But he also wanted to see what this narcissistic woman could get up to in her downfall. The woman stood 2 meters in front of Jiang Chun and suddenly smiled confidently. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of the crowd's dismay, her skin began to slowly crack, spreading from the top of her head, forehead, bridge of her nose to her neck and chest, and finally to her entire body. The fake skin on the outside cracked, revealing the woman's true form. Skin wins the snow eyebrows like a picture. Nose bridge, high red lips slightly rise from a kind of seductive charm. Long hair fell softly behind her back, and the most unimaginable thing was the 2 trembling mountains. It's hard to imagine how it's hidden in that dry, skinny shell. Just thinking about it feels suffocating. It had to be said that this woman was indeed very attractive, especially because she was born with her own charm. Every move and every smile is full of flirtation. Some of the old boys gulped indisputably, their eyes staring straight at the woman as if they wanted to melt her. The woman was very confident in her looks. She smiled gently, charmingly white. Even those veterans of the flower world couldn't help but blush. "How about I'm yours for as long as you want?" The woman's voice was soft and sticky, but extremely flirtatious and seductive. Yeah. Jiang Chun casually agreed without even thinking. The woman was also slightly stunned, then her smoky waves were like water. She threw a wink towards Jiang Chun and said daintily, "Then you killed them all." Someone instantly woke up to the fact that this ing said the meanest things in the most flattering voice. They had already seen how powerful Jiang Chun was, and it didn't take much effort to solve the demonic beast crisis. It would be a one-sided massacre if it really came down to them. Jiang Chun, don't trust her. Jiang Chun, don't be confused by him. Wake up, Jiang Chun, the crowd shouted. Some had even attacked the woman. By now, cutie. It was also obvious that something was wrong with the woman. However, he didn't expect that in the next moment. Jiang Chun and waved his fingers together, and the iron sword directly blocked all those who attacked the woman, not letting them succeed. The crowd was shocked. Jiang Chun, he was really going to defect to this woman? Do you people know how to have mercy? Roll on. Jiang Chun drove those people away, but he took 3 or 2 steps to the front of the woman and said with a smile on his face, "These reckless people of theirs don't understand at all. Let's see me teach them what it means to be compassionate." The woman winks like silk, thinking that any you in the strong is ultimately a man, as long as it is a man cannot escape the old lady's pomegranate skirt. "You guys watch, that's compassionate." Jiang Chun chided angrily towards the hundreds of people with a look of hatred. Poof, poof. The woman with a smile in her eyes suddenly stunned, felt a sudden coldness in her arm, and then came the pain that pierced the heart, blood, poof, snorting wildly soared. 2 of her arms had left her body. The sudden change of heart made everyone freeze, and for a moment they actually didn't know what to say. They thought that Jiang Chun had defected, but they didn't realize that this guy's hand was not soft at all. Even cruelty, cutting off 2 of someone's arms without batting an eyelid. Ah! The woman's face instantly twisted as she let out a heartbreaking scream of pain. Big whoop! It's just 2 arms. Give them back. Jiang Chun kicked the broken arm over, and the woman turned pale and cold. She had thought she had succeeded, had managed to charm this powerful man, but she hadn't expected a sudden backstab. The woman turned and ran despite the pain, knowing that Jiang Chun could not possibly be merciful. There were 2 more poofs, and the woman who was running suddenly fell headlong. Blood flowed wildly from her 2 calves, and her originally snow-white skin was instantly dyed a scarlet red. "Ah, Jiang Chun, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." The woman was face down and kept barking furiously. Jiang Chun smiled disdainfully, not taking it seriously at all. Incompetent rage roared so hard, there was no fart strength. But there was no way he was going to let the woman die like that. Slowly, he came to her side, then struck a few spiritual energy to seal the blood veins, preventing her from bleeding to death. Afterwards, he grabbed the woman's head, and then sealed her entire body, and then directly searched her soul. There was no need to be soft in dealing with this kind of person. The process of forced soul searching was agonizing, and the woman suffered both physical and mental pain. She wanted to scream to release it, but now that she was sealed all over her body, she couldn't scream if she wanted to, her throat writhing frantically, a look of pain on her face. From the woman's memories, Jiang Chun quickly had to learn some information. She was from Fusang and had blended into the East China region with a false identity a year earlier, and then smoothly enter the 7-district competition in order to annihilate the young elites of the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. That spatial rift was actually a spatial node. She provided the precise coordinates, and then the spatial ability powerhouses on the Fusan side could precisely open the spatial node, thus releasing the magical beasts that had been prepared long ago. Opening a space node with such precision not only required a powerful spatial ability powerhouse, but also a huge amount of spirit crystals. Fuso has gone all out for this operation. Moreover, from her memories, Jiang Chun also learned the method to control Sun Jihue. Guomingliang planted seeds in those people through physical contact, and then detonated them as needed to turn them into unconscious killing machines. Gee, what a ing pervert, male and female. Jiang Chun let go, and the woman had fainted due to the extreme pain. Tie it up. He casually motioned towards the man next to him, who froze and responded before taking out a rope and tying the woman up. The arms and legs are wasted. In fact, there is little point in tying them up anymore. However, when they tied the woman up as a concave man, they still couldn't help but nod their heads. Jiang Chen's decision was indeed greatly correct. After dealing with the woman, Jiang Chen directly left by air. 2 minutes later, carrying Guomingliang in his hand, he returned, leaving him casually next to the woman. Guomingliang had already skipped out long ago. He didn't see his companion's tragic situation. When he saw it at this time, he immediately felt his scalp numb. No, don't hit me. I'm willing to cooperate. I'll confess to anything. Jiang Chun's sidelong glance viciously despised a glance, spineless guy, but then again, Fusan saucer well, spineless normal. He directly sealed Guo Mingliang's mouth. Tie him up and beat him until he confesses. East China region students that is very active, hands-on ability is also very strong, 3 times to Guo Mingliang tied up. Click is a crazy output. Hey, do you guys have any humanity left? Don't kick the crotch. The students who were practicing the Wind God leg herd immediately understood and immediately switched to practice Shadowless Foot, specializing in kicking the center of the target. Tisk, TSK. How vicious and cruel. Jiang Chun shook his head straight as he watched, secretly giving a nod to these students from East China. How do you know they have a problem? Jiang Chun sat back on the recliner comfortably and hummed lightly, and Murong Yu couldn't wait to come over. Guess. Jiang Chun said casually with his eyes closed. I don't believe it. Although Murong Yu didn't look too smart, she wasn't stupid at all. She shook Jiang Chen's arm and pouted. Say it. Say it. Jiang Chun was so pestered that he had no choice but to open his eyes and stare at Murong Yu's body and casually blurted out. I have fiery eyes that can see through. Eyes of fire? Perspective? Murong Yu was slightly stunned, and suddenly clasped her hands in front of her body and sidestepped her body, her cheeks turning red in indignation. No looking! Chapter 132. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. You took me seriously when I was talking nonsense? Looking at Murong Yu's squirming shy chest covered tightly like a wolf to prevent his appearance suddenly felt funny. So playful. He came up to Murong Yu's ear and said Can you cover your ass? Ah! Murong Yu was so furious with shame that she instantly reached out her hand to cover herself, her face reddening as if she was about to drip blood. Rascal, shameless. Murong Yu bit, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill out at any moment. Jiang Chun hilariously laughed. Murong Yu's aggrieved look was just too cute. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch Murong Yu's red cheeks, and laughed. Liar. I don't have perspective at all. Really? Murong Yu sniffled a bit, her big watery eyes staring at Jiang Chun with a look of disbelief. My silly sister Yo, I really don't lie to you, old brother. Jiang Chun drew a tissue to help her wipe her tears and laughed. If you don't believe me, you can test it. Okay, just try it. Murong Yu was also quick and immediately took out a dice cup from her storage ring. First you pull the hook. You must tell the truth. No lies to deceive. In order to be sure, Murong Yu and Jiang Chun pulled the hook again. Jiang Chun is also patting his chest to ensure that the days of telling lies. Clap, clap, clap. Murong Yu shook the dice cup, and the 3 dice inside collided with a crisp and pleasant sound. After a few shakes, she suddenly pressed the dice cup on the table with a thud. 3 dice points. Murong Yu stared at Jiang Chun and said. Jiang Chun smiled slightly, stared at it, and then randomly guessed a combination of 2, 5, 6. No lies. Murong Yu blinked and stared at Jiang Chun seriously. Lying 3 inches short. Jiang Chun made a poisonous oath. Hooligans. Murong Yu crushed a bite with a red face, then carefully opened the dice cup. The 3 white dice lay still. The numbers on the front are exactly 2, 5, 6. Jiang Chun instantly froze. Nima, do not be so coincidental. I guessed I have wood. Murong Yu was stunned for a moment. Swish looked up at Jiang Chun, her mouth deflated with tears in her eyes. You still say there's no perspective, obviously there is. Oh, rogue, colorful embryo.
Engineer, absolutely.
Jiang Chun was also speechless. This could all be guessed by him. Today he must go buy a lottery ticket to kill the fire. Ahem. He lightly coughed twice. He had to explain clearly, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. I blame my own mouth. Listen to me. He pulled the bench forward and moved closer to Murong Yu to explain. I really don't lie to you what I just made up. I actually deduced it by observing the changes in their expressions. I swear to God. Unbelievable. Murong Yu turned sideways and pouted. I'm going to let everyone know that you have perspective, and you especially like to look at girls' bodies. I'm KM. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. This little girl looked cute and cuddly. How could her heart be so vicious? Don't, little sister. There's something to be said for that. Humph, I don't care anyway. I'm going to say that Jiang Chun is a big hooligan and a big lecher. Murong Yu sidled up and raised her chin, looking like she had made up her mind. Auntie, big brother is wrong, not okay. You this spread out. I also how to mix in the Jianghu in the future. Humph, I don't care anyway. I'm gonna say that Jiang Chun is a big hooligan and a big lecher. Same words, not even punctuation changes. Jiang Chun saw the soft can not only come hard. Fierce said, just now you also saw, I hot hand destroy flowers without blinking. If you dare to talk nonsense, the next you know humph. Humph, I don't care anyway. I'm gonna say that Jiang Chun is a big hooligan and a big lecher. Morong Yu looks like she didn't hear Jiang Chen's threat or the same sentence. Anyway, is not afraid you have the ability to destroy the flowers with a hot hand. I. In the face of Morong Yu, who is not into oil and salt and is not soft and hard, and who cannot be hit or scolded, Jiang Chun immediately felt that his fist was hitting on cotton, and he was powerless. Suddenly he had a flash of insight. Take that, kiddo. Just say it. 1 second you pass it on, and the next I'll put up a shirtless image of you on the internet. Morong Yu's eyes glazed over. She turned her head and stared at Jiang Chun incredulously. You still say you don't have perspective? People have been seen by you? Oh. Humph. I don't care. If you can start a rumor, so can I. Jiang Chun followed Morong Yu's example of holding his hands on his chest sideways and raising his chin in an arrogant manner. You, how could you? Morong Yu saw Jiang Chun imitate her and immediately punched his shoulder. Humph. I don't care. If you can start a rumor, so can I. Jiang Chun was just repeating this anyway, whatever tricks you use. Shame on you for learning how people talk. Humph. I don't care. If you can start a rumor, so can I. Murray Jade. Just clearly dominant, how suddenly flipped, and no matter what she said, Jiang Chun always only one sentence like a repeater, even the tone does not change a little kind of. Just as Jiang Chun transformed into a repeater, the seal of the entrance to the secret realm was broken, and Dean Su Zhaoxing flew towards the resort area first, followed by 5 others, all with the ability to navigate the air, and seemingly at least as strong as a Zhongsher, and then behind them were the support staff of a lower rank. They were very fast, and fortunately the resort was not very far from the entrance, and they reached their destination in a few minutes. You guys go and take those 2 back to the military, and the medical team will administer aid to the injured immediately. Su Zhaoxing issued a series of instructions, and everyone began to divide and mobilize. Jiang Chen. Su Zhaoxing came to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen's performance had completely exceeded his expectations, and furthermore, there was no telling how many people would have to die without him this time. Humph. I don't care. If you can start a rumor, so can I. Jiang Chen habitually repeated the words, not even with a hint of hesitation. What the hell? Su Zhaoxing frowned slightly. He didn't know about what happened between Jiang Chen and Morong Yu, and it felt strange to hear Jiang Chen's arrogant reply. Morong Yu spat out her tongue in embarrassment, then pushed Jiang Chen. It's Dean Su. Humph. I don't care. Alas, Director Su. Hello? The repeater suddenly jammed halfway through the repetition, followed by a 180-degree turn in pitch. Morong Yu covered her mouth and snickered, and Jiang Chen glared at her without any good reason. What does Dean Su want to see me about? Jiang Chen asked in an unperturbed manner. In fact, he was already thinking in his heart what request he should make. This time he was considered to have saved everyone. The benefits were naturally less, and he had to be ruthlessly gripped. Su Zhaoxing also secretly nodded his head when he saw Jiang Chen's composure and calmness. And in his heart, he couldn't help but pull up his evaluation of him some more. Thanks to you this time. I express my heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of all the students. What the hell? It's not okay to save so many people and just say thank you. That's not okay. What 1005th order spirit crystals? Su Yuan Zhang? Too polite? Saving everyone is my own volition. No other thoughts at all. Spirit crystals, money, or whatever. I actually don't care at all. Jiang Chun pretended to be surprised. Click a meal explanation. First of all, said that the greater the ability of the greater responsibility. Save everyone is supposed to, this time to show their own spirit crystal and money abhorrence, resolutely cannot be, if the college must express gratitude to the ground, then a little bit less than 505th order spirit crystals plus 5 million on the line. Morong Yu at the side of the eyes wide open, red lips slightly open, dumbfounded looking at Jiang Chan. Righteous words, refused the academy's reward. But Dean, he didn't mention the reward at all, my brother? Jiang Chen's mouth was like a river, gushing in passionate speech for 5 minutes. President Su's eyelids could not help but jump, half squinting his eyes to re-examine this calm and collected students. We will consider it. Dean Su nodded and said, Dean, don't need to be too embarrassed. In fact, I really didn't do anything. It's just that I saved a few hundred people and captured 2 spies. It's all trivial and not enough to worry about. Jiang Chun again mentioned the little things seriously. After the 2 of them talked for a few moments, Dean Su left. He still had a lot of things to take care of. After all, this outbreak was very serious, If it wasn't for this freak of nature, Jiang Chun, at least half of them would have died by the time their backup arrived. Jiang Chun is undoubtedly the biggest contributor, awards that is certain only the amount of discussion on the discussion. Shameless. Jiang Chun sat back down on the recliner, and Morongyu skimmed her mouth and shattered it. Little girl family understand a hammer. Face can be a meal. Resources are the real hard currency. Morongyu didn't bother theorizing with him. Anyway, this person had thick skin. She walked over and kicked Jiang Chun. Get up. What's the matter? You're still not happy even after saying a few words to you? Jiang Chun glared at the pouting Morongyu. I'm going to pack up the chairs, big brother. The game ended early, we're going out. Morongyu rolled her eyes. Ahem, early to say it, you early to say I will get up. You do not say how I know, said I know it, talk to talk, do not move hands and feet, do not poke my abdominal muscles. Chapter 133, Assassination Mission. The two of them put all their stuff away in the midst of the brouhaha, not slowing down as they made their way to the exit. The 7 regional competitions in the country can be described as a series of twists and turns in the situation. First, Jiang Chun used Yang Ziming and Qin Dejun, 2 people, to sacrifice the flag to show their strength, followed by the public to provide a generation of playing and selling points business. It is the race that easily crushes everyone, not only grabbing points but also smartwatches, which is shameless. Then an unexpected situation occurs. Traders show up, and the raid causes casualties. Immediately after that, 35th Order Magical Beasts plus 1 6th Order Magical Beast came out in unison, wanting to wipe out all the contestants in one go. Jiang Chun saved everyone by saving the day. Finally uncovered 2 Fusan saucers. Jiang Chun is even more brutal to waste the limbs of the enchanting and charming spy, can be described as ruthless and incomparable. Other than that, needless to say, after this series of events, Jiang Chun's name was already well known. As the live broadcast signal was suddenly cut off, it caused a great impact. After all the people who watched the live broadcast saw the appearance of those magical beasts. Everyone was speculating about the results, and the contestants' loved ones were even more worried, with the HCC Academy's phones ringing off the hook. It wasn't until late in the evening that HCC's official website finally made a statement about the situation, which is briefly summarized below. Firstly, it was said that this was an emergency incident. Secondly, it expressed sadness for the students who died in this incident. And finally, it was said that the suspects had been arrested and the incident was being further processed. Jiang Chun smashed his mouth. His name did not appear throughout. A pity, he still want to take this fire. It is best to have a product to find him a speech or something, earn a little money. In the evening, Jiang Chun was dragged back home by Morongyu's forceful drag. Last time, I just didn't see it at the door. But today is considered the first time I officially stepped into the Morong family. Make yourself comfortable somewhere to sit while I go change my clothes. Morongyu threw Jiang Chun casually, put down a sentence thump, thump, on the stairs. Jiang Chun was also not polite, casually moved his butt and sat on the soft sofa. There was an ethereal fragrance wafting in the air if nothing else, so he couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath. Ah, cozy. At this time the maid also served a cup of steaming hot tea at the right time. The tea's fresh aroma made one's mind relaxed and unconsciously wanted to relax. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded as someone came down the stairs. Unlike Morongyu's big grin and hurried pace, his footsteps down the stairs are not urgent and very regular. Obviously not flying forked Morongyu, that little girl. Jiang Chun raised his eyes and looked over. The position he was sitting in was right opposite the stairs, and he raised his eyes to look over the stairs. Jade returns to. The woman met Jiang Chen's gaze before she could finish her words, and swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Morong Mingzhu wearing a set of mauve home dress hiding the perfect body. Long hair casually draped. A few strands of broken hair gently against the white flawless face, adding a few points of warmth. Good-looking peach blossom eyes slightly stunned. Apparently did not expect Jiang Chun will appear here. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm as he nodded slightly in greeting. Morong Mingzhu also nodded her head slightly in greeting. This was considered the first time the two had met alone. Thump, thump, thump. Came a rush of footsteps, and without thinking about it, he knew that it was 100% Morongyu. Sure enough, Morongyu changed a set of pink cartoon-patterned home clothes, flying forked ran down, just in time to see her own sister, smilingly embraced on her sister's arm and pampered. Sister, I miss you, I want a hug. Jiang Chun secretly picked up the teacup and sipped low, not bothering to look at the warmth of the two sisters. When the two sisters met, Morongyu looked as if she had endless things to say, taking her sister's arm and sitting on the sofa opposite Jiang Chun, gushing about the thrills and spills of this competition. Jiang Chen, the person who was forced to come as a guest, had really become an outsider, completely unable to interject. Of course, he didn't want to interject. It was good to be a little transparent. Sis, I'll tell you he has perspective eyes. Morong Mingzhu looked sideways at Jiang Chen, and there was clearly some different colors in her eyes.
喂，话可以乱吃，饭不能乱说。
On this point, he must clarify. Eft. Morong Yu let out a ft and pointed out that Jiang Chen was wrong. Jiang Chen didn't bother with Morong Yu. He looked at Morong Mingzhu, squared his body, and explained seriously, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I really don't have perspective eyes." Before Jiang Chen could finish, Morong Yu interjected. "You said yourself that you have perspective eyes, and now you're denying it. Humph." "I." Jiang Chen could not wait to seal up Morong Yu's mouth, but also hated himself why his mouth was cheap and casually said that he had to explain half a day. The key is still not explainable, which in case there is no standard to test, believe it or not, it is completely someone else's subjective judgment. He gritted his teeth and whispered towards Morong Yu. "Don't think that you're the only one who can create rumors. I can too." This was a threat. He had used this trick when he was in the secret realm, threatening Morong Yu that if she dared to create rumors, he would turn the rumors into truth and hang Morong Yu's shameful pictures on the internet. "Look, sis," he threatened me. And he said that he was going to put up pictures of me without my clothes on the internet. Cam, how did I get into such a shameless person? I'm better than blue at messing around. Jiang Chen held his forehead. He realized that he couldn't explain it at all anymore. So he didn't bother to do so. "Do what you like. I don't care. I'm tired." Morong Mingzhu's rosy lips moved slightly. Her watery peach blossom eyes slightly curved as if she was smiling but without sound. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had lowered his head and smothered his tea, missing the stunning moment. Morong Yu and her sister next to naturally noticed her sister's change. The corners of her mouth could not help but rise, her eyes ancient, skulking a turn, as crafty as they could be. The capital, somewhere. There were two people in the room, one sitting and one standing. Both men wore Fuso military uniforms and had a mustache under their nostrils. This is a secret Fuso stronghold in the capital. The man sitting is called Fujita Futari. The man standing is called Yanagita Ichi. Baka, great abomination, our plans all destroyed karma. Fujita Jiroichi slammed his long sword into the ground with a thud. His face contorted in anger. They had been planning for a year for the total annihilation of the young elites of the Dragon Kingdom, and had spent a lot of manpower and good financial resources, and as a result, when they were about to succeed, a Jiang Chen was killed out halfway, not only destroying their plans. All of the high-level magical beasts were lost, and Saucer was captured, so it could be considered as a stolen chicken and a heavy loss for them. Fujita Irichi's emotions slowly calmed down after he vented. "Will the Rukokus, will they check up on us? Spies being caught would likely reveal their location, and once exposed, it would be basically impossible to escape. Don't worry, General. The Saucers are all highly trained. There's no way they'll expose us even in death." Yanagita Ichi further explained in order to allay the concerns in Fujita Futari's mind. "Moreover, we only have a single line of communication, and the discs on the mission don't know our exact location." Fujita Nijii was really relieved to hear that there was still room for maneuver in everything as long as he wasn't exposed. "Yosi." Fujita Urji nodded, then said fiercely with fierce eyes, "That, Jiang Chen's, kill. This time Jiang Chen's appearance had completely disrupted their plans, and naturally made it onto their must-kill list. Allowing such a person to grow up was a huge threat to Fusan's plans, and had to be snuffed out before it was too late. "Don't worry, General. I've already made arrangements." Yanagita Ichi said, "The people on the capital side can't be moved for the time being. I've already contacted the samurai lurking in the other regions, and they'll be arriving in the capital in the next few days." Upon hearing this, Fujita Nijii nodded and praised Yanagi Ichi for his solid work, and that he would definitely be given credit for the success of the mission. Yanagita frowned slightly. This time he had contacted 5 Fusan assassins lurking in other regions, and so far 4 of them had already replied, stating that they were already on their way here, while the steel plate Gantuan in South China had been slow to reply to the message. Once down and back in her room, Ichigo Yanagi once again sent a message to steel plate Ganware. There were 2 main missions this time: assassinating Morong Mingzhu, the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom, and Jiang Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 134. Posing as a Fusanese to penetrate the enemy's interior. After dinner, Morong Yu strongly requested Jiang Chen to live in the house, but how could Jiang Chen agree? A lonely man and a woman, he observed. Morong family servants are all clear women, so he spent the night there is very really inconvenient, so he did not hesitate to refuse. Morong family. Morong Yu was sulking. She wasn't angry with Jiang Chan but with her sister. She said with a look of hatred, "Sister, you didn't leave Jiang Chan for a bit. He would have definitely stayed if you had opened your mouth." Morong Mingzhu frowned slightly. Jiang Chen's attitude was clearly that he wouldn't stay. Besides, why would he stay if I opened my mouth? What logic? It seemed like the two of them hadn't even spoken a few words before they had to open their mouths to leave someone at home for the night. Just thinking about it was embarrassing. On the contrary, this sister didn't think about that, and she couldn't do anything about this willful sister secretly shaking her head. "No, I'm going out shopping." The more she thought about it, the angrier Morongyu decided to go out shopping and buy some stuff. Maybe that would take the edge off of her. Jiang Chan slowly returned to the dormitory of Huazhong College. Guo Mingliang was arrested. Sun Jihui was also taken away. As for the other roommate student Gu Ding, it was obvious that he was again pulled out to juice by Gong Linglong, the King Kong Barbie. So it's just him tonight. Take advantage of now, he received this year's storage ring all brought out. Ready to organize, cannot be used to throw away. Used in a ring on the line, the other empty rings have time to take all the rings to exchange for money. Wow! He poured out all the contents of one of the storage rings. There were not many things, bits and pieces, and a few sets of strange-looking clothes, which were inexplicably unpleasant at first glance. As for the origin of this storage ring had long been unable to remember, and he was too lazy to look into it deeply. Buzz, buzz. Just as he was about to clean up, one of the objects suddenly vibrated twice and lit up with a faint light. It's a black thing, kind of like a decades-old BB, but much smaller, with a one-finger-wide display on the top end and 2 unread messages. Jiang Chun flipped it over and looked at it upside down before remembering the origin of the storage ring from the Fusanian steel plate gone where. A year ago, in the 100 Beasts battlefield, he was at the critical moment of building his foundation, but he happened to meet steel plate gone where and another Fusang woman gouging, causing him to almost fail in building his foundation. When he succeeded in building his foundation, he decisively decapitated the 2 men and plucked off their storage rings as trophies, while also learning the art of disguise. I didn't realize that, a year later, the thing still had power, and it was a rarity that it could even receive messages. The Fusan language written on the display was one that Jiang Chun had never learned, but he could read it. In fact, he had naturally learned the Fuso language, both written and spoken, a year earlier when he had searched the souls of Fuso spies. The 2 messages were received at the same time, hinging on the fact that the signal had just been picked up. Steel plate June comes to the capital quickly ##%. The inscription reads Hunt the Dragon. There was no specific address, it was a seemingly confusing and unruly string of numbers and characters, which was their code word, a hidden communication code used to hide their specific location. However, it was hard to beat Jiang Chun. He had known the correct way to break it today when he searched for the female spy. The cracked address is 201 Cherry Blossom Lane, Sycamore Street, east side of the capital. There was no telling when this message was sent, but Jiang Chun decided to take a look anyway. Obviously this is Fusan Saucer in the Dragon, a secret stronghold. Even if there is no harvest by the time to notify the military and is a great work, the reward is not Gaga offer. Say it and do it. Turning on the navigation, he flew out directly from the windowsill with his imperial sword. Can't help it, roadie, no navigation, ghosting everywhere. Jiang Chun quietly landed in an unoccupied area when he was still 2 kilometers away from his destination. Then casting the transfiguration technique, his appearance rapidly changed, and after a few minutes, he completely took on the appearance of steel plate gone where. After thinking about it, he took the katana from his storage ring and pinned it to his waist. 2 kilometers was only a few minutes' walk for him, but he deliberately slowed down and strutted down Sycamore Street, which was very much in line with the current situation of foreigners being arrogant and domineering in the Dragon Kingdom. Some people had retreated when they saw how arrogant this Fuso man was. Seeing 2 beautiful-looking girls, he also raised his eyebrows towards others arrogantly whistling, "Flower girl, sleep together work." The 2 girls were frightened and fled in a panic, afraid that they would really be pulled to warm the bed. Jiang Chun secretly scared, then turned his head just in time to see 2 familiar faces walking head-on. It was the 2 Morong sisters. Morong Yu's right hand was carrying milk tea, her left hand was holding her sister's arm, and she was carrying 2 bags in her hand. Looking at the Eloju in the bags, she should have just come out of the clothing store in front of her. It was obvious that both had seen the scene just now. Morong Yu wrinkled the bridge of her little nose and blah 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 opened her mouth to whisper something. But looking at her expression, it was obvious that she was very disgusted with steel plate June. Jiang Chun was slightly stunned and instantly recovered. His right hand rested on the hilt of the katana, and he walked over with a big swing and arrogance. The 3 of them brushed past each other, and Morong Yu skimmed her lips and sidled her body to the side, and her feet moved a small step to the side in a very disgusted manner. Tue! Morong Yu defiantly took a bite out of her back Tue. Sister Morong Mingzhu's long eyelashes fluttered, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and her straight nose moved without a trace. Then she turned her head to look at the ugly-looking steel plate June, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Sis, what's wrong? It's okay, let's go back. Morong Mingzhu felt strange. He smelled a familiar odor from that Fusang man. Although it was very faint, it still couldn't escape her sense of smell. And this familiar smell turned out to be exactly the same as the one on Jiangchen. What is the connection between the two? Everyone had their own special odor, and although it was difficult for ordinary people to perceive it, Morong Mingzhu could easily capture the unique smell belonging to each person. She sensed Jiang Chen's scent on this Fusang man, so there were only two reasons. One was that the two had been in contact and for a longer period of time, and the other was that Jiang Chen was the Fusang man, and the Fusang man was Jiang Chen. Either way, it seemed to indicate that Jiang Chen had some unusual relationship with the Fusang people. If it was the first one, then why did Jiang Chen have to contact the Fusang people for a long time? Could it be that he was originally a spy or even that he might be a Fusang person? Combined with what happened in the secret realm, Morong Mingzhu made a slight guess. If the first scenario held true and Jiang Chen was a spy for Fusan, then his plan to sabotage Fusan in the secret realm was to gain more people's trust so that he could step out into the open and engage in some espionage activities. If the second scenario held true, it would be even more dangerous. Jiang Chen was originally from Fusan and had been, from the beginning, lurking in the Dragon Kingdom. Morong Mingzhu was in a bit of a trance. Either way, it was a bit hard for her to accept. Jiang Chen still didn't know that he had turned into a Fusan spy in Morong Mingzhu's eyes, and at that moment, he had already arrived at Cherry Blossom Lane. Shaking his shoulders, he knocked on 201's door. Not haphazardly, of course, but rhythmically and regularly, like a kind of code word to identify oneself. Soon the door to the room was opened. It was a middle-aged man with a dragon country face. Chapter 135. Assassinate yourself? Jiang Chen viciously cursed a traitor in his heart, but his ugly face was not happy or angry. Very calmly walked in. The middle-aged man closed the door and also unlocked it from the inside. Steel plate Kuan, this way. The middle-aged man seemed to have recognized steel plate Gone, where for a long time and had no doubts about his identity, leading Jiang Chen out from the back. Then after turning a few corners and going through a narrow passageway, he finally arrived at his final destination. Son of a is hiding pretty deep. Jiang Chen followed the middle-aged man to a large door. After knocking on the door, it opened from the inside and looking up a huge Fusan flag hung on the wall directly in front of the door. Fujita Futari and Yanagi Aichi were there, along with 4 other Fusan assassins dressed in pinned katanas. Steel plate Kuan, you're finally here. Yanagi Aichi was slightly relieved to see steel plate Gantry arrive. This mission was a big deal, and if steel plate Kuan hadn't come, there would have been a shortage in personnel. Jiang Chen knew the principle of saying more than one thing and simply nodded woodenly. Ichigo Yanagita didn't care and continued to talk about their mission and plan this time. There are 2 missions this time. One is to assassinate Morong Mingzhu. Jiang Chen inwardly moved. Good guy, even want to assassinate the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Dog dare quite big ah. Morong Mingzhu is so easy to be assassinated? Yanagita Ichi continued. We almost succeeded a year ago, but in the end, for some unknown reason all of our people disappeared strangely, ultimately allowing her to escape with serious injuries. And this time we're fully prepared and we must succeed. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also began to calculate in his heart, and he faintly swept the other 4 assassins, 3 of which were Diamond 10-star, and 1 of which was Sovereign 3-star. He had also sensed Morong Mingzhu's strength, but it seemed as if her aura had been masked by something, so he hadn't detected her exact rank. But that day in the Yulin Black Market Morong Mingzhu was flying over. From that point of view she should also be a Zong master. Coupled with the fact that she already had horrifying SSR-ranked psychic abilities, it was that all 4 of these people might not be able to successfully assassinate her. Tomorrow, she will go to the Twin Moon Peak roundabout in West Crossing, and there will be someone to match your actions at that time. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This sentence had revealed an important piece of information. Morong Mingzhu's side had insiders planted by Fusan. Yanagita Ichi paused then continued. The second thing is to assassinate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped. Nima. Assassinate me? KM your father. You stabbed your mom's nest or slept with your sister, and you stabbed me? Jiang Chen has sabotaged our plans again and again. He must die. Yanagita Ichi gritted her teeth and drank. Her resentment towards Jiang Chen very great. Jiang Chun thought of not just slaughtered you a few little brats, but also do not have to be so big resentment. Well, the big deal is that when the old man to be a good person to send you a litter reunion, remember to thank me. Next, assign the tasks. Ichigo Yanagita scanned the 5, then began to call the roll. Matsuo Saburo, Yamaguchi Kimi, and Nakamura Yuta. The 3 of you are in charge of assassinating Morong Mingzhu. Wild Hemp, Steel Plate Gone Where, you 2 are responsible for assassinating Jiang Chun. Matsuo Saburo is that sovereign 3-star powerhouse. Autumn Bean Sacks. Jiang Chun immediately objected. What does Steel Plate Kuin think is wrong? Yanagita Ichi asked, looking at Jiang Chun. I just think that this mission is too important and the opportunity is rare, so I must make sure that nothing goes wrong. So I applied to join the assassination team of Morong Mingzhu. Matsuo Sanjuro frowned slightly at the sound of this, somewhat displeased. Jiang Chen's words seemed to imply that they couldn't. What reason? Yanagita spoke faintly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Reason, I'll give it to you right away. He directly released his breath, and instantly, the entire room was filled with a strong power, and he looked towards Yanagita Ichi and Fujita Nijii, confidently said, being strong counts as a reason. Sovereign 5 stars. Yanagita Ichi didn't expect Steel Plate Gantry's rank to have reached such a high level, and was quite shocked in his heart, knowing that a year ago he had only just risen to Diamond. Without waiting for him to inquire, Jiang Chun himself spoke up first and explained, I've had some strange encounters this year, so it's normal for my level to rise quickly, right? Awakened people also encountered strange encounters by chance. Promoting rapid leveling up was rare but not unheard of, so this seemingly flawed explanation made sense. The others didn't doubt it, and only revealed a look of envy. Can you not be envied for elevating from Diamond to Sovereign 5-star in a year? Okay. Matsuo Saburo, Yamaguchi Kimi, Nakamura Yuta, and Steel Plate Kuin, you 4 will work as a team to make sure the mission is accomplished 100%. And Wild Kuin will temporarily lurk by Jiang Chen's side, observing his every move. Yanagi Ichi ended up shooting straight. They quickly set off. Jiang Chen's 4 people quickly rushed to Twin Moon Peak Yuantongguan Xian to get ready in advance. Wild Hemp, on the other hand, he was a single person heading to Huazhong Academy. He hid outside the main gate of the academy and didn't enter the academy. He was afraid of attracting the attention of other people. In the middle of the night, a silhouette cut through the darkness and landed on the balcony of Jiang Chen's dormitory. Ever since some speculations arose, Morong Mingzhu had been unable to sleep, and eventually she decided to quietly come and take a look. Her arrival was silent and quiet without making a sound. The glass doors to the balcony were open and she stepped quietly into the room. With the light from the street lamps downstairs, she scanned the room and found all 4 beds unoccupied. Could it be that he's really Fuso? Morong Mingzhu couldn't help but think in her heart, and her mind was a little unsteady. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp thud woke her up. In this silent environment, the sudden ringing sound is like a thunderbolt. Even if you already know that no one in the dormitory, Morong Mingzhu still startled for a moment. The heart thumped. Reflex hastily covered the phone in the pocket, for fear that it will make a sound again. Good thing there was only 1 ring. She patted her chest, her red lips pouting slightly, and a trace of a young girl's pout actually appeared between her eyebrows, as if she was blaming the sudden sound. If anyone had seen that look on her face, it would have been jaw-dropping and very unbelievable. In everyone's eyes, the Morong family's eldest young lady was a refusing, unearthly cold goddess who never faced the crowd with a cold face and no extra emotions. But today, in a dormitory at Huazhong College, she showed a different side of herself that was not known. Unfortunately, such beauty is hidden in the darkness where no one can see it. Morong Mingzhu took out her cell phone. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. Morong, you have a Fusan mole around you. There is already an assassin ambush in Yuantongguan. Come over as planned. Be careful, do not return. Morong Mingzhu was shocked after seeing this message. First of all, she had a Fusan insider by her side, which she had never expected, and the people she knew quickly flashed through her mind, only to end up locking in Jiang Chun. Of all the people she knew, Jiang Chun had the highest probability of being an insider in Fusan, and it also fit with all her speculations. Ugh! Morong Mingzhu let out a dark sigh. The other was that the assassin had ambushed the roundabout. She was a bit puzzled about this point. Tomorrow's trip to Twin Moon Peaks Yuantongguan had been arranged by her mentor on an ad hoc basis, and she had only learned about it tonight. So here's the question. If it was Jiang Chun who was the insider, according to the timeline, he shouldn't know about his schedule for tomorrow. And she herself had never told anyone else about it. So who could the Fuso insider hiding beside her be? For some reason, she seemed to be in a better mood. Morong Mingzhu also quickly understood the latter phrase come according to plan. That is, she should pretend not to know and then go according to the schedule. It's trying to fish for an inside man. Chapter 136 Give me your sister's phone number. Morong Mingzhu didn't know who sent this text message. However, one thing is for sure, it must be someone she knows and is still close to. She has 2 numbers, but this number she has never released to the public except for her family and close friends almost no one knows. Twin Moon Peak Yuan Tongguan, Jiang Chun and the other 3 had rushed over in the night and had avoided all the surveillance and infiltrated silently. It had to be said that the Fusan assassin's stealth and maneuverability was really strong, and even Jiang Chun secretly nodded his head. Fusan's assassins are really chicken thief. They not only have strong supernatural ability, there is everyone has the key of ninjutsu, also ing unscrupulous use of poison, equivalent to they will not only magic attack will also physical attack at the same time add points to the dodge skills. If a person of the same level met them, they probably wouldn't even know how to die. Even high-level people can be killed if they are slightly negligent. After all, the purpose of an assassin is to kill. As for the methods and means are secondary. As long as the mission can be accomplished, any means can be used. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if a black or white cat catches a rat. The same goes for assassins. They don't care about the means, they don't care about the process, only the result. Getting the job done is their first day job. Therefore, these few people are actually still a relatively big threat to the Dragon Kingdom. In case they assassinate a big shot or something one day, the basket will be stabbed. If he hadn't wanted to investigate the mole on Morong Yu's side, he would have planned to directly exterminate these 3. After coming to the view, the 3 assassins quickly spread out and began to familiarize themselves with this side of the terrain in passing to plant some organs and hidden weapons and so on. Jiang Chun paged the dog coins professionally, and he also began to act up to pretend to pose. At the same time, he took the opportunity to send a message to Morong Yu. Give me your sister's phone number. Originally Morong Yu is flopping on the bed gorgeous brush short drama. Suddenly received a message from Jiang Chun. She is still wondering what will be so late to find her. When she clicked on the details and froze for 3 seconds, the words, "Give me your sister's phone number," caught her eye. When she came back to her senses, she called out, "Good guy. She hadn't even made a move yet, and you were so proactive." The number was sent over in 2 clicks, and incidentally this had the phrase, "Cheer up and work hard." Mwahahaha Jimeno. What the hell is a gas effort? Jiang Chun frowned slightly when he received the message, secretly saying that this little girl knew that she had mixed into the enemy camp. But it shouldn't be He didn't think much about it and quickly copied the number to send a text message over to Morong Mingzhu. The 4 of them then hid separately, and the whole thing went unnoticed. Early the next morning, the 2 sisters of the Morong family were having breakfast, and the younger sister Morong Yu frequently looked at her sister, as if she wanted to find something she wanted to know from the change in her demeanor. "Jade, are your eyes uncomfortable?" Morong Mingzhu noticed her sister's movements, so she put down the glass of milk in her hand and asked with concern. "No, Morong Yu said crisply. "So what do you keep looking at me for? I have flowers on my face?" "Flowers are not as pretty as your sister." Morong Yu smiled cheekily, then cleared her throat and asked tentatively, "Sister, did you sleep late last night?" Last night she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so she quietly ran to Jiang Chen's dormitory, and when she came back it was indeed very late. Technically she did sleep late. "Aha!" She gave a soft hum in reply. Morong Yu's face immediately showed joy upon hearing this, and immediately came over to her sister's side, her eyes beaming. "Messaged with someone?" Morong Mingzhu's eyebrows clustered. She felt that this sister of her own family seemed to be a bit out of sorts today, and she was not actively interested in her affairs. She did message with someone last night. It was her former instructor, and it was the same instructor who told her she was going to roundabout today. Originally she did not want to go. Her nature is like this, do not like lively like clean, so began to be determined. However, the instructor said that he would be leaving the country in 2 days and might not have the chance to meet again, so he asked a few teachers and classmates to get together before he left. Finally she agreed. As for why she chose to be at the roundabout, she didn't care. She didn't realize there was a conspiracy until she received a text message from an unfamiliar number in Jiang Chen's dormitory. To say that the message was not sent last night, it ironically was with the teacher. "Aha!" She gave a soft hum. She didn't know exactly what her sister was trying to do, but it was natural to dote on her sister. Then again, there was nothing to hide in the first place. Morong Yu heard the great joy. "There is a game in the middle of the night to phone number chat, also chat late, proper game She smiled cheekily, 2 charming little pear swirls appearing on her cheeks. "Sis, so how do you feel?" Morong Mingzhu froze for a moment. Before she didn't receive that unfamiliar message, she felt that everything was okay. but after receiving that message she felt that everything was bad. However, she did not intend to tell Murong-yu about these things, or at least, she would not let her know until the matter was resolved, and at the same time she could not show any concern. So she smiled softly. Little girls don't meddle in grown-up affairs. Murong-yu saw her sister's look, and immediately knew that Jiang Chun was a good guy. It was only one night, and she took her old sister down. It's not too fast, right? The truth is that these two men are talking completely off the same channel, so to speak, but they have their own interpretations, and this is the effect that is produced. Soon, Murong Mingzhu went out. There was a car waiting for her at the door. There were 3 people in the car, 2 men and 1 woman. A man and a woman for the main passenger and a separate boy in the back. Logically, in this case of 2 men and 2 women in the same car, the boy and the girl should be in the same row, not forked like this unless the main driver and the co-driver are boyfriend and girlfriend. But it's clear that the guy driving the car and the girl in the passenger seat are not in that relationship. Murong Mingzhu instantly understood the meaning under her cool face. The girl in the passenger side rolled down the window and said towards Murong Mingzhu with an apologetic face, "Mingzhu, I'm sorry I have a bit of a cold and motion sickness today, so it's better to sit in the front row in my heart." Murong Mingzhu nodded slightly without saying anything. A hint of joy appeared on the back row boy's face, but he instantly collected himself and said with a sincere face, "Murong, get in the car. Don't let the teacher and the others wait for long." The back row of boys called Gao Junliang looks white and clean, combed 3/7 hairstyle. The left forehead also left a handful of flowing bangs. It can be seen that he today in the grooming instrument is to spend some effort. As he said this, he stared at Murong Mingzhu, his eyes glittering with anticipation, delight, and excitement. In order to be able to sit with Murong Mingzhu, he purposely asked the 2 people in the front row to cooperate with him in a play. However, how could Murong Mingzhu let him have his way? Chapter 137. This fake mountain is especially fake. Under Gao Junliang's expectant gaze, Murong Mingzhu unexpectedly came around the front of the sedan to the outside of the main driver. "I'll drive," Murong Mingzhu said to the boys in the main car. The boy was a little hesitant, but when he saw the coldness in Murong Mingzhu's eyes, he couldn't help but chill and obediently gave up the main driving seat. The boy shrugged towards Gao Junliang, indicating that there was nothing he could do. The faint smell of shampoo filled the car as Murong Mingzhu got in. Gao Junliang's calculations fell through, and he was unhappy in his heart, but his face did not show any abnormality, and he still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. The car made a roaring sound and soon blended into the traffic. Along the way, the 2 men and 1 woman were chatting, and sometimes they even deliberately led towards Murong Mingzhu. However, Murong Mingzhu didn't care about this, and concentrated on driving all the way without talking. An hour and a half later, the car was firmly parked in the parking lot of Yuantongguan. Murong Mingzhu's former instructor, Su Haichin, was already here waiting for them. "Hehehe, here comes Murong. Mr. Su." Murong Mingzhu respected Su Haichin, and although she had only been her instructor for a year, she had at least played a teaching role. Well, it's good to be here." Su Haichin laughed. Beside him there were a few other teachers, similar in age to her. Murong-yu didn't greet them because she didn't recognize them. "People have arrived. Let's go up first." Su Haichin gave the word. Everyone followed her towards the mountain. Twin Moon Peak is 2,400 meters above sea level. The terrain is steep, divided into east and west peaks, in the middle of a 50-meter wide gully. From a distance, the whole mountain looks like it has been artificially split into 2 halves from the middle. The Yuantongguan was built on the eastern peak, and as the group hiked on, Su Haichin and the crowd chatted about parents and family members, drawing a burst of laughter from time to time. Murong Mingzhu secretly observed everyone here as she walked. If there really is a Fuso insider, then it must be 1 or more of them. But nothing out of the ordinary was found until they reached the top of the mountain. Built 500 years ago, Yuantongguan has a long history of incense burning. In order to promote tourism, the local community has invested a great deal of money in the restoration and expansion of Yuantongguan over the years. Because of the terrain and the desire to attract more tourists, they worked on a new house. The new houses are all wooden structures and are built on the cliff face. The network has been specially given a name for them called Cliff Lima. Understand, all understand, of course, fear of heights people should not enter. Hidden in the shadows of the assassin Jiang Chun found that the target appeared after the sudden 12 points of spirit, ready to mutiny backstabbing. 3 real assassins, and old 6 did not act rashly, firstly, because he had not yet received the news of the inner circle, and secondly, there was always someone around Murong Mingzhu. Jiang Chun smacked his lips, his eyes narrowing into slits. The boy who was circling around Morong Mingzhu looked stupid and tried to get Morong Mingzhu's attention with every move. But in fact, in the eyes of others, it was just stupid and childish. His eyes almost never left Morong Mingzhu, almost carved the words, "I like you" on his face. But Morong Mingzhu did not let him as he wished. On the contrary, she was very cold to the boy. The boy directed himself to perform for half a day but was still happy to do so. Jiang Chun knew at a glance that this was a proper ing dog licker. He seems to have forgotten that he was a steady old lickspittle back in the day. Jiang Chun was paying attention to Morong Mingzhu while also keeping an eye on the people around her, wanting to find out which one was the mole. But the mole seemed to be hidden very deeply, and for a while he didn't find out who it was close by. Suddenly, the bridge of Morong Mingzhu's nose twitched slightly as she smelled Jiang Chen's scent. Huh. Why is she heading my way? Big sister. We are on the same side. Don't hurt your teammates by mistake. Morong Mingzhu arrived in front of a hidden wigwam. Her eyes scanned the area and did not find any trace of Jiang Chen. However, his smell was the strongest here. Moreover, she was able to feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. It was very close, and it seemed to be right in front of her eyes. Morong, what's up? A girl asked. No, it's just that the wigwam is particularly fake. Morong Mingzhu shook her head, then turned to leave without further words. Jiang Chun thought to himself, fortunately, I have a lot of skills, so I'll ask you if you're afraid of stealth? Originally, he only wanted to put on an act to confuse the three real assassins. But now that it was better, he stopped hiding and just followed the crowd stealthily. This action of his directly confused Morong Mingzhu, as his scent was always there and seemed to be right next to him. But there was nothing next to it. It didn't take long for Su Haichin and the others to come out of the view. Su Haichin was a regular visitor to Yuantong Guan, and every time she came, she would look for the Guan master here to have a chat, and everyone was used to it. Yuantong Guan covers a large area, there are quite a few halls. It can be seen that Su Haichin is really devoted to this aspect. Almost every hall she has to go to offer incense and worship. Halfway through passing a milk tea store, teacher Su Haichin also greeted her two disciples to buy some milk tea. Jiang Chen's eyes stared slightly as he quietly followed. Morong Mingzhu only felt Jiang Chen's scent drifting past, then slowly fading. Her gaze glancing at the two people who had gone to purchase milk tea. Due to the hot weather, the milk tea store was doing good business and the two even stood in line for a while. 7 on the rocks, 3 heated. The clerk didn't ask much about the customer's request. Everyone's eating habits are different, and they made whatever the customer wanted. There's nothing wrong with making milk tea that's all transparent. After 10 minutes or so, the two returned with milk tea. One of them lifted the bag with the milk tea in his hand and said, "These 3 cups are hot. The rest are cold. Mr. Su, do you drink hot or cold? My stomach is cold these days, so I'll drink it hot." Su Haichin smiled and took a hot drink from the bag. "Morong, what about you?" "Hot it is." Morong Mingzhu also took out a cup of hot drink from the bag. She was not suitable for cold drinks these days. The two then quickly distributed the milk tea, one with a drink in his hand. Morong Mingzhu was also a little thirsty. But, seeing Su Haichin drinking the same milk tea that she was holding in her heart, her concerns disappeared. Bu inserted the straw and took a small sip. After resting for 10 minutes or so, a few of the men set off again. And so it was until lunchtime and they were only almost halfway through the tour. Jiang Chun had been following them around and was also constantly observing the group of people, even including the other tourists who had come into contact with them and so on. But everything was normal and there was still no sign of any mole so far. Because of the large number of tourists, there are many restaurants and tea houses here even though it is a mountain. They found a relatively large specification restaurant. 10 people just filled a table. Su teacher today in a good mood, but also greeted everyone to point their favorite dishes. Is the meal drugged? Chapter 138. Dark moon, high wind, killing night. Is the meal drugged? Jiang Chen muttered, because drugging a meal was the simplest and easiest means to succeed. So when the dishes were all on the table, he also specifically used a silver needle to check them one by one, and they were all normal. That's a deep ing mole to hide. Jiang Chun couldn't help but secretly shatter a sentence. Thank you all for taking the time to stay with me, and I'll toast you all with a cup of tea. Su Haichin raised her teacup, and the table of people also raised their teacups and took a sip. Morong Mingzhu frowned without a trace. She was also worried that the rice was poisonous, so she just took a sip of tea while the others moved their chopsticks. Eat it. I checked it's not poisoned. Just then Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang in her head. Morong Mingzhu's body moved slightly and looked up at the others, who were doing everything as usual, seemingly unable to hear the voice. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's next sentence explained. Divine thought transmission. They can't hear it. There were many questions in her mind at this time that she wanted to ask Jiang Chen. However, she didn't know how to divine thought transmission, so she could only be a listener. After climbing the mountain for half a day, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't hungry, and since Jiang Chen said it wasn't poisoned, she moved her chopsticks as well. At this time, I don't know why, but she trusted Jiang Chen, and the speculation that Jiang Chen was a Fusionese had been put to the back of her mind for the time being. Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to him in a stealthy state, was a bit bored and stared at the people on the table as he scanned around. And finally his gaze also landed on Morong Mingzhu. Her appearance is like a finely crafted perfect work of art. Her eyebrows are like a painting. Her eyes seem to be full of autumn water, clear and deep. Her long eyelashes are like a small fan slightly fluttering. Her nose is straight, and her lips are like peach blossoms, which are as delicate as they are colorful. Because the weather is too hot, the sweat beads on the temples are crystal clear, glowing with a little halo, a few strands of hair because of the sweat beads of the moist and gently affixed to the temples. To the original cold face added a few points of a different charm and softness. I'm full. Take your time. Morong Mingzhu put down her dishes, then carried her small bag to the restroom. In the restroom, the bright mirror reflected her flawless face. Only now her cheeks were flushed. Just now, she clearly felt a pair of eyes beside her staring recklessly at her face. And she knew that the owner of those eyes was definitely Jiang Chen. Wow! Turned on the faucet and washed his face. Exhaling deeply, he looked at himself in the mirror again, and his face had returned to normal. When she came back from the bathroom, she didn't sit on the table, but sat on a stool next to it. She smelled Jiang Chen's scent, and at the same time, she also felt a gaze sweep over her. Shortly afterward, the crowd ate and drank their fill, and after settling the bill, they accompanied Su Haichin to continue hiking. Along the way, the crowd also made small talk. Ugh, did you see the Big 7 tournament the last 2 days? Of course I watched. That one called Jiang Chen does have some skills. What ability, in my opinion? He has no real talent. This incident is completely hype. Gao Junliang said disdainfully. His gaze couldn't help but glance at Morong Mingzhu. He wanted to use a different voice to attract her attention. Morong Mingzhu frowned slightly. She had also watched the live broadcast, and had even heard Morong Yu talk about what happened after the live broadcast was cut off, and had a general understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. 5th order magical beasts were killed casually, and 6th order magical beasts were killed in a single move. You call that incompetence? I don't know how, but anyway, when she heard someone commenting on Jiang Chen like this, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, so she frowned and swept a glance at Gao Junliang. Gao Jun's heart cheered in his chest, really getting her attention. Another girl thought for a moment after hearing Gao Junliang's words and said, I also watched the live broadcast. It doesn't feel like hype. Jiang Chen's strength is really strong. Gee whiz, don't want the hype yet, Gao Junliang retorted. I haven't seen him make a move throughout the entire match, and as soon as we met each other, the other party directly knelt down, obviously buying off everyone. Besides, how old is he? According to the information, he only turned 20 this year. Do you think a 20-year-old can be that strong? Able to directly make a diamond-ranked person kneel? Can't it be that he's still a sovereign king? When he said that, the others fell silent. Seems to make some sense. This kind of person is just a small person who wants to be famous by virtue of some backstage, and is only interested in profit. Gao Junliang said smugly, completely unaware that the very person he was talking about was right next to him, hearing his words word for word. Doggone, pretending to be a bee is all about stepping on the old man. Jiang Chen couldn't stand to see this kind of hanging bee-like. The next moment, Gao Junliang's feet were tripped. The center of gravity was unsteady, bang, fell face down in a dog. Tashira, is everything okay? When Mr. Su turned around after hearing a loud noise behind him, he saw Gao Junliang sprawled on the ground. No, it's fine. Gao Junliang snapped, then got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. The crowd just thought it was his own walking accidentally fell, and did not take it seriously. People are fine. Only Morong Mingzhu's deep gaze vaguely flashed with a hint of laughter. She was sure that it was 100% Jiang Chen's handiwork. However, I've heard that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen this time, the 700 people competing might have all been wiped out. At this point someone else chimed in. I've heard that too. At that time, 35th rank magical beasts and a 6th rank magical beast suddenly popped out. Ah, really? Of course. I heard from my distant cousin, who is one of the contestants. What happened? What happened? Later on, I heard my cousin say that Jiang Chun was so brave and fierce that he punched a 5th-order magical beast, and the 6th-order magical beasts couldn't even catch a single move from him, saving everyone. Is he really that good? Some people still didn't believe it. After all, Jiang Chen's was too young. Although they are a year or two older, rank is not low. Not to mention a 5th-order magical beast. Encounter a powerful 5th-order magical beast may only run the part. Not to mention killing a 6th-order magical beast in seconds. Here, other than Murong Mingzhu who might have this ability, everyone else would have to think about it. Speaking here, the man suddenly lowered his voice. Moreover, my cousin also said that Jiang Chun captured 2 Fusan spies and removed all the limbs of one of the female spies. Hearing that there were Fusan spies, everyone's expression was stunned for a moment. I didn't realize that Fuso had infiltrated to such an extent. Alas. At some point, Su Haichin and a few other teachers came over just in time to hear this sentence. Su Haichin let out a helpless sigh. Unconsciously, it was already dusk. The sky was flooded with orange-red evening sunlight, and from the top of the mountain, the whole sky looked like a huge watercolor painting. Tonight it was time to spend the night on the mountain, and after dinner the people also went back to their rooms separately. The 3 Fuso assassins had been crouching for a day without making a move. They hadn't received the mole's orders to move and would have to wait. The moon is dark, the wind is high, and it's a murderous night. The mole who hadn't moved all day was bound to take action tonight. Jiang Chun was hidden outside Murong Mingzhu's room, and the other 3 assassins had long been ready. Little by little, time passes. At 2 a.m., the temperature at the top of the mountain plummeted and all was quiet. Just then, all 4 received the same command at the same time. Plan successful, move. Chapter 139. Assassination. Plan successful, move. The person who sent the message wasn't the mole but Ichi Yanagita. Jiang Chun instantly MMP, doggone it, originally thought that the mole would directly contact them. Even if they didn't find out during the day, when the time came to contact them, they could know who it was. But the result was that the mole directly gave the uplink, which made it very difficult for him. Until now, who exactly the mole was he had no idea. That means the phishing failed. Moreover, it was obvious that the mole had already acted a long time ago. But he had followed Murong Mingzhu around all day today, and had observed everyone without finding any traces. Let's just say that the tactics taken by the mole were so subtle that they fooled even him. Just as he was thinking, the other 3 had already made their move. The door to the room was as empty as Su in front of them, and in just 3 seconds the door was opened silently. This is a standard single suite. The room was dark and out of reach, with no light at all. However, it didn't seem to affect the actions of the 3 assassins. They crept over to the bed, then raised their katanas and clanked them down. Suddenly Yamaguchi was alerted, but by the time he reacted it was too late, and his chest was pierced by a sharp steel blade. The 2 of them, Matsuo Saburo and Nakamura Yuta, were startled, and in an instant, their figures retreated violently. But the stealthy Jiang Chun struck again, stabbing through Nakamura Yuta's waist. In the blink of an eye, Kuchikoshin and Nakamura Yuta claimed the box. But in this very instant Matsuo Saburo had locked onto Murong Mingzhu's position, and he instantly killed him. Murong Mingzhu reacted very quickly. Her Nianli supernatural ability instantly unfolded, directly applying an invisible defensive shield to herself. The light of the blade flashed as the katana slashed hard against the shield. Bang! A muffled sound. Shield shook violently. Murong Mingzhu's body also shook violently. Her face instantly paled and her body shook. What's going on? Murong Mingzhu's hand tightly pressed down her stomach. A conical pain came from her small abdomen, and she felt her ability draining away, her strength rapidly diminishing. Beads of bean-sized sweat quickly covered the glossy forehead. Matsuo Saburo's katana slashed down once more. He could already tell that Murong Mingzhu was in a very bad state. He had to take advantage of this time to cut him down. The sudden attack on Kachiki Heart and Nakamura Yuta made him very uneasy inside. And that ING steel plate gentleman, 2 of his ING brothers are dead, and his dog coins still won't come out to help. When he thought about it, his anger was not in a place. Steel plate June, this old 6, is trying to pick up the advantage. Let them explore and finally wait until they are both defeated to come out and clean up the mess. That's still a better expected outcome now. If he thought about it a little deeper, he felt a chill on his back. If he waited for them to fight a losing battle, Steel Plate June would then stab him in the back. And by then, once the 3 of them were dead, the credit would end up being all his alone. Baka! Matsuo Saburo suddenly stormed up, gripping his katana with both hands and slashing down hard. At the same time, he unleashed his powerful alien ability. Shadow Piercing. Sword light swish suddenly day bright incomparable piercing. But the next moment, change returned to endless darkness. As if it were a black hole swallowing up all the light. Countless dark forces instantly condensed into a needle of arrows as thin as the size of a hairline. Dense and numerous. Nishinai, Matsu Asaburo bellowed, utilizing the full power of his sovereign 3-star. Morong Mingzhu's face was pale. The sharp pain in her belly made her unsteady on her feet, and the flow of power made the protective shield she had put up shaky and threatened to collapse at any moment. Bang! With a loud bang, Matsu Asaburo's attack finally landed. The shield was instantly broken. At the same time, Morong Mingzhu's body also suffered a huge impact, and it crashed through the wooden wall behind her alive, falling towards the cliff. If he were in his normal state, Morong Mingzhu would have no fear of the sovereign 3-star Matsu Asaburo. However, she didn't know what was going on. But when she mobilized the power within her body, a sharp pain came from her lower abdomen, accompanied by the flow of power. It was something she hadn't expected. Originally, she had made ample preparations, anticipating that the Fusan assassins would make their move tonight. However, it was not expected that his body would suddenly go out of shape. I've been careful enough, why do I still get caught? What went wrong? With a puffed sound, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out. Her face became even paler, and her spirit also became depressed. The wind whistled in her ears, and the speed of her descent increased. She tried to forcefully mobilize the energy, but found that the power in her body was so chaotic that she could no longer control it. A black sharp needle like a hairline pierced her body, and the power within her body was disturbed by these black auras. Jiang Chun had just finished taking care of Nakamura Yuta, but he didn't expect this Matsuo Sanshiro to be so brave, and in the blink of an eye, he had disabled Morong Mingzhu. According to his thoughts, Morong Mingzhu would have no problem at all taking down Matsuo Sanjuro. However, the truth was that Morong Mingzhu was defeated in a single shot. The first genius of the Dragon Kingdom is nothing more than that. He mentally flirted with the idea. However, his movements didn't stop, and with a swish, he flew down towards the cliff. Matsuo Saburo naturally rushed out as well. It was the basic quality of an assassin to live and die. We must see the target of the assassination die. Then the mission will be considered complete. The two rushed down one after the other. It was just that Jiang Chun was still in a stealthy state, and Matsuo Saburo didn't realize it. The falling Morong Mingzhu suddenly felt a lightness in her body, a hand holding her back and an arm around her legs. The sound of the wind beside his ears was still there, only it was no longer falling, but moving sideways. It was windy, but he still smelled a familiar odor. Matsuo Asaburo changed direction instantly at the sight and chased after him. Jiang Chen's imperial sword flight was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the opposite jungle. After disappearing into the jungle, Jiang Chun stopped and didn't continue to flee, because there's no need for it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Matsuo Asaburo to arrive. Swish! Matsuo Asaburo had just landed on the ground, and before he could react, his heart was pierced. He had been cautious enough, but in the end, the difference in strength was too great. Finishing off Matsuo Asaburo, he carried Morong Mingzhu in his arms as he quickly traveled through the jungle. Morong Mingzhu's state was very bad. Her face was as white as paper and her body began to tremble and spasm. This situation had to be treated first. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to find an abandoned Taoist temple in the middle of the mountainside, where there used to be incense, but then responded to the call to all move to the east peak. He deactivated his stealth skill and placed Morong Mingzhu on the ground. At this time, her eyes were closed tightly with a pained look on her face. Morong, wake up! Jiang Chun injected some spiritual energy into her, and Morong Mingzhu's eyelashes fluttered for a moment before slowly opening her eyes. What's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, Morong Mingzhu didn't answer his words, but saw with difficulty and asked, You? Are Jiang Chun? It's me. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's appearance changed, quickly returning to his original appearance. Chapter 140, Healing. At the same time, he also voiced the question in his mind. That Matsuo Saburo shouldn't be your opponent. How come you've become like this? I'm not sure. My little belly aches and the power is draining out of me. It was only at this time that Jiang Chun focused on her abdomen, only to see Morong Mingzhu's hands covering her belly in death, veins rising on the backs of her hands, obviously using a very large amount of force. Let go of your hand and I'll take a look. Then he added, I know a little about medicine. He thought Murong Mingzhu would misunderstand. In fact, when Murong Mingzhu heard that she was told to let go of her hand, she had already done so. As for the piece of cake of knowing a little bit of medicine, she'd learned that the hard way a year ago. But when Jiang Chen's palm was lowered, she still couldn't help but tremble a little, and her body instantly stiffened. Feeling the warmth coming from his palm, the pain seemed to have lightened up a bit, and a hint of redness even covered his pale cheeks. Red and white, I guess. Jiang Chen mildly injected spiritual energy, passing along a wisp of divine thought. After a few moments, his expression became a bit gloomy. Murong Mingzhu's physical condition was very bad, especially in the location of the lower abdomen, where the blood qi necrosis blood blocked the meridians, and there were traces of medication having worked. To treat it, the first step must be to remove the dead blood. Ahem. That. Murong your situation is a bit special. Jiang Chen coughed twice in embarrassment. Go ahead, I can take it. Murong Mingzhu knew that her body was in a very bad condition. She closed her eyes to endure the pain and said, that, and it might bleed. Murong Mingzhu slightly opened her eyes and glanced at Jiang Chen, saying, it's all like this. What's a little bit of blood? Just do it. Ahem. I still feel the need to set you straight. As thick-skinned as Jiang Chen was, he still felt the need to give Murong Mingzhu a heads up in this situation. He came to Murong Mingzhu's ear and softly muttered a few words, and the latter's pale face instantly regained its blood color, even more rosy than before. Murong Mingzhu's face was covered with a blush. However, she was at least the #1 talent in the Dragon Kingdom, and her vigor was still there. Eyes closed. You do it. Looking at her fluttering eyelashes and blushing cheeks, Jiang Chen snorted in his heart. Just move. He mobilized his Shenhuang Qi and separated a strand into Murong Mingzhu's body, slowly helping her to dredge and remove the dead blood. The healing process was not easy for Murong Mingzhu. Her body trembled a little from time to time, obviously caused by the pain. Jiang Chen tried to control the force as much as possible during the healing process. His palm gently sliding, the slightest bit of warmth passed through his skin. Murong Mingzhu's cheeks had been very red, both from feeling the movement and warmth of the large hand on her abdomen, and from the embarrassment of the blood being expelled. Closing my eyes and pretending to be dizzy is the best solution right now. As the dead blood is expelled and the meridians are unblocked, the pain in the lower abdomen quickly subsides. Don't move yet. Murong Mingzhu tried to sit up, but Jiang Chen stopped her. There are still strange black auras in your inner body. Wait for me to remove them altogether. Feeling a warm current slowly swimming throughout his body, the black qi was removed from all the places he passed through, and the meridians returned to normal. She couldn't help but wonder if she felt the same way a year ago. She was in a semi-comatose state at the time, so she didn't feel it too deeply. After another quarter of an hour, Jiang Chen finally removed his palm. Murong Mingzhu's body has been completely healed. Jiang Chen helped her up, only to see the crimson redness of her lower body. Murong Mingzhu's face swished into a blood-red color. Ahem, that, do you want to change first? Upon hearing this, Murong Mingzhu glared fiercely at Jiang Chen with a red face. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak up.
Go. Go, go, go.
She pushed Jiang Chen outside the house, then quickly found a corner and began to change her clothes. Gee whiz. What's so pretty about changing clothes? So good to hide. I'll change my clothes brightly. Talk was talk, but he never had a peeping Tom either. This kind of really isn't necessary. Ah! Suddenly, Murong Mingzhu's scream resounded from inside the house. Jiang Chen was shocked. Damn, were there still assassins? So without saying a word, he turned around and rushed in, finding Murong Mingzhu in the corner in an orderly fashion. Murong Mingzhu screamed and jumped to her feet, and when she saw Jiang Chen come in, she suddenly made a flying leap and hung onto him. This was something that Jiang Chen hadn't expected. Is this still the same Murong Mingzhu, the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom who was cool and peerless in front of everyone? Is this still the same cold goddess that everyone thinks she is? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the word cold. At least that was how Jiang Chen felt right now, as he felt his chest was stuffy and hot, not cold at all. Old rats, there are rats. Murong Mingzhu hugged Jiang Chen's neck tightly and trembled. What? Jiang Chen thought he had misheard and couldn't help but raise his volume. You come down first. He carried Murong Mingzhu downwards. I don't. There are rats, not down. What the hell, big sister? You're the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. A patriarchal powerhouse, a mouse is scared like this, disgraceful or not you? Jiang Chun said with a look of hatred. It's embarrassing to talk about it. The first genius of the Dragon Kingdom wasn't afraid of magical beasts or rats. I am convinced you. I don't care, you get rid of it. Jiang Chun wanted to give her 2 strikes, but on second thought, alas, forget it. With that, he mulled Mingzhu hanging like a kangaroo and then overtook the meddlesome rats. Well, when you're done with that, hurry down. I have something else to discuss with you. Just come down, don't be mean. Jiang Chun looked over with a long trailing voice. It's pretty damn rare for that to come out of your mouth. Morong Mingzhu also realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing, and hurriedly pushed Jiang Chun out again. After rustling around for a while, Morong Mingzhu changed into clean clothes. Discuss what? When she appeared in front of Jiang Chun again, she had already regained her cool appearance. Hey, still a ing dual personality? Jiang Chun secretly spat in his heart. When I treated you just now, I found traces of the drug's effects. Moreover, you said that your power was also flowing away. Is there any detail in this that we didn't notice, and that's why we were victimized by the mole? If you think about it, overlook those details. Both of them frowned at the same time, both of them thinking back on the day's experience. But everything seemed so normal that there was not a single break to be found. The meals were all personally tried by Jiang Chun without poison. Even the milk tea at the very beginning he saw with his own eyes to make it completely fine. So what is the problem? And who is the mole? The two of them couldn't make heads or tails of it after half a day's thought. Just then, Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised as he looked into the distant sky. Someone's coming over. You haven't lost your bloodied clothes, have you? Nope. Change. Chapter 141. I am a woman, not a gentleman. Soon after, a figure descended from the sky, and it turned out to be Gao Junliang. When he saw Murong Mingzhu in the house, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but move, and a trace of inexplicable gleam flashed in the depths of his eyes. Jiang Chun in the shadows took it all in. Secretly, is this kid the mole? He didn't immediately strike, and even transmitted his voice to Murong Mingzhu, telling her not to act rashly either. Murong, are you okay? Gao Junliang ran over urgently, looking at the blood-covered Murong Mingzhu with a worried look on his face. Ahem. You? Why are you here? Instead of answering his words, Murong Mingzhu asked the question. The face was pale and weak. We heard a commotion on your side, so we immediately went over. But when we arrived, you were already gone. Gao Junliang goes to help Murong Mingzhu, but she shakes her head and refuses. I'm seriously injured and my organs are shifted. Don't move me. Okay. I won't move you. Gao Junliang immediately withdrew his hand. Don't you worry. I'll call Mr. Su right away to inform them to bring a medical team. He reached for his cell phone while feeling Murong Mingzhu's scent. The lack of any energy fluctuations meant that she had already lost all her power, and now she was a seriously injured ordinary person. Murong, you, good riddance. Gao Junliang's eyes suddenly changed, and what he pulled out was not a cell phone at all, but a foot-long dagger. With a flash of cold light, it ruthlessly stabbed towards Murong Mingzhu's heart. The concerned worry in his eyes also turned into fierce viciousness. Murong Mingzhu was conditioned to resist, but for the sake of realism, Jiang Chun sealed her power. I originally thought that I could get some words out, but I didn't realize that this kid was so eager to go straight to the killers. However, this situation was also expected. Only to see a small black tail snapped on the door of Gao Junliang's head. The latter was directly fanned out. Jiang Chun didn't bother to hide, and took advantage of Gao Junliang's confusion to strike out and directly seal him. How did you? Gao Junliang was surprised and his face was appalled. One was because Murong Mingzhu stood up intact, and the other was that his strength and body were sealed. No one answered his words. Jiang Chun stroked his chin and crouched down to take a closer look at Gao Junliang. This kid wants to pick you up so badly. Anyone with eyes can see that. But such a good opportunity for him to have no other thoughts about you and only want to stab you in the heart. It's really suspicious. Murong Mingzhu glared at him without any good reason, and Jiang Chun directly ignored it. She naturally understood Jiang Chen's meaning. Gao Junliang was indeed her loyal licking dog, and at the same time, if he was also a mole, he shouldn't have directly killed someone just now. Let me check and see. Jiang Chun didn't say anything. He directly sealed Gao Junliang's mouth, then pressed his hand on his head. Soul searching. To this kind of Fusan mole he is abhorrent, not a bit of soft hand, direct violent soul search. However, his face slowly changed, frowning and stretching at times. Murong Mingzhu didn't know what he was doing, but when she saw his changing expression, Her heart couldn't help but follow and tighten. A moment later, Jiang Chun let go of his hand. Morong Mingzhu immediately asked, "How is it?" "He's not Gao Junliang." Jiang Chun sucked in his palm, and the dagger that had fallen to the ground was yanked into his hand. Then without any hesitation, he slashed towards Gao Junliang. A crack immediately extended down from Gao Junliang's brow. There's no blood coming out. Inside was surprisingly another face. Mr. Su. Morong Mingzhu's eyebrows were locked. Gao Junliang's skin turned out to be Su Haiqin. At this moment, Su Haiqin's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment as she stared at Morong Mingzhu dead in the face, as if she was a wild beast about to explode. Morong Mingzhu was puzzled. Gao Junliang is Su Haiqin. Then who is Su Haiqin? She looked at Jiang Chun, her bright eyes filled with incomprehension. Jiang Chun patted her shoulder and smiled. The real Gao Junliang is dead. Su Haiqin has replaced Gao Junliang, and the current Su Haiqin is a Fusionese woman named Ryu Miko. From the moment you got in the car, you fell into their trap. Does the car smell like shampoo? Morong Mingzhu recalled and nodded. Indeed there is. Jiang Chun let out a and continued. In fact, the scent of the shampoo is to cover up the smell of the poisonous gas. This poisonous gas is really just a trigger. Do you remember the milk tea? Morong Mingzhu nodded her head when they each had a cup of milk tea and she asked for a hot one. I actually went and watched the whole production at the time and there was no problem at all. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen's drawing style suddenly turned. Actually, there's a detail here that we've all overlooked. What details? Morong Mingzhu looked at Jiang Chen. Why do you want a hot drink? It was logical to default to iced or room temperature at this time of year if no one had ordered it, but they had gotten hot milk tea instead. It serves two purposes: one, to confirm that you're still physiologically active, and two, to poison you. I know the first point, but the second point of how he poisoned it, didn't you say the production process was all right? Morong Mingzhu frowned as she was also recalling the specifics of the situation. At that time when they brought back the milk tea, the first one to ask was Su Haiqin, and it was also Su Haiqin who took it first and then she took it. Could it be that Su moved when she took the first cup? Only Su Haiqin had access to the milk tea in the bag during the whole process, right? Jiang Chun affirmed her guess. When she went to get one of the cups, she had already smeared the poison, which is colorless and odorless and can seep through the skin into the body, on the other 2 cups of milk tea. It was such a detail that neither of the two paid attention to it. This venom and the very first primer work together to form a whole new kind of poison. This kind of poison is very special. It's not toxic to normal people, but to people who are in their physiological period, it's a severe poison. Speaking of which, Jiang Chan glanced at Morong Mingzhu, whose cheeks reddened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Morong Mingzhu also understood after thinking about it. No wonder the small abdomen would suddenly have a sharp pain, so the problem was here. Jiang Chan shook his head and skimmed his lips. I don't even know what these people are thinking, taking great pains to poison, and finally sending assassins to assassinate you. Directly poisoning you to death, that's not more economical. Fusionese brain circuits are really rare. Hiss. Alas, 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 alas. A gentleman moves his hands and not his feet. Morong Mingzhu suddenly stomped on Jiang Chen's instep. Unfortunately, I'm a woman, not a gentleman. Jiang Chan covered his feet and grimaced in pain, grumbling. Do you have intermittent schizophrenic syndrome? Changing your face when you say so. What did you say? Morong Mingzhu stared over with a frown. Complimenting you on your beauty, Jiang Chan said casually. Morong Mingzhu hummed softly. What now? Cool. He was sulking now, and he didn't want to bother with this suspected dual personality Dragon Kingdom's #1 genius at all. Chapter 142. Medical bills paid first. The best thing to do now is naturally to bring Su Haiqin back to the military, who will surely send someone to execute Ryumiko. But Jiang Chun wasn't thinking that way. He was going to capture Ryumiko and send her to the military so he could earn another bonus. Through Su Haiqin's memories, he learned that Ryumiko was only a sovereign 10-star, that is, he could easily handle it himself without the use of rhubarb. Thinking of 2 more experience packs, Jiang Chun unconsciously revealed a silly smile. Oh Morong, I have something here for you. Morong Mingzhu was wondering why Jiang Chun was suddenly giggling, and when she heard him say he had something for her, she then asked slightly, What is it? Jiang Chun slanted her a glance. Of course it's something good. Come over here, I'll give it to you. Morong Mingzhu leaned over in disbelief. Come a little closer. I'm not going to eat you. Finally Morong Mingzhu came to him. Say, what is it? Dang it! Jiang Chen's hand suddenly stretched out, and then a huge rat suddenly appeared in front of him, just 10 centimeters away from her. Ah! Morong Mingzhu's first reaction was to hang on to Jiang Chen, but, suddenly thinking that he was the one who caught the rat, she quickly turned around and tried to run. She reacted quickly, but someone else had already been prepared. Instantly grabbed her waist and held her tightly. Trying to run, that was impossible. Her power was still sealed and she had no ability to fight back at all. Go away! Go away! Morong Mingzhu was terrified and desperately waved her hands in front of her body while struggling. Come on! Take a good look. What a cute little guy. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed and said in her ear. You can't get away with it, can you? Jiang Chen slowly approached the rat. Morong Mingzhu immediately lost her color. Suddenly Paleface also kept jumping feet. Seeing that the teacher was getting closer and closer to her, Morong Mingzhu suddenly turned around and hugged Jiang Chen tightly, her red lips biting down towards Jiang Chen's neck. Hiss! You belong to enough. Jiang Chen ate the pain and slapped down with a backhand. Morong Mingzhu's body stiffened violently, but she didn't let go of her mouth. Instead, she bit tighter. Hiss! Loose lips. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. It hurt. Snap! Snap! Pop! After several consecutive slaps, Morong Mingzhu didn't let go of her mouth, but instead hugged tighter and bit deeper. Damn, what a dog! Having no choice, he directly confined Morong Mingzhu, then carefully broke her head upright. Jiang Chen froze when he saw Morong Mingzhu's face. Her face was full of grievances. Tears in her pathetic peach blossom eyes were about to overflow, tearful, making people look inexplicably clenched. Well, you bit it, so let's call it even, okay? Seeing Morong Mingzhu's lovable appearance, Jiang Chen snapped and grinned, and his words softened. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the tears that were still swirling in his eyes were like a flood that broke the dike and flowed downward. Hey, don't cry. I'm just kidding you. There's no need to cry. Jiang Chen hurriedly reached out to help her wipe her tears, only he couldn't finish wiping them no matter what. Morong Mingzhu's tears were like broken pearls, falling down one by one. Ugh! Bite it! Bite it! There was really no other way, and Jiang Chen's heart softened as he placed Morong Mingzhu's head back at his neck, then unlocked her restraints. Hiss, you really bite? Morong Mingzhu took another bite on his neck. This time Jiang Chen didn't struggle and wasn't spanking her ass. His hand patted her back gently, as softly as if he were putting a small child to sleep. A moment later, Morong Mingzhu loosened up, and she lifted her head to lock eyes with Jiang Chen. The two were close enough to see themselves in each other's pupils. Disappeared. Jiang Chen felt compelled to say something. Put me down. Morong Mingzhu lightly opened her red lips. Why don't you try loosening your arms and legs? Damn, you hang on me, I'm charging a pole roll, all the forces exerted by you. How can I release? Lying down? Well, you'd have to loosen it yourself. Oh! Morong Mingzhu also realized this, but she hid her emotions well and let go of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen touched his neck. Good guy, used force, left 2 teeth marks. Morong Mingzhu, on the other hand, had her hands behind her back and quietly and silently rubbed the part where she had been hit, which was still a bit hot and spicy. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Ahem. How about calling Su Haichin? Jiang Chen opened his mouth. It wasn't a solution to stay silent like this, and the problem hadn't been solved yet. Isn't she right here? What's with the phone call? Morong Mingzhu said carelessly. Not for her, for the fake one. Jiang Chen glanced at Morong Mingzhu and saw that she had her head lowered, one foot kicking around on the ground, just like a little girl. Where was the coolness of the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom? You call her and sell her a hard time to get her here. Jiang Chen explained. The cell phone is dead. I can't call. Morong Mingzhu said without lifting her head. That's fine then. You wait here for me. I'll go back and get her and bring her back with me then. Since he couldn't trick his way over, he was going to take the initiative. Suddenly it occurred to me that I have spare batteries. Jiang Chen stared at Morong Mingzhu for a moment, speechless. Morong Mingzhu took out the phone, but she didn't change the battery, then found Su Haichin's number and dialed it. There was only one ring and the other person picked up. Mr. Su. I've been chased and seriously injured. What? Okay. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen shook his head and said, It's a shame that you don't become an actor. Morong Mingzhu didn't say anything and just glanced at him. Jiang Chun smiled sarcastically, secretly saying that this person's personality had changed too much. Go and change your clothes. I'll do the rest. With that, he lifted the seal on her and then carried the real Su Haichin to the outside of the house. When Jiang Chun went out, Murong Mingzhu raised her head and patted her cheeks, letting out a long breath. A few minutes later, Jiang Chun frowned slightly when he saw Murong Mingzhu again. The big one is online. The cold goddess has returned? A long light blue dress wrapped around her slender and perfect body. The moonlight sprinkled down on her, as if draping her in a thin silver veil, making the long light blue dress shine even more brightly. Smoke Wave is as calm as water, without the slightest fluctuation, and the wonderful face is cold and proud to see joy, anger, and sadness. Awesome! Jiang Chun gave a thumbs up. The mood switches really fast. Her appearance, and who can think of, just now, the tearful and pathetic aggrieved look. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. Murong Mingzhu slanted a glance at him, unable to see any extra emotions. This beautiful fairy, why don't you pay the medical bills first? Jiang Chun moved over to her side, then said in a manner. Chapter 143, Ali gives Wild One. He was just casually flirting. Who knew that Murong Mingzhu directly threw a storage ring at him? Is that enough? The clear, cold voice came. He was about to see what goodies were in his storage ring when he suddenly frowned. Coming. Both of them looked up into the distance at the same time. Under the moonlight, a figure cut through the sky and flew over to this side in a hurry. It's the fake Hyo Haegum, the real Ryomiko. Ryomiko quickly rushed over without a moment's pause after receiving Murong Mingzhu's distress call. What started out as a foolproof plan was suddenly screwed up. Not to mention that the assassin was dead. Murong Mingzhu was also missing, which gave her a headache. It's hard to miss this opportunity and find another one. Besides, it wouldn't be good for her to be blamed by the higher-ups when the time came. When she received the distress call from Murong Mingzhu, she almost jumped up in excitement. Still seriously injured, that's the perfect opportunity to strike. As long as the mission was finally accomplished, no matter how many people were sacrificed, she would still be credited. So, he drove his horsepower towards the location provided by Murong Mingzhu. However, when she saw the two standing below her, she reacted instantly. Fooled. She knew about Murong Mingzhu's strength, but the strange man next to her gave her a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled. How could Jiang Chun let her go? The money tree in his hand could not fly. In the next moment, Jiang Chun directly also made a long rainbow and chased after him, the speed of which made Ryumiko's heart go cold. Go! Jiang Chun joined his fingers like swords and swung them at the same time. The three flying swords instantly wrapped around Ryumiko with a flash of silver light under the moonlight. Ryumiko's eyes were horrified. An extraordinary ability like spacing out was too rare. She didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and swung the long whip in her hand to block the flying sword from approaching. While fending off the attacks and fleeing at high speeds, she obviously felt very overwhelmed. Dang dang dang, metal collisions sound endless. Jiang Chun also do not want to waste time. Directly a speed instantly to the back of Liang Meizi, out of the claw toward her neck to grab. The two of them were now very close, and seeing Jiang Chen's hand getting closer and closer to her, Ryumiko's panicked face revealed a wry smile instead. As she met Jiang Chen's gaze, a flash of demonic red light flashed across her eyes. Charmed. Ryumiko's psychic ability is seduction. The demonic red aura in her pupils instantly reflected in Jiang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen's movements jerked, his palm stopping a centimeter away from her skin. Oh, have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ryumiko sneered, and the long whip in her hand swung down in a flash. Swish sound. The long whip cut through space, leaving a trail of residual shadows. The sound of the air piercing the eardrums. The power of the strike can be imagined. Nishinai. Ryumiko's eyes darted around the corners of her mouth, already locking in the win. However, right at this moment, her neck was suddenly clamped by a large hand. Blinking to see that the man in front of her eyes was clear, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. How? Ryumiko was shocked beyond belief. She was quite confident in her charm technique. Even those with a higher rank than herself would be caught by accident. But what was with this man in front of her, breaking free of her charm spell in just a moment? Nishinai. Jiang Chun didn't bother to give her an explanation, clamping down on her neck and slamming her hard to the ground. In the night sky, Ryumiko smashed into the earth like a shooting star. Boom! The ground smashed up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chen dodged and got up again to her side, lifting the severely injured Ryumiko up in a flash and sealing her in an instant. Let's go back. Jiang Chen carried Su Haichin in his left hand and Riang Miko in his right hand, instantly flying through the air towards the capital. Murong Mingzhu glanced back at the dilapidated dojo. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and when she turned her head she resumed her cool demeanor. Capital, Central China Theater. Murong Mingzhu already had a military identity, and the two of them met the relevant person in charge very smoothly. After handing Su Haichin and Ryumiko over to them, the person in charge said that they would give Jiang Chen a reward, but they still needed to meet and discuss exactly how much. The two of them then parted ways, Murong Mingzhu going home while Jiang Chen still had things to do. It was already dawn and the roadside breakfast stalls were already out. Jiang Chen returned to Huazhong Academy and quickly found the wild hemp hidden in the shadows. Wild hemp was the assassin sent to spy on Jiang Chen, and he had been lurking here for a day and 2 nights. He hadn't blinked for the past 1 day and 2 nights, and as a result, he hadn't even seen a ghost shadow, simply. Even a trained assassin can't carry it off a bit. Jiang Chen was about to go over when he suddenly saw a dog pulling a pile of fresh ollie given the grass. Hey, ollie here, Wild Kuan. Wild hemp legs are squatting numb. This time he is not dare to leave an inch. The stomach has long been hungry, rumbling and come. Suddenly a stinky smell floated over. He turned his head warily. Jiang Chen appeared, and now he was in the shape of a steel plate. Wild hemp's tense demeanor relaxed. Steel plate Kuan, what brings you here? And what is that thing you're holding? He covered his nose and stared at the carton in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen explained with a hefty smile, Wild June, the mission on our side has been completed, and the general has sent me to assist you. Shaga, so that's how it works. Wild hemp didn't suspect a thing. Originally, Yanagita Kazue had instructed him to temporarily monitor Jiang Chen's whereabouts, then send someone over to help when the mission was completed over there. Steel plate Kuan, your side of the mission was completed very smoothly. Smooth, too smooth. Jiang Chen laughed and handed over the carton in his hand. Wild Kuan hasn't eaten in 2 days, has he? Eat some later so you have the strength to kill. Woo. Wild hemp covered his pen and shrugged it off. It stinks. Hey, Wild June, you don't get it. This is a famous Dragon Kingdom snack called stinky tofu. It smells bad and tastes good. Jiang Chen moved closer to Wild Hemp again and continued. This is the Nor brand stinky tofu that I bought specially for you when I came over. It's hard to buy. Stinky tofu? Wild Hemp thought for a moment. I think I've heard of it. That's for sure. The streets and alleys are sold. But my Lee's brand stinky tofu flavor is the most authentic. The taste of the first-class great. Wild Kuan, eat quickly, so we can work when we're full. Jiang Chen pushed the carton forward. After Jiang Chen's lulling, Wild Hemp also believed his words. Thank you, Steel Plate June, you're too good to me. I'll make sure my wife treats you well when we get back. Jiang Chen froze, secretly saying that the Fusang people played really flowery and colorful everywhere. Yossi. Wild Kuan sure is fun enough. I prefer my little sister. That won't work, my sister is 10. But my wife's sister is awesome. Air. Chapter 144. Murong Mingzhu came to block the door. Wild Hemp picked up a piece of blackened stinky tofu and sniffed it realistically. It sure stinks. Then it went straight into his mouth and started chewing. At this moment, his expression was quite rich, as if a pair of big invisible hands were rubbing his face with all kinds of expressions. Gulp! He swallowed with difficulty. Jiang Chen was sweating as he watched. The power of Kalak's brand stinky tofu was really extraordinary. It tastes good. Would Steel Plate Kuan like a piece? No, I just ate. Joking aside, this is a deeply processed special stinky tofu. How dare he move? Perhaps he was too hungry, or it could be that the Wild Hemp really liked the flavor. In Jiang Chen's dismayed and shocked gaze, a bite of a piece was dried up in 3, even licking up the soup. Steel Plate Kuan, please be sure to tell me where my family's Lee's brand stinky tofu store is later. The flavor is so uptight that I want more. Wild Hemp licked his fingers with a look of intent. Aha, good. Jiang Chen wanted to vomit as he watched. This was truly a ing oddball. But soon the Wild Hemp fainted. Jiang Chen naturally did in the food. Can be solved without effort, why make a big fuss about it? Can move the mouth, do not do it. By the time Wild Hemp woke up, he was already in a small black room in the Central China war zone, where all of his psychic abilities had been sealed and the space around him was completely closed. Who am I? Where am I? I was just eating carrots, stinky tofu karma. As for the Fusan command in Sakura Lane, Jiang Chen had also told the military together, and he believed that the military would be able to handle it reasonably. On the other hand, Murong Mingzhu, who had returned home, took a shower and sat on the bed in a daze after returning to her room. One moment she touched the small of her back, the next she touched her lips. Not knowing what she was thinking, her cheeks flushed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, a sweet smile on his face. Although she hadn't slept during the night, she didn't feel sleepy at all now, and her little heart seemed especially excited as it picked up speed every now and then. She was going to get her treasured word book out and study it. Soon, however, her face froze, because the storage ring that contained her secret was gone. She searched for it for a long time and couldn't find it. Eventually, it finally came to mind. No, it's for him. Now she couldn't sit still. That storage ring had her secret in it. If she let Jiang Chen know about it, it would be embarrassing to see her again in the future. No, get it back. I hope he hasn't looked inside yet. Already sleepless. She was even more unable to sleep at this time due to her nervousness. Putting on his clothes, he jumped out of the window directly and quickly flew towards Jiang Chen's dormitory in Central China College. Jiang Chen also returned to the dormitory after dealing with the wild hemp. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but I always felt that there was a flavor given by Ali on his body. The first thing I did when I got back to the dorm was to rush into the bathroom and take a hot, comfortable shower. The thought of a generous reward was exciting. Perhaps with this reward he could break through to the Foundation Establishment Grand Circle in one fell swoop. Wash up, twist the doorknob, and then open the bathroom door with a huff. A wave of heat instantly erupted from the bathroom. All four eyes at the same time. What are you doing? The two men spoke in unison. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, asked Murong Mingzhu again why she appeared in his dormitory and even stood in front of the bathroom. Murong Mingzhu, on the other hand, was shocked as to why Jiang Chen didn't wear any clothes after taking a bath. Same words, different meanings. Jiang Chen was embarrassed and immediately retreated back. Bang! Quickly closed the bathroom door, while wearing clothes while cursing. You're crazy? Ah! Ran into my dormitory without saying a word. Murong Mingzhu's heart was thumping so hard that her cheeks were red and hot and burning. She froze in place, stupidly not even responding. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, he bit his lip and didn't retort. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen put on his clothes and opened the bathroom door with a wow sound and walked out of the bathroom. Say, what's it to me? Jiang Chen sat on the bed with a big grin and glanced at Murong Mingzhu, who was still standing there dumbfounded. If that had happened just now, Murong Mingzhu might have coldly asked Jiang Chen to return the storage ring to her and she would give him a new one. But now she blushed and bowed her head, her index fingers of both hands circling uneasily around the corners of her coat, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing Mu, she didn't say anything. Jiang Chen was also speechless, patted the stool next to him, raised his volume a little and said commandingly, "Come over and sit." Oh! Murong Mingzhu sat honestly on the stool with her head lowered, not daring to raise her eyes for a moment, her thumb and forefinger rubbing the corner of her coat, looking a little nervous and uneasy. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Her current appearance was completely different from how she had initially seen her, even more squirmy than when she was in the abandoned Taoist temple. He sighed as he held his forehead. Big sister, you are the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Ah, the cold goddess Na. Look at your current appearance. Where is the slightest bit of high and cold appearance? Murong Mingzhu lowered her head and pursed her thin red lips. Her red face did not say anything. Jiang Chen reached out and cupped her face, straightening her slumped head. Look at me and don't move, he said commandingly. Murong Mingzhu really didn't lower her head again and just looked straight at him, an inexplicable light flickering in the depths of her watery peach blossom eyes. Gee whiz. Jiang Chen couldn't help but tremble inwardly. He always thought the look was strange, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Secretly, he shook his head, casting away the jumbled thoughts in his head. Say, what do you want with me? Murong Mingzhu bit her lip and whispered, Can you return the storage ring I gave you last night? Just this. Jiang Chen thought that something big had happened, and he was in a hurry to personally run to the dormitory to block the door, but it turned out to be this little. Aha! Murong Mingzhu stared at Jiang Chen and let out a soft a little something. Jiang Chen waved his hand without a care in the world. Murong Mingzhu's eyes lit up at once, but Jiang Chen's next sentence instantly caused this light to quickly go out. But I refuse. Why? Murong Mingzhu froze. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to give her a reversal. Why? I was in a bad mood just now with you looking all over me and didn't want to give it back. I'll exchange it for you. Morong Mingzhu's cheeks burned with panic, and she immediately said in a tone tinged with supplication, I'll change more resources for you. So can you give me back my ring? Jiang Chen's entire body had goosebumps when he heard it. What a situation. When did the cold goddess learn to be petulant? Damn, would love to hear it again. Jiang Chen was startled by the idea that suddenly popped up.
不行不行，不能被迷惑了。欧米头发，平心静气。
The heart silently moved Shen Xinyan out of the townhouse. After 5 seconds of calming down, let out a dark breath. Luckily, Goddess Shen is holding down the fort, so all is well. Jiang Chen's fingers gently tapped his thigh as he weighed. Soon he came to a conclusion. Chapter 145 taking Morong Mingzhu's hand. Soon he came to a conclusion. He would rather trade more resources for this storage ring, so there must be something good inside the ring, a treasure perhaps. Thinking about it, he had made up his mind that switching was out of the question. No good. Do you think I'm stupid? There must be a treasure in the ring. It's mine now. I refuse to trade with you. Jiang Chun clasped his hands in front of his chest with an imposing look, and anyway, there were just 2 words that would not be exchanged. No, really no, baby. Morong Mingzhu's expression was stunned for a moment, and then she was so excited that she raised her hand to reassure herself again and again. The 2 were now sitting face to face, and were already very close, so how could her change in demeanor possibly escape Jiang Chen's eyes? After noticing the change in her demeanor, he was even more certain that there must be a treasure inside the ring. Humph, women's mouths. Lying ghosts, you think I'm 3 years old? Chit. Morong Mingzhu pulled out 2 storage rings with a brush and said excitedly, I'll exchange these resources for you. Jiang Chen's divine sense swept through. Exotic fruits and quite a few spirit crystals, really a big deal. But he still shook his head. No change. Morong Mingzhu became even more eager upon hearing this. As she grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist, You? What do you have to do to change? An icy cold touch came from his wrist. Jiang Chen glanced at it. Move your mouth and not your hands. Men and women are not related. Let go first. I won't let go until you change. Morong Mingzhu not only did not let go but gripped tighter, staring at Jiang Chen's peach blossom eyes cloaked in a layer of light mist. Snow-white crystalline cheeks are still covered with a layer of redness. 3 shy, 3 aggrieved, 3 stubborn, and 1 point of flirtation. Gulp! Jiang Chen looked at this flawless face from a close distance. The skin is crystalline like jade and can be broken, and the lips are light and red and soft and delicate. Want to squeeze? The thought suddenly rose within him. 2 little people also appeared in his mind, one on the left and one on the right. The little man on the left sternly stops it. No, no, no. There's already a girlfriend. The little man on the right kept egging it on. Just a pinch, no big deal. Little man on the left. No, not even a pinch. Little man on the right. Pinch it. Look how smooth and hydrated the skin of that face is. It would be a shame to miss it. I know you want to pinch it. Do it. Do it. Left villain. Jiang Chun. Don't be compelled. Your girlfriend is Shen Xinyan. You're not a scumbag. The right side of the little man. Che, pinch a little is scum? Besides, even if it is a scum, so what? Scum more elegant. All flowers through the leaves do not touch the body. Little man on the right. Don't go against your heart. You are trying to pinch? Follow your heart and do it. Little man on the left. Don't. Jiang Chun smacked the 2 villains apart. By the time he came back to his senses, his right hand was already cupping Morong Mingzhu's delicate face. Probably perhaps this is the moment when the body is no longer under the control of the mind. Who? Morong Mingzhu was visibly stunned and couldn't help but let out a soft sound. The fingers were slightly harder, and the face, which was already covered in a blush, was pinched slightly. Raising her eyes, Morong Mingzhu's eyes were covered with a layer of surging tears. Face a little raw. Ahem. Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it? Dawn was as thick-skinned as Jiang Chan was, and at this moment, she couldn't help but blush with old age. The feel is really good, though. Mentally, I recalled it silently. Ahem. Let's get down to business. Jiang Chun withdrew his hand awkwardly and changed the subject. Morong Mingzhu drummed her face and rubbed her pinched cheeks, her 3 points of aggression directly soaring to 5. Taking advantage of this period, Jiang Chen's divine sense quickly swept over the storage ring that Morong Mingzhu had given him last night, wanting to see what exactly was inside. If there really is a treasure, we'll quietly take it out then and exchange it for her. As his divine thoughts swept through, his brows furrowed slightly. What the hell are these? Treasure? His whole body went numb. Nima, where's the money? Where are the resources? Nothing. All some flowery green dresses and skirts, close to the knot, close to the body, black silk of the white silk of all kinds of complete colorful to see people dazzled. Change to do other people at this time for fear of already wanting to get into the wrong. Jiang Chun silently recited the mantra of clearing the mind while searching for treasures in the pile of flowery things. A moment later his gaze snapped up. Hey, there's a real treasure. That's the basic cultivation secret. The 8 Wasteland Overlord technique, the Spirit Pet technique, the Taoist Mind technique. Earn a lot, it turns out so many feats. Jiang Chun was inwardly ecstatic as he quietly took out these secret books of feats and put them into another storage ring. With that done, he calmed down slightly. Cultivation techniques to hand. Those flowery clothes for him is not much use. And these clothes should be more important to Murong Mingzhu. That is, her baby. Exchanging these things for some spirit crystals would be a solid deal for him. So he decided to switch. With a swish, the storage ring without the cultivation technique appeared in the palm of his hand. Come on. I'll change it for you. Murong Mingzhu was surprised. Really? Jiang Chen, who had been so resolute just a moment ago, was willing to exchange with her at this time. So how could she not be surprised? She hurriedly picked up the ring, then placed the 2 she had prepared in Jiang Chen's palm. Get the ring. Murong Mingzhu, obviously relieved. Face aggrieved expression count instantly disappeared. Face also showed a smile. Peach blossom eyes, corner of the eye slightly up. Very good looking. Immediately attract someone's attention. Taking a long breath, he said in his heart, damn, can't stand it. Today's Murong Mingzhu is too tempting. Almost the Taoist heart is unstable. Can't stay with her anymore. He squared his shoulders and said in a slightly commanding voice, if you're okay, hurry home. Well then, I'm off. Murong Mingzhu smiled slightly, then stood up from the bench and said in a small voice, hurry up, don't disturb my rest. Jiang Chun pushed her toward the door. But suddenly it felt wrong. This side was the boys' dormitory. If someone saw a woman coming out of his room, he was afraid that it would be misunderstood. The key to this woman is still the cold goddess in the hearts of the people. At that time, he was afraid that he would be killed by countless eyes. Thinking of this, he immediately put his hand on Murong Mingzhu's shoulder and carried her in a reverse direction, walking towards the balcony. Go, 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 don't be seen, lest there be any misunderstanding, Jiang Chan said as he pushed Murong Mingzhu out of the balcony, his gaze not forgetting to check if anyone was paying attention to this side. Luckily, it was still relatively early and there were no people, much less anyone who noticed this side of the balcony. So, what's your phone number? Before leaving, Murong Mingzhu asked in a small voice, as light as a mosquito. What did you say? Jiang Chun was so focused on observing the situation outside that he didn't even hear it clearly for a while. That sentence just now seemed to have used up all of Murong Mingzhu's courage. Her face that had managed to regain its whiteness was once again brushed with a layer of redness. She didn't have the courage to ask a second time. In the end, he glanced at Jiang Chun with a slightly grudging glance and flew away in the air. Chapter 146. This is my number, asshole. Bang! Send away Murong Mingzhu. Jiang Chun, without saying anything directly, bang sound will be the balcony door to close and lock. Damn. He was embarrassed to snap his card at the memory of the social death he had just witnessed. If it were not for the thick old face, I would not know how to face Murong Mingzhu. Well, I think she just asked for the phone number again. At this time, after carefully recalling Murong Mingzhu's words just now, he also understood what she meant. Doesn't she realize that I'm the one who told her about the mole and the assassin? Sure enough, there's something wrong with this guy's mental state. However, he still pulled out his cell phone, found Murong Mingzhu's number, and blah 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 sent a few words over. That's my number, dumbass. After sending the message, he casually threw his cell phone onto the bed, and then couldn't wait to take out a few cultivation techniques. His current strength had almost reached the Foundation Establishment Great Circle, and there were indeed very few corresponding techniques. In terms of attacks, the only ones that he could take advantage of were the Royal Sword Art, the Royal Thunder Art, and the Shen Tian Sword Technique, except that the Shen Tian Sword Technique was too profound, and so far he hadn't fully comprehended it. Defensively, with a physical plug-in like the Dragon Scale Armor, one's physical strength was not bad compared to others, and coupled with one's own domain, ordinary people could not get close. As for the others, they were all auxiliary feats such as stealth and transfiguration. Comparatively speaking, what he wanted most urgently was the offensive means. Ding! A crunch came from Morong Mingzhu's cell phone, which was flying through the air. After reading the contents, she arched her eyebrows, like a spring breeze brushing across a lake, sending up layers of ripples. In the dormitory, Jiang Chun had an odd expression on his face. He was holding a copy of the 8 Desolate Overpowering Body Technique. But when he sent open the cover, there was an inner cover underneath. This outer cover was artificially added later, supposedly to hide it from the public. Jiang Chun stared at the large words, "My 8 Loves with the Overbearing President," on the inside cover and fell into a long silence. What the is this? Hanging out with a sheep's head and selling dog meat? You don't play like that. He gritted his teeth and flipped open the inside cover, and the main text was immediately presented to him. Chapter 1. Mr. Bully gave me $1 million afterwards. Me. Jiang Chen's face was green. This is a ing cultivation technique for ghosts. It's a ing romance novel there. Then, he took another gongfu, the spiritual pet technique. It didn't disappoint him, it just made him despair. Ghost Master's spiritual favorite tips, flipping open the outer cover. The inner cover is clearly printed with a few large, brightly colored words. Gentle little petite wife, please husband spoil me hard. Flipping through the book again, the inside cover is printed, from hearing the heart of a dominant husband. The next Jiang Chan are numb. More than a dozen secret books all read once. All romance novels or books. I'm convinced you. Jiang Chun was speechless. Morong Mingzhu actually liked to read this in private. It really surprised him a bit. But thinking back, he was relieved by the day's experience. All the signs indicate that Morong Mingzhu, this guy in private, is actually not cold. Thinking of just being pinched face of the aggrieved look, Jiang Chun could not help but pfft, a smile. Cute, look really good. I'm not a scumbag. Jiang Chun immediately shook his head to cast aside that dangerous method and seriously admonished himself. On the other hand, back home Morong Mingzhu locked herself in the room, rolling around on the soft bed. How the mood cannot be calmed. The mind is full of Jiang Chen's appearance lingering. She flung herself on the bed, reached for her cell phone, and couldn't keep the corners of her mouth from rising as she looked at the "That's my number?" dumbest message from earlier. Stupid. She spat out the 2 words softly, unable to hide the snicker on her face. After lying down for a long time, she took out the storage ring that she had gotten back in exchange, which was filled with clothes that she liked, but wouldn't normally wear. She had bought these garments in secret, and occasionally would wear them in her room after locking the door. I don't think he's seen it. Morong Mingzhu thought so, then skipped over the flowery clothes in search of the canonical novels and talking books. But, after searching every inch of every side, I just couldn't find it. Could it be in his place? Her face swished red at the thought of that possibility. The contents of this storage ring were all her secrets, and no one but herself knew about it, not even her own sister. However, if those novels and talking books were taken by Jiang Chun in plus, it also meant that he had read and knew everything in it. The secret discovered. What to do? A sense of shame rose steeply within her, but it was mixed with a hint of inexplicable delight. Taking the phone, she wanted to call Jiang Chun to confirm, but after a few times she wanted to dial but didn't dare to. Finally, with a clench of her silver teeth, she pressed the dial button. Drip, drip, drip. Jiang Chun was reading a novel called Overlord's Love is Deep and Powerful. Not to mention it was damn powerful, especially the illustrations in it. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Let's just say incense. Picked up the phone casually. Didn't pay attention to the number. Mainly because my eyes just didn't leave the white flowery sunken illustration that was the heroine of this novel. Had to give the artist a chicken leg. Hello. He picked up the phone and gave a casual hello. Jiang Chun. This is Sun Jihui. Come to the martial arts arena. Gu Ding has been beaten. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. What's the situation? On the phone Sun Jihui briefly explained the situation. It's mostly caused by him selling points. Some people who were originally powerful were able to advance by virtue of their own abilities, but they were disqualified by Jiang Chun when he messed them up like this. Those people are not convinced in their hearts. They didn't have that much of a grudge against Jiang Chun for saving their lives, but they were upset with those who had bought the grading but were lower. Early this morning, Gu Ding and Gong Linglong came back from outside the academy and happened to encounter those people. This led to a verbal altercation and eventually a fight. But the other party was numerous and all strong. Gu Ding and Gong Linglong were pressed and quickly beaten. Damn, it's backfired. Wait, I'll be right there. Jiang Chun angrily pulled, directly slammed the door. Dog days, these people do not dare to target him, so they target those who have no points. The key is also specifically targeting the South China region. It is ing abominable. On the other side, Morong Mingzhu heard a mechanical voice coming from the phone. Sorry, the phone you dialed is in the middle of a call. At the same time, there was a knock on her room door. Sis, are you back? Morong Mingzhu pressed the hang-up button, put away her cell phone, took a deep breath to bring herself back to her usual appearance, and then opened the door. Sis, you're really back, ah? Morong Yu cried out sweetly as she hugged her sister. When did you come back? Didn't you say you were going to spend the night at the encyclopedia? How come you're back? I've just gotten back after the business over there. And you're ready to go out? She noticed that her sister was wearing a knee-length white dress with a pink sash around her waist like a willow surplice, and she was carrying a small black bag over her shoulders. Because of the hot weather and high temperature, she simply gathered all her long hair on top of her head and tied it into a ball head with a hairband to reveal her white neck. And with a windy look, she should be going out. Oh, it's fine today. I'm going to go to the academy to play with Jiang Chun. When Morong Mingzhu heard this, her heart inexplicably jumped. It's a strange feeling. At this moment, she actually had an urge to follow her sister to Jiang Chun. Sis, I'll be off then. I might not be back for dinner tonight. You'll be eating alone, yo. Morong Yu didn't notice her subtle change, and after confirming her sister's return, she hopped up and headed downstairs. The white shoes made a thumping sound on the stairs. Seeing Morong Yu going downstairs, then joyfully heading out, Morong Mingzhu finally clenched her teeth. Xiao, you wait. Chapter 147, Finding Fault with Huazhong. Ah, what? Morong Yu turned her head and asked suspiciously. That? I thought you said I usually didn't accompany you. I'm fine today, so I'll just hang out with you. Morong Mingzhu said, trying to keep her tone as normal as possible. Only she knew how much determination she had just made. Really? Morong Yu, thump, ran up the stairs, hugged her sister's waist, arched her head, and very happily pampered. Sister is the best to me. Ahem. Then we'll go out together when I change my clothes. Welda. Morong Yu nodded like garlic. After closing the door, Morong Mingzhu was in a trance. If it were the other way around, she basically wouldn't go out without her sister pouting. But today, just now, she actually took the initiative to ask to come along. Still a first. Morong Yu outside the door feels that today's sister is a little strange. Exactly where strange she cannot say. Anyway, it feels not as cold as before, though her sister had never been cold to her. She pulled out her cell phone and prepared to send a message to Jiang Chun, saying that her sister was going to go over with her. Just a short while ago, yesterday, after being bored at home for a day, she approached Jiang Chun and said that she wanted to go and play with him. Jiang Chun also tartly returned a sentence. My heart is very happy. Just as she was in the middle of combing her hair, she happened to hear a commotion coming from the next room, so she came out to make sure it wasn't her oldest sister coming back early. As a result, to her surprise, her sister took the initiative to go shopping with her. The first time ever. She wanted to tell Jiang Chun about this joy, but when she had edited the message, she froze for 2 seconds, then quickly deleted the content. Surprise him. Central China Academy, Martial Arts Field. The scene is a bit chaotic at this point. The scene was divided into 3 groups of people. 2 of these groups are facing off, the South China region students on one side and the Central China region students on the other. The people from the South China region protected both Bonding and Gong Linglong in the middle. Both of them had colors hanging from their bodies, and Bonding's right arm was hanging helplessly, broken. Gong Linglong has more injuries on her body. Her pilled hair has been messy, loose, and ready to fall apart. There is a bruise at the corner of the eye. The left half of her face is red and swollen. Her left leg was still dripping blood, bright red blood staining her pant leg, and the ground where she stood had left several irregular, bloody footprints. Although she was injured, she had already used her tall body to protect Gu Ding behind her, glaring angrily at the people from Central China region across the street. Damn, ugly, I'm not done with you. A male student in a white head t-shirt over in Central China region cursed loudly as he covered his bleeding nose. Cursed horse, surnamed Goos have the guts to come out and fight one-on-one. Hiding at the back counts for nothing, coward. If my old man's woman looks like this, I might as well Angie self-cannibalize. 2A disgusting. Gu Ding's face was as black as ink. He admitted that Gu Linglong really didn't look good. But even so, he wouldn't allow someone to talk about her like that. So what if you don't look pretty, if you look different? He didn't like it at the very beginning, but Slowly, he found out that Gong Linglong had many, many good qualities besides not looking very good. Gradually, he went from hating it to loving it. Even if she looked like Steel Barbie, she was still his girlfriend, his goddess. You shut the up. Gu Ding violently bypassed Gong Linglong's tall body and rushed out of the crowd, viciously swinging his fist at the man. Even though his right hand had been fractured and he could no longer exert any force. But he still had his left hand and could still make a fist. The wind power surged from his fist, instantly condensing a terrifying vortex that swept towards the man with a mouth full of humph. Not self-conscious, playing with a big sword in front of Guan Gong. The man let out a taunt and then blasted over with the same punch. With a boing sound, Gu Ding's foreign energy was instantly disintegrated, and a sharp and powerful claw instantly sprang out. Crack, a crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. Gu Ding's fist was instantly bloody. The entire fist had been deformed. The bones had suffered a huge impact. The entire palm bone and arm bone were broken and fractured. The conical pain made Gu Ding's face pale, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down. Even though his face was distorted by the pain, he still didn't say a word. His teeth clenched and gurgled, scarlet blood seeping out from the corners of his mouth. Brother Ding. Seeing this, Gong Linglong squeezed out of the crowd in a flash and rushed over, catching Gu Ding, who had been shaken back, her face filled with worry. Brother Ding, how are you? Gong Linglong cried out, tears streaming down her face. Gu Ding opened his mouth slightly, and his lips couldn't stop trembling and spasming, but he still said firmly, I won't allow them to talk about you like that. Brother Gu, I don't care. As long as you are well, I don't care about anything. Gong Linglong whimpered through her tears. It's you. You're the one who injured Brother Gu. I want you to pay for it. Suddenly, Gong Linglong turned her head, her ferocious gaze staring deathly at the person who had just injured Gu Ding, and roared in a cold and frantic manner. Ha ha ha. The man laughed disdainfully, and the people around him in Hua Zhong laughed equally mockingly. Just you, then ugly? If you are ugly, you win. Ha ha. Gong Linglong handed Gu Ding over to Sun Jihui as she stood back up, her 2-meter-tall head standing out in the crowd. For injuring Brother Gu, I want you dead, she bellowed, and with a loud bang, the clothes on her arms were directly split, and a powerful and violent aura instantly filled the air. Sun Jihui knew what she was going to do, and hurriedly supported Gu Ding to remind the people from South China to back away. This woman, she's going crazy. Back off. The Huazhong student, who was covering his nose, stood out, stared ferociously at Gong Linglong, and without looking back, gritted his teeth. Lin Hao, leave this ugly to me. I'm going to blow her up. His nose was broken by Gong Linglong's punch, and he wanted revenge. Tongshen, you're okay with this. Lin Hao laughed and flirted. Off, I was just careless. All right then, I'll leave it to you. Don't disgrace our central China region again, yo. Lin Hao spread his hands, and the two of them didn't even take Gong Linglong, who was in a berserk state, seriously. I don't need you to tell me. I'll beat her to a dog's head. Tang Shan took a step to exhibit, then instantly used his supernatural ability. He was of the botanical lineage and was able to control and summon all kinds of plants. Wow! The ground shook, the surface split, and one thick thorny vine after another drilled out from the ground, then grew wildly and quickly winding towards Gong Linglong.
Torned vine entanglement.
Chapter 148. 1,000 Pieces of Light. Zhang Chun appears. Thorned vine entanglement. Tang Shan shouted. Those thorny vines seemed to be instructed to wow, and accelerated to wrap around Gong Linglong in a flash. Blood oozes out. The barbs on that vine were like a sharp pointy knife, piercing Gong Linglong's skin, piercing into her flesh and blood. Humph! You want to fight me with this amount of strength? Go to hell. Tang Shan laughed rampantly, avenging the beating he had just received, and was in a great mood. However, before he laughed twice, only to hear a boom sound, wrapped in Gong Linglong body of the thorn vines instantly exploded, broken thorn vines suddenly flying all over the sky, and then rustling down. How is that possible? Tang Shan was dismayed beyond measure, and the pitch of his shock changed. But now was not the time for him to froth, and it had to be said that he had very quick reflexes. Just as the crowd gasped in shock, he once again used his powers. Countless thick vines broke out of the ground and swept towards Gong Linglong. However, the Gong Linglong now has changed dramatically. The original 2-meter height instantly skyrocketed to 15 meters, and his body size was even enlarged several times. Those vines of Tongshan were like grass in front of her. Only to see that she reached out and grabbed all those vines in her hand, and then yanked with all her might. The sound of breaking is endless. After tearing off these weeds, Gong Linglong kicked on Tang Shan's body. Bang, a muffled sound. Tang Shan's body suffered a huge impact, instantly like a cannonball ejected. Along the way hit a large crowd. The crowd was horrified. Both horrified at how huge Gong Linglong was after her transformation and how powerful she was after her transformation. Berserk power erupted from Gong Linglong's body, forming an invisible strong wind around her. Gong Linglong didn't stop moving. She raised her huge paw and stomped hard towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao's face changed, and he jumped out of the attack range in sequence. Are you kidding? If you get stepped on, you're 100% dead. However, just as he pulled out of Bigfoot's range of attack, two large hands came at him in a combined left and right attack. He was like a mosquito, and if he was hit, he would die. There was no way at this time he couldn't hold back. Originally, Gong Linglong's level was still 2 levels lower than him, but after the transformation, Gong Linglong's force value instantly exploded, and he was afraid that he was going to be in the gutter if he didn't use his full strength now. Animalize Wild Lion. He is Bestialization, a special ability that allows him to turn into a fierce beast, and his battle power will increase dramatically after the transformation. Roar. A lion's roar, deafening. Lin Hao completely animalized, turning into a lion with a body length of 6 meters. After the animalization, his agility was greatly improved, only to see his limbs stomping. His huge body instantly leaped into the air and jumped out of Gong Linglong's hand. His speed did not decrease, and he quickly darted towards Gong Linglong, his forelegs slapping down hard, splattering a large string of blood. Gong Linglong's thighs were bleeding profusely, and 3 deep, bone-deep wounds appeared there, shocking to the eyes. Lin Hao smiled coldly and took advantage of Gong Linglong's moment of pain to leap up, directly to a height of more than 10 meters. Lion's roar. Roar. A loud roar pierced the second mold, and the distant windows exploded with a bang, glass falling and shattering all over the place. This lion's roar hit Gong Linglong's face impartially. Buzz, hiss. There was a buzzing in her head, then a sharp hissing sound, and a sharp pain in her head as if she had been stabbed by needles. She covered her ears with both hands. Her face swished and turned pale, her pupils losing focus at the same time at this moment. Lin Hao roared again, and his forelimbs slapped on her body in one go. Gong Linglong's huge body suddenly fell backwards unsteadily on its feet. The people behind her have quickly backed away. By this huge body smashed, not words, most likely also a cool. The crowd did disperse and there was no more danger. But Gong Linglong was in danger. On the ground behind her, which was the center of the martial arts arena, there stood a 3-meter-tall monolith with a pointed top. Gong Linglong's fall would inevitably hit the stone monument. Compared to her current massive size, the 3-meter-tall monolith instantly turned into a sharp dagger. Once Gong Linglong fell down, she would definitely be pierced by it and perish on the spot. Quick, save her. Gu Ding's face turned pale, his heart instantly raised to his throat. At this moment, he seemed to forget about the pain and broke away from Sun Jihui's arm and rushed over madly. With both arms broken, he slammed his body hard against the monolith in an attempt to knock it over. The others saw this and quickly ran over, trying to push or break the monolith. However, this stone monument is really too solid. Even if a dozen people together force it, has not moved a bit. A power-type aberrant wants to blast it to pieces, successively blasted out a few rounds. The back of the hand are skinned and cracked, also did not appear a trace of cracks again. Ah! Gu Ding went berserk, and a strong wind suddenly swirled around him, rushing up against the wind, trying to lift Gong Linglong's body back up. But, after all, he was seriously injured. He could not even exert 10% of his power. Moreover, Gong Linglong's downward force was too great. This bit of his energy was just a drop in the bucket, not to mention lifting it up again, not even a bit of cushioning effect. Seeing that Gong Linglong was about to fall, everyone quickly withdrew, and Sun Jihui flew to retreat as he picked up Gu Ding. Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm going to get her. I'm going to get her. Ah. Let go of me. Gu Ding was in tears, his body constantly struggling and twisting. Sad, helpless. All he could do was watch the woman who was full of herself die in front of him. Lingering. Gu Ding cried his heart out. He had long since stopped caring what she looked like and had long since gotten used to her being his girlfriend. He doesn't want her to die. He wants her to live. Gong Linglong's huge body quickly fell down, getting closer and closer to the sharp stone monument. Many people closed their eyes, not wanting to see that bloody scene. Which son of a dares to bully our South China people? Stand out for me. Just in the nick of time, an angry and domineering voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. A figure swiftly flew over, then placed a palm against Gong Linglong's back, stabilizing her huge falling body. The crowd was astonished, and those who had closed their eyes opened them and looked over curiously. Only Gong Linglong's body was half a meter short of hitting the stone monument, but it was stopped alive. There, a man wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and half shorts had one hand crossed and one hand propped up on Gong Linglong's back. He was suspended in mid-air, and at his feet was an iron sword that emitted a soft white light. His gaze swept over everyone, his eyes sharp and domineering, making people not dare to look at him. Who is this person if not Jiang Chen? Wake up! Jiang Chen bellowed, rushing straight into Gong Linglong's mind. Gong Linglong was suddenly awake after a brief moment of confusion. Don't put away your divine power yet. Jiang Chen's voice reached her ears. Without hesitation, she quickly withdrew her powers and her body quickly shrunk, finally changing back to 2 meters tall. Gong Linglong's hand raised, a piece of clothing quickly put on the body. The skillfulness of the technique looks like it usually did not practice a lot. He swept a glance at Gong Linglong and Gu Ding. His eyes instantly went cold. Both of them were seriously injured, especially Gu Ding. His hands were broken. What dog coin did this? His voice was icy cold, and those who heard it felt as if they were in an ice cellar. It's him. Chapter 149. I gave you reason, but you have to force me to talk about martial virtues. It's him. Gong Linglong pointed towards Lin Hao, and the latter's heart immediately condensed. Jiang Chen's might had already been taught in the secret realm. Jiang Chen stared at Lin Hao, who had turned into a lion, and walked over step by step. Everyone on Huazhong's side held their breath and quietly retreated to the side. Misunderstanding. Jiang Chen. Listen to me? Lin Hao, again ferocious in front of Jiang Chen, can only obediently soften. After all, is not the opponent He was dismissive when Jiang Chen hit the belt to sell points, even waiting for him to be slapped in the face. But wait until after the secret realm he realized that the strength of the two is not a level at all. Just a look let their entire team submit, was taken a few points, not to mention robbed the smartwatch. At that time, Jiang Chen hadn't moved his hands at all, based on all of his aura. However, the very next day, all of them saw him strike with their own eyes. In their eyes, the powerful and incomparable fifth-order magical beasts. Under Jiang Chen's hand was just an unbeatable boing monster. A fist one was as easy and simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Even sixth-ranked magical beasts were easily taken by him. That was a sixth-ranked magical beast, equivalent to a human sect master-level expert, or even stronger. Unfortunately, it was that powerful of a magical beast, but it couldn't last a single move under Jiang Chen. At that time, Jiang Chen's strength had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. This mighty power made them yearn for it and feared it. Now that Jiang Chen was going to make a move on him, he naturally felt cold and creepy on his back. Lin Hao put away his supernatural abilities and his body changed back into a human body. Misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding. As Jiang Chen approached step by step, Lin Hao was involuntarily retreating. Misunderstand you paralyzed. Give you a chance to reform yourself. Point out to me all the people who have been involved. As soon as these words came out, a few people on the central China region side immediately felt a chill in their heads and feet, and all of them accelerated and retreated in order to leave this place. Hey, I'm a big ing fan of pity, especially when it's a white pussy like you. Jiang Chen purposely emphasized the tone of the word compassionate. Any of the 700 people who attended the match know that he told the female disc jockey to take pity on him at the time, only to have both of the other's arms removed as soon as the words were out of his mouth. Didn't bat an eye. Spicy, brutal, bloody. The image of the female saucer who had lost both arms wailing in pain and blood soaring wildly was still fresh in her mind. Now hearing those 4 words once again, the hearts of the crowd could not help but be shaken, as if they had gone back to that day, and the female saucer that fell in a pool of blood appeared in front of their eyes again. The female saucer's appearance was charming and attractive, but Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest bit of softness in his hands. Not to mention Lin Hao, the gunny. It's only going to get worse. Lin Hao's heart trembled. Jiang Chen's eyes scared him. I said, there's him, and him. Under great pressure, Lin Hao's scalp went numb as he named all the people who had participated in the siege of Guding and Gong Linglong. Lin Hao, you're ing crazy. I didn't, brother Jiang, don't listen to him. Lin Hao, I have no grievances with you. Why are you messing with me? Son of a Lin Hao, you shall not die. I take you for a friend. You want to use me as a shield? Friend's end. Those who were pointed out by Lin Hao cursed Lin Hao for not being a human being, and then turned their heads to fawn on Jiang Chun to explain. It's all because Lin Hao forced us to. Anyway, in a word, the culprit was Lin Hao, and they were either forced or enticed to participate in it, hoping that Jiang Chun would be lenient and let them go. Jiang Chun laughed coldly, although none of these people were leading the charge, but it was never possible to let him off the hook with just a few words. Get over here. Jiang Chun let out a chortle. The hearts of those who were named were shaken. Clearly Jiang Chun had no intention of letting them go. The people of central China were already high-minded and proud, looking down on the people of other regions, and now instead of being humiliated in front of everyone, it would be better to fight with their backs against the wall. Jiang Chun, this is Central China Academy? Not Jiangling. Do you think you can still cover the sky with one hand? With the headliner taking the lead, others began to chime in. This was Central China Academy, their home base. Were they still afraid of him, an outsider? Even if things got out of hand, the academy would definitely be on their side. Besides, they still have the family behind them, so what's there to be afraid of? After figuring this out, the fear in their hearts followed a few points less. Jiang Chun, who do you think you are? Don't be too arrogant. If you dare to touch us for a moment, you'll definitely be left in the lurch. A few people said one thing to another, their voices getting louder and louder, and their anger getting more and more open. Love cleaning up after tough-talking guys like you. Jiang Chun snorted coldly and instantly moved, leaving a residual shadow on the spot. When he appeared has come to the front of a person. His fist hard to lift up, bang, a muffled sound, was hit by the person, did not react to Baiyu as scampered up into midair. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's body appeared above him once more, and he stomped down. That person as if a comet as smashed to the ground, boom, sound, ground vibration, dust flying. Hard ground was smashed out of a human-shaped crater. The person was smashed into the ground, life and death unknown. The crowd was surprised. Jiang Chun was really ruthless, not soft at all, just by looking at the man's miserable condition. He knew that he would have to lie down for a year and a half even if he didn't die. Those who had been clamoring just a moment ago were chilled to the bone and instantly lost their voices. Who would have thought that Jiang Chun would be so decisive, striking when he said he would? What followed was a one-sided crushing game, and the ones named by Lin Hao were all beaten up by Jiang Chun. I'm giving you reason, and having to force me to talk about Wunderkind is just. Jiang Chun let out a cold snort and pulled off all of these people's storage rings before throwing them to Gong Linglong. Here, these are the medical bills. Gong Linglong received the storage ring gratefully. Thank you. Jiang Chun waved his hand indifferently. All the unrelated people at the scene retreated, leaving only a lone Lin Hao. At this time, his face was white and his legs were weak. He regretted it now, but there was no medicine for regret in the world. I'm willing to pay for it. Lin Hao swallowed his saliva. He was really afraid of having his limbs removed by Jiang Chun. This guy looked like a madman. He had no scruples at all in what he did. Compared to being beaten up and then robbed of his storage ring, he directly chose to take the initiative to hand it over and compensate for it. He pulled off the storage ring on his hand and then offered it with both hands, fearing that if he was a second slow, he would be dismantled in a big way. Jiang Chun took the storage ring without even looking at it and casually threw it to Gong Linglong. Offer to pay compensation, at least with the right attitude. Jiang Chun patted Lin Hao's shoulder. But it's not much use. Chapter 150, a violent beating. When have I, Jiang Chun, ever been afraid of anything? Jiang Chun patted Lin Hao's shoulder. But it's not much use. Huh. Lin Hao was instantly stunned. He thought that it would be fine if he took the initiative to compensate. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chun would still refuse to let him go. You can change lions, can't you? Now change one. Lin Hao was unsure, but he didn't dare to disobey Jiang Chun, and obediently cast his beastification ability to turn into a 6-meter-long lion. Then, under the gaze of the stunned crowd, Jiang Chun took out a thick iron chain and put it around Lin Hao's neck. The other end was bolted to a stone monument in the center of the arena. With a swish, a long whip appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The long whip was still scraped from Ryumiko, and it came in handy. Pop! A clear and loud voice spread out, only to see that a visible blood scar had appeared on Lin Hao, who had beastified into a male lion. Snap! Snap! Pop! Another crunching sound came as Jiang Chun swung his long whip and lashed at Lin Hao one by one. Soon, Lin Hao's body was lashed with skin and blood. Gu Ding and the other people from South China clenched their fists tightly. Just now being humiliated by Lin Hao, this moment was really relieving. Stop it! Just as Jiang Chen's whip fell once more, an angry rebuke came. The people from Huazhong Academy stepped back to make way for the owner of the voice, and the people from the other regions also looked over. A tall young man approached. The man was 5'8" tall, with a popular face, the kind that would be forgotten at a glance when thrown into a crowd. He wore his hair in a big back, and it was very shiny because of the hair wax. Obviously not very old in actuality, but at a glance it gave the impression of being a teenager. Behind him on both sides, two people followed in a dogged manner. The man held his head high and walked this way across an unhurried stride, his gaze toward the crowd revealing a strong disdain. When he looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze was filled with intense hostility. Jiang Chen looked back and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was the first time he had seen this man, but he recognized him. The second young master of the Wang family, the capital's powerful family, Wang Peng. In the capital, the Wang family's strength was comparable to that of the Murong family, and Wang Peng had an older brother above him named Wang Coronet. When it comes to this Wang Coronet, many people know it. When mentioning Murong Mingzhu, the odds were that he would be mentioned because he was the second most talented person in the Dragon Kingdom. There were even rumors that he and Murong Mingzhu were a match made in heaven, and that they would be together sooner or later. As a matter of fact, Wang Coronet had indeed been pursuing Murong Mingzhu, just unsuccessfully. A few days ago, Jiang Chen and the two Murong sisters had encountered people from the Wang family after coming out of the Yulin black market. At that time, they had been secretly watched by someone from the Wang family, and that person had become intensely hostile to him. But in the end, he was taken down by Jiang Chen, and in the meantime, he had his soul searched and got a general idea of what was going on. As for this Wang family's second young master, the information was also obtained from that person's memories. To say that the two brothers of the Wang family is also powerful, the older brother Wang Coronation chased his sister, and the younger brother Wang Peng chased his sister, really not one of them is left behind. Wang Peng walked over, his brows furrowed as he looked angrily at Jiang Chen and chided, "Jiang Chen, this is the capital. It's central China. You're flouting the law by assaulting someone in public." As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Peng first snapped a hat at Jiang Chen. Huazhong also has a rule against random and casual personal attacks. You have both violated the law, trampling on the rules of the academy. I advise you to tie your hands and come with me to the academy's disciplinary department to confess your guilt. In fact, the Alien Academy basically has a rule that you can't fight freely in the academy, and you can go to the ring for any grudges. It was only at this time that the students of the South China region also reacted to the fact that the consequences of violating the academy's rules were quite serious, and, with Jiang Chen being labeled as a defiant of the law, the consequences were even more serious. "Jiang Chen, thank you for helping us. Hurry up and leave. This matter originally has nothing to do with you. If there's anything, let the academy come at me." Gong Linglong said guiltily. Gu Ding also weakly spoke up. "Yes, you should go. We'll carry the academy side." "Che, what do you take me, Jiang Chen, for? When the have I ever been afraid of anything?" Jiang Chen didn't care about any bull rules. He only knew that his friend was bullied by others, and he wanted justice. It's that simple. But if the academy blames it, it might affect your participation in the official tournament later on. Gu Ding said anxiously. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently. "It doesn't matter if that thing goes or not. I didn't want to participate in the first place anyway." He really didn't have much interest in the competition, and if it wasn't for Old Man Li's strong request for him to come and participate, he probably would have accompanied Shin Xinyan to Hong Kong Island. But my ass. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to be angry?" Jiang Chen directly interrupted Gu Ding. Just think about it, you guys stay out of it and leave the rest to me." Then, he turned his head to Wang Peng and waved at him. "This handsome pot, come over here for a moment. Let's discuss something for you." Wang Peng's face darkened. His feet didn't move forward a bit, and he coldly grunted, "Tell me straight what's going on." "Okay, then I'll say it." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint cold smile. "You're chasing Murongyu?" Wang Peng froze. What did he mean by asking this question at this time? However, the matter of chasing Murongyu was originally known to all, and what is there to hide, so he admitted it in a big way. "So what if it is? What's it to you?" Jiang Chen was amused. "Hey, how is it none of my business?" At this time, the two Murong sisters also arrived at the scene, just in time to hear their conversation. "Because Oh, so you are also her suitor, however, you don't have a chance. In terms of strength, you are indeed stronger than me, however, in terms of family history, what kind of onion do you count door to door? Do you understand what it means? Wang Peng smiled coldly. He still had a certain understanding of Jiang Chun, especially since the qualifier 2 days ago had made him clearly cognizant of the gap between the two. However, in the capital, strength alone does not work. You must also have a family and a background, otherwise everything is empty talk. They have investigated the background of Jiang Chun. Born in Nanjiang, parents died at an early age, is a real countryman, without any background. In the crowd, Murong Yu's mouth was wide open, and her heart was turned upside down. He's going after her? She froze and looked at Jiang Chun. I treat you like a big brother, but you want to pick me up? Nope, nope, nope. She shook her head darkly. That wasn't her goal. She was trying to set him up to be her sister. It's a mistake. Next to her, Murong Mingzhu's complexion also changed slightly, and a trace of loss and sadness flashed through her deep gaze. So, he's been pursuing Jade. The heart lamented, burying the newly budding spring heart hard. After all, it was her sister. What the hell? Chapter 151. Brother-in-law. Jiang Chun looked at the gushing Wang Peng with a dumbfounded face. Lousy words have not finished. Yuang interrupt the hammer, and then make a misunderstanding. Lousy still have to explain half a day, dog money things. Are you psychotic or delusional? Go see a doctor if you're sick. Barking a hammer. Jiang Chun almost didn't give his mother a big BB pocket. You, how dare you call me names? Wang Peng immediately burned with rage. In the capital, which does not know that their Wang family is a powerful family, and there is a brother who is the second most talented person in the Dragon Kingdom. The entire capital, who looks at him not to courtesy 3 times. Since childhood, there are people who dare to scold him. Now being scolded by Jiang Chun instantly gave birth to a wave of anger. The mantra, kill him, almost came out of his mouth. But in the end, reason prevailed and he calmed down a bit. Jiang Chen's strength was there, and no one on the scene was a match for him. In order to deal with Jiang Chun, it would require a leader in the academy to step in, preferably the dean himself. However, what he doesn't know is that this side of the situation Su Zhaoxing has long known, just that he didn't take action. He said to his subordinates, the students of Huazhong are too proud. Excessive pride is conceit, and it's detrimental to their future growth. So it's a good time to take this opportunity to sharpen their temperament. So even though the conflict had been going on for so long, no one from the academy had been coming out to intervene. The scene Jiang Chun, even more arrogant than Wang Peng, chided. Scold you how, have the ability to hit me, come over, hit me I'm standing here, have the ability to UNG come over to hit me goons. Wang Peng was so furious that he was gasping for air, staring at Jiang Chun with eyes that looked like they were about to burst into flames, and a pair of fists pinched and clucked. Does he dare to do it? Of course I wouldn't dare, because it's not a rivalry. At this moment, there is only one word. Endure. I'm telling you, as long as I don't agree, you won't be able to chase Murong Yu for a day. I said so. Jiang Chun said fiercely. You, on what grounds? Wang Peng was about to explode with anger, his teeth clenched. He originally wanted to play B to hit Jiang Chun in the face, but as a result, he realized that he was not a rival at all once he exchanged blows, and was still being led by the nose. Heh, on what grounds? On the grounds that she's my sister now, and none of you will think of it if I don't allow it. Jiang Chun said with his waist crossed and chest puffed out boldly. She, your sister? Wang Peng head again received a hammer. Murong Yu in addition to a sister where there is a brother. This sudden news made his already unsteady head think for half a day, and his CPU almost burned. When will there be another brother? Finally, after countless calculations and guesses by his brain, he finally understood. He jerked his head up and stared at Jiang Chun incredulously. You're dating Murong Mingzhu? Jiang Chun almost lost his breath when he heard it. When did I date Murong Mingzhu? What kind of brains do these dogs have? They're so weird. However, when Wang Peng's words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was hanging out in the alien circle, and they were familiar with the great name of Murong Mingzhu, the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. She is the cold goddess in the hearts of countless boys, the high and cold white lotus flower, and the fairy who does not eat earthly fire. How come you're dating someone else? Favored this person or Jiang Chun? How did two people who had never crossed paths get together? Departure opens the door for departure's mom. Departure is home. Especially on the side of Huazhong College, the reaction was even more intense. In the capital, Murong Mingzhu's great name can be said to be like a thunderclap, and no one in the entirety of the supernatural ability knows about it. And, after her, there was another person who was often mentioned. That was Wang Peng's brother, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Coronet. Second on the Dragon Kingdom's genius list, second only to Murong Mingzhu's existence. Usually the mention of Murong Mingzhu can't avoid Wang Coronet. In the entire capital, there was almost no one who didn't know that Wang Coronet was pursuing Murong Mingzhu. Moreover, in the eyes of the crowd, only a young talent like Wang Coronation was worthy of Murong Mingzhu. Some people even say that the two of them are golden girls and boys, a match made in heaven. Now suddenly burst out Jiang Chan and Murong Mingzhu unexpectedly in the object of such explosive news. Anyone who heard it all feel incredible. At this moment, they were reminded of the other day when the 7 regions had gathered for the first time. At that time, there had been interactions between Murong Yu and Jiang Chan, and at that time, many people had even scolded Jiang Chan for being a little white boy. Now that I think about it, it turns out they've known each other for a long time. So Jiang Chan was her brother-in-law. No wonder they interacted so intimately with each other at the time. Now that I think about it, it's all par for the course. Can there not be intimacy between a brother-in-law and sister-in-law? No wonder Wang Coronation chased for so many years and still nothing. The original flower has long had a master. The cold goddess has an owner. Pity the crown for a second. Pity yourself for a second at the same time. I didn't expect Wang Coronation was halfway to pick a peach. Brother, I don't think you're right. I rather think that Wang Coronet is the third party who intervened. I think it's very likely otherwise. In my opinion, Jiang Chan and Murong Mingzhu should have gotten together a long time ago. Brother, can you be a little more civilized? You're messing with my heart with this word. You think I feel good in my heart? My goddess, just like this was arched by the doggone Jiang Chan. Ahem. No, there isn't a possibility that they're dating, just a guess? Really? Ha ha ha, I told you, how could a goddess fall? It must be a guess. It's much more comforting to think that way. But I feel as if it's true, yeah. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chan say that Murong Yu is his sister? Shut the up. I'm just getting a little better inside and you have to stab me again. Jiang Chan was also confused. He naturally heard some of the people talking, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but jump. I'm so ed up that Wang Peng made up a rumor about me. You're really a dog who can't spit out any ivory, and you're always talking in a yellowish tone. Now, in front of everyone he had to clarify, or else he was afraid that when the time came, the yellow mud would fall in the crotch, and it would be impossible to say if it wasn't. It wasn't just a matter of his face. It was a matter of Murong Mingzhu's reputation. Other people were at least the first genius of the famous Dragon Kingdom, and their reputation was also quite important. He cleared his throat and pressed his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Now he needed to explain why Murong Yu was his sister. The crowd at the scene immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chan, hoping that he would give an explanation. Of course, they were more interested in hearing about when he and Murong Mingzhu got together, how long they've been together, and that kind of gossipy information than explanations. Don't get me wrong, people. I'm actually brother-in-law. Chapter 152. My sister-in-law recognizes me on the spot. Brother-in-law, Jiang Chan said seriously, but was startled by a sudden brother-in-law. Because the scene was very quiet, Murong Yu's voice was also relatively loud, so everyone present clearly heard the word brother-in-law. The crowd's eyes brushed over. Murong Yu stepped on the white shoes, carrying a small black shoulder backpack, ran over. She'd thought about it earlier. Taking advantage of this opportunity must tie Jiang Chan and her sister together, although it's fake, but it will eventually have some effect. When the time comes, she is arranging for Jiang Chan and her sister to meet more often, and the good thing won't come true. Her thoughts were simple and bold. Everyone recognized the lively, pretty girl with 2 little pearly swirls in her cheeks when she smiled. Who is it if not Murong Yu? When the word brother-in-law came out of her mouth, the classes could be 100% sure of Jiang Chen's relationship with Murong Mingzhu. What's the suspense when you're shouting at your brother-in-law? Is it hard for a sister to force a date on her sister? No way ever. The moment Wang Peng saw Murong Yu, his eyes instantly lit up, and it was like his eyes were fixed on Murong Yu, completely unable to move away. For Wang Peng's nasty behavior, Murong Yu only felt a wave of nausea. Jiang Chen's entire body went numb. What are you doing, sister? It's not true that I'm your big brother. But when did I become your brother-in-law? As his mind tossed and turned, he thought of a number of possibilities. Holy! Did I save her life and in return I'm going to give myself to her? Yuan Tongguan was the thing. At that time he did save her and, for the first time, discovered the other side of Murong Mingzhu that was unknown to him, and the two of them had some intimate interactions. Even at that time, he scared her with a mouse, and Murong Mingzhu bit him, and the 2 teeth marks are still hanging on his neck. She did show some normal girl shyness at that point, but quickly recovered. No, 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 it shouldn't be. It's so old. It's long past time to advocate for body love, and she's such a high-strung person. The possibility of such an offer was quickly dismissed by him. Based on Murong Mingzhu's usual high and cold nature, this kind of thing was completely impossible. Then another possibility occurred to him. Could it be that you're responsible for looking at my body today? This is much less likely to be the case. However, he was somewhat concerned about Murong Mingzhu's state this morning. It was kind of squirmy and shy. She didn't even resist when he couldn't resist pinching her cheeks. That reaction just sort of eluded him. TSH, I guess not, and besides, I didn't put her in charge. But she's dangerous in that squirmy, shy state she was in this morning. Many kinds of ideas popped up in Jiang Chen's head, but they were all dismissed by him one by one. Even, he thought about all the interactions between the two of them from the first time he met Murong Mingzhu until now, and he couldn't find a suitable reason for it. Murong Yu suddenly jumped out and called him brother-in-law, which instantly made his head spin. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. He completely did not expect. This and Murong Mingzhu, a little relationship has nothing to do. Completely Murong Yu, this moon-old man, forced to buckle over the hat. Brother-in-law. Murong Yu came to Jiang Chen with a smile on her face and gave another sweet shout. Her eyes curved like a xianyu and her face revealed 2 small shallow pear swirls. Don't talk nonsense, will you? I'm not your brother-in-law. Jiang Chen pulled a tiger face and said. However, Murong Yu's next words instantly made him explode in place. My sister said that you are my brother-in-law, Murong Yu said with a smile. Holy! Jiang Chen was really taken aback, stiffly froze for 2 seconds, then blurted out, She's got a nerve. If you don't believe me, I'll call her over and have her tell you to your face. What, your sister was there? Jiang Chen was startled, his gaze following the direction Murong Yu came from just now. Luckily, no one was there. At this time, Murong Yu also noticed that her sister didn't know when she was no longer here, so she said with a twinkle in her eye, My sister is thin-skinned. Maybe she hid there and blushed. Then she added, Anyway, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. Murong Yu really wasn't wrong. Sister Murong Mingzhu really hid in a dark hidden corner. Just when Murong Yu shouted out the word, brother-in-law hid. At this point, her face was so red that it looked like it was dripping blood. Shame on you. She hid in a hidden corner with her hands tightly covering her cheeks, but her red ears still betrayed her current embarrassment. Her heart pounded violently, and the blood in her body began to boil, making her, who had been hiding in the shadows, feel incredibly hot. In the end, she simply squatted on the ground and buried her face deeply. But, from time to time, she carefully raised her eyes to sneak a peek at where Jiang Chen was. No, I have. Jiang Chen wanted to explain. He already has a girlfriend. Your sister do not, delusional. But the words were immediately interrupted by Murong Yu. Now is not the time to dwell on these. First solve that nuisance Wang Peng. Seeing that Jiang Chen was still hesitant, Murong Yu had no choice but to offer her big move, the banknote ability. $100,000 to help me get him. Sure enough, the moment he heard money, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up fiercely, but there was still some hesitation. Murong Yu secretly smiled in her heart and struck the iron while it was hot. 200,000. I really hate him. You're my big brother. You have to help me out of trouble. Ahem, actually, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. Who asked me to be your big brother? I'll do this favor. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. As for Murong Mingzhu's matter, none of it seemed to be a matter in front of money. Right, payment in advance. Murong Yu saw that the purpose was reached and paid the money quickly. Seeing Murong Yu and Jiang Chen interacting intimately, Wang Peng's lungs were about to explode. He wasn't Jiang Chen's opponent himself, but that didn't stop him from moving his brother, Wang Cornet, out. Jiang Chen, my brother won't let you go. He gritted his teeth and squeezed a vicious sentence through them. What do you mean, why don't I get it? And what does this have to do with his brother? And who is his brother? People who are not from the capital naturally don't know much about the Wang family, and even less about the 2 brothers of the Wang family pursuing the 2 sisters of the Murong family. Other than those on the capital side, the other 6 regions had basically zero contact and no knowledge of these matters. It's not unusual for someone to have such a question. Hey man, you don't know about that. The person next to the one who asked the question just now hemmed and hawed, seeming to have some knowledge of the Huang family. As soon as he opened his mouth, several people around him came a little closer, all wanting to hear the gossip. I have a distant relative in the capital, and I've heard him talk about some things in the capital, and among them was information about the Huang family. Don't sell me short. Come on, what's going on? I heard that the Huang family is a big family in the capital. There are two brothers in the family. One is called Huang Coronation and one is called Huang Peng. The two brothers are pursuing the two sisters of the Murong family. The sister is called Murong Mingzhu. Oh, that is the number one genius of the Dragon Kingdom. And the sister is called Murong Yu. A piece of gossip unfolds slowly. Finally, the man concluded. But based on the current situation, it's obvious that Murong Mingzhu has already been with Jiang Chan for a long time. As for Huang Coronation, he should be the third party who interfered. That goes without saying. My sister-in-law recognized her on the spot. For sure. Chapter 153, he runs, he chases, he can't get away. On the scene, Jiang Chan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at the words and said frivolously, "Your brother? I'm so scared, yo. Let him roll over. I'll immediately let him know the true meaning of why flowers are so red." This look obviously didn't put Huang Coronet in his eyes. Huang Peng gritted his teeth, but there is nothing he can do. His brother is still in the field now, really cannot pass. In fact, he only wanted to show off his tongue. But I did not expect this guy really. Oil and salt not into meat and vegetables do not follow the set of cards. Don't be arrogant. You'll be dead when my brother comes back. Huang Peng did not dare to make a move, and then put in a vicious word and continued to make verbal threats. In his eyes, his brother is omnipotent. As long as the name of his brother Huang Coronation, all things are not a matter of fact, and thus also developed his arrogance and domineering not to put anyone in the eye of the stink of the problem. Arrogant. Jiang Chun laughed out with a cut. I'm arrogant, how dare you, or that sentence. If you have the ability to come to me, light talk is not practicing is what you such a goon. You what you? Come me if you dare, wimpy pussy dumbass. I. Me what me? Come in me if you dare, wimpy pussy dumbass. What Come me if you dare, goon pussy stupid. The crowd is speechless. Jiang Chan, this is a repeater, no matter what the other side said, always can only say the first word, can never say the second word, was mercilessly interrupted by him. Look at the others. Huang Peng angry head is smoking. At this moment, Huang Peng had already reached the edge of collapse. Every word of Jiang Chen's words were destroying his sanity all the time. Why don't you say something? Come me if you dare, goon pussy dumbass. Jiang Chen continued to provoke. As long as you want to do it, I'm all for self-defense anyway. He was trying to provoke Huang Peng with his words and break down his reasoning, so that he would strike out at him first in anger. Sure enough, Huang Coronet was still too young after all, and was finally too calm to be fooled. ING him. Get him for me. The second young master of the Huang family. Huang Peng couldn't stand it anymore. His reasoning had completely collapsed, and his anger was absolutely dominant. But the two people behind him didn't do anything immediately, and wanted to persuade them, but they were rebuked by Huang Peng. But get him for me. Get him dead and I'll be responsible. Huang Peng, who had lost his mind, seemed to have forgotten that this was in Central China Academy, and he also seemed to have forgotten how powerful Jiang Chun was. The two behind him had no choice but to strike hard. The crowd of eaters at the scene instantly came to their senses at this time. The people around Huang Peng swiftly approached Jiang Chun, dividing into a left and right pincer attack situation. However, they did not immediately make a move. Their hearts were very scrupulous. Me! At this time, Huang Peng suddenly launched an attack. His supernatural ability was very domineering, named Vajra Unbreakable. Not only was the defense of the physical body surprisingly strong, the attack power was also absolutely dominating. This ability is best suited for close quarters, wound-for-wound punches to the flesh. Strength system awakened people, their strength was strong but their defense was not enough, while defense system adepts, their defense was strong enough but their attack was not enough. This supernatural ability of Huang Peng completely combined the strengths of both supernatural abilities, and there was almost no weakness in close combat. Wound-for-wound play is also the most direct, fastest, and most effective way. You punch me, I'm fine, but I punch you, you're cool. Often, it has an unexpected effect. It was a pity that he had met Jiang Chun today, who also possessed extremely strong defense and attack power. However, how could Jiang Chun let his fist land on him? He only needed Huang Peng to have this action of hitting him to be enough. Seeing that his master Huang Peng had personally stepped down, the dog legs pinned on the left and right were naturally not willing to lag behind and quickly moved. The three attacked from three directions at once. Jiang Chun threw Murong Yu out as soon as he did so as not to be injured by mistake. He himself took his stance, ready to come head-to-head with the three. The three people's attacks came close in an instant. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. Swish. His body instantly rushed into the air. Hard? Are you kidding me? There are better and less labor-intensive ways to do this, so why do it the hard way? The melon-eating crowd thought that they were going to have a hard-fought fist-to-flesh duel. But they didn't expect Jiang Chan to easily avoid the three's attacks with a direct flight. There was no shortage of size from those on the scene. Get down here if you dare. Wang Peng roared. The three of them were all melee fighters, and all of them had not yet reached the level of Zhongshi, so they could not even fly in the air, and in this situation they could only tilt their heads back towards Jiang Chan and keep roaring. Are you still a ing human being? Have the balls to come down and fight one-on-one. Wang Peng was obviously furious. The blow filled with full power just now even hit the air, making the indignation in his heart increase a few more points, and his anger value directly pulled the explosive cylinder. Jiang Chun, however, smiled faintly, staring at the trio as if they were looking at a stupid lack. Then, with a swish of the long whip in his hand, he lashed down. Pop! There was a crunch with a muffled grunt of pain from one man. Wang Peng's back instantly peeled open, causing him to grimace in pain. Before he could react, another whip fell and struck him on the back again. His clothes were in tatters, and his back was bloody with a blood-red X that looked rather symmetrical. Wang Peng was furious and anxious, so angry that he jumped to his feet, but he also couldn't fly. If he could fly, he definitely rushed up and smacked Jiang Chen twice. The ing bullying. One of the doglegs found the right moment to take advantage of Jiang Chen's inattention, and suddenly bounced up as his legs fiercely stomped backward. Although they can't fly, they are so powerful that they can bounce 10 meters high without a problem. Look out! When Murong Mingzhu, who was hiding in the corner, saw this scene, her pretty face immediately tensed up and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. She knew that Jiang Chan wouldn't be hurt, but she still shouted in a low voice, and a look of worry appeared on her face. Sure enough, only Jiang Chen's body slightly moved half a meter to the side, and the man directly pounced. However, Jiang Chen didn't let him come in vain, and stomped on his waist. Bang sound, that person as if a meteor directly into the ground, the head never came out, obviously has lost the ability to fight. The dog leg was KO'd by a single blow, allowing Wang Peng to slightly regain some sanity, and a hint of fear flashed in the play. He finally remembered Jiang Chen's horror. That was a terrifying existence of punching a 5th-ranked magical beast. How did you fail to control your body? What's gonna happen now? Slowly, Wang Peng's sanity returned and his anger gradually hid. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the problem. At this moment, he regretted making a move. However, everything is already too late. There is no room for maneuver, to the point where you can only squint your eyes and walk one way. But the ing road is too hard. Why do you always get hurt? Give someone else a couple of ing strokes, all of them on me. Jiang Chun swung his long whip in the air, and the whip landed on Wang Peng anyway, in contrast to his dog's legs, which had turned into supernumeraries and melon eaters. Jiang Chun was flying through the air, and Wang Peng was fleeing in disarray on the ground, with the crowds avoiding him wherever he passed. Anyway, it was a state of, he flees and he chases, he can't get away. Chapter 154. How did I become a scumbag? The crowd began to sympathize with Wang Peng. This kid's upper body clothes have been rotted into rags, before and after covered with deep whip marks, and even the face has come to an X shape. To be a good tragedy, have a good tragedy. However, Jiang Chun is also cheap, sees the characteristics of Wang Peng will not fly, playing as a long attack on their short, hit Wang Peng no rice after the power, can only hold his head and run away. The scene looked rather comical. Fight. Fight well. Beat him to death. Murong Yu waved her fist excitedly from the side, her eyes full of excited little stars. Stop. Stop. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Finally, Wang Peng could not take it anymore, gritted his teeth and shouted out the word, admit defeat, in humiliation. Just a short while ago, he was arrogantly snapping his hat at Jiang Chen's head with a take-it-or-leave-it demeanor. But in the blink of an eye, he was taken by Jiang Chen instead. Admit defeat. Admit what defeat? I'm not in the ring with you. Jiang Chen's words caused Wang Peng to directly explode in place, cursing Jiang Chen for being shameless while dodging the attack of the long whip. I've bowed down and conceded defeat, and still won't let me go and humiliate me. Damn it. However, there was nothing he could do about it in the least. After receiving a few more heavy lashes, Jiang Chen finally spoke, saying, From now on, don't have any thoughts about my sister or else physical castration will be directly implemented next time. That's a pretty nasty trick. The crowd of eaters unconsciously clenched their legs and cast away that distraction. A brother's life is important. Women are everywhere. There's only one brother. Wang Peng gritted his teeth at this time in order to no longer suffer from flesh and blood, also only gritted his teeth and should be down, and guaranteed that in the future no longer to Murong you have non-thinking. In his mind, however, he was thinking of something else. When his brother, Wang Coronet, returned to the capital, his brother would naturally come to Jiangchun at that time. As long as Jiangchun was rubbed on the ground by his brother, everything that was promised today was a non-issue and could be non-existent. All in all, this world, after all, is still a world where the strong are honored. Just like the current self, obviously the heart is not convinced, but the mouth had to be soft. The mouth should not be more than the heart. Just the weak do not dare to provoke the strong only. Jiangchun had let Wang Peng go after all. He didn't want to make a scene, especially in the academy. As for Lin Hao, at this moment, he had already transformed back into his human form. His clothes were tattered and torn, and his body was covered with bloodstains everywhere, even worse than Wang Peng. Jiangchun let them all go, but of course, before that, he also warned everyone fiercely that if they were hitting on the students of South China that they would be messing with him, and the consequences would be severe. Since then, no one has dared to mess with the South China region. Gu Ding and Gong Linglong were sent to the hospital. Not that Jiangchun did not want to help them heal, but now there are many people and some things are still hidden better. After all, the bottom card cannot be a one-time bright finish. The crowd dispersed resentfully. However, it was conceivable that everything that happened today would spread quickly, especially Murong Yu's brother-in-law, which directly finalized the relationship between Jiangchun and Murong Mingzhu. Damn. I forgot to clarify the relationship with Murong Mingzhu. It was only after the crowd dispersed that Jiangchun snapped to attention. But it was too late. Whatever. First find Murong Mingzhu and make it clear. He pulls Murong Yu over and asks where Murong Mingzhu is. My sister came with me just now. Now I really don't know where she went. Why don't you go to my house and wait? My sister will come home sooner or later. Murong Yu said indifferently as he spread his hands. You pitbull. Jiangchun couldn't help but curse. But on second thought, she was right, just go directly to the Murong family to look for it when the time comes. At this time, the teacher from Huazhong Academy walked over. Jiangchun raised his eyebrows slightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of being sanctioned, but, rather, was puzzled as to why they jumped out only after the matter was over. Jiangchun, come with me for a moment. Dean Su wants to see you. The teacher's words were very polite, which caused both Jiangchun and Murong Yu to be stunned. Finally, Jiangchun followed this teacher to the dean's office. You go in. Dean Su is inside. Jiangchun sniffed and knocked on the door, only to hear two words coming from inside. Please come in. Jiangchun smoothly closed the door after entering the office. In the office, Su Zhaoxing leaned his back on the comfortable leather office chair, squinting his eyes as he sized up Jiangchun. Sit anywhere. Su Zhaoxing withdrew his gaze, then spoke. There was a leather sofa on the right-hand side of the office, and Jiangchun sat down without politeness. Do you know why I asked you to come? After a long time passed, Su Zhaoxing opened his mouth. I don't know. Jiangchun's main fight is a play dumb to death denial. To ask about it anyway, it is Wang Peng they move first, he is just self-defense. Su Zhaoxing secretly laughed in his heart. This kid's cheek is still really thick. Will Lin how a few people beat half dead not to mention, but also the Wang Peng to beat the temper of the hard only words. But this is good anyway, he originally wanted to borrow Jiangchun's hand to wear down the sharpness of that group of students in Huazhong. Since the effect has been achieved, there is no need to dwell on this piece. Su Zhaoxing's fingers gently tapped the desk, then with slightly strange eyes narrowed at Jiangchun asked, Are you and Murong Mingzhu really dating? Anyone has a gossipy heart, even the president of the hallowed Huazhong College. It was mainly because Murong Mingzhu's identity was too special, and the news was too impactful. Once this news spread, the entire capital would be in an uproar. Once Jiangchun heard that even the dean was so gossipy, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and affirmed, No. Oh. Su Zhaoxing clasped his hands in front of his chest and said with interest, I did hear Murong Yu call you brother-in-law. You heard wrong. Jiangchun didn't even bother with him and said casually, Really? I still have the surveillance video here. Do you want me to play it back and listen again? He said he was literally going to retrieve the playback, where Jiangchun didn't know that fooling around was definitely out of the question. However, he still firmly said, It's all nonsense from Murong Yu. I really don't have any relationship with Murong Mingzhu. Besides, I already have a girlfriend, so why should I mess with her? Oh, your girlfriend is that girl called Xinyan? A few days ago, Jiang Chun had even slaughtered Lu Xiongfei's mount at the academy just because Lu Xiongfei wanted to chase after Xinyan, a matter he had still heard about. Well, it's her. Jiang Chun nodded his head in acknowledgement. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I didn't realize you were still a scumbag. When Jiang Chun heard it, alas, it's not right, how did I become a scumbag? You don't believe me? Jiang Chun heard out that the dean didn't believe that there wasn't any relationship between him and Murong Mingzhu at all, and had labeled him as a scum. I'm telling the truth. I really have nothing to do with her, he said again, but not in the least bit convincingly. It's okay to call out your sister-in-law's brother-in-law. It's still okay, who are you kidding? Chapter 155. Goodbye, little white tiger. It's okay to call out your sister-in-law's brother-in-law. It's still okay, who are you kidding? Su Xiaoxing laughed. No one dares to lie about Murong Mingzhu's reputation unless the lie is true. Forget it, whatever you guys think. I'll go talk to her later. Jiang Chun didn't want to say much to him. After all, no matter how much he denied it, the other party just didn't believe it. So what could be done? If the dean of the hall thinks like this, the others must think similarly to him. Since you don't believe me, the most effective way to clear up the misunderstanding is to have the other person involved come forward and prove that there is indeed nothing between the two. With Murong Mingzhu's reputation, many people would believe her words. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun was fidgety, wanting to snuff out this matter before it spread. Dean, if there's nothing else, I'd like to leave. Out of politeness, Jiang Chun felt the need to greet the dean before leaving. There's no rush. It was just small talk. We haven't gotten down to business yet, Su Xiaoxing said without haste. Exactly, what exactly? Jiang Chun couldn't help but knit his brows, and his butt that had just been raised sat down again. Su Xiaoxing handed Jiang Chun a piece of information and said, the Shunan secret realm is about to open again. The academy has a few spots. I'm going to arrange for you to go. Jiang Chun looked at the information in his hand that introduced the Shunan secret realm. A secret realm filled with thunder and lightning, but also filled with opportunities. The information showed that there had been people who had found ancient relics inside, and there had also been people whose strength had skyrocketed after staying in the experience for a while. Why me? I'm not exactly from HCC Academy. Jiang Chun spoke the doubts in his heart. Su Xiaoxing seemed to have known that he was going to ask this question, so he didn't hide it and said directly and succinctly, Elder Li's meaning. Old man Li. Jiang Chun frowned. Su Xiaoxing eyelids jumped. Secretly this kid in the end and Li Lao, what is the relationship? Even called him Old Man Li. Outrageous. When do we go? Jiang Chun thought about it and finally decided to go. For one, the Shunan secret realm was a lightning secret realm helping him to cultivate the art of lightning, and on the other hand, he also needed some resources to enhance his cultivation. Just in case you find something exotic in there, it's not a sure thing. Whichever way he considered it, he was going to see it. It's just for the next 2 days. There are still some clans whose spots have not been finalized. Dean Su smiled and said, it's still a tight schedule to get back before the main event. The main competition was scheduled half a month later, so they couldn't go to Shu for more than 15 days. Jiang Chun didn't really care about the competition or anything. He asked with a sideways glance, family? Aren't the resources of the secret realm all in the hands of the state? Su Xiaoxing smiled. The forces in the capital are intricate and complicated. Some things are unspeakable. We just need to do what we should do, and try to care as little as possible about other things. All right, then I'll ask the dean to give advance notice when the time comes. Jiang Chun slapped his ass and left after he finished speaking. He had to hurry to find Murong Mingzhu. After coming out of Dean Su's office, Jiang Chun first called Murong Yu. Where are you? Is your sister with you yet? I'm still at the academy, and I don't know where my sister went. During the time that Jiang Chun was called by the dean, Murong Yu was looking for her sister, but the entire Central China College was searched for and not found, and the phone couldn't be reached. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun dialed Murong Mingzhu's number again. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is closed. A robotic voice came over the phone. Then he called a few more times, still prompting the phone to be turned off, and finally sent a text message over. Get the message, call back the first time. Over. When he arrived at the main entrance of the academy, Murong Yu was already waiting here. Jiang Chun was furious at the sight of her. You see you. All day long you've been giving me as much trouble as you can. This is good. I can't even wash myself by jumping into the Yellow River. Why wash? How many people begged me to call me brother-in-law and I wasn't happy about it, so just steal it. Morong Yu's face was thrown back and she said arrogantly, "Oh, I'm dead happy." Jiang Chun sneered twice without any good humor. It's useless to say anything now that you can't find Morong Mingzhu. In the end, Jiang Chun had to accept Morong Yu's suggestion to go to Morong's house at night to block the door. There were still 2 days before the main event, and he wanted to take advantage of this time to raise his cultivation some more. So the two of them came back to the Jade Forest black market. With the experience from the last time, this time, the two made light work of it and quickly exchanged enough unpurified spirit crystals. It was still early, so Jiang Chun went straight back to his dormitory. He wanted to refine all of these spirit crystals and then go to the Morong family at nighttime. Just as Jiang Chun twisted the key to the dormitory door, there was a sudden dang, dang, dang sound in the room, as if something had hit the floor. Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. Dormitory originally 4 people, a Guo Mingliang has been shut down in the small black room, another Sun Jihui although sober, and several other people concentrated in another dormitory to facilitate the late observation of the. There's also a Gu Ding who's in the hospital in a cast. So, technically, the dormitory was only occupied by Jiang Chun. So who's that guy in there? Thinking of this, Jiang Chun instantly pushed the door open with a bang, and the door hit the wall with a loud bang. Jiang Chen's gaze was like electricity, instantly scanning the entire room. The bathroom door shook, the bathtub fell to the floor, and the sound of dang, dang, dang should have been the sound it made when it fell and hit the floor. There were water stains spreading out of the bathroom doorway and all the way under the bed. "Come out!" Jiang Chun bellowed, his head pivoting directly towards the bottom of the bed, his eyes staring intently. An inexplicable creature with snow-white fur was huddled under the bed, its head buried deep under its body, which was still wet and shivering. Scared to death, Jiang Chun froze for a moment. What is this thing and why is it here? He reached out and detained the strange creature, lifting it in his hands and frowning as he scrutinized it. A little white tiger. But it seems like I've seen this species somewhere before. As far as he could remember, this little white tiger looked familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Nope. Jiang Chun immediately realized that this wasn't the point. The crux of the matter was how this guy showed up in his dorm and for what purpose. How about a direct soul search? It's the best way. You can't hide anything with a soul search. The little white tiger in his hand was so frightened that its watery eyes stared at Jiang Chun, and as soon as it blinked, tears would flow down its face. "Hey, do you understand me?" As soon as Jiang Chun took a look at the expression on the little white tiger's face, he became interested. The little white tiger grunted and nodded its head, fearing that if it was slowed down a bit, it would be soul-searched. "How did you get in here?" Chapter 156. Oops, kissed Morong Mingzhu. The little white tiger pointed at the balcony with its chubby forelimbs, indicating that it had come in through the balcony. Jiang Chun looked over and frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that this morning at dawn, after sending Morong Mingzhu away, in order to prevent her from suddenly folding back in passing, he locked the balcony door. But the fact that the door was even open at this time of day said something. "Oh, little thing. My door is locked from the inside. How did you get in? Speak." He carried the little white tiger with slightly more force, and his tone became morose. The little white tiger froze, and then its 2 front limbs kept gesticulating as if to explain. In the end, Jiang Chun finally did understand what it meant. "You mean the door was open when you came?" The little white tiger nodded vigorously. That was strange. He was certain he must have locked it from the inside, and if it wasn't this little thing, who could have been here? "Be warned, if you lie, I'll skin you." Jiang Chun stared at the little white tiger's eyes, seeing fear and nervousness in its eyes, without any hostility. Wang. It was also at this time that one of the devices on his body received a new message. This device originally belonged to Wild Hemp, except that it was already screwed in and don't think about coming back out. It's just that the people in Fuso don't know about the Wild Hemp situation. That's why this is the time to give him new instructions. Pulling out the device, the screen showed a new unread message. Target Dormitory 204, Building F. Unoccupied and ready for ambush. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This message was sent from Yanu Ichigo's side, meaning that it was a notification that Wild Hemp was ready to take an assassination action. Building F204 is the dormitory he is in now. So it would seem that someone should have come to his side of the street to step in, thus opening the balcony door. As for how it was opened, it was actually much simpler, and the possibility that this person had special psychic abilities was easily explained. Is doggone Fuso infiltration so great now? There are saucers everywhere. With this piece of information, Jiang Chun believed the little white tiger's words. Jiang Chun casually threw the little white tiger onto the bed before re-locking the balcony door. You stay here and don't move. Then he stopped shutting down the little white tiger and sat down on the bed to start refining and absorbing the spirit crystals. During this time, the little white tiger was lying breathlessly on the bed, his eyes glancing at Jiang Chun from time to time. Time passed quickly, and when Jiang Chun finished absorbing the last spirit crystal, it was already evening. His cultivation had grown some more, however, he had never been able to reach the Foundation Establishment Great Circle, and was always still a little bit short. Damn weather, it's too hot. He was covered in sweat stains after a day of cultivation. Getting up from the bed, he was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower when he suddenly saw the little white tiger curled up on the bed, its fur covered in dust. The little white tiger, who was originally sleeping in a daze, was suddenly picked up by him. Hearing Jiang Chun say that he was going to the bathroom to help it take a bath instantly exploded all over its body, and before it could react, its body was already drenched in water. Don't move. Jiang Chun held it down to death, preventing it from moving around. Then he lathered it up some more and rubbed it a few times, and in no time at all, the little white tiger was covered in a layer of white foam. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed, then stripped naked himself. The little white tiger went numb. It swished and ran towards the door, but was caught by Jiang Chen's quick eyes and picked up. What are you running for, little thing? The little white tiger didn't listen at all, and his limbs kept stomping around. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, secretly saying that this little thing could really toss and turn. So in the next moment, he directly used his spiritual power to confine it. However, right at this moment, Jiang Chun only felt his body sink, and then his entire body was pressed to the ground. Fix your eyes. Momentarily frozen, a beautiful face appeared before him. The white skin was now dyed with a thick layer of scarlet. The watery peach blossom eyes were full of dismay. The straight nose hit his face every time he breathed, and the rosy lips were slightly open. The world was silent in this moment. Only the sound of each other's heartbeats could be heard, their breaths intertwined, their bodies slightly undulating with their breathing, and they could clearly feel each other's temperature and heartbeat. The shower clattered with water, drenching the two men, but instead of cooling them off, it made them even hotter. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, with red eyes, he imprinted fiercely towards that rosy lip line, a softness. Murong Mingzhu's eyes were violently stunned. Her mind was completely blank, and her consciousness was plunged into chaos. After a long time, the lips parted. Reason eventually overcame desire, and Jiang Chun put on the brakes in time. Sorry. 1,000 words finally came together in 3 words. Holding Murong Mingzhu upright, he then quickly stepped out of the bathroom himself, and the moment before closing the door, a spiritual force struck out, lifting Murong Mingzhu's confinement. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Chun sat on the stool with a sad face. He glanced at the bathroom. The door locked tightly, the sound of clattering water still inside. How is the little white tiger her? Jiang Chun was never expecting it. He had just made a serious mistake. I've touched and kissed, but it's hard to get it right. Half an hour later, the shower in the bathroom stopped. Jiang Chun sat up straight at once. His eyes flicked to the bathroom every now and then. He knew Murong Mingzhu was coming out. After another 10 minutes, the bathroom door creaked open from the inside. Jiang Chen's heart jumped to his throat as he stared nervously at the bathroom, his hands sweaty. One foot stepped out, followed by Murong Mingzhu's entire body stepping out of the bathroom. The long white dress outlined her perfect curves as if she was a blooming white lotus flower. Her head was bowed so it was hard to read her expression, and her long wet hair was still dripping. I'm going. The sound was small, so small that you couldn't hear it unless you listened carefully. Jiang Chun froze. Originally he was ready to be punched, but what he waited for were these 3 words. Ugh! He couldn't help but sigh in his mind. He felt better about being beaten up, and this is how it turned out. Let's eat together, Jiang Chun softly said. He stood up from the stool, then came to Murong Mingzhu step by step, reaching out and putting his hand on her long hair. It's easy to catch a cold if you don't blow dry it. With that, he went into the bathroom and brought out the hairdryer, then reached out and held Murong Mingzhu's hand. At this moment, he could feel her hand visibly trembling for a moment, but did not struggle against it, very obediently still held by him and sat on the stool. Jiang Chun electrified the hairdryer, flicked the switch, set it to warm air, stood behind Morong Mingzhu, and gently blew dry the water droplets on her hair. In this process, both did not speak. Only the hairdryer work issued by the buzz sound. Morong Mingzhu kept her head down, her thumb and forefinger rubbing the corner of her coat. Chapter 157. To chemically castrate me? Outrageous. If Jiang Chan had lowered his head to look at her, he would have realized that Morong Mingzhu's eyes were curved like a equals crane, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised in a satisfied smile. 10 minutes later, Morong Mingzhu's hair was completely dry, and Jiang Chan put the hairdryer away in the bathroom again. When he came out again, Morong Mingzhu had already tied up her hair, still a hairband casually tied into a low ponytail, softly lying behind her back. Jiang Chan smiled slightly, then walked towards the balcony and opened the balcony door, bowing slightly sideways in a please motion. This beautiful fairy please. Morong Mingzhu walked over and glanced at Jiang Chan petulantly as she passed by him. Jiang Chan smiled and smoothly took her hand, then swished up into the sky. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and no one noticed that there were two figures flying next to each other in the sky. After arriving at his destination, Jiang Chan took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on his face. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night is flirty and cool. Morong Mingzhu stared at him suspiciously, as if asking why he was wearing sunglasses at night. Jiang Chan stretched out his fingers and pinched her face. What are you looking at? You also disguise yourself. We're celebrities now. We have to always be on guard against paparazzi sneak shots. Morong Mingzhu was a celebrity that was no problem at all. As for Jiang Chan, that was passive fame. He could even imagine that after today, his name was going to be widely circulated. And the obligatory label is Morong Mingzhu's boyfriend. Originally, he was going to look for Morong Mingzhu to make it clear and then let her come out to clarify, but he never expected that something uncontrollable happened in the middle of the process. It's not his style to eat up and lift up his pants. There's no way around it, we can only take one step at a time now. Morong Mingzhu blankly glanced at Jiang Chan, then took out a lady's fisherman's hat and put it on herself. The two went into a restaurant one after the other and booked a private room. After entering the private room, Jiang Chan checked to make sure that there is no monitoring equipment after sitting on a stool to remove the sunglasses. Morong Mingzhu sat across from him, her head lowered, her eyes not knowing where she was looking. Ahem. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chan cleared his throat. There's no one here. Let's talk. Animalization is your second ability? Morong Mingzhu nodded her head and gave a soft hum. As the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom, a lot of her information was public, but the matter of possessing two kinds of supernormal abilities was only known to a very small number of people. There are some things that still must be kept in hand. It was like a year ago when he was being chased by Fusan assassins and finally used his second psychic ability to avoid those people's ears with great difficulty. Why are you in my dorm? Jiang Chan was more curious as to why Morong Mingzhu would be in his dormitory in broad daylight, and if he didn't go back early and happened to bump into it, he might never know. Morong Mingzhu raised her eyes and gave him a pouty blank look. Jiang Chan instantly realized. At that time, Morong Yu suddenly came out to make trouble, and even threw out the brother-in-law, this king bomb, attracted everyone's attention. Later, she also said that her sister Morong Mingzhu was also at the scene, but when they looked over, there was no one there. Now that I think about it, at that time Morong Mingzhu probably died of shame and anger, and looked for a mention to hide. Jade was looking for me everywhere, so I hid in your dorm. She spoke slowly, and then it got too hot, so I thought I'd take a shower. Speaking here, she couldn't help but glare at Jiang Chan, then lowered her head with a red face. You came back just after you took off, and then you? Ahem. Hold it, there are some details that we just know by heart. There's no need to talk about them. Jiang Chan immediately interrupted her next words. He was truly afraid that Morong Mingzhu would foolishly say it. Now just thinking about the images of that time makes my blood boil and my heart race, so it's better not to mention it. Sanity above all. Morong Mingzhu also remembered the charming just now, face a flushed head buried even lower. Just at this time, the door of the private room creaked, pushed open from the outside. The waiter served a few famous dishes of the capital city that were full of color and flavor, and while serving the dishes, he glanced at Morong Mingzhu who had her head lowered. But, judging from her figure, must be an extremely beautiful girl. Your girlfriend is so pretty and has a great body. First time I've seen such a pretty girl in all the time I've worked here. The waiter served the food while smiling cheerfully and towards Jiang Chan. It's simply as beautiful as the eldest Miss Morong family. Morong Mingzhu's influence in the capital was quite large, No matter whether it was the alien energy world or the general population, they more or less had some knowledge of her. Although the photos of her that had been circulated were not many, however, with her upside-down face it was hard not to be remembered. There is a saying circulating in the capital. Others use pretty to describe girls, and Murong Mingzhu to describe pretty. Her name has become a sort of compliment to someone's looks. Only what the waitress didn't know was that Ben was here today. Therefore, after this sentence was said, the scene was awkward for a while. Murong Mingzhu didn't dare to raise her head at all. Jiang Chun was also slightly stunned, and only the waiter who served the food didn't have the slightest notice. Oh, I do think that the Murong family's eldest miss is just average, Jiang Chun said deliberately. The waiter was not angry. At a glance you are a foreigner, in the capital, Miss Murong who knows, she that is recognized as beautiful. The waiter even took out his cell phone and looked for a picture to come out after he put the last dish away. In the photo, Murong Mingzhu was wearing a floral dress with a simple bun, and there were several other girls beside her. These girls casually grabbed one out that are first-class big beauty, but, in this photo, they are much more ordinary. All the light, all the eyes were focused on Murong Mingzhu. The waiter placed his cell phone in front of Jiang Chun. See, she's Miss Murong, pretty, isn't she? Well, it sure is pretty. That's for sure. The waitress proudly retrieved her cell phone before adding, I heard yesterday that Miss Murong has a boyfriend. Jiang Chun cursed in his heart as soon as he heard it. Damn, it's spreading so fast. But on his face, he still said with a smile, that's not very normal. Not normal at all. There is no man under the sky who is worthy of Miss Murong. I learned that someone has formed a group of thousands of people. I heard that they are going to specialize in dealing with that man. Jiang Chun's eyebrows jumped. These guys are really idle. Ahem, talk about friends, human nature. There is no need to be on the line. When the time comes to make a human life is not good. The waiter came closer and whispered the gossip he'd heard. Breaking the law, that's out of the question. I heard that they were going to drug and chemically castrate the guy. Jiang Chun felt a coldness somewhere and couldn't help but clench his thighs. These guys are crazy and trying to castrate the old man. Chapter 158. You're full? I haven't eaten yet. Feed me. He secretly vowed that he must not eat anything. Not a single thing. For a few days, hell knows when he would be drugged. When the waiter exited the private room, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the dishes on the table, then quickly took a silver needle out and clicked and poked it, and was relieved to find that it had not been poisoned. Eft. Murong Mingzhu laughed, thinking that Jiang Chen at this time was too cute, and was really frightened. Jiang Chen stared at Murong Mingzhu and grunted, What are you laughing at? Saying that, he suddenly reached out and pinched that white and delicate face, which kept deforming in his hands, causing Murong Mingzhu to pout. Still laughing? Murong Mingzhu beamed with an aggrieved look, and Jiang Chun laughed out loud. Okay, eat first. Jiang Chun picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of tender fish in Murong Mingzhu's bowl. You haven't eaten all day, you must be starving. Eat something to pad out and we'll go do some exercise later. Jiang Chun helped her pick out the thorns in the fish bit by bit, but at the same time he heard a sentence that made him almost fall over. I'm still on my great aunt. Murong Mingzhu's face was red to the root of her neck. Her voice was small as if it was a mosquito, however. Jiang Chun heard it clearly. It was like a thunderbolt exploding in his head. The chopsticks in his hand fell onto the table with a clang. The eyes that looked up at Murong Mingzhu were all dismay and shock. That could come out of her mouth? To borrow a phrase from a foreign language. Oh by God! My goodness! At this moment, Murong Mingzhu's high-flying image completely changed irreversibly with him. What you think about all day long. After freezing for half a day, Jiang Chun nonchalantly pinched her cheeks hard. What I'm saying is, after dinner, we'll go for a walk together. What are you talking about, huh? Upon hearing this, Murong Mingzhu's face swished and turned blood red, as if it was going to drip blood, and she buried her head deep into her chest. So shameful, so humiliating. Okay, eat first. Jiang Chun picked up his chopsticks again and continued to shave the fish spines. He was never expecting that Murong Mingzhu would say something like that. Even he didn't think about those aspects, but he didn't expect that the female party had thought about it. Just weird. Open your mouth. Jiang Chun sent the shaved fish over, and Murong Mingzhu opened her small mouth with a shy face. The fish was very tender and melted in your mouth. Murong Mingzhu's peach blossom eyes were slightly curved, and it was a satisfied delight. After a mouthful of fish, she stared at Jiang Chun with the words, "Feed me," written on her face. Thus, the last meal was spent in the feeding process by Jiang Chun. Of course, there was no need to say more about the effect. Murong Mingzhu's face of fondness already said it all. If Jiang Chun hadn't realized that she had secretly burped a few times, I'm afraid that this table of food could have been fed. Stupid. Jiang Chun knocked Murong Mingzhu's head with the head of his chopsticks and scolded her with a laugh, causing the latter to clasp her hands to her chest and beep her mouth to express her dissatisfaction. You're full. I haven't eaten yet. From the beginning until now, Jiang Chun hadn't eaten a few mouthfuls of food. Murong Mingzhu pursed her lips, picked up her chopsticks, and chucked a piece of dish to Jiang Chun. Open your mouth. She followed Jiang Chen's actions of feeding her just now. Jiang Chun slightly froze and didn't open his mouth as he stared at Murong Mingzhu and hemmed and hawed. Feeding me with chopsticks won't do. He pointed at Murong Mingzhu's lips with a bad smile. To use your mouth. Of course, in the end, he didn't get his way. After finishing their meal, the two of them went out of the restaurant one after the other. Jiang Chun wearing big sunglasses to cover half of his face. Murong Mingzhu wearing a fisherman's hat and lowering her head so that no one would see her. After coming out, Jiang Chun reached out, signaling Murong Mingzhu to bring her hand over to be held. Murong Mingzhu looked around, still a bit shy, but Jiang Chun didn't care as she held her palm. With that, the two walked slowly along the road, hand in hand. The summer nights in the capital were more refreshing, and the two of them walked aimlessly like this, with the occasional breeze blowing through them, which was refreshing. Dropping. It wasn't long before Jiang Chen's phone rang, and it was Murong Yu calling. Jiang Chen's face was odd. He had originally made an appointment to go to Murong's house tonight to block the door, but as a result, the door wasn't blocked, and his hand had already been held. Things are hard to predict. Now it is also impossible to let Murong Mingzhu issue a statement again. This girl looks high and cold as a batch, but is a real dead heart. What's wrong? Murong Mingzhu asked with a sideways glance. Your sister called. With that, he handed over the phone, and the words Murong Yu appeared on the screen. Why don't you pick it up? No, don't. She couldn't answer this call. Once she did, it would mean that she was with Jiang Chun. It was actually fine during the day, but it was already nighttime. What's a man and a woman doing together in the middle of the night? With Murong Yu's character, he would most likely guess something. Therefore, this call still had to be answered by Jiang Chun himself. Moxie, what can I do for you? Jiang Chun deliberately pretended to be unaware of tonight's engagement and said casually. Murong Yu's voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Didn't you make an appointment to block the door tonight? Where are you? Jiang Chun tightened his grip on Murong Mingzhu's hand and gave her a sideways glance before saying into the phone, I'm out for a walk. When these words came out, Murong Yu really exploded. Still in the mood for a walk. Hurry up and get over here. My sister doesn't know what's going on. She hasn't come back yet, but I guess she should be coming back. Hurry up and get over here. Jiang Chun answered twice, then hung up. I'll take you back. Jiang Chun then flew towards the Murong family with Murong Mingzhu on his sword. Shortly afterward, the two returned to the Murong family. Murong Yu ran out in a hurry, only to be stunned, but he didn't expect his sister to be with Jiang Chun. But she reacted quickly and walked up to take her sister's arm, saying cheekily, Sis, you're back. Have you eaten yet? At this time, Murong Mingzhu had already returned to her usual state, and although she wasn't as high and cold at home, she was completely different from the state she was in with Jiang Chun just now. Eaten. Murong Mingzhu smiled, then stepped inside. Murong Yu, who had walked into the house, turned around and nudged towards Jiang Chun, signaling him to follow. Jiang Chun smiled darkly and followed. While her sister went to the restroom, Murong Yu came over. Why are you and my sister together? Just bumped into it. She arrived and so did I. It's that coincidental. Jiang Chun didn't bat an eyelid when he told a lie, as if he was supposed to be stating a fact. Before he had figured out how to deal with the relationship between the two, it was best to keep the status quo and not let others know about the two, which was Jiang Chen's intention. Therefore, he hadn't planned to tell Murong Yu from the beginning. If he really wanted her to know, he would have told her when he called earlier. Regarding Jiang Chen's comment about coincidence, Murong Yu just frowned but didn't think much about it. After all, there were still chances for this kind of coincidence to happen. What are you going to tell my sister? Chapter 159. Suddenly I want a kiss. In fact, according to her preconceived notions, this matter is best to be unclear. The final result is to make a fake into a real, fake brother-in-law into a brother-in-law. Jiang Chun shrugged. Say what you need to say. No. Murong Yu looked up at the upstairs. Her sister hadn't come out yet. She suddenly said to Jiang Chun, "Actually, my sister is interested in you." What did that mean? Jiang Chun looked at Morongyu with a puzzled glint in his eyes, waiting for her to help solve the confusion. "My sister is rather cold in nature and never looks at anyone, especially men with a straight face." Morongyu whispered. This was true, in the eyes of others and even in the eyes of her. Her sister Murong Mingzhu's nature was like this, very cold to anyone. Only Jiang Chun knew that there was another side of her that was unknown. One day, I realized that she was actually looking at a picture of someone, mesmerized. You don't think that person would be me, do you?" "Yeah, that's you," Morongyu continued in a small voice. "At that time, I took a look when my sister wasn't paying attention, and that was your picture." I was puzzled. So from that day on, I quietly watched my sister's every move. Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows. "You're invading other people's privacy, you know that? Just hear me out." Morongyu ignored Jiang Chun and continued. "Subsequently, I realized that my sister, she often looked at your pictures and gawked, sometimes frowning and sometimes giggling. I'm just curious as to what kind of person could make her like that. So, I looked up information about you on and offline, but came up empty-handed, checking for no one." Jiang Chun frowned slightly. According to the timeline, the first time he and Murong Mingzhu met should have been a year ago in Jiangling. Although he wasn't very famous at that time, he should have been able to find out information about him. So why was he not found? With a squeak, the door to the room on the second floor opened, and then Murong Mingzhu walked down the stairs. Morongyu spat out her tongue and finally said, "Please, tell a lie or my sister might be sad." "Sis, where have you been today? I've been looking for you for a long time." Murong Mingzhu smiled and didn't say anything. She glanced at Jiang Chun, then brewed a cup of tea and served it over. "Thanks." When receiving the teacup, the hands of the two accidentally touched. Jiang Chen's mouth corners rose with a slight smile, while Murong Mingzhu quickly retracted her hand, fearing that her sister would find something unusual. "Tea very sweet." Jiang Chun sipped it and then heartily praised it. "Sweet? How can tea be sweet?" Morongyu still didn't know what was going on between her own sister and the man in front of her. So naturally, she didn't know the deeper meaning of Jiang Chen's words. But Murong Mingzhu knew it by heart. Hearing Jiang Chun say such words to her in front of her sister, her heart was both nervous and sweet, but her face had to maintain a cold look. "It's hard." "Mr. Jiang Chun, is there anything you want to see me about this late at night?" Murong Mingzhu suddenly spoke. The latter froze when he heard this. What was the situation? There wasn't the slightest problem with these words coming out of Murongyu's mouth, but they came out of her mouth. Murongyu didn't know that the two had been together from the start, and after hearing her sister's words, her face tightened slightly as she looked at Jiang Chun with a gaze filled with pleading. "Ahem. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. I wonder if it's convenient?" Not seeing any mood swings from Murong Mingzhu, Jiang Chun was also temporarily unclear on what exactly she wanted to do, so he casually stated the reason. This reason couldn't be too sudden. At least it had to be so that Morongyu didn't feel there was anything wrong. Coming to talk to her sister was supposed to be the reason she knew, so it didn't surprise her in the slightest. "It's just that this is a rather personal matter and I'd like to talk to you alone," Jiang Chen added. "Yes, follow me." After Murong Mingzhu answered, she said towards her sister, "It's getting late. You should also quickly go and rest." Then, Jiang Chen followed her up to the second floor and into her room. The whole process was natural. The only thing that made Morongyu a little puzzled was that obviously the study was more appropriate. Why did she have to go to the room on the second floor? Jiang Chun back feet into the room. The door bang was closed click from the inside of the lock. Just as he turned to ask why, a figure jumped into his arms. Then before he could react, his mouth was already sealed, soft and cold. 10 minutes later, Murong Mingzhu was almost stripped naked, and the little bit of sanity that remained allowed Jiang Chun to push her away. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chun wrapped his arms around the limp and powerless Murong Mingzhu and blew a breath next to her ear. Murong Mingzhu raised her face in his arms. A pair of peach blossom eyes, watery and very pretty. She hooked her hands around Jiang Chen's neck and pursed her lips. "Suddenly I want to kiss," he said and printed once more. Jiang Chun said in his heart. The war of words was so exciting until after another half an hour. The door to the room finally opened and Jiang Chun walked out with his mouth covered. "It almost killed me. Who in the family understands this feeling of being loaded but not fired?" 2 words. Hard. If I had to add a quantifier, it would be a non-several tough ones. "Damn. Forcing me to be a scumbag, huh?" Jiang Chen cursed. Morong Mingzhu usually has a high and cold look in front of people, and is the cold goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, since having intimate contact with Jiang Chun but turned on the human wife attribute. Passionate, active, clingy. Anyway, it made Jiang Chun almost commit a crime. Just then, Morong Yu didn't know when she quietly opened the door to the room, and then dragged him in with one hand. Jiang Chen's entire body was numb, having just come out of his sister's room. He was dragged into the room again by his sister. "What did you say to my sister?" Morong Yu quickly closed the door and turned to ask. It was only at this time that she noticed Jiang Chun had been covering his mouth, so she asked with a slight frown, "What happened to your mouth?" "Why, of course it's swollen. After almost an hour of kissing, it's a wonder it's not swollen." Jiang Chun spat in his heart, but couldn't say it out loud, so he blurted out, "Swollen by your sister." "Huh." Morong Yu was startled. Talking is talking, how did he even do it? "What did you tell her that you even did?" She was more concerned about what was said between them than Jiang Chen's swollen mouth. Jiang Chun covered his mouth and said in a jarring voice, "What else can I say? I said that I was faking it and wanted to kiss her, and she beat me up." "What, you're going to kiss my sister?" Chapter 160. "I'm afraid she's going to kill me again." "What, you're going to kiss my sister?" The volume of Morong Yu's voice lifted up all of a sudden, and her voice changed tone. She was never expecting that Jiang Chun would be so bold as to dare to say he wanted to kiss her in front of her sister. "Do you know that your own sister that anyone can touch?" In all her life, she had never seen any boy touch her sister's hand. "You guys are good, skip the process and just ask for a kiss. Who do you hit if not you?" "No wonder it hits the mouth, it's because of that. Deserved to be beaten." "Keep your voice down, in case your sister hears you. I'm afraid she'll K me again." Jiang Chun glared at Morong Yu. He's not just saying that. Morong Mingzhu really did it. Just like just now, being tricked into the room by her was a wild K. Almost wiped the floor, but luckily it ended up hanging by a thread. With her current initiative, in case she hears her say that she wants to kiss her, I'm afraid that she'll be so happy that once she's happy, she'll want to K again, but she won't be able to bring up her gun, so who can stand it? Morong Yu didn't know that her sister had been in a relationship with this man in front of her for a long time, and she thought that K meant to beat up people. However, the K Jiang Chun said actually means kiss. "I'm going to check on my sister." Morong Yu opened the door to her room and headed towards Morong Mingzhu's room. Where could Jiang Chun let her in? He reached out and pulled Morong Yu. "You don't want to die?" Jiang Chun pulled her back with force and said, "This matter is because of you. Your sister must still be angry in her heart, and you're now over is banging into the muzzle of a gun." "But I'm worried about her." Morong Yu was a little hesitant. "What's there to worry about? I can assure you that once we get through tonight, everything will be fine tomorrow. And as for the basket you've made, she won't mention it, and neither should you." Morong Yu would be skeptical. "Really?" Jiang Chun snorted coldly. "If you don't believe me, go now. How should your sister face you? Doesn't she want to lose face?" Indeed, there was no way to face it, because at this time Morong Mingzhu's room was a mess. When Morong Yu heard it, it seemed to make some sense. "Well then, I'll wait until tomorrow and see." Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction. Listening to me is definitely right. After coming out of Morong's house, Jiang Chun flew back to the dormitory with his imperial sword and took a cool shower to lower the fire. Then he went to the hospital. Gu Ding's injuries were more serious. According to the current medical level, he would need to recover for at least half a year, and there was also the possibility of after effects, so he was going to help with the treatment. He wasn't abusive, but Gu Ding was considered a friend, so he still intended to go and help. Upon arriving at the ward, Jiang Chun saw Gu Ding, whose hands were covered in plaster. Both of his arms were in plaster, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Tatsu. Gu Ding was still awake, and when he saw that Jiang Chun was free to come and see him, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Thinking back to the first time they met, he had even put harsh words on Jiang Chun in order to help his brother-in-law out, only to be reported backhandedly, so that he was forced to put down his face and apologize. Then later the points were robbed, and they were also reduced to being tool people, and the two of them were kind of a no-brainer. Tatsu. Gong Linglong also got up from her stool to greet him. Jiang Chun waved his hand towards Gong Linglong. "Don't. I'm still younger than you. Just call me by my name." Gong Linglong's left leg was similarly badly injured, wrapped in circles and circles of gauze. She was quite lucky. Just flesh wounds did not hurt the bones. "You're here to take care of him at this late hour?" Jiang Chun looked at Gong Linglong and snickered. "Brother Ding can't move his hands. It's inconvenient. I have to take care of him," Gong Linglong said nervously. Jiang Chun nodded. Gong Linglong didn't look good, but she was kind-hearted, and she was even more devoted to Gu Ding. He thought for a moment, then said, "Let me heal your injuries. Tatsu, you still know medicine?" Gu Ding was a bit surprised. Jiang Chun smiled and didn't say anything as he put his hand on Gu Ding's body, first checking the exact injuries before calling on his Xian Huang Qi to treat them. Gu Ding thought Jiang Chun was joking, but slowly his complexion changed with a look of shock. He could feel a force repairing his shattered bones, and could clearly feel that the bones were slowly healing and the pain was significantly reduced. Half an hour later, he could barely feel the pain anymore. His broken bones were all healed, and his injuries were healed to the 7th degree, only needing to recuperate for a while longer to heal. Tatsuyu. Gu Ding was overwhelmed with excitement. He moved his arms and could already move them normally. "Shoo! It's my secret. I know, don't worry. I'll never tell anyone else." This healing ability was too perverse. It was many times stronger than those healing awakened. However, this kind of ability is usually an undercurrent, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. This superb healing ability is very crucial in real combat. You can even turn the tide of battle with this ability. Jiang Chun let them know that he possessed this ability, and Gu Ding was inwardly touched. "Brother Chun is truly treating me as a friend." Jiang Chun also helped Gong Linglong treat the wound on her leg. She was quicker with this one, and the wound was almost healed after a few minutes. Before leaving, Gong Linglong handed Jiang Chun a storage ring. "Brother Chun, thank you. Please accept these resources." "All right." Jiang Chun didn't excuse himself after thinking about it and left the hospital after accepting the storage ring. Drip, drip, drip. Just after coming out of the hospital, he received a call from Qin Xiao. "Brother Tatsu, you've kept us in the dark." Jiang Chun heard. "What the hell?" On the phone, Qin Xiao said sourly, "Brother Chun, don't pretend. Who doesn't know now? You are Murong Mingzhu's boyfriend." "Brother Tatsu, quickly tell me, brother. How did you take Murong Mingzhu down? And also, how far have you proceeded?" Jiang Chun didn't even intend to answer him, and opened his mouth to drink. "Who did you hear that from? I wish him to have a son without an asshole." There was a sudden pause on the phone for a few seconds before Qin Xiao's voice came out with an awkward laugh. "My sister said that." "Oh, actually I can read faces. Your sister will definitely have a daughter in the future." Qin Xiao. In the end, no matter how much Qin Xiao asked, Jiang Chun just played Taiji and said something bullheaded. However, before hanging up the phone, Qin Xiao still reminded, "Wang coronation is coming back, so you have to be more careful lately." "Is he good?" "He's the second most talented person in the Dragon Kingdom, second only to Murong Mingzhu." Qin Xiao's words might carry a lot of weight to other people, but they were completely inadequate in Jiang Chen's case. The second most talented, second only to Murong Mingzhu. That's it? Murong Mingzhu was bullied to death by him, and she's still afraid of a second-generation talent like him? After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Chun absorbed all the resources Gong Linglong had given him, and his cultivation advanced a little further. Now it was just a foot away from the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Because the aura was too thin, there was no longer any point in meditating and practicing, so he simply slept comfortably. A dreamless night. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun was woken up by a ringing phone. It was Murong Yu's call. Calling early in the morning to rush things? Chapter 161. My sister ran away with someone else. Jiang Chun hadn't slept peacefully for a long time. It was not easy to enjoy it and still be disturbed. Naturally, he woke up a bit angry. However, Murong Yu was not amused, and her voice came over the phone. "You quickly come to my house. There is something to discuss. Anything until I wake up from my nap." Jiang Chun simply didn't believe Murong Yu's bull. As for Murong Mingzhu, there was even less to worry about. Her mood today should be considerably better if no surprises were to be expected. Jiang Chun was about to hang up the phone when Murong Yu immediately said quickly, "My sister ran away with someone else." "What?" Jiang Chun sat up violently from the bed. Why did she leave? Was the man a man or a woman? "Male." Murong Yu said anxiously, "Don't ask so many questions, hurry over." "Wait. I'll be right over." After a simple wash, Jiang Chun quickly flew towards the Murong family with his imperial sword. A moment ago he wondered if someone was trolling, but on second thought it was unlikely. Murong Mingzhu, this kind of character, as long as recognized a person, that will always be consistent from the end. There is no possibility of changing love. It wouldn't take long to fly at full speed from the dormitory to the Murong family. Just arrived outside the villa, saw the entrance parked a stretched version of the silver and black double spelling color luxury Maybach. The side look over the body is very domineering. There was a man in a suit standing in the passenger's seat, and he was looking at the door of Murong's house with his head cocked. At the same time, from the house came out two silhouettes. One is the cold goddess Murong Mingzhu. She is now giving people do not approach the cold feeling, not the slightest bit of last night's initiative to kiss the kind of fervor. Jiang Chun said in his heart that this was her normal state. Of course, that passionate, fiery state is even more desirable. Beside her, Murong Yu held her arm, pulling her face and deflating her mouth in an unhappy manner. But upon seeing Jiang Chen's figure, the unhappiness instantly disappeared and he happily waved his hand towards Jiang Chen. Then he said in Murong Mingzhu's ear, "Sister, look, I said he would definitely come, right? You still don't believe me. I guess he definitely likes you." Murong Mingzhu just curved her nice peach blossom eyes without saying anything. This morning she suddenly received a notice from above to transfer her to a mission. When Murong Yu found out, she yelled that if Jiang Chen knew she was leaving, he would have come running over with a flying fork. To prove her words, she directly called Jiang Chen in front of Murong Mingzhu. But the first thing that came out of her mouth was, "My sister ran off with someone else," which made her blink. After making the call, Murong Yu also invited credit and said, "Sister, I'm sure I'll be there within 10 minutes. It's only been a few minutes and people are already at the doorstep." Murong Mingzhu saw Jiang Chen after the depths of the pupils flashed through a flash of delight. The corners of the mouth rose slightly without trace, in addition to Jiang Chen, who did not find her unusual expression. At this time, the man in the suit also noticed Jiang Chen and looked over with a sideways glance. His eyes flashed with intense hostility upon seeing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also got a good look at him. "Hey, good guy, isn't this Wang Peng's brother, Wang Coronet?" Last night, Qin Xiao was still reminding him that Wang Coronation was coming back and asked him to pay some attention, but he didn't expect to meet so soon. Jiang Chen didn't take him seriously at all, and just averted his gaze after a quick glance. Coronet felt offended. No one had ever dared to belittle him like that. He was already upset with Jiang Chen, but now he was even more upset. "Where are you going?" Jiang Chen opened his mouth as he asked towards Murong Yu, but his gaze fell on Murong Mingzhu. At this moment, Murong Mingzhu had a calm face as he glanced at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "There's a magical beast in Linhai City that's causing a disturbance. It's not too difficult to arrange for it to be dealt with from above." Jiang Chen's heart was relaxed after hearing this, but it didn't matter about the normal work schedule. Murong Mingzhu saying this was actually very simple and sounded normal to other people, but it sounded different to Jiang Chen. First of all, Murong Mingzhu reported that the destination was Linhai City, and secondly, the reason for reporting was because there were magical beasts in turmoil, and it was explained that the action was arranged by the higher authorities and could not be shirked, and the last sentence was to let Jiang Chen rest assured that there was no danger. Jiang Chen secretly nodded after hearing this. "As it happens, I'm planning to go to Linhai City to save my family, so why don't we come together?" Jiang Chen said as he looked at her with a smiling face. "You still have relatives in Linhai City?" Murong Yu tilted her head and thought about it, always feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't think of anything for a while. Jiang Chen shrugged non-committally in acquiescence. Before Murong Mingzhu could reply, Wang Coronet, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" He was only asking knowingly. In fact, long before he came back, he had already gotten Jiang Chen's information. Naturally, he also had his picture. To say that he didn't recognize him, it was absolutely impossible. "Me." Jiang Chen turned to look over and said with a smile, "My name is not to be mentioned, but they did label me with a shiny label." Saying that, he walked over to Murong Mingzhu's side. They all say I'm her boyfriend. Isn't that a cool label?" Wang Coronet sank like water after listening. Since yesterday, there were rumors that Murong Mingzhu was dating a boy named Jiang Chen, and by today, almost the entire capital knew about it. Wang Coronation also flew back quickly because he heard his own brother's report. After getting Jiang Chen's information, from many aspects of understanding, Murong Mingzhu and a boy named Jiang Chen in the object of this news is basically untrue. The reason is simple. Jiang Chen was born in the southern city and had been living in the southern city until a year ago when he went to Jiangling from the southern city, during which time he had not come to the capital at all, not to mention having had any interactions with Murong Mingzhu. According to the information, Jiang Chen had only arrived in the capital from Jiangling a few days ago, with the aim of participating in the 7 regional competitions across the country. Until today, it hadn't been more than a few days, and the only time he had done so was when his men saw Jiang Chen and the 2 Murong family sisters shopping. In just a few days, the two became boyfriend and girlfriend, and to be honest, a little bit of brain to think about it carefully to know that the news is false. Joking, the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom, the high-flying goddess in the hearts of countless people would be taken down in a few days' time? Absolutely not. Not even in your dreams, not even to death. It was important to know that his conditions were countless times better than Jiang Chen's, but he had been painstakingly pursuing Murong Mingzhu for many years, and so far, not to mention holding hands, even something as simple as having a meal alone hadn't happened. To say that taking down Murong Mingzhu in a few days would be purely and simply a pipe dream. He himself was a jealous and selfish person. He had been chasing after him for so many years and had long since decided that Murong Mingzhu would be his sooner or later. As long as he knew that someone was hitting Murong Mingzhu, then he would definitely suffer a series of arrangements from him. However, those used to be so minor that they weren't even known. It was just that this talent was different. This talent spread so fast that, in just one day, it was almost known all over the city. Because of this, Huang Coronation had specially utilized some of his connections when he returned and had the people above him arrange for the two of them, him and Murong Mingzhu, to go to Linhai City to deal with the magical beast's rebellion. In this way, the two of them can be legitimate, stay together, secretly arrange some paparazzi, secretly take some photos, and then post it online to carry out a wave of operations. He not only broke the rumor, but also created a truth that he and Murong Mingzhu are a couple. Only the plan hit a snag right at the beginning. This person really has no brain. He even said that he was Murong Mingzhu's boyfriend in front of her, looking for death. According to my understanding of Murong Mingzhu, she would never allow someone to slander her innocence, so Jiang Chun will definitely not have a good time. Wang Coronet couldn't help but secretly sneer after hearing Jiang Chen's words, already prepared to watch the joke. However, this had been said for quite a while. Why didn't Murong Mingzhu react at all? Why? Chapter 162. How about it, is my sword big? Why? Wang Coronet couldn't help but look over with a sideways glance, only to see Murong Mingzhu's eyebrows slightly curved and a smile at the corner of her mouth. This? Coroner Wang was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Does anyone tell me what's going on here? Murong Mingzhu not only didn't get angry, but even showed a smile. Is this normal? It's not normal at all. Wang Coronet growled inwardly. He couldn't understand why Murong Mingzhu would show an expression he had never seen before. Could it be? Wang Coronation's heart thumped. Could the rumors be true? No, no. He kept reassuring himself. Even if Jiang Chan has 3 heads and 6 arms, it's impossible to take down Murong Mingzhu in just a few days. Impossible, impossible. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Jiang Chan and Murong Mingzhu had actually met a long time ago, even earlier and earlier than Jiang Chen knew about a year ago. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Coronet who was surprised and puzzled. Murong Yu on the side also had a puzzled look on her face, doubtful as to why my sister had such an expression. It was obviously fake. But why was the expression so real? Is it? Murong Yu's head spun quickly. She glanced at Wang Coronet without thinking, and in her heart she became more certain of her thoughts. Sister is using Jiang Chun as a shield. Just what happened? Jiang Chun even took his sister's hand. Murong Yu thought about it and secretly nodded. These two people are really into the scene, acting as if it were real. That expression, that action, not to take the Oscars or sorry for their superb acting skills. Wang Coronet was so angry that he almost spat out blood, and as he watched Jiang Chun hold Murong Mingzhu's hand, he couldn't tell you how hard it was in his heart. Jiang Chun heatedly smiled and asked towards Murong Mingzhu, "Who is this person?" Murong Mingzhu also didn't expect Jiang Chun to be so bold as to hold hands with her in front of other people, and to like her from the bottom of her heart, so her current expression was all real, without a bit of moisture. Coronet. Murong Mingzhu was so simple and clear that she couldn't even spare one more word about Wang Coronation. Oh! Jiang Chun nodded slightly, then said to Wang Coronet, "Then I'll trouble little Wang to take us to the airport." Wang Coronation almost passed his back. "You are the ing little king, your whole family is the little king. How dare you command me to be a chauffeur? Dream on, dog money." He hated Jiang Chun so much right now that he couldn't wait to slap him alive. How could he be willing to be a driver? Never. Seeing that Wang Coronet didn't respond, Jiang Chun blinked at Murong Mingzhu. Murong Mingzhu glanced at him angrily, then said to Wang Coronation, "Senior brother Wang, if it's not convenient." Convenient. How Wang Coronet was only unwilling to pull Jiang Chun. It wasn't like he was unwilling to pull Murong Mingzhu. "I was supposed to pick you up." With that, he opened the passenger door and gentlemanly bent down and reached out in a gesture of invitation. "Please get in." Jiang Chun laughed, said, "Thank you, little Wang," and opened the rear door, then sat in and beckoned Murong Mingzhu. "Get in the car." Then he stretched his head forward again. Xiao Wang. Don't stand here either. Drive quickly or you won't make the plane in a while. Wang Coronet's entire body was shaking with anger. He really wanted to crush Jiang Chen's balls. Damn it. Morong Mingzhu naturally couldn't sit in the co-pilot and bowed her body to sit next to the back row. By the time Wang Coronation reluctantly sat on the main driving seat, although there were 10,000 displeasure in his heart. But this dumb loss he still could only swallow in his stomach. Jiang Chen was also cheap, and while Wang Coronet was quietly observing Morong Mingzhu through the rearview mirror, he got his ass next to him, and their bodies were almost pressed together. That wasn't all. Jiang Chen also took Morong Mingzhu's delicate hand in his hand and rubbed it to play with it. Wang Coronet's blood pressure spiked on the spot, and he was almost spat out 2 tails of old blood. With a kick of the gas pedal, the car started off with a buzz. Wang Coronation has anger in his heart. Directly a foot throttle to the bottom. Dog day. Let you touch, let you play, I will get you dead sooner or later. Wang Coronet secretly vowed in his heart that he would take care of Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Don't be afraid. I'm holding you. Just when Wang Coronation was thinking about how to screw Jiang Chen, he heard Jiang Chen's nasty voice in the back row, and after taking a look in the rearview mirror, the dog coins even took hold of Morong Mingzhu's waist. Little Wang, you're driving a bit sharply, you're scaring my baby. Jiang Chen added another cut. Wang Coronation took a big deep breath. Have seen shameless, have not seen such a thick skin. Morong Mingzhu smiled and twisted the fine flesh on Jiang Chen's waist, her eyes full of little stars of love. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed and tickled her palm a few times. The two of them made love to each other all the way, and Wang Coronet was angry and spitting blood all the way. Finally, an hour later, it arrived at the capital city airport. Wang Coronation got off the car and laughed coldly in his heart. The tickets he and Morong Mingzhu's have been booked in advance, and still next to each other in the same position, Jiang Chen improvised to go to the city of Linhai. The tickets must not have been bought. Just now, he deliberately detoured some more, and arrived at the airport just in time for the ticket check, timing it just right. Humph. Hillbilly, fight me? Can you? It is impossible to get a ticket for this flight at this time anyway. Then, it also means that Jiang Chen dog money can get out. The rest of the time is his and Morong Mingzhu's, two people's world. Let's go, start checking tickets. Wang Coronet didn't forget to glance triumphantly toward Jiang Chen as he reminded him. Jiang Chen just pretended not to see. He took out his sunglasses and put them on his face, pulling Morong Mingzhu with one hand and crossing his arms with the other. You check your ticket? We're not taking an airplane. Question mark. Wang Coronation immediately froze. What do you mean you want to take the next flight? This kind of thing is determined not to be allowed to happen. So he moved directly to his superiors. This is an urgent mission, and the higher-ups attach great importance to it. There can't be any delay, Mingzhu. Morong Mingzhu wrinkled her eyebrows. She didn't like the way Wang Coronation called herself. Call me Morong. I don't like being called by my first name, Morong Mingzhu said with a cold face. Jiang Chen he secret smile, small, you do not look at what you are, onion, Mingzhu is also you can call? Wang Coronation choked for a moment. Just now he was just testing. After all, Jiang Chen, this dog coin called on the baby. But obviously Morong Mingzhu is very unhappy that he called her this way, also had to change back to the previous name. Morong, this mission is really important and time is very tight. 1 more minute of delay may result in 1 more innocent person being injured. He said it with a voice and also put on a worried expression. If he were an ordinary person, it would not be easy to refuse. However, Morong Mingzhu didn't agree because of this. She looked at Jiang Chen and bent her eyes. I'll listen to you. Jiang Chen smiled and shook her small hand before turning towards Wang Coronation. Little Wang, you're flying alone? We'll go over and wait for you first. Without waiting for Wang Coronation to react, he led Morong Mingzhu towards the outside of the airport. I'll open your eyes to my great sword today. Morong Mingzhu pouted and punched Jiang Chen's chest. The great treasure sword she had actually gotten her hands on. Jiang Chen knew that she had misunderstood, but he didn't explain, and with a wave of his hand, a silver glittering iron sword flew out, hanging in front of the two. Then, Jiang Chen pinched his hand and the ordinary iron sword that was originally 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long swished into a big guy that was 40 meters long. Jiang Chen pulled the dumbfounded Morong Mingzhu and stepped up with a smile. The huge iron sword rose up into the air. The people and buildings on the ground became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into small black dots. How about it, is my sword big?